I run a private vocational college that has become the dream school for countless students, to the point where even top scorers from various provinces choose to come to my private vocational school instead of prestigious institutions like Tsinghua and Peking University. This is all because I invested hundreds of billions to create a top-notch military academy, which not only recruited big names from the Chinese martial arts community but also has elite agents and sharpshooters as instructors. What makes it even more enviable is that advanced weapons like the J-10 fighter jet, heavy tanks, and electromagnetic storm cannons, which ordinary schools can only study through pictures, are everyday training tools for students here. Moreover, meeting the graduation assessment standards will also grant military ranks. And in no time, countless freshmen eagerly signed up, with the number of registrants exceeding 1 million in just 24 hours. At this time, with the start of the school year approaching, I was inspecting various facilities at the school when suddenly the secretary reported, "Principal Lin, the headquarters has suggested that we increase enrollment, saying that many students want to enroll but couldn't, and they have complained to the headquarters." Upon hearing this, I smiled and shook my head, saying, "We can't increase enrollment, these students are enough for this year." The secretary nodded regretfully upon hearing this. Due to the record number of applicants, the Starshine Military Academy became a sensation online even before the school year started. On the day of the new students' enrollment, in addition to students and parents, many reporters and bloggers also came to join the excitement, wanting to see what this fastest enrolling vocational school in the world was all about. Being well prepared for this, I had the instructors maintain order at the school gate in advance, and all reporters were kept several meters away from the entrance, while parents could only send their children to the gate. Many parents complained loudly about this, saying, "If we can't even see, how can we feel at ease handing our children over?" However, the instructor in charge of reception coldly replied, "This is a military academy, your children have been soldiers since the moment they applied. If you are not at ease, you can take them back now." Upon hearing this, the complaining parents instantly fell silent, just standing at the door and watching from a distance. Compared to the parents, the new students appear somewhat excited and thrilled. All the students applying to this school are looking forward to becoming soldiers, and the mysterious speculations about Tsinghua Military Academy online have long filled them with anticipation. Everyone stand at attention. With a deafening command, the new students on the playground involuntarily straightened their bodies and looked forward. Hundreds of instructors in military uniforms marched in with precise steps, their gazes fixed on the podium. At this moment, I slowly stepped onto the stage and looked at the densely packed new students, saying, "Hello everyone, I am Lin Hui, the principal of Tsinghua Military Academy. Welcome to Tsinghua Military Academy. From the moment you applied to Tsinghua Military Academy, you have already become a soldier. So I want to know, can you all maintain the fighting spirit that a warrior should have?" As the words fell, sparse responses came from the playground. I shook my head and said, "There are a total of 13,000 students present today. Your voices are not even as loud as mine. As a warrior, I am very disappointed in you." After this statement, a uniform response erupted from the playground. "We can." The shout was like thunder rolling in. I smiled and raised my hand to press down, then continued, "Good. What awaits you next is devil training. The initial training plan is for 1 month, and during this month, I will not give up on anyone, but if you cannot persist on your own, I will also have the administration process your withdrawal. At that time, every time one of you left, I would have the entire school faculty and students see you off, so that everyone would remember your face. Remember that you are a deserter." Without giving the new students any time to be free and relaxed, I gave the order, and the training officially began, instantly plunging the playground into a tense atmosphere. 11 instructors lined up neatly and then quickly came to their respective departments. Everyone is present. The goal is a 5-kilometer training run. Set off immediately. The new students, still carrying large and small pieces of luggage, were a bit dumbfounded upon hearing this command. "What about my suitcase? I haven't even gone to the dormitory yet." Hearing the complaints from the crowd, a new student named Zhang Sun said, "What dormitory? The school is clearly trying to intimidate us. If you don't want to fall behind, it's best to throw away your luggage and run." After saying this, Zhang Sun was the first to run with the group. And seeing this, the other students also followed suit, throwing down their luggage one by one and sprinting after the group. More than 10,000 freshmen from 11 departments, led by their respective instructors, all left the playground and headed to the training ground to begin cross-country training. Seeing the freshmen unable to even put down their luggage, the new director, Director Li, expressed some concern, saying, "Principal Lin, starting with high intensity on the first day, won't it cause the students to have resistance?" I smiled and patted Director Li's shoulder, saying, "Director Li, you're overthinking it. Didn't you see how passionate the freshmen are? Besides, I just mentioned that from the day they enter school, they are already warriors. After saying this, I walked out of the playground, got into a convertible off-road vehicle with my secretary, and slowly drove forward with the crowd of over 10,000 people. Looking at the new students' slow pace, I picked up the megaphone and shouted, "Instructor Martinez, are your soldiers snails? Show me your speed." Martinez is one of my specially appointed instructors and was a captain in the United States Marine Corps. Hearing my words, Martinez immediately began to give orders. "Did you hear that? The principal is not satisfied with your speed, so speed up immediately. Running like this on the battlefield will make you all targets for the enemy." Upon hearing this, more than 10,000 new students began to sprint, but unfortunately, due to their poor physical condition, they started gasping for breath after just a few steps. In the team, a freshman named Defei complained while holding his stomach. "Oh my, what should we do? Zhang-san? I can barely hold on. This is too fast." Zhang-sun, who usually loves to exercise, was clearly in much better shape than him. "It's only the first day. Don't embarrass our department. Adjust your breathing rhythm and keep running." Running 5 kilometers today was quite a challenge for me, but the school values our attitude, so I'll do my best. Indeed, all the new students in the team were as struggling as Defei, while there were hardly any athletic talents like Zhang-sun. In Jinsei, a short-haired girl charged at the front row with great vigor, as if it was nothing to her. I sat in the off-road vehicle, watching this energetic short-haired girl, and nodded in satisfaction. It seemed there were still good seeds among this batch of freshmen. Then I directly picked up the megaphone and said, "Your speed is too disappointing. Even the old lady selling popsicles at the entrance runs faster than you. I'll give you half an hour. Those who can rush to the top of the mountain will get to eat early today, and the rest of you will double your training." All the freshmen instantly seemed to be injected with adrenaline, each one with red eyes speeding up the mountain. As the slope of the mountain became steeper, all 11 new students from the department sat down on the roadside, holding their stomachs. At this point, the instructors no longer forced them but organized everyone to move forward slowly according to their departments. Consistent with Zhang Sun's guess, I just wanted to give the new students a little test, to see their limits, and I didn't intend to exhaust everyone to the hospital right at the start of the school year. However, a commotion broke out in the line, as 3 new students were kicked over by Instructor Mo Long for not following orders. "If we don't complete the task today, no one will get dinner tonight." These 3 were all rich second-generation kids, and they had never experienced such treatment. Just as they were thinking of quitting, they saw Mo Long wave his hand, and soon 2 burly, muscular teaching assistants slowly walked over. "One last time, are you going or not?" Seeing that the situation was not right, the 3 rich second-generation heirs silently got up, helping each other as they walked up the mountain, but still muttering, "Damn it, is this still school? When I get back tonight, I'll call my dad and have him acquire this school." At this time, I asked the driver to head to the top of the mountain in advance. I wanted to see how many students would be the first to reach the top today. After all, it is indeed worth my personal attention as the principal to see the freshmen who can adapt to such high-intensity training on the first day. Meanwhile, the female secretary was directing the drone to capture the entire situation on the mountain scene by scene. As the off-road vehicle continued forward, there were few new students ahead. Soon, I saw 2 figures in front, one behind the other, and to my surprise, it was the short-haired girl I had seen before. The short-haired girl, Ji Ying, was almost at her limit, but upon seeing my off-road vehicle come beside her, she burst forth with strength and began to sprint forward again. Seeing this, I smiled slightly. This little girl was quite interesting. The female secretary smiled and said, "Indeed impressive. When I first entered military school, I didn't have her level of endurance." I smiled and said, "Make sure to take note of this girl." The off-road vehicle continued to drive forward, but after a long time, no one was seen. "Principal Lin, there shouldn't be anyone ahead." Hearing this, I raised my eyebrows and said, "Secretary Wang, you seem to have forgotten the basics of reconnaissance. Look at the footprints on the ground. Let's keep going. There's likely a little surprise waiting for us ahead." As the off-road vehicle continued to ascend the mountain, we indeed saw a figure slowly making its way to the top. The female secretary exclaimed, "There really is someone." The vehicle quickly reached the young man, who was almost at his physical limit at that moment, but when he saw Su Ran coming over, he immediately swallowed his saliva and gathered his courage once again. "Bring him a bottle of water," Su Ran exclaimed. The secretary hurriedly took a bottle out of the car. "Don't look at this bottle of water in Saran." But it directly gave Young Hoon endless power, because it was an affirmation from the person he'd admired the most for some time. At this moment, the teenager ran into the tailpipe of the SUV, directly gritting his teeth surprisingly began the final charge. At this moment, it was as if a dream that had been years in the making was being realized right before my eyes. "Thank you, Principal Su. Thank you, Principal Sue. I will be able to do it. I will succeed. I will be the proudest warrior of the Star Military Academy. Chapter 12, Issuance of Man-Portable Equipment. Type 8 to 1 Manpower? I have to say, Principal Sue's chicken blood is indeed too powerful. The kid, Zhang Sun, ended up basically following the buggy to the top of the hill. Next, Li Ying, as well as some other freshmen from a few other departments who were in good physical condition, also appeared at the top of the mountain one by one. Everyone was breathing heavily and looking pale. Principal Sue didn't say anything, but just looked at these new students with admiration. The secretary next to him, holding the tablet, had already confirmed the information of these 15 people. These next 15 people will be the ones that the instructors inside their department will start to focus on. The first batch of new students at the Star Military Academy were definitely going to be tested by themselves and the school, as well as the Sue family's old man side, and more concerned, the community as a whole. That's why Sue Ran had to train all these new students one by one in order to withstand the test. It wasn't until 8 o'clock in the evening that all 12,000 students arrived at the top of the mountain. Why are there more than 1,000 people missing? Naturally, it's the physical condition of contemporary brittle college students, passed out on the way up or vomited non-stop and was not fit to continue running. All of these people were pulled away by ambulances prepared in advance. Waiting for them will be various tests. If not suitable to stay in the Star Military Academy, the school will discuss in advance to persuade to leave. In fact, this first day's warm-up was equivalent to a screening specially arranged by Principal Sue. All hands, halt! Martinez, being the chief instructor, stood at the front and yelled. One by one, those freshmen who had been incredibly fatigued dragged their bodies back to a slow recovery. It's safe to say that this 5-kilometer stretch tonight has directly brought all the freshmen close to breaking down. At ease, Saran's SUV was parked at the highest point. The guy stood on the roof of the car, observing the crowd with a serious face. Tired? Tell me out loud. Hearing Sue Ran's voice on the loudspeaker, all 10,000 people answered breathlessly. Tired. Sue Ran sneered and continued to ask, do you want to eat? Think. This time it was significantly louder. The poor brittle college students all looked up at Sue Ran one by one with a pitiful look in their eyes. The department that scores the most points tonight will be the first to eat in a little while, and that rule will be in effect for the rest of each day's practice. I know there are a lot of you who are not convinced, but remember, this is a military academy, not a place where you come to enjoy yourself after you think you've gone to college. Martinez, set up everything that's going to happen next, and let them memorize the discipline first for dinner tonight. Then take a normal break and give these little rookies a blissful evening. Oh, I forgot to mention, today is just the beginning. Your training will be doubled for the rest of the day. If anyone wants to quit now, immediately register your departure before you go down the mountain. There's no shame in being a deserter. After saying this, Sue Ran waved his hand and the SUV left with smoke at the top of the mountain. All that was left were the very helpless expressions of these freshmen. The next second, however, with Martinez's order, everyone began to line up and head down the hill according to the rankings they had just scored. The first to go, naturally, was the salary department side, because this guy Zhang Sun was the first to reach the top of the mountain. He alone directly pulled up the salary department side of the score. Hoon. I'm wasted. I feel like I made a mistake coming here. Daffy was dying to go ahead. On the contrary, Zhang Sun, who was next to him, walked at the forefront of the department and had become a role model. Daffy, if you're going to be a deserter, I'll cut ties with you from now on. Daffy stared. I'm ing. Next comes the wand system, the executive system, the upside-down system, and then the honorable system. On the honored department side, although Li Young's score was really high, but the 3 lickspittles who came with her pulled down the average, and were almost the last in the whole department to go up the hill, and not as good as the girls on the department side. Ing, it's not really our fault. Everyone walks slowly. Right, Ing? Who knows, this school just came to give on the intensity. Really cannot carry Ing, don't worry. I'll call my dad when I go back in a while and make him the director of this school. No one will dare to order us then. At this moment, Li Ying blared back at the 3 of them and said in a cold voice, you 3, if you can't hold on, get out immediately and don't disgrace yourselves here. The 3 could only silently lower their heads and dare not say anything, because, besides these 3, no one in the entire school knew Li Ying's true identity. This time, I followed Li Ying to the military school because I wanted to show off. However, they didn't realize that the situation in the military school didn't seem to be quite the same as what they thought. With that, the freshmen of the 11 departments lined up in long lines and began to make their way down the hill according to the scores each department had achieved tonight. Aside from Young Hoon and Li Young, there are some good freshmen popping up in other departments tonight. Sue Ran was in the car at this time, taking a brief look at these people's information. especially at the end. He paused for a moment on Li Ying's profile, then smiled faintly. No wonder they can produce such offspring. The secretary next to him said, Principal Su, the Li family only started from Li Ying's father's generation from business. It is estimated that this child was also subjected to the military's inculcation from a young age before exercising his physical fitness is very good. Entering the Star Military Academy. All is a beginning. I even prefer those freshmen who cry out to give up. Don't you think that the scrappy stream might be more interesting? Scrappy flow? What do you mean? The secretary looked at Su Ran curiously. Well, it seems that the world is still rather vacant in filling this aspect of web fiction. Without explanation, Saran leaned back in his seat and slapped his knees. Call the armory side and ask if everything we need to use tomorrow is ready yet. Tell them to strictly check it a few times. And also tell the canteen that the regiment of warriors who helped us stand guard today should be treated well with the highest food standard. And we'll have to rely on them to keep order in this next period of time. The secretary hurriedly memorized what Su Ran had just said. The SUV quickly returned to the school office building below. Su Ran got out of the car first and then looked at the female secretary who was about to get out of the car. This is a military school. You can stop buying your high heels in the future. And have the logistics department prepare a few sets of student camouflage uniforms for me. After all, they're the first batch of freshmen. I have to supervise them properly. The female secretary nodded hurriedly, blushing and looking at the high heels on her feet. But at the same time there was a deeper understanding of this Principal Su inside. Led by example and even have to blend in with the freshmen. You can't find another principal like that in the whole country. 11 o'clock at night. After all the freshmen have finished eating, Martinez had the disciplinary handbook distributed and then started handing things out. The first thing Zhang Sun, who was familiar with the military, saw was the single equipment backpack and the brightly colored Type 8-1. Chapter 13, the whole internet is dumbfounded. Professional Army man portable equipment? My favorite national gun. I really didn't think our school would be so generous as to directly have one each. Young-hoon hugged the gun and loved it straight away. The same is true of the other freshmen, whose love of guns is elevated to the highest level at this age for both men and women. The students who came to the Star Military Academy were basically more or less knowledgeable about the military. Even the listless Daffy was hugging the gun at this point, stroking it cherishingly. Although it's not a real bullet inside, but this thing is just comfortable to hold. Fast hoon. First take a picture for me. Must have to fool around in the circle of friends and pocket sound. Zhang Sun gave him a blank look. I advise you not to violate the discipline. I read that manual when it was sent down just now, and it clearly stated that all of the school's military equipment can't be posted on the social media software anymore. Daffy could only sit aggravated, but it still didn't dampen his love of weapons. Next to him, Zhang Sun was also in love with the idea, but then he quickly realized something else about the manpack. This is exactly as issued in the regular army. I told you that this military school is not ordinary, right? Which military school in the country can have this big deal now? This way. Li Ying was also very happy to look at the man-portable equipment he had just received. QGF-03 helmet, 07 camouflage combat uniform, 17 single tactical vest, 17 combat boots, J99 goggles, Nandu handheld locator, 62 North pointer, 20 single rations, sleeping bag, strong flashlight. All of this equipment, all of it is from the regular army military. The three lickers of Li Ying beside him also looked at the equipment curiously and asked. Li Ying didn't say anything, just nodded silently, but a very bright look came out of her eyes. Holy crap, this is really planning to practice us as soldiers. What's this? I'll definitely accompany Ying until the end. Get lost. You threw up the most on the hill today. The three scrappers' discussion didn't make Li Ying pay much attention, because at this point, Li Ying had long been immersed above these single soldier devices. While others are not aware of this, she knows that all of this man-portable equipment is genuine, troop specialized. Outside. Don't say you have money. You can't buy it even if you have money. But now, the Star Military Academy actually did equip every new student with this equipment. Now I'm even more certain that coming to this school was the best choice. There were quite a few freshmen who had the same idea as Li Ying, and although they couldn't recognize the full names of the equipment, one or two of the individual ones were still legible. This is a Type 62 compass? It's exclusive to the military. Helmets you don't know. QGF-03 helmets. One of my favorite military ones. Nando's handheld locator. I've seen this one online and it's said to sell for up to tens of thousands of dollars. And my favorite Type 8-1, although it's not the 9-5 that's in the army now, but this Type 8-1, it's definitely the most classic one. Damn, it's so handsome. I want to sleep with it in my arms tonight. Exclamations such as these kept coming from the freshman group. The little rookies who have been laboring all day are finally sort of seeing a glimmer of hope. But there were also students like Young Hoon. Lee Young, and other quick-witted students who quickly conjured up some excitement as well. The Star Military Academy had gone to such great lengths to equip them, plus the rigorous training on the first day today. Definitely trying to train everyone to be a true warrior. It seems that the devilish training that follows really isn't just talk. Everyone, get your equipment and immediately check it. Firearms, ammunition, combat uniforms, helmets, man-portable rations, compasses, locators, military daggers, night vision devices, walkie-talkies, all of them can't be missing. And from today onwards, your man-portable equipment should be kept close to your body and can't be damaged, or else you will be punished in accordance with the military regulations. Martinez, being the chief instructor, was at the forefront with a megaphone and was very serious in his explanations. The next step was for the instructors and auxiliary instructors of each department to begin explaining to all the simple elements of wearing equipment and using firearms. The little rookies studied more seriously than anyone else, and one by one, though physically fatigued, their eyes didn't leave the instructor's techniques at all. Probably it has been the happiest thing for them. By the time dinner was over, it was 11 o'clock at night, yet the instructors all demanded that, before going to bed, the new school rules be memorized. There was no way to get through a busy day at Star Military Academy. As the president of SU says, as soon as you enter the military academy, a picture of an unforgettable life has already unfolded. President Su is committed to making every freshman a true army warrior. Well, no, I should say it's about making every freshman more than a warrior, trained to be strong. It's also true that for many freshmen, the whole sticking it out and being a deserter thing is a harder choice. Parents of new students all started getting distressing phone calls from their children at home by the end of the night. Parents, too, are more distressed about their children, but when it comes to dropping out, all the freshmen are incredibly uniform in caliber. Withdrawal is not an option, because they've seen the horror of dropping out today. It is said that there are 3 rich kids clamoring to drop out of school, and that their parents at home have special money and extensive connections, but when the instructor told them to take their bags, each with a sign with the word deserter on their backs, and leave under the watchful eyes of the entire school's freshmen, the 3 boys returned to their group without looking back. Over 10,000 people watching. Deserters title. It's totally a moment of social death. To top it off, all the instructors also had the students take out their cell phones and start filming and recording. Let's just ask, can you be so thick-skinned as to be this thick? That's right, these 3 rich kids who are going to drop out of school are the 3 lickspittles of Honorable Li Ying. The trio claimed that they would walk their goddess through college, but then they turned around and talked to their own parents about dropping out. But when it came time to actually bring their bags and get ready to leave, the formation downstairs instantly made them die with immense community. Under the watchful eyes of Li Ying and the entire school's freshmen, the trio returned to their dormitory with gray heads. After this battle, the freshmen were all very sensitive to the word deserter. So now parents are just complaining about it and don't even dare to mention the withdrawal. But on the other hand, on the internet, the Star Military Academy is once again sweeping the entire internet in an explosion of fire. Hashtag Star Military Academy starts today. Parents banned from the gates? Hashtag Principal Su of the Star Military Academy gave a passionate speech, and tens of thousands of people called out in unison. Hashtag just after the school year started, we went up to the mountains to practice. Tens of thousands of people from the Star Military Academy were in a grand formation. Hashtag suspected Star Military Academy warfighter equipment exposed. Type 8-1 with a full set of professional army warfighters? Hashtag for hot searches. Knotted up to dominate the pocket sound hot searches and scarf hot searches. Netizens were at first lamenting that the harshness of the Star Military School, where parents are forbidden to send their students into the school, and where stretching exercises begin just after entering the school, is a bit of a show, isn't it? However, when everyone saw the picture of tens of thousands of people gathered together on the mountain, countless netizens began to shock inwardly. This formation, how a bit of a grandiose and oppressive feeling. Seems like, it's quite handsome, quite imposing. Finally, when Dong Jia saw the Star Military Academy's single soldier equipment, he completely reddened his eyes. No, is this serious? A military academy for college military training. And you're handing out Type 8-1 plus professional soldiers man-portable equipment? Chapter 14, the military district's full support in the team's rapid formation. Overnight, the eyes of Chen freshmen who were in military training across the network were red. Principal Su is really handsome. This aura is directly pulled full. It's the same military training. Why do people get to use real guns plus real army man-portable equipment? This isn't a military school. This is a real-life recruiting program. To be honest, I'm red-eyed. It's my fault for knowing about the Star Military Academy too late in the day and not snagging a spot to apply. You guys only see the Star Military School's luxurious equipment, but you don't know that the students inside are trained to be dogs. Just kidding. How can you let go of training in a school like this? No matter what, it's nice to end up as a real warrior. I still prefer Principal Sue's poem, Youthful Fervor Forges Glory, and we go to the sand field together to spread our wings and fly. In short, since the afternoon, the online discussion about the Star Military Academy has hardly stopped. Granted, discipline in the school dictates that training programs and individual equipment can't be displayed on social media apps, but with over 10,000 students it's impossible to keep that in check. Su Ran didn't read too much into or interfere with this discipline when he first formulated it. For Principal Su, training you to be serious and attentive. It's okay to relax and unwind in private once in a while, so this discipline was only brought up, and the punishment wasn't very strict. At most it was just the next day's training with a few extra kilometers. For a freshman like Daffy, it doesn't matter if it's an extra 2 kilometers as long as you let me fit it in a little bit. At this time in the highest place of the Chinese military palace, Elder Su Guotao, who had just finished a meeting, slowly returned to his office and sipped his tea. By the way, today Star Military School opened. That brat didn't make a mess, right? The secretary smiled helplessly at this and pulled out her office tablet. General Su, just take a look at this. Su Guotao put down his teacup and took the tablet to examine it. What was playing inside was exactly the moment when Su Ran spoke on the stage when Star Military School had just enrolled. Once my squad leader told me that when you enter the military, you are already a warrior, and you have to be alert and ready to fight at all times. So I'm wondering, is everyone now able to maintain the fighting mindset that a warrior should have? Next, the sound of tens of thousands of people shouting in unison came from the playground. Yes, Judas was the old man who had been in the battlefield for many years and had trained countless armies, but after seeing the video of this moment, instantly, he also couldn't help but dilate his pupils by a fraction. There's something about this kid. The secretary next to him continued to laugh. You read on. The next step was for tens of thousands of people to start pulling up the mountain under the guidance of instructors. During that time, everything Su Ran did in the SUV was all visible in the video. These videos were all recorded by the reporters accompanying the Star Military Academy. The netizens may have seen just what the students secretly recorded, but what the old man saw was all in HD. I didn't think that any of these kids living in a greenhouse right now would be able to last to the end of a 5-kilometer pull. It did surprise me a bit. When Su Guotao saw that there were still 15 freshmen at the end of the stretching exercise who had perfectly met the standard, he couldn't help but let out an exclamation as well. But when the old man finally saw the uniform equipment that Su Ran had issued to these new students, he couldn't help but also shake his head. This brat even cut off this batch of Type 8-1, and this batch of single soldier equipment. Aren't they all from the warehouse over at the 80th Army? Yu Tian Long, this old guy is still so good at doing things, and taking these to do favors for the brat. Secretary laughed. China now has a total of 15 regular military schools, all of which are under the full support of each province's military region to do up, every year, the local major military region's talents. Many of them are part of the pull-up from these military schools. And Tianhai City, although it is the country's key economic city, but you military chief of the 80 Army is also in the rapid development of the need for a large number of military talents. So this time, the opening of the Star Military Academy. The Star Military Academy. You military chief on the one hand, because he used to be your subordinates, but also when Su military chief side of the friendship is also good. But on the other hand, more importantly, you military chief also want to let the Star Military Academy rise, so that the 80 Army can completely in the military region to begin to emerge. Yu Tianlong's small mind, can I still not know? But he is too no restraint in this big spending. Tens of thousands of people's equipment issued. In China or not this precedent. Pass my order. First let him that a regiment don't go back. It is stationed in the Star Military School inside it. What is the situation? Can also be the first time to deal with. Getting the order from the old man. The secretary recorded the first time. Su Guotao once again poured a cup of tea and said lightly, and then give that brat also tight skin. Tell him this time to make such a big commotion, and in the end can't close the scene. I will definitely let his ass blossom, but also to accept the punishment of the military region. Okay, General Su. I'll go pass the order immediately. With the secretary leaving, the old man Su Guotao didn't have the heart to drink tea at this time. Instead, he picked up the tablet again and watched the clip of Saran's spirited speech on the playground. This brat, I didn't realize it before. There is still such an imposing moment. This military school is really a good direction if we let him open into it. Indeed. But what did he mean last time he told me about developing military weapons? Su Guotao's side of the mind Su Ran didn't have time to guess right now. because right now, he's still dealing with his cheap old man. 10,000 sets of military man-portable equipment, and over 10,000 Type 8-1S. I really don't know how you dared to transfer over with Army Commander you. Listening to the phone, Pop's ramblings, Su-ran then put the phone on the table and directly started doing push-ups in the office. Now more than 10,000 people have guns. Can you see over? If something happens, you won't be able to escape a court-martial. You know. Su-ran took a deep breath. In a short period of time, he had already done almost 100 push-ups quickly. On the phone, Pops was still rambling. I know you kids hate me nagging, but this is really serious. So many college freshmen. Your management's slightly out of order is a big problem. You've never led a soldier. Do you know how hard it is to lead a soldier? 200 push-ups ended, and Su-ran once again switched to sit-ups. Pop's ramblings continued on the phone. It was as if for Su-ran, such a situation was familiar to him. Indeed, since crossing over, Su-ran, besides accepting all the habits of this body, was also slowly accepting all this love from his family. It was also fortunate that this body had a similar personality to his own, and every time he encountered these nagging from his parents he acted out no differently than he did now. Otherwise, if Su-ran wanted to really act like a good boy, it was indeed a bit difficult for him. 2 hours later, probably unable to get a reply from Su-ran, Pop's phone finally hung up as well. Su-ran charged up his cell phone and called Martinez on his landline. Tomorrow's training program has been altered slightly, skipping straight to a week of experimentation and entering a period of rigorous training. Principal Su, are you trying to speed up the training program? This way, these little rookies won't be able to hold out. I know. You can cut the daily training time short and start selecting new students and assessing their talents for specialized groupings for the rest of the day. I want to pull the team together as soon as possible and make our school a formalized army. It's a good idea, so that the 10,000 or so people can be grouped quickly into quickly setting up each team. Break out a research team for me in addition to the regular army branch. I've got a big use for this one. Chapter 15 kilometers. Can't even stop me from worshipping Principal Su. The next day, early morning in Tianhai City, the sun had not yet risen, and the streets were still slightly cold. And at the main entrance of the Star Military Academy, 4 gun-toting guards were changing their guards. Under the office building, Su-ran wore a camouflage suit and stomped down with the same 07 combat boots as the freshman in high spirits. The exclusive driver's SUV was already waiting, and the secretary Xiao Zhao, also wearing camouflage clothing today, opened the door for Su-ran. Depart. Su-ran got into the car and faintly said. The SUV roared to life and headed straight for the schoolyard. In the meantime, a long, crisp whistle sounded downstairs in the dormitory. Martinez and the other instructors lined up and were already waiting downstairs in the dormitory. Everyone, 1 minute to assembly, and anyone late will double their training for the day. With the order, all the freshmen in the dormitory building all frantically rolled out of bed and began to put on their clothes in a hurry. Yesterday's pullout went straight to this group of crunchy college kids getting down all night long. Many of the men were even memorizing their discipline manuals in their mouths before they went to bed, and it was not easy to fall asleep while still dreaming, when they were awakened by this dreadful whistle and order. At this moment, countless people in the dormitory hallways began to play hard to get down the stairs. Where are my shoes? Rubney can't find them. Who saw my belt? Who the hell saw my belt? No, big brother, don't grab it. It's my hat. Words such as these kept coming from within the dormitory. Whether it's the boys' or girls' dormitory, this moment is like a green train going home for New Year's Eve. Daffy, you're still sleeping. Training twice as much. I think you want to be practiced. Zhang Sun came to Daffy's dormitory and really hated it when he saw his brother who was still huffing and puffing. And it was then that Daffy woke up in a daze. Holy, the dormitories are empty? This group is too hateful. Right, don't even know to call me. Zhang Sun took his equipment and said helplessly. You're on your own, bro. I'll go down first by myself. Hoon, you're damn inadequate, aren't you? On the other hand, in the dormitory of the Department of Honor, Li Ying's 3 lickspittles, Xiao Ji Ba, Mai Ma Bai, and Wang Ba Dan, the 3 were also frantically looking for their equipment. I should have known I'd have to leave this hellhole last night even if I had the cheek. Mabi, you talk a good game. You can pull it off with all those people staring at us last night? I told you, call me by my full name. I'm not kidding you. Shakiba, you 2 stop bickering and hurry up and pack up and go downstairs. A minute, those guys are definitely going to get us killed. Wang Bat Dan, you coward. You were the first to back out last night. I really despise you. The 3 of them picked up their gear before starting down the stairs amidst all the bickering. However, when they got downstairs, they realized that 50% of the freshmen were in a similar situation. Some were not even dressed properly. Others were dressed crookedly. In short, an idiom that best describes it is rabble. A whole half hour. Good job. It seems you have absolutely no concept of time at all. Martinez stood at the forefront in his camouflage short sleeves, his tall frame unmistakably imposing. Inside the major departments, all the freshmen were all organizing their equipment with fear and trepidation. Good. Then let me teach you a good lesson. All departments, latecomers begin double extra training. First, go to the playground to gather. After the beginning of the pulling exercise, 5 kilometers cross-country. All latecomers, twice as much extra training. Don't be ready to eat if you can't finish running. With Martinez's command, the freshmen from all the major departments all looked as if they were dead. 5 kilometers for latecomers is the equivalent of running 15 kilometers. At this moment, countless latecomers felt their legs cramping. When Xiao Ji Ba, Mi Ma Bai, and Wang Ba Dan heard this bad news, they almost fainted on the spot. Daffy, on the other hand, looked at young Hoon pitifully. Hoon, what am I going to do? 15 kilometers? I can't even make it 5 kilometers. Isn't this killing me? Zhang Sun also said helplessly. Love can't help. Do your best. A few moments later, everyone assembled in the playground. Su Ran had already waited in advance, and today he didn't speak, but leisurely sat on the buggy and watched the instructors signing in at roll call. It wasn't until the roll call was over that Su Ran slowly walked up to the podium. Next, the magic happens. Almost the instant Su Ran had just stepped onto the stage, the entire playground of more than 10,000 people swished and stood at attention. Everyone was looking at Su Ran very seriously, and there was even a look of excitement on their faces. Such a miraculous scene directly made all the surrounding instructors, as well as those veterans Su Ran had once had, look dumbfounded. No, what's going on here, little Su? Why do these kids see him with such respect? Yes, yesterday I found out. Most of these freshmen are very pretentious. This morning training also did not sleep one by one. But how to see Xiao Su? All of a sudden all the spirit up? TSK, don't you guys notice that after little Su took the stage, his entire aura has changed as well? I think this is probably the effect of the leader's aura. It seems like it's really true, but these kids really aren't interesting enough either. How come when they met us instructors they behaved mediocrely, but when they met Xiao Su they were instantly full-blooded? Nonsense. Can you compare with the principal? Compared to these veterans invited by Su Ran outside of curiosity, those 11 foreign mercenary chief instructors were much better, because in these people's consciousness, Su Ran was their highest leader. So it was only right that these warriors in front of him would respect Su Ran. At this point in the freshman crowd, all the new students then looked at Su Ran with incomparably serious gazes. Of course there were individuals who deserted underneath. No Hoon, why is it that when I see Principal Su, I feel respect coming from within? I'm not exactly kissing ass, am I? Doesn't count, because so do I. Well, that's normal then. After the two briefly talked, they once again raised their heads and looked at Su Ran on the stage with an incomparably serious face. The same scene happened on the honored department's side. Liang didn't need to say much. A pair of beautiful eyes were gazing at Su Ran from beginning to end, and all that showed in her eyes was admiration and respect. Behind her, the 3 lickspittles, Sha Kiba, Ni Mabi, and Wang Baitan, were also staring intently at the podium. Kiba, what's going on? Why do I feel so dominated by this young principal right now? Don't say you feel it. I do too. Mabi, do you feel anything? Firstly, please call me by my full name, Ni Mabi, and secondly, do I need you to tell me about Principal Su's dominance? I'm glad now that I made the decision last night not to be a deserter with you two idiots. And as for the 15 kilometers, I'll finish it on my stomach. Chapter 16, A Handful of Military Houses, and the Dream of a Million Mercenaries. The whispering under the stage was all from the freshmen of each department, worshipping Su Ran. In their view, Su Ran on the podium was, quite literally, the most perfect object of worship in their hearts. All of this is also due to the departmental titles that President Su has given to each department. Of course, this was something that Su Ran certainly wouldn't say anything about. Good morning everyone, I assume you slept well last night? You need to be told that this may be the quietest night you've ever had, because you said goodbye to what you once were last night and became a warrior. The next thing you have to do is to fulfill the plans I have laid out for you, one by one, to meet the standards and become the perfect warrior you can be. Hearing Su Ran's words, the freshmen under the stage, one counting one, all showed a smug smile like Wang Yuxing. The new student training program is currently initially scheduled for 1 month, and after 1 month there will be a simple assessment, and those who do not meet the standards by then will be issued a notice of withdrawal from the school. Of course, I will make good with other specialized colleges and universities, and all of you can go to the general specialized colleges and universities to continue to complete your 3 years of study at that time. Only your dream of being a warrior will end at that time. And moreover, you are known as the end of the deserters. Why? Because you have not completed the tests and are likewise deserters. And a true warrior cannot fail to complete these tests. Now tell me, do you have the confidence to complete the examination in a month's time? Standing on the podium, follow Su Ran's perspective downward. The densely packed freshmen, all wearing QGF-03 dark green helmets, were very spirited and started yelling, "Yes, yes!" Throughout the playground, the atmosphere was once again heightened. Straight away, Su Ran's old squad leader and the others below looked dumbfounded once again. Even the soldiers of a regiment of the 80th Army who were outside helping Su Ran to defend martial law. At this point, he also had his gun in his hand, and was looking curiously back toward the back of the school. The podium. Su Ran smiled with satisfaction. Sensei's strength, the aura, was indeed achieved. He himself had now established himself in the eyes of over 10,000 freshmen. The next thing to do is to train all these new students to become real warriors. At the same time, the 3 weapons that the system rewarded him with were slowly developed. In this way, the Star Military Academy would be able to be strongly supported by the state and enroll more students in the upcoming time. There is a very strange example in China that the legacy here in the military government will start to be chosen within the family. So the predecessor Su Ran, from childhood to adulthood, all is strict discipline, was sent to the military school and the army on the training of the obedience. But to be honest, Su Ran, after accepting the memories of his predecessor, didn't like this feeling. At first, he did want to lay down a good win. But now, since the opening of the Star Military School and the enrollment of the new students yesterday, Su Ran's mind had quietly shifted. The adoration of tens of thousands of people, plus the lure of developing a weapon to follow. If all of these things were done successfully, what awaited him next would be the non-stop explosion of the Star Military School. The entire country of China will set off a wave of frenzy to enter military schools and become soldiers. By that time, though, the students of the military academy were scattered all over the place. But with a single call from himself, all these men could return on command. The first batch was more than 10,000 new students. The next Star Military School kept growing. How many people would that be in the school? How many people in the reserve regiment? At this moment, Su Ran was even somewhat looking forward to the spectacular sight of having 1,000,000 soldiers. Of course, the old master at that time, even if the position of the general's hand was given to him, Su Ran probably didn't care, because take it or leave it, I've been able to command an army of millions. The playground. Tens of thousands of freshmen dismissed for breakfast. Half an hour later, once again according to the faculty, the vast pulling cross-country began. This pull was still different from yesterday, when most of the guys were all lightly loaded. But today, everyone has been hugging their Type 8-1 rifles and carrying all kinds of equipment on their backs for heavy-duty pulling. Many freshmen start panting before they've even run a kilometer. Even Young Hoon, Li Young, and the other 15 people who were judged to be in good physical condition yesterday began to gasp and blush after 3 kilometers. All of you, pay attention to your running posture. 3 steps, 1 inhalation. 3 steps, 1 exhalation. And bring your guns to your chest. That's student. Your gun is about to fall to the ground. You can't even hold it steady. What kind of soldier are you? All rookies in the WAN department. Memorize our school's 75th discipline. Now all of you run while you memorize it in your heads for me. The gun you are holding is called the 81 Bangwon, an automatic rifle equipped in the 1980s with a metal folding stock. 7.62mm ammunition. But you can only use blanks now. Normally equipped with 30 rounds of ammunition, with a combat rate of fire of 90 to 100 rounds per minute, and a single shot of 40 rounds per minute. And it utilizes a short-stroke piston gas-guided system with mechanical sights consisting of a collimator, gauge and notched illuminator. Next, please pay attention to the walkie-talkie system in your ears. He is called Nandu 3 Multi-Mode Walkie-Talkie TD70, which supports Beidou short message, DMR and 4G all-network walkie-talkie at the same time. In the presence of network signal, the priority is to use the 4G walkie-talkie. In the absence of network signal, the DMR walkie-talkie is used in close proximity. And in case of loss of connection and no network, it can use the Nandu short message to send the back to the rear to ask for help and location information, to ensure communication reliability under various extreme environments. Location information, to ensure the reliability of communication in various extreme environments. In his built-in and progressive image compression algorithms and low bit rate voice compression algorithms, can be sent and received through the Beidou short message satellite voice and image. Although they were pulling cross-country runs, today's pulling cross-country tested these freshmen in more than just physical strength. Meanwhile, it keeps rubbing everyone the wrong way in terms of memorization. Because while running, not only do you have to fight against your tired body, but you also have to memorize all the weapons and equipment that the instructors have taught you how to use. as well as the internal and external configurations. Many people were on the verge of shedding tears as they mouthed the words, especially the 3 Shao Kiba. Each of them had pain masks on their faces, and even a trail of tears, but their mouths didn't stop for a moment, constantly reciting what the instructor had just taught them. Mavi, don't cry. It'll be embarrassing for Ing to see. I don't wanna cry, but I can't help it. I haven't been this aggravated since I was a kid. Kiba, why aren't you crying? I want to cry. Where do I have time to cry? I'm full of 81 bars and pointers and the value of whatever walkie-talkie that is right now. Su Ran sat in the SUV, looking at these raw and painful masks, but the corners of his mouth showed a very cruel smile. I see that the internet is quite curious about our school's training. You have the propaganda department over there recorded properly. I want everyone to know that coming to my Star Military Academy, your tuition is definitely not paid in vain. Hearing this, Secretary Zhao beside him hurriedly nodded, but inwardly he was sighing at Su Ran's uncomplicated means. There's another thing, contact the design unit. I'm going to put the land in the northeast corner into use, designing a huge military weapons research site. When the time comes, there will be people from the upper echelons of the army coming down to give instructions. You just contact the design unit. A research weapons unit? Principal Su, aren't we a military school? How come we even grabbed the job of the section's military research unit? Secretary Zhou, you still have so many questions. I'm sorry Principal Su. Chapter 17 Iron Lion Legion. Su family style. All morning, everyone was pulling cross-country on the back hills. For all the rookies, this day was probably their most memorable moment, because in the days to come, people will slowly get used to the pain, but the pain that deepens the memory is always fresh in one's mind. Even the 19 rookies who were, relatively speaking, in good physical condition yesterday were, at this moment, just like the others, completely exhausted on the ground. Just like you guys, you still want to be a qualified warrior. I think you're delusional. Martinez, with a megaphone, stood at the top of the hill and trolled them mercilessly. The rest of the instructors were no exception, all doing the same job in front of their own departments. A snail can crawl faster than you. That's the way it is in military school. If you can't stand it, get out. We don't need weaklings. Everyone has to come from this stage. Those 3 freshmen, what are you doing with your asses puckered out? Giving birth? The 3 people named were undoubtedly the 3 living treasures on the side of the honored department. Compared to the other freshmen, these 3 rookies had long since lost all their strength, while the others were walking slowly. These 3 were crawling forward, the hand-to-hand kind, inside the honored department. All the other girls were a bit better than the 3 of them. Watching the scene, Su Ran in the distance couldn't help but smile. The transition period for new rookies is definitely the most difficult, but every instructor, however, loves nothing more than to torture these little guys here. Ahem, Principal Su, it's baked. The female secretary Xiao Zhao framed a face of a small flower cat and handed over a few skewers of grilled meat to Su Ran. Su Ran leisurely picked it up and after taking a bite, he couldn't help but frown. Scorched, Secretary Zhou, there's still practice to be done. Xiao Zhao nodded helplessly, and obediently handed Su Ran a glass of beer. Drinking beer, eating skewers, and watching the little rookies train in agony. Life sure is good. After saying this, Su Ran leaned back on the folding chair and leisurely crossed his legs. The long line down the hill was as far as the eye could see. At that moment a military SUV slowly drove up from the bottom of the hill. Sitting in the car was Yu Tianlong, the commander of the 80th Army stationed in Tianhai City. Looking out the car window, one hammered and unsharp freshman, Yu Tianlong laughed and said, "A tiger father has no son Xiao Ran this brat, completely inherited the kind of tactics that his old man and his grandfather had when they were training the soldiers. The whole of China wherever the warriors who went out from their family's troops, every one of them is remembered vividly." At the co-pilot's side, the chief of staff laughed, "Captain Su, I know. Back in the day General Su was the same way. Did you know that's how the 23rd Army got its Iron Lion title? The Iron Lion Legion? Army Commander you said that's also General Su's team? He, Iron Lion and this group of small rookies. Back then in the whole army, that was despised and looked down upon by many people. General Su was still just a small regimental commander at that time. After he went there, in less than 2 months, the small rookies had a shocking reversal. And finally above the year-end martial arts competition, the Iron Lion Legion took the top 3 places in the country in one fell swoop. And in the second year, it became the #1 legion. And since then, within all the teams in China, the Iron Lion Legion took all sorts of titles. And it was because of this that General Su began to rise in the military. Speaking here, Yu Tianlong looked outside. If I guessed correctly, the little rookies of the Iron Lion Legion back then must have been not much different from these little rookies now. But the General Su of that year has now become the brat Xiao Ran. The chief of staff looked curiously at the top of the hill. Military commander you. Are you saying that Su Ran has the style of General Su back then? I'm just saying. It's up to him to choose what path he should take in the end. The chief of staff nodded and stopped talking. Soon the vehicle was traveling down the mountain road, slowly making its way to the top of the mountain. Inside the crowd of freshmen, Young Hoon looked at the military vehicles passing by. In a low voice, he bumped into the dying Daffy. Look, the special license plate for the military region. It is estimated that at least one military commander sits inside. Big brother, what time is it? You still have the heart to look at this. I still have 5 kilometers to go on my side. I feel like I'm going to die. Don't you feel excited? There's definitely a lot of power in the fact that our school has such a good relationship with the military district. And I just feel like I have a lot more confidence to train next. After saying this, Young Hoon surprisingly hugged the 8-to-1 bar and accelerated his pace once again. Daffy sighed helplessly. Crazy, this guy is really crazy. Yu Tianlong's SUV quickly arrived at the top of the mountain. Su Ran and Secretary Zhao slowly came to the front of the car and saluted Yu Tianlong. You boys are really living it up. Eating kebabs here and having a little drink. Yu Tianlong stepped down from the car and saw the kebabs and beer in Su Ran's hand at a glance. The chief of staff also smiled helplessly, still having some doubts in his heart about this debauched Su family's son. I don't know that army commander Yu has come to visit. I'm sorry to have missed you. Ha ha. Su Ran snickered and made a point of distributing the 2 skewers of grilled meat in his hand to Yu Tianlong and the chief of staff. The former didn't push back and took a big bite. The latter hesitantly held it in his hand. The flavor is average. Yu Tianlong also picked up a nearby can of beer and drank it. Su Ran looked at Secretary Zhao and said, I've already criticized this temporary kebab boss for you. Come on, you kid. Don't talk about all this nonsense. This time I came here with orders. Su Ran looked at Yu Tianlong curiously, only to see the latter take a document from the chief of staff and hand it over. Recently, the Star Military School has become more and more famous in the country, causing a lot of people's attention, not less than a handful of people in the military region. Of course, these voices are positive. After all, Master Su and the pressure for you. Everyone has given him face. This is something you have to understand. But the above means that the fame is high cannot be falsely high. It must be to make something substantial to do. Su Ran said, the end of the year assessment. I will deliver a perfect answer sheet for them all to see. It's too slow. And this document you're being given from above right now is to get you to cooperate with ranges and do a national broadcast. Live streaming? Live what? Of course it's live streaming your training. Star Military School is so hot right now. The above obviously wants more people to know about it. Don't you mean the same thing? At that time, it will also make your Star Military School's fame a bit bigger. First things first, at the moment our training is routine and can be broadcast live. But if it's at the back of the line and we start a real military intensive and have to broadcast it live, I'm afraid it's a bit inappropriate. Let's set it for a month then. I'll make all the arrangements and you just let everyone train normally. I really didn't expect the top to come up with such a solution. Su Ran was also a little helpless at this time, although recently the Star Military School has really become a lot more famous. But with Rangoon out on the air, plus the help of the armed forces on the 80th Army's side, the fame of the Star Military Academy pretty much took off on a rocket. Chapter 18 Nationally televised training continues to ramp up. After Yu Tianlong and Su Ran finished talking about business, both of them stood on the top of the mountain and looked at the long procession of new students. I'm not too curious about these freshmen right now. Rather, I'm quite curious about those foreign instructors under you. Su Ran smiled slightly and said, trust a friend to inquire about it. The monthly commission is very expensive. This time in Yonsei co-branded to engage in live broadcasting. When advertisers can be recruited more, I want to share some money. Don't think about it. Not to mention whether there are any advertisers for this kind of program. Even if there are, it's not your turn to take it. Our Tianhai City military and government finances have been quite tight these past 2 years. Consider it as my sponsorship of the cost of this batch of 81 Kongs for you. Big brother, running a military school burns money. You can make a report and apply to General Su yet. And by the way, help me to get some too. My regiment of men are standing guard for you. Don't make a fuss. The matter of standing guard is an order given by my old man. Are you capable of disobeying it? I don't have the surname Su. Ahem. So what, I still have something to do. So I'll leave first. Look up live that thing you prepare well to prepare. Without problems, tomorrow may come over to visit. Well, by the way Lao Yu, live ammunition is not much on my side. You give more points to prepare. For the sake of the live broadcast effect, but also for the sake of my batch of people can be trained. Then the first one to cheapen your military district. Yu Tianlong shook his head helplessly. He always felt that when he met with Su Ran, he would definitely unknowingly be missing something. At 12 noon, The students of the Star Military Academy finally had a hot meal. What they may not realize is that the person they have to thank for being able to eat on time this time would be this upcoming live broadcast. But of course, perhaps it's also this live broadcast that's really the calm before the storm. According to what Saran is now meeting in the conference room, the next workout will not only maintain the level, but even bring it up a little further. Because the Star Military Academy is next up for national review, Principal Sue had to show unique means in order to get Star Military School to do well in the future. The Dean of Faculty next to him coughed and began to speak. Principal Sue, I have a question. Sue Ran nodded and said, Director Lee, please speak. This time the higher-ups want to engage in this live broadcast with us. On the one hand, we want to make the whole country pay attention to our Star Military Academy, so that more young people and graduates can also form hot-blooded teenagers. But on the other hand, Principal Sue, you may not have thought about it carefully. The military academy has always been based on reasonable training. But this current situation of ours, it seems to be a little bit too much out of the scope, right? Inside the conference room, the other instructors looked at Sue Ran without saying anything. However, Sue Ran laughed. Is it beyond? I don't think so. Director Lee, do you know what the strength and graduation direction of our Star Military Academy is? Director Lee nodded. I know all that, but this, maybe you haven't heard this sentence from me. I want to build the top military school in the country. His graduation assessment rate is more than 70%, or even higher. These people by then are going to have a rank. They will be assigned to serve inside the military units across the country. All the instructors here, all of them will be given all kinds of professional knowledge courses. These 4 years of graduation, I can guarantee to let them be the top fighters in all the armies. So do you think my current training program is out of scope? Hearing Sue Ran's words, Director Lee also swallowed his saliva at this time, not knowing what to say. But, Principal Sue, with a 70% assessment rate in more than 10,000 people, training like this, I'm afraid that many students won't be able to stick to it, and that will be met with objections as well as complaints from the parents of the students when the time comes. Sue Ran sneered and said, This is a military school, Director Lee. Before coming in, on our acceptance letter, we already let them sign the agreement. If you don't believe me, you can go back and look at it yourself. Of course, if there are any students' parents who feel that we are mistreating or doing any harm to their children, then they can totally take them away. And I won't stop them. What Star Military School wants is warriors, not flowers in a greenhouse. Director Lee looked at Sue Ran, but a wave of admiration flowed from his eyes at this time. I understand, Principal Sue. As long as you have that determination, then I can go along with you, because over the years, I have served as the Director of Instruction for no less than 5 military schools, and in each of them, I have encountered these problems that I have raised today, and each of them has made it very difficult for me to do nothing more than to deal with the leaders above me, and the inaction of the leaders of the schools already, and now that there is a leader such as you, I have confidence. Sue Ran also didn't expect that this Director Lee, who had been raising questions with himself, would be because of this reason. Star Military School will not spoil every student and every parent, because as I said, after coming here is a warrior. If he does not persist, he is a deserter. The next training and management do not have to have scruples, just let go. Yes, all the instructors and auxiliary instructors in the conference room and the major directors all saluted. Of course, that's what Saran stipulated. Military school, the best way to follow orders, no matter when, where, or what the situation is to salute. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the lunch break at Star Military Academy is over. The little rookies who had labored all morning all dragged their tired bodies to the playground. There were many students who didn't dare to sleep during that time, fearing that after the assembly whistle blew, they would be as frazzled as they were this morning. After the 11 faculties had finished assembling, they each reported to Saran on the podium. Saran nodded slightly and took the megaphone from Secretary Zhao. It looks like the morning's punishment had an effect. Everyone assembled quite quickly. The freshmen were ashamed to smile below. Each heart secretly thought dare not be fast. The morning's double punishment, now legs still shivering. However, at this time, Principal Sue didn't bother with this. Instead, he started selling his ideas on stage. Now there's good news and bad news. I wonder which one you'd like to hear. More than 10,000 small rookies at this time do not dare to speak. Running when personally recited the school iron discipline clearly stipulates that the cue to speak to answer, that is to play the report. Of course, within so many rookies, there are still those with a little more guts. Report, let's hear the good news first. The instructor of the wand department glared back at his freshman, who hurriedly lowered his head in fear. Sue Ran laughed. Then let's start with the good news. The good news is that the next thing we're going to do is expose our training to the eyes of the nation and the world. Because starting tomorrow there's going to be a live broadcast of us over at Rangoon, 24/7 training, and they're going to be broadcasting it live 24/7, and all of you are going to be famous at that time. How's that for good news? Chapter 19, Actor Wu Jing and former Chief of Staff as judges? All the freshmen were subconsciously happy when these words came out. However, some smart little rookies have already made the connection to what's going to happen next. It's too powerful. I knew that our school's future is unlimited, and it's even being looked up to. Doesn't it mean that my handsome face will be in the national audience's field of vision next? Daffy muttered very happily at this point. However, on the side, Zhang Sun said helplessly, Da Fei, don't rush to be happy for a while, you kid. Don't you want to know what bad news Principal Su is going to say next? All I know right now is that starting tomorrow, our buddies are going to be on TV. I'd advise you to try to get up early tomorrow. Otherwise it's no longer a double penalty starting tomorrow. The other side. Inside the queue of the Department of Honor, Liang didn't show how happy she was even after hearing the news. As if being on TV or not was secondary in her eyes, what really mattered most instead was being so able to put together a training program that would start to slowly eat away at her. However, in the queue behind the honored department, her three lickspittles thought otherwise. Looking up is all it takes to come here. Is this school really that great? It looks like Brother's handsome. Finally, can't be hidden. It's just a look up. Are you that excited? Just to be clear in advance, Anon, I won't be with the two of you tomorrow. Brother is going to train hard and try to run at the top with Ingzi. These three lickspittles all had rich families, and even they couldn't help but be happy after hearing this news. Suffice it to say that this time around, Rangoon has really surprised everyone. At this age of budding youth, who wouldn't want to appear in the eyes of countless people wearing a military uniform and holding an 8-to-1 bar in a majestic manner? Originally, the Star Military Academy's reputation was already great, and now that Rangoon had reappeared, it had undoubtedly also added another fire to all the new students. So it wasn't just Daffy and the three lickspittles of honored Liang, but also the other little freshman rookies, who were quite happy inside after hearing the news. However, Su Ran's next words directly doused everyone. I can see that everyone is having a good time, so I'll be the bad guy and break the other piece of bad news. At these words, the playground was instantly silent. The purpose of looking up live is clear to everyone. In order to show what our school is all about, and how hard we all train. Since that's the case, there's definitely no reason for us to let them down, right? That's why I've decided that starting tomorrow, our training program will be doubled once again. No false pretenses. Tomorrow if anyone is late or doesn't meet their goals, there will be no food, no rest, and never any mercy like today. After all, your instructors have been putting up with you for a long time. So if you're capable of it, everyone, show what you're really capable of, and let the nation take a good look. Su Ran's words had indeed caused all of the countless little rookies below to put on their pain masks. All of them, especially the little rookies who were late this morning, subconsciously shivered. The shadow of 15 kilometers had long ago shown them what it meant to double the training program again. Right at this moment, Su Ran's righteous voice once again sounded in everyone's ears. Did you come to military school just to cheat and avoid training? Does everyone have any confidence in the next training? Almost the next second, all 10,000 or so freshmen erupted into a terrifying echo in the playground. Yes, it had to be said that the freshmen were absolutely obedient and trusting of Su Ran's call. At this moment, even those little rookies on the stage with their mouths open, shouting that they have confidence, don't know where they got the courage, but strangely enough, each of them would immediately react subconsciously after hearing Su Ran's call. Strange, I was still very weak just now. Why am I so excited and confident when I hear Principal Su's voice? So am I. I don't realize how excited I am. Maybe, it's just infectious. Principal Su really deserves to be the most powerful principal. Su Ran also stood on the podium, looking at this scene with considerable satisfaction. The next order from Martinez saw training, which was part of the afternoon, open up again. Of course, this time it wouldn't be a cross-country pull, but rather a drill on the playground to start training in military posture as well as formation and some general army habits. Don't underestimate these habits. Each one seems like an ordeal for this small group of rookies, because the sun, it seems, is bigger again today. Grand Chancellor Su sat under the podium, eating watermelon and looking at the blushing little rookies below with considerable interest. Not a moment later, the beautiful Secretary Zhao walked slowly with a folder in her hand. Principal Su, the people from Rangoon have already come, and the equipment has all been pulled over. They're ready to talk to you first, and then they'll start building the live broadcast platform and equipment as soon as possible. Su Ran wiped his hands with a tissue. Let them come over. Not a moment later, the few people looking up this way slowly arrived at the playground. The endless playground, everywhere overflowing with youthful fervor when, These people also understood that they had come to the big-name Star Military School in the right place this time. Hello Principal Su. I'm the Deputy Director of the Rangoon set, in charge of this live broadcast. Hello Principal Su. I'm the host Sabine, responsible for hosting this live broadcast and related matters. Hello Principal Su. I'm the host Bing Bing and like Mr. Sa, I'm also in charge of hosting this live broadcast and related matters. Hello Principal Su. I'm actor Wu Jing. I also trained in the army and filmed relevant military war theme films and TV dramas. This time I have the opportunity to come to Star Military School and live broadcast as a guest. Very happy. Hello Principal Su. I'm military expert Deng Jia, graduated from the National Defense Science and Technology University of China, and once held the position of military chief of staff in the 32nd Army. The crowd was introduced one by one, and Saran had little interest in the two hosts. Instead, he joked with Wu Jing, Brother Jing, I used to watch a lot of your movies and dramas, so give me an autograph sometime later. Ha ha, Principal Su is polite. I can sign for you anytime. Instead I admire you now. Su Ran smiled and shook his hand, his eyes looking at Deng Jia next to him, then directly saluted. Shu Kushi 32nd Army used to be the fiercest corps against the Japanese. Even now, every year inside the military competition can be ranked in the top. Good day Chief of Staff Deng. Principal Su is polite. I am now retired. This time is also to receive the superior and the program group invited to come over to see. I did not expect that you can make a military school so big, but also so formal. This is completely the daily training of the army recruits. This way is very pleasantly surprised. I can't wait for the lights program to open. The next hope that your school will not let me down. Su Ran smiled helplessly and said, thanks to Senator Deng's regard, I will definitely not let you down. Chapter 20 Reducing the load is impossible. We're a military school. The crowd exchanged pleasantries, and next the deputy station manager began to explain the live broadcast for Su Ran. The specific details were pretty much the same as what Su Ran had thought, basically what the above had asked for. A full live broadcast, even right through the night. In addition to this, there is also an expert commenting seat set up outside the live broadcast venue, which will issue some professional comments and questions from time to time, which is equivalent to the audience's mouthpiece, I guess. After Su Ran briefly understood, the two sides had already made a deal, and the live broadcast would open tomorrow morning. For Saran, this live broadcast doesn't add anything to his training, but since it was requested from above, he wouldn't try to stop it, so let's just let everyone have a good time observing it. It didn't take long for the various pieces of equipment over at the elevation main desk to start easing their way onto campus. According to the vice president, the broadcast featured live-action follow-up footage, as well as fixed camera footage, and drone footage. Tens of thousands of fixed camera positions will be placed throughout the school to capture all aspects of the students' training in various states. The equipment invested in these alone would be enough to make an epic and luxurious drama that would shock the world. The difference, however, is that the actors and actresses inside this lavish drama are all real. At this point, Su Ran also saw that the above did have a great curiosity and determination towards this military school of theirs. In that case, you can't let everyone down. By that afternoon, all of the personnel on the rangeside side had moved in to commission the equipment. The freshmen of the Star Military Academy, on the other hand, were still in the playground and bitterly continued their training. By the end of the daily military postures and drills, everyone couldn't lift their legs. We all thought that we didn't have to go to the pullout and seemed to be quite happy, but now it seems that this is not the case. But even so, Chief Instructor Martinez, on his side, still wouldn't let them go. After dinner, it's back to housekeeping. The all-military training has made many people miserable, but the only thing everyone has faith in is looking up over their live tomorrow. As long as the live stream is on, maybe people's confidence will be high. Similarly, Ranges and Saran had people start publicizing the live broadcast online in order to warm up for it in advance. Not to mention the lack of time for publicity, just look up to this big brother. Plus the extent to which Star Military Academy has exploded on the internet recently. Casual publicity and previews could make this wave sweep across the internet. Dear viewers, receiving the invitation of the relevant departments of the higher level, September 15th, that is, tomorrow, Yanshur will unite with the Star Military School to start a freshman training real live. This live broadcast using the whole scene, all-weather live broadcast of all the freshmen's training in the school, when all the viewers at any time through the Yanshur main station Channel 5 live into the viewing room. And at the same time, we have also invited the military experts, the former Chief of Staff of the 32 Army Deng Jia, Film Special Forces, as well as the Wolf's Teeth director and actor Wu Jing, together with everyone in the Do Online Instructor, together to witness the daily training of the Star Military School. As soon as the scarf was released on the Rangoon side, almost instantly, The heat went straight to the top. Asterisk 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 really? Look up to the bib release. It must be true and it starts tomorrow. It's so damn sudden. I seem to be a little excited about it. I've always heard that the Star Military Academy's training is very formal, training new students as recruits, and this time I finally get to see it. This broadcast is so timely. My son is at Star Military Academy. I hope to see it on the air in the future. Wu Jing is even there. It's kind of interesting, predicting that this program will definitely explode. Ha, this time the orders came from above. It looks like the Star Military School can't hide anymore. Guys, I'll see you on the air tomorrow at 5:30. 5:30? Isn't that too early? Can't get up. Haven't even started work yet. This is a military school. 5:30 is the opening time of the live broadcast. It is estimated that the freshmen will have to listen to the whistle at 6 o'clock. Let's lie in the bed to see them still can't get up. The netizens are definitely the most enthusiastic. Above the scarf and short video touting, this announcement of Yangshi was on the first hot search at the same time. Almost overnight, everyone knew that this live broadcast of the practical training jointly conducted by Rangoon and Star Military School was going to open tomorrow. So looking up at the 5 sets of live broadcasts that hadn't been opened yet, the number of bookings was nudged up to more than 5 million. You know, it was overnight. Those breakout TV shows that preview more than half a month in advance probably don't achieve that effect. This time, countless pairs of eyes across the country were all staring at the Star Military School. Tick-tock. In the principal's office, Su Ran was doing his daily routine training, and in his predecessor Su Ran's physical fitness was definitely good to the extreme. So Su Ran also didn't want to let the quality of this body decline. So he can only follow the habits in his memory and maintain the daily training routine that he should have every day. After picking up the phone, old Master Su Guotao's voice came out. You boys are really on fire this time. Su Ran laughed. Master, are you flirting with me? You know it's good. Originally this phone call I don't want to give you a call. But your father that specially talked to me, he knows that you now smack him nagging. But I'm this old man thick skin. Just tell you first, now the eyes of the whole country are gathered in the top of this military school of yours. All along, the training of the army of our country of China as well as some of the daily is also not much of a secret. But like this time, such a detail of the military training and some daily routines are not a secret. But such details as this time have never been announced to the outside world. So you know what to do, right? Don't worry old man. Since I dare to start this, I dare to take these responsibilities. That's good. I won't say anything more. I'll watch that live broadcast when I have time. So get ready for it. Without any unnecessary nonsense. The old man simply hung up. Su Ran took a towel and wiped the tiny beads of sweat on his body, smiling warmly. His own old man is also knowledgeable and heartbreaking. The last time he talked to him, I guess it was because of his own side's love for the old man's side to discuss this matter. Looks like I'll have to visit my cheap old dad sometime. It's been almost 2 months since he crossed over into this body, and he hasn't even had the heart to face his family. But Su Ran understood that this could not be avoided, not to mention the fact that people were still so good to them. So he had decided that next time he went back it would be better to take his time to come to terms with the fact. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door. Enter. Secretary Zhao walked in with the file, wearing a professional suit. However, upon seeing Su Ran's current attire, he immediately lowered his head with some blushing. Sorry Principal Su, I didn't realize you were working out. Su Ran picked up the clothes next to him and put them on. What's the matter at this late hour? Since it's the first day on air, Martinez has made a special training schedule for you to look at. Su Ran briefly glanced at it and said, that's right, just follow this plan. There's no need to reduce the load. We're just training normally. There's one more thing. That's the piece of land in the southeast corner you mentioned. I contacted the designer, and we'll survey it tomorrow afternoon, and we'll be able to produce a drawing according to your requirements by then. But this piece of land is rather large, and the other party is curious if we want to do it all as a scientific research institute? If so, I'm afraid the scale can reach the level of a national research center. Just follow the state. Our research institute is also formal. You let go to get it. This project should also be as soon as possible. The research institute will soon also head into use. Chapter 21 This is not school. This is the military. The night passed incredibly slowly for the nation's internet users. Again, it was slow as usual for the freshmen at Star Military Academy, because all night long, everyone had been assembled 3 whole times in an emergency. By the end of the day, many people spent their time under the covers without taking off their clothes. It's abhorrent. It's abuse. They just don't want us to get a good night's rest. And if we don't, how are we going to be on TV tomorrow? Then go talk to them and see if they'll pay any attention to you. That's better. Ahem. I think it's also to work on our test training for emergency assembly and obedience. Damn. You can really pretend. Why don't you just say you don't have the guts? Time passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, the morning sun slowly rose. 5 in the morning. At the main entrance of the Star Military Academy, a large pile of live broadcasting equipment and personnel from the Elevation main station were all ready to go. All departments prepare. The first season of the Star Military Academy's live training broadcast is on. As the general director dropped in with a bellow, the camera slowly disliked the large word Star Military Academy, immediately followed by the director's walkie-talkie commanding the drone. He began to take a full-view follow-up shot of the campus of the Star Military Academy. On the other side, hosts Sabine and Ice are ready. As for Wu Jing and Deng Jie, the two commenting seat experts, they had already gotten into an SUV under the arrangement of the Star Military Academy. At that point the buggy will carry the program's 2 hosts, plus 2 commentary specialists, who will work together to follow the freshmen's training footsteps and begin targeted commentary. Inside the live broadcast room, netizens had long since flooded in. When the live feed appeared at 5:30 o'clock, countless people immediately began to cheer. First, front row, that's right on time. Saying 5:30 is 5:30. Familiar images. I have to say that the full view of the Star Military Academy is definitely the most spectacular. I also have a feeling that the big word Star Military Academy is all very domineering. What time do the students get up? Why haven't they gone to shoot yet? Soon. The voices of hosts Sabine and Bing Bing appeared on the air. Good morning, everyone in the broadcast booth and in front of the TV. Welcome to the live broadcast of the Real Military School recordings jointly recorded and filmed by Rangoon and Star Military Academy. Next, one by one, we'll introduce you to the hosts and commentators for this broadcast. I'm host Sabine. I'm the host, Ice. I'm commentator Wu Jing. I'm commentator Jay Dunn. Immediately following Sabine's opening introduction, we have this live broadcast throughout only the lens director. No live intervention. Star Military School 13,000 new students. In the next time, will spend one unforgettable training day with us. Also hope that everyone watching the live broadcast rational speech, because Star Military School is indeed the pride of our country of China. Yesterday, we just came here. Was the school's training and scenes were shocked. I believe that in the next training live broadcast, it will also bring you a different experience. After a brief introduction over here, Sabine gave the time to Bing Bing, the little national beauty host next to her. That's right, just like Mr. Sa, we just came here yesterday, and we thought we had entered the Army's recruit training, and the atmosphere and feeling here will give you all a very different feeling, and I guess you will be able to experience it even more intuitively in the next live broadcast. Sabine laughed. Well, it's about time, so let's follow the camera down to the dormitory floor and see the freshmen assemble in the morning. Brother Wu Jing, I heard that you participated in real training in the Army in the beginning for the film and television drama on the topic of special forces. For you guys the morning intensive training, is it the most painful? Hearing Bing Bing's question, next to her, Wu Jing laughed. When I was in the Army in the morning, every time I heard the whistle, I would be nervous. I had to get up in the fastest possible time to put on my clothes and wear my equipment. And I also had to tidy up all my housekeeping. If you are late, what will be waiting for you will be a terrible punishment. The Army's emergency assembly in the morning, as well as the emergency assembly in the evening all make recruits suffer. But this is also to make everyone focus on the habit of listening to orders and being ready at all times. If it is on the battlefield, the enemy will not give you time to rest and prepare. So after a whistle is blown, it is necessary to react in the shortest possible time. These words of Deng Jie, once the chief of staff, instantly made everyone understand the significance as well. Inside the live broadcast room, many viewers began to speak as well. To be honest, morning sets are a real pain, as I knew it well back in the school days. 6 o'clock. I'm still under the covers and would never have woken up if it wasn't for the live stream. It's so hard. Army soldiers are not easy. Live on air, the program buggy had arrived under the freshman dormitory building. I didn't get a chance to introduce it earlier, but in fact, in the first place, in order for the freshmen to meet here every morning, Su Ran also had a large open space set aside, enough to be able to accommodate more than 10,000 people. So the SUV had just come over and the viewers of the live broadcast could see the huge playground and the magnificent dormitory building. But underneath the dormitory building, it had already been filled with instructors in training uniforms. At this time it happened to be 6 o'clock and time to get up. Do, do, do. A loud and clear whistle instantly spread throughout the dormitory floor. The instructors of the 11 faculties all started blowing their whistles at the same time. All the viewers in the live room could not help but be brought in as well, even with some tension and suffocation. You viewers may not quite understand. I'll explain here. The reason why there are 11 instructors blowing their whistles at the same time is because when Star Military Academy was enrolling students, it had already stipulated 11 departments, all of which were differentiated according to the geographic location of our country of China, which were the Wan Department, the Deacon Department, the Feng Department, the Peak Department, the Gui Department, the Nested Department, the Xiang Department, the Yu Department, the Honored Department, the Kushi Department, and the Shi North Department, and Principal Su had also specially constructed 11 dormitory buildings, and the freshmen in each department are basically divided according to that. As the host Sabine's voice dropped, the sound of stomping footsteps rang out in the dormitory building. The freshmen rushed down the stairs in their combat uniforms and gear. More than 10,000 people, wearing out from different dormitory buildings. The scene definitely made all the viewers of the live broadcast shout out in excitement. Sabine and Ice couldn't help but discuss it as well. As you can see, it's a frenzy of freshmen from every department coming downstairs to assemble, and even though it's 6 a.m., everyone's spirits are all very high, and everyone is wearing the exact same gear that the internet says they are wearing, the 8-to-1 bar, and a full set of army-specific gear. So now you can visually experience what I just said, that this is no longer a school, it's the most obvious army, right? Chapter 22, Collective Training. 3 unlucky people were ridiculed all over the internet. I have to say, the freshmen were still very strong this morning. At least the number of latecomers wasn't as high as yesterday. Still, out of 10,000 or so, there are often so many exceptions. This is the case with 3 people. For example, Sha Ki Ba, Mi Ma Bai, and Wang Ba Dan. Mabi, come on, it's the day to look up live. We can't lose face. Not Ki Ba Uing, look at yourself. You that clothes are wearing the opposite. A moment to go down to the instructor scolded you even if. Live audience how to see you? All the damn don't quarrel. Quickly help me to find my shoes. Last night I just brushed this how long legs are missing? The 3 living treasures were in a hurry for half a day in the dormitory, and finally went downstairs only to realize that countless pairs of eyes were already staring at the 3 of them. Look up inside the live feed. As the netizens woke up one after another, the live broadcast room had already gathered more than 500,000 viewers. 6 o'clock. That's really early. Our school ones are still under the covers. It's so handsome. I like the guns in their hands. And the training uniforms are quite nice. This is what military training is called. Wait, it looks like someone's late. Ha ha ha. These 3 living treasures are from the honored department. Just the 3 of them are late. This is definitely a large social death scene. With over 10,000 people staring at 3 people. 3 people were also a little personality. A hat ask you. A shoe seems not military boots as sneakers. The last one is okay. Clothes button misplaced. I don't know how the instructor will discipline them. Looking at the eyes of that instructor from the rigorous department, it seems like these 3 have already seen it all. Host Sabine and Ice also shared a laugh, only to hear Wu Jing cough. Some students are late, and I don't know how the instructor will punish them. As normal recruit training goes, it's double punishment if they're late. But of course, they're freshmen now, so it shouldn't be that strict. Almost as soon as these words fell from Chief of Staff Dunji, honored instructor, Mo Long's voice came out. Xiao Kiba, Wang Baitan, and I Mabi 3 people late. 15 kilometers of pulling cross-country. 1 hour of military posture immediately executed. Run not finished, not allowed to eat breakfast. The 3 of them pitifully called out a yes in formation, and then followed the large group, heading over to the playground to begin their training set. Because after Star Military School wakes up and gathers every morning, it will also go to the playground to receive a lecture from the principal. Su ran. On the program team's side, the 2 hosts, Sabine and Bing Bing, couldn't help but have their jaws dropped when they heard the instructor address the trio. There are still names like that? Sabine asked breathlessly. Ice blushed a little and shook her head. It's the first time I've heard it too. Inside the live broadcast room, countless netizens had already burst out laughing. I thought their behavior in doing things was outrageous enough, but I didn't realize the names were so outrageous. 15 kilometers of late punishment. Double that. That's more fierce than any recruit in our day. Wu Jing exclaimed from the side. Deng Jia also laughed bitterly. I really didn't expect the Star Military Academy to be so strict. The ordinary army doesn't have such heavy punishment, but it seems like they've accepted and gotten used to it by the looks of them. Enough to see that the training at the Star Military Academy is very strict. Sabine exclaimed from the sidelines. Ice is skimming the small mouth. 15 kilometers. This run through the legs are gone. The live studio audience also had sighs of relief at this point, but under the trio's comical appearance, everyone was more likely to treat the trio as a laughingstock. With the 3 living treasures in the background, the heat of discussion in the live broadcast room was next. The three of them went forward cross-country and headed over to the playground to meet together. Passing by the school's various facilities during the period also made the netizens look around. Greenery, and various signs around it, and even a loaded army standing guard not far away. All of them are hotspots for netizens to discuss, and in everyone's opinion, this is not a military school at all. It's an absolute troop. Soon, the program's camera followed the large group to this side of the playground. 11 faculties lined up in formation on the playground, and the scene and momentum were instantaneous. The show's crew could only stand in the back, and although they couldn't see the front, the director had the drone fly into the air and instantly filled the live feed with footage. At this time on the podium, Su-ran slowly walked up wearing camouflage clothing and sunglasses. With a stature of 1 meter 8, he was greeted by 13,000 freshmen, but the aura on Su-ran's body did not diminish at all. All hands, halt, Chief Instructor Martinez bellowed. The sound from the loudspeaker was like thunder rolling across the playground. Swish, the tens of thousands of freshmen on the scene were all standing by. Just for a moment, all the people in the live broadcast room just felt the blood begin to rush through their bodies. However, what came next to make everyone even more excited was yet to come. Su-ran's straight body stood in front and took the megaphone from the secretary next to him and smiled. Are they all awake yet? A common greeting. The tens of thousands of freshmen under the stage all shouted in unison. Wake up! The loud sound directly shook the entire playground. The viewers of the live broadcast had already gotten excited early on, as if everyone was following the new students of the military academy as they began their training. The two hosts, Sabine and Bing Bing, both tiptoed forward curiously as well. Although Wu Jing and Deng Jie were relatively calm, the two of them also looked ahead very seriously. All at ease. Looks like everyone's awake this morning. Not bad. That's a bit of my Star Military Academy. Today our live broadcast with Rangoon has begun. So everyone compete and let the nation's netizens have a good look at the training of Star Military Academy. Does everyone have confidence? The next moment, the freshmen tugged at their voices and began to struggle to respond. Yes, 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 a shout that kept echoing through the playground. Inside the live broadcast room, countless people began to sigh. My God, that's too much pizzazz from Principal Su up there. It's so handsome, isn't it? That's what a man should look like. Even through the screen, I can feel Principal Su's terrifying aura. Awesome, Principal Su. This state, I really love it. Plus these 10,000 or so new students. Completely real Principal. Sabine and Bing Bing couldn't help but sigh. Principal Su has appeared, and it's obvious that all the new students have great respect for Principal Su. I think this is probably the special case of Star Military School. Observing everyone just now, I can find that the kind of respect for Principal Su in the eyes of every new student is indeed from the bottom of their hearts. Wu Jing also nodded. I haven't been in the army for long, but I once heard my company commander say that in a team, if the leader can convince the people, then everyone's attitude is intuitive, and the team can definitely get excellent results. That's right, the most important thing in the army is unity. Although this batch of freshmen from Star Military Academy have just enrolled in school for less than a week, the aura they show when they stand in front of Principal Su is something I've only seen in many regular teams. I have to say that although Principal Su is young, he's a good hand at leading a team. After receiving Deng Jie's affirmation, the audience in the live broadcast room became even more boisterous. Perhaps Su-ran also didn't expect that he had unknowingly made everyone have a very intuitive attitude towards him. Of course, the one who felt it most intuitively was the Su family's old man, Su Guotao. At this point, the old man happened to be eating breakfast, so he asked his assistant to get the tablet ready to watch his grandson's military school live. Chapter 23. This team, it's getting better and better. Yes, yes, yes. Over here the old man was eating when he heard the voices of more than 10,000 freshmen chanting in unison from the tablet. Instantly, he also couldn't help but put down his chopsticks and looked at Su-ran on the stage with some relief. This kid, after all, has made this team look a little bit better. The assistant next to him helped clean up the chopsticks and laughed. Now all the names for him on the internet are all Principal Su. I really didn't think that Xiaoran, who wasn't grown up not long ago, would grow up so fast. Don't think highly of him. It's just a start now. We'll have to wait at least until the half-yearly assessment to see what happens. After saying this, the old man closed the tablet and wiped his mouth. Let's go. Go to the meeting. Study and research the several new weapons research programs that have recently been brought up from the side of the Academy of Weaponry Sciences. At this time within the Star Military Academy, Saran's rallying speech was over, and the next thing you know, everyone was heading to the cafeteria for dinner. But the three latecomers, Xiao Ji Ba, Wang Beitan, and Nai Ma Bai, were pathetically carrying their gear and heading for the hills to start pulling cross-country. The ranging program side of the show took the camera and headed to the dining hall with the group to observe the freshmen's breakfast. A view down, straight to the netizens lying under the covers are drooling. It's not that the netizens didn't have a good meal, it's that the breakfast at Star Military Academy was so scrumptious. Many netizens have seen the Army's food is really good, but compared to the Star Military Academy to really poor. All the food is formalized, but every product is healthy and green. And what's more, there are all kinds of patterns. According to the host, Sabine's comment is, Star Military School will be a simple breakfast. All the provinces and cities of the entire country of China's food coupons are concentrated, where there is no reason for you to pick your food, because you like the taste of all there. The other host, Ice, was secretly eating and didn't have time to say hello at all. Chief of Staff Deng, I've only spent time in one army. I don't quite understand. Are all the other armies or military schools in our country like this standard of the Star Military Academy? Hearing Wu Jing's words, beside him, Deng Jia also smiled helplessly. You're overthinking it. This is just a special case of Star Military School. I've traveled through several military districts, and none of them have this kind of standard food. As for the Military Academy, that's even less of a standard. I can only say that Principal Su has done a great job in order to make the new students eat and drink well. I just heard one of my classmates say that it seems like they all pay a flat rate for their meals, only $800 per month, which means no compensation for more food and no refund for less food. So when you do the math, it's really cost effective. Wu Jing's words directly caused the netizens in the live broadcast room to explode. No, really? $800 to eat in a restaurant like this? So what? Nothing else? I just wanted to ask if Star Military Academy still accepts me as a former graduate? $800? Principal Su, you might as well charge more, or else we'll all be crying our eyes out when the Star Military School closes down after 1 year of operation. In fact, Su Ran didn't think too much about the issue of meals, because most of these chef teams in the entire restaurant now are all old comrades who knew each other in the army. Su Ran had spent a lot of money to hire them over this time, and it was only then that these people would sell their efforts to make such delicious food. And for this group of old war veterans, it's not the paycheck they're asking for, but they want to experience the military atmosphere again. That's why the bride price Su Ran gave in the first place was returned by many people. As for the fears of the netizens on the air that the Star Military School was going out of business, it could only be said that they were completely overthinking the situation. After breakfast, it's the morning's most daily pulls. Hosts Sabine and Ice both wiped their mouths and rushed to the camera full of dives. There was no way around it. The Star Military Academy's dining hall was just too delicious, and the two of them, even though they were household names in China and had seen too many delicious flavors, they still couldn't control themselves in the dining hall. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to the back of the Star Military Academy's mountain, which is their most daily training, a 5-kilometer cross-country pull. Wu Jing spoke up at this time. When you first entered the army, this program was indeed the hardest to stick to, but when you get used to it, you'll find that it's hard to feel good all over if you don't run 5 kilometers every day. Next to the Chief of Staff Deng Jia laughed. Wu is right. There is indeed such a saying in the army, but please keep in mind that 5 kilometers of cross-country is the army's training program for new recruits, not the military academies for new students. And now that the Star Military Academy is starting out at 5 kilometers, all I can say is that Principal Su is really taking his new students as new recruits for practice. Unbroken. The freshmen who can be trained in such an environment are definitely the strongest as well. Sabine made a very astute comment. Inside the live broadcast room, all the viewers echoed with approval. Because of the previous publicity of the Star Military School, as well as in this short hour or so, the netizens had long ago linked the Star Military School to the military. In everyone's consciousness, this military school is completely synonymous with the military. At this point, the camera began to slowly follow the tens of thousands of freshmen as they slowly ran towards the back of the mountain. Everyone in the salary department, let me hear your voices. The words had just fallen from Martinez's side. All the new students of the department immediately shouted. All of you in the executive department, are you all mute? In the next second, the deacons' side also began to make noises. Deacons, sharp pieces. Immediately afterward, one department after another all started cheering. Honor the system. Honor the system. Honor the law. Kushi system. Kushi heart cohesion. One department. One Kai endeavor. Deafening slogans spread throughout the backwoods. By now it had come to 8 o'clock in the morning. The netizens who woke up early for work on their commute were almost very synchronized, all opening up the live feeds of the 5 sets of Rangoon. At this moment, the number of people in the live broadcast room directly soared to 20 million. Damn handsome. This is the real military training. 81 cons, a full set of military equipment. This kind of military training, I really want to do it again. Don't look at people being handsome for a second. With this outfit and the real guns from the 8 to 1 bar, I don't think many of you will be able to hold out 5 kilometers of pulling cross-country. Ahem, I admit I wimped out. But seeing all this equipment in the current atmosphere is really a bit of a longing. The netizens had their own opinions, and in the face of the performance of the new students of the Star Military School at this time, each one of them was praising beyond measure. But, of course, there are plenty of freshmen who still fall through the cracks during that time. But compared to the previous 2 days, today's state is really much better. Many of the students were gritting their teeth and pushing their way up the hill in order to get in front of the camera. Are you kidding? If not for yourself, then for your parents. It would be very dignified to go out and brag about it then. After all, who can stop the feeling of normal people being able to appear inside the elevation camera, and in the form of a live broadcast, with tens of millions of people all over the country watching? Moments later, the live camera saw the 3 unlucky people on the hill. Sha Ki Ba, Wang Bat Dan, and Ima Bai. These 3 guys had been punished with a pull up the hill since they had assembled and hadn't even eaten breakfast. It would have been exhausting and tiring to the last period, but at this point, after seeing the drone footage, he immediately mustered up the courage to run up the hill again. Chapter 24, Can't stand it? We can do a withdrawal for you. Inside the live room, people couldn't help but be moved by the sight of the 3 guys. At this time, inside the Huawei Electronics Group Company, the chairman had just finished a meeting. The assistant then walked over with a tablet. Mr. Xiao, take a look at this. Xiao Jiba's old man took the tablet and said in a bad mood, is it because that brat can't hold out? I've long said that he's not the material to be a soldier. And 2 days ago he even asked his mom to pick him up from school. What a shame. The assistant smiled helplessly and didn't say anything. And in the next second, when Papa Shakiba took the tablet and saw the content inside, his face instantly froze. Inside the picture, his son, Xiao Jiba, surprisingly, and 2 other close friends, wearing a full set of military equipment, holding the 8 to 1 bar, very desperately rushed toward the mountain. The live camera even deliberately pulled close to give a close-up. At this time all 3 are dripping sweat, veins are rippling, but they did not give up. This is really my son Kiba? Pops looked up at his assistant with an incredulous expression on his face. The assistant nodded. Or madam sent it over specifically for you to see. Ha ha ha, I really didn't think that my son Kiba still has such great perseverance. How long is this going to run? Chief Xiao Xiao seems to have gotten up too late, so he was punished by having to run 15 kilometers. And he hasn't had breakfast yet. No, this school is too insensitive, isn't it? It doesn't even let my son eat breakfast? You give me the phone number of the principal of their school. I'll ask him personally why he has to set such strict discipline. My son is going to military school, not to be abused. That's what madam meant. She said for you to get in touch with the school as soon as possible or she'll personally go to the school to pick up Chief Xiao Xiao and bring him home. Just then, there was a knock on the door outside. The secretary walked in. Xiao Dong, Mr. Ni of the automobile company is also here. In the next second, Namabi's old man also came in from outside in a rage. Old Xiao, that Star Military School live broadcast, you see it? I just in the car when I was angry. Our son at home usually more pampered. How to their school there was tortured like that. Although this is military training, but that is not torture it? This is not good. Xiao Jiba's old man nodded his head and said, that's right, we have worked hard all our lives. How can we let our sons be abused like this? I'll ask someone to find the principal of this school. I'll have a chat with him first, and then if it doesn't work out, we'll sue him, and we must let him apologize to our sons. Not a moment later, Wang Baodan's old man also rushed inside the Xiao family's company. Wang Baodan's family was in the dye and paint business, but it was also well known in Tianhai City and even in China. Coupled with the arching fires of the 3 unlucky eggs moms at home, in no time at all, the 3 families jointly called the Star Military School side. The one who answered the phone was the same director of the faculty, Li, and since the program's live broadcast opened, many parents had seen the brutal training in the school. At this time, when he heard that the 3 families severely reprimanded the Star Military School, and were also prepared to go and sue the school, Director Li didn't bring any fear at all. Sorry parents, I know how you feel right now, but the school's military training are in accordance with the army strictly vetted through. Your opinion I will report. If your opinion is really too big, you can also give your child to discuss. We will be for his withdrawal procedures. When Papa Shah Kiba heard this, he almost dropped his cell phone in anger. Well, not just quit school. We'll do it. We don't read it is not okay. A specialized military school only. Really think they have something great. After hanging up the phone, the people from the 3 clans all huffed and puffed. However, Just at this time, a person once again appeared in the Shaw family's company. Military Products Associates. Chairman Lee's family showed up. This person, too, was none other than Papa Liang. Mr. Lee, what brings you here? Yes, Mr. Lee, have you also heard about the Star Military Academy? Don't worry, Mr. Lee, your daughter and our sons are the same. We will definitely get back the grievances they had at Star Military Academy and make the principal personally apologize for us. The three unlucky bastards old men all started throwing olive branches to the Lee family side. However, at this moment, Papa Liang looked at these people with great disgust. What a stupidity! Your sons are training in the military academy. They didn't even cry out in pain. They didn't cry out in fatigue. They went to training very enthusiastically. And yet you are here to excuse them. And you even want them to go back to the gentle land. To continue to wreak havoc with the family's money. To continue to do nothing. To be a waste of space. Right? The people from the three families were all dumbfounded and staggered in place. They didn't expect the Lee family's side to come over and scold them. But when you think about it, it does seem to make sense. The sons of the three families had grown up pampered at home and had never had a finger lifted. But as they grow up, some of their habits are slowly revealed. That's why a moment ago they were surprised to have a moment of happiness when they saw their sons being trained and working so hard. But immediately they began to feel uncomfortable. After all, pampered from childhood, now being trained like this, whoever is a parent would not be able to bear it. Our Xiaoying is a girl. When she entered the Star Military Academy it was also her own request. I didn't stop it at all. And she has always been raised according to the character of a soldier at home. You guys can look at her at the school. And your son's character as well as his academic performance. How big is the gap? Older brothers, we've been partners in business for so many years. And I don't want to make things difficult and aggravating for you. But think about it, now that you're spoiling your sons so much, is this really good for them? To tell you the truth, the old man of our family back then was also in the military house some status. Just to me do not want to enter the army. Began to start a business to do business. But did not think that to the little Ling here, she a girl began to like the army. I did not go to stop. And the reason why she chose the Star Military School in the first place is a specialized school. I did not go to stop. Because I know that the Star Military Academy is not simple. According to our family's old man, the Star Military School is the military school that he has looked up to the most over the years. Not because of the complete equipment inside, but because this school acts in a style that is completely military. A real army. And according to him, this kind of military school is what is most needed in the contemporary times. So this military school can definitely be a success. Instead of supporting our offspring to receive real training inside such an environment, you are here to stop it. Tell me, are you qualified as parents? After Papa Liang very handsomely finished the string, the people from the three families across the street were all stumped in place, lowering their heads and not knowing what they were thinking. Before leaving, the head of the Lee family once again said, by the way, again, you can withdraw your children from school if you can't stand it, but don't mess with this military school, because the energy behind it is not something you can afford. Chapter 25. No. Can you still train like this? The mountain behind the Star Military Academy. The daily 5-kilometer cross-country stretches are in the books. Tens of thousands of students have all exploded with amazing perseverance today. Most of them ended up scrambling to the top of the mountain, perfectly presenting a great workout to ranging live. It's amazing to me that freshmen who have been on campus for less than a week can all complete a 5-kilometer cross-country workout in full gear. Looking up at the live car, Wu Jing couldn't help but sigh as well. Next to him, Deng Jia, the former chief of staff, also nodded. Totally unexpected. I've been in the army for many years, and I've never seen freshmen with such perseverance. Oh no, now I should call them recruits. These kids all seem to have a drive in their eyes. The host, Ice, hastily took over. Staff Sergeant Deng is right. I also found that in the eyes of these children, all of them were very excited, especially when they saw Principal Su, whose car went up from the hill just now. All the new students one by one ran especially fast, as if they were infused with a powerful energy. Sabine laughed. This is thanks to the strong charm of our Principal Su. Like him so young principal, and from the military service down. Teenage youth, who can they not worship it? Perhaps most of the students entered this military school in the beginning also for the poem recited by President Su. 100 years of war is still remembered. 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains to be shown eyebrows. Ambition to serve the country. The sea of heroism like a vow to raise the power. Youthful blood cast glory. To the sand field to spread wings fly. As this comment from Sabine fell, inside the live broadcast room, the heat had reached thousands of people by now. Everyone used pop-ups to copy the poem that Su Ran had recited in the first place. I have to say, Mr. Sa's hosting skills and ability to pull heat are really there too. All of this, of course, had to be attributed to Su Ran. At this moment, the Star Military Academy was above the back of the mountain. Su Daoxiao then spat on the phone from Director Li of the Academic Affairs Office. Principal Su, we've had hundreds of calls all morning saying our training is too strict. Su Ran leaned on the car with binoculars. On the phone said faintly, these students are given statistics. Afternoon I give them again on the intensity of the bar. Do not want to read on them for withdrawal. Now we make up the record is not too late. They do not want to read. We also have a lot of students. Okay, I got it. Director Li suffered a morning of anger. Finally at this time can vent out. The heart is called a pain. After hanging up, he sat back in his chair and couldn't help but sigh. Principal Su, although he is young, he really has the means. I really didn't expect that I, the one who accompanied the prince to study, had found a prince who could shine. Ha, it's a bit interesting. For this Director Li's exclamation, Su Ran definitely didn't know. At this moment, he put down the binoculars in his hand and instead turned his head to look at a man with glasses next to Secretary Zhao. 3 days, the workers enter the field and start working. You don't have to worry about the money. But the progress of the construction period must be as fast as possible, not to delay the national weapons research. Understand, Mr. Zhang? Glasses man Mr. Zhang hastily nodded. I understand. Understand President Su. We are working for the country. Absolutely strict. And will also sign a confidentiality agreement. You can rest assured that we will Jia Tian construction team, 24 hours a day to work in shifts. Huagui Engineering will never let you down. After dismissing this Mr. Zhang, Su Ran slightly sighed in relief. The next step was to settle down the Weapons Research Institute, and his big business would be able to start smoothly. Principal Su, the 5-kilometer cross-country has basically been completed, and it's almost lunchtime. Do you think we should continue with the extra training, or should we eat first? Hearing Secretary Zhao's words, Su Ran looked at the various students at the bottom of the mountain who were already paralyzed with exhaustion. Extra training is not necessary. The morning 5 kilometers are doing very well. But go back to the road, do not let them stop. The body of the principle of the construction and use of weapons and equipment, as well as all the school iron discipline ultimately to memorize, cannot memorize it on a hungry stomach. The secretary nodded and picked up the walkie-talkie to Martinez's side and started barking orders. Su Ran curiously looked not far away again, just in time to see the 3 unlucky ones, Xiao Qiba, Wang Baodan, and Ni Ma Bai, in the list Director Li just sent me. Are there any parents of these 3 students who have called to complain? Secretary Zhao hurriedly picked up the tablet and laughed after looking at it. It's really there. Tell Instructor Moron that his honored department training is very ineffective because certain people are dragging their feet. So these people on the list need to be trained rigorously. It was almost as if Su Ran's side had just given the order. Not far from the top of the hillside, the 3 unlucky ones who were already paralyzed with fatigue, all involuntarily shivered. Mabi, what's wrong? Why do I feel a chill coming off my body? I feel it too. It can't be that this morning's training isn't over yet, can it? Shut up, both of you crows, and don't say such unlucky things, or I'll run headlong into this place. Almost as soon as the trio's words left their mouths, a loud and clear whistle sounded from the honored department's side. Swish! All the freshmen in the honored department subconsciously stood up. The scene happened to attract the live camera not far away. Sabine and the others immediately directed the driver to drive this way to see what had happened. The honored department instructor, M.O. Long, wearing his boots and with a grim expression, came from not far away next to the 3 unlucky ones, Xiao Qiba, Wang Baodan, and Ni Mabi. The 3 of them failed the training. Continue to add training until they pass. When these words came out, the 3 of them were struck by lightning and all looked at each other dumbfounded. The live car that had just arrived to join in the fun also happened to record the scene. Inside the live broadcast room, countless netizens couldn't help but be happy. Ha ha, laugh your ass off. The look in those 3 guys' eyes is hilarious. Xiao Qiba, Wang Baodan, Ni Ma Bai. How did their parents come up with their names? It's awesome. Poor 3 guys. 15 kilometers without food in the morning and now this. 20 kilometers in the morning. And in full armor. This must not be exhausted, or I would not be able to bear it. That's right. The 3 unlucky ones really couldn't hold back at this point. Though in today's situation, they would like to fight for themselves. But after all this time, the trio felt almost wasted. So say anything to rebel a little. However, in the next second, Instructor M.O. Long offered a big move. Liang stepped forward. Inside the honored department's team, the short-haired girl Liang walked out holding her gun. You keep an eye on the 3 of them, and when they're done running, you can eat. Liang glared disgruntledly at the 3 unlucky eggs, but at this time, he could only open his mouth and say, okay, Instructor. In the messy wind, there were only 3 unlucky people left staring blankly at Liang. The tone that was meant to be a retort squeezed hard in the back of his throat and didn't come out. What are you waiting for? Don't you want your friends to eat even if you don't? Having no choice but to lift their heavy steps under Li Ying's gaze, the three of them continued to walk down the mountain with gritted teeth. In an instant, the viewers in the live broadcast room all saw it. Together, these three people all ran to Star Military Academy in order to pursue the school's flower, Li Ying. It was also because of this that the instructor deliberately stimulated the three of them to continue training. Actor Wu Jing laughed helplessly. Instructor Mo Long's move is truly brilliant. The three little guys can't even run without it. These foreign instructors of the Star Military Academy are all very brainy and capable, which is why I'm most looking forward to the Star Military Academy training a batch of real warriors. The temperament these foreign instructors possess is definitely more than just ordinary soldiers. These words from Staff Sergeant Deng Jie instantly caused countless viewers in the live broadcast to speculate. From the first moment everyone saw these foreign instructors from the Star Military Academy, everyone had this feeling. After all, instructors can be found at home, so why do you have to use a foreign one? But now it seems as if everyone has just realized that these foreign instructors, it seems as if they really do have something in them. What they didn't know, of course, was that the next afternoon practice was the moment that really opened their eyes. Chapter 26, The Li Family Woman. Fully supporting the president of SU. For a few other departments, they seemed to be quite happy watching the three unlucky ones in the honored department. Although the morning's agony was memorable, it really wasn't too happy compared to the three unlucky ones. What they didn't know, however, was the relentless recitation that awaited them as they descended the mountain. The Star Military Academy's iron discipline totaled 200 articles, plus the principles as well as construction of a dozen types of equipment and firearms on each person. This recitation was destined to become a nightmare for countless people. The critique, in the words of host Sabine, is that principal so really does manage his time excellently. In every moment, students can experience the joy of tension. Unconsciously, Su Ran even had an additional nickname on the Chinese internet, Time Management Principal Su. It was also thanks to the fact that Su Ran wasn't watching much of the live broadcast right now, so he didn't know that he already had such a nickname. Otherwise, the president of SU would definitely come out and dispel the rumors. Slander. It's absolute slander. That's not a good name for a nickname. With the departure of the large troop, only three poor unlucky bastards were left on this side of the back of the mountain still running desperately. Eiko, the people are gone, so just turn a blind eye and tell the instructor we're done. Ingzi, Sister Ing, it's already almost 20 kilometers. We'll be ruined if we keep running. We've all played together since we were kids. Can you bear to look at us like this? Eiko, I know that even though you don't like us, you can't bear to see us like this. The three of us have our little lives in your hands. However, from start to finish, Li Ying stood straight at the top of the hill, still holding the 8-to-1 bar in his hand. Exquisite features, coupled with handsome equipment, the whole body everywhere reveals a valor. There was absolutely no response to the various prayers of the three. At this moment, she had heck of a time becoming a true warrior. Why do you call the three unlucky ones pathetic? Apart from the physical and mental exertion and physical torture of the day, of course, their love rivals have also increased by countless individuals at this moment, because long after the elevation crew came in, they had added tens of thousands of additional cameras to the road they were training on. So that scene just now was all transmitted inside the live broadcast. Is it because I feel wrong? I always think that this girl is simply handsome, and her body oozes the smell of a real soldier. I really love Li Young. So handsome, right? Who can't love a girl like that? I love it too. These three unlucky bastards, hurry up and refuel. Don't delay our family Li Ying's dinner. Everyone, draw your swords. From now on this is my goddess. It's not just the netizens who get to see the live feed at this point. Even all the students and instructors at the school were similarly able to see the live feed from the mountain. Because Su Ran purposely had someone turn on the restaurant's big screen. The cast screen was the live feed of the look up. When everyone saw the picture, the three unlucky people were pathetically begging Li Ying. Yet Li Ying was completely unmoved. The entire restaurant erupted in fierce applause. Bing Bing had also changed into a camouflage outfit next to him, and at this point, he couldn't help but sigh. This girl is really too determined. It's hard not to admire her. I feel like if I were to encounter this kind of thing, there's a real possibility that my heart would go soft. Chief of Staff Tang, I think this girl has a military aura about her. Hearing Wu Jing's words, the former Chief of Staff Deng Jie also put down his chopsticks and watched the live broadcast screen very carefully. Wu is right. On this girl, there is indeed a wave of such temperament. This is not something that can be trained in 3 or 2 days at the military school, but rather, she has been receiving this aspect since she was a child before it slowly appeared. It seems that the Star Military School is really a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. Inside the other departments, Many freshmen were also paying attention to Li Ying of the honored department. On the side of the salary department, Dafei excitedly said to Zhang Sun, "Ah Sun, I have a good eye, right? This short-haired girl is definitely the #1 school flower in our school. Not only is she pretty, but even her grades are so outstanding. Very impressive indeed. She was right behind me on the first day up the mountain, and I've heard that she knows a lot about a lot of the equipment as well as our firearms. So there's a chance to be friends and maybe work together at the school in the future." Cooperation? What cooperation? Stop talking and eat properly, or you'll be punished again if the instructor sees you. Che, don't think I don't know. You kid is not allowed to steal from me. Li Ying is my goddess. I want to grab it. Do you think I can? People don't have us in their eyes, so it's better to train well. Tianhai City. Inside the villa in the name of the Li group, an old man in a Tai Chi suit sat by the pool sipping tea and looking at the screen in the tablet on the table. And what was playing inside was the image of looking up and broadcasting live from the Star Military Academy. Li Ying was completely unfazed by the 3 unlucky eggs she faced, and even stood in military posture gallantly under the sunlight. Such a wonderful scene, and the old man nodded slightly with a happy smile. Dad, watching Eiko live? The head of the Li family, that is, Papa Li Ying, also walked in from the back door. The old master picked up his teacup and looked at the picture with a reluctant smile. Although Xiao Ying is a girl child, but the woman is not inferior to the man. But the Xiao family, Ni family, and the Wang family, these several boys compared to the next. This is all because you taught her well. In the past, her mother and I still both thought that it was better to let a girl go into business than to become a soldier. Now it seems that we were short-sighted. Yingzi is really gifted in this aspect of being a soldier. It's good that the child can be happy, but if it can really bring honor to my Li family, we'll all be happy. Ha ha. By the way, Dad, that thing you said last time, Principal Su, is it really a descendant of old General Su? Hearing his son's words, the old man was slightly stunned at this time, and then laughed. Inside the advertisement video for enrollment, I saw it as soon as he appeared. Plus this period of time Yingzi's training in the school, I've long smelled the old general's flavor, and that our little Ying can be educated in such a military academy. We all have to be thankful to the old general. Dad, don't worry, I will support all of Yingzi's decisions. Take some time for me to pay a visit to Principal Su as well. If there is anything we need, we, the Li family, will certainly do what we can. That's right, General Su's offspring to run such a military school is to benefit my country of China. Our Li family will go and support it even if we lose all our money. It's best to pull all those 3 families as well. If we don't lead this time, they are simply going to get into big trouble. What nonsense! Papa Li Ying nodded from the side, secretly keeping all these things in mind. At this time at the Star Military Academy, the lunch hour is over. The students went back to their dormitories for lunch break. Of course it was inevitable to continue to memorize the Iron Chronicle during this period. Live broadcast netizens see the scene. All cannot help but give these new students to whether or not to pinch a sweat. But right after that, the thing that makes everyone happy is back. When the lunch break was all but over, Li Ying returned to school with the 3 unlucky ones. The 3 unlucky ones got lost and couldn't walk, and totally just crawled back. But this side had just rested for a few moments and eaten a few bites of food when the emergency assembly whistle sounded again. President Su leaned back on the range observation deck and leisurely sipped his afternoon tea. Here comes the favorite training session of these little rookies. Chapter 27 Firearms Shooting. Shocking the Chief of Staff's training room. Almost as if the whistle had just blown, the freshmen under the dormitory building all hurriedly ran down to gather. Martinez took the megaphone and asked all the instructors to keep a detailed record of who was late. But it was a pleasant surprise that the tardiness of the lunch break was indeed horribly low. Even the 3 unlucky ones who had just returned from the punishment stretch had helped each other to come inside the group. Reporting to the chief instructor, everyone in the salary department is assembled. Reporting to the chief instructor, everyone in the wand department is all assembled. Reporting to the chief instructor, all of the peak department is assembled. Martinez looked at the neatly organized group and nodded slightly. All, target range, afternoon training subjects, shooting and basic firearms essentials. Hearing these words, the crowd's internal breath all suppressed their happiness. Whether boys or girls, everyone has an inexplicable excitement and desire for firearms. Inside the live broadcast room, the crowd was also happily talking. Hosts Sabine and Ice discuss it as well. Ice, have you ever shot a gun? Ice, fought a couple times, but sucked at shooting. Ha ha, we ordinary people haven't received professional training, so we can only experience the feeling of firing a gun and can't hit an effective score. So next let's follow the freshmen of Star Military School to experience what real marksmanship training is like. Unlike the amateurs, professional Deng Jie spoke up. The Army's ordinary training in marksmanship shooting are all fixed. But since coming to the Star Military Academy,
Many of the inherent rules have been broken.
So I'm now quite curious about these foreign instructors and how they teach the new students the marksmanship shooting course.
Just like that,
with their respective curiosities and doubts, everyone quickly arrived inside the Star Military Academy's firearms shooting training room. The land used to be a base for operating and trying out some of the mechanical vehicles at the technical school,
covering an area of more than 500 acres. Basically all of these tens of thousands of new students could be accommodated. Holy, this training room is grand. Daffy had just come in and whispered to Hoon about it. Zhang Sun, on the other hand,
turned his eyes and observed the surrounding area.
This training is really professional.
All kinds of equipment and operation rooms are all fully equipped.
I've been to the kind of commercial shooting room in the private sector. It's not a level at all. Professionals are still needed to explain things.
The former chief of staff over here,
Deng Jia, had just entered the firearms design room and couldn't help but sigh.
A training room like this is definitely at the level of professional special forces.
Not even on ordinary troops. Fixed targets, moving targets, up and down targets, sideways targets, 20 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 150 meters, 200 meters, and so on. Protective facilities,
ventilation and air exchange systems,
firearms and ammunition storage areas, and even high-tech simulation training systems, laser design, video displays, and digital teaching and assessment equipment.
Even the daily rest area covers such a large area,
plus the observation deck above,
as well as the spectator seats. I can only say that this firearms design training room of the Star Military Academy is definitely one of the best in China. With a training room like this, I don't have the slightest doubt that the Star Military Academy can't train excellent soldiers.
Deng Jia's side of the meal of professional analysis directly let the live broadcast room inside. Countless netizens also excited. Holy, Star Military Academy is really handsome.
This training room can be so professional. For Chief of Staff Tang to praise it so much is enough to show the gold content of this training room.
Nothing more to say. Star Military Academy is awesome. Damn. If I could have been born a few years later, I would definitely go to this school as well.
It's worth it even if I die of exhaustion for us Chinese to be trained here. I'm now becoming more and more skeptical of what Principal Su is. And this is too much funding to be able to make a training room look so professional.
Can't you see it now? This was definitely ordered by the higher-ups in China.
And Principal Su merely became the principal because he was excellent himself. The netizens are discussing the same curiosity of every one of these tens of thousands of students in the school.
But their curiosity and surprise were yet to come. All people, according to the department, began to line up into the field.
Personal firearms are all turned in, and received training guns
in groups of 2, each group a gun,
each gun 20 rounds of ammunition. The implementation of the separation of the gun and ammunition, all the guns in real name registration.
The emergence of problems in the group is responsible for the members of the group. After Martinez's order,
all the departments began to slowly enter the field in formation.
This time,
the training guns were ground down from Su Ran and Yu Tianlong's side.
Unlike the 8-to-1 bar, it was a later 9-to-5 rifle, 95 and 81 bar. All are two very popular firearms. Some people like the 81 bar, others like the 95. But no matter what kind of gun you have,
they all have their pros and cons.
81 bar is more durable. According to the AK design, accuracy is also good. But the disadvantage is the use of 7.62 bullets soldiers carry will certainly increase the weight of the sustained combat as part of the impact, coupled with the lack of effective protection. Especially at night shooting easy to expose the target. Shooting when the shoulder impact is also very large. The same 9.5 type has also advantages and disadvantages. The use of buttless structure, easy to carry, not only high precision, and recoil is also small, plus can install a variety of sights, than the 8-1 bar on the better. But his shortcomings is to shoot the throw single. The window from the shooter's face is too close. It is easy to injure people. Coupled with the design of the carry handle, the targeting of the exposed area is also very large, and sometimes in the field of battle is also very dangerous. So these two types of firearms are now all part of the army's vintage. With the face of his family, Su Ran asked Yu Tianlong to come up with a batch to support his military school. 95 is still not enough manpower a hand, so Su Ran deliberately changed the training program. The use of 2 people a group, each group of a gun and ammunition separation system, more able to achieve the safety management and training program.
The salary department side was the first to receive the gun.
Daffy was very happy to look east and west. No Hoon,
what are you muttering with your eyes closed?
Aren't you happy that we'll be getting our guns soon?
Young Hoon opened his eyes and looked at him helplessly.
I didn't want to be in the same group as you, so I prayed in my heart, get lost.
It hurts my feelings too much. I purposely changed my position to stand with you.
You know the most about these guns. Help me properly in a while, or I'll cut you off. Jang Sun wanted to cry. It's too hard for me. I hope I don't get punished for following you in a while. Jang Sun, Lu Dafei, Group 8. With a command from the instructor, a brightly polished 9-5 rifle was handed to Jang Sun. Thank you, instructor. Young Hoon took the gun with joy. However, in the next second, he immediately felt that something was wrong, because this 9-5 doesn't seem to be the right weight. He looked down, and realized that the 9-5 had several heavy magnets under the handle, and additional counterweights on top of the gun. Chapter 28 40 pounds of rifle counterweight. Poor little rookies. Good man. This gun. How about it, Hoon? Isn't that a handsome gun? Come on, let me see. Daffy couldn't wait to touch it, then brought it over for a cuddle. However, in the next second, Daffy, who had just received the gun, almost flashed his back. No, are all 9-5s this heavy? Don't scare me. Young Hoon looked helplessly at the other students who had received their guns not far away. Basically, all the freshmen are carrying a gun with 2 men. It's over. My arm is going to cost me today. Jang Sun and Defei both had such a thought popping up in their heads. Soon after, the receiving of the guns was over and everyone was grouped. Young Hoon and Daffy arrived perfectly inside a group. At this moment, Young Hoon is holding a gun full of frustration, while Daffy is giggling behind him with bullets and big teeth bared. The other side is here in the Department of Honor. The duo of Shaki Ba and Wangbat Dan were basically 2 people carrying a gun before they could barely walk. As for Namabi, it was with another boy. Unlike Young Hoon, the 3 were surprisingly secretly relieved, because of what they had experienced at noon. The 3 of them, facing the iron-faced Li Ying, completely dared not approach during training again. In the end, only Li Young was left in the Department of Honor because the Department of Honor had an odd number of personnel. So Instructor Molong directly ordered Li Ying to get a gun and bullets alone. Of course, this was what Su Ran had nodded his head. He wasn't sure about the others, but Li Ying's background and living habits made Grand Chancellor Su but very trusting. Much like the others, Li Ying was struggling a bit to hold the gun, but someone else, a girl, was actually holding this gun hard. At this time inside the live broadcast room, many viewers also noticed this. What's going on? Can't young people hold a gun these days without exercising every day? Whoa, this goes on my great country still. How to continue? Our Li Ying is a girl, but those 3 unlucky guys are too weak. 2 people carrying a gun. What kind of training is this? According to common sense, it's impossible for the 9-5 style to be so heavy. All faculties, gun receiving is over. Next start training according to your respective fields. As Martinez's words fell, throughout the range, freshmen from the 11 departments slowly entered their respective training grounds under the command of their respective instructors. Sabine also introduced happily. We now see all the new students have teamed up to receive the gun and bullets. I guess the next is the shooting course. Not to mention the new students. I'm a layman who is now looking at the blood boiling. Everyone follow our footage. The next to take a good look at the Star Military School instructors are how to train the new students. Shooting training courses I would have loved then. But unfortunately the shooting skills did suck at first. Our company commander said all sharpshooters are fed by bullets. But inside the military academy, I guess there weren't that many bullets for the students to use. Hearing Wu Jing's side of the exclamation, Sabine and Bing Bing all came to a realization. Next to him, the former chief of staff, Deng Jia, was less concerned. Have you all noticed? The firearms that the freshmen of the Star Military Academy received are the 9-5 automatic rifles. This kind of gun is something I know very well, and it's reasonable to say that the freshman's weight should be okay to hold. But now, everyone, please pay attention to the fact that all the freshmen, after they got their guns, the first thing they did was sink down, as if the gun was particularly heavy. At these words, several people nodded in unison as well. Staff Sergeant Deng is right. I shot in the army. It doesn't feel like it should be this heavy. Just now I thought it was because the students nowadays are petite and weak. Deng Jia shook his head. Definitely not. I just noticed that some of the freshmen lifted their guns up and noticed that there were several black pieces underneath. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the counterweight blocks, most likely added by Principal Su on purpose in order to allow the freshmen to train. Come on, let's go take a closer look. Better yet, let Chief of Staff Deng feel the weight of this 95, and we'll all know the specifics. After Sabine said something, the crowd joined the cameraman at the training ground next to the Kushi department. After the instructor's consent, Wu Jing was the first to receive the 9-5. But immediately his face changed. My God, when did this 9-5 get so heavy? It's almost as heavy as a heavy machine gun. Deng Jia, on the other hand, scrutinized the construction and underside of the gun. As expected, the guns have added counterweight blocks. Each gun is estimated to have a dozen or so counterweights. According to common sense, a 95 is 3.25 kilograms. But looking at it now, the
The counterweight of this gun has reached at least 20 kilograms. Next to her, Bing Bing subconsciously prepared to take over and take a look. Yet just halfway through taking it from Wu Jing's hand, her body immediately began to squat down. Sabine hurriedly held up and laughed. It seems that we were overthinking it. Everyone can't hold it. This 40 pounds of gun is really not easy. But next, the new students of our Star Military Academy have to start training with this 40 pounds of firearms. So you can imagine how difficult it is for them. The audience inside the live broadcast room also exploded. 20 kilograms. Good lord. Each one holding 20 kilograms of gun training? I can only say that Principal Sue is really great to think of this way. I told you that firearms training couldn't be this simple, right? Sure enough, the pit was dug down by Principal Sue a long time ago. With this kind of training intensity, I'm afraid an ordinary army would have to be inferior when they come normal. If you want to be a qualified warrior, you definitely need to go through layers of strictness. Star Military School has invested so much, it definitely won't raise idle people. The live viewers had their own opinions, but none of that mattered. Importantly, the group of little rookies at the Star Military Academy were about to kick off an afternoon of devilish training at this point. Above the observation deck of the training room, Su Ran took the megaphone in Secretary Zhao's hand. Hello, good afternoon my fellow students. Almost at the same moment, all the new students were like injecting new vigor, and they couldn't help but raise their heads to look at Su Ran above them. I think all of you have an irresistible temptation towards firearms, so I've purposely moved up the firearms training course for you to get started. After all, it's kind of awkward for you to hold a gun that can't shoot a bullet every day, right? Right. All the freshmen laughed happily. It's a moment where people don't seem to realize what's going on. Only the instructors not far away looked at these little rookies, each with a slow pity in their eyes. It's true that everyone is very enthusiastic. That's good. I hope your enthusiasm stays until the end of the day. But let me say up front, even though I gave you gun separation, I still have a group of you little rookies with a professional soldier. And every move you make next is in their eyes. And their guns don't have gun separation. So I'm warning you not to do anything stupid either. Begin. After speaking, Su Ran directly waved his hand. The next sound of standing at attention and at ease rang out incessantly throughout the training room. 11 departments have been distinguished according to their respective venues. The first step, gun position standardization and training, will follow. Everyone in the salary department, all guns up. With Martinez's command, all the men with guns all gritted their teeth and raised their arms, slowly raising their guns higher. Chapter 29, Hundreds of godly parents wanted my phone number? Within a minute, groans of pain were heard throughout the training room. All the people holding up the 9-5 all rose red in color, and their foreheads began to sweat. 90% of the time, you basically can't lift it after a couple dozen seconds of the opening. There were already some brittle college students, so to put them through this kind of devilish training at this time was a complete abject second. 5 minutes later, the first round of training was over, followed by a change in each group and the continuation of the start. Many of them were too tired to lift their arms, but at the instructor's bellow, they stiffly lifted them again. Wu Jing sighed next to him. Although I learned martial arts from a young age, I was not trained this way in the army. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to stand it. Chief of Staff Deng, this kind of training, does it really work? Ordinary armies shouldn't train like this, right? Ordinary army counterweights are also available, such as hanging some bricks or beer bottles or something. But compared with this counterweight block of the Star Military School is really too much worse. Of course, this kind of training method will certainly not be able to train people to be wasted. We can observe that all the instructors will let the newborns 3 rounds of a group of come to lifting the gun, each group of roughly 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, so that both to keep the human body's muscle practice, but also allows ordinary people's muscles and endurance to better adapt to this kind of high-intensity weight. I once participated in a foreign military competition when I heard about it. They are using this kind of training method. Oh yes, that is a foreign well-known special forces unit. Hearing these words, the crowd all subconsciously looked towards the dozen or so foreign instructors training in the field. Is it? Ahem. Mr. Deng, we won't explore that next. Sabine responded hastily as the crowd began to chat about the training of the various faculties within the training room. But inside the broadcast room, the crowd was all still torn on this issue. Holy, foreign special forces? Really? Chief of Staff Deng Jia is the real deal. Everyone knows what they know, huh? I go. This is a big game. Star Military School invited foreign instructors are all foreign special forces? No wonder I see these instructors are all tall and very imposing. Combined with foreign special forces, curious as to which troop it is. That Principal Su could have so much power to invite them over as school instructors? The topic has been hot for a long time above the pop-ups in the livestream. At this time in a military residence in China, a man dressed in a Chinese military uniform quietly watched the live broadcast.
There were 8 shining gold stars on his chest. China's military rank system. Highest rank 10 gold stars. Elder Su Guotao is the 10 gold stars. And those with 8 gold stars are usually the generals of the local military government. This brat, I really don't know where he found these people. Well now, the word is spreading farther and farther. And all these whispers out there are probably going to go up soon. The man helplessly lamented a sentence. At this time next to the paperwork to help him refill the tea. I'll have the information department help out in a few minutes and try to keep this news from being talked about for too long. Command, let your friends outside do it. It's too flashy to do this kind of thing in the military mansion. Lest the old man be held accountable again from above. There's no way around it. For the sake of my own unconscious son, Su Xiaotian had indeed been worrying for a long time. No, just after the meeting, I came to the office to sneak a peek at the live stream. I didn't expect to see the wave that Deng Jia had just analyzed. At this time, Su Ran naturally wasn't aware of all the things his old man was doing behind the scenes for his sake. For Su Ran, he wouldn't care too much about these things. The 11 foreign instructors were a gift from the system. As explained above, and all of these men came from a very clean slate. Although they had served in various countries in the past, they all had free status now, and they didn't have much of a family. And most importantly, they all had Chinese identities and were very authentic Chinese. Even if it was known to the outside world who they were, there was no controversy at all. So the SU president didn't even think much about it in that regard. And so it was. For the rest of the afternoon, freshmen from all 11 departments were going through the first step of the firearms training program, gun training. As per Martinez's instructions is that the first step everyone if they are not up to par, then they can't go to the next step of the training. Everyone must hold the gun up in a formal position for at least 5 minutes to be considered up to standard. So this afternoon, the whole training room was groaning with misery. Soon the time came for the afternoon meal. Saran's lunch break also ended and he woke up from the observation deck. Secretary Zhao, on the other hand, was beside him and hurriedly brought up his jacket, incidentally putting Su Ran's blanket away. The list of those parents who called the faculty office this morning is tallied, right? It's all out, and it's been issued down to all the instructors, as you ordered. Hearing this, Su Ran smiled faintly and took the megaphone and began to look at all the freshmen assembled below. Almost at the same moment, the tens of thousands of assembled freshmen all raised their heads and gazed at Su Ran. Look up inside the live feed. All the viewers couldn't help but be curious. I kind of realized that these freshmen are very enthusiastic about Principal Su every time. It's true, although everyone is tired from training, the moment they see Principal Su, they are all energized. I can only say that President Su's personal charisma and the army's infectious power have reached the top, not to mention their freshmen. I was a bit infected even through the screen. Chief of Staff Tang is right. This is what every troop should have. In the future, the new students coming out of the Star Military Academy will definitely be very admirable to everyone. The training may not be great, but you definitely can't lose in terms of momentum. The netizens are always very peculiar in their focus. At this time, Su Ran also observed all the new students. President SU is not aiming to compliment anyone right now. I hear you've all been training hard this afternoon, but I'm sorry, but there are some scores to be settled. The crowd was a little confused by what was said. Even on the side of the Yangtze program team, the 4 of them, Sabine, Bing Bing, Wu Jing, and Deng Jie, were a bit curious. Why was Su Ran suddenly angry? And it looked as if it wasn't small. Similarly, inside the training room, the tens of thousands of students were all a bit confused. After all, everyone trained hard today and didn't seem to make many mistakes. Did they? After a few moments of silence, Su Ran opened his mouth with his hands behind his back on the stage, holding a megaphone in a very exasperated manner. This morning, just when everyone was enthusiastically assembled and the 5-kilometer cross-country training was in full swing, surprisingly hundreds of godly parents came to our school's faculty office. And the content of the phone call is that the parents, through the live streaming of the Lookup TV, saw that their children were very tired and pitiful, and felt that I was mistreating you guys, so they were ready to sue me, and let me, as the principal of the military academy, be laid off and subjected to legal sanctions. Chapter 30. You don't want your parents to look down on you, do you? The moment these words came out, all the new students in the entire training room all held their breaths in silence, because from Su Ran's eyes and tone, everyone could already tell what he was going to prepare for next. To be honest, after hearing all this feedback and reporting, I didn't panic in the slightest and even wanted to laugh. Come on, I want to hear from all of you now. Do you know what you're staying in? The crowd on the stage dared not utter a word, and only a few people summoned up the courage to answer aloud. Military school. Most of the people in this group are the more aware ones, like Young Hoon, Li Young, and a few other smarter people in the department. Su Ran's face was grim as he questioned again. I didn't hear. You guys just took the gun with your mouths, right? Are you all mute? Military school. Military school. This time, all of them began to answer Su Ran's question in unison. The sound was so vast and vibrating that it seemed to overpower the thunder. Look up inside the live feed. The countless spectators were all sending out applauding expressions. It was clear that everyone was caught up in the atmosphere as well. Wu Jing smiled bitterly. Parents are also after seeing the live broadcast. It is true that there is some intolerance, but they should not call the school. After all, the training of the military school is different from that of a normal school. At first, before we started this program, I discussed this issue with my superiors, but the answer I got from above was to let this military school, to awaken the contemporary young people's bloodlust, and to let some of the parents in China start to change some of their views and their spoiling of their children. And the Star Military School is exactly a new type of military school that can do this. And I was a little bit curious at first, whether the Star Military School is actually possible. However, now it seems that I was overly concerned. Principal Su definitely has experience in solving these matters. Deng Jie's words were very agreeable to both hosts, Sabine and Bing Bing. As bystanders, they had long felt the various different moods of these students inside the school. From the sidelines, though the guys look very labored right now, and there are even some complaining and grunting. But looking around, inside the tens of thousands of people, surprisingly not many people really chose to quit. That's the magical infectious power of Principal Su on stage. Inside the crowd of students, after everyone followed the excitement, each and every one of them were all ashamed and self-condemned and even a little worried. In less than 5 days, these little rookies had already made Star Military Academy their home. It's hard to do all sorts of things in this house though, but this precious feeling was definitely something they had never experienced before, especially when Su Ran was lecturing. The little rookies felt that there was someone on the stage that they admired and respected very much looking over their shoulders. So at this moment, everyone started praying that it wasn't their parents who made the call. Hun, you don't think my parents would be that nosy? They had objections before I first came to apply to the school, and now that I see how hard we've been training, I think it's really possible that we'll have to. Hearing Daffy's words, Zheng Sun and the team shook his head with a firm face. I don't know, but I know for sure my parents wouldn't do that. On the other hand, inside the honorable team, Liang didn't panic in the slightest either, because she also knew that her family would never meddle in things she liked. What's more, there was that grandfather of his sitting there, so maybe he was even happy for him. But on the contrary, the 3 unlucky ones behind her all had pain masks on their faces, because all children knew their parents. Just now when Su Ran had spoken of those godly parents, they had already thought that it was their parents. To be honest, the 3 unlucky bastards used to be very simple-minded indeed. That's play, 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 and other than that the biggest hobby is their goddess, Li Ying. After all, Li Ying was too good in their eyes, and what they couldn't get was the best. So the 3 unlucky ones also followed Li Ying inside the Star Military School. The first day of training, the 3 were ready to quit school, all called home, but nay in the end, all want to save face. In Su Ran that kind of desire to capture the influence of the scheme, the 3 also slowly began to change the concept, especially under these few times of Su Ran's lectures. The 3 people's minds had undergone profound changes. Subconsciously, it had taken the Star Military Academy as a challenge and exercise. If it was according to their previous character, the 3 of them would have left the school in a limousine before the 15 kilometers were over this morning. Although Li Ying was indeed important in their hearts, compared to the one on the stage right now, it didn't seem to be that important anymore. If my name is called in a moment, I swear I'll go back tonight and cut ties with my family. Believe me, you break it off 1 foot, and the next your credit cards will be frozen, including your cell phone, which may be in arrears. If my name is called later, I'll kill myself in my cell phone, and I'll make them regret themselves. No, Kiba, I've always wondered what method you use whenever you kill yourself in your cell phone. Stay out of it. It worked for me, but I don't think it might work tonight, because that look Principal Su gave us on stage, like we're going to lose half our lives tonight. It was almost as if Kiba had just finished saying this. On stage Su Ran's orders were also given. Good job everyone. The fact that you still know that this is a military academy proves that you've made progress in your metamorphosis over the past few days. And I'm also here to talk to you all in advance, and to the majority of parents watching the live broadcast, that your children will be subjected to even more brutal training next. Even more brutal than you can ever imagine in your lifetime. Now tell me, will you be afraid? Will you be timid? The next thing that answered Su Ran was still a deafening sound. No fear. No fear. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room was infected with excitement. In particular, some of those who called the registrar's office were a little ashamed to watch the live stream. Shao family, Ni family, Wang family. The elders of the three families were also sitting in front of the TV, looking at their sons in the picture very helplessly. To be honest, if it wasn't for the sudden interruption from the Li family's side, it was really possible for them to stab this matter even higher now. When the Li family had finished those, all three families were silent, especially after hearing Su Ran's background and identity. At this moment, after seeing in the picture the unmistakable determined faces of his own family's sons, the elders of the three clans all began to doubt and wonder. Had they really done wrong? The SU principal was in no mood for these parental regrets. At this moment, he stood on the stage, looking with interest at these students whose passions he had ignited, but a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Old comrades familiar with Su Ran might know that this was the guy's grim smile after his scheme had succeeded. I know that all the parents who called the registrar's office, all of you are pampered and very precious at home, and to your parents, all you need to do is to get on well and not be aggrieved, and it doesn't matter whether you compete or not. What's important is to be able to carry on with the next generation so that they have something to look forward to. Now ask yourselves, growing up, were your parents ever proud of you? Did they go through the motions every day, just wanting you to be a flower in a hothouse? But they will leave you one day, and when that time comes, you will no longer receive their care, and there will be no one to shelter you. And do you think you will be able to get along as well as before? For so many years, you all grew up under their shelter, and now that it's so hard to come out, don't you want to fight for it and give them a good look? Chapter 31. It is incumbent upon Principal Su to save the youth of today. Think. Inside the crowd, the ones who shouted the loudest were the three lickers behind Liang. At this moment, even Liang turned back to look toward the three. The three lickspittles shouted their faces off, and when they saw the goddess turn her head, they almost couldn't even stand up in an instant. Yet the next second, Saran then began to give orders. In that case, those whose names are called in a moment will continue to train extra hard, and the rest of you will go back to eat and organize your housekeeping. Let the roll call begin. Grand Chancellor Su dashingly threw the megaphone to Secretary Zhao, and then took a sip of tea from his water cup, quite satisfied with his earlier speech. Secretary Zhao, on the other hand, was holding a megaphone and was also looking at Su Ran somewhat happily. Principal Su, your move is really brilliant. Su Ran, on the other hand, got into the SUV without looking back. Ahem. Real men play handsome and never look back. The door to the training room. Bing Bing had been surprised by the passion of the students just now, and hadn't reacted at this point. Sabine, on the other hand, exclaimed, I have to say, Principal Su is really good at calling people. If it was any other school, I'm afraid that parents' complaints would have been quickly accommodated and rectified. But it's amazing how Principal Su has used these complaints and feedback to organize them into motivation for the students. Wu Jing couldn't help but give a thumbs up from the side as well. Deng Jia, the former chief of staff, nodded with even greater satisfaction. This kind of management style of Principal Su is really unique. Now all those students who are about to be named will all turn their grievances into motivation and start training very seriously. This is the first time that I have encountered such a way of doing things from Principal Su after so many years in the army. Very admirable. Live firearms training room. The major instructors in all 11 departments had taken the list and started reading the names one by one. The entire 150 freshmen all stood at the scene somewhat awkwardly. Among them were the three unlucky ones. The three seemed to have expected half of it. Instead they stood in place with determined faces. Anyone whose name is called will train for an additional 2 hours. Perform at your own risk, and turn in your firearms in one piece when you're done. After saying this, the instructors of each department had all the freshmen dismissed to go eat. Even the instructors didn't stay. Only these people left inside each department. Yet even without supervision, these freshmen very consciously picked up their firearms and began to do the end-around pose. Xiao Kiba, Wang Beitan, and Ni Mabi were even more self-consciously terrifying, standing directly in place with his gun. His face was incredibly determined as he looked ahead. I won't let you guys look down on me, ever. Mom and Dad, your son has grown up. Ah, Mom, I'm in so much pain, but I'm not giving up. No one else was in the training room though, but the tens of thousands of cameras looking up had been spread out long before. Upon seeing the picture, his own son looked so determined and serious. The elders of the three clans couldn't hold back any longer, and all of them left behind tears of remorse. Inside the live feed, the millions of viewers also inexplicably felt a wave of heartache. My parents used to do the same thing to me. They were so worried about everything they did. They were afraid of everything. If only I had met Star Military Academy back then. Parents in most families, all of them, are like this, but Principal Su taught us a hard lesson today, and I vowed that in the future my children would never be so spoiled. This is a real school. 100 times better than those schools that make you read holy books and learn knowledge all day long. Kudos.
Our country of China needs the Star Military Academy and a character like Principal Su. He's saving more teenagers who are immersed in joy and coddling. All I can say is that Rangoon has the vision to partner with a school like Principal Su and Star Military Academy to allow us to watch meaningful live broadcasts.
At this moment, the pop-up comment section, as it were, became an area of compliments. If President Su opened his cell phone, he would definitely be able to see no less than 10 hot searches in the first place. All of them are major media outlets and marketing numbers boasting about their good education. Of course, at this time, Principal Su would certainly not be so leisurely. After dinner in the office, Secretary Zhao walked in with a design drawing. Principal Su, this is the drawing of the Research Institute. It's all perfected. See if there's anything else you want to add. Su Ran simply looked at it and then clapped his hands and started work directly. Right? Basically all of them meet their own requirements. Of course, let him speak for himself seems to be no specific requirements. Just one word. Big on the line. How did the extra training go this afternoon? Hearing Su Ran's question, Secretary Zhao smiled. Very smooth. 150 students, all very consciously and conscientiously completed the 2 hours of extra training. And many of the parents of the students who were named called and apologized to us. Oh, apologizing isn't necessary. I'd like to thank them for that. After Su Ran sneered, he looked up at Secretary Zhao. The next task on the Research Institute side is heavier. You go and keep an eye on it. I just need one thing, which is to speed up the schedule for me. And don't worry about the funding, just mention it to the accounting side at any time. But Principal Su, there's no one around you. I'm not a child. I need to be taken care of every day. I'll give you a raise for making the research center work. Okay then Principal Su, you remember to sleep on time and eat on time. I'll get everything organized for you. You'll need me. Okay, get out first. I'm going to start working out. Secretary Zhao seemed to have a lot more to instruct, but Su Ran had then pushed her out the door. Why does it seem like you're nagging me more than my mom? Su Dishao muttered, talking about his own old mom. He and some nostalgia for his previous life on top of the blue star. Tick-tock. The cell phone on the table rang. Call and note mom. Su Ran took a deep breath and adjusted his emotions to pick it up. Hey, Mother Superior. Ahem. I have to say, the predecessor's name for his mother was indeed too carnal. But Su Ran can't change it now. Tell me about it. How long it's been since I've been back. Listening to the kind voice on the phone, Su Ran helplessly laughed. As you know, I have indeed been very busy lately. Sure enough, it's your Su family seed, talking in the same tone. If you don't come back, then don't come back. You can see it on TV anyway. After so many years in the army, I still don't know that my son is so accomplished now. Su Ran smiled heartily. What the troops learned was the skills, but this IQ still has to be inherited from Mother Sama. Okay, just your sweet mouth. I told your father about what happened in the army today. He has already helped you to suppress those news. No one will talk about you on the internet, and it has something to do with the remedies behind yourself. And these people dare to put pressure on my son as far as they have a son. Being cared for so much by this cheap mother. Su Ran was also really touched inside. After some sweet words of comfort, the evening's workout began. The students can't afford to work out, and they certainly can't afford to do so themselves as a principal. After all, the dream of 1,000,000 soldiers in the future is still some way off. This body hardware equipment is definitely to keep up. Compared to the cozy conversations at night on President Su's side, what came from the side of the accommodation building was miserable. All the new students were crying and crying as they got into their beloved cribs after a long day of labor. What they didn't know was that the training tasks would gradually climb again over the next few days. Because the president of the University of Su has no worries, the next step is to slowly begin to select the various gifted talents. The upcoming reorganization and planning of each department is instantly going to be on the agenda. Chapter 32, Principal Su's training methods that the army wants to imitate. Early the next morning, the whistle of the emergency assembly once again shattered the beautiful dreams of all the freshmen. On this side of the CCTV studio, Sabine, Bing Bing, Wu Jing, and Deng Jie all arrived. Wu Jing and Deng Jie were fine. Both of them had served in the military on the early rise and emergency assembly had long been accustomed to. But Sabine and Bing Bing, two normal people, are not so normal. But being professional hosts, the two barely managed to stay awake and smile as they stood in front of the camera to introduce the crowd to the opening of a new day on air. Meanwhile, after the whistle on Martinez's side, the downstairs was already packed with freshman personnel from all the major departments. Unlike the previous 2 days, all the freshmen, though with tired faces, had an unspoken determination in their eyes. Everyone, today's assembly talk is cancelled, and the 5-kilometer cross-country begins immediately. As the words fell from Martinez's side, the crowd all began the day's training according to their faculties. This time, all the new students were very active. especially the 150 students who were left behind yesterday. Su Ran really wasn't wrong. These students were usually pampered at home, but after experiencing Su Ran's education yesterday, all of them had changed their minds, and from the bottom of their hearts, they wanted to train in school to show their parents. All the students at this age have the mentality of vanity, comparison and competition, and I have to say that Su Ran's excitement has really played a good role. At this time in the cross-country team, Xiao Ji Ba, Wang Beitan, and Ima by 3 people are even more incomparably desperate, and even ran to the front. The 3 of them remembered Su Ran's words to death, and now they just wanted to give their parents a good look at how they were refreshed inside the military school. Inside the live broadcast room, the crowd also saw this scene. Principal Su's lecture is really too important, and now these students, all of them, have their own momentum, especially those 3 unlucky bastards from yesterday who are now running at the front of the pack. I almost wanted to get into the school yesterday when I heard Principal Su's quotes, not to mention the 3 unlucky ones. I know these 3 people. They used to be from our school. You may not know that they are the famous rich second generation in Yen City, notorious dilettantes, but now they are actually being trained by Principal Su to be so obedient. Really? Rich kid? Would you even enroll in a specialized military school? What's wrong with that? Although these 3 are rich second generation, they all have a common goddess. That's the short-haired girl in the honored departments team, so I guess they're just following someone else. Good guy. Amazing material. I really didn't think that the Star Military Academy could even help tame the rich second generation in dude. In fact, the identity of the 3 unlucky ones was recognized by some people at the time when they first went live yesterday. After all, they were too famous. But the reason why it was being discussed by so many people today was entirely because the metamorphosis of the 3 of them today had caused more people to become curious. Sabine also exclaimed in front of the camera. Now everyone can really feel how influential President Su's speech was yesterday, right? I was listening to the heat last night. This is what the current generation of year-old strongmen should be doing, and that's why we have this show on here. The 5-kilometer pull-out trail ended an hour early today. This was something that surprised Su Ran as well. With an hour left until noon, everyone's next task was to go to the training room to continue to connect with the holding position. All trainees who can hold out for 5 minutes may begin the next step of their training. For those of you who did not meet the standard, the time each day is reserved for you to come over and add training yourselves, as our training room is open 24 hours a day. But I just want to tell you that there will be a basic assessment in a month's time, and if those who do not meet the standard of the assessment, the only thing that awaits you is to go to another specialized institution. Hearing Martinez's words, everyone's hearts couldn't help but tighten up. After all, after working so hard for so long, it would be really hard if you didn't meet the standard in the assessment a month later. After the order was given, everyone piled into the firearms training room in a rush. Daffy the kid was lucky not to be selected by the list yesterday, but at this point the guy is acting very serious as well. Young Hoon, weighted and armed. 5 minutes to standard. You may proceed to the next step of the training. The auxiliary coach on the department's side pinched his stopwatch and directly announced that Jiang Sun had succeeded. Immediately afterward, one by one, several people from other departments were declared ready for the next step in their training. Among them was Li Ying. Even though she was a girl, this girl's strength was terrifying. And that's when the benefits of Li Ying being a human being come into play. With her first step of gun training complete, she was able to move on to the next step without having to wait for her teammates at all. Because there were no teammates, you know. But others were different. Even though they had completed the first step, they had to wait for their teammate because they were in a group of 2. At this moment, on top of the training room's observation deck, Su Ran also slowly picked up the megaphone and began to put pressure on these people. Guys, don't you feel like you're a drag when you watch your teammates succeed while you're out of reach? So now grab your guns properly and grit your teeth for me. Don't be a drag and chill your teammates. Inside each training room, those new students who didn't pass the first step, each and every one of them had a look of shame on their faces. Ha ha, so the decision-making in groups of 2 at the beginning was to wait here. Ha, Sabine also laughed very helplessly. Wu Jing couldn't help but sigh outside the field. Principal Su is on the scheme again. This trick really works too well. Those outstanding freshmen complete the first step, but the ones in the same group as him still haven't completed it. So next, with shame and remorse, he will definitely train well. Training new recruits is indeed also about a ploy. We've only been here for a day or so and we've seen several of Principal Su's tactics. Even within the military, these ploys are worth learning. After Deng Jie's side of the comment fell, it instantly made the netizens in the live broadcast room boil. At this moment, Su Ran's status in the hearts of the crowd was once again elevated. Inside the training room, Daffy's arms were already shaking. Okay, stop practicing and take a break, Jiang Sun advised from the side. Yet Daffy continued to bite his teeth. I can't stop. I don't want to hold you back, bro.
Zhang Sun said helplessly.
This is all Principal Su's agitation. Our physical qualities are different. You still need some time. I'm not in a hurry. On the other side, in the honored department's team, the two men, Shaki Ba and Wangbat Dan,
don't have to worry because neither of them have finished.
Instead,
one of the boys who teamed up with Namabi's side had completed it successfully.
But the boy was also kind. Dude, can't take a break. You're working hard enough. No, I don't believe it. I can't last 5 minutes. Namabi gritted his teeth on this side and raised his gun again. The next second, however,
the gun fell straight to the ground, and Nima must have hammered her arms to her knees.
Chapter 33 Current number of mercenaries, 13,500.
Honorable Department Instructor Mo Long saw this side of the situation at the first time.
What's going on? He rushed over and crouched down to check Namabi's arms. Muscle strain. Hygienist, get over here and drag him to the infirmary. Hearing Mo Long's words, Namabi's side immediately became anxious. Instructor, don't make me leave. I can still train. I don't want to leave.
The rest of the freshmen were moved by the sight.
Especially Xiao Kiba and Wang Baitan. Two difficult people. The two of them ran next to Namabi at the first opportunity.
The three used to feel like they were love rivals.
But after these days of training and trials and tribulations,
the three seemed to have turned into a brotherly sort of thing.
Mabi, are you okay? Mabi, what's wrong with you, buddy? Don't scare us. Namabi was helped to lie in the arms of Instructor Morong. I can do this. You guys believe me? I really can. And I still want to train. Instructor Mo Long said helplessly. Cut the crap and go to the hospital for a checkup first. With that, Namabi was carried away by the paramedics.
Su Ran had long since seen this scene from the stage, but he made no sign of it, for such contingencies were normal to him.
Instead, he was still relieved at this point in the afternoon, because he could see in it that the boy's perseverance had indeed been galvanized. Sabine and Ice and the ranging side, too, were the first to come over. Muscle strain. This kid trains too hard. Wu Jing's side. Dunji nodded. He was among those left behind yesterday, and looked eager to prove himself. Senator Deng, isn't it a bit inappropriate for Principal Su to train in such a way that works, but likewise creates such consequences? Hearing this curious comment from Ice, Deng Jie smiled and shook his head. In the eyes of our ordinary people, a small injury will be very anxious and worried. But have you ever thought about it? This is in the army. Training time you do not sweat, do not work hard. By the time you go to the battlefield, waiting for you will be the death of all the troops' new recruits training. Every year there are injuries. Is it possible to get injured? They will blame their superiors. Blame the training mode out of the problem. What's wrong with the training model?
Bing Bing was caught up in this series of questions, and at this point,
she was also shaking her head in some embarrassment. It's true that I was thinking too simply. Next to her, Wu Jing also added, military school and being a soldier are the same, let alone a school like Star Military School.
This small injury is normal for new students,
so none of us need to panic. In less than a week, this kid will be able to appear inside the live broadcast again.
At this time inside the live broadcast, everyone agreed with Wu Jing and Deng Jie's remarks.
That's right, it's unavoidable to get a minor injury when you join the army. If you can't stand that, what's the point of being a soldier? Not far away,
Daffy also watched the scene and couldn't help but drop the gun in his hand, because he had also trained very hard today. His arms had long since become uncomfortable.
Brother, this can't be rushed. It's better to get some rest, or else it'll really be like him and you won't be able to train for a while.
Hearing Zhang Sun's words,
Defei could only nod his head silently, but in his heart, he secretly vowed to bring up his training as soon as possible. Since it didn't work once, then he would come a few more times. Didn't the instructor say just now that the firearms training room was open 24 hours a day? So this was a complete opportunity for him. After witnessing the people from the infirmary send Namabi away, Shakiba and Wang Baitan were also very excited. Originally, both of them thought that they wouldn't be able to succeed, but now they saw that one of the three swordsmen, Namabi, was still thinking about training even though he was injured, a spirit that instantly excited both of them as well. Mabi, don't worry, the two of us brothers will accomplish for you what you failed to do. After saying this, the two men looked at each other and just picked up their guns and trained. The training room, once again, resumed a scene that could only give positive training. This scene made the SU president, who was watching from afar, quite satisfied. By the afternoon, the instructors of each department counted that half of the 13,000 people had already completed the first step of training, but within that half that was completed, there were also a lot of groups that couldn't do the second step of the firing drill because many of the groups another team member didn't complete it. There was no way around it, and all of these unfinished students exploded into their own positive and proactive attitudes at this moment. In the evening after dinner all ran to the training room to start training hard. This scene, once again, made the audience in the live broadcast room look dumbfounded. All of them exclaimed that Principal Su was really too good at it, trying to catch the new students, so that all of them would willingly add training. I've never encountered that a new recruit even took the initiative to ask for training on his own. This is simply a big miracle. Principal Su deserves a lot of credit. Staff SGT. Dunji couldn't help but let out an exclamation. For these praises, Su Ran didn't care at this time, because he was being debriefed by Secretary Zhou. Construction of the Research Institute at the Star Military Academy is about to open. 5 construction teams alone were called in, and President Su said he wanted to build the Research Institute within 6 months. President Su, at present all things are ready. Our approval will come down? The construction of a scientific research institute still needs to be recognized by the higher-ups. Hearing Secretary Zhao's words, Su Ran smiled faintly. You don't need to worry about these. Alright, you go down first. Oh, Secretary Zhao nodded, and made a cup of tea for Su Ran before he left. After waiting for the office to be empty, Su Ran immediately opened the system panel in his mind. Host, Su Ran. Influence, 50,000 points. Number of mercenaries, 13,005. The system introduction was very simple. What Su Ran was curious about was that Star Military School currently had 13,000 students. How come there were these extra 500 mercenaries? What was the situation? Did it include the instructors? 11 mercenary instructors Su Ran could understand. But those former comrades in arms, who have also become their own mercenaries? Su Ran couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. It seems that during this period of training, the influence was not only given to these students, even the instructors were unconsciously influenced. Next Su Ran put his eyes on the bottom, mall, and personal space. He first looked at his personal space, which unsurprisingly held the unused funds from the last big gift package, and currently had over 100 million points left. These funds will be used to build the Research Institute is absolutely no problem. And this group of new students after enrollment in the tuition fees will be able to maintain the operation of the school. In addition to the funds in the space, it was the drawing studies of the 3 future weapons rewarded by the system as well as various detailed explanations. Su Ran purposely intercepted a portion of the first stealthy ghost hunter tank and took advantage of tonight to make a plan conception. As long as this part of the plan concept and some simple drawings are taken up, the old man at home is absolutely 100% supportive of his opening of the Military Research Institute. Immediately after that, Su Ran set his eyes on the side mall. Chapter 34, Veteran shocked. Is the Shadow Hunter tank real? The mall interface had just opened, and Su Ran's side was dazzled. The entire mall is divided into a land weapons area, an Air Force weapons area, and a naval weapons area. All of these areas are currently grayed out, indicating that they are not yet unlocked. For example, all kinds of guns, bullets, weaponry, and cannons that exist in the real world can be found here. What's more, inside the mall, all of these things don't need funds to buy, just need their influence points to exchange at will. Su Ran was also very happy inside at this time. The influence points he had just learned about, all of them were his reputation in China and even globally. As long as the reputation is higher, the influence points will be higher. This showed that looking up at the livestream now was very useful in increasing Su Ran's influence. The next step, together with the daily military training and the 3 new weapons that the research center was about to develop, would all increase the influence points for Su Ran. But unfortunately, after inquiring about the system, Su Ran's happy mood just now was immediately somewhat lost. Because to open the mall, you need to spend 1 million influence points. It does seem like this influence point is a good thing to have, and it's needed everywhere. Gonna have to put on some X's and boost his fame at school and in the community next. Thinking of this, Su Ran didn't hesitate and directly took out a series of drawings of the Ghost Hunter tank from the system. Then began a brief process of writing a rough idea of what this weapon would look like, as well as trends. If it was Su Ran in his previous life, he would definitely have no knowledge of these things. But having traveled to this body, it has eaten up all the military and weapons very thoroughly. So Su Ran could easily write out this report, and would even write it in great detail. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. Great General Su Guotao had just returned from a meeting and his face was a bit gloomy. After all these years of R&D, it's still a mess, and you're fooling around with the funding you get from above? After saying this, the old man even huffed and puffed and slapped the table. It couldn't be helped that this trip to inspect the research weapons had left the old man very disappointed in many of the projects that had held out hope. The secretary next to him consoled. Old General, you calm down first. This thing can't be rushed. Our China's scientific research weapon progress is indeed slow, but it can't be helped. The good thing is that this situation is changing every year, and the number of talented people who enter the scientific research weapon units is increasing every year. I believe that right away. Our scientific research weapon and national defense will also become better. The old man picked up a glass of water and said, "We can wait. But can those wolves outside wait?" "That's right. Right now we look safe. But all the wave surges are all in the dark. If we don't have enough means, we will still be hammered by them. So the scientific research must be accelerated once again. And it absolutely can't go on like this." The secretary nodded and could only reassure the old man to start resting and not to think too much. After the secretary left, the old man packed up and prepared to go to bed. But just then, a document was sent to his cell phone. "What's this brat doing sending me all this stuff?" Su Guotao murmured, but was still curious to open the document Su Ran had sent. On the establishment and application of research units at the Star Military Academy. Honorable General Su, I am well aware of the current backwardness of our country's scientific research weapon units, and for this reason our school is willing to take on the work of scientific research weapon development. Star Military Academy currently has 13,000 people in school. There will be more new students in the next few years. We will be looking for students with talent in this area to train in the upcoming training. On top of that, Star Military Academy currently has a weapon research that is very mature. The Shadow Hunting Tank series, the invention of the stealth tank will soon be put into design and construction immediately after the completion of the Research Institute. The following will be my sharing of the drawing design and maneuverability of the Shadow Hunting Tank. At this time, the old general never thought that his good grandson was not only opening a military school, but also wanted to open a scientific weapons research unit at the military school. When he first saw this document, the old man kind of wanted to laugh because this brat didn't call himself an old man, but rather, he called the old general with great respect. But the moment he saw the Shadowhunter Stealth Series tank come out, his eyes immediately widened. Continue down. When seeing a series of drawings, as well as a variety of professional design and terminology, the old man is lying cannot lie. Directly from the bed sat up. The huge movement knocked the teacups on the table as well, and the secretary outside thought something had happened and rushed back. "Old General, are you all right?" The old man waved his hand without even looking at him. "It's fine. It's fine. This kid, how the hell did this kid come up with this? If this thing can really be made, then our China's scientific research weaponry is a big step forward. Even those Western countries will have to imitate us." Hearing this, the secretary next to him also curiously looked at the old man's cell phone. "Old General, look at that." After saying that, he handed his cell phone to the secretary. The latter took the cell phone very seriously, briefly scanned the content on it, and instantly his face all changed drastically. "Old General, this drawing and rough conception is too perfect. If it is given to the scientific research unit to manufacture, we can definitely give an explanation to our superiors and the people this year." The old man smiled happily and said, "That brat sent it to me. I always thought that he only knew how to train and hadn't learned anything else in the army. But now it seems that this brat is capable of much more than that." But Old General, Su Shao, no. I see that Principal Su is expressing in this document that he wants to open a scientific research unit at the Star Military Academy itself. Isn't it not quite in order for a newly opened military academy to open a scientific research unit? Rules are dead. People are alive. Now you know about these scientific research weapons institutes in the country. We've inspected so many of them lately, and they haven't come up with a single thing to do. Instead of doing that, it's better to give the right to the people who need it, the ones who can do the job. Isn't that right? After saying this, the old man directly sat up with his clothes on. Reply to that brat. The Star Military Academy's Scientific Research Weapons Unit can be opened, but it must be opened within 6 months after the opening of the hunting shadow of this tank development. Otherwise I will be in the second year to get their licenses back. And after the opening of the National Scientific Research Institutes will also be sent to the station to guide, or else he is a yellow-haired brat with a torch. Do not yet know where to start burning it. The secretary nodded and immediately took these words to heart, turning his head and going to issue the documents. On the old man's side, he took his cell phone and sent a message to Su Ran. "Brat, I agree that you started it, but you have to tell me if the Shadowhunter tank is something you just conceived of, or are you really sure you can make it?" At this time inside the Star Military School, Su Ran had just finished his workout when he heard his cell phone vibrate. Upon seeing the old man's curious query, Su Ran knew that his wishful thinking was indeed good. 100% sure. As soon as the license for the Research Institute comes down, you'll be able to see samples in less than 6 months. Chapter 35 on how terrifying Principal Su's potential inspiration is. Su Ran was indeed right as well. As long as the license for the research weapon was done, it's really quick to study a sample out after the Research Institute is built at the school. This is no joke. The drawings rewarded by the system are all very perfect, and even special materials can be purchased inside the system mall. That is to say, You don't need to purchase or research and develop some materials. You can take care of them all by yourself from Su Ran. All it takes is some personnel to put it together. Elder Su Guatao, who got the news, was very happy. If Su Ran was next to him right now, I believe that the old man would be able to hug this good grandson with excitement. By the time the next morning rolled around, the notification orders came down from the higher-ups in the military government and from the state side. Order for the opening of a scientific research unit at the Star Military Academy. Inside the order, it was clearly stated that the higher-ups strongly supported the research and development of the Star Military Academy's Research Institute, and would send 5 technical professors from the research unit to come and cooperate with the garrison. $3 million has also been allocated for the startup of the project, and part of the money will be allocated for this project every month in the following months to maintain it. Secretary Zhao got this notice after the whole person was stunned. I did not expect Su Ran can overnight the research unit's visa. More importantly, the above is also particularly important to this matter. Others may not know, but Secretary Zhao clearly understands how difficult it is to apply for a research unit. But now the above not only in such a short period of time through, and even give them the allocation of funds. This is simply the pie in the sky of the great things yet to Principal Su. It was as if this little matter was something he already knew. How about it, Secretary Zhao? I didn't lie to you. Secretary Zhao nodded and said, don't worry, Principal Su. I'll have the construction team work overtime next to ensure that our research unit will be completed as soon as possible. Don't just chase speed. Pay attention to quality too. Su Ran said as he put on his jacket, and next to him, Secretary Zhao echoed, and then had already knowingly brought his boots over. Why don't you go over to the construction site, and I'll go see how the rookies' training went today. While watching Su Ran leave in style, Secretary Zhao was marvelously watching his back from behind. She always felt that this man was too mysterious, as if he could strategize everything, all within his grasp. For Secretary Zhao's curiosity, Su Ran didn't have the heart to understand. His mind was now focused on the military academy and researching weapons. The latter hasn't gotten off the ground yet, so the SU president's heart is set on the military academy. Today's training was much the same as the last few days, with an early start of 5 kilometers of cross-country, followed by the start of gun practice in the training room. For these freshmen, the painful 5 kilometers seemed to be out of the ordinary. There were still a lot of people who hadn't bothered to acclimatize in those first day or two, so people were sent to the infirmary almost every day. But it's true that the number of people sent to the infirmary has been greatly reduced down here this morning. There were even a lot of people who had all rushed to the top of the mountain within the allotted time. Hosts Sabine, Bing Bing, and the 4 of them, Wu Jing and Deng Jie, were also very interested in running with the pack this morning. But while Sabine and Bing Bing were both a bit out of breath after a kilometer, Wu Jing and Deng Jie were both much better. But even so, the two were a little out of breath by the time they reached the halfway point of the mountain. After all, and often exercise people are different. Wu Jing back then, but also just the army training, usually good food and drink acting. Deng Jie is already the chief of staff, and is retired. The physical quality of the body is even more greatly reduced. Spectators, you should be able to feel the horror of a 5-kilometer cross-country by now, right? Sabine stands in front of the camera panting, casually picking up a mineral water and drinking it. We just ran a kilometer. We have already insisted not to go on, because the Star Military Academy's 5 kilometers of zipper cross-country is running from the bottom of the mountain to the top. The entire road gradient, although it looks not too obvious, but when you run up to know how exhausting it is, and the most important thing is that, we are still lightly loaded to run, but everyone is now seeing the students of the military academy, all of them heavily loaded to move forward. So this is really the first nightmare every day when I open my eyes. So this 5 kilometers of cross-country is really the first nightmare of opening your eyes every day. But look with the camera. The students of the 11 departments were all neatly lined up at this time, swishing and advancing upwards, and there was also a loud slogan coming out from time to time, just as the audience inside the live broadcast room was about to praise it. Once again, the scene was magical. Are you all snails in the morning? As new age college students, you don't have a bit of vigor. I don't want such people to exist in Star Military Academy. The owner of this voice was none other than the president of SU who had just arrived from his office. For others, it is very gratifying to see these students improve day by day to the naked eye. But for Su Ran, the progress he wanted was more than that simple. He wanted to cultivate a military academy that was truly respectable and chilling, so it would be impossible to be so gentle. All hands on deck. Target the top of the hill in 2 kilometers. Don't line up. Charge them all. It was almost as if Su Ran's side of the conversation had just fallen. All of them gritted their teeth and charged up the hill. Tens of thousands of new students, like crazy, all wailing, rushed to the top of the mountain behind them. Strangely enough, It was only supposed to be given to people who were also really quite tired at this point. But after hearing Sue Rant's order, these freshmen had only one goal in their minds, and that was to obey and fulfill Sue Rant's order regardless of everything. So there was a shocking scene of tens of thousands of people charging. Sabine and the others who were broadcasting live were all dumbfounded by this scene. I'm reading this right. They're actually sprinting? Ding Bing also covered her small mouth and marveled. Oh my god, where else do they get the strength? And I've investigated that the slope of this hill is increasing the further back you go, and by this point, it's still a sprint. So it seems that Principal Sue's motivation is really working too well. Deng Jie stood in place, looking at Sue Ran at the top of the mountain with great admiration. Inside the live broadcast room, countless netizens couldn't help but praise it. These guys are as good as crazy. It's awesome. On how terrifying Principal Sue's potential to inspire really is. Is this the charm of Principal Sue? Surprisingly, it can make all the students rejuvenate their spirituality again. I can only say that Principal Sue's aura is really strong, and in the eyes of the freshman Principal Sue is probably a godlike figure. If I would have had a leader like Principal Sue in my day, I wouldn't be moving bricks on a construction site now. Half an hour later, the freshmen from all 11 departments basically all gathered at the top of the mountain, although some of them also dropped out. But under the leadership of their respective team members, finally all of them sprinted perfectly. And yes, the groups split up in firearms training played a key role at this point. Many people's groups get support from the teammate next to them when they are laboring. After all, if he couldn't run through Z, then the next firearms training would receive some impact. It had to be said that Principal Sue's move really did give all these new students a confidence in not giving up in an invisible way. After the 5-kilometer cross-country, the afternoon was normal firearms shooting. For the cadets who didn't even complete the first step, their efforts were evident to all. Finally at the end of the afternoon, Sue Ran received the report card for the first step of the freshmen in the whole school. 13,000 men, all weighted and armed, all up to standard in 5 minutes. This result was indeed beyond Sue Ran's expectations, as it was only 2 days ago. But then the second step is the real training. Firing training. Chapter 36 Alternative Training. Principal Sue is going to pretend to be X. A common saying among professional soldiers is that a true marksman is not born, but fed with bullets, meaning that effort is more important in it. But that's a quote from the army, and where these freshmen are now is a military academy. Even though Sue Ran had cheekily asked Yu Tianlong's side for a lot of ammunition, it would be delusional to think of using it to feed these students. So in order to train this group of little rookies in marksmanship to the effect that Sue Ran wanted, it was definitely necessary to make a surprise move. All of you, congratulations, you are all ready to move on to the second step of the marksmanship shooting course. To be honest, I'm very unimpressed with you little rookies because it seems to me that you haven't gotten out of the word recruit yet, and are now at best accomplishing some of the tasks that I have given you. And asking you to hold a gun and shoot at a target is like asking a newborn child who can't even walk properly to build a fire and cook a meal on his or her own. Hearing Sue Ran's words, the crowd lowered their heads in some embarrassment. If it was the day he first came to the military academy, there would have been many people who would have been unconvinced by Sue Ran's remarks. But now, there is absolutely no one who stands up and dares to refute it. But so what? Even if you are little rookies, but when you come to the Star Military Academy, every training will make you little rookies feel the difference. As long as you are willing to make up your mind, I believe that even a newborn child can make a pot of powdered milk that can be eaten. Likewise, I believe that even a group of little rookies can practice your marksmanship. It must be said that Principal Sue is utilizing the expression of first suppressing and then promoting to the fullest extent. Never mind the ploy for a moment. The results are very good indeed. As soon as these words came out, all the new students inside the entire training room applauded with confidence. Sabine sighed. Every time Principal Sue speaks, it's worth learning from. It seems like at first it's prodding, but at the back, straight away, it starts to give you enough confidence. It's really important to be confident enough at this point. Shooting is a different course than anything else, and if your mindset is not stable, your shooting performance will definitely not be good. Staff SGT. Dunji uttered this very exclusively. Sue Ran, who was speaking on the stage at this time, spoke again. Shooting training is a course that you must learn in the military school and must excel to meet the standard. So in the next training, the school will conduct a short-term assessment based on your shooting performance. If the assessment does not meet the standard, sorry, our military school will still be dissuaded. So I'm also here to urge you all to take this course seriously. And now the training begins. As Sue Ran's words fell, each department stood in groups according to the parade. Shooting drills are also in the same groupings as before, with two-man teams and separation of guns and ammunition. To be honest, many people were still very excited inside at this time. After all, being able to shoot was the happiest thing for them. Inside the team, Daffy clutched his 9-5 rifle with some disbelief. That's not right.
We're about to start the shooting course. Why hasn't the counterweight on the gun been reduced? It'll affect the shooting feel later.
Next to him, Jingsun looked up and looked around and realized that all the instructors from all the departments did not mean it. It also frowned. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Don't crow about it. I don't know much about it.
But firearm shooting with a counterweight still on it will definitely affect shooting in the future.
However, the words just fell.
The voice from Chief Instructor Martinez's side fell.
Next, all of you will receive an infrared laser pointer. And within 1 minute,
mount this laser pointer on top of each of your firearm sights. The second step of the training course is to continue to hold your guns and keep your eyes on the target 500 meters away.
How?
Use the infrared rays on your guns to aim for me.
You can't deviate.
And during this gun holding process,
you will also have to face random questions from the instructors.
These questions include the iron discipline of the military academy, as well as some of the theories of the firearms and equipment on your body.
The requirement is to be able to do it with one mind and two minds. If anyone makes a mistake in answering the questions during this period, or if the infrared laser on the gun deviates from the target when answering the questions, your entire group will be punished. Hearing about the training,
everyone was dumbfounded at this moment.
Didn't we agree to shoot the gun? Why did you continue to hold the gun?
And you have to keep an eye on a target 500 meters away while holding the gun.
What's the target 500 meters away? Swish! Amidst everyone's curiosity, the target 500 meters away slowly fell. It's a copper plate the size of a fingernail.
This copper plate hangs in the air on a red string.
And most importantly, while looking at this coin, answer some random questions asked by the instructor. At this moment,
all the new students only felt their scalps go numb after hearing this,
and even their legs began to wobble, because it's just impossible to accomplish. Inside the ranging live streaming room, countless viewers were also curiously discussing it. Who came up with this training idea? First time I've heard that Principal Sue is really good at playing. Holy, this is a sincere attempt to make the little rookies suffer. Who can do that? It's indeed too difficult.
Even professional soldiers are afraid that it's hard to reach
500 meters away from the target. This if anyone makes it, I'll wash my head upside down. The two hosts, Sabine and Bing Bing,
were even more impressed with what they heard.
Wu Jing curiously asked Deng Jia from the side. Chief of Staff Deng, have you ever seen this type of training?
Deng Jia helplessly shook his head and smiled.
It's very special. I've never heard of any troop using it.
It should be something Principal Sue and the others or the instructors came up with. But this type of training is really ingenious.
Firstly, he can improve the freshman's durability, concentration, and control of the target, but it's very early to talk about all this. We'll still have to see how effective we'll have to be when the time comes. In fact, Deng Jia is right. Su Ran specially let people set up this training mode, is to let everyone in the training time will be durable, focus and control all honed out. He knew that there must be a lot of new students who were curious, even skeptical, about this type of training even now. In that case, it's just a matter of coming out and putting on a little X-roll of your own. For the sake of that bit of influence given by the system, Principal Sue was also getting thicker and thicker now. Gentlemen, I know that there is curiosity and a wait-and-see attitude towards this type of training right now, and since that's the case, I'm going to use me, the one who is trained over here, to show you how it's done. As the words fell, Sue Ran, accompanied by Martinez, slowly arrived at the bottom of the training room. All the new students couldn't help but puff out their chests when they saw Sue Ran come to them. This student, let me use your gun. Sue Ran came to a girl and said in a flat voice. This short-haired girl is none other than Li Young from the Honors Department. Chapter 37, The Trick of the Desire to Train. We have to train. Yes. Li Ying gave a very standard salute, then entrusted his gun to Sue Ran with both hands. Sue Ran smiled and easily grabbed this weighted version of the 9.5 with one hand. Then he skillfully pushed out the magazine again and received 20 rounds of ammunition from Li Ying. All of you, during shooting, control the target not with the naked eye, but with the heart. Molan, 500-meter moving target. As soon as the words fell, in the training room, the moving target at 500 meters slowly appeared to move. Standing in place, Sue Ran almost did not even look. Bang! Directly a point shot over. The target fell to the ground, and sharp-eyed people can see has hit the center of the 10 rings above. Bang bang bang! The next series of piercing point-blank shots rang through the training room. Almost all of the moving targets at 500 meters were shot by Sue Ran across the sky. Even the moment these moving targets were just standing up, they were hit by Sue Ran. Such a shot directly stunned everyone. There was a brief pause in the live training room, as well as in the look-up broadcast. Immediately after that, all the freshmen and instructors on the scene all began to applaud. Tens of thunderous applause surrounded the entire training room. It was obvious that everyone was admiring Su Ran from the bottom of their hearts, because at this moment, Principal Su could feel the ecstasy and passionate worship within these mercenaries, especially the girl standing next to him, Li Ying, applauded all very hard. Inside the Department of Honor, with the return of Namabi, all three of the unlucky ones were also present today. By the time they saw Su Ran's wonderful operation, all of them were admiring and worshipping this Principal Su from the bottom of their hearts. But when they saw for the first time that the goddess, who had always been high and very calm, was so adoring when facing Su Ran, their hearts were still a little torn. Mabi, I'm so torn right now. I don't know if I should be happy, or if I should be hard. Kiba, stop. I'm in the same mood. Inside the team, Lu Dafei had long been dumbfounded at this point. Da Hun, I just want to know right now, Principal Su's marksmanship, what level is it? Next to him, Zhang Sun's eyes flickered with an incomparable flame of enthusiasm as he nodded his head very hard and said, this is the real king of soldiers. This is what I'm aiming for. Principal Su's training style will definitely be useful. Da Fei, we have to train well. We must listen to Principal Su. We must train well. I know. Must train well. This sharpshooter practiced. Later go out to pretend to be too good to use it. Young Hoon. Similarly, inside the teams of other departments, countless freshmen had the same mindset as Zhang Sun and Daffy. In the beginning, people only saw the grueling nature of this second step of training. But at this moment, after seeing Principal Su show them the masterpiece, they only felt that an inexplicable blood began to awaken all over their bodies. Inside the live broadcast room, there were even countless viewers all cheering. Damn, it's too handsome. Principal Su's move made me want to enroll in a military academy. Although the content of the training just now is quite perverse, but the effect is really awesome. Even if it can't reach the level of Principal Su, but surely it's still a very good marksman, right? I told you that the Star Military Academy definitely has a way about it. Principal Su is mighty. I can only say that strict teachers produce high achievers, and those who can grow up inside that perverted training are definitely one in a million. Principal Su was lusting after him again. Just now these guys were all pulling long faces. Now it looks like each one of them is looking forward to it. In the same mood as the broadcast room was Sabine and Ice. The two had long been dumbfounded by Su Ran's display just now. No, was I blind just now? It seems like Principal Su didn't even look at the target clearly before firing. But the target was still hit after firing. You didn't see it wrong. I saw it clearly, because all 20 rounds were single shots. Principal Su did hit the target with every shot. Even every target was shot in the center. He seemed to be able to hear the movement and follow the feeling is amazing. Next to him, Wu Jing also praised. I've seen sharpshooters in the army, but I've never seen one as powerful as Principal Su. Staff Sergeant Deng. Sharpshooters like Principal Su are presumably snipers in the army, right? More than that, Principal Su just gave us a small demonstration just now, and based on my observation, his true level may be even higher. Only Principal Su didn't show the back. When Staff Sergeant Deng Jia finished his words, he even caused the surrounding crowd and the people in the live broadcast room to gasp in amazement. Immediately afterward he looked at the attitude of all the freshmen in the training room and couldn't help but smile. The reason why Principal Su demonstrated his marksmanship this time is to give the new students a good encouragement. None of us know if Principal Su used to train in this way before, but now that he says yes, all the new students will surely listen to him, worship him, and start training desperately with him as their goal. It's just a shame that Staff SGT Dunji never thought that the reason why the SU president was so trained. It's not a ploy at all. It's a real lack of bullets. With so many people, how many bullets will be wasted if we want to practice their shooting? When the system mall if opened, he can buy things in there, then it will not be so wasteful. Of course, at this time, Principal Su seemed to be unaware that this method he had inadvertently researched did have a miraculous effect as well. But for all the freshmen, maybe it's this kind of ploy that's the medicine they need to train their asses off in military school. For the rest of the day, there was no need for the instructor to emphasize. All of them raised their guns with determined eyes and aimed at the copper plate 500 meters away with the infrared on them. At the same time, each instructor began asking random questions. There are hundreds of iron disciplines in the Star Military School, plus all the various equipment on their bodies, all of which are densely packed with data, so each person asking one or two random questions may flip the car. No, less than 5 minutes into the game, nearly half of them had been hit. But there's no way around it. These people still have to keep training hard. Even a schoolteacher like Li Ying was penalized for shifting the infrared light on his gun by a few centimeters when he asked a question. Zhang Sun is in good physical condition and hasn't made many mistakes yet. Next to Daffy, who has been accumulated 3 mistakes. Xiao Jiba and other 3 unlucky people. Not to mention, the 3 people's idea is to add training on the training. We are the most vegetable, but we must train ourselves out. and let the family look at it. As far as punishment goes, it's nothing more than doubling up on 5 kilometers the next day, or 2 hours of extra training at night. All in all, it was a very full day for the new students of the Star Military Academy, and with a push from Look Up Live. This type of training at the Star Military Academy was used by many other military schools and even local troops. If Principal Sue had the time, he might be able to collect just this kind of personal royalties hand over fist. Of course, right now he didn't care about that little thing. The Star Military Academy has now been in session for close to a week, and the training program is moving forward slowly, so to speak. Principal Sue was a little less than pleased and called a meeting with all the instructors that night. This meeting established straight away that, starting tomorrow, the 5-kilometer cross-country would be compressed to 2 hours, with the rest of the day spent learning fighting skills and the afternoon spent learning to shoot firearms. A month later, he wanted to personally witness the state of assessment of this first batch of students. Chapter 38 Training until midnight and the Research Institute is catching up. I can't, I'm getting double vision in my eyes. Daffy helplessly handed the gun to young Hoon. It had been an hour since the two had arrived for extra training after dinner and housekeeping. And it wasn't just the two of them. There were quite a few people from other departments who added training. In fact, everyone understands. Sue to President purposely indicate what the meaning of the training room 24 hours does not close, is nothing more than want to let everyone more training. It might be delusional for other schools to allow students to train extra, but inside the Star Military Academy, all of this was the most common thing. Even the livestream over at Rangoon hadn't left the firearms training room at this point. Ladies and gentlemen, you read it right. It's 11 o'clock in the evening. Probably everyone has already gotten off work or gone home from school, or even laid down on their beds. But please look, inside the firearms training room of the Star Military Academy, these little rookies are still training hard. This kind of scene is really something you don't see in other schools, or even in the military, but now it's happening inside a recently established military school. I have to say that I've seen too many amazing scenes over the years I've been practicing my profession, but I've never seen such an astonishing scene. Sabine had some real heartfelt words that made the netizens supervising the live broadcasts gasp. Next to the female host Bing Bing even choked a little. Everyone did not come to the scene, so they have not yet experienced this very strong atmosphere. If we are the students of the Star Military Academy, I'm afraid that now also cannot help but to integrate into it. Sometimes really sigh. A good school, a good learning atmosphere, is able to change a lot of people. This is currently the case. Perhaps even Principal Sue himself did not expect these students to be so active. After dinner, Sue Ran had to go over to the southeast corner to inspect the construction site, passing by the firearms training room, and at a glance he saw the infrared light inside. Secretary Zhao, who was driving next to him, laughed. Principal Sue, the students in our school are becoming more and more self-conscious now. Your way of education is really special. Secretary Zhao, when did you learn to kiss ass? Sue Ran said, leaning back in his chair with incomparable leisure. I'll be honest, now the whole academy is spreading. Principal Sue used his own stunts to help the freshmen train. Everyone envies your skill as a marksman, and the students one by one take Principal Sue as a role model. Fine, I get it. Now about the research center side of things. Hearing Sue Ran's impatience, Secretary Zhao hurriedly added, currently doing the foundation. The overall ground of our school is still good. This step is done quite fast. Several construction teams cross to cooperate. 24 hours without stopping the work is the most basic requirement. We are confident that within half a year, the Scientific Research Institute will be built. It's still too slow. Within half a year, I want my design target to appear inside the research unit. Secretary Zhao, I believe in your ability. Okay, Principal Sue, I'll do my best. It's over. Principal Sue has PU'd another person without realizing it. Soon, Sue Ran's special off-road vehicle arrived at the Star Military Academy research site. Wait, what do those guys do? Before getting off the bus, Sue Ran saw a few middle-aged men wearing executive jackets and glasses on the construction site not far away. Secretary Zhao hurriedly got out of the car and took a look. A bit familiar. Ah, President Sue, this can't be the professors sent to us from above, right? Let's go. Go over there and see why you came without saying hello. The two came to the front before they heard the men pointing at the construction site, which included both approval and disapproval. And you are, gentlemen? Secretary Zhao hurriedly opened his mouth and asked. Several people turned back to Sue Ran and Secretary Zhao. Hello, you are the people in charge here, right? We are scientific research professors dispatched by the department above, and we're here early today to take a look around here at the Star Military Academy. Hearing this, Secretary Zhao hurriedly introduced. I really didn't expect you guys to come early. This is our Principal Sue. I'm his secretary surnamed Zhao. Everyone can just call me Xiao Zhao. You are Principal Sue? I've seen it on video, but I didn't realize it was so young. Hello Principal Sue. Principal Sue is young and talented. At a glance, you can tell that Principal Sue's military aura exudes too much. All the people came over to shake hands and greet Sue Ran one by one. Sue Ran also smiled and shook hands with a few people. A few of you came over suddenly to see the construction of our research center? The leading professor nodded and said, "That's right. We are sent by the department above to cooperate with our Star Military Academy's Scientific Research Institute, and will also be stationed here in the future. And after hearing that you are working round the clock 24 hours in order to catch up with the work schedule, we purposely ran over overnight to take a look. This scientific research unit is all designed according to the formal Scientific Research Institute, and because of our favorable geographical location, it has been deliberately expanded a little. What do you think? Is it enough?" Hearing Sue Ran's words, several professors looked at each other and all smiled awkwardly. President Sue, the whole scientific research unit is indeed made more reasonable. The only thing that makes us a little worried is that this covers an area that is too large. According to the normal design of the Scientific Research Institute unit, are in the 600 acres of land or so. We are now this piece of land looking around. I'm afraid that all have reached 1,000 acres of land or so. First of all, we are only aiming at a simple scientific research shooting unit, and simply do not have such qualifications. Secondly, by then the construction funds and the difficulty of building it will also increase greatly. Even if we rush the construction schedule 24 hours a day, a year is a bit difficult. So we suggest that it's better to downsize it a bit. A few other professors also spoke up, indicating that they wanted Sue Ran to shrink the footprint a bit. However, at this moment, Sue Ran just smiled very flatly. All of the professors have worked hard. Secretary Zhao, go and have someone arrange accommodation for them. Of course, if a few professors also want to experience a bit of exercise, they are also able to follow our freshmen in the morning for a run or something. Upon hearing these words, several other professors immediately said no. Watching the few people fleeing, Sue Ran smiled helplessly. The footprint of the research institute is what he envisioned, and even the SU president would like to expand the area again if the location permits. There was no way. Other research centers might design just some ordinary and simple weapons, but here at the Star Military Academy that was not ordinary. The first one is a tank, the next is an airplane, and then again the longest range missile, even the last missile. Sue Ran felt that he might not be able to finish it here, and when the time came, he would go and discuss with the old man to see if he could borrow another research center. That really doesn't make a research institute of 1,000 acres or so very big. At this time Secretary Zhao, who had just left, came running back in a hurry. Principal Sue, those professors said they wanted to see the original drawings of your design first. Sue Ran nodded and said, the identities are all ascertained, right? It's all been identified, and I've just called the higher-ups. Good. Ha? Not showing them? Of course not to give, although it is now a draft, but also belongs to the state secrets. When to wait for them to be on board and then see. A group of scientific research professors do not understand these. It seems that after the old man's order, people sent to us are also some small rookies. Chapter 39, continuing with extra training. Will the bullet treat her like a woman? In fact, it has been said earlier that Sue Ran's Research Institute, even without these professionals, research and development and design are very easy, because the help of the system's oldest brother is just the best, and these people come and use their pedantic ideas to even cause delays in the program. But as long as President Sue was around, these people mostly couldn't make any waves. What's more, Sue Ran had all seen just now that these people really didn't have much ability. The following morning, the early morning 5K kicked off again. These days, one by one, other freshmen who didn't show up at the beginning of the school year are slowly checking in. So almost every day, new people join the 10,000 strong team. But the effect is clear. These newcomers are no longer on the same level as the little rookies. Didn't run a distance before I just slumped over from exhaustion. What surprised everyone the most today was that the 3 unlucky ones on the honored department's side hadn't fallen off the wagon. The whole time it was following the main group at an even pace. Even the breathing was well maintained. Apparently, under this period of strong training, the 3 unlucky ones had begun to change completely. Daffy on the side finished the whole 5 kilometers today and was only breathing a little fast. Most of those girls within the entire team who dropped out were able to follow the entire rundown today. After all, the first few days, the ones who fell off the wagon the most each day were the physically challenged college women. Sue Ran watched all of this from afar and couldn't help but also reveal a hint of a pleased smile. After the 5 kilometers, everyone gathered in the playground. Sue Ran slowly walked up to the podium where he was speaking. Almost as soon as he had just shown his head, intense applause resounded throughout the playground. Looking up inside the live camera, Sabine helplessly laughed. Everyone is now used to Principal Su's magical appearances, although it is said that he brings some bad news every time. But from a strictly speaking point of view, his speech will also bring a period of psychological encouragement, which is something that every school principal or leader should need to learn from Principal Su. Soon, Su Ran arrived on top of the lectern. He didn't take a megaphone today, because the thoughtful secretary Zhao had specifically asked the logistics department to procure a school-wide amplification instrument, connected to an earpiece. Ahem. In fact, Principal Su still likes that scene of holding a loudspeaker and shouting at everyone. Not bad, only an hour and a half now. Looks like 5 kilometers of cross-country has become easy for all of you. Do you all think I should add more kilometers to it? The stage was silent, and all the people were not too happy to open their mouths. Now this scenario is a bit like the New Year's Eve. Relatives give you an adult New Year's Eve money. Put it away. You're older. Sorry, do not accept it. The New Year's Day to give all. Say no. That's the truth. But it's a bit inappropriate now that this atmosphere is baked in here. Say yes. It's a really big lie. Who else is sick and torturing themselves? Nah, that's right. Principal Su's words do motivate. But like practicing shooting, that really shows results. They can be sharpshooters but this cross-country running what you do, training the body and not have to be this thing training, running 5 kilometers in the morning just when the crowd was entangled. Su Ran opened his mouth and laughed. Don't worry. I'm just kidding. Don't worry. At present this course arrangement, 5 kilometers is the most suitable. After all, everyone is still during the freshman training every day, without carrying out the cultural learning course, so in order to save some time every day to train the content, I'm sure that I'll compress more training content to let you guys in the complete within a month. Hearing this, everyone inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. The only one who knows his SU president better is this kid Young Hoon. Don't worry. According to Principal Su's character, 5 kilometers of cross-country may not be added, but other subjects may not be. Daffy's side was just about to tell him to shut the up. Su Ran on the stage had then spoken again. Starting today, after the 5-kilometer cross-country, all of you will be doing individual physical training in preparation for combat training a week from today. Fighting training is a skill that all new students must master, and the assessment in a month's time will likewise be based on meeting the standard. So for the rest of the day, everyone will train fighting in the morning and firearms shooting in the afternoon. As for the rest of the Army's basic formation training, just a little practice every day. I think as long as they're not cuties, it should all be fine. But again, if any of these programs aren't up to par, they all have to get the hell out. After hearing Su Ran's words, the crowd was already a little nervous and helpless in the playground. I thought it was good that I didn't have to add training for the 5K, but now I've added a fighting drill. But the next second, as Su Ran asked everyone if they had any confidence, what came from the playground was the unanimous and thunderous reply of all. Staff Sergeant Deng Jia also exclaimed in the live broadcast, the training program of the Star Military Academy has been compressed very tightly, and within the regular army, there isn't such a compact training. Staff Sergeant Deng Jia is right. When I was training in the army, although I was also quite tired, but I feel that compared to this group of little rookies is still a bit worse. Now this group of little rookies can stick it out. Perseverance is truly extraordinary. Bing Bing added from the side. Even though there aren't a few girls left in Star Military Academy at the moment, I still have to praise them for being able to follow the boys and stick with them until now. Principal Su must have his own plan. After all, we are all clear. Star Military School will graduate in the future is also to carry out a formal examination. By the time the examination to meet the standard, all can be awarded the rank. Such a temptation, who do not want to come together over it? So Principal Su must be strict and strict again. Sabine's very pertinent words were recognized by the crowd inside the broadcast room. The most worried and anxious at this time are the families of the students in front of the live broadcast. It was already enough suffering to see your child in military school these days, but I didn't expect to have to add on to it next. They'd love to call their kids and ask, but unfortunately all the students' cell phones have also been confiscated since last week. After those hundreds of parents signed a joint report, the agreement given to them by the president of SU was that after the 1-month examination was completed, all of them could take a day off to visit their families. When the time comes, those close to home will go home on their own, and for those far away, the school will provide meals for the families. At the end of the day's vacation, the school will return to its closed status. So at this moment, no matter how heartbroken and anxious the parents in front of the live broadcast are, they can only wait silently at home. Of course, there are intolerant parents. Do not dare to look down the live broadcast a moment if the camera in front of the appearance of their own children's torment. They are really worried about once again cannot help but go to the school to reason. For example, the Xiao family, Ni family, and Wang family were all anxious and quick to jump up and down, but nay, they didn't dare to make any moves at all. Even the big family, the Li family, didn't dare to act rashly. So how could they dare to act rashly? At this moment in the Li family, Li Ying's mother watched the live broadcast and heard that President Sudi also wants to strengthen the training time. Nor could she help grabbing her husband's wrist next to her. Ingzi is not going to study it. This how the whole and when the military the same Li Ying's father said helplessly. This is a military school. It's definitely different from an ordinary university. But who can stand training like that? She's still a girl. As soon as the words fell, elderly beside him looked at the live broadcast without looking away and said in a cold voice, military school is part of the military? Eiko is now a soldier, a warrior. If she goes to war, will the bullets treat her like a woman? Our Li family has never lacked heroes, and even if it's a girl child, we can't lose face. After saying this, the old man grunted coldly with his hands behind his back. Next to him, Li Ying's father hurriedly picked up the tea and handed it to the old man. Chapter 40 Secretary Zhao's Mind. Sniper Candidate Area. There are a lot of basic essentials of combat training to focus on. Tacking, breathing, sandbagging, and a variety of strength training, endurance training and agility training. Of course these belong to the basic training. Su Ran gave these small rookies a week of basic training, and then began boxing, leg, elbow, knee and a series of practical combat operations. The final 2 weeks feature grouped one-on-one sparring. After all, no matter what, the real world is the best way to educate. Honestly, a month's worth of time counts as a pretty tight workout like that. Whether or not Principal Su could get these students to train with results was the outcome that everyone was now worried about. But no matter what, these little rookies were definitely going to follow orders and start training. The 3 unlucky people in the Department of Honor had not squatted for 2 minutes of horse stance, and their calves were spinning and they could not stand up. Then look at Li Ying on the other side. Instead of calmly squatting there without any reaction at all, inside the team, Daffy went straight to his knees. Scratch that, don't be such a waste of time you kid, hurry up and stand up. Young-hoon droned on from the sidelines. The next second, however, Chief Instructor Martinez had walked over with his hands behind his back. What? Did you break your leg? Why can't you lift it? Instructor, I'm running out of steam cross-country. No more is it? Come on, I'll help you. Kaboom! The instructor lifts the leg directly over his shoulder. Daffy's miserable voice echoed across the playground. Look up inside the live feed. The audience all couldn't help but gloat when they saw this scene. This kid is really unlucky. Ha ha. It's so tragic. The taste is absolutely sour. It hurts to look at. This is not a military school. This is simply a Shaolin temple. If your child is not well disciplined, please send him to the Star Military Academy, where he will be as pathetically obedient as a little rookie. Principal Su looked at the station for a while, really cannot stand the ghosts of the rookies, can only take sunglasses to go forward to the construction site to see. The 5 rookie professors were talking again about what to do to downsize the institute, and Secretary Cho was clearly staying impatient. Seeing Su Ran coming over, he hurriedly walked over happily. You're here, Principal Su. Su Ran nodded, his gaze lingering on the 5 professors for a moment. The 5 professor teachers are very laid back. They have time to come here to observe and learn again? All 5 people came next to Su Ran. Principal Su, we're talking about a serious issue if. Before the words were finished, Su Ran raised his hand to interrupt, then looked at Secretary Zhao. You still have the order that was issued from above yesterday, don't you? You take it out and read it to them. Secretary Zhao hurriedly nodded, quickly understanding Su Ran's meaning and finding the keyword. It is clearly stated within the order that the higher-ups strongly support the research and development of the Star Military Academy's Research Institute, and will be sending 5 professors of technology from the research unit to come and cooperate with the garrison. Su Ran smiled and said, so did the 5 of you hear me clearly? You are only cooperating to be stationed. If I respect you, I can let you get your hands on the R&D of our Star Military Academy, and by then I can also sign your name on the end of the R&D book again. But if I am not happy, by then you can only be the backstage personnel cooperating to be stationed, and you have little qualification to give your opinion at all. The 5 so-called professors couldn't help but stand still and gape at this point. These 5 people were indeed similar to what Su Ran thought, the kind of positions that were soft food in regular research units. The reason why they just came down and pointed at the Star Military Academy site was just to emphasize their own status. If they met a good talking principal, they would be suppressed by then, and then they would all divide whatever good things came out of the Research Institute in the future. But they didn't expect that this time they would encounter a little leader who could talk a lot and didn't play his cards by the book at all. Comrade 5 professors, my patience is limited. Now please return to your dormitories as soon as possible. Do not delay our construction. Otherwise I will immediately report to the higher-ups.
It is you who affect my schedule and the research and development of scientific research institutes. When the time comes to the scientific research institutes of the problem of the footprint, and the delay in the progress of research and development of the problem, you can weigh yourselves. Which is more serious? At this moment, all 5 professors turned around and left with their heads lowered in ash. Next to him, Secretary Zhao happily looked at Su Ran. Principal Su, you're really too good. These people deserve to be disliked. Su Ran helplessly bristled. Aren't you usually quite talkative? Why don't you dare to say anything today? I know that they are professors assigned by their superiors. If we mess with them, won't we worry about our school's scientific research? Don't worry. Star Military Academy isn't as fragile as you think. Su Ran took 2 steps, then suddenly turned back to look at the curious Xiao Zhao secretary. Likewise, Star Military Academy won't allow anyone to bully our people. After all, there are over 13,000 students behind it, aren't there? After saying this, Grand Principal Su stuck his hands in his pockets and very dashingly left Secretary Zhao with a rather handsome backstory. Straight away, the latter's little secretary was a bit mesmerized. Ahem. Slight exaggeration. However, Secretary Xiao Zhao was touched inside. The situation at the site is such that Chancellor Su doesn't seem to be able to see much at the moment. After circling the block, it was straight back to the office for bed. What he was most concerned about now was whether or not anyone could show results from the afternoon's firearms shooting training. It is reasonable to say that if the talent is good, coupled with training hard, and then practicing the exercises in the afternoon, good results can indeed appear to come. The time passed with a lot of contention. 2. Principal Su woke up with a start and it was already noon. The little Zhao secretary who was waiting outside the door immediately called the meal over. No, what are you doing out here keeping watch while I sleep? Su Ran opened the lunchbox and looked at the latter curiously. Secretary Zhao laughed. This is not afraid of someone disturbing your sleep. Go busy yourself. Su Ran shook his head helplessly. Secretary Zhao, on the other hand, stood in the doorway, then poked her head out. I'll wait a bit. I'll brush the lunchbox after you finish. A few minutes later, Su Ran wiped his mouth and walked out of the office. Secretary Xiao Zhao happily ran in to get the lunchbox, and didn't forget to say a word when he passed Su Ran. The car is ready. Not a moment later, the sound of a car engine starting outside was heard. Secretary Xiao Zhao packed up the dishes and chopsticks and lamented. Principal Su is too busy every day. I have to work overtime to get the project finished and return to him earlier. At this time, Principal Su had already taken a car to the firearms training area, and he still didn't know what his little secretary was worried about. For him, the most interesting part of the day was getting to see a few good sniper prospects emerge from the training area. For this reason, he had called Ivan, the instructor of the wand department, to wait with himself for the visionary to appear. After all, Ivan Rove was once the top sniper in the mercenaries. Rolf, this guy was once a mercenary inside. The top sniper. His eyes are also the same most poisonous. Chapter 41. The rookies begin their first gunfight. Principal Su, Rolf, wearing his training uniform, came to Su Ran and saluted. Su Ran nodded and walked ahead. Your wand department is well trained. And I heard from Martinez that you gave everyone in your department a gun weight that was also purposely beefed up by 2 kilograms? That's right, Principal Su. I'm going to make our wand department the best shooting department in the whole school. So they have to work hard from the very beginning. Not bad. A moment with me to take a good look at today's training. I want each of them to try to shoot 10 rounds of live ammunition first. You see if there is any sniper talent is good. By the time the sniper team is established, it is your students. Understood, Principal Su. Make sure you can't escape a good sniper in my eyes. Su Ran smiled helplessly and brought the 2 Rolfs to sit together on the observation deck. By now the students from the various departments on the stage had lined up to enter. After the morning's combat training, everyone was still physically exhausted at this point. But after they started to receive their guns, everyone's eyes became incredibly bright one by one. Of course, this was for them who were more into firearms. If it was someone like Daffy or Shakiba, almost immediately after entering the training room, everyone's head was as large as if they had been put on a straitjacket. Namabi, nothing more to say. I have to finish 5 sets today, and if I can't I'll have 1 less chicken leg for dinner. Shakiba, you get 3 chicken legs a day. Does it matter if you get 1 less? Looking up over there, Sabine, Bing Bing, Wu Jing, and Chief of Staff Deng Jie all came to the observation deck. Principal Su, if I remember correctly, this is the instructor of the wand department, right? Sabine asked curiously after seeing Rolf from the side. Su Ran nodded and said, that's right, he's not only a wand department instructor, but also the best sniper instructor in our school. The best sniper instructor? Principal Su, could it be that you want to, today? Next to him, Wu Jing also looked at Su Ran curiously. Principal Su smiled and nodded. Looks like everyone guessed it.
That's right. I want to try to see how well everyone is trained in marksmanship today. But Principal Sue, it's only been a little over a day of training. Would that be too fast? Staff Sergeant Dungy couldn't help but ask at this point. Sue Ran smiled very flatly. For someone with talent, this is enough. Hearing Sue Ran's words, the crowd was still very curious at this point. After all, this new type of training, if it could really train a genius sniper expert, that would be the treasure of the Star Military Academy. We're just as eager as Principal Sue to see the results of everyone's training. So well, let's wait and see what happens next. As the words fell from the host Ice's side, the camera in the broadcast booth slowly focused on the training room below. Everyone, today's training will be suspended for now. As Chief Instructor Martinez's words fell, the crowd all raised their heads in curiosity to look. Just see Martinez back hands. Wearing a headset opened, firearms shooting training set has been carried out for more than a day. President Sue today want to see the effect of everyone's training. The next each department in accordance with the subgroups to start shooting. Each group of 100 people, each person in the specified time, to complete the 5 rounds of ammunition to the 100 meters of the target to shoot. Before shooting, will be your infrared rate-o-me to take down. Try to ensure that each of your bullets shot on the target, or else disgrace yourselves. Each department instructor for statistical report target. As soon as the words fell, all the new students couldn't help but tense up inside. It's only just been a day of training, and they're checking the results, so wouldn't it be a shame if they performed poorly? The scene was like a school day, when the teacher said that the class called the name to stand up and answer the question generally entangled. No, Hoon, so sudden. It's only been one day of training and I feel like I won't be able to hit the top of the target for a while. Daffy stood inside the group and spoke in a very aggravated manner. Next to him, Zhang Sun laughed. Don't worry, Principal Sue must have thought of this as well. Play normally in a while. Don't feel any pressure. There were few people who had the same mindset as Daffy, and there were hardly many freshmen who could calm down and compose themselves. Of course, this didn't include people like Li Ying and Young Hoon who had awesome and strong strength. Both had touched a gun before entering the school and were familiar with firearms, so at this point their minds are relatively okay. Don't embarrass me, all of you. Play well. Instructors from almost every department, all of them instructing their freshmen. After all, it was the first little test, and it was a good chance to put a face to your department. Half an hour later, each department began shooting in groups of 100, the salary department being the first major department, plus being the department of Chief Instructor Martinez, naturally made it the first to be tested. Group 1, go! As Martinez's words fell, all of the freshmen in the first group slowly made their way to the shooting window holding the 9 to 5, and this first group included both Daffy and Zhang Sun. Hun, my ing legs are shaking, that's from zapping in the morning. I told you not to stress and play normally. As soon as the words were spoken, Martinez's orders were given. Start shooting. Bang bang bang. A series of gunshots went off in the training room. Even though the crowd had ear protection, the gunfire was still loud. The members of the first group were very conscientious, and all of them clutched their guns and shot skillfully. The crowd breathed a small sigh of relief until all 5 rounds had been fired by each man. Calling the shots, as Martinez's words fell, mechanical voices rang out in the training room. Target position 1. 5 rings, 4 rings, 5 rings, 3 rings, 2 rings. Target position 2. 2 rings, 0 rings, 2 rings, 1 ring, 0 rings. Target position 3. Most people actually score 4 rings, or 3, and the best is just 5. Of course, the ones from ring 0 were a bit embarrassed at this point, especially Martinez and a few of the salary department instructors. All of them looked at those few people with dark faces. Soon, it came to Lu Dafei's side. Target position 16. 4 rings, 4 rings, 3 rings, 5 rings, 5 rings. After hearing the target report, the guy Daffy happily hugged Young Hoon. Ha ha ah Hoon. Great. I have no 0 rings. No 0 rings. Young Hoon said helplessly. I know you're excited, but don't get excited yet because I can't hear my target report. Target position 17, 8 ring, 6 ring, 9 ring, 8 ring, 9 ring. Hearing this mechanical voice, everyone couldn't help but look at number 17 Zhang Sun. Martinez also looked over to Young Hoon's side with great relief. There was finally a nice person. Sabine and Bing Bing, who were looking up this way from the observation deck, were also very surprised. This number 17 is a bit interesting, just practicing and surprisingly hitting like this. Chapter 42 Principal Sue's Unexpected Training Style. It seems that this student does have a talent when it comes to sniping. Staff SGT. Dungy also complimented at this point. Next to him, Saran nodded in satisfaction and looked to Rolf. Principal Sue, This student is definitely an excellent sniper when given training. Su Ran laughed. I think I remember his name is Young Hoon, and he has good results in other training. Inside the training room, Daffy stared at him even more dumbfounded when he heard Young Hoon's side of the target report. No, man. You're not too good for that grade, are you? Young Hoon wasn't proud of it, but laughed flatly. I thought it was better than that. You don't pretend to be able to die. Defei's side is really struck. Two people the same training how to favor people's performance is so good. Compared to Zhang Sun, this Daffy guy definitely preferred being a sniper. Instead, Young Hoon favors the well-rounded type. After all, his other accomplishments are very good. However, there are times when it is always the other way around. The others were shooting next, but most of the people who do are hovering in the middle of the 4, 5 rings. The only one who is better can get on an 8 ring, but like Zhang Sun, 2 8 rings and 2 9 rings haven't appeared yet. Soon, all the people on the salary department side had finished fighting. On top of the observation deck, Wu Jing was the first to frown and open his mouth. Staff Sergeant Deng, this isn't right. As far as I know, most of the people who just started shooting can hit a ring. 2 rings are very good. After all, it's a 100-meter target. But these students from the Star Military Academy, it seems like it's their first time to shoot a gun, right? Their average score, surprisingly, every shot is within 4 rings, or even 5 rings, off target just 1 or 2 people. This score is too good to be true. Xiao Wu is right. I'm also concerned about this issue. The freshmen at Star Military Academy are all very good at shooting. If I guessed correctly, it should be that Principal Su's kind of training method has worked. When these words came out, the crowd all looked at Su Ran curiously. Inside the live streaming room, the viewers were also very curious and discussing. Awesome! A training method created by Principal Su himself? It's patentable. And the main thing is that it only took a day for it to work. I thought at first that 7 days was useless, but now it seems that I was narrow-minded myself. It's just one department now, so don't worry. Let's let a few other departments try it out to see if the training is really working. With the curiosity of the netizens. Inside the training room, freshmen from other departments started shooting one after another. Another half an hour had passed, and all the freshmen on the Wan department's side had finished their training. The results of this target report were even more shocking, because although there were no monsters like Zhang Sun on the side of the Wan department, the average scores of many people were surprisingly a level higher than the salary department. Everyone averaged over 5 rings per shot, and not 1 off target. This kind of achievement directly makes Deng Jia's side of the staff officer dumbfounded. This is too unbelievable. A day's training and the freshmen can have such an achievement? If this type of training is extended to our Chinese troops, more sharpshooters will definitely surface in our army in the future. Sabine was also incomparably shocked as she looked at Su Ran. Principal Su, you really are a genius to think of such a method. It's so admirable. We didn't believe it at first, thinking we could train anything in a day, but we didn't realize how fast that effect would simply fly. To be honest, not only these people, even Su Ran himself was now surprised. He had come up with the idea in the first place, but it was the experience of his predecessor who had trained hard for several years. For a short time, he really didn't expect it to work so well. This training method, I guess, is secondary to the fact that the most important thing, still, is that the students are self-conscious, and it's the self-consciousness that counts. At this time, the Sudi Chancellor, very cheeky, said, in fact, he knew that the reason why the Wan department's grades were better was entirely because this Rolf guy was so demanding of sniping techniques that he must have taught his students some techniques in private. Next, the other faculties, presumably, are still similar to the salary faculties, but even so, it made Staff Sergeant Deng Jie, and Wu Jing, and Sabine, and Bing Bing all look at him with admiration one by one. Inside the live broadcast room, countless netizens even addressed Su Ran as the most teachable Principal Su. A way to train in 1 day is really in everyone's eyes, and it couldn't be more magical. At this time under the observation deck, the remaining faculties in the training room were also coming up to shoot one by one. As expected, as Su Ran thought, the results of the other departments were definitely inferior to the Wan department. However, the honored department side once again had a scene that surprised everyone. Someone actually shot a 10-ring shot. That's right, this person is the beautiful Li Ying from the honored department side. Su Ran directly asked Rolf to record it. Li Ying was definitely a good sniper as well. The female host Bing Bing was even full of adoration. And the countless netizens in the live broadcast room had already gone crazy. At this time in the Li family, the old man of the Li family also happily tapped the table, pointing at the TV and laughing. Ha ha, this is my granddaughter. This is my Li family's queen. Next to her, Li Ying's parents also hugged very happily.
For them, their daughter was happy as long as she could achieve in her favorite career.
Of course, the Lee family wasn't the only ones who were happy today. Those other 3 families were also very happy. The 3 guys, Xiao Kiba, Wang Beitan, and Nai Ma Bai,
had surprisingly all scored more than 5 rings in the shooting test just now as well. It had to be said that the hard training of the 3 unlucky bastards during these days had indeed paid off well.
At their home,
the parents and elders of the 3 were so happy that they almost set off firecrackers to celebrate.
Growing up,
it seemed like their kids never had any good grades. I didn't expect to enter a military school and have such an unexpected performance,
which definitely made these parents happy from the bottom of their hearts. All in all, this time,
Principal Su's frugal training had indeed allowed the rookies of the Star Military Academy to practice their marksmanship to a miraculous degree.
But for the freshmen, it seems as if this is still too bad,
and many are very chagrined. Their instructors were also beside themselves with little comfort,
and one pulled a face without saying much. Look at it as if you are angry in your heart, but in reality you are so happy in your heart, because this kind of achievement has long exceeded their expectations.
If the training in the next few days continues to be a bit harder,
this group of freshmen can definitely reach a very scary point with their marksmanship. So, the following admonition occurred on Principal Su's side. Your grades, they are really as lousy as I imagined.
I don't require you to be sharpshooters,
but you can at least meet the qualifying standards. But right now, there are only a few of you who can qualify.
And if you don't get a promotion from the in-school assessment a month from now, you'll definitely regret coming to the Star Military Academy.
Chapter 43 Training Methods Imitated by the Nation's Armies. Inside the training room,
all the new students bowed their heads to receive Principal Su's criticism. I had thought that for the first time I was shooting.
Many people felt they had good talent,
but now that they were given a lecture by Su Ran, they all became frosted eggplants.
A moment later,
Principal Su pretended to be furious and walked out of the training room's observation deck.
Only tens of thousands of freshmen were left behind,
and everyone wanted to be the child who had done something wrong to keep his head down and not dare to say anything.
Sabine coughed and laughed.
I can see that Principal Su has also taken great pains for the sake of his students, so next I can only hope that these kids will understand Principal Su's good intentions and continue to train hard.
The hostess, Ice, also nodded her head very hard, looking down at the very aggravated freshman. Instead, the 2 next to him, Wu Jing and Chief of Staff Deng Jia, smiled at each other. Other people didn't know Su Ran's mind,
but the 2 of them were sophisticated enough to see it.
If the guess was right, Principal Su should have pretended to be angry just now, and that's why he left on purpose.
Both Deng Jia and Wu Jing had spent time in the army, and they were well aware of the students who could train so well in just over a day.
Definitely an existence that makes countless people envious and happy. The only reason President Su is angry right now, and that's to motivate these kids to train well and keep up the good work. Inside the training room,
all the freshmen began to swear in secret.
Principal Su, we will definitely work hard. I thought the first time I shot a gun, it was good if it didn't go off target.
Now it looks like Principal Su still has high expectations for us.
I'm sorry Principal Su, I've let you down. Don't worry, we'll definitely work hard next. Yes, we must work hard and not let Principal Su down on us. Unconsciously,
the students inside the training room one by one all excitedly began to make their vows, especially the students who just scored poorly and were off target with 0 rings. It was so embarrassing that my face was as hard as if it was on fire. They vowed to practice their marksmanship even if they didn't sleep during this time.
At least make sure you can't get off the mark. So a magical scene ensued. Before the instructors in each department could even begin to give orders, everyone was very conscious of their guns and started training. If you don't have a gun, just hold your hands up next to you and stay in position. Not idle anyway. The netizens looking up at the live feed were dumbfounded. It's so touching. The kids are working so hard. Make sure you do well. This parent upstairs is too naive. Just now Principal Su was obviously trying to escape. Ha ha.
I can only say that this Principal Su's teaching routines are one more than the other, and all of these new students are growing one by one in Principal Su's routines.
Honestly, if it really does train better students as well as soldiers, I think this approach is great. As a retired military man, I'd like to say that all of these freshmen were definitely not bad in today's firearms shooting, and President Su was obviously faking it just now. The Netflix discussion is unfortunately invisible to these freshmen right now. They just want to have one mind and bring up their own marksmanship. Strive not to disappoint your adored Principal Su. Inside the 80th Army base stationed in Tianhai City, Yu Tianlong was also in the conference room at this time. Having just finished watching today's live broadcast, he looked back at the chief of staff next to him. What do you think of this kid's training methods?
It feels useful and scientifically sound.
You wouldn't want to try it, would you? I really want to try it.
Go, have someone procure a batch of infrared lasers back. If it really works,
This kid might even be able to apply for a patent back for it. There were few people who had the same mindset as Yu Tianlong. After all, look up to this live room nationally. Many troops also play it regularly. Even during the broadcast, some of the recruits were mortified. It was because the students of the Star Military Academy trained as if they were working harder than even them. Are you guys ashamed? Surprisingly, you can't compare to the freshman training of other people's military schools, at the expense of you still calling yourselves recruits. When the time comes, in case there's an exercise activity with this military school, you might not even be able to carry them for a round. Words like these kept going out at some of the boot camps. At this moment, countless recruits also held their breath and began to give themselves additional training. At this moment, what Su Ran didn't know was that his Star Military School's strict training seemed to have also invariably driven the training of recruits in other armies in China. Inside a city on the northern border of China, Su Ran's cheap old dad, Su Xiaotian, also happily took the tablet and then called everyone to start a meeting. Immediately purchase infrared lasers in large quantities, and start firing training for the entire army tomorrow with this approach. Yes. The men gave a military salute and hurried out. Su Xiaotian, on the other hand, was sitting in his office, looking at the tablet very happily. I really didn't think that this kid would think of this trick. He's the way to get the whole military region to boil over this time. Thinking of this, Su Xiaotian couldn't help but pick up the phone again, wanting to give his son a call to go. But thinking of that kid's appearance of disliking his nagging, Su Xiaotian still held back his excitement. All that could be done was to dial his wife's number. And on the phone the old couple complimented each other on the strength of their call genes. But unbeknownst to the two, this gene was not used by either of them. After all, the current Principal Su and the former Su Ran were two very different people. Principal Su, I heard you were angry today? Secretary Zhao carefully followed Su Ran into the office, and then poured a cup of tea in a well-behaved manner. Su Ran leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes, actually trying to hold back the bitter smile inside. It's in the past. Don't mention it. Secretary Zhao gave an oh-so-loud voice and persuaded in a low voice. In fact, Principal Su, you don't have to be in a hurry. They're all some new students, and they definitely can't be trained for anything in the beginning. But as long as time passes, I believe that the students of our Star Military Academy will definitely be the pride of China in the future. Su Ran nodded, and after a moment of silence, he opened his eyes again. Secretary Zhao hurriedly placed the tea against Su Ran's side. What's going on over at the construction site today? Secretary Zhao hurriedly said. Everything is normal. Everyone is working very fast, and according to the manager of the construction team, it should be completed within half a year. Don't should. Be sure. You tell him that money is not an issue. All I want is for him to deliver the project perfectly within the time limit, and there will be a bonus then. I understand, Principal Su. I will not let you down. After dismissing the lovelorn Secretary Zhao, Su Ran entered the system in his office. Look no further, because that line of system influence had gone straight up to 200,000 points. From 50,000 points last night to 200,000 points today. It was enough to see that in one day, his fame had increased to a terrifying level. And it also shows that the impact of the gun shooting thing in SU's President's Day has made itself known to many more people. But 200,000, which is still too far from 1,000,000 influence points. In order to exchange guns and weapons within the system, Su Ran still felt that he had to expand his influence properly next. Only if there were enough influence points, the system mall could be opened, and then Su Ran would be able to obtain cheap weapons. Star Military School then, is the real spreading of wings to fly? A steel torrent military school can rise. Chapter 44, A Month's Warrant. The freshmen were training extraordinarily hard that night. Su Ran, on the other hand, was idly bored, looking at the students in the training room and thinking back to his memories of being in the military. Originally also wanted to go to find those old comrades instructors to drink, but those guys now see Su Ran, also all one by one respect terrible. At this time, Su Ran was very helpless. The system this kid unknowingly, the instructor and former comrades, all accepted as his mercenaries. The result is that these guys now only have a superior/subordinate relationship with themselves. No comradeship at all. There was nothing to do, so Su Ran could only eat by himself within the office. Originally, Secretary Xiao Zhao was still prepared to serve beside him, but he was driven out by Su Ran. He always felt that this woman was always approaching him intentionally or unintentionally lately. Tick-tock. That's when the video call from the old man at home came again. Kid, eating so late? Seeing that Su Ran was eating in the office, the old man's tone even became quite mild. Su Ran laughed. Master, this is my usual routine. You wouldn't have just realized it. Su Guotao, who was ready to care about his grandson just a moment ago, suddenly blushed in embarrassment. Bastard, playing tricks on me. Su Ran smiled happily. What's the call for, old man? Are you ready to thank me for providing the army with a good training method? Can't you be humble? Wasn't it me who taught you to shoot and practiced since you were a kid that you could come up with this method for this gun shooting? Master, you're still taking this credit from me. Ha ha, I'm not going to bull you. Report back to me on what's going on in that research center of yours. Currently the construction is progressing quickly.
I plan to finish it within half a year. By then the progress of the shadow hunting tank will be carried out at the same time.
In short, before the year is out, old master, you will absolutely see the shadow hunting tank appearing within our Star Military Academy. Brat, confidence is quite enough. The tank thing is not in a hurry. Anyway, I found someone to look at the drawings. They all think they can try. Shows that your kid has long been brewing. Put the drawings can be done in such detail, is the best proof. On the contrary, there is one thing I'm quite curious about. I heard that you have engaged in a January assessment. Intends to let all these new students all sprinting after a month to accept the examination, and those who don't meet the standard will be persuaded to leave? That's right, the Star Military Academy won't accept useless people. All new students must be stripped in a month, and those who don't meet the standard of the assessment by then can only be discouraged. Strict discipline is what I have always emphasized in the army, but I didn't expect you kid to bring all this inside the military school. But you kid, don't forget, this is a military school. If you have a large number of people who didn't meet the standard in this assessment, all of them were dissuaded from the test, by then it will cause a lot of objections, and there is a whole lot of public opinion. How do you explain it? Hearing the old man's words, Su Ran smiled and wiped his mouth and put down his chopsticks. Master, since I was a child, I accepted you and my father's military thinking. In the military thinking consciousness, only a forward and do not retreat brave. There is never any hesitation in decision. Since I decided things, will definitely do it. When something happens, I will stand up and carry it myself. Moreover, I'm also very confident to be able to tell you, this batch of new students will soon be different, and the examination a month from now will definitely surprise everyone, including you. On the phone, Elder Su Guotao looked at his grandson with a strange expression on his face. Only after a long time did he laugh and say, Brat, after so many years, I really didn't see that you have such a powerful idea. Could it be that all along with me and your father is hidden? Old master, let's get down to business. Don't worry about the school. I'll solve it myself. The most crucial thing now is that I need technicians to keep an eye on the scene. The last time a few professors who came over you probably know well. They are all a bunch of mallets. They don't do their job even if they don't work. They are still ready to cause trouble for me. So I had to let my own secretary go over to keep an eye on the scene. I suggest that you personally give the order. Send me a few competent people down. After all, the Star Military Academy's Research Institute. You old man must also be looking forward to it, right? Don't worry. I'll supervise these things. Just keep a good eye on the military school. Remember, don't make big moves for me. China is at a critical moment right now. If you do well with this military school, then your kids' credits will surely get bigger and bigger as well. Hearing this, Su Ran instantly understood as well. The two men hung up after the next few moments of casual conversation. While it was still early, Principal Su started working out in his room again. Regarding the old man's attitude, Su Ran knew clearly that as his influence grew, he would definitely suspect more. But it couldn't be helped, sooner or later. The reputation of the Star Military Academy would appear on higher peaks. His dream of millions of mercenaries was also destined to rise from here. Even if his former status couldn't hide his current luster, he'd still be doing it. With the sentiment from Principal Su's side, the late night in Tianhai City had also come to 1 o'clock in the evening. However, inside the training room of the Star Military Academy, there were still people training hard. Bang bang bang. As a series of gunshots fell, the sun rose slowly from the edge of the sky the following day. Today was already the 7th day of training at the Star Military Academy. For the 14,000 new students currently enrolled, many have all adapted to this devilish life. Here to say the number of people. Just when the school opened, the Star Military School goal is 15,000, but the opening of the reporting time is 13,000. With the midway to be persuaded to leave, their own leave and so on, the number of people is even closer to 12,000. Yet why is it now 14,000 again? Totally because of the crazy coverage of the last 2 days of looking up, and one powerful training by Principal Su. It led to the reputation of the Star Military Academy, which had long since spread throughout the country. The new students who did not come when they first enrolled. At this time, after seeing the Star Military School with such a high reputation, coupled with the fact that parents want their children to strive for excellence, immediately contacted the school again and began to return to school. To be honest, These freshmen used to look a bit down on Star Military Academy, so they regretted it after applying and went straight to other schools. On top of the planet, where enrollment and admission to specialties is more child's play, these things aren't strict at all, so it leads to situations like this. However, during the period of time when the Star Military Academy was training after the start of the school year, it was only then that they truly saw how powerful the inside of the Star Military Academy was. Not only these new students, even the elders of the family and whatnot, all call one by one, hoping that they can enroll in school as soon as possible. Even if you don't enroll, it's worth a lot of money just to sell the spot. Just like that, the new students of the Star Military Academy, once again, rose from 12,000 to 14,000. Principal Sue doesn't care about this. Anyway, as long as you enter the school, everything has to be done according to the rules in the school. If you can't stick to it, you get out. Chapter 45, You guys train? I'll eat chicken. All the department rookies, give these newcomers a good showing of our school. With Martinez's command, all the students of the department directly wailed and rushed towards the mountain with their guns. Cushy rookies, you guys show the new rookies too. Upside down rookies, even though you're new for a week, you're already established rookies. Give all these new ones a good lesson. Honored rookies, one of you had a 40-minute 5-kilometer cross-country yesterday, and I want you all to run for it. As Martinez ignited the fire, all the other faculties started betting like crazy. All in all that morning, the back of the Star Military Academy's hill became incredibly lively. The rookies who had been enrolled in Star Military Academy for a week all started to become role models. Backed by this powerful vanity, every rookie wants to be an example to the new rookies. Just like that, the 5 kilometers of cross-country that could have been done in an hour was hard enough for these rookies to work into 40 minutes. Even the less physically fit ones like Faye, Shakiba, got into the 1-hour sequence perfectly this morning. This scene straight away made the few hosts who were looking up at the live broadcast dumbfounded. Sabine exclaimed, "The power of idols is strong." And the students of Star Military Academy have used their strong perseverance to show all the newcomers their 5-kilometer cross-country speed in just 1 week of enrollment. Now the pressure is on these new rookies. I just saw these freshmen froze at the bottom of the hill. I have to say that this group of freshmen from the Star Military Academy really fought for their lives this time. Bing Bing's side had just finished speaking. Wu Jing also lamented, "It's only been a week." The students of the Star Military Academy were able to reach the speed of 5 kilometers of cross-country in 40 minutes. I don't know what to say. Back then, this project, it seems like I had done it for a whole month. Sometimes training methods and psychological motivation are really important. Coming to the Star Military Academy these days, I am also deeply appreciating Principal Sue's various means. To be honest, in the army for so many years, there may not be any instructor or squad leader who would motivate the new recruits in this way. So I, as a person who has come before, would still sigh. This group of little rookies in the Star Military Academy are happy because they met Principal Sue. A connoisseur will know if there is one or not. Other people were just praising there, but the words from Staff SGT, Deng Jia's side directly put the credit of Chancellor Sue on his head in real terms. Instantly the netizens in the live broadcast were blowing rainbow farts at Principal Sue. So regretful. When we graduated, why Principal Sue did not open the Star Military School? This group of little rookies from Star Military Academy are truly blessed to have met Principal Sue teaching them like this. I now believe that Principal Sue's initial statement that for the graduation assessment, he wanted all new students to have an assessment rate of over 70% was not watered down. These new rookies are dumbfounded. What a place they've gotten themselves into. Ha ha, Principal Sue, when will the adult military school be opened? I'll be the first to enroll then. The enthusiasm of the netizens was not experienced by Sue Ran at this time, because he was receiving a couple of new technicians today with Secretary Zhao. The technicians this time were specially assigned by the old man from above. So there's no such thing as the same thing as last time with those baseball professors. Principal Sue, I've heard a lot about you. We've come to work with you this time, so we'll be sure to teach you more. The person at the head was the director of the China Research Institute, who had led the team this time, specially coming to support the research construction of the Star Military Academy. Of course, the other party also knew Sue Ran's background, and despite his status as a director, he still treated Sue Ran with special respect. Director Liu is polite. In the future we cooperate well with each other. There are also things about the construction site you also help to see more. Hearing Sue Ran's words, Director Liu smiled and nodded. Don't worry, Principal Sue. The team I led has experienced the construction of several scientific research institutes. All of them are experienced. During this period of time, as long as the construction site doesn't stop, we won't leave here. Receiving such a positive answer, Sue Ran was immediately relieved. The construction of the Scientific Research Center was what he was most worried about, and now that someone could take control, Su Ran would be able to focus all his thoughts on training next. Likewise, Secretary Zhou's side can be freed up. That's great, Principal Su. I'll be able to be by your side again. Su Ran smiled helplessly and got into the car with Secretary Zhou to head over to the training room. After experiencing Su Ran's harsh reprimand yesterday, the inside of the training room today was incomparably serious. After Su Ran made a brief round, she asked Secretary Zhou to get someone to bring up the kebab oven and continue teaching her barbecue lessons. Principal Su, now that there's a live feed from Rangoon, would it not be too good for us to be so blatant? Secretary Zhou, dressed in camouflage and military boots, with short ear-length hair, held a bushel fan over the stove. There were still streaks of dark gray on her small white face, but the woman was incredibly serious. On Su Ran's side, he was holding a telescope and looking at the freshman in the firearms shooting training room. Secretary Zhou, it's not wrong to look up on the live broadcast, but there's one thing I also want to emphasize. Star Military Academy is my turf. There's always nothing wrong with me eating some kebabs on my turf, right? And me eating kebabs didn't delay their training off. It even served as an encouragement. After hearing this, Secretary Zhou could only let out an oh-so-quiet sound and continued to bury her head in her hands and fan the stove, with an occasional dainty cough. Not long after, Sabine, Bing Bing, and Wu Jing, as well as Dang Jia's 4 people also came over. Because the aroma of the barbecue had wafted down to the bottom long ago, the group of young rookies were already incredibly tired and hungry from their training. Upon smelling the aroma of barbecue, he immediately lifted his nose and started sniffing furiously. After all, although the ceiling on this side of the training room was high, it was also sealed, and the aroma of this barbecue sealed inside kept eroding everyone's taste buds. Principal Su, this is too good a life for you. Sabine and the others laughed helplessly. They had just been down there and had come up on purpose because they had smelled this odor. Su Ran asked Secretary Zhou to distribute some food to the 4 people, and then invited the crowd to sit down and chat and eat barbecue. Staff Sergeant Deng usually ate nutritious meals, but the flavor of the barbecue was just too fragrant, and at the moment, he couldn't help but stuff his mouth with it. Martinez, give all the rookies a timeout. As he ate, Su Ran suddenly spoke into his earpiece. In the next second, all the rookies in the training room below were suspended. Next, Su Ran slowly stood on the observation deck eating a kebab and smiling at the crowd. Would you all like a kebab? All the rookies roared with joy when they heard this. Think! The deafening sound came. Su Ran lifted the skewer in his hand and said, since you want to eat it, let's take it with your skills. Next, each department will put out a sharpshooter and have a competition. Whoever shoots well will be able to come here and eat skewers. Chapter 46. The rookies who worked hard for Principal Su's barbecue. Hearing Su Ran's words, the freshmen from the 11 departments under the stage all shouted in excitement, especially on the side of the Wan department. As the future sniper instructor, Rolf had already taught many of his own freshmen shooting techniques last time. Plus, the best results last time were also from the Wan department, so Rolf was the first to be happy. Principal Su, I suggest that all the freshmen in the 11 departments compete for places, otherwise the other freshmen in our Wan department who are good shots won't have a chance to show it. For his part, Su Ran refused mercilessly in his headset. Rolf, execute the order. Understood, Principal Su. In the next second, all the new students in the training room all jumped into action. But nay, each department can only send one. It can only be selected by the instructors of each department, based on training and yesterday's results. There was no need to say much on the side of the salary department, and the person sent out was naturally Zhang Sun. On the side of the Department of Honor, there was no doubt that the person sent out was the female school beauty, Li Ying. On the side of Wan's system, Rolf, he was torn for half a day, and could only endure the pain and send out his most powerful marksman. And one of the boys who was the closest to Li Ying in yesterday's training, called Zhang Quan. The next few departments, the other departments, sent their best marksmen from their departments. The only female instructor, Aisha, brought a team of people from the Deaconess department, but the training of the Deaconess department could not reflect any gentleness during this period of time, and every new student experienced the horror of this only female instructor. So Aisha sent out a girl this time as well, called Lu Jiajia. Lu Jiajia, a girl with a very strong competitive spirit. Originally the Star Military School enrollment of girls added up to more than 2,000, but since the first day of entering the school to start training, Lu Jiajia noticed Li Ying, who was a great shining light. That's why every time she trains, she aims at Li Ying and keeps improving herself. After yesterday's first firearms shooting mapping training, Lu Jiajia scored the best in the Department of Law Enforcement, but she was not willing to do so because Li Ying's score was the best in the whole school, simply because she clearly knew that Li Ying's talent was good and had a good foundation. Lu Jiajia went crazy with extra training during these few days. According to the girls in the same dormitory, Lu Jejia was like a madman, sleeping only 4 hours a day and spending the rest of her time practicing in the firearms training room. At this moment, getting such an opportunity, Lu Jejia definitely wanted to surpass Li Ying. Go for it, Hoon. Make sure you win face for our salary department. The guy Daffy and the boys in the same department were shouting like crazy. Freshmen from other departments were cheering on their own marksman. The craziest of them all are the 3 conspicuous packages on the honored department side. Go Aiko, go go. You're our pride. You have to win. Aiko, we love you. This is the greatest strength. We must defeat them. Ing, we all trust you. Your shooting is so accurate and your looks are so beautiful. Namabi, who loves to compose poems, hasn't finished reading on his side. Mo Long, the instructor of the honored department, chided with a black face. The 3 of you get the hell back to the team and don't discuss Li Ying. A few minutes later, the 11 faculty selections were assembled in a row. Chief Instructor Martinez stepped into his military boots and stood sideways observing the crowd. 5 rounds per person. Fired at 200 meters. Highest score wins. Prepare to raise your guns. As Martinez's words fell, with a swish, all 11 freshmen raised the 9-to-5 style in their hands. Start shooting. Bang bang bang. A series of gunshots rang out in the training room. Young Hoon aimed ahead calmly and naturally, and each time he fired, he took a deep breath. On the other side of Li Ying's expression is calm and terrible. Every time he shoots, he is familiar with the top of the shoulder, and the sternness in a pair of beautiful eyes is even more as if the one who was standing on the opposite side of the room is the enemy in general. That sharpshooter Zhang Quan from the Department of Wan was also not slow in firing, and the guy's accuracy was very high. It had to be said that the seedlings trained by Mo Long as a sniper expert were quite excellent. Next within the other departments, the one that stood out the most, was Lu Jejia. The girl wasn't shooting too fast, but she was also very accurate. The key thing was that it was as if Lu Jejia had taken the target as Li Ying. Every time you fire a round, you have to look back to Li Ying's side. A few minutes later, the gunfire in the training room slowly ended. Above the observation deck, Su Ran put away the binoculars and smiled slightly, then sat next to him and said to Secretary Zhao, "Grill a few more skewers. Our first sharpshooter cadet from Star Military Academy is coming up." Poor little Secretary Zhao nodded and continued to fan himself with his head down. "Principal Su, you can't have already seen it, right?" Bing Bing, the female host, asked curiously from the side. At this time, Staff Sergeant Deng Jie laughed. "My marksmanship skills are average, but a true sniper or marksman can really judge the accuracy of the other party just by looking at the target or listening to the speed of the gunshot strikes." Almost at the same moment, below Martinez lets the voice start announcing the results of the firearms shooting. Target position 1. 8 rings, 9 rings, 8 rings, 10 rings, 8 rings. Yong Hoon. Target position 3, 8 ring, 8 ring, 9 ring, 10 ring, 9 ring. Chung Chen. Target position 4, 10 rings, 9 rings, 10 rings, 10 rings, 9 rings. Li Ying. Target 8, 8 rings, 7 rings, 7 rings, 7 rings, 9 rings, 7 rings. Renu Jia. The next few other departments finished their reports, but none of these people did as well as the above 5. And out of the 5, Li Ying's results were undoubtedly the best. Slap. Everyone on the honored department's side let out a roaring applause, especially Xiao Qiba, and Imabi, and Wang Beitan were almost crying with excitement, and those who didn't know thought that they had won first place. Great. It's really Aiko. It's really Aiko. The faces of the other faculties were a bit dark, but they still admired this beauty in their hearts. 5 rounds of bullets. Surprisingly, 3 of them hit the 10 ring. Such a shooting skill. Definitely a real genius sniper. Young Hoon was also very impressed and gave Li Young a thumbs up. However, at this time Li Young didn't even look at it much. Instead she looked up towards the observation deck side. In her eyes only that person was qualified to appreciate herself. "Don't get cocky. I'll pass you next time." Lu Jejia hugged the 9-to-5 style and spoke in a low voice. In return, however, there was still Li Ying's indifference. Ryu Jejia was about to say something else. Martinez, however, was already announcing over the loudspeaker. Li Ying received an invitation from Principal Su to go to the observation deck for a barbecue, and the rest of us will continue to train. Hearing this, the entire school of freshmen let out a sigh of envy. Zhang Sun was a little envious. How nice it would be if I could go up and eat with Principal Su and the others. Don't be discouraged. You kid. Train well. I think with your speed, you can definitely catch up in a short period of time. After Fei gave a comforting cry from the side, he looked at Li Ying's back again and lamented. But even if you try to catch up, you won't be able to catch up with my goddess. Her speed is something you can never catch up with. Nuts. Young Hoon's side was speechless. There are plenty of freshmen who think the same way as Young Hoon. Everyone was very much looking forward to being like Li Ying and going on stage to have dinner with Principal Su, whom they adored. But alas, the only one who can go up right now is also Li Ying. Chapter 47 Every day on a dang thing. Dang thing is different. A moment later, Li Ying warily arrived at the viewing platform, in front of Su Ran and the others. The usual Li Ying is fearless and bold in training, completely unrecognizable as a girl, but at this moment, looking at the slightly smiling man in front of her, her heart was still very nervous, because this innate sense of oppression really manifested itself too clearly in front of Principal Su. Principal Su. Li Ying gave a very standard salute, his eyes looking towards Su Ran. Su Ran also just nodded slightly at this time. His gaze was very serious as he surveyed this female schoolgirl. He knew that Li Ying's grandfather had been his grandfather's soldier. Some of the old man's deeds back then he could also find in his memory. It is said that when the old man returned, he asked his only son several times to join the army. But alas, his son didn't want to be a soldier, but was devoted to business. This made the old man very regrettable. But after many years, I did not expect the granddaughter of the old man to help him fulfill his wish again. Realizing that Su Ran was staring at himself at this moment, Li Ying also became more and more nervous, presumably seeing that Li Ying was timid. Sabine next to her smiled and relieved herself. Here comes our sharpshooter. I really didn't expect a female sharpshooter to appear in less than a week of training at the Star Military Academy. Wu Jing also nodded and smiled. This female student's shooting experience, as well as her shooting standard, is very professional, so I guess she usually practiced as well. Wu is right. Li Ying-sans adjusted her breathing very well with each shot, and her posture caught my attention the first time. So you must have practiced on a regular basis, right? Staff SGT. Dunji asked curiously from the sidelines. Reporting to Chief of Staff Deng. I have practiced before at home under my elders. Hearing Li Ying's reply, Deng Jia then nodded, but his eyes were filled with appreciation. At this time, Su Ran finally opened his mouth. The marksmanship is very good. Is there any interest in entering the sniper elite class to practice? Suddenly hearing Su Ran's question, Li Ying subconsciously shook his head. Principal Su. Su Ran laughed. It's fine. What's on your mind, say? Yes, Principal Su. I don't want to go to the sniper elite class. I just want to go to combat command. Hearing this answer from Li Ying, the others all subconsciously stared at Li Ying, especially Staff Sergeant Deng Jia. Others didn't know much about the combat command class, but he was well aware that this class was the most demanding of all the recruits, and it's definitely impossible for new recruits to get in unless they carry a rank and are experienced enough to train in it. Inside the live broadcast room, all the viewers couldn't help but gasp. Holy, I didn't realize my goddess had such high aspirations. My goddess even wants to be a commander. That's too cool, isn't it? Ha ha, I always thought that Li Ying-san would be a sniper, but I didn't realize that people's ambitions were with the commander. It's no wonder. Li Ying's grades in all categories are very good. Such a person deserves to be a commander. Master Li? Ha ha, I'll be the first to support my goddess. So handsome. This side of the scene. As Li Ying's words fell, Su Ran also had a glint in his eyes. He could see that Li Ying was a very good soldier, but now it seemed as if the girl's goal was more than that. Nice. Su Ran smiled and said 2 words, then gave Secretary Zhao a sign. The latter immediately understood in seconds and hurriedly handed Li Ying the barbecue in his hand. Can you drink? The SU president even pulled out a beer on the side. Ha! Li Ying looked at Su Ran a bit dumbfounded. Host Bing Bing also coughed on the side and said, Principal Su, Li Ying students are still students and have to train in the afternoon. Inside the live broadcast room, countless netizens were about to laugh their asses off. Who would have thought that Saran would take out a bottle of wine for his student at this time? Well, no more drinking then. Su Ran put it back, then pointed at the snacks and fruits around. Feel free to eat whatever you want, Li Ying student. Don't be polite. You deserve it today. Although Li Ying was a bit formal at this point, he was still pulled to sit down by the hostess and Secretary Zhao together. Just at this time, Su Ran once again picked up the headset next to him and opened his mouth at the face of the entire school of rookies. I'm guessing a lot of people haven't had a good time at today's game. Tell you what, from now on I'm going to have a food party every day at the observation deck, and then every day we'll have a training competition, and the ones who do well will get to come up here and sit with us and eat the food and watch the others train. Of course, it's limited to 1 student up here each day, and it's up to you who it is. The 10,000 or so new students under the stage couldn't help but be overjoyed when they heard Su Ran's order, especially the ones who failed today. Each of them felt that they weren't inferior to Li Ying and thought that they wouldn't have a chance after today. I didn't realize that the mercifully generous President Su had even released a co-branded model. At this time, Li Ying, who was sitting on the side shabu-shabuing kebabs, but his expression remained flat. It was as if to her, no one could even take the position from her. Mr. Li Ying, who do you think will come up next to eat kebabs after Principal Su? Just like you? The female host, Bing Bing, asked with great curiosity at this time. Li Ying wiped his mouth and raised his head very elegantly. Only me. 3 simple words, but they embodied the girl's domineering aura to the fullest. Several people present, including Wu Jing who had been playing the tough guy, couldn't help but bristle. Su Ran, on the other hand, smiled even more happily. He was very appreciative of Li Ying's character as a girl, because that's what female students at Star Military Academy are supposed to be like. In the meantime, in the Li family villa, Li Ying's grandfather was even happier and laughed. Worthy of being my precious granddaughter. This is like a real warrior. Next to her, Li Ying's old man laughed helplessly. Dad, with this temperament of little Ying, will it make Principal Su feel too overbearing? You kid, think this is the workplace? This is in a military school. It's no different from the army. All soldiers with a temper are good soldiers. Not to mention that my granddaughter is so good. General Su's grandson will surely be able to understand as well. Old man Li Ying then nodded, but in his heart, he was also very happy for his daughter. Under Li Ying's influence, the afternoon training became fiery. All of the new students had Li Youngho on the observation deck as their goal, and one by one, they became even more serious in order to train. By the end of the mess, all the instructors had blown the dismissal whistle and not many people had left the training room, especially on the side of the wand department. Instructor Rolf had directly put out a stern word that the person who went up to the observation deck tomorrow had to be from the wand department, or else all of them would have to train extra in the next training. As a sniper instructor, Rolf was very disappointed indeed, so there was no way around it. Rather than having a bad day ahead, everyone had to keep giving themselves extra training in the next few days. At this moment, the netizens all laughed bitterly with emotion. A kebab from Principal Su motivated all the freshmen to train once again. I have to say, the students of the Star Military Academy are on a pawn every day, and it's a pawn that's different. Chapter 48 The Military Staff as a Judge, the fairest test of all. Over the next few days, it has become common for the young rookies to train extra in order to get exceptional performances. However, it seems that the only person who can go up to the observation deck every day is Li Ying, the schoolgirl from the Department of Honor. Everyone else's marksmanship was improving, but Li Ying, who had already surpassed them by a large margin, didn't stay put. On the contrary, people's efforts are even more than others as well, which is the reason why Li Ying can surpass others. Although Lu Jiajia's side was very spirited, compared to Li Ying, it was still too far away. According to the people over at the Department of Law Enforcement, Ryu Jiajia simply slept in the firearms training room afterwards. Compared to Lu Jiajia's efforts, the other rookies didn't slack off. Normally, in addition to training in other subjects, firearms training has become one of the most enthusiastic for most people. After another week, the little rookies had once again made a quantum leap in their marksmanship. Last week everyone was averaging 4 and 5 rings, but by this week, most had reached 7 and even 8 rings. On Li Ying's side, inside the 5 rounds, he could basically guarantee that every round would be on the 10 ring. Zhang Sun and the others had 10 rings, but they still couldn't guarantee every shot. The person who was the most angry at this time, besides Lu Jiajia, was the instructor of the wand department, Rolf. For a professional sniper instructor to lead a soldier that didn't have as good of grades as another department was undoubtedly the greatest insult to him. In this way, the wand department's daily extra training was almost doubled again. Seeing the students work so hard, the president of SU said he couldn't bear to see them. Half a month later, Principal Su ordered that the daily competition to come up for barbecue be cancelled. But it was fine if he didn't cancel it. But after he did, everyone still seemed to think that this was Principal Su being disappointed in them. Every day it's Li Ying who goes up there and the rest of them don't stand a chance. Isn't this Principal Su's disappointment and lack of confidence in them? The third week after this incident, everyone's extra training was once again elevated to a higher level. All in all, the firearms training room has been almost non-stop 24 hours a day for the past half month. There were people training in it every day. And of course, other fighting drills that were added to the mix by the students. Yu Tianlong of the 80th Army, stationed in Tianhai City, specially organized an observation session for this year's troop recruits to learn from the training of the students of the Star Military School. After seeing the daily routine of the military academy students, and the crazy extra training, the recruits of the 80th Army were stunned. No, are military students so self-conscious and crazy these days? There was no choice but for the recruits to go back and continue with additional training. Previously, they had only seen the situation in the live broadcast, but when the site was visited on the ground, they realized that the group of students seemed to be even crazier than what they had seen in the live broadcast. Principal Su shamelessly robbed another wave of supplies with Yu Tianlong. In his words, "I've shown you how to practice on the spot. Don't you have to pay some tuition? And although these students are now students, but as long as 3 years after graduation, they are your soldiers. And even your army to 1 is 10. When 100 soldiers, you now invest in the future will absolutely get a super return.
Poor army chief, you had to write his big name on the list of supplies.
In fact,
Su Ran was also clear that the reason why Yu Tianlong was so cooperative with himself was more or less related to his old man, as well as the old man at home. The students of the Star Military Academy shooting finally had bullets. From the previous 5 rounds
to 10 rounds.
There are also 2 assessment drills per week, which means that everyone's marksmanship can take another quantum leap forward.
At this moment,
what everyone was most looking forward to was nothing more than the school examination a week later. Every department is pumped up and waiting for that time to shine,
because Principal Su had laid down a lottery. Whichever department did well in the test at that time would get an extra day off. And on top of that,
they would also get a customized badge.
Principal Su himself will wear it for you. Just ask if it's handsome, right? Ahem. I have to say, this Su Ran guy is really taking the nature of these kids.
This was purposely thought up to make these students excel. He would even have Secretary Zhao specially indicate on his badge when the time came that the Star Military Academy's first examination results were excellent. This title might not mean much to outsiders, but to the students of the Star Military Academy, that meaning was truly greater than the sky. In their hearts, Principal Su's affirmation had surpassed everything. So this title that was crucial. Principal Su. The specific rules and content of the assessment have been finalized. Here's the document. Secretary Zhao walked in and handed Su Ran the document.
At this moment, Su Ran was doing push-ups and wiped the sweat from his forehead with one hand and said, "Other than Army Commander Yu, the rest of the people have been notified, right? According to your instructions, it has been notified, and everyone has given their replies so far. But Principal Su,
you invited the generals and chiefs of staff of the 5 major military administrations of the country of China.
Will all of them be here by then? Just give notice. You don't have to worry about anything else."
After Su Ran finished saying this, he slowly stood up after whispering a sentence of 588 in his mouth.
The well-behaved Secretary Zhao took a towel and handed it over,
allowing Principal Su to wipe the fine sweat on his forehead.
"Get some early rest and go. You'll have your hands full next." Secretary Zhao let out an "oh." Actually wanted to ask Su Ran why he was so confident, but still held back. After all, every time Principal Su promised something, although it was quite illusory, one by one it also succeeded. The details of the specifics of this assessment have all been finalized. Freshmen from 11 departments will present the results of a month's training. On a departmental basis, each department conducts a series of routinized tests in formation, fitness tests, fighting, shooting, and so on. According to the usual military school style, at the end of a month's military training, it is true that there will also be an assessment, but there has never been a school that would present this assessment as a reason to brush off poor students from leaving. Star Military School is just so bold. All those who don't meet the standard in this examination will be persuaded to leave the school. So for all the rookies in the school, less than half a week's worth of tests have been a time to witness life and death. On top of that, Su Ran had specially invited Yu Tianlong for this examination, as well as the chiefs of staff of the 4 major military administrations in China. In fact, President Su first prepared to invite the generals of the 4 major military houses, but then thought that now it was only a month's assessment, or a slightly lower profile, just invite the chief of staff over. Unbeknownst to him, Su Ran's move would cause countless netizens to be shocked a few days later. It was just an ordinary specialized military school that had invited the chiefs of staff of the 4 major military administrations. And it wasn't just an ordinary invitation. It was an invitation for them to come over and score points. There's no way around it. Principal Su's main focus is one of fairness. When the time comes, don't say I'm unfair. The 4 military chiefs of staff, plus Yu Tianlong pressing on. The fairest end-of-month examination is about to kick off at the Star Military Academy. Chapter 49, Exam Preparation. Rookies' minds are broken. 4/14. 000 rookies. They all seem to be kinda looking forward to the test time. As the saying goes, it's a mule or a horse that comes out of the woodwork. The assessment is not just pulling out of the yo-yo. A month since the pain and suffering will be presented at this moment. Even online, there were countless pleas from viewers as well as parents for the Star Military Academy to keep a spot on the site, and they all wanted to go and observe as well. It's just a pity that the iron-faced and unselfish Principal Su isn't interested in this. Before the examination is even over, all parents of students are denied access to the Star Military Academy. Full enclosure is no joke to you. Moreover, in order to create an atmosphere for the examination a few days later, Principal Su had people prepare the big guys during this time. This big guy is a military secret and is generally not open to the public. That's why, other than military school students, Outsiders are absolutely not allowed in the Star Military School.
Time slowly moved forward and all the freshmen felt a twinge of nervousness over the next few days.
This guy, Fei, is so much so that he has to go out for 3 hours of extra training every night before he can go to bed with a clear conscience. Xiao Jiba 3 unlucky people are even more hard-working. They also want to imitate the executive department's Lu Jiajia move to the training room. But since Lu Jiajia started this first, the ones who went there were all a group of girls, and not many boys dared to go and sleep there on the floor. The trio could only warm up with a 5-kilometer warm-up on a big night, then fight each other for half an hour, and then finally go to the firearms training room for extra training until the early hours of the morning before leaving. And so it was. After a stressful week, the 1-month test is finally upon us. The live feed was on at 5:30 sharp. As usual, Sabine laughed. Time flies, in the blink of an eye. A month has passed, and it's been so long since we came to the Star Military Academy, witnessing too many hardships and pains of our classmates. That's right, today is already the time for the 1-month assessment for all the new students. I don't know if everyone is ready. Let's go over to the dormitory building first to check everyone's state of mind. Ice and Sabine got into the SUV first. Wu Jing and Deng Jia had already been waiting in the car. Staff Sergeant Deng, I heard that for this examination, Principal Su had invited several military staff officers over to be the judges. Is this news reliable? Hearing Wu Jing's words, Deng Jia laughed. I just talked to an old friend on the phone last night, and there is indeed such a thing. So today's assessment for the students is definitely considered to be the most formal of the formal. And even the military district drills are more than that. Good lord, Principal Su has really put in the blood this time. It looks like we'll get to see the most exciting end of the month examination of the day. The crowd smiled heartily and all followed the filming director's team, heading down to the dormitory building of the Star Military Academy together. At this time inside the live broadcast, countless netizens had already exploded. Principal Su is awesome. How could he invite all the chiefs of staff from the military government here? Don't you guys understand by now? Principal Su is definitely under orders to run a military school. Otherwise how could the military government support him so much? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. If it was supported, Star Military Academy would definitely be more than just a junior college by now. This is what you don't understand. All military schools in China start out as junior colleges, and Star Military School can only start out as a junior college even if it's supported from above. What I'm most looking forward to now is these 14,000 freshmen. How many of them can pass the examination? If they can't pass, then they're going to be discouraged. Half of them are definitely okay. And it's obvious that all the freshmen have been working very hard and seriously during this time. At the current level of strictness of President Su, and with several major military staff officers as judges, I'd say half of them are a bit of a stretch. Are you kidding me? Doesn't that mean that thousands of people will be discouraged? Principal Su shouldn't be that ruthless, right? The crowd spoke up on the air. But really, for all of them, they were just watching for fun. The ones who were really anxious would have to be the new students of the Star Military Academy and their parents. Although the parents of more than 10,000 new students could not go to the scene. But at this time it's all of them sat in front of the TV early in the morning, watching today's live broadcast. If it was before enrollment, parents might say, it's just a college or university, so it's fine to be dissuaded, but you can still go to another school anyway. But now, after this month's training and Principal Su's various displays of charisma, coupled with the background of the Star Military School that was being exposed day by day, as well as the issue of military rank after graduation, it has long since made all parents change their mindset long ago. Because here they can see their children's hope and all kinds of efforts. If he could stick it out at the Star Military School, then maybe, in time, his own child could really make a mark in the military. Even if you really don't pass the test in the end, you can still learn more skills and knowledge here, as well as change the habits and temperament of many children. Other than that, the 3 rich second generation in Yancheng are the best proof. From the unruly playboy in the beginning, he is now obedient and diligent in his training. All parents have seen another side of their children. It would definitely be a dream moment for all parents if they could keep their children here all the time. So at this time, the elders and parents of the Shao, Wang, and Ni families all put off all the activities and meetings and sat directly at home waiting for their son's wonderful performance. Li Yun's father acted a bit more normal, as he was very confident in his daughter, but instead, Li Yun's grandfather sat in front of the TV early in the morning. For the old man, what he wanted to see most was his granddaughter in her military uniform, valiant and incomparably dashing. And as for accomplishments, he knew Li Ying's abilities better than anyone else. With that, the camera quickly comes to the moment when all the freshmen are assembled. As the whistle fell, everyone came downstairs in unison to gather. All personnel, target 5 kilometers cross-country, begin execution immediately. Martinez's high voice echoed in everyone's ears. In the past, if the rookies heard this order, they would definitely have to grumble in their hearts or on their faces. But now the instant they heard the order given, the crowd began to line up in a hurry and started running up the hill in order of each faculty. The female host, Bing Bing, asked with some curiosity, "What's going on? Isn't today an examination? Why do we still need a 5-kilometer cross-country?" The Star Military Academy is managed exactly the same way as the Army. No matter what day it is, the daily cross-country pulling as well as the daily training is never missing. Staff Sergeant Deng Jia explained with a smile from the side, while inwardly admiring Su Ran's boldness. If it was in the Army, this kind of training intensity was absolutely fine, but this was in school. Yet Su Ran still took the Army's training style. This Principal Su's bottom line is really something crazy. The first 5 kilometers. A moment of assessment but also physical fitness test and then a 5 kilometers. I drop mama God bless. I must be able to pass today. Must be able to pass. Faye whispered to the group. There were few freshmen with the same mindset as him. Everyone was worried that the ensuing cross-country would affect the test in a little while. The next second, however, Martinez's stern voice fell again. Are you guys old ladies with your speed? Speed up for me. Don't dawdle. Chapter 50, Tanks and Aircraft. Mechanized forces out. Half an hour later, the 5-kilometer trail was essentially over. All the rookies finished within the allotted time, but for most, the 5 kilometers of cross-country remained an insurmountable chasm. After a run, many people sit on the ground and breathe heavily. Before they could sit down and take more breath, Martinez's orders came down again. Don't you know what day it is? Pack up your things and go down the hill for breakfast right now, and meet in the playground when you're done. Remember, anyone who's late just get the hell out of here and don't even show up for the test. If Su Ran's words were orders inside the Star Military Academy, then Chief Instructor Martinez's orders were orders from Hades. The orders that were normally given by Saran were doubled here in Martinez. Fail to perform and Martinez will immediately show you what real punishment means. So upon hearing this order from Martinez, all of them helplessly climbed up and continued down the hill. Look up inside the live feed. The netizens also had some pity for the students. But alas, today's examination was definitely not something that could be avoided by being pathetic. On the surface, everything was no different today than it always is. But when everyone came to the playground, they realized that the surrounding area had already been filled with loaded army soldiers. These warriors were sent by Yutianlong to maintain order, and it was a fact known to all that there had always been a regiment stationed near the Star Military Academy. But today Yutianlong once again sent a regiment of full-strength troops, all of them fully equipped, standing around the playground with serious faces. On top of that, there were surprisingly 969 tanks parked around the playground of the Star Military School. This thing belonged to the main battle tanks that had just been phased out in the Chinese army, but it was also taken out and used during many training sessions. These 969 tanks were exactly what Su Ran had gotten from a military region when Star Military School was founded. At this time 5 tanks were parked very majestically like that at the edge of the playground, with their gun heads aimed at the sky behind them, and the momentum was very strong. On top of that, 2 single-seat Tip 10s were spectacularly parked on the other side of the tank. Next to each plane stood a pilot. The 10,000 or so rookies from the Star Military Academy had long been shocked by the spectacular scene as they entered the playground. The hot blood inside many people was even more ignited, and goosebumps rose on their bodies. But anyone who was there and encountered this kind of aura could not help but gasp in amazement. And in addition to the main battle tanks, 2 Tip 10s, there were dozens of cross-country armored vehicles on the scene, as well as special forces standing all over the place. That's right, it's the special forces, which are also in the hands of Yutianlong of the 80th Army. This time, Yutianlong had deliberately pulled over a group of special forces under his command to support the scene in order to cooperate with President Su. There were more than 200 of these people, and although the number was small, everyone was dressed in crisp special forces equipment and wearing masks that were armed to the teeth. Just a glance at them could leave you in awe. At this moment, the rookies had long been dumbfounded by this masterpiece of Principal Su's. Everyone thought that this was a simple examination, but they didn't expect that Principal Su would make the scene so big. DeFei walked in the group and muttered in a low voice, "It's finished. I feel that Principal Su's stance is trying to completely subdue us, and this examination is more than likely to be even more difficult. You kid don't fall off the chain at the critical moment. According to the daily training normal play absolutely no problem." Young Hoon instructed from the side. Honestly he was all flustered right now. It's the first time I've encountered this kind of scene, and now my hands are sweaty. I used to only know these things from movies and TV shows, but today it's practically right in front of me. And I don't know if it was intentional or not, but Martinez specifically ordered everyone to pass in front of the tanks and airplanes, and then also to walk in front of the special forces. the blackened muzzles of the guns, and the big guys painted in camouflage, plus the cold look in the eyes of each of the special forces. Every single one of them is more than this group of rookies can handle. Xiao Ji Ba, Wang Beitan, and An Bai, all three even felt their legs shaking. In the past, although the three of them were the children of rich families and had seen everything, they had never really seen this kind of scene, so for those few dozen seconds, they even heard their own manic heartbeats. Is this ING test? Why do I feel like I'm going to war? Airplanes and tanks are being pulled out. What the hell is this? Kiba, pull me down. I feel like I have cramps and can't walk. Compared to the three unlucky ones, Li Ying, who was walking in front, showed some curiosity. Unlike the others, her eyes were filled with envy. It was as if they expected to be as skillful in operating these machines as they were, and to be able to wear such uniforms as the special forces were able to do. At this moment, even on this side of looking up, the two hosts, plus the four people, Wu Jing and Senator Deng Jie, were dumbfounded by the scene in front of them. I really didn't expect Principal Su to decorate this examination with such a large amount of money. Sabine gave a bitter laugh. Next to the female host, Bing Bing is looking silly. The whole time was shocked by these special mechanized troops in front of them. Wu Jing also lamented. I haven't seen this scene in how many years. Although it's not as good as the army's formations. Who would dare to believe that this is what you see in a fledgling military school? Basically, Principal Su is pulling out all of the large weaponry that Star Military Academy currently has, showing that he values this test, plus those judges in front of him, as well as today's special mechanized unit. So we're blessed with an eyeful today. It's just that I pity this group of little rookies. I don't know how much they're going to be tortured. Hearing these words from Staff Sergeant Deng Jie, all the people in the broadcast room couldn't help but look forward to it. After 10 minutes, the freshmen from 11 departments had finally finished entering, all lined up in the center of the playground, in the usual arrangement of 11 faculties, and the 14,000 or so yards of procession were very tangible. All hands, halt! From the playground came a loud bellow from Chief Instructor Martinez. Swish! Almost as a subconscious reaction, all the rookies tensed their bodies and looked ahead. Immediately after that, Martinez slowly ran to the lectern and faced Su Ran and gave a military salute. Reporting to Principal Su, all 14,000 cadets from the 11 departments of the Star Military Academy have assembled. Please instruct. Su Ran stood up and nodded slightly. Today he was still wearing a camouflage military uniform, but the buttons on his clothes were all fastened, making him look very formal. At ease. Swish. Everyone responded according to Suran's orders. Class. Swish. All stand at attention automatically. At ease. The crowd once again stretched out their right feet. Su Ran nodded slightly, a small smile on his face. This current state of affairs seems to be what one wants already. Everyone on the scene and in the live broadcast room was dumbfounded by the scene of Su Ran giving the order, and all the rookies on the scene carrying it out. It's so handsome. For a moment I thought this isn't a military school. This is totally the army. Principal Su's aura is frighteningly strong, and the freshmen are being trained very well. So this kind of school has a future. Awesome. Awesome. I can feel this handsome and compelling aura of the scene even through the screen. I have to get my son to enroll in the Star Military Academy. Tiredness is a momentary thing, but handsome is a lifetime thing. Chapter 51, Cannonball Boom, Rookie Cries for Home. Students, today is the time for the 1-month assessment. Everyone has worked so hard for so long, all for the sake of showing off today. It's been a really hard time of training and all sorts of conscious extra training. I believe that the next test should also show everyone's efforts. And I also want to tell you the good news that at the end of this assessment, you will officially become a cadet at the Star Military Academy, where you will receive militarized standard courses and tutoring. This statement was made. The stage instantly erupted into an unbelievably loud applause. Everyone has been working hard for a month waiting for a moment like this. Become a real cadet and learn battle command, as well as a variety of real-world operations. This was entirely the greatest expectation of every new student who came to Star Military Academy. Alright, without further ado, the next step is to unfold the assessment of our daily training according to the arrangement of each faculty. I've invited the chiefs of staff of the 4 major military houses for today's test, and they will be your judges. All of the tactical movements that you will demonstrate next will all be standardized according to militarized training, and there may be some small surprises in the meantime. So if you don't meet the standard, then I'm sorry, but you will be leaving the Star Military Academy after today. I declare the first basic training assessment program of the Star Military Academy officially begins. As Su Ran's words fell, the salutes that had already been set up began to sound in unison. Straight away, a number of rookies on the scene were so startled that those who didn't know better thought the tank behind them had opened fire. All faculties, begin formation as per daily training. Target the back of the hill. At Martinez's command,
The instructors from each department began directing the rookies to start lining up and heading out.
At the same time, the 969 tanks next to the playground, as well as the 2 tip 10s,
all began to slowly start up in preparation for departure.
Immediately following the armored vehicles,
more than 24 special forces began boarding to follow the rookies to the mountains. The freshman rookies had no idea what President Su was up to this time.
However, Chief of Staff Deng Jie seemed to have thought of something, and a helpless smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
It seems that Principal Su is trying to let this group of rookies make a fool of themselves, but it's no wonder that the reputation of the Star Military School is now being pulled up so high.
Principal Su is indeed too monotonous if he just follows the daily training assessment.
If the pattern of this assessment is added to some of them, then perhaps it will be able to let this group of rookies get the end of the memory of the end of the day, and likewise also let the outside world on the Star Military School's hotness rises once again.
Wu Jing curiously said, "Not Staff Sergeant Deng, what exactly does Principal Su mean? What is he doing letting these tanks and airplanes follow him to the freshman test?"
"Don't worry, you'll see in a minute."
As Staff SGT, Dunji's words fell.
Everyone had to follow the large group slowly up the hill.
In the back of the group,
Su Ran and Secretary Zhao were sitting in the SUV,
and the one driving in front was Yu Tianlong's staff officer, while Army Commander Yu Tianlong was sitting in the co-pilot.
"You kid made such a big deal out of it without saying a word.
Isn't it just a simple test? Let my people all rise up."
Su Ran leaned back and laughed.
"Uncle Yu, I said, to create a different military school? Since this is the case, it is necessary to play the real thing well. Only in this way, in order to let these rookies grow up as soon as possible, and these people graduated, are not still going to go to your..."
Stop.
Every time I hear you say this, my side is crazy with you even if it's not.
How come your kid pulled all the staff officers of the 4 major military houses over?
Su Ran didn't have the heart to explain. In fact,
he initially wanted to pull the generals of the 4 major military houses over.
Everyone was bored, so I casually asked, not realizing that they'd already given you their consent. Yu Tianlong blankly glanced at him with a look that seemed to say, "Do you think I would believe it?"
The command vehicle of Su Ran and the others soon reached the top of the back mountain. Also arriving were staff officers from the 4 military districts.
Come, all of you. Sit over here, there's been an awning and beer and drinks set up for you. Think of it as coming out to camp today. Make yourselves at home. Don't be polite." After Su Ran got off the bus,
he immediately let the people on the logistics side bring out the prepared things. Several chiefs of staff all laughed bitterly, saying that the promise to come over as a judge, this treatment is indeed also a little too good.
Yu Tianlong, on the other hand,
stood beside him with his hands behind his back and laughed.
"You all don't know this kid. He's often like this. It's good to get used to it. All of you don't have to be polite. Everyone who has come here today,
take a good look at how this group of students are trained."
Under Yu Tianlong's comfort, the crowd all sat down under the awning. The live car,
which had just arrived at the top of the hill at that moment,
also saw the scene. Sabine and Ice were once again dumbfounded. "Didn't we agree to be judges?
How come Principal Su and these chiefs of staff are sitting here and starting to enjoy on?"
Next to Deng Jie laughed, "Being a judge doesn't affect everyone's enjoyment. Come on, we'll also go over to join in the fun."
The crowd in the live room had been helplessly laughing like crazy.
In everyone's eyes,
Principal Su managed to exceed everyone's expectations every time he did something. It was originally thought to be an incredibly serious and hot-blooded assessment training. I didn't realize that Principal Su had started camping out here with a panel of judges.
But you don't say. When Sabine, Bing Bing, Wu Jing,
and Staff Sergeant Deng Jie sat together under the awning and watched the rookies at the bottom of the hill,
it was indeed something else.
Rumble. 2 tip 10s were in position in the sky. The 5 main battle tanks had also finished lining up in order on the 5-kilometer cross-country hillside road. That's when the running rookies arrived on the scene.
Each department is spaced 500 meters apart, and in 1 minute, the 5-kilometer cross-country pull will begin immediately. As Martinez's words fell,
the team on the side took the lead, having gone through a 5-kilometer stretch early in the morning, and then running from the playground to the back of the hill in between.
The distance was nearly 8+ kilometers, so at this time, many people in the team were all panting a little too hard. "It's down to us running 15 kilometers is about right," Daffy grumbled out of his mouth.
Yet almost as soon as the words were spoken,
boom! A loud bang rang in everyone's ears.
Immediately in front of them the dirt road filled with dust and a huge shell casing appeared. All the rookies just felt their heads were in a daze,
and they couldn't hear anything inside their ears.
Many people were even too scared to lie down on the side of the road to get up, and some of the girls had already yelled out in fear.
In the past, having seen battlefields on top of movies and TV dramas, people thought these things were not thought of, but it's really in reality at the moment. ringing in my ears. The panic and fear that sprouted from the bottom of his heart could not be concealed at all. Martinez breathlessly reached for the megaphone. "You losers, get up and keep running. This is a test. Delay and you're all out of here." It wasn't until this moment that everyone realized why Principal Su had pulled out the main battle tank. Boom! Rookies from other departments in the back of the room also encountered shells. Everyone was so scared that they covered their heads and hid behind the big trees and dirt bags on the hill, especially on the side of the honored department. The three unlucky ones were so scared that they were on the verge of crying. "Mommy, I want to go home. I want to go home." Chapter 52.10 Out for a mind-blowing test. I have to say that Principal Su's move was indeed ruthless. Just have the tanks line up at regular intervals and then fire the guns to scare the rookies while they are off-roading. To work out the guts of this group of rookies, and to make this test more difficult for them. At this moment, all the rookies from all the departments all turned their faces in fear. Some of the girls, in particular, were so frightened that they couldn't find their way out of the room, and many of them were close to tears. Everyone remember, you are students of the Star Military Academy. You are warriors. If a warrior is scared less by the sound of a cannonball after going to war, then what the hell kind of war is there to fight? Get the hell back to your homes before it's too late. Martinez's voice rang above everyone's heads. Many of the rookies were able to adjust quickly at this point, but there were still some students who were too scared to crouch in place. Eventually these students just had to be pulled down by the instructors on site. You don't even have to take the test. It's a straight-up elimination situation. The scene was seen on the top of the mountain. Yu Tianlong also smiled helplessly. Xiao Ran, these students have only been training for a month now and are still all rookies, so you're just going to toss them around like this? My uncle you are. I have long said that the students of the Star Military Academy and the warriors are no different. They must overcome all the difficulties to be able to metamorphose out. To be honest, today this examination that is my examination, but also on their psychological examination and the nucleus of the courage. If they can't pass it, then there is no way to do it. Can only say that they are not suitable for my Star Military Academy. At this moment, Yu Tianlong was sizing up Su Ran with considerable interest, and the corners of his mouth once again revealed a very deep smile. Because it was as if he saw in this young man the figure of the old general who was so sharp back then. Maybe this military academy will really make this kid rise to the top of the whole thing. The other four staff officers couldn't help but look at each other when they saw the scene. This training method is only used after a new recruit is enlisted in the military, or when he participates in special forces training. Ah, Principal Su, you're giving it to this group of students to use right now. It looks like our special forces training is pretty rookie too. The Special Forces captain who had come to observe also laughed and gave a snort from the sidelines. Su Ran picked up the beer bottle and he gestured and laughed. "Lu Brigade, now you know it. My Star Military Academy students but take the Special Forces to train. And you don't rush. A moment there is a chance to let them take time to touch with you Eng. Ha ha, good. Since Principal Su dares to give a letter of war, then I also dare to accept it. We'll be ready to accompany you at any time." The crowd beside him was amused, and for the moment no one took these words seriously. Only Su Ran laughed very happily, because while others did not believe it, he was very convinced. In addition to Su Ran, the four staff officers, and Yu Tianlong and the others, there was also the program team that was looking up at the scene. Sabine and the others weren't interested in Saran's chatting with them right now, because all their spirits were focused on the test of the rookies at the bottom of the hill. The 5969 tanks were arranged 1 kilometer apart and were greeted by 2 shells dropping from almost every department of rookies passing by. At this moment from a distance, the rookies really looked as spectacular as a battlefield when a shell popped down from time to time in their ranks. Staff Sergeant Deng, is it okay that the shells are so close to the students? The hostess, Ice, asked with some concern. Next to Deng Jie staff officer is very flat smile. Rest assured, all the tanks aligned distance are within the safe range, and each shell is within the distance to shoot. In our place to see very close. In fact, really far. I just came to the time when I inquired about these tank drivers. All of them are Su Principal's comrades in arms veterans, so the safety issue is absolutely no problem. I really didn't think that Principal Su could play this examination so big. Originally half of the people who could pass the examination. I'm afraid that this time down, directly brushed down a lot of go. Wu Jing let out a bitter laugh, and there was indeed some helplessness in his voice. After all, they had also witnessed the efforts of many people, and they did not expect that at the end, Principal Su would play such a big joke on them. At this time, Staff Sergeant Deng Jie once again spoke. In fact, I think everyone has expanded the scope of the military school and a soldier's requirements too much. From the moment I came to the Star Military School, I know that this school is different from other military schools. He has the temperament of the army. The way Principal Su brings new students is also the way of the army to bring new recruits. If this assessment is still an ordinary way, I'm somewhat disappointed. But now, Principal Su's way of assessment has completely changed, and even used the way of Special Forces assessment. Think about it, such an assessment. If you let the students of the Star Military School pass the assessment, their future will definitely be brilliant and incomparable. The crowd couldn't help but nod their heads at these words from Staff SGT. Dungy. Sabine agreed. That's right, the harshest training is what forges the most skillful warriors. As long as the students of the Star Military Academy pass this time, they'll have succeeded. Go for it. It was almost as if Sabine's words had just fallen. Once again, a loud boom resounded in the sky. Immediately afterward 2 tip 10s slowly came in from the edge of the sky. Everyone looked up stupidly at this moment, wondering what Principal Su was going to do next. Holy, just gone the tanks. And now the ING airplanes? Daffy asked as he looked up with a dusty face. The guy ran faster than anyone else when he was scared of dodging the shells just now. Next to him, Zhang Sun also looked up in a very distressed manner. Hurry up. I think Principal Su is going to play with fire again next. Almost as soon as the words fell from Young Hoon's side. Rumble. The loud roar was surprisingly getting closer. The 2 tip 10s in the sky looked like they were covering the sky, but they slowly swooped downward. Above the mountaintop, everyone except Su Ran stood up violently. Even Yu Tianlong jolted to his feet to look at the 2 tip 10s. The remaining 4 staff officers could not help but stare at this scene with some incredulity. As for the people on the side of the lookup program, they'd been scared silly for a long time. No one expected such a thrilling scene. Especially the female host Bing Bing was so scared that she covered her mouth with both hands and her eyes stared straight up. Inside the live broadcast room, all the netizens even stopped sending pop-ups, because everyone was staring, incredulously, at the trajectory of the 2 tip 10s. Time seemed to stand still in this moment. Boom boom boom. The 2 tip 10s were getting closer in altitude. The rookies in the panic gave a dumbfounded look, and many didn't know what to do. Only the resourceful few were constantly pulling the people next to them to get out of the way. Young Hoon's side was pulling Daffy while Li Ying was very sensitively hiding on the sidelines. The huge wind directly blew everyone's hair up, and even countless people's faces were twisted up by the strong wind as they dropped in height. The rookies covered their ears to minimize the powerful noise, even as the temperature of their bodies and the ground climbed. At this moment, all the students felt close to hell. Luckily, the 2 tip 10 fighters were just passing through, quickly skimming over the heads of the group of rookies. Even then, countless people were tossed to the ground. Looking up at the live broadcast room, all the viewers had long been dumbfounded by the scene of Pointy 10 passing by just now. Moments from the camera, the 2 airplanes are almost on par with the ground, but in reality, it was still nearly 100 meters away, so it couldn't do much damage to these rookies at all. Everyone stand up for me. Just now was only the first round. There are 2 more rounds to come. If you want to pass the test, rush to the top of the mountain for me immediately. Chapter 53, if you want to talk about practicing troops, you have to look at your Su family. All the freshmen crumbled when Martinez said this. 2 tip 10s even had to fly over again for 2 rounds? The moment they were close to those 2 big guys just now, they almost saw themselves 2 tits. But who knew that next, there would be 2 more rounds? Kiba, I want to quit. This is horrible. If I keep playing I'll lose my little life. My dad's estate is still waiting for me to inherit it. Namabi, you've survived the ING muscle strain. Is this the time to give up? At the critical moment, Sha Kiba surprisingly stood up with great integrity. Next to him, Wang Baodan also cried. Scary is scary, but we've come this far. We absolutely can't give up. I don't believe that they can still really give me the whole thing. The words just fell. Hoo. Boom. The 2 tip 10s made a nice hover in the sky. Then it turned right around and came barreling down at the group that was going cross-country. In an instant all the rookies held their heads in their hands, and there were also scared people who directly fell on the ground and cried in pain. Originally, the 3 Shao Kiba people were also trembling with fear and were about to crawl to the ground. Instead, a stern female voice rang in his ears. Climb up and move forward. Don't be a disgrace. Upon hearing Li Ying's chiding, the 3 of them stood up directly as if they had stimulated their rundong. Charge! For Eiko! For Eiko! The 3 men shouted their self-created slogans and surprisingly rushed to the front of the line. On the other side, Lu Dafei was also pulled forward by Zhang Sun. The sound of the machine above everyone's head kept whistling, and the dust on the ground, together with the leaves around them rolled over in front of everyone like a tornado. But the brave ones always shine the brightest at this time, and they always demonstrate their strong confidence when it counts. It's just a shame that the brave ones are usually just those. By the time the second round of planes had swept by, there were few people left on the scene who could stand. Most, however, gritted their teeth and continued to get up and walk forward. Principal Su is watching you from the top of the mountain. How are you going to pass the test with just your kind? A whole month. I thought you were already warriors, but I didn't realize you were such losers. The likes of you really aren't fit to be in a military academy. Get out while you can. A sarcastic quote from Martinez kept ringing in everyone's ears. There were rookies who cried their way forward, and there were those who were indeed too worried about the next round of airplane attacks. But in their hearts, everyone recalled the line that Principal Sue was watching you from the top of the mountain. In the minds of all freshmen, Principal Sue's position has long since reached its zenith. So when Martinez moved Sue Rant's name, it was as if everyone had been injected with a shot in the arm inside. The students have been working hard for a month. Do you all want to brush it off when it counts? Jing Sun stood at the front and shouted at all the teams in the department. I can't get scrubbed. I can't get scrubbed. Yeah, I'm going to rush. I'm going to rush. Principal Sue expects so much from us. We definitely can't let him down. Isn't it just 2 airplanes? It's just a test. It's not like they're really going to hit us. So everyone be brave and charge forward. Sometimes the biggest fear in a team is not having a leader. As long as one shows up, then the next thing you know everyone will start following out the door. The first team to react, almost instantly, followed Zhang Sun and charged forward. Chief Instructor Martinez finally had a smile on his face when he saw this scene. Next, inside the back of the line, a student also stood out to be the leader. When it came to the honored department's side, there was no doubt that Li Ying stepped right up. Charge! She didn't have any unnecessary nonsense. And after a single word fell, the thin figure unexpectedly rushed to the front. Behind Li Ying were her 3 faithful lickspittles, who surprisingly followed and rushed ahead. At this moment the students of the honored department didn't think much about it. A girl, 3 very wasteful people could be so persevering. What other people have the face to retreat? The team that follows the honorable department is the executive department. When she saw Li Ying leading the honored department forward, the unconvinced Lu Jiajia didn't hesitate at all and was the first to rush out. All freshmen of the executive department, are you willing to be surpassed by the other departments? Everyone grit your teeth and charge forward. As long as we reach the top of the mountain, we will have succeeded. After Lu Jiajia finished speaking, she took the lead and gritted her teeth and rushed ahead. Truth be told, Liu Jia was also afraid of the whirring of the airplanes circling overhead. She was also too scared to come out from hiding behind a big tree when the airplane came just now. But sometimes a woman's jealousy is more terrifying than anything else. And after seeing Li Ying rushing with the students of the honored department, she, who had always been defeated by Li Ying, would not bow her head and admit defeat at this point no matter what. Immediately behind the wand system, Zhang Quan also led his men to start charging. In almost every department, all of them had their own brave men who stepped forward. When the third round of 2 tip 10s came whizzing by again, the rookies finally didn't receive much of an impact, and although their steps slowed down a lot, they at least didn't hide behind cover like they did earlier. On top of the mountain, Su Ran with his binoculars also observed this scene. These little rookies, they've finally sort of grown up. Next to him, Yu Tianlong also put away his binoculars and laughed. To say that practicing soldiers, it has to be your Su family. I really didn't think that your kid would be able to train this group of student soldiers into such unity. The chief of staff next to him also sighed. Principal Su divided the departments according to each region. And now inside each department there is also a figure that can lead. If I'm not wrong, this examination, Principal Su not only wants to see their basic training and guts, but even wants to elect a leader among these people as a way of ordering each department. Right? Hearing the analysis of the chief of staff on Yu Tianlong's side, Su Ran smiled and nodded. After all, in the eyes of such old geezers, it was surely impossible to hide these little nuggets of one's own. The chiefs of staff of the 4 military mansions were also beside themselves with compliments. I thought that this time I came over to really act as an examination, but I didn't expect that it was a deep lesson by Su Ran. Of course, Principal Su actually didn't intend on pretending, but rather wanted to take advantage of the reputation of these 4 major military houses to properly let these rookies pass the examination. On the side of the elevation crew, Sabine and the others have long been stunned by these freshmen below. They never expected that at the last moment, the freshmen would burst out with such amazing perseverance. It seems like we still underestimated Principal Su's training style. Not only did he want to test this time, but he also wanted the leading figures of each department to show up. Chief of Staff Deng Jia hit the nail on the head at this point with Su Ran's thoughts. At this moment, all the viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but marvel at Principal Su's ability. 1 step forward, 10 steps back. That's Principal Su. Sure, if Principal Su was there, he would have to come forward and make it clear. He was just trying to give a good assessment of today's rookie, and didn't bother to think about improving his point of influence at all. Chapter 54 Close to Special Forces Training. I want the elite. Half an hour later, a small group of rookies came up one by one from the top of the hill. The crowd was gray and wretched. The instructors of each department didn't care about that, and at a command, everyone started to line up. As for those who went up the mountain behind them, they were all stopped by Yu Tianlong's troops who were lined up next to them. Su Ran took a big gulp of his beer, and then very sharply jumped into the nearby SUV. At this time, Martinez, who finished the parade, trotted over, and then rushed to salute Thosaran. Reporting to Principal Su, 11 departmental cross-country tests. All the freshmen who have met the standards are in place. Saran nodded and smiled at everyone. It was clear to anyone who knew him well that President Su's smile was not a good one. I know that today's test is something you have not experienced, but I would like to ask, if you were on the battlefield, would the enemy fight you as experienced? A whole month of pulling cross-country. You familiarize yourselves with everything here, but you get scared less under the roar of artillery shells and airplanes. Can you fight the enemy on the battlefield if you're like that? Everyone was admonished by Su Ran and lowered their heads very aggrieved. But that's the way it is, and it's fortunate that someone woke up early just now and pulled most of them up. Su Ran coldly swept his eyes over the crowd, then pointed at the 4 major military staff officers standing next to him, as well as Yu Tianlong and other great generals, and opened his mouth. Just now, right under the watchful eyes of the 4 major military staffs and General Yu, some of you were so scared that you became deserters. Some of you lay on the ground and didn't dare to move forward, and some of you just turned around and ran away. And this is the result of your training? If that's the case, I'll tell you that you don't deserve to come to Star Military Academy because you don't deserve to be a warrior. And even if you muddle through, you'll only disgrace the military academy and the army. When the time comes, all the faces in the column were determined. After all, they had just woken up and rushed to the top of the mountain as well. The most awkward people at this point were the rookies who were blocked out and came up last. Principal Su had just called the roll, and most of those who had been frightened by the shells were among them. The whole scene was horribly quiet, and everyone knew that Su Ran was angry at this moment. Inside the live studio, the national audience was also sighing helplessly. It can't be helped. Being a warrior does mean that you should face all kinds of changes on the battlefield. Principal Su's test this time is to see how well they can cope. It's too strict, but I like it. That's the attitude military school should have. Several of the rookies are actually physically fit and accomplished. It's just a shame that their guts are so bad that they really don't fit in either. Actor Tough Guy Wu Jing was helpless next to him. Principal Su's test is indeed something we all didn't expect. Staff Sergeant Deng, I haven't spent much time in the army, and if it's the most rigorous training in the army that you know of, will it be similar to Principal Su's way of doing it? Staff SGT, Dungy smiled and shook his head. So far, all of Principal Su's tests have been stricter than the regular troops, even approaching the training of the special forces, but there is no excuse for the Star Military School to do this as a model for the nation and as a standard for the nation's youth. When these words came out, Sabine and Bing Bing beside them couldn't help but stare. It's stricter than regular troop training, even to the extent of special forces. You know, this is a military school, and the training standards are surprisingly up to those of the special forces. At this moment, everyone in the live broadcast room looked dumbfounded. However, Principal Su doesn't fluctuate much at all about that, because he had said that Star Military Academy was definitely a different kind of military school. The test will continue next, and those who have been eliminated will go to the registrar's office for withdrawal procedures and follow-up matters. As Su Ran's words fell, Martinez immediately saluted and left, beginning to relay the items for the next assessment. At the same moment, the eliminated freshmen outside all shouted loudly, "Principal Su, we were wrong. We shouldn't have been timid. We shouldn't have backed down. Give us another chance." Right, Principal Su, we managed to hold on for a month, in order to pass the examination and finally stay in Star Military Academy. Give us another chance. Principal Su, you said, stay in the military academy in order to be able to make my parents at home look up to me. These days I train hard just for this. My parents, they are all very happy now, but today I missed. Please give me another chance. I don't want to let them down. Principal Su, all my grades are good, but I admit that I did hesitate just now. If I am given another chance, please believe that I will definitely not back down. Su Ran turned his head to look at these rookies, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Do you guys think this is a game? You guys think this is a game? 1 whole month and you still haven't memorized the iron discipline of the Star Military Academy? After saying this, Saran turned back to Martinez. The latter immediately understood. Everyone, recite the 50th iron discipline of the Star Military Academy. As Martinez's words fell, all of the rookies who were supposed to be coming down the hill immediately stood at attention in place. Article 50 of the Iron Discipline of the Military School. Obey all orders and arrangements of the military school, including the rules of elimination and the rules of training, and do not refute them or bring them with a hateful mentality.
the voices of tens of thousands of people in unison instantly spread across the entire mountaintop.
At this moment, even Yu Tianlong, as well as his staff officers, and the staff officers of the 4 major military mansions were dumbfounded by this formation. It's even more goosebumps for everyone on the elevation cruise side of the program. Su Ran was also faintly looking back at these newborn rookies under his command. This scene, like a certain movie in a previous life. The whole army recited XX Red? The formation of tens of thousands of people directly overwhelmed those eliminated rookies. At this moment, every eliminated rookie lowered their heads without saying much. There were tears in their eyes and resentment in their hearts, but they would never say anything else. A few moments later, the rest of the group began to head down the hill to the training room for the next test. Su Ran and the others were accompanied by Secretary Zhao, and together they got into Yu Tianlong's SUV. Xiao Zhao's secretary's eyes glowed as she peeked at the man in front of her. The scene of his speech just now was indeed handsome. I'm getting more and more interested in this military school of yours now. After a long silence, Yu Tianlong chuckled from the passenger side. Su Ran, on the other hand, leaned back and smiled. Uncle Yu, this is just the beginning. As I said, I want these rookies to receive the best training in my military academy. And you, my Uncle Yu, when the time comes, your troop is close to water, and you can also stow away the best soldiers to develop. How about it? Are you interested in investing a little bit? Let's make it bigger and better and make it brighter again. I would like to, but your grandfather's side doesn't agree. The last time I gave you that batch of 81 Kongs, I was lectured by him on the phone several times. If I invest again, I'm afraid that old General Su could remove me from my position. Chapter 55, Fighting Training, Iron Tiger Special Corps. Yu Tianlong's words caused Su Ran to laugh as well. In fact, he was just joking. Even if Yu Tianlong himself wanted to invest, Su Ran would not agree. The Star Military School was currently, and would be in the future, his military school alone, and he wouldn't let anyone else get involved. As for investment, President Su was able to make a difference the first time, and will still be able to make a difference the next. Although the old man's side was hard-hearted, as soon as the first batch of military school tests were over, he began to waver. So in the case of being able to keep the military school afloat alone, Su Ran would prefer to have the military school under his name. The buggy rattled down the mountain road. A few cars behind them carried the chiefs of staff of the 4 major military administrations. On either side of the road, there was a parade of freshmen from each department walking down the road in unison and at the same pace. Look at these young faces, but each face is covered with determination. The chiefs of staff of the 4 major military mansions also all had to lament that old General Su's grandson was truly powerful. To be honest, when we first got the order to come to the military academy to be a judge, everyone was a little ridiculous. Although the Star Military School is well received by many people, in the eyes of the real troops, it is still just a military school, and one that is just starting out. If it wasn't for the face of the Su family, they definitely wouldn't have come. Yet now, Principal Su's series of miraculous operations directly caused the staff officers of the 4 major military mansions to not be able to admire them. Especially for the Star Military Academy freshmen. This kind of intense training close to that of the Special Forces completely dispelled the last trace of concern in their hearts. They only felt that coming to a military school like this to be a judge would put a face on their own, and they could even go back and brag to their troops and inspire them. And so, with tanks, planes, and special forces added to the mix, the rookies finished the tough 5 kilometers of cross-country. The next test was basic fighting. After the 5 kilometers of cross-country in the morning, everyone was a little scared in their minds. There was always a feeling that Principal Su would still add something special to them, on top of the fighting. Hun, I realize now that I was just sick in the head when I entered Star Military Academy with you. Zhang Sun laughed as he walked away. Don't you want to put on a uniform yourself and act tough in front of your parents and friends? I want to, but do you think Principal Su will let us complete the test? This morning's 5-kilometer cross-country almost left a shadow on me. And next up, close combat, and firearms firing, which are all ING operational. Do you think he'll let me get through so easily? Don't worry, Principal Su looks at attitude. As long as you have a good attitude, you'll definitely pass. Well, I'll trust you one more time. Following Zhang Sun, Fei is still very trusting. After all, this morning he got his help to successfully pass the examination. Otherwise Fei and those who eliminated the same, all of them were sent to the faculty office. Fei's concern on his side was exactly what all the other freshmen were worried about. The 3 unlucky ones on Shakiba's side also had some similar headaches for the next fighting training. Will that fabulous Principal Su give them any other eye candy? Fei has Zhang Sun's enlightenment next to him, but the 3 unlucky ones have absolutely nothing next to them, and they're relying on their own clueless and ignorant little hearts to get all the way here. Soon everyone was assembled in the playground. Everyone looked with little apprehension and skepticism to the man they admired on the lectern. Su Ran, on the other hand, was talking and laughing with the crowd on the lectern at the moment, as if he had completely missed the rookies neatly lined up below. Not a moment later, Martinez came over to report. Su Ran, on the other hand, nodded his head lightly and said, "Brigadier Liu, didn't I say just now that I want to touch base with your special forces? So let's start according to our scheduled procedures." The junior leader of the special forces, Brigadier Liu, also stared. "Principal Su, you're not joking? Ha ha, it's that time of the day, am I kidding you?" It wasn't until this time that Yu Tianlong beside him also came to a realization. "I realize now what you boys and I want the Special Forces Corps for." Su Ran smiled without saying anything, while the staff officers of the 4 major military mansions beside him asked curiously, "Military Commander Yu, Principal Su asked you for the Special Corps, also for use in this school assessment?" Yu Tianlong laughed and then gave orders to Brigadier Liu, "Follow Principal Su's lead and play nice with these little rookies." At these words, Brigadier Liu immediately saluted, trotting off to the Special Forces side of the order. Not far away, the lookup program team got curious, especially Staff Sergeant Deng Jia and Wu Jing. All of them seemed to have thought of something and stared at Su Ran with wide eyes. At this moment, Principal Su stretched and stood up from the ground, and next to him, Secretary Zhao knowingly put on his jacket. "You Army Chief this time brought 200 Special Forces. Is once the Iron Tiger Corps down the elite commando organization. Since the date of China, the Iron Tiger Corps will have not to concede defeat, not to admit defeat. Courageous Iron Order. Once the Iron Tiger Commando and the Old Master. Or not. Under the old General Su, Iron Lion Corps has a match. The Iron Lion Corps should be clear to everyone. So you can imagine what a superb team the Iron Tiger Commando Corps is. It was such a team that spawned the molding of a special force that had an independent title throughout the Sky Navy region. The Iron Tiger Special Force." Su Ran's words fell on everyone's ears word by word, but for these few big names on the scene, these were their most common sense, so none of them were surprised. Instead, Sabine, Bing Bing, and the tens of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room were incredibly curious about this. Staff Sergeant Deng Jia continued on with his introduction regarding Su Ran's earlier words. Since the date of its establishment, the Iron Tiger Special Force has participated in dozens of terrorist attacks at home and abroad, traveled on hundreds of large and small missions, and participated in hundreds of international competitions on behalf of the domestic special forces. There are a total of 500 team members amongst them, each one of which is an elite amongst the elites, but each of them will leave the Iron Tigers after the age of 35, just to maintain each team member's most peak combat power value. So every year, the Iron Tiger Legion will conduct an incomparably strict selection training as a way to make up for the fresh blood of the Iron Tiger Special Forces. Next to him, Wu Jing also let out a bitter laugh and said, "Maybe I've spent too little time in the army. I've never heard of the great name of the Iron Tigers at all. I really didn't think that Principal Su would let such a troop appear in the Star Military Academy. Wait a minute, just now, what is the meaning of the words spoken by Military Commander Yu and Principal Su? If I'm not mistaken, I guess the rookies might have to be abused by these Iron Tigers in a while." Everyone froze incredulously when Staff Sergeant Dunji said this. "Senator Deng, you're not kidding, are you?" Sabine also shuddered. Inside the ranging livestream, countless people were even frantically typing question marks. Everyone couldn't believe that Principal Su would let the students of the Star Military Academy train with the Iron Tiger Special Forces. Yet the next second, Martinez's voice came from the playground. "Everyone prepare immediately for the second test. Team free fighting. Someone will fight you in this fight, and you'll have to last as long as you can for 3 moves. Chapter 56, Hot-Blooded Discipline. Star Military Academy's Bright Sword Spirit. Martinez's side of the conversation. With a swish, everyone in the Iron Tiger Special Forces took a step directly forward. Clear Special Combat Boots, WTZF-09 Special Combat Uniforms, QBZ Assault Rifles, and each person's face is also wearing a black mask. A mere step immediately caused the tens of thousands of Star Military Academy rookies to jerk their heads up. "No, what do you mean? It's not these guys that are fighting us, is it?" Inside the team, Fei asked with a trembling voice. Next to him, Zhang Sun also subconsciously swallowed his saliva. Playing big, this is really going to be big. Inside the Honorable Department's team, Xiao Kiba, Wang Beitan, and Ni Mabi all raised their stupid eyes as well. "Wang DFA? Letting us fight these people? Wouldn't that be a bit too much for us? It's only 3 moves. I think I should be fine." Wang Bat Dan, "You dusha bag. That's the ING Special Forces. Look at their height. A foot down, you directly dog." The rookies all started to panic at this moment. Yet again Martinez shouted a stand-up. "The test will begin immediately, and everyone will start in training groups. Next you will have a one-on-one combat training test with the Special Forces Corps. Everyone must hold out within 3 moves or be considered eliminated. When these words came out, everyone's hearts were like dead ashes. Many people's remaining glimmer of illusion is also shattered at this moment. Looking at the 200 Special Corps at the very front, the people were like enemies, each feeling a mountain of pressure on their heads. All of you in the Kushi department, get the up. The fighting skills you were taught will all be used in a moment. They're human beings too. They're trained one move at a time. The more you wimp out, the worse you'll lose. All of you in the GUA department, don't embarrass me in a moment. Fighting skills are what you've practiced the most, and I trust your basic skills. All of you in the honored department listen up. You must stick to me for 3 moves in this fight, and if you don't use what I've told you to use, even if the principal lets you off the hook, I'll still have you eliminated. Next, all the instructors from each department comforted and counseled all the new students. Don't underestimate this pressure, which drives many people at critical times. Just then, Sue Rant's voice came from over the lectern. Everyone, swish! The freshmen of each department who had just lined up according to the grouping immediately tensed their bodies and stood upright when they heard Sue Rant's voice. At ease, the freshmen once again extended their right leg as ordered. Sue Rant looked at everyone with a cold face. Probably everyone is wondering why the special forces were pulled over to test and train with you. Because you all don't know that the training program that the military academy has developed for you over the past month has long exceeded the level of an ordinary military academy, and the level of army recruit training. So do you know what level your training has approached? All the freshmen shook their heads in confusion. They really didn't know either. For a month, all they knew was to train and train and train every day, step by step. Many have forgotten that they are a new college student. They have long seen themselves as a soldier who has just entered the army. They had little concept of these daily trainings, and only knew to carry out the orders laid out by the instructors and the principal. Only the short-haired girl in the crowd, Li Ying, had a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth and murmured softly, "At the level of the Iron Tiger Legions select special forces." At the same time, Sue Rant also spoke. "That's right, it's the level at which the Iron Tiger Legion selects special forces." Upon hearing this reply, all the rookies' eyes snapped up and looked incredulously at the man they adored on the lectern. Level training for Special Forces assessment and selection? Hun, Principal Sue, is he not kidding? Is this what we've been going through for the past month? In the crowd, Lu Dafei asked Zhang Sun next to him with great surprise. Zhang Sun, on the other hand, looked up at Principal Sue in his heart and clenched his fists. "I've always felt that our training is too hardcore. I didn't expect Principal Sue to tell the truth today. Dafei, thank you for recommending me to come here in the first place. To be able to feel this kind of training, it would be worth it even if I'm eliminated today." Damn, you do not so serious. Okay, I will take it seriously. I'm ING this month was even treated as a special forces to train. I usually run a kilometer or crying father and mother. When my father heard that I want to come to the military academy, said that I am not at all that piece of material. Dad, you see now, your son, I'm not going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do it. There were not a few people next to him who were in the same situation as this guy Lu Dafei. After all, everyone was thrilled to hear the shocking news. At this time, Xiao Ji Ba, Wang Beitan, and Ni Ma Bai were even more exaggerated. All of them were looking up at the camera over there like crazy, calling out to their families across the room. Meanwhile, 3 rich families sit in front of the TV in tears. "I can't help it. I've been spoiling my sons as babies since they were young. I didn't expect to go to college and be trained as a special forces unit." The bottom line is that their son stuck around, which is a godsend. The Li family. Li Ying's grandfather also clapped his hands happily, tears of excitement flowing from his eyes. It was as if something unforgettable had come back to mind in this moment. At this time on the playground of the Star Military Academy, Sue Rant looked at this group of incomparably boiling rookies and smiled in relief, then raised his hand to signal. Silence was instantly restored to the tens of thousands of rookies on the playground. "Now that we know your level of training, does everyone have instant confidence?" "Yes," all the rookies all replied happily, and the deafening sound swept right through the playground. On the lectern, Yu Tianlong and the 4 major staff officers all smiled as they watched the scene. Even the special forces standing on one side looked at each other with appreciation in their eyes. "Worthy of being a student of my Star Military Academy. Everyone has done well in this month of special forces selection training. In that case, I don't think we'll all chicken out when we face the real special forces next, right?" Sue Rant's question made the playground look a little cold. Secretary Zhao stood at the back and kind of couldn't help but laugh, but didn't dare. The scene fell into an awkward scene. Yet Principal Sue slowly picked up his headset, his face becoming incomparably cold, because he wants to wake up this group of still hesitant and sleeping rookies with a most passionate passage. "Students, to this day, I think it's time to interpret the true spirit and core of my Star Military Academy. I don't know if you guys like reading martial arts novels. In them, when ancient swordsmen met with their opponents on a narrow path, no matter how powerful their opponents were, even if he was the #1 swordsman in the world, knowing that he would not be defeated, he would still show his sword, and even if he finally fell under the opponent's sword, he would still be honored in spite of his defeat. This is the bright sword spirit of our Star Military Academy. Even though we are outnumbered by the enemy, even though we are caught in a heavy siege, but as long as you dare to show your swords and fight to the last man, you have already demonstrated the spirit of the bright sword of the narrow road, which is the military spirit of our Star Military Academy. Where the sword is pointed to, you will be invincible. Chapter 57 3 Tough Moves. Rookie screams. Perhaps Su Ran himself did not realize how much of a reaction the words he borrowed would cause today, and even later. On the speech platform, Yu Tianlong and the 4 major staff officers also looked at Su Ran incredulously. That speech just now definitely qualifies as a top-notch speech. As a leader with soldiers, they clearly know the true gold within these words. Bright sword spirit? I now understand why he dared to let my special forces come out to spar. Yu Tianlong murmured softly. The appreciation for Su Ran in his eyes was self-evident. The staff officer next to him said, "From today onwards, these rookies from Star Military Academy have spiritual support. This power is terrifying." Yu Tianlong smiled. He was now getting more and more glad that when Su Ran started the military school, he generously offered him help. Soldiers who could be trained in such a military school were nothing but the elite. Looking up at the crew side of the show, Sabine and Bing Bing had long been dumbfounded. It was the first time they had heard of this spirit, but just hearing about it made them incredibly hot. Wu Jing is even dead clenched fist. At this time his mind has even surfaced the prototype of a movie. If in this movie plus the principal Su just this speech, it is absolutely the soul of the soul law. Staff Sergeant Deng Jia nodded his head vigorously. He felt that this time he came to the Star Military Academy to participate in the program. It was definitely worth it. Principal Su's various methods of training soldiers were endless. Just today's spirit of the bright sword had already benefited him. At the same time at this moment, all the freshmen in the entire playground boiled over. The spirit of the bright sword, the narrow path to the courage to win. One paragraph was like an enlightenment, making all the freshman rookies' eyes brighten up. No matter how strong the opponent is, if he dares to show his sword, he will be honored in spite of his defeat. It's so classic. This is the core spirit of the Star Military Academy. I understand. I've realized. What's the special forces? As long as we dare to fight, we don't scare anyone. Even if we are deeply surrounded. Even if we are outnumbered by the enemy. As long as we dare to show our swords, it reflects our spirit. Principal Su. We get it. We get it. The spirit of the bright sword is like a shot of cardiac stimulant that instantly spreads throughout the bodies of all newborn rookies. Originally facing the Iron Tiger Special Forces, they were timid, but at this moment, they all gathered enough courage to stand on the opposite side. Even this guy Fei had an incredibly determined face at this time. Zhang Sun, not to mention, was not much afraid, and under the influence of Principal Su's bright sword spirit, his mind was even more fearless. Li Ying's side is a horse in the forefront, because she does not have a grouping. But she as a person does not bring fear at all. At this time her eyes staring at the man on the lecture platform. The worship in the eyes cannot be blocked at all. Su Ran was no longer speaking redundantly. He had long ago seen that the passion of this group of rookies was ignited. In the next few moments, Martinez began arranging the various faculties into groups in preparation for the start of the fighting test. There are 2 people in each subgroup, so it's a group of people fighting a special forces soldier. As long as the 2 can last 3 moves during the sparring session, they will be considered winners. This time, the Iron Tiger Special Forces had come with a total of 200 warriors, and on the Star Military Academy side, leaving out the 2,000 that had just been eliminated, there were still 12,000 rookies. In the end each Special Forces soldier had to face a siege of 30 groups. If it was a normal warrior, even if they were rookies from the Star Military Academy, they wouldn't be able to eat it. But now it was the Iron Tiger Special Corps, whose perseverance and ability definitely exceeded everyone's expectations. So according to Brigadier Lu's instructions, the 200 Special Forces fighters will maintain a higher level of fighting from start to finish, but certainly cannot be too hard out of it. After all, is still a group of small rookies. Soon after, 2 boys from the first group of the department took the field. The 2 used a back-and-forth approach to attack at the same time. The Special Forces soldier standing in the center quickly struck and kicked the boy charging up behind him. The guy reacted fairly quickly, sidestepping to avoid it, barely dodging it, and the boy who had rushed ahead came up and slammed his fist directly at the Special Forces soldier. The Iron Tiger Special Forces reacted faster, dodged sideways, and grabbed the boy in front of him with a tackle. And in the process, He was about to be backdropped, but fortunately the boy behind him came up and held him in a death grip, and only then did he free his own teammate. But the strength of the special forces is not at all their two rookies can resist. The other pinched fingers very quickly unlocked the back of the boy's hands, followed by lightning out of the foot. Boom boom, two kicks and both men are directly on the ground, both in a doggy state. Get up and you win. Martinez swung his fist around anxiously. The two boys on the floor coughed twice and struggled to get up to their feet, finally staggered to his feet within the timeout. All the people watching from behind all shouted in excitement. Although the two were beaten badly, they survived 3 moves and stood up, which counted as passing the test. Meanwhile, the other groups were having test fights with other special forces. Throughout the playground, there were screams from time to time, all no doubt the sound of rookies getting knocked over. But the good thing was that it was only 3 moves. No matter what method was used, as long as the person who lasted 3 moves and was still able to get up at the end passed the test. Group 8. As the instructor's voice fell, Jang Sun and Lu Dafei both looked at each other and slowly stood out. Hun, I wasn't afraid just now, but now that I see this guy, I'm still a little scared. Don't push it. Attack him like I just said. I've watched his movements. He's got a solid lower body, but one arm is too slow to throw a punch. You attack there. I'll go to the back. The masked special forces soldier standing across from him was also still craning his neck to move his muscles, but when he heard Zhang Sun's words, his eyes instantly lit up. It's kind of interesting that you can still see my weakness. As soon as the words left his mouth, the two of them, Zhang Sun and Dafei, rushed up. However, Daffy, who was in the front, didn't care about any arms at all, and directly bent down to hold the legs of this special forces soldier in a death grip. Young Hoon in the back flew up and kicked him in the back. The two worked together so fast that the special forces soldier ate a hard kick. He didn't expect that these two guys didn't follow the rules, and just now Zhang Sun had deliberately uttered those words to confuse him, which was why he had relaxed his protection of the lower plate. Lu Dafei, this guy, saw the opportunity and held the legs of the special forces soldier in a deadlock. This scene directly set the scene on fire, and all those watching shouted out. However, the next second Daffy was kicked hard by him and slid out on his knees. At the same time, Zhang Sun's attack was not even in place before the other party easily grabbed his arm and smashed it with an iron mountain lean. Zhang Sun sat on his butt on the ground only to feel the sky darken and his internal organs began to churn. Hun, is everything okay? Daffy asked aloud. The special forces soldier laughed. Two brats, still using ploys, it's not simple. Last move, hurry up and get up. Don't let me underestimate you. Get up, Hoon. Daffy shouted and stood up with both young Hoon. Still got it? The special agent asked with a smile. Zhang Sun shook his head and forced himself to endure the pain and laughed. Squad leader, the last move, or I'll attack. The words stumbled out again. Boo! Zheng Su was once again kicked to the ground. Lu Dafei struggled and ran over to help him up. You're stupid. Why are you on your own when you said you'd be on it together? With blood running down his nose and dirt in his mouth, Zhang Sun forced out a word. 3 moves, over. Chapter 58, Hidden Dragon and Crouching Dragon Star Military School. On the lectern, Su Ran also saw the wonderful cooperation between the two of them. Zhang Sun and Dafei. Yu Tianlong laughed. These two little brats are interesting. They even have such cooperation. And the kid who took the initiative to attack is quite good at shutting people down. So I guess it's a good seedling to cultivate properly in the future. The chief of staff also praised from the sidelines, his eyes full of admiration. Su Ran smiled and didn't say anything, because he was well aware of the exceptional freshmen in every department in the military academy. Don't worry, there's more to come. As Su Ran's words fell, the examination on the side of the playground was nearing the end. Most of them lasted until 3 moves perfectly, but many of them were knocked down with minor injuries to varying degrees. But none of them were too important. Instead, the parents in front of the TV gave their hearts a beating as they watched the scene. But there was no way around it. This was a military school and the brutality of training and testing was inevitable, which was fine for the boys. Most of the ones eliminated from this fight training were girls. Despite a month of training, all the fighting everyone had learned in that month was technique, and their strength still hadn't caught up. So there was an inherent strength gap between the boys and the girls, resulting in one round. All 5 girls on the side had been eliminated. At this moment, the girls in the back all panicked a bit as well. If it's a guy who takes a punch or a kick, he can still get up, but if it's a girl, there's absolutely no strength in that. The Iron Tiger Special Forces don't have girls in their eyes and treat everyone the same. Principal Su, all the female cadets will be eliminated down this way. Isn't this a bit? For the female cadets? The hostess, Ice, was a bit sympathetic again, and couldn't help but say something from the lectern at this point. Su Ran looked at her with a serious face. As I said, this is a military school. Will the enemy treat them as women on the battlefield? Ice nodded and never dared to speak again. Next to him, Staff Sergeant Deng Jie laughed. Inside the military academy, the training of female soldiers is as strict as ever, no less than the boys, so the results we see now are inevitable. Not to mention the current level of training at the Star Military Academy, and Principal Su's iron-faced and selfless nature. Surely there won't be any favoritism towards the girls, and the ones who can stay until the end are definitely the elite of the elite. And I'm sure that Principal Su is thinking like this. Senator Deng, there are actually girls who are powerful too. If you don't believe me, take a look at the honored department's side. With the cue from Wu Jing's side, the camera of the elevated live broadcast was immediately aimed at the honored department's team that was undergoing the examination on the playground. The first to take the stage at this time was Li Ying of the honored department. Because of the gun shooting designed by Saran some time ago, the thing about going up to the lectern and having a barbecue, Li Ying was first every time and had long since gotten the whole school to notice her. So now that Li Ying had just taken the field, the students on this side of the entire school who were watching immediately began to cheer for her. It's Li Ying. Her firearms shooting score is too good. Don't fall behind in your fighting skills, or it'll be a shame. Staff SGT, Dunji's side. She has no grouping, or one person against an Iron Tiger Special Forces soldier. This is also too difficult for her, right? I spoke a little anxiously from the side. Sabine had confidence in her voice. Please believe her. Li Ying-san has already given us many miracles. We can all tell that she must have received a lot of training in this aspect of the army in her spare time, and she will definitely be able to give us miracles this time as well. On the playground, Li Ying came to the center in his camouflage uniform as he walked and rolled up his sleeves. The crowd behind the Department of Honor is applauding with excitement, especially Sha Ki-ba, Wang Bat-dan, and Ni Ma-bai. Go Eiko! Go! Eiko, we support you. Coach, I request to be teamed up with Li Young. Namabi raised his hand very shamelessly. However, before Honored Department Instructor Mo Long could say anything, Li Ying turned around and glared at him. Asterisk off. Namabi lowered his head in embarrassment and dared not say anything, while the others laughed happily. The Special Forces soldier who fought against Li Ying was masked in black and couldn't see his facial expression, but he could tell from his eyes that he sympathized with Li Ying, because he had just eliminated several girls on his hands. Without any unnecessary nonsense, Li Ying increased his speed as he walked, and almost instantly, his lithe body leaped straight up and an elbow strike slammed down. The Special Forces soldier's eyes revealed a flash of surprise, but quickly swung his body, his arms unloading to easily deflect the force, while also returning an elbow strike to Li Ying, aiming to smash her fair white thin neck. Li Ying's reaction was very fast. His body was quickly pulled back while one of his feet kicked directly at the opponent's belly. The Special Forces' eyes surprised more thick, but the reaction is more rapid. The body through Li Ying's arm leaped up, and air upside down to the back of Li Ying. At the same time just landed on the ground. Just yanked Li Ying's arms, a backward fall will be her heavily smashed on the ground. But Li Ying's ability to resist blows was so horrible that almost as soon as his body touched the ground, he stood up with a carp. In just a few seconds, the two of them had made 2 moves against each other, and the attacks were frighteningly fast, all of them being the most common methods used by the army to check the enemy. Snap! All the freshman rookies in the audience stood up and applauded with excitement. At this moment, however, Li Ying's face was stern and he once again assumed a fighting stance. Student Li Ying, you passed the test. Martinez was the first to speak up, reporting to the chief instructor. There's still 1 move left. Li Ying stared at the opposite Special Forces soldier, ready to strike at any time. Martinez's face was cold. I said, you passed the test. Go down and stand by. Yes. Li Ying stood at attention and saluted, slowly returning to the line. Martinez, as the chief instructor, could tell with just a glance that Li Ying was not bad. If the sparring continued, this girl might even get on the head seriously, and it wouldn't be good to get hurt then. Of course, it was also the SU president who informed him on short notice. Otherwise Martinez wouldn't have dared to give such an order. Of the freshmen, all clapped happily. Especially the girls at the back who were not assessed were still not confident. But seeing Li Ying's heroic performance, one by one, they regained their confidence once again. Especially Lu Jiajia of the executive department. The unconvincing glare in her eyes also showed unmistakably. Inside the Li family villa, watching her daughter successfully pass the examination, Li Ying's mother and father all hugged each other happily. The old man of the Li family sitting in the chair next to him was patting the armrest of his chair and nodding his head very happily. This is my Li family's granddaughter. She hasn't disgraced our family. She hasn't disgraced our family. At this time on the lectern, Yu Tianlong and the 4 major military staffs all couldn't help but laugh out loud when they saw this scene. This girl is a bit interesting. Yu Tianlong pointed in Li Ying's direction. The chief of staff next to her was even more venomous with his eyes. Her fighting skills are above all the freshmen. If she had the strength of the boys again, she could have sparred with this special forces soldier for even longer just now. Principal Sue, I really didn't expect it. Your Star Military Academy hides crouching tigers. I told you, there's still a good show to come. Sue ran on, hurriedly carried his hands. He had already planned in his mind that at the end of this examination, those with excellent grades would be given new assignments. So this end of the month assessment is not just an assessment, but likewise with what you Tianlong staff said in the morning. It's to pick out these outstanding students who can have leadership skills out. Li Ying's side had just finished, and the next one to take the stage in the honorable department was the combination of Xiao Jiba and Wang Badan. Chapter 59, The Great Military Houses Are Shocked, and the Power of the Spirit of the Bright Sword. Unlike Li Ying, the two men, Xiao Jiba and Wang Badan, had just come out. Many of the rookies on the scene just all burst out laughing. Shakiba said helplessly, "Damn it, what do these guys mean? Are the two of us much like a joke? Kiba, don't mind them, do as I say. In a moment we'll do the same trick the two guys from the salary department did. You hold him in front and I'll attack from behind." Hearing Wang Badan's words, Xiao Jiba was dissatisfied. "You fart. The one in front gets the most beatings. I'm not going. What is the time for you to weigh the pros and cons? With your little physique, you'd be tickling someone if you were given the chance to beat him up. I don't want to get beat up even if I'm scratching an itch. I'm not going anyway. If you want to go, you go. If it weren't for Eiko, old me would have flipped out with you long ago," Wang Baodan said helplessly, then obediently came in front of that special forces soldier. Shakiba, on the other hand, slowly circled around to the back, with a pair of small eyes staring dead at his opponent's back. The special forces soldier couldn't help but sneer. He had been through several of these combinations, so he wasn't going to worry about these two not-so-smart-looking guys at all. "Go!" As Shakiba's words fell, the two of them simultaneously catapulted themselves into an attack on the special forces. Wang Badan has a rounded body and moves straight up to try and catch his opponent's legs, but the special forces soldier had already expected this move. Cat back quickly, while backing up at the same time felt Shakiba darting behind him, directly a sideways dodge. Ouch! The two of them, Xiao Jiba and Wang Badan, collided one after the other. The scene erupted into roaring laughter straight away. Li Ying was even more helpless and turned her head, not even wanting to look at the two people. "What a shame." Namabi covered her face and snickered. Boom boom. Two muffled thuds rang out on the playground again. Shakiba and Wang Badan had almost just separated when they were kicked to the ground by one of the special forces. The honored department instructor Mo Long also shook his head helplessly, but still didn't want to give up on the two. "Shakiba, Wang Badan, both of you are not his opponent. Remember the defense posture I taught you? One more move and you'll win." Star Military Academy. Bright Sword Spirit. Both of them were all dazed, lying on the ground in a daze and wiping their eyes. When they heard Instructor Mo Long's words, they instantly stood up as if they had been injected with epinephrine. "Kiba, are you okay?" "Baton, I seem to be able to move. I should still be alive." The two stumbled and helped each other to finally get on their feet. "Damn it, Star Military Academy. The spirit of the bright sword. The narrow road is won by the brave. Give me a charge." At the critical moment, Wang Baodan let out a furious cry from his mouth and actually helped Xiao Jiba to rush forward. At this moment, all the freshmen on the scene, as well as the crowd looking up at the live broadcast room, were all infected by this scene. And Imabi also dumbfounded looking at the two. Wipe. These two cannot carry it on the roll. How also rushed up. Li Ying also slowly turned around and looked at the two slightly lonely figures on the playground. When that special forces soldier saw this scene, a trace of intolerance flashed in his eyes as well. But as a soldier, his vocation to obey orders kept him from backing down. Instead, he also lifted his feet to meet them slowly. Boom boom. Both men were once again slammed out with two punches. Even though the special forces soldier had withdrawn his force at the critical moment, the two men were once again lying on the playground. "Stand up! Stand up! What am I supposed to do if you two leave and leave me alone?" Namabi shouted excitedly through the crowd. "I don't realize that I don't seem to have been tested yet, and it's another story if I can hold out in a while." But the rest of the people did not care about this. This period of time the three people's various deeds also let everyone look at it every day as fun. At this time to see the two people perseverance courage. All the freshmen also cannot bear to start to call out. "Stand up! Stand up!" Tens of thousands of people shouted in unison, and the momentum directly infected countless people. The viewers were even more teary-eyed in the live streaming room. I thought that these three unlucky people were pretty much losers, but I didn't expect them to be so touching at a critical moment. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Stop yelling, we're just tired and taking a break. Xiao Kiba held onto Wang Baodan, and surprisingly, he really struggled to get up from the ground. At this moment, although the two were in a sorry state, they were quite contented in their hearts. After all, according to the two men's past character, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to get up crawling when the other party's first kick was made. But today, there is the spiritual strength of President Su and the support and call of more freshmen. The two miraculously stood up. The scene resounded with unbelievable applause, and all the freshmen felt the enthusiasm of their comrades at this moment. On the lectern, Saran all but laughed and started clapping. Even Yu Tianlong, who was next to him, clapped his hands and laughed with his chief of staff. Oldly, you're right. The spirit of the bright sword does give this group of rookies spiritual support. The chief of staff next to him smiled without saying anything, but when a pair of eyes looked at Su Ran's back, the appreciation in his eyes was self-evident. The staff officers of the four major military houses, at this time, also lamented the crucial importance of President Su's admonition. At this moment, far away inside the largest military mansion in China, Elder Su Guotao also carried his hands behind his back, his old and strong body standing straight. This kid doesn't know where he learned all this intellectual reasoning. Bright sword spirit, that's a bit interesting. Looks like we'll have to get him to write a paper on it sometime. Next to the secretary poured tea and laughed. Old general, I also heard of such a theory for the first time. Although inside the army everyone is talking about courage, guts and spirit, but President Su's spirit of the bright sword will be the reasoning is very transparent, so that people more intuitive to understand. Star Military Academy has such a military spirit. The future will certainly be the most proud of my country of China. Su Guotao old man smiled but did not say. After a moment is to roll up his sleeves to take a large brush and the rice paper sprawling written down the two big words bright sword. Same moment. Su Ran's old man. Su Xiaotian's military district. A general hurried up the stairs ready to report, but he was stopped by the sentry at the door. Captain Su is busy. Go in later. The general had to nod and wait on the sidelines. Unbeknownst to me at this time inside the office, Su Xiaotian watched the livestream and waved his fist happily. Truly worthy of being my Su Xiaotian son, to have such remarks. The spirit of the bright sword, the military spirit of a military academy, and I don't know how he figured it out. My blood boils just listening to it. At this time, Principal Su did not know that a simple bright sword spirit of his own had already caused major repercussions within the major military mansions of this world. The next test continued, and on the honored department's side, an Imabi barely passed the test. Lu Jiajia of the executive department also passed through in a sorry state. She didn't have Li Ying's foundation, but hardened herself to carry through her own perseverance, and it had to be said that this woman was also really powerful. Thus, the fighting test came to an end. Next up, a shooting test. Since the end of Principal Su's barbecue reward test last time, everyone still didn't know the true strength of these rookies from Star Military Academy, so at this time all eagerly awaited. If the firearm shooting test technology, then this group of rookies can be regarded as a real farewell to the identity of the rookie. But according to Principal Su's habits, it seemed unlikely that he would let them pass easily. Chapter 60, If you use my soldiers, do you want to take away your equipment? After the fighting test was over, Su Ran first ordered the crowd to go eat lunch. It was now 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the fighting test had been delayed too long because it was so time-consuming. For the shooting test in the afternoon, Su Ran was planning to settle it as quickly as possible. Principal Su, your cafeteria food is really good. I can't get enough of this pot roast for one plate. Yu Tianlong's staff officer sat next to him and smiled. Su Ran said, Xiao Zhao, in a moment, let the kitchen pack a copy for Staff Sergeant Li to take back. Yes. Secretary Zhao nodded from the side. Next to him, Yu Tianlong smiled and shook his head, then turned his head to look at the 4 staff officers of the 4 major military houses on one side. Staff Sergeant Wang, is the food in your Vermilion Bird military region different from the one here? Hearing this, Staff Officer Wang couldn't help but come to a realization. Oh, ha, I told you, the flavor of these dishes are all so familiar one by one. So Principal Su is pulling all the cooking classes from our Vermilion Bird military region? Su Ran smiled ashamedly and said, it can't be said that it's pulling away. It's that there are a few old comrades over there, and when they heard that I'm going to start a military school, they greeted themselves and came over. Hearing this, the 4 major military staffs all looked at each other and smiled, the meaning in their smiles self-evident. Principal Su was also bitter when he saw the expression on these people's faces. It looked like these guys mostly thought that they were relying on their family background to pull the cooking class from the Vermilion Bird military region. Well, they didn't believe them even if they told the truth themselves, so they just didn't explain. At another table next to Su Ran and the others, the elevation programming crowd also paid attention to the conversation they had just had. Sabine, Bing Bing, and Wu Jing all didn't know what the Vermilion Bird military region meant. Staff Sergeant Deng. All of us only know that Principal Su has invited the staff sergeants of the 4 major military houses today, but we're not too sure about their specific names. I wonder if we can say the names of the 4 major military houses in front of the camera. Staff Sergeant Deng Jie laughed. This for the hobby military can actually check, so it is not considered a secret thing. The country currently has 6 military regions. 4 major military mansions, 6 military regions. If we are familiar with the Iron Tiger Regiment, Iron Lion Regiment, Iron Leopard Regiment, Iron Eagle Regiment, Iron Wolf Regiment, Iron Bear Regiment, are all the most famous combat units in the 6 military regions. Of course, these military regions have other secret units that we are not at liberty to disclose, but within the 4 major military mansions, there are only 4 solid titles. They are the Vermilion Bird Military Region, Xuanwo Military Region, Qinglong Military Region, and the White Tiger Military Region. And the regiments within these 4 major military regions are all at the top of their game. Hearing those words, everyone couldn't help but give a thumbs up. At the same time, when everyone looked at the 4 major military staff officers who were eating at the table next to Su Ran, it was with a very deep awe. Now I realize how hard it was for Principal Su to get the staff officers of the 4 major military houses to come over as judges. That's right, Principal Su has really gone to great lengths for the Star Military Academy. It's so rare. Listening to the conversation between Sabine and Bing Bing, next to him, Deng Jie just smiled and didn't refute. Inside the live broadcast room, countless viewers also hotly debated. I've always heard about the 6 military regions and the 4 military mansions, but I didn't expect to know what they're really called today. It's the 4 major military mansions that are handsome: Green Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Xuanwu. Just listening to them makes people in awe. Don't say anything, it's still me, Principal Su, who is so powerful that he can pull the 4 major military staff officers over to invigilate the exams for the monthly exams. Ha ha, nothing wrong with that. Right now the 4 major military staffs are eating at the same table as Principal Su. The heat in the live broadcast room was high, but Principal Su didn't have time to pay attention to that. After lunch, Saran called Martinez over. Principal Su, all freshman rookies have finished lunch and are awaiting their next orders. Su Ran nodded and said, "First, let them go to the firearms training room to stand by, and you go run an errand." Martinez hastened to attach his ear, listening to Saran's secret command. A moment later Martinez left while Su Ran looked at Yu Tianlong next to him. "Don't look at me like that, you kid. I'm a little creeped out." The latter shook his head very mindfully with his shoulders encircled. Su Ran laughed. "Army Commander Yu, in order to cooperate with those rookie tests of ours in a while, I have to trouble you with another order. Tell me about it. Anyway, you dragged me here today to go along with you in this drama. It's not much. It's just to let your Iron Tiger Special Corps rest for a while. After all, they were tired for so long just now. I've already had a restroom prepared, but I'll have to borrow their equipment. It's a full set of equipment, including clothes, boots." The first half of the hearing Yu Tianlong also quite pleased. After all, today their own Special Forces baby bumps really pay a lot. Each Special Forces soldier fought against 60 groups, equivalent to 120 people. If this were a normal soldier, he would have long been exhausted, but the Iron Tiger Special Forces soldiers were still mentally active. So Yu Tianlong thought Su Ran was trying to treat his Iron Tiger Special Forces. However, I didn't realize that in the second half, the guy wanted his people to leave their gear and clothes behind. "No, you kid, even my Special Forces equipment? Come to a trip, clothes have to be stripped for you to stay?" Next to him, Staff Officer Li, as well as the staff officers of the 4 major military mansions couldn't help but snicker as they watched Yu Tianlong get a little angry. Su Ran also laughed bitterly. "Egu, my uncle, you really misunderstood. I don't want to leave your equipment behind, but really borrow it for a while. By the time the examination is over, I will still give you back as much as I can." Yu Tianlong frowned. "Really? Of course it's true." Su Ran helplessly bristled. "Besides, am I the kind of person to take advantage of a fire, lol? Oh, I don't even want to talk about you." Yu Tianlong pointed at Su Ran, then looked at the other side of the Iron Tiger Special Forces captain. "Brigadier Lu, take the men to rest and give them their gear." After commanding, Yu Tianlong looked at Su Ran with some uneasiness. "My equipment is very valuable. Don't break it. Don't worry. It's guaranteed not to break a bit." Saran waved his hand and told Martinez to arrange for a handoff. Next to him, Counselor Li laughed in a sophisticated manner. "It seems that those rookies are going to suffer again in the next assessment. Just 3 tests. This kid still gets a surprise every time. He trains down so much. He really wants to train Special Forces seedlings for us." Yu Tianlong sighed, but at the same time, he was inwardly curious about Su Ran's shooting test in a while.
Even the staff officers of the 4 major military mansions were curious to ask Su Ran at this time.
However, President Su smiled and said, "Keep it a secret for now. When everyone is done eating, move over to the shooting training room with me and take a look.
There's still beer and barbecue available over there." The crowd all smiled helplessly.
Together, today's examination was completely treated as a show to watch.
Chapter 61 The target position of the head of the Special Forces. Soon, the crowd arrived at the Star Military Academy's firearms shooting training room.
It's a humble place. Don't mind everyone. Come on over and sit over here. Su Ran took Secretary Zhao and greeted the crowd on the observation deck.
The staff officers of the 4 major military offices next to him smiled without saying anything. This place, you have to say, is simple. Then the entire country of China cannot find a more luxurious shooting training room than this. Yu Tianlong and the others were also here for the first time, and were really surprised by the equipment and the size of the venue. I'm afraid this size is more than the shooting training room in our military district.
Staff Officer Li smiled and whispered next to Yu Tianlong. Yu Tianlong, on the other hand, skimmed his lips and looked at the waiting rookies below with his hands behind his back. By now everyone was lined up and waiting in firing groups. After going through the first 2 examinations, the people left in the Star Military Academy were now around 11,000. Fighting training was tough, but many people gritted their teeth and persevered. After all, 3 moves is a victory if you can stand up. It's finally almost done.
The shooting test just needs to be passed and we'll be real military school students.
It's too hard. 5 kilometers of cross-country shelling,
and special forces close combat,
each of which I could not have imagined before. I really don't know how I got through it.
I hope this shooting test doesn't give us a hard time.
God bless. God bless. Make sure you pass the test. I've worked so hard. Don't fail at the last one.
The tens of thousands of freshmen were almost all in the same frame of mind at this point. Everyone was worried about the next shooting test, and that Principal Su would be whole other job. But the hardest part is that Principal Su won't reveal anything to you, but only lets you know what's going on after it really starts. This horrible whole job is a nightmare for everyone.
All hands to attention. Martinez's high voice echoed through the training room.
All the rookies instantly withdrew their minds and looked straight ahead with their bodies.
The third item, shooting test training, is next, Martinez said simply, then looked around at the crowd below with a cold face. This shooting assessment training, 10 rounds of ammunition per person,
100 meters of shooting at a fixed target, in accordance with each department to hit the best results,
to eliminate people, the current regulations, 11 departments, each department to eliminate the results of the last 10 people. Everyone couldn't help but tense up when they heard this rule. The 10 people at the bottom of each department's grade scale? Doesn't that mean you'll have to compete with someone in your own department next? De Fei looked helplessly at Zhang Sun. Soon, why don't you deliberately mess up your grades almost as well as give me a chance? Isn't it stupid? What's the point of me getting a bad score alone? You're just as good as you are when the others get better. It's better to think about how to fight in a while. After all,
this time it's a 100-meter target position.
Our usual training is 200 meters, which is kind of easy.
Yeah, this time it's a 100-meter target position.
I'm not bad at 200 meters, so won't 100 meters be even better? Daffy was momentarily kinda amused by what was being said. However, the next second,
Zhang Sun also turned the words, "But you do not expect too high. I always feel that this shooting test is too simple. A moment there may be other moths appear.
Will you kids stop crowing?"
It was almost as if the two had just finished talking on their side.
Martinez's voice came again. "Listen up everyone.
We have a limited number of target positions.
So for the moment, we're going to test at 55 people a target."
That instantly made all the rookies a little confused.
No, is such a big training room with so many targets just for show? How can it be that the target space is limited? Something's wrong. Something's definitely wrong. This isn't another trap, is it? Shakiba blinked his little eyes and asked in a slightly witty way.
Next to Wang Batdan faintly smiled and said,
"There can be what trap?
It is estimated that the other targets to overhaul.
Shooting just afraid of what? 2 wise brothers, my humble self is not talented, recently practiced in private, are in the 7-ring upward point, TSK, this time that is full of confidence The guy Namabi was very dejected and puffed out his chest. Xiao Jiba and Wang Baitan's eyes instantly went straight after hearing this. "Namabi, are you trying to get killed? When did you make it to the 7th ring?"
The 3 men were just about to jostle on their side when all the instructors started shouting to assemble. Immediately afterward groups of 55 men began to line up in combinations.
At the same moment,
the crowd on the lectern also looked curiously at Su Ran.
"Principal Su, why do we need more than 50 people for one target position?
With such a large training ground, it's reasonable to say that a target position for a group of 2 people is also enough." Wu Jing's side was curious and opened his mouth to ask.
The others didn't say anything, According to their guesses, Principal Su must have something else up his sleeve in this matter. Don't be in a hurry. Soon you'll know why. Su Ran smiled and spoke. At the same moment, down in the training room, the grouping of the 55 men into groups was complete. Martinez stood to one side and spoke. Shooting will follow according to groups. Group 1 stand by. As soon as the words were spoken, the first group of 55 rookies walked into the shooting target area with their guns raised. Among them, Liu Dafei, Zhang Sun and the two of them bore the brunt. Shooting test is over. I damn well have to go back and get a good day's sleep. I'm so tired, hun. Zhang Sun, however, frowned at this moment. I advise you not to think about that right now. I have a hunch that the last shooting test is also very uncomplicated. You relax. Just a shooting test, what can be uncomplicated? See buddy in a while to shoot a 10 ring out for you. Liu Dafei's words on this side just fell. Swish. The target area behind the glass is exposed. Instantly, Liu Dafei, who was holding the gun, directly sat on his butt on the ground. The other rookies took a few steps back in fear, then looked inside incredulously. At this moment, inside the target area, there was actually a whole row of Iron Tiger Special Forces standing. There was a target above the head of each Special Forces soldier, and it was clear that they were going to be allowed to shoot the target above the head of this Special Forces section. At this moment, the freshman rookies in line behind them froze in place. No one would have thought that Principal Su would let the Special Forces soldier who had just fought stand inside with a target position map. What was thought to be one of the easiest tests had now become the biggest headache for everyone. Are you kidding me? Let's hit people in the overhead target position? Liu Dafei had been completely dumbfounded. Next to him, Zhang Sun also swallowed his saliva and whispered, I knew it couldn't be that simple. But how did they dare? The target is less than 50 centimeters away from the top of a person's head, and we're at a 100-meter target. Which means, but any time you take a shot off target, he's likely to be hit? Let's see if it's live rounds. Is it live rounds? 100 meters away. Even with live ammunition, it hurts when you hit someone. Someone responded with a hasty question, and in the next second, all the rookies retired their magazines with a prayer on their lips to check them out. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the yellow-orange brass warheads inside. Chapter 62, You're afraid to shoot. Why are you here at the military school? Everyone at the scene didn't expect Principal Su to come up with this move, especially on the side of the ranging program team. The two hosts, Sabine and Bing Bing, were stunned. This doesn't comply with the rules, right? These are real people from the Special Forces. Even if they have gone through special training, they can't do this. Sabine looked at Deng Jie in a low voice and said. Next to her, Bing Bing also said, Brother Wu Jing, this is definitely inappropriate. The students are all novices. How dare they let this happen? Wu Jing also laughed bitterly. I've never encountered this kind of situation in the army either. Staff Sergeant Deng, do you have it in your troop training? Are you kidding me? How dare the troops train with real people? Deng Jie also immediately retorted. Sabine laughed bitterly. How did Principal Su dare then? It's still the moment when you're looking up at millions of viewers live. The most crucial thing is that Army Commander you also agreed to this. What the hell is going on here? Wu Jing also looked at Deng Jie curiously, only to see at this time Deng Jie's staff sergeant laughed. I know that everyone is anxious, but let's not be anxious. President Su is from the military. His cultivation and behavior is also never likely to do that kind of thing. And who told you that inside the glass is a real person? When these words came out, everyone stared in disbelief. Everyone once again wiped their eyes to look inside the glass, only found that the head of the target position of those special forces all stand straight. All the equipment on the body is also complete, each wearing a helmet, face masked black face, away from a long distance cannot be seen at all true or false. I'd like to ask who can tell if this is real or not. Sabine was speechless. Senator Deng Jie, on the other hand, laughed. It's because you can't tell if it's real or not, so you can make it look real. But this? What for? Is it just to test the new students? Bing Bing innocently asked. Next to Deng Jie explained. That's right, it's to test them. The first two items of guts and courage as well as close combat are all tested to the end, and this last one is to test their psychology. As far as I know, this program seems to be only for special forces and armed police as well. When they are rescuing hostages, this shooting test program is mandatory to pass. It's really unexpected that Principal Su has moved this program to Star Military Academy, and it's the period of 1 month's assessment for new students. Wu Jing also explained slightly professionally at this time. At this time, inside the live broadcast room, the 10 million viewers had already boiled over. Is it really a dummy? That's interesting. Ha ha, the whole job still depends on Principal Su. Pity the little rookies, they must not have noticed. The old psyche. Each and every one of Principal Sue's tests is really in accordance with the techniques used to select special forces, so I can only say that the Star Military School is too powerful. A military school like this would undoubtedly be the king of soldiers if one could really graduate in it. Unconsciously, everyone was sweating for these little rookies who were about to undergo the test, and in everyone's consciousness, the horrible training of the Star Military Academy was absolutely devilish. But they didn't know that all these were specially arranged by Principal Sue, because Sue Ran's true intention was to let the Star Military Academy leave the true elites behind. At this moment, Principal Sue was quite amused as he watched the stunned hearts of each and every one of them on the stage. Next to him, Staff Officer Lee laughed. This is the first time I've seen someone use this method to screw these rookies. Old you, when the time comes, you can let the troops below learn from it. Don't think about it, it's going out live today. By then all the new recruits will know about this trick. And sometimes you just have to wonder how this kid's brain grew to come up with such a strange solution. Inside the training room, all freshmen are indeed still in the dark at this point. Everyone was staring in awe at the real targets in the glass. A few of the girls already had their hands shaking. I'm afraid to shoot. How can I fight this? Slightly off target is a crime. I'm here to learn, not commit a crime. I don't want to commit a crime, but I don't want to be eliminated either. So what the hell do I do? Many rookies are incredibly torn with their guns. This daffy guy was also in a hurry with tears in his eyes. How the hell do you shoot? A little mistake is a crime. I believe in my marksmanship, but there are people under the target. This thing is just afraid of what might happen. Next to him, Ah-hoon didn't say a word. His head was sweating, staring very seriously at the Special Forces soldier. Inside the glass, Hun, what the are you doing? Why don't you say something? Not hearing his good brother Zhang Sun's voice, Lu Dafei inquired with some disappointment. Daffy, calm down. If we really stay in the military school in the future and really become warriors, this is a step we must take. At this time, Zhang Sun was very calm. Hearing this, Lu Dafei swallowed his saliva vigorously. I can't do it my damn self. Ah Sun, I think I have to either withdraw or not. In case this misses, do I still have to go to jail? You withdraw my ass. Do you think the school would let a bunch of us rookies kill people? This is just training. This is just training. Do you understand when I say that? What do you mean? In here? Don't talk too much. Get in shape and start shooting soon. Sure enough, Martinez spoke up at this point to urge the crowd as well. It's now 1 minute before the test starts, and you guys don't even look like you can pass the test in this state. If you think you can, raise your gun. If you don't think you can, quit right now and don't waste time. These words were like a death wish, directly causing all the freshmen to subconsciously raise their guns. Many of the men shuddered and raised their guns, their eyes flashing as they stared inside the glass. Prepare to fire. Martinez spoke again to give the order. A group of freshmen were in immense pain at this moment. Everyone just felt as if they were being pinched in the head. Usually staring at the target for several hours can look down. 200 meters of the target is even more comfortable for them. But at this time all the people do not dare to look at the 100 meters of the target. The rookies outside who hadn't shot yet were more than a little nervous when they saw everyone in the first group in so much pain. Xiao Ji Ba, Wang Baitan, and Ima by 3 people usually incomparably lively. At this time are also dead staring at the inside face covered with sadness. In the crowd, only Liang stood there in slight contemplation, as if pondering and measuring something. This short minute was as hard as a century for everyone. Not these rookies. On the lectern, Yu Tianlong let out a light laugh. Next to him, Staff Officer Li also laughed. This kind of psychological contest is really too absolute. Principal Sue is an expert. Masterful is not the word. Just trying to get all the psyche and grit out of these little rookies. After saying this, Su Ran took a sip of beer to moisten his throat, and then tugged up the earpiece on his collar to look down. Isn't it true? The guns in your hands are heavy? Chapter 63 Principal Sue is the soul of this school. Hearing Principal Sue's voice, everyone subconsciously raised their heads. It was as if there was a backbone in everyone's heart at this moment, because every time at a critical moment, there was the motivation of Principal Sue, only to see Su Ran grasping the guardrail of the observation deck with both hands, looking at the crowd with a smile. I understand, because I'm coming from this moment too. The first time I shot a gun, the first time I shot at a person, the first time I chose to shoot between my comrades and the enemy. These experiences are mandatory for all rookies, and if you don't go through them now, all that will be left for you after you encounter them in the future is regret. A whole month, a training program for you, just so you can see the end in this moment. And now you are afraid to even fire your guns. You can't even grip them properly. Tell me, are you still a soldier? The rookies on stage hadn't gotten over their surprise and fear yet, so only a few were replying. Su Ran, however, spoke again with a serious face. Are these the only ones who are warriors? Where are the others? We are warriors. We are warriors. At this moment, 10,000 people all spoke, their voices once again resuming the grandeur and vastness of that day. All the rookies all recovered their passion again under Su Ran's leadership. This passion is different from the cockamamie bloodshed of days gone by, but rather a trust in a person's worship. At this time inside the training room, all the hearts that were about to be assessed had an unattainable mountain in their hearts. And that was Su Ran. This powerful belief was planted from who knows when, but it had long since sprouted and risen in the hearts of all the rookies who were freshmen at the Star Military Academy. Feeling the vast momentum of the scene, on the speech platform, Yu Tianlong, Staff Sergeant Li, and the staff officers of the 4 major military mansions all subconsciously frowned. As a professional soldier who had been in the army for decades, Yu Tianlong was extremely interested in Su Ran. It was an absolute miracle that in 1 month's time, this group of freshmen could be trained like this, and with such a sense of unity. Old Yu, I dare assert that Principal Su's Star Military School will perhaps, in the future, be the most authoritative military school in the entire country of China. Senator Li watched for a moment and came to a very profound realization. Next to him, Yu Tianlong nodded his head in agreement. In fact, he had long sensed that Su Ran was not simple. It is even more intuitive to experience it today in the field. For a whole month, I had you face 200 meters of shooting, and none of you were off target, and even your worst score stayed at 5 rings. I had wanted to take advantage of your accomplishments to have the staff officers of the 4 major military offices, as well as Army Commander Yu, praise you. But now, you're telling me that you can't even lift your guns, let alone not get off the mark and shoot good scores. So what is this? Isn't this a slap in my face? Su Ran acted incredibly angry, reaching out and pointing at the crowd below the training room. I know. What are you guys afraid of? Isn't it that you're afraid you'll miss your shot and hit someone? But tell me, if your teammates are held hostage on the battlefield and you are required to decisively shoot to save them at a critical moment, are you too scared to lift your guns and shoot? You can shoot so well at a 200-meter target. Now I give you a 100-meter target and you don't dare to move. Just like you still want to stay as soldiers. Do you deserve it? Can you live up to this month's training of raising your guns and firing them? Staring at the targets without moving? Below the training room, on the other hand, all the new students were being trained to be gray. At this moment, the fear in everyone's eyes all slowly dissipated, replaced by a surge of anger and courage. For the new students of the Star Military Academy, if Principal Su was unhappy, then they were also unhappy, because they didn't want to leave a bad impression on the people they admired, and they didn't want to waste their efforts this month, and they didn't want to leave the Star Military Academy with regrets just like that. Now tell me, do you dare to shoot? Su Ran roared again. Below the training room, tens of thousands of freshmen all responded at the top of their lungs. Dare, dare, dare. The sound and momentum instantly swept through the entire training room. Principal Su's words were once again injected into everyone's body like a cardiac stimulant. It was at this moment that all of them realized that Principal Su was the soul of Star Military School. As long as he's around, all the freshmen can be practiced as soldiers. Everybody, guns up, get ready to start shooting. With a roar from Martinez, all of the trainees in the first group raised their guns, their gazes dead set on the target 100 meters away inside the glass. Take a deep breath. Now you only have eyes for the target. Ignore the people below you. Only then will you be able to successfully pass the test. Rolf, the shooting instructor, stepped up at this point as well and gave his tips to the first group and everyone else. Phew! The 55 rookies in the first platoon all held their guns up and breathed out a deep, cloudy breath. Breathe deeply. Breathe deeply. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Lu Dafei muttered under his breath, his eyes staring dead ahead at the target position map. Next to him, Zhang Sun's face became even more determined, having long since treated the target location map as an enemy. Start shooting. As Martinez's words fell, everyone in the training room pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. A series of gunshots rang out. Inside the ranging livestream, many viewers subconsciously covered their eyes. Even though everyone was suspecting that the person inside was a fake, there was still that horrible chance that it was real. Even many of the freshmen after the shooting had some regrets, but when they were sure that the first shot was done, not off target and not hitting the man, they bravely picked up the gun and pulled the trigger again to fire the rest of the rounds. The guts of all the men were gradually released next, and as soon as the first shot was fired, their courage was slowly withdrawn. At the end of 5 consecutive shots, all 55 rookies in the first group were not off target, and no one was hurt. The rookies standing at the back saw the scene, and everyone was secretly relieved. Great! No hits, that's for the best. To be honest, I'm not so scared now. Principal Su is right. We trained for a month. Are we still going to worry about this? That's it. Everyone play well the rest of the way and make sure you play your best. And so it was. 55 men. One group down the line. Even Sha Ki-ba, Wang Bat Dan and Nima Bai were not off target.
The three men finished shooting,
as if happy to be released from prison,
and jumped straight up in place.
However, just as the last group was coming up,
one of the girls went off target with her first shot because she was timid.
Moreover, the shot hit the Special Forces helmet next to the target. Almost instantly,
the entire training room was terrifyingly quiet,
and everyone stared inside in disbelief. Chapter 64, Monthly Exam Ends. Rookies cheer. Ah!
The girl simply held her head and cried in pain.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I really didn't mean it. Everyone stared at her in disbelief.
No one had expected such a scene. There were even more rookies who were afraid to look up inside the glass frame and see the Special Forces who had been hit by the gun. Only some of the bolder boys looked over curiously.
Inside the glass frame,
the helmet of the Special Forces, which had been hit by the girl, had fallen to the ground.
What was revealed turned out to be the top of a white head,
and despite the black face mask, the bare top of the head above it was clearly not a living person.
Is this fake? Daffy asked dully. Beside him,
Jang Sun wrapped his arms around himself and laughed.
Now you know why Principal Su dared to let us rookies shoot, right?
No, you boys wouldn't have guessed that already, would you?
Jang Sun laughed without saying a word,
leaving only the guy Daffy beside him with his teeth open in anger. There are plenty of rookies in the same boat as Daffy. It was not until this moment that everyone understood Principal Su's good intentions.
Above the observation deck,
Su Ran shook his head helplessly. Originally he wanted to keep this matter hidden all the time,
leaving a suspense for the rookies. But I didn't expect anyone to fail anyway, and that's just not going to happen. Next to the lookup program team here, Sabine,
Bing Bing and others were also happily relieved.
Scared me to death. I really thought something was going to happen today. Wu Jing laughed. Staff Sergeant Deng is right. Principal Su is just training, won't joke with his life. Besides, it's still the Iron Tiger Special Forces. They are even more valuable. Inside the live feed, the audience was also given a false alarm.
Everyone was marveling at Principal Su's bold training test this time, which was simply refreshing to everyone. But for the girl who made the mistake, this failure ended her career at Star Military Academy.
To be honest, there are a few rookies who are off target,
but this girl is the only one who can be off target and hit right on top of the Special Forces helmet.
Yu Tianlong stood next to Su Ran, and at this time, with a black face, he only said one sentence.
Remember to compensate me, Iron Tiger, for a Special Forces helmet.
$5,000.
At this point, the 3 rounds of examinations at the Star Military Academy had ended.
Statistically,
10 rookies are eliminated from each department,
and exactly 10,000
cadets end up staying in school. All cadets who have passed the test are dismissed to go back and change into lighter clothing,
and will meet in the playground in half an hour for a commendation meeting. As Martinez's words fell,
the trainees who had passed the test inside the training room all shouted happily.
This moment, a brief release from a month of intense training and recognition, was simply the happiest thing that could have happened to anyone.
Lu Dafei hugged Jang Sun to death.
Ah Sun, I passed. I can't believe that even a loser like me can stay inside the military school. You finally admit you're a loser now?
Hearing Jang Sun's teasing,
Lu Dafei, however, laughed happily.
The other side. The first thing Sha Kiba did was to hug his 2 brothers, and the 3 of them wept and cried.
Kiba, don't you dare believe it.
I just wet my pants when I shot him.
I believe it, and I'm wet.
And there's no shame in that because we passed the test.
Grr, shame on you too. I wouldn't be wet. Just a little cramp in my leg.
The 3 living treasures cried tears of joy.
And although the process was a bit humiliating, the good news is that the result was perfect. For her part,
Li Young stood still and smiled brightly at the tilted camera.
Perhaps at this moment,
only that old man of the Li family could understand how precious this granddaughter's smile was.
Next,
the rookies from the other departments each expressed their happiness to their friends.
In the air above the training room,
several drones from the lookup program slowly drifted through the air.
Document everyone's happiest scene. Throughout the live broadcast,
the millions of viewers all cheered for the group of rookies' lack of ease. Among the rookies were their respective parents, who were more than happy to be cheering at home as well.
This scene was even happier than their children getting into prestigious universities. After a whole month of intense training, plus the 3 rounds of assessment that were not easy today, a total of more than 4,000 trainees had been eliminated.
Those who stayed now had arguably the happiest time.
Inside the live streaming room,
it had long since reached tens of millions of people at this point. The publicity fame of the Star Military Academy is considered to have completely soared up. The rookies were cheered on while the netizens applauded and cheered them on the air.
Rejoice, the 3 tests are over,
and those who stay at the end are the true warriors of the Star Military Academy.
I can't imagine that an ordinary military academy would engage in such rigorous training. That's what it takes to be responsible for the military, to be responsible for the country, and I bet the guys at Star Military Academy go out of here already being the kings of every army. In that case, these students who were finally awarded the title of Star Military Academy are all elites among elites. We don't seem to be very jealous and envious. This is what people deserve. I think we should send the child here to exercise. The man should have a man's courage. The girl, if you can insist on it, is also more good, in case of success, than not to be authorized to go to the army to stay well. That's right. I have to work out for my son from a young age as well. Look at Li Ying, a girl who is all about working out from a young age. The live feed was a hoot. Likewise at the Star Military Academy it was incredibly lively and happy. On the observation deck, Su Ran led Yu Tianlong and a few other staff officers to leave together. The people came to the Star Military School office and worked together to pick out those who had excelled in the 3 tests today. This was a special arrangement made by Principal Su to present these people with medals unique to the Star Military Academy when the time came. It's not a military medal, though, and it's not recognized by the state. But this was a truly priceless treasure in the eyes of every rookie at Star Military Academy. It goes without saying that the best of the 5-kilometer cross-country test are naturally the rookies who can lead the charge. Zhang Sun of the Salary Department, Li Ying of the Honorable Department, Lu Jiajia of the Executive Department, Zheng Quan of the Wan Department, followed by some of the leading cadets from several other departments. Basically each department picked one out. It also goes without saying that the best in the second fighting competition are the 2 Li Ying and Young Hoon. Yu Tianlong laughed. These 2 people will be directly issued to my troops by you at that time. It doesn't matter who else comes in on. Su Ran smiled and didn't bother him about it, but continued back to the award. I think it would be good to add 2 more spots in the second fighting event. Staff Sergeant Li next to Yu Tianlong curiously said, "Is Principal Su trying to add those 2 little rookies who were almost killed?" "That's right. The 2 of them are rich second generation from Yen City. At first everyone didn't think highly of them, and they were really trashy. But today in the test, I'm sure you all saw how hard they worked. This medal they deserve." Chapter 65, Fetching the Star Military Academy. This life is in vain. The matter of the excellence quota was naturally and ultimately the final word from Principal Su. After all, the others were just giving advice, and this was Saran's own territory. At this point, inside the student dormitory of the Star Military Academy, after a full month of intense training, the rookies grabbed the half hour and returned to the dormitory to take a brief shower first, then came out to change into civilian clothes immediately. This civilian clothes are also uniformly issued by the Star Military School, different from the camouflage during training, but instead is a very formal troop uniform. If it was inside the army, the ordination ceremony that would definitely make the soldiers show up in their dresses. However, the Star Military Academy didn't issue gowns, only regular clothes and combat uniforms, so everyone was now changing into all regular clothes. However, each man wore the characteristic greenish-brown regular clothes of China and polished leather shoes, and that oiled air instantly covered his whole body. I didn't feel like a warrior until now. Lu Dafei smiled very dejectedly as he straightened his collar in the mirror. The others in the dormitory laughed and teased him. At this time Zhang Sun walked in from his dormitory. "Don't dawdle. Hurry downstairs. We still have to run to the playground. It's over if we're late for the ordination." After Lu Dafei and the people in the dormitory heard this, they all took their clothes and ran out in a hurry. "Hoon, your boy will definitely win this time. I'm telling you." Hearing this, Zhang Sun laughed. "I still hope that I can keep a low profile so that Principal Su won't notice me when he trains. You kids are a weirdo." The crowd went downstairs without a care in the world and then headed to the playground, chatting happily with a group of so-called comrades. At this time on the girls' side of the dormitory, Li Ying also changed into civilian clothes and valiantly walked down the stairs. The last shot of the day would have been a full 10 ring if I hadn't missed. Hearing this voice, Li Ying smiled without turning his head and ignored it. Behind her, Lu Jiajia caught up and said, "Li Ying, I know you've practiced before, but I'd like to say that acquired effort is just as important as ever, and one day I'll surpass you." From start to finish Li Ying ignored it, her straight body turning into a shadow in Lu Jiajia's eyes. Unbeknownst to him, this silhouette would become a target that Lu Jiajia would not be able to catch up with for the rest of her life. Also in the boys' dormitory, Xiao Ji Ba, Wang Beitan, and Anai Bai were also in a hurry and had just come downstairs. All 3 were undressed, but made a desperate dash for the playground, looking up at the cameras numerous times along the way. When seeing the funny looks of the 3 unlucky ones, the live studio became joyful again. There was no way to have fun and watch the 3 living treasures. For the rookies who passed the test, they were the happiest. But for those 4,000 trainees who failed the test today, all of them were incomparably lost and uncomfortable. Su Ran and Yu Tianlong and the others discussed in the conference room for a few moments before walking out with the list as well. Principal Su. Under the office building. You can take a look. Secretary Zhao took the list in Su Ran's hand and said. At this moment, Su Ran frowned slightly. He had already thought of something. He came downstairs with the crowd. And only then did he see the 4,000 eliminated trainees all standing in neat formation under the office building. What are they all doing stuck here? Su Ran stood on the steps and scanned these tender faces with a serious face. Many of them had tear-stained faces, and it was clear that they were regretting and having a hard time. Reporting to Principal Su, we'd like to have a word with you before we leave. One of the boys in the lead spoke in a shaky voice. The crowd in the back nodded excitedly as well. Su Ran laughed. You're not asking me to leave you guys behind again, are you? Have you forgotten the Iron Order of the Star Military Academy again? Reporting to Principal Su, we haven't forgotten. Another boy answered in a loud voice. We just wanted to tell you before we left that we'll be back next year. That's right, Principal Su. We've decided that we'll go back and repeat 1 year. And we'll come back next year to enroll in Star Military Academy. I just spoke to my parents and they're okay with me doing this. We will definitely not fail next year. And we must stay at Star Military Academy. Because this is the military school of our dreams. A shout came from the crowd. Su Ran looked at these rookies somewhat helplessly. Yu Tianlong and the others were also quite surprised. They've seen soldiers in the military who have been discharged and walked away in tears, but they've never seen one who has been eliminated from the military academy and is in tears. And it's amazing that these rookies have to repeat another year of schooling just to come to a specialized institution. Principal Su is deeply popular. This military school is really something. Staff Sergeant Lee summarized from the side. And once again, his inner opinion of Su Ran as a young man was raised quite a bit. The staff officers of the 4 military mansions also watched this scene and were impressed. For them, maybe military school is about developing some very simple military knowledge. But in this moment, the Star Military Academy became a real troop. A few people from the lookup program walked out as well. I can't believe that the students are so persistent. Sabine sighed. Next to her, Ding Ding also said in an unforgiving manner. Although elimination is cruel, these trainees' results are actually not bad. I believe that if they come next year, it should be easy. Not necessarily, according to the consistent style of Principal Su, may not use next year. The next assessment of the old 3 things will change. At that time they cannot pass the examination. That is another story. What had been a very sentimental moment was brought straight back to reality by the words of Staff Sergeant Deng Jia. Su Ran also looked at the crowd and smiled. Good. I'm waiting for you in Star Military Academy. But I want to tell you one thing. There is no wimpy soldier here in my place. Only courageous and bearable warriors. Don't the next time the assessment I change the method. You guys are crying and being eliminated again. By that time, Star Military Academy won't even let you enroll in the examination again. Because you wouldn't be suitable for the military academy. Please don't worry, Principal Su. Please don't worry, Principal Su. 4,000 rookies started talking back in unison. The voice was still pulling its full weight. In fact, Su Ran also understood the reason why these rookies had an obsession in their hearts. It's entirely because they've been subliminally influenced by the system. After all, everyone was titled in each faculty, so they were still considered mercenaries in their own right even if they were eliminated. Only with the effects of time, it's a different story if it's back there or not. Of course, for some incompetent rookies, Su Ran didn't care about a few less. This scene on the scene straightened up the countless hot-blooded youngsters in the live streaming room of the Ranging Eye, waking them up as well. Many people even said bluntly, this life does not go to the Star Military Academy once, in vain as a teenager. At this time, Su Ran did not bother to understand the teenager for quite a few years. After all, in his eyes, there were only warriors who could stay and pass the test. 4,000 rookies just watched Principal Su leave from the crowd. Swish, all stood at attention with hands raised in salute. The image is frozen in the moment. Possibly, this was the last thing they could do for Principal Su, whom they worshipped in their hearts, before they left. Chapter 66, You promised to be unlucky together, but you secretly received the prize. When Su Ran was first enrolled in the school, he said that the Star Military Academy wanted elites, not goons who would retreat and be intimidated when things went wrong. Now he will still hold on to a principle. These eliminated students are reported in the registrar's office. Director Zhao has connected all of these people to post-secondary colleges. If you want to go to a new post-secondary college, your academic record will also be transferred. Many of the rookies who came to Star Military Academy in the beginning had very good grades. So with this current grade transferring over, those colleges and universities are very eager to do the same. But at the moment, only a handful of students within the 4,000 choose to transfer. All the rest will return to their alma mater to continue repeating their studies and enroll in next year's Star Military Academy. Here is another point to emphasize. According to this year's Star Military Academy, this application admission quota, if your home internet connection is stuck, or your hand speed is too slow, then I'm sorry, but you may have missed out on admission to Star Military Academy again. After all, this year is just the beginning, and with this wonderful start, there will probably be more and more people coming to Star Military Academy next year. Of course, for these things, at this time, Su Ran didn't think much about it. He came to the playground with Yu Tianlong and the others, and at this time, the 10,000 freshman rookies from the 11 departments below had all changed into their regular clothes and were lined up to gather there. All hands to attention. Martinez, who was standing in the line of instructors, immediately hooted and hollered when he saw Su Ran and Yu Tianlong, as well as a few staff officers, on stage. The freshman rookies were quick to respond, and the swish of movement was awfully neat. Su Ran looked at the scene in front of his eyes, and a hint of a concealed smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. These rookies, at last, had become a real cadet, and it was not in vain that they had tortured them during this period. Next up is the Martinez debriefing process, and these skim. After finishing, Su Ran let Yu Tianlong speak as the representative of the judges. The applause from the rookies at the scene was thunderous, and everyone's respect for a professional soldier, and the boss of the 80th Army in Tianhai City, was self-evident. Immediately after that, the 4 major military mansions also sent a representative of the Vermilion Bird Military Mansion to speak. Other than that, the group of bigwigs invited by Principal Su today had already given everyone enough of a shock. I'm afraid such a lineup would normally only appear during maneuvers in a military region. But who would have thought that this moment would come at a fledgling specialized military school? For those who opposed their children to come to the Star Military Academy, think that the Star Military Academy is just an ordinary specialized colleges and universities parents to time. This moment is really hit in the face. The boss of the 80th Army stationed in Tianhai City, plus the staff officers of the 4 major military houses. Any one of them was an unattainable existence for them. Now but to give their own children awards and honors. Alone this, when the new year go out and relatives and friends bragging that is not a proper face? Ahem. Far from it. After the speech was over, it was time for Saran to announce the winners. At this moment, the rookie freshmen in the parade all involuntarily tightened their minds. Of course the average rookie knows their own level, and is just a little curious at the moment as to which ones will actually win this test. Everyone did well on this triple test. Principal Su's rare compliments made the rookies' mouths have a trace of the smug smile of Li Yoxing's parade. However, in the 3 tests, we have selected some of the most outstanding cadets to issue Star Military Academy's unique commemorative medals and certificates, and at the same time, these students will be able to have an extra day of vacation added to their vacation. Upon hearing this, the cheers of the crowd grew even higher. Su Ran smiled and shook his head, then slowly raised his hand, and the tens of thousands of people below instantly returned to silence. 5-kilometer cross-country test. Excellent results. Salary Department Zhang Sun. Honors Department Li Ying. Executive Department Lu Jiajia. 1 Department Zhang Quan. Top Department Qi Chirui. Gue Department Fan Zai. All of the people whose names were called all had happy faces, with unconcealable smiles hanging at the corners of their mouths. This was an affirmation from the Star Military Academy, and even more so from Principal Su, and everyone was absolutely overjoyed. Lu Dafei trembled with excitement in the crowd, but did not dare to jump around. After all, it was a parade position. Ah hoon. What did I say? I knew there was a you kid. You have to take some pictures of me when you get your medal later. I'll go the back to pretend to be something I'm not. On the other side, inside the honorable team, after Li Ying heard his name, his face was calm as if he had already expected it. On the contrary, the 3 unlucky ones next to her acted happier than her. Great. It's still our Eiko. Worthy of being the goddess I've been looking at. It really is perfect. At this moment, I would like to recite another poem. As soon as Anima Bai's words left his mouth, he was stopped by the eyes of both Xiao Jiba and Wang Badan. In their words, one more bleep and an immediate report to the instructor. The person whose name is called in each department will come up to the stage to receive their award. As Martinez's words fell, all the trainees whose names were called slowly came up to the stage. After seeing the bright, shiny, and very smooth and uniquely shaped medal in Principal Su's hand, everyone couldn't hide their love. Inside the live streaming room, the viewers were even saying that their teeth were falling out from the acid. On top of this medal was the unique logo of the Star Military Academy and the engraved lettering, awarded XXX for excellence in the monthly examination of the first Star Military Academy. In addition to the medals, Su Ran also prepared a red packet for each person. Inside is a $1,000 bonus. Although the amount wasn't a lot,
It was already considered a month's worth of food expenses for a student from an ordinary family like Zhang Sun.
And mind you, this young Hoon kid has more than one award. Inside the 3 assessments, he and Li Ying were all on the top of the list.
So the next thing the two men's side did was almost just stand in line and their names were read out again.
This could sour this guy Lu Dafei.
And tears were about to fall from his eyes.
It's obvious that the two of you agreed to go into the school together. But you boys took all the awards handily and left me here alone in the cold. On the other side, the ones to say they were surprised were naturally the two guys, Xiao Ji Ba and Wang Ba Dan. Originally, the 3 unlucky ones were still in the crowd, heckling and applauding Li Ying. But in the next second, the names of 2 people appeared in the fighting test.
Instantly the scene was awfully quiet.
But immediately afterward, everyone in the department gave the 2 men the comfort of starting to applaud. Everyone clearly remembers the scene of Xiao Ji Ba and Wang Baitan,
2 guys who desperately went to fight with the Iron Tiger Special Forces during the fighting test.
No, are you kidding? You 2 unlucky bastards can still claim your prize? In I stood alone.
At the moment he wanted to cry to the sky.
It's obvious that 3 people are unlucky together.
Why do you 2 guys still get to collect the prize? Xiao Ji Ba and Wang Ba Dan similarly froze in place for a full 10 seconds.
Instructor Mo Long chided. You 2 don't want to receive the award, do you?
Only then did the 2 run up to the lectern in a hurry, nearly tripping and falling on the playground in the process. The comical scene once again caused the crowd to stifle their laughter. Even Li Ying shook his head with a rare smile at this point.
It's all, like, getting better. Unfortunately, what the rookies didn't realize was that their real test was yet to come.
Chapter 67 I have a bit of an idea for a triennial military exercise.
The simple award ceremony is over. Martinez told the crowd that those with homes in Skyhaven could just go home. But if the other provinces, parents can come to visit the Star Military School to stay overnight, when the school will arrange accommodation for their parents. After all, the Star Military School nothing else, but the place to live that is quite a lot. With a day off tomorrow,
the whole family can also visit the Star Military Academy where it is open.
When he first enrolled in school, Su Ran didn't allow parents to enter the school gates, just to keep the school mysterious.
Now with the ranging live entering the picture and a month of intensive training completed,
it doesn't matter if God is mysterious or not. Su Ran simply waved his hand,
letting these parents also come to the school to have a good visit to the environment where their children will soon be enrolled.
Principal Su,
then we'll be taking our leave as well. The 4 staff officers of the 4 military mansions also bid farewell to Su Ran on the playground.
Su Ran joked, won't the 4 of you stay a few more days? I'll give you a tour around the school. Come back later when you have time. We're all going to have to go back early with all the business this time.
That's right, Principal Su. I really benefited from seeing your school's training methods and your encouragement to the trainees this time.
Principal Su, in the future, if there's anything you need to call me directly, I, Xuanwu Military House, will definitely do my best. Principal Su is a person worth befriending.
So should my Green Dragon Military House?
We'll see you later.
Su Ran shook hands with all 4 of them and said goodbye. Although he knew that the 4 men were speaking in polite terms,
he didn't care. You can look down on Principal Su now.
But when the time comes when the millions of soldiers are embraced appear, it will be me who will have to measure what you call yourselves. After the staff officers of the 4 major military mansions left, Yu Tianlong and his staff officers also said goodbye to Su Ran Lai.
Uncle Yu, why are you leaving as well? Aren't you staying tonight to try the food of the Vermilion Bird Military Region's cooking class again? Yu Tianlong smiled back. Do you think I'm like your kid, just paddling these little rookies every day?
Next month your old man said to preside over a military exercise.
By then which military region pulls the crotch? That is to be pulled out of the General Assembly to criticize.
I also have to go back to train the people under my hand.
I see. Then I'm sorry for not seeing you off. It's not far away anyway, so come around when you have time.
And then you'll learn some more to go back and train your soldiers.
Your kid is anti-Tiangong, isn't he? Yu Tianlong smiled and touched Su Ran's head. He was older than even his own old man, and used to be a soldier following his own family's old man. So when there were no outsiders around, Yu Tianlong still pampered Su Ran more. As for the staff officer next to him, Li, who wore the same pants as Yu Tianlong, naturally wouldn't say much. He understood all these relationships. This assessment is doing very well, but also in the community has caused a lot of repercussions. But the next is the real military school career. A variety of teaching, as well as combat, simulated warfare, etc. All is the future in the army must master. So this batch of students you can give me a good training out. By then, Wei Tianhai City is also a well-known military school place, is not it? Yu Tianlong, this is true. Star Military School if done well. The first to benefit that is naturally his military region. Don't worry Uncle Yu, it's all in the plan.
But this military exercise,
do you think I have a chance? Before the words were finished, Yu Tianlong immediately stopped them. Don't think about it, you don't have a chance. This is a big exercise once every 3 years. Do you still want your little rookie to train for a month to go to the battlefield? I do have this idea. Ha ha, Su Ran laughed out loud. Then he joked with Yu Tianlong and the others for a few moments. Before leaving, Yu Tianlong put up a slap. Su Ran knew that this was asking for the money for that one helmet with himself. But Principal Su didn't even pay any attention to it, just smiled and watched them and the others leave afterward. A few moments later, Su Ran also stretched his waist and walked towards his office in a rather dashing manner. Secretary Zhao followed behind, curiously observing Su Ran. She had heard all the things that the two had talked about just now, so at this time, the inner shock to Su Ran that was very great. She actually thought pretty much the same as the other outsiders, and had always thought that Su Ran had been sent down from above to purposely engage in this military school. But now it is completely unexpected. People just have background and strength at home, and running this military school is purely a hobby. And the old master Yu Tianlong spoke of. Secretary Zhao immediately thought of that one as well. At this moment, combining Su Ran's surname and his various proposed requests in the military academy, Secretary Zhao's view of Su Ran instantly became mixed. Secretary Zhou, any report from the site today? Just then, Su Ran sat next to him and suddenly asked. At that moment the latter but a little dazed. You wandered off? Su Ran asked with a frown. Secretary Zhao lowered her head. I'm sorry Principal Su. I really didn't mean it. What are you panicking about? Su Ran faintly said, then couldn't help but shake his head. Tell me about the construction site. Oh, as of yesterday until now, the site is in full construction of the foundation part. The director of the scientific research department, Lu, and all the personnel led by him are all at the site 24 hours to supervise the work and not to leave, to ensure that within half a year, the Scientific Research Institute will be built up. Half a year, or too slow. Did not meet my expectations? The money allocated down from above are used in recruiting construction team above. Continue to give me more people and machinery. In addition to this, and then set up a bonus, which construction team finished fast. I will give him $1 million bonus, as long as the Scientific Research Institute can be the foundation part and the outer wall part of the construction is completed. I will be able to let the Scientific Research Department to put into production. Secretary Zhao hurriedly nodded and recorded all of this. Just at this time, Su Ran's phone rang. It was his cheap old dad calling. Today's test. It was great. Hearing Pops open the door to praise, Su Ran also said a word of thanks at this time. In his predecessor's memory, the cheap old man was very strict with him. After all, the family was in a special situation. So even though the predecessor trained hard, he didn't seem to get any compliments from his father. But at this point, Pops actually broke down and praised him. I heard you're not busy tomorrow, and your mom wanted to see you. Su Ran hummed. Come on, I'll make the arrangements. Well, I'm pretty busy over here, so I'll get a chance later. Aha, don't be proud. Do a good job with the school and call me if you need anything. Aha, that's it then. I'll get busy. Do. Su Ran put away his cell phone. The corner of his mouth smiled helplessly. There was nothing much to say about his cheap old man's indifference, yet he could hear between the lines that Pops cared about him. Before the opening of the military school, several of those things that he had fossilized were also secretly helped by him. There was even this time when the staff officers of the 4 major military offices came over to be the judges, and I guess his side had sent a little bit of power, because he had heard it from the chance chat of the staff officers of the 4 major military offices. Sometimes it seems that these men who command wars are straightforward and not very good at expressing their love. However, he himself, although he can also command the war, but Saran didn't want to be such a person. Secretary Zhao, have the room next to mine cleaned out? My mother is coming over for the day. Hearing this, Secretary Zhao hurriedly nodded, thinking that he must do a good job. Must not make any mistakes. Chapter 68, Parents visit military schools overnight to pretend to be more than they are. Over here Saran was arranging for the arrival of his own mother. On the other side, the other rookies were happily busy. The new students living in Tianhai City actually added up to less than 1,000. That's why most people can't go back and have to have their own family come over. Honestly, if it was any other post-secondary college, there wouldn't be much to visit, and even if the school set that precedent, I don't think parents would have much of a mind to do so. But now, it is the Star Military School. The Star Military School on the live broadcast of the Yonsei. The examination and training of the live broadcast room reached tens of millions of people of the Star Military School. The examination can be the military region leadership staff, the military government staff invited over to do the jury of the military school. All the parents were already impatient when they were watching the live broadcast, and at this time, when they received a call from their children, they were quite happy. and many of them immediately said that they would leave overnight, and that they would be able to arrive at the Star Military School the next morning. There are also far away from home, directly by plane to come, not for any other reason, just to relatives and friends to show off their children in the Star Military Academy. That's quite a face. To illustrate, here is the same as the previous life on Earth. Chinese people to face this thing that is also very important. So many parents had already left that night. Of course, to be positive, it's up to the parents of the 3 rich kids in the honor department. Shakiba, Mom, where's my dad? Why isn't he answering his phone? I want to say, your dad's having his secretary buy the tickets. I'm packing. Don't worry, son. Our flight is in an hour and we'll be at your school by 12 tonight. Mom, don't you guys yet? Shakiba was about to say something else when the phone hung up. Next to him, Wang Baodan also held the phone. What? You guys have already left? No, I haven't called you yet. What? Did you guys know that from watching the live broadcast? No, Dad. I'm actually taking a day off to rest. Namabi's side stood on the balcony and also said helplessly. No, Mom and Dad. When did you guys get on the plane? Your dad was flipping through the live streams of your ranges earlier last night and heard Principal Su talking about this reward, so we left early. And he said that we had to make a trip to the school regardless of whether or not you passed the audit. Because Mom and Dad almost got you in big trouble last time, you know? Oh, so you guys didn't think I'd pass the test to begin with, and were planning on coming to make amends and then pick me up and take me home? The phone was switched to Namabi's dad to answer. What are you talking about? My son is sure to pass. We see you train so hard every day. We already know. But son, don't be sad. Although this time we didn't win the award, we also have plenty of time in the future. But there is one thing, son. You remember. You must exceed the old Xiao family and the old Wang family's 2 idiots. Can't give your father in the military academy to lose face. Oh, Dad, do you want to think about whether or not you guys are ashamed to name me that? Inside the girls' dormitory, unlike the other students, Li Ying didn't call home, but sat on the edge of his bed reading a book on war strategy. The phone is ringing. Grandpa Li Ying's voice came. Ying, Grandpa. Li Ying finally smiled back. Why don't you call home? Don't you want us to visit? Grandpa, I want to use this day to prepare for my lessons, and I want to learn ahead of time as the formal learning phase begins soon. Silly girl, learning isn't here for a while. We've already bought the tickets. We're leaving tonight. Me, your dad and your mom and the 3 of us are going together. What? You're coming over too, Grandpa? Haven't you been out of the house for years? Ha ha, this time it's different. Grandpa is going to go to the school to see you in person, to see where you're training, and to see that godly principal of yours. Okay, Grandpa, I'll pick you guys up tomorrow. Pick up what? Pick up? We can find it. Remember what I said. Keep up a certain amount of training every day. Even though we have tomorrow off, we can't relax. I guess by the time you're done running 5 kilometers, we'll be there. I know, Grandpa. For Li Ying, it seems like the only way to be happy is to see his grandfather. Oh no. Right now her mind was on another person. If you can see the one you admire, you can get excited and happy yourself. Salary system. Lu Dafei happily took the phone and bragged with his parents at home. Dad, did you see that? Sun and I didn't even wimp out a bit on that special forces team member. I rushed straight over and hugged him around the waist. At that time I used all my milk strength to keep him from moving, just to give Sun time to attack. This is my strategy, you know? And Dad, although I didn't get a medal in firearms shooting this time, but my results are really good. 3-8 rings it. In the future your son will be a sharpshooter too. Well son, you've been talking for almost an hour. Your mom told me to go to bed early. I won't make the plane tomorrow. Really boring. I still have a lot of things to tell you here. Dad, you know what? I'm holding a walkie-talkie in my hand right now. It's military style. Our instructor said we have to hand it back tomorrow. Otherwise I'll show it to you then. It's old and powerful. On the phone. At this time, but no sound. Daffy anxiously shouted a few more times, but came the sound of his own old dad snoring. That's when Young Hoon heard a hearty laugh from the side. What are you laughing at? After informing your parents? Lu Dafei hung up the phone and asked helplessly. Zheng Sun laughed. I finished a long time ago. I'm not as good at bragging as you are. Let them see for themselves when they come tomorrow. Hoon. It's so damn emotional. I didn't think I'd be able to stay. It's not as hard as you think. As long as we're willing to stick with it, we can all make it to the end. Grass, don't be so ambiguous, okay? But to be honest, I'm still looking forward to the moments when we train in the military academy in the future. Do you think Principal Su will still arrange scary tests for us next? I think, for sure, the most important thing you can do right now is to set a goal for yourself. Don't just heckle all day long without a straight face. My first goal is to be able to ask for the contact information of Li Ying of the honored department. By then that's the object. You're my friend, and with your help and hers, I feel like I can still fight around with the Iron Tiger's special warriors. You off. That night, the rabbits of the Star Military Academy slept especially well. It was the most restful sleep they'd had in a month. No kidding. You can stand under the building right now and hear the thunderous snoring. At this time in Principal Sue's office, Sue Ran, who had just finished training but also received the last call of the day, congratulating himself on a good test. Hey, old man. Still up this late? Can your body handle it? Chapter 69, Military Exercise. Principal Sue will personally lead the team. Brat, you care about my words. Don't give me those stimulate the heart of things. Even thought of using fake special forces to confuse the rookie to do shooting training. Watch the live broadcast of the people who know this. Just so a few minutes. The entire Department of Military Justice received countless reports of phone calls. If it is not for you to pressure, you are now the identity of this principal early lost. Look at what you're saying. I'm not doing all this for training. When you first started this ranging live, you should have known how terrible the influence of public opinion is, and you still don't pay attention to it now. Can you save people the trouble? No, 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 you're right about everything, old man. Speaking here, Sue Ran turned his words around and laughed. After the criticism is over, don't you have to praise me a few times, old man? Asterisk 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 off. Still praising you. This test pulled the staff officers of the 4 major military houses over, now causing many military districts to wind up talking about it. Do you know how serious this impact is? Old master, your words are not right. Right, my Star Military School this time fame, when the time comes to enrollment is easy, cultivate more talents, is not also for the good of the major military regions? You get me to say which military districts are windy. When the time comes, my school graduates to avoid the thunder. No big deal. Do you really think the military house is run by your family? Elder Sue cursed in a good-natured manner, and then laughed helplessly. You brat brain also don't know how to grow. Previously didn't realize that you have so many ghost ideas. Before in the army, all kinds of rules. That is not also in order to obey the order to listen to the command. Now the military school my own turf I do my own master. How comfortable. Looks like you're still a fish out of water, right? Let's not talk about anything else. I've taken the time to look over this test. The training is good. What's your next idea? Sue Ran sat on a balcony chair, holding a cell phone and said, normal training chanting, the next towards the formal. Continue to strictly control the training, and strive to give you a group of different soldiers. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Why do you even need to say that? I'm asking you if you have any ghost ideas and strange ideas that can raise the quality of these soldiers of yours even higher. Since you've made the plate so big, when the time comes to gently put it down, you're not the only one who'll be disgraced, understand? My old man will have to follow you to lose that face when the time comes. Hey, weird idea not right now, but bold idea I have one. Cut the crap and get right to it. I heard uncle you say today that the once every 3 years military exercise is still a month away. And by then all the major military regions will come in to have some fun. So I want to take my soldiers in to feel the fish and test the waters as well. You on long this small. This military secrets are revealed to you? The hat on top of your head is not unwanted? Don't talk nonsense, old man. Are your own family? What are you pretending here? Just say if you can or not. Do you think if you go in there with just a few of you, you're going to disgrace yourself? Or are you going to disgrace yourself? Oh, disgrace or not, that's my business. And I didn't say I'd go in after a month. As far as I know, the major military region maneuvers are close to half a year. I'm planning to go in and have some fun in the middle section. A month can train a man like that. Give you 3 more months. And it may be true that it is also a little bright. But by that time those instructors under you don't prepare to bring them in. And if they do, they will be the ones to go in there and fend for themselves. No master. This is a bit much for you to ask, isn't it? You're asking a group of players who have trained for less than half a year to fight a group of veteran soldiers? And without a teacher to teach them. How can this be a fight? It can't be helped. You asked for it. Aren't you confident in all the soldiers you've trained? Then why don't you pull them out and practice? Take more or less 2 instructors or they might all get lost going in. No instructors. Your group of instructors are mercenaries and use foreign tactics. We've studied those thoroughly. So no need. And how do I know there won't be 1 or 2 soldiers back from foreign service mixed in? We're studying the domestic ones for this military exercise. And we're not interested in the foreign ones. What about my comrades? There's always no problem with them tagging along in there, right? I don't want to use them either. And I'm worried they'll let up if we run into the old troops. Hearing this, Sue Ran was so angry that he was about to laugh out loud. Master, you are deliberately angry with me, right? How can you say such words? Why do I feel that you are digging a hole and waiting for me to jump into it? That depends on your own jump or not. After all, once every 3 years of military exercises. After this village cannot be the store. This time your people to participate in the military exercises and to go back, may be able to directly graduate. Mercenary instructors can't go, and neither can my combat instructors, so you're just on to me, are you? On the phone the old man laughed, you in the army those 2 years happened to miss the military exercises, so I kinda wanna see your performance. This is not, you a school principal, with their own people, personally come to performance, when not then yoncher live kind of propaganda has a brand name? Gramps, I'll admit, you've impressed me with that offer. Determined not? Determined I can give you to keep a place, but only 5,000 people in the establishment to come in. I will give you an opportunity, when the time cannot grasp. Depends on your kid's own destiny. Let's make it whole. 5,000 is 5,000. Let's make a name for ourselves first. The old man on the phone smiled happily once again. The two with discussed some more details before hanging up. Su Ran sat in front of the table, crossing his legs and tapping the desktop in a very leisurely manner. 3 months, 5,000 men pulling out for a drill on the mountain. Old man, do you really want to see what these soldiers of mine are capable of? Or do you want to see what I'm capable of? Although it was clear what the old man was thinking, Su Ran now had to tough it out, just to be able to make the Star Military Academy gradually rise in status in the entire country of China. At the same time, Su Ran had another reason, and that was so that he could increase his influence points within the system. After washing up, Su Ran lay on the bed and couldn't wait to view the points of influence in the past few days. Surprisingly, it had gone up from 200 to 580,000. This soaring speed was indeed very fast, and of course, mainly because of the 2 days of training and assessment, his fame among the students, among the parents, among the netizens, and in the outside world all had a very substantial increase. So for the military exercise in 3 months, if one can bring 5,000 rookies to make a good showing in it, the point of influence should be even more impressively displayed by then. But for the sake of excellence in 3 months, it's just time to keep pitying the poor little rookies. At this time, the little rookies have long been asleep, not realizing that their 1-month devil's training has just ended, and next they will be sent to hell to start exercising again. Chapter 70 Parents Gathering, Veteran Style. The following morning, while the SU president was still asleep, the Star Military Academy was already buzzing with activity. This is because many of the students' parents have been coming to visit the school for a long time. The parents of people like Xiao Jiba had already arrived in Tianhai City in the early hours of the morning, only to come over early in the morning because they were afraid of disturbing their son's rest. The footprint of the Star Military Academy had now expanded very greatly, and many of the facilities and training-specific areas were repaired and perfected, so this visit was really dry as well. Of course, the only people who seem to care about the school's training and tactical issues are the pros. Most parents are concerned about the children in this period of time training, suffering and tired. The next cannot stick to it, to bring you home good food, hurry to eat a bite to deal with. Kiba my son. Papa Shah Kiba saw his son and straight away he exclaimed. Straight around the parents are listening to silly. When watching the live broadcast everyone is still sighing in the end is which talent to their son to give such a name. Now finally see the real person. Dad, can you stop calling me by my real name? Shakiba walked down the stairs helplessly. Papa Xiao Jiba, on the other hand, did not have the good sense to say, nonsense, if I don't call you by your real name, I'll still call you by your breast name Babaya? What does it sound like to others? Good son. Mom to see if yesterday to break. That is a special forces you say you cannot carry it on the go. Have to grit your teeth and hold on. Really stupid child. Xiaoqiba mom also immediately ran over to start checking their son, almost in the dormitory downstairs to let his son naked to a full body check. Go the hell away. My son Kiba is now a medalist, and will be a great general in the army in time. You womanizer with long hair and short eyes. Papa Shah Kiba looked at his son favorably once again after his very domineering words. Kiba my son. Tell your old dad when we can meet with the principal. Your dad I've brought half of my family's fortune this time. The principal is a big tree that we must embrace. Shakiba looked at his old man helplessly. Dad. First of all the first request. In the future please don't call me with my name. Then the second request. Come to the school you can visit as much as you want. But don't bother the principal. Won't you be hurt when he disciplines your son to a dog? Shakiba's old man shook his head faintly after hearing this. Kiba my son. You really don't know your principal's background let me tell you. Alright, I'm going back to bed. You guys have fun. Shakiba returned to the dormitory without looking back. The same scene also happened to Wangbat Dan and Inaimabi, but this time was different from the first time the parents came to the school. The time they came to the school, the three rich businessmen saw their son being trained as a dog on his first day and tried to drag him away straight away, but this time they came over, All three parents were expecting their sons to stay, and even wanted to meet the marvelous Principal Su. As their sons, Xiao Ji Ba, Wang Ba Dan, and Nima Bai naturally knew exactly what their parents were up to, so all three chose to run away and not face it. In the meantime, Zhang Sun and Lu Dafei also followed their parents from the station to the school. After seeing the huge plaque of the Star Military Academy and the luxurious and atmospheric campus, Zhang Sun's parents, who had never seen a big scene, were almost in tears with excitement. I didn't think my son would be able to attend a school like this. Younghun's mother hugged her son and cried tears of joy. Next to him, Pops was holding his son's medallion, very precious and carefully observing it. Good job. My son can study at his favorite place. Make sure he doesn't disgrace his family and fight well. Don't worry, Dad. I won't let you down. Come on, Mom. Don't cry. I'll take you to breakfast. Our school breakfast is delicious. Still want to eat? Your father and I have brought eggs and dried food. Don't go there. It's too expensive. Son. Mom. Our principal said that all parents get free room and board today, so you can eat whatever you want. How in the world can this be such a good principal? Our son has really come to a good place. With that, the family went to the restaurant for dinner in a happy manner. Perhaps for a child from a poor family, being at a place like Star Military Academy is the best place to change your life for the better. Not far. Lu Dafei's parents are in a better family situation, and after seeing their son, his mother took a bunch of delicious food and specialties out and moved them to the dormitory, next to Lu Dafei's father holding a cell phone, taking pictures around to show off. Old brothers, I have now arrived at the place of my son's military school. Really good this place. And that who? Old Zhang. At first you did not say that this college school who to read? Now you see? Your son wants to come, cannot come. Come. Everyone look. In front of the artillery aircraft training room. My son said. After he is this inside. Driving an airplane tank old awesome. Lu Dafei smiled and followed alongside. The smug expression on his face that never stopped. Only the old mother pointed at her son and exclaimed. I kind of found out from whom you learned your ability to love bragging and showing off your pretenses to others since you were a child. Hey Mom, don't say it. I didn't brag today. Come on. I'll take you to see our dormitory. Your son in the dormitory is the class president. Everyone has to listen to me. They don't dare to go to the east when I give the order. Same moment. A limousine slowly stopped at the gate of the Star Military Academy. Liang ran over in a dark green military school civilian uniform. Grandpa, elderly in the back seat, walked out on his crutches, assisted by his granddaughter. Immediately after that, Li Ying's parents also came out from inside. Eiko, you're not tired, are you? You've been training so hard lately. When she heard her mother ask, Li Ying shook her head in a very bland manner, and instead, she was very enthusiastic about her grandfather. Grandpa, are you still used to riding in the car? It's been how many years since you've had to come out? Elderly laughed. If I don't come out, how can I see my granddaughter appear in front of me in her military uniform? After saying this, the old man looked at his granddaughter with a serious face. Li Ying immediately understood what his grandfather was thinking and directly stood at attention and saluted. The old man raised his hand as well, and his granddaughter saluted each other. This scene caused many people around them to look on in awe. Not bad. There's so much more to it. Just not much temperament in this body. Still need to practice. Next to Li Ying's father laughed. Let's go, Dad. Let's go in first and talk as we walk. You also have a good visit inside. All the way as much as I read about the situation of the military school. Now that you're here, you can properly letting Z show you around. The family was happy to walk into Star Military Academy. Same moment. A vehicle with a military license plate also slowly pulled up in front of the military school. A plainly dressed, but very dignified middle-aged woman came out of the car. Secretary Zhao, who had been standing at the steps looking out for a long time, saw the women and immediately trotted down the steps with bright eyes. Madam, you're here. Chapter 71, Mrs. Su checks on her. That's right, Principal Su's mom is here. For Secretary Zhao, it was like a private visit by the Empress. Isn't that boy up yet? Mrs. Su, who had a very good temperament, spoke up in front. At this moment, Secretary Zhao followed behind and hurriedly said, Principal Su was very busy this time, so he got up a little late. Oh, you're quite protective of him. Hearing this, Secretary Zhao lowered his head and didn't dare to say anything. Because of the large number of parents who came, the Star Military School was extraordinarily busy today. Mrs. Su didn't seem to have much interest in any of this, and was hell-bent on finding her son in the office building. Ma'am, this is Principal Su's office, Secretary Zhao whispered. Mrs. Su nodded. Well, you go ahead and do your thing. Secretary Zhao hummed and hurriedly bowed his head to leave. At this time, Su Ran still does not know that his old mom has been at the door, still in sleep. Normally, if it wasn't for the group of rookies training at school, Su Ran wouldn't have forced himself to wake up early. So this rare leisure made Principal Su still want to take a nap. Bang! The next second the door to the room was pushed straight open. Su Ran sat up violently and looked at the figure that came in. Brat! Still not getting up. Su Ran's old mom looked at her son on the bed with a smile. Su Ran was also helpless at this time. Mom, just come. Why are you making so much noise? I knew you wouldn't listen to that old dad of yours training and indulging yourself so much every day as long as you weren't at home. Mrs. Su said, closing the door, and then surveyed the room. It's cleaned up okay. Did the little secretary help? Su Ran laughed bitterly, then dressed and said, it's not easy for you to come here, so don't be a detective. Are you tired? I'm not tired. You're going to be 30 soon. I couldn't talk about you in the army before, but now that you're out of the army and your own business is up and running, you're not going to find yourself a home? Well, my old mother, have a drink of water and I'll take you to breakfast in a little while. Mrs. Su could only take the glass of water in her son's hand, but still muttered under her breath, I'll go back tomorrow and have someone check on that little secretary of yours. Su Ran was completely helpless and held his forehead. Mom, we don't have anything, and I don't have that idea right now, so please don't make a mess here, okay? Just because you don't doesn't mean she doesn't. I can see the little girl's mind at a glance. While Mrs. Su was talking, her son Su Ran had already put on the Star Military Academy regular uniform that Secretary Zhao had prepared for him. A 6'5" figure, coupled with the muscles from regular workouts, instantly looked incredibly classy and charismatic in this regular suit. As much as it annoys me that you Sus have a military culture, sometimes I'm grateful for the genes that guy left behind to make my son so handsome. Su Ran was choked by his mom's words of this tiger and wolf, and could only smile. Let's go, old lady Su. I'll take you to have breakfast. It must have been early in the morning to catch a flight from Yencheng. Count on your kid having a conscience. Mother and son fought their way out of the office building. Secretary Zhao had long had the car waiting at the door, and after opening the door and letting the two get into the back seat, he dutifully prepared himself to get into the passenger seat. Secretary Zhou, I remember you usually eat breakfast early, right? Su Ran sat back and suddenly asked. Secretary Zhao was slightly stunned, then could only close the passenger door and stand at the side of the car, nodding. Then go over to the construction site first and bring me a copy of the recent engineering tasks in progress. Hearing Principal Su's words, Secretary Zhao could only obediently agree. Next to Mrs. Su was still trying to speak. Su Ran had already told the driver to drive off. Your brat is deliberately supporting people away, right? Mrs. Su pursued helplessly from the side. Su Ran face calm. How can it? Secretary Zhao everyday task is very busy. Right. My mom. You think the secretary so good job? Che. I think it's pretty good work. My son can do it. Su Ran forehead half a day, not knowing what to say. There were 3 dining halls in the Star Military Academy, but all 3 were full today. I can't help it. Tens of thousands of people for dinner is usually quite a lot, and today there are a lot of parents. But President Su has special access to a small dining room in each of the dining halls. Such a big school, to have your kid take care of it in an orderly manner. It's really unexpected that my son is so capable. Mrs. Su surveyed the circle and couldn't help but praise her son again. Su Ran, on the other hand, smiled and didn't say anything, and went straight over to the small dining room after entering the restaurant. But when he was at the door, he was recognized by the students. Principal Su. It's Principal Su coming. Hello, Principal Su. Hello, Principal Su. The crowd all greeted Su Ran. At first it was the students, followed closely by the parents of many of the students. Principal Su, you've educated us a good son. Ha ha. That's right, Principal Su. In the past my son was weak at home. This has only come to the military school for a month. He is transformed and very courageous. Thank you so much, Principal Su. My son used to play games every day at home, and his grades in the college entrance examination were poor. I didn't expect that after coming to your military school, he would be as good as a new person. Thanks to the Star Military School. Thanks to you. All sorts of compliments followed. Su Ran smiled in front of him and calmed the crowd. Mrs. Su, on the other hand, was satisfied with her son in the background. Moments later, a few of Su Ran's instructor comrades came over to help relieve the situation, which allowed Su Ran and mom to go to the restaurant. My son has really made a name for himself, and now he's a principal that so many parents look up to. Hearing his hot mom's praise, Su Ran wasn't modest. Mom, your son has grown up. He definitely has to do something to give you a face. Anyway, I'm happy to see you brats have a job you love. Mother and son had a very cozy breakfast in the dining room. He was just about to go out, when Instructor Martinez suddenly knocked on the outside door. Principal Su, there's a parent who insists on seeing you, Su Ran faintly said. Not seeing, today is a break. Okay, Principal Su, but he said he's Li Ying's grandfather. Hearing this, Su Ran, however, became somewhat curious. Where, a few moments later, Martinez brought Li Ying's family inside Suran's small restaurant. The first time he saw Grandpa Li Ying, Su Ran knew that the old man on crutches in front of him must have been a man of the people back then. Principal Su, Grandpa Li Ying raised his hand to salute. Su Ran hurriedly saluted as well. Old master, you've tormented me. I should be the one to salute you first. Ha ha, Principal Su don't care about these details. You opened the military school to educate so many children and left hope for China. You are most deserving. The old man was on crutches, but still very imposing. Chapter 72, Military Exercise Enrollment Form unveiled. People looked dumbfounded. Su Ran had long ago had someone find out the background of Li Ying's family. Back in the day, Master Li was a soldier under his own family's old man. Ahem. Although Elder Li was older than his grandfather, the matter of being a soldier and fighting a war wasn't based on age either. His own family's old man was once also Su family military background enlisted in the army. To receive cultural education and all kinds of inculcation is different, so it did not take long to become a company commander in the army, followed by the battalion commander, chief of what to climb upwards, in the war years to establish merit that is even easier, and then the old man founded the Iron Lion Legion. The old man of the Li family in the army also became a small platoon commander, but also had established a lot of merit. Later heard that after the old man retired from the army, bent on letting his son also join the army, but why the son only want to do business? The old man of the Li family will give his son the retirement fee to the toss. This toss, but also really to toss out a big business magnate. Only, the old man of the Li family was putting his heart and soul into his granddaughter Li Ying. Su Ran invited several members of the Li family inside the small dining room, and then asked the chef to serve a few more breakfasts. So the people ate and chatted inside. Li Ying took the excuse to leave in a hurry. After all, she had to eat at the same table with the always respected Principal Su, and Principal Su's mother had come. This scene was not at all something she dared to sit in. This child, usually trained so bravely, didn't realize that he's still embarrassed now. Li's father laughed and said. Su Ran also laughed. Young people's concepts are different from ours, so it's better for us to respect her. Ha ha, Principal Su is right. Elder Li also laughed out loud. Then the conversation turned and said, still the army exercises people. Principal Su is not too old, but he already looks very mature in his speech and work. Su Ran waved his hand and said, in its position, must seek its duty, before I also when they are the same. The elders speak are embarrassed to come over, but now sitting in this position, had to harden their heads to grow up and mature cluck. The crowd all snickered and laughed. At this time, Mrs. Su laughed from the side. During this period of time, I will also watch the live broadcast in my spare time. Li Ying's student is actually a child who grows up very quickly. I believe that the future will also have a very good development, and she chose the Star Military Academy. And she will not let you all down. Li's father and mother were both the same age, and when their daughter received this compliment from Mrs. Su, she instantly felt as sweet as honey inside. Although his daughter had been at the top of all kinds of grades since she was a child, and the words of praise from her teachers and classmates had been heard in her ears, but at this moment, getting compliments from Mrs. Su in this kind of environment was definitely the biggest success for them to come to the Star Military School today. Su Ran, on the other hand, smiled from the side. He knew that his old mother was trying to build up momentum for her own military school, but she said this so politely, and her attitude was pulled down so low, completely multiplying the pressure on the other party. Sure enough, a few moments later, Li's father and mother's side was a bit like sitting on pins and needles, chatting for a while to excuse themselves. Su Ran, on the other hand, chatted with Elder Li next very cheerfully about the military as well as battlefield anecdotes. Elder Li didn't take the initiative to mention the old man in Su Ran's family, and Su Ran himself didn't mention it either. Both knew full well that it was best to keep the relationship as it was. If anything, that kind of backdoor pulling is not a habit for either. Thank you Principal Su for taking time out of your busy schedule to chat with me. An old man. To be honest, this time I came to Star Military Academy. I do have some selfishness. That is, I was able to witness your face and the kind of temperament that you carry on your body. My old man believes that Star Military Academy will be the most promising military academy in my country of China, because I see a different temperament and strength in your body. After saying these words, the old man and Su Ran shook hands again. After sending Elder Li away, Mrs. Su stood next to her son and said, this old man has a different kind of emotion towards you. He was a soldier under my grandfather, the Iron Lions. in front of his mother Sama. Su Ran didn't hide it. Hearing this, Mrs. Su laughed. This fate, wonderful. After more than 10 years, her granddaughter has become a soldier under you again. And it is still a female soldier. And it seems that little ninny is looking at you. Hey, Mom, stop it. Stop it. Su Ran hurriedly stopped his mouthy old mother. Maybe it's the family background. His old mother's way of talking and doing things. All straight to the point. What to say? After all, Su Ran was able to learn from his limited memories that Mrs. Su's girlfriends were all people that countless people wouldn't even dare to think about. The next time, Su Ran took his old mother to skate around the military school. Time is short, and did not confide too much more with Mrs. Su Lao. After a day's vacation at the Star Military Academy, the rabbits will continue to be put back on track to start training tomorrow. And this time it's not just training, but also daily cultural programs and various strategy courses. According to President Su's idea, the Star Military School is certainly the main focus of a comprehensive. Other military schools have, we must also have. Other military schools do not have, we still have. China's current formal militarized military school training courses include more than 10, all of which are within the Star Military School's upcoming courses. Then there are 11 master instructors, each specializing in one aspect of the subject, all of whom have to start a new course and rotate their presentations through the 11 departments. Finally, there were the members of the research institute that Saran had brought to Martinez's attention. These student members could be selected slowly. After all, they were involved in the key weapons program of China in the future, so they had to be both of good character and have a basic love for scientific research projects, as well as a good talent, while other student members could graduate or be assigned to other units. The Research Institute cadets were required to remain at the Star Military Academy. As for the treatment in future, they would be carefree and enjoy the highest standards for scientific research members in China, including President Su's vigorous support for Su Ran, the weapons and products developed by the Star Military Academy. Naturally, my people should be the first to use them. The mercenaries are 1 million in number, coupled with a variety of heavy weaponry. It's definitely a torrent of steel. So the research members selected in the future are all babies. 2. Principal Su. The current team of faculty members for the 15 curriculum programs has basically taken shape, and there is absolutely no problem with classes starting next week. In the conference room, the one who spoke was none other than Su Ran's old class president. It didn't take much for the old class president to get all these course teachers together this time, and Su Ran always had a very peculiar feeling with these old comrades of his lately, because he could feel that the guys were growing to respect him. After the crown lineage title, it gets worse every day, and one has to wonder. The system is powerful. Can't wait until next week. Let's give those good students another day off tomorrow and start classes straight away the day after. Su Ran stood up from his chair and looked at the instructors with his hands behind his back. Gentlemen, we have a difficult task ahead of us. 3 months to ensure that all 11 departments receive a formalized military curriculum, and that, among them, those who have progressed become proficient in its acquisition and application. When these words came out, all the instructors could not help but be dumbfounded. Principal Su, 3 months is too soon, isn't it? Right, Principal Su. In 3 months' time, many trainees may only just enter the door, and it's basically impossible to master the application. Principal Su, at least half a year, or else this group of budding trainees won't be able to get in at all. All the instructors had no choice but to take a stand. Only Su Ran looked at the crowd with a calm face. The conference room grew quiet as everyone felt Su Ran's icy eyes. First, I'm giving orders, not asking for suggestions. Secondly, I know the task is daunting, but backing out before you've even done it is not the attitude of my Star Military Academy. After Su Ran finished saying this, he directly waved his big hand. Secretary Zhao hurriedly pressed the remote control and the projection behind him lowered. It was displayed with a large line of text. Enrollment form for the state of China's 50-25 military exercise. Among them was the great name of the Star Military Academy. At this moment, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Sorry I didn't discuss this with you all, but I've secured a spot for our school's rabbits in the triennial military drill. Chapter 73, shocked by the major military regions. Vermilion Bird Military Region's old acquaintance. In the meantime, Tianhai City, 80th Army Military District. Yu Tianlong was in his office reviewing things when there was a knock on the door. Immediately afterward, Senator Li walked in with a document and a smile. What's so happy again? Yu Tianlong asked as he put down the pen in his hand. Senator Li chuckled. You'll be happy to see you too, and even drop your jaw in amazement. After saying that, he placed the paper in his hand on the table. A sign-up sheet for a military drill? This is all approved from above, right? Yu Tianlong skillfully unwrapped and read up, but just after reading 2 lines, he instantly stood up. Are you kidding me? Star Military Academy? That Su Ran kid really enrolled? Senator Lee laughed. I'm not wrong.
This is something that can shock off the jaw. Yesterday when he told us about this estimate has already had the idea. And you see clearly, the second half of the military exercise before letting him into the field. It is obvious to let this kid up to show the strength of the kind of thing, not just come in to be cannon fodder. This is not nonsense? The Star Military School has only just been established. Even if the second half enters, it will be 3 months later. By then, even if those instructors follow, I'm afraid that group of rookies coming in won't be able to find the direction and it will be over. And look who's leading the charge. Hearing Staff Officer Lee's words, Yu Tianlong hurriedly looked down and was instantly dumbfounded once again. Saran? He's personally leading the team? No, this kid, the old general, is not only testing the Star Military Academy this time, but also his own grandson. Yo! Yu Tianlong let out a bitter laugh, then sat down on his chair. Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. If that kid had appeared in person, maybe there would have been a bit of a miracle, but I don't think there's much hope. Then old Yu, should we bet? Get lost? I'm not betting with you. Stop bull asterisk ting here. Go inform everyone of the meeting and set up the tactics for this military exercise as soon as possible. The old general values this military exercise so much, and even threw his own grandson into the mix, so we have to perform well. If you ask me, let's just keep 5 and fight for 4. Anyway, with the 4 major military houses up there, there's not much suspense in every military exercise. That's a close word. Hurry up and get on with your business. It had to be said that the appearance of the 4 big word Star Military School on the enrollment form for this military exercise had indeed given all the major military houses a real shock. Of course, at this time, the most puzzled, or Su Ran's old man Su Xiaotian. At this moment, Su Xiaotian was calling his old man. Dad, what are you up to? Why did you let Ran bring his group of students in? You get your mouth right and talk properly first. General Su. Su, he brought this matter up himself. What can I do? You'd better take care of your own side first. Don't let your son end up in the military exercises by then. What face do you have as an old man? I know, but I ask that my troops be placed at the entrance to the mountains when the time comes. You think the army is your home? You can go wherever you want? The battlefield is ever changing, so fight for yourself if you want to go. After saying this, the old man simply hung up. Only Su Xiaotian was left alone in the office angry. Then he picked up the phone again and called his son, but it showed that he couldn't get through, followed by his reluctance to call the Star Military Academy office. Hello, office of the headmaster of Star Military Academy. I'm looking for your Principal Su. I'm his old man. I'm sorry, Principal Su is in a meeting. If there's anything I can do, I'll pass it on for you. Do. At this time in the Star Military Academy office, Su Ran crossed his legs and watched the videos of past military exercises. Next to him, Secretary Zhao walked over with tea. Principal Su, Uncle called just now and you didn't answer. Is everything alright? It's okay, go get the other tapes as well. And bring the food over here later as well. I'm not going back to bed tonight. Oh yeah, and remember to take my mom to dinner at that time. Secretary Zhao dutifully nodded her head next to her, wanting to speak out and persuade Su Ran to take an early rest, but still feeling not too good about it. She could only dutifully find out the videotape and exit the office. Su Ran, on the other hand, was sitting on a chair, looking at the situation in the video with a serious face. Nothing new. After all these years, how come it's still the same 2 tricks? After saying that, Su Ran exited the videotape and replaced it in again. The Iron Wolf Regiment. Isn't that my cheap old man's military district? A moment later, Su Ran leaned back in his chair and nodded slightly. That's more like it. It's just a shame it's missing the strategic deployment details. That's right. At this time, Principal Su was also working overtime on an emergency basis. All the major military regions in China have videotapes recorded of their annual military exercises. Of course, these videotapes are usually only circulated in key military departments. Don't ask Principal Su here why he got it. Ask is a wide range of contacts and means. But after looking around, Su Ran could only see some value for reference in the deployment of his own old man, the Iron Wolf Regiment. It seems that we still need to find someone to get the videotapes of the 4 major military houses for reference. After talking to himself, Su Ran directly called that old friend of his over. The ones you gave me aren't much use. I want to see the 4 major military houses. I said Su de Xiaoa. This is the Military District Information Organs Department, not your home logistics department. The 4 major military houses of the video that is precious information. I want to take out my position are not guaranteed. So is there anything else we can do? There is, but you certainly don't want to go either. Cut the crap and just say who you're looking for.
Find the people in the 4 major military mansions chant. As far as I know,
You were in the Vermilion Bird military region.
but there is an old acquaintance. As long as you step forward and beg her. A few videotapes only.
The 4 major military mansions have a good relationship.
Surely there are private exchanges. And their videos are each preserved. So it can be said that you are looking for her. It is absolutely a one-off. A moment later,
Su-ran hung up the phone and shook his head helplessly.
Just now,
his friend in the organization said that the acquaintances of the Vermilion Bird military region, in the memory of Su-ran, also had an impact. The predecessor had served in the Vermilion Bird military region at the time, but a female instructor at the time had taken a liking to his stuffy self. Because it was in the military district, the other party didn't chase after it wildly. But this matter was not small, and many people were clear about it, especially some of Su-ran's old comrades and old friends. Later, Su-ran was transferred out of the Vermilion Bird military region and went to a very ordinary special operations brigade, but the other party still kept writing letters. But after so many years, Su-ran remained unmoved. In fact, in his memory, Su-ran could see that this stuffy man also had thoughts about that female instructor, but he knew his family background and was afraid that the other party was running to his power, so he didn't accept it. As for the current Su-ran, although he had received the memories and body of his predecessor, his thoughts and way of doing things were completely different from him. So while the predecessor liked the woman, Su-ran didn't necessarily like her. Forget it, just take a look. These videos can also more or less tell some clues. The big deal is that I rely on my memory to once again review the strategic deployment of the once Vermilion Bird military region. Su-ran didn't want to disturb the other party. After all, neither was the Su-ran that once was. However, just then the phone suddenly rang. Chapter 74, The Improper Principal Su. Class selection begins. Hello there. Su-ran flipped through the videotape as he reached for the phone and spoke.
At this time, the phone was silent for a moment, but then it spoke. Su-ran, it's me. I heard that you want the video information of the military exercises of the 4 major military houses? Hearing this voice, familiar memories in his mind instantly flooded his mind. Su-ran inwardly cursed that old friend just now with some speechlessness, then laughed. I just casually asked that guy. I didn't expect to poke to your side. It's fine. There's no need for it now. He, the famous Principal Su,
who has a knack for training students,
didn't expect to meet an old friend but still cover up. Why?
It's mostly a serious matter,
so I wouldn't bother. I'll make a copy tomorrow and send it to you. And when I do,
I'll issue a certificate saying it's for your school to use as an instructional video.
Will this work? I'll do it when I say so. And remember, you owe me a meal.
Oh, okay. I heard that you're still leading this military exercise yourself. A group of freshmen against a group of multi-year veterans.
Do you think you'll have a chance of winning?
Our Star Military Academy's compliance is to show our swords at every enemy.
So since we've accepted, there's no reason to back down. You really are very different from before. Seeing you on the air 2 days ago, I really didn't realize that the once not so talkative person would have all kinds of educational truths. And maybe you found your place too. Ahem. That's a bit of a deep question. So what? I've got a bit of business on my end. So why don't we, talk again sometime? Fine. Just remember you owe me a meal.
And maybe one day you'll show up at your military school. Su-ran could hear that the other party was afraid that he still had feelings for him, and was even still keeping an eye on Star Military School. Otherwise it wouldn't have been the first thing to help himself after learning this news.
After hanging up the phone, Su-ran soon got an email on his computer mailbox. It was accompanied by something akin to a love poem. Principal Su took a deep breath and pretended not to see it, but instead directly clicked on the video footage to watch it. Always feel as if I am quite not human. But, I seem to have done nothing. I am very kind. Very kind. Under Su-ran's shameless meditations,
the progress bar of this video was also slowly dying. It could be said that in order for this military exercise to come out with results, Principal Su did pay a small price.
The following morning,
Su-ran and Secretary Zhao sent the old mother to Mrs.
Su to the school gate. Pickup vehicles are already waiting. Mrs. Su reluctantly hugged her son goodbye. Zhao, remember to take good care of your Principal Su. If he doesn't eat and sleep on time, call me. Hearing this, Secretary Zhao hurriedly nodded. Auntie, please don't worry. I will. However, at this moment, Su-ran turned back and with a single look, instantly made Secretary Zhao lower his head and not dare to say more. Don't bully Cho. Let her take good care of you while I'm gone. Before Mrs. Su got into the car, she said very ambiguously. However, Su-ran directly instructed the driver to drive off. Old Shaw, hurry up and get going. My mom doesn't have much of her anti-hypertensive medicine with her, so get back before lunch. Hey, Wait a minute. Ma'am, I have to look out for your safety. Brat, wait for me. With a piece of Mrs. Sue's curses drifting in the wind, Su Ran smiled and waved goodbye, leaving behind only Secretary Zhao, who was looking somewhat dumbfounded. It's like I've never seen a mother-son relationship like this before. Principal Su's mother went home, and in the Star Military School, the parents of all the students also left one after another today. After spending a day in the Star Military Academy, they had already experienced the warmth of the place and had truly seen the formalized military training grounds. Next, they only hope that their children can train well, and strive to have a good home at graduation, and preferably also get the rank of the military. When the time comes to boast to everyone that their family's ancestral tomb is smoking green smoke. Ahem, that's probably the dream of all parents. Of course, our Principal Su is always the best dream builder. The one-day vacation has ended for all the rookies except Young Hoon, Lee Young, and others. Immediately after the school allowed them to drop off their parents, they began an intense and exciting 5-kilometer cross-country course. It's only a day off, but it's very satisfying for the chronically tight rookies. Young Hoon, Lee Young, and the others didn't take a break. And when they saw the crowd assembling on the playground, they all came down to line up in their training uniforms. The only ones missing were the two guys, Xiao Ji Ba and Wang Ba Dan. The two had received a commendation, so like Young Hoon and the others, they had 2 days off and were still sleeping comfortably in their dormitory at this time. The only one who was pissed off was this Namabi guy who was complaining in the ranks. On the side of the salary department, Daffy also looked at Zhang Sun somewhat speechlessly. I say, are you all sick in the head? It's not easy to have a vacation, but you have to run out and be tortured. Zhang Sun said as he ran. I'm afraid you kids can't pass me? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I think you're just sick. Even my goddess are sick. I can't understand it anyway. Good thing we don't have to work our asses off every day for the rest of the day like we used to. Don't worry. While the basic training program will be scaled down next, the cultural program won't be easy, and I urge you to put away all your old playfulness and try to get your dad to brag a few more times out there. In the afternoon, Xiao Qiba and Wang Baodan, two people were also honored department instructor Mo Long, from the dormitory pulled out. That's because today the departments are going to start separating classes and start enrolling in courses according to interest. When Star Military Academy enrolled that time, it didn't differentiate between majors, only regions and departments. So this time, the class is also divided by each department according to their favorite majors, and the main one is free. In addition to the 15 mandatory basic courses, 11 departmental instructor established courses are available to all rookies at their discretion. But it should be noted that there is no limit to the number of mandatory 5 courses that each person must take. Hoon, how many classes are you taking? Let's be more or less the same. It's hard to go to college. What's the point of working so hard? As soon as Daffy's side of the conversation was finished, Zhang Sun brought over the class selection form he was holding. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are you crazy? 11 courses? You damn well picked 9? Young-hoon spread his hands and laughed. The medical course, weather course, and the communication course didn't interest me much, so I didn't choose it. Crazy, crazy, crazy. You are completely crazy. Hopeless. I absolutely can't be like you, or else my future days will be worse than death. After saying this, Daffy checked off 5 courses on the schedule and didn't even look at the rest. But just then, Martinez, the chief instructor of the salary department, said in a cold voice, all salary department trainees, if you don't want me to give you extra training, sign up for at least 5 courses each, or I will make you all regret it. Chapter 75, a course schedule more devilish than a major high school. The same scene took place in other departments. The students were competing with each other, and likewise, these instructors under Su Ran were also competing with each other. For them, it would be an infinitely high honor if the students under them were excellent and were praised in front of Su Ran. Instructor Mo Long of the honored department, surprisingly, had 3 trainees who were able to win awards in this monthly examination, so he also received a special compliment from Su Ran during the meeting. This can create competition and resentment in other instructors as well. Although these instructors were systematically rewarded by Su Ran, but essentially they were still all human beings and also had 7 emotions and 6 desires, only in their hearts. Su Ran's orders came first. Of course, Su Ran's compliments for them that was also very precious. So the only ones who end up suffering are the rookies. People like Li Ying, Lu Jiajia and others naturally needed no introduction. They came up and pulled all the courses. Almost all of them were enrolled. Xiao Jiba and others also wanted to be lazy like De Fei. And finally, under the coercion of the instructor, they could only check the 5 courses. At this point, registration for the course has ended for all. However, at the end of the day, students from each department were asked to fill out a questionnaire. It involves whether you have any interest in international research weapons or whether you have any interest in research-based academics, and it even assumes a scenario by the end of the day that if there was such a platform for domestic research weapons, would you be willing to dedicate yourself to it? This questionnaire may not seem like a good idea to many people, but some sensitive-minded students were quick to guess what the school was up to. Most students come to military school still hoping that they will be able to put on a uniform and appear majestically in the regular ranks. However, many people look farther. It is not possible to be a soldier for life, but it might be a good choice if they can find a way out in some units. So this questionnaire, which is also basically screening people interested in the research institute, certainly cannot be used as a final screening list. Once filled out, everyone continued with their training routine. The rest will be left to the registrar's side for final class placement. Starting tomorrow, all the rookies will all be put into a new culture, but the training routine also takes up a third of the time, with 2 hours of training in the morning and 2 hours in the afternoon altogether. A lot of the rookies are still talking very happily about how it looks like tomorrow is going to be a good day for them. 4 hours of training a day is totally heavenly compared to what it used to be. At dinner, many people were happy and joking around, and it was as if everyone had really come to the campus life of the university. What's more crucial is that the internet is now particularly worshipful of the Star Military Academy that too. Let's put it this way, but anytime you say you're a student at Star Military Academy on some social media app, you probably have priority in choosing a spouse. Of course, the premise is that you can tolerate long-distance relationship. After all, the Star Military Academy is notoriously closed. Vacation are not a few days. After dinner, Martinez informed all the departments that there would be an orientation party in the evening, which is supposed to be a part of all colleges. After all, there aren't many days of vacation and not much entertainment, so wouldn't that drive these rookies crazy? Many lively freshmen showed off their strengths with various singing and dancing performances. Of course, there were many of them that didn't participate much. This orientation party is not mandatory either. It's just something that people can come and freely sign up to organize if they are interested. Su Ran was also invited over after dinner. At this time, the party was already halfway through. And when they heard that Principal Su had come, all the freshmen excitedly got up and applauded. Su Ran smiled and briefly spoke 2 sentences. Nothing more than let everyone study well. The next cultural course is the most important, but the same physical quality should continue to maintain. Cannot fall. After everyone cheered and clapped, the party continued. On the stage, a good-looking boy was singing an old-fashioned song. Su Ran at this time a BGM song popped up in his mind, which in his previous life was known as the Major March on a certain social software on Earth. I guess I'll have to change the lyrics sometime and make this the Military Academy anthem. The lively party ended with the young smiling faces of the new students. So far, the freshmen at Star Military Academy have drawn the line at rookies. They came inside a new pronoun, military school freshmen. Next, they will be greeted with stacks of training and education in several courses a day. Principal Su, this calcium tablet was brought over by Auntie. So take one. Su Ran was annoyed by Secretary Zhao early in the morning. Are you my secretary or my mom's? Secretary Zhao lowered her head at the question. I'm doing it so that Principal Su can have a good health. I think you're trying to reverse the Big Dipper. Tens of thousands of students and instructors are under my command. What are you going to do? Bring me my regular clothes. It's the first day of classes today and I'm going to inspect each class. Okay, Principal Su. Secretary Zhao could only leave obediently, although it was tempting to take care of Saran for Mrs. Su. Unfortunately, the latter does not accept his care at all. Although Mrs. Su had said that she could be sued for anything, but people have to bow their heads under the roof, and Secretary Zhao still didn't dare to have the guts to do that. After breakfast, Su Ran went to inspect each class. The morning classes at the Star Military School were all 15 of the most conventional elements of the Chinese military schools. The afternoons are devoted to real hands-on courses and practical training. But the first day of class was nothing more than an introduction to the various military academy programs to lead this group of blank slate rookies through the process of getting started. In the morning, there are basic military theory courses, which include various strategies and tactics, international relations and security, etc. In the basic courses, there are basic courses in science and technology, such as math, physics, chemistry, computers, science, etc. And more importantly, there are also courses in foreign languages of various countries that are also very popular. The next step is the Professional Skills Program. It is important to note here that Star Military Academy currently has a full range of Army specialized skills, some Air Force specialized skills, some Rocket Force specialized skills, and a full range of Strategic Support Forces skills. Only the Navy is the Star Military School did not set up. After all, President Su himself is also from the Army. Can put the Air Force, The Rocket Force part of the complete preparation has been very good. Air Force and Rocket Force, the two baby bumps of some equipment, are also Su-Ran cheeky, forced and some of their old friends, as well as home good old generals in the hands of the fossilized over. I dare not say anything else. As long as a student graduates from the Star Military Academy, the basic knowledge in these two directions must be very solid. Finally, there is some practical training, simulation training, and ideological and political education. After some proper organization by the Academic Affairs Office, all the courses have been perfectly landed. For this reason, Director Lee of the Academic Affairs Office did not sleep at 1 a.m. Because he has been in the profession for so many years. For the first time to see all the new students have to learn 10 courses of education every day, add in 4 hours of daily training, and the math adds up to this group of rookies opening their eyes at 5 p.m. And staying up until 8 p.m. each day. This is not a college at all. It's even more devilish than a major high school. It was a moment when the rookies, who had thought the good times were coming, realized that it was their training a month ago that seemed to be the happiest. Chapter 76, A Military Exercise with No Chance of Winning? Principal Su's Dilemma. For the rookies, the next course was devilish. But how could it be otherwise for Saran? During these days he desperately fused his memories with his predecessor and embraced various military ideas. At the same time, there was a constant stream of videos of military drills from the major military houses. Just to be able to lead the rookies at the military academy to a hit after 3 months. Su ran off and sighs that he is a bit bitter. Other people travel through the rebirth. The system directly reward. I have this reward. But it seems that they also have to work hard to work. The first step of the military school has been a success so far, but the real challenge begins next. So it's really not an option to not put intensity on this group of freshmen. Originally, the Ranges side was ready to renew the next live broadcast with Su Ran. However, Su Ran directly refused. On the one hand, the strategic technology cannot be leaked. This point Ranch has been extremely hard to think of all kinds of ways to remedy. But the second condition is that President Su bluntly said that the next Star Military School will enter a real closed learning state. The outside world cannot be disturbed. There was no other way. Rang TV executives could only pull the program, but agreed with Su Ran to come back at the same time next year to broadcast the new batch of rookies' entrance military training. Su Ran didn't refuse this. The training and assessment for the first month could really bring a lot of heat to the school. But it's true that the next training and classes don't need their help either. Otherwise, if this kind of heat continues, and really make this group of rookies an internet sensation, what face will the military academy have to exist? After arriving at the teaching building, Su Ran took Secretary Zhao to the first floor inside the staircase classroom. Here was scheduled a military theoretical education course for a class in the top department. The person in charge of the instruction was his old squad leader, who had been in the military and had gotten a perfect score every time in his theoretical education. Seeing Su Ran come, the old class president hurriedly stopped the course introduction and prepared to invite Su Ran in. Instead, Su Ran waved his hand, signaling him to continue. After listening for a while, Su Ran went back to skulking in front of the other classrooms. During the period saw the serious and incomparable Zhang Sun, Li Ying and others, also saw the paddling De Fei, but also saw the 3 unlucky people Xiao Jiba, Wang Baitan, and Ma Bai, who were distracted and were walking away. Su Ran laughed and did not care. Now only just started. This group of rookies' mind confiscated back to him clearly. But after a few days, if it stays that way, then Principal Su will help them personally up the intensity. After one lap, basically all classes were in full swing. Su Ran didn't have much heart to be watching on. The afternoon practical training session was what he wanted to see the most. Let the rookies learn their lesson in the morning, while he himself went back to his office and asked Secretary Zhao to pull Zorn, the peak department instructor, over to work on strategy. Zorn was a typical M-man who had been in command of several foreign mercenary corps and had had his strategic systems deployed in many large-scale wars. If the strategic system Su Ran had once learned at home could become a school of its own, then Zorn's so-called foreign war system could naturally become a school of its own. The two men's strategic systems collided, and Su Ran intended to form a set of strategic systems that were currently unique to the Star Military School. 2 hours later, Zorn and Su Ran once again watched the strategic deployment of the Vermilion Bird Military Palace in the last exercise. Su Ran leaned back in his chair and sipped his tea. This video in front of him had been watched no less than 5 times since he got his hands on it last night, and each time he had a unique experience, combined with the various strategic deployment systems in his mind. Su Ran now had a deep understanding and concept of these battlefield things. Definitely not a former white boy, but a real old fox. The Vermilion Bird Military House is very powerful. Their combat philosophy is very fast, so that you simply don't know how it will change next, coupled with their strong action and execution. This is already a very perfect army. Principal Sue. You don't know that I have never praised someone like this. I can only say that this is definitely not comparable to ordinary armies. In foreign countries I've never had a fight with such an army. I believe that even in the case of a powerful army, the chances of winning are very slim when encountering an opponent like the Vermilion Bird Military Palace. Hearing this compliment from Zorn, Su-ran had laughed bitterly. Meaning, if we go up there with this little group of rookies from the school, I'm afraid we'll be wiped out on the way into the mountains before we even meet? Zorn spoke bluntly. If you were to take the school's students up there, they would have absolutely no chance of winning, even if they had 3 months of training. Is there any way to tear an opening from somewhere else, even if it gives the other side a slightly heavy blow? Otherwise aren't we signing up this time to be cannon fodder for someone? What Principal Sue didn't know was that in the eyes of the other military districts, the students from the Star Military Academy went up there really just to be cannon fodder. Zorn looked at the videotape and couldn't help but frown. Principal Sue, you will be leading 5,000 students to the mountains by then. It's equivalent to a synthesized brigade. If we do a better job on the equipment, and also the firepower configuration, coupled with the power of science and technology, to clarify the opponent's firebase in advance, and then focus our firepower on attacking it, it might have a miraculous effect, but on the premise that the opponent will expose the firebase to the public. According to the video reflections of these 2 hours, the firebase of the Vermilion Bird Military Palace is very flexible. He can shift in very quickly, and his arrangement location is also very tricky, often in places we can't imagine. Oh, there's really nothing else to do, is there? There's another way. This military drill you, Principal Sue, said that we're going into the mountains at a later stage. By then the troops left behind are estimated to still be 7 or 8, leaving out the 4 major military houses. There are at least 3 more regular armies in the mountains. If we're lucky, we can still unite with the other troops and take down one of them first. At least we'll have our war chests covered. If I remember correctly, the old man himself stipulated that no other armies could be united in the middle of a military exercise. After Su-ran whispered, he then murmured and laughed, but if after going up the mountain, then it's not up to him, all the rules are set by me. The next time, Su-ran hypothesized a few more scenarios with Zorn, but he knew full well that the script for the military exercise 3 months later would never follow their current hypothesis. Let's just say that we'll learn from this Zorn guy first, and then we'll improvise when it's time to go up the mountain. Soon the time came to afternoon. The afternoon session was the first time the rookies at Star Military Academy began practicing on the combat course. All departments will be in this will focus on learning all kinds of artillery. This is Su-ran personally designated. Each department freshman this course is mandatory. Of course, for many rookies, this course is also very appealing. Many people rush over to help set up the site without resting after lunch. But in fact, to be frank, they want to touch and learn more about the various artillery. Chapter 77 Principal Sue took the place of the parents in the rookie's heart. Su-ran also ate lunch early and directly came to the artillery training room with Secretary Zhao and the 2 of them to observe. There are 5 teachers in charge of explaining the artillery course, and more than 10,000 students certainly can't all sit in one classroom. So after the division of classes by the Academic Affairs Office, each artillery course is taught by 5 teachers at the same time in 5 huge practical training classrooms. Star Military School's practical training classrooms are each terribly large, like an auditorium lecture hall, can accommodate more than 2,000 people. In addition to the practical training classrooms, there are artillery sites, as well as artillery observation area, and even high-tech large-screen artillery drill launch. This means that all students will be able to be present and experience the firing of artillery firsthand. At present there is a wide variety of artillery in the international arena, but we can categorize them according to their conventional use, into suppression artillery, anti-aircraft artillery, and anti-tank artillery, according to their ballistic characteristics, into curved fire artillery, and flat fire artillery, and according to their movement, into towed artillery, self-propelled artillery, and vehicle-mounted artillery. Su-ran entered the first classroom, heard the instructor's explanation inside, and also couldn't help but stay at the back door to listen. The instructor for this lesson was Su-ran's old comrade in arms, who used to be the company commander of the artillery company, but had an extremely good relationship with Su-ran. At the very front of the practical training classroom was parked a PG-99 twin-barreled 35mm anti-aircraft gun that he'd gotten as a favor from another unit. All the rookies attracted were all staring ahead, seeing as how everyone is interested in this anti-aircraft gun within our classroom. Let me introduce you to it. The PG-99 twin-barrel 35mm anti-aircraft gun, of ultra-high-pressure bullets self-tightening body tube left-right juxtaposition construction, is equipped with KDC-type twin-guide air-operated automatics with automatic breech lubrication system and compressible liquid breech buffer.
and the left and right guns are fitted with independent spring-loaded hydraulic floating anti-recoilers,
which are mounted between the rocker frame and the tailgate box of the gun.
He has a theoretical rate of fire of 550 rounds per minute from a single barrel and is armed with grenades,
tracer grenades,
Tracer's semi-armor-piercing grenades, armor-piercing stripped rounds and training rounds, with Tracer's semi-armor-piercing grenades capable of penetrating 40 mm thick vertical armor at 1,000 meters and armor-piercing stripped rounds capable of penetrating 90 mm thick vertical armor at 1,000 meters.
At this moment,
all the rookies in the entire classroom had all been mesmerized by listening. Although these specialized words and data are still a bit difficult for them to understand,
many of them have been desperately trying to record. If in other courses, people would never have such a high level of enthusiasm,
but now all the rookies were watching with immense seriousness,
and many of them were constantly writing notes down below or recording them with a tape recorder.
Su Ran didn't leave, but leaned against the doorway to continue listening to the lecture.
Next to him,
Secretary Zhao wanted to go and find a chair for Su Ran to move over, but was rejected by Su Ran.
Just like that, for the entire 45 minutes,
Su Ran stood at the back and listened very carefully.
It wasn't until the end, when everyone was getting out of class and ready to leave,
that anyone realized Su Ran was still standing at the door.
Principal Su is here. I actually noticed earlier.
Principal Su was just in class.
Holy, then wouldn't Principal Su be in the back with us for a class?
The students were all very happy to hear the arguments. I didn't expect to be accompanied by Principal Su on my first day of class.
The crowd all stood up excitedly and automatically saluted Su Ran. Su Ran also smiled and said, "Everyone don't be polite. Just move around, relax well in class,
and listen carefully in class. I see that everyone listened very attentively in this class. It's really very gratifying, and we have to keep this concept in the future as well.
Okay, Principal Su.
We'll be sure to listen carefully.
Principal Su, we definitely won't let you down."
Seeing that the students were more excited than one another,
Su Ran also smiled and greeted the crowd. At the moment,
he didn't have the majesty of the first 2 days of training, and what he did have was a very affable face. It had to be said that this Su Ran guy really did pinpoint the psychology of this group of rookies very accurately as well.
First give you a scary and majestic image, and then give you an affable and kind image,
so that all the rookies will have a more three-dimensional Principal Su in their hearts.
Coupled with the system,
it was a direct result of this group of rookies deeply worshipping themselves.
Inside the crowd,
the 3 living treasures of the honorable department were among them, and Imabi wiped her tears and said excitedly,
"It's so touching. What kind of divine and good principal is Principal Su,
that he personally accompanied us to listen to the lessons and encouraged us so much.
I grew up. For the first time I felt that the school would be so warm. I don't know why. Principal Su was so fierce 2 days ago,
but I still feel so happy when I see him now. I can't hate him at all."
Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. What makes you hate Principal Su?
Principal Su, that's also for our sake.
If it wasn't for his teaching, the 3 of us would still be decadent at home right now.
We should be grateful to Principal Su. It's because of him that we were able to win the award,
and also get the affirmation from our parents on. At this moment,
the mentality of the 3 living treasures unexpectedly changed radically. They even secretly swore already in their hearts that they would also work very hard in their next study, and only in this way could they stand up to the Principal Su in their hearts.
Well,
even Su Ran didn't realize that he had even managed to surpass their parents in the minds of these rookies without even realizing it.
Principal Su.
The instructor also hurried over to greet Su Ran.
Su Ran laughed. "Lu Lian, the speech is really good. Just now couldn't help but listen to a lesson. A little like when just arrived in the army, that feeling. Ha ha, then I still have to work hard. After so many years, surprisingly there's not much progress. It's still the same feeling as back then."
Su Ran smiled helplessly.
"It felt just fine back then. Lu Lian, just keeping it like this has been very good.
I'm sure this group of rookies will learn."
"That's really true. It's the first time I've seen a rookie who will study so hard. It's weird. Then it must be that you lectured with interest and attracted them to it. So you prepare for the next classes and I'll check out the other classes." "Okay, Principal Su. Don't call me Principal Su. Call me Su." "That won't work. This is military school, not the army,
and you're my superior now." Su Ran knew that it was still because of the system's enchantment that these old comrades' feelings towards him had changed a lot, but there was no way around it. For the sake of the rise of the military school, President Su still had to look at the big picture. Next, Su Ran observed the artillery courses in several other practical training classrooms. It was basically surprisingly consistent and all the rookies listened very carefully.
Next to him, Secretary Zhao couldn't help but sigh. "It's amazing.
These students are so focused on their lessons.
It's the first time I've encountered it." Su Ran smiled without saying anything. He was already ready to give this group of rookies in the morning in the ideological education class. If this process is followed, then the rookies at the Star Military Academy will all take a quantum leap forward. The military show in 3 months is still tough, but there is hope. Chapter 78, gradually rolling up the rookies. China time, 8 o'clock in the evening. After a day of cultural education, plus 2 hours of physical fitness training in the afternoon, all the rookies just finished their dinner and went back inside the dormitory for the best thing of the day. Wash up, go to bed, go to sleep. Ashiet, I don't want to move. I wouldn't want to open my eyes right now even if there was a model stripped naked in front of me. Lu Dafei returned to the dormitory and directly lay on the bed in dirty clothes. Several roommates in the dormitory were also exhausted to the dogs, one after another lying on the bed only to feel weak. That's when Young Hoon ran over from the next dormitory with his record book. Come on Fei, show me the contents of your recorder today. Zhang Sun's family is average, so the recorder cannot afford to buy. Or Lu Dafei. The guy took the recorder today and the course recorded a lot, but he recorded it purely as a pretense and didn't even bother to learn about it after school during the week, except to study it in class. It's inside my shirt pocket. Go find it yourself. Not that I'm saying, you kids are studying at this point. You're not crazy, are you? What the hell do you know? If you don't study properly now, when the time comes to let you practice, your artillery won't even know where to load. And don't you forget that the teacher has set a task today. I'm going to blow up. I'm too tired to even get up right now. What's there to learn? Let me sleep first. I'll get up in a bit and read it. One more piece of good news for you. Don't forget that today is only the first day of a very basic cultural course. Starting tomorrow, the instructors of all 11 of our faculties are going to open up their specialized courses, and we, as disciples of the chief instructor, will we be in for a treat then? Asterisk 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 you don't say. You say, I feel like I could get up and run 2 laps right now. Today seems happier than tomorrow again. At this moment, several other people in the dormitory also looked up to the sky inside. Only Young Hoon sighed, however, went back inside the dormitory happily with the recorder. In the dormitory next door in the honored faculty building, the 3 living treasures of Shaoqiba also returned to the dormitory and lay very languidly on the bed. But the trio had just laid down before they could fall asleep when they were awakened by the dormitory, the last of their roommates, because the guy was actually squatting in the restroom with an artillery course presentation playing outside his computer. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhang Wei, are you going to die? You don't sleep at night. You give us lessons? The last roommate, Zhang Wei, sat on the toilet in aggravation. 3 big brothers, I don't want to but tomorrow's class the teacher is going to check the memorization record. If I can't memorize it, when the teacher remembers it, it will be difficult for me to graduate. So you guys just do me a favor. When the 3 of them heard this, they all fell helplessly silent. Shaoqiba, why don't we go down and learn for a while too? Go down my ass. He's making so much noise. You can hear him even when he's lying in bed. Follow the back. Don't say anything. We can't let this kid sneak roll alone. We're the ones who got the medallion too. So how can we let him get ahead of it? What do you guys mean? If I don't have a medal, I won't learn? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm going to learn too, and I'm going to learn better than all of you. Next time the medal will be mine. After saying this, Nima Bai directly jumped off the bed, lying on Zhang Wei's computer, and looked at it very seriously. On the other side, in the girls' dormitory building, as the final elimination was completed, there were less than 3,000 girls left, so they were all placed in 2 nearby dormitory buildings. Moreover, the dormitories of the Star Military Academy gave very high specifications to the girls. Each dormitory was a 2-roomed dormitory, and the boys' dormitory was a 4-roomed dormitory. It can't be helped. After all, there are fewer people, and it goes a long way toward allowing the girls' side to experience the only advantage of military school. At this time, Li Ying and a girl from the same department were in the dormitory and had just returned from a shower. The other didn't want to study anymore and just lay down on the bed to rest. Li Ying, however, turned on her own small desk lamp and continued to lie down on the table to start reviewing today's knowledge. It was as if there was a completely inexhaustible amount of energy in her for this skinny girl. The same scene happened to Jejia Lu of the Department of Law Enforcement. This girl's studies are even more hopelessly insane. In Ryu Jiajia's case, her ultimate goal is to surpass Li Ying. So since the training course isn't as good as you, I'll use the study course to beat you. But what she doesn't realize is that while she's trying to get better, her opponent may be trying even harder than she is. In this way, the start of the first day of the cultural program at the Star Military Academy made a huge change in the mindset of many people. The students over here are struggling. On the other hand, Principal Su was also studying late at night. After the Vermilion Bird Military House's video was finished,
He took out the other documents from that mysterious old friend and began to study the battle plans of the other 3 military houses.
At this time, Secretary Zhao walked in with coffee, and after the coffee was put down, she didn't go yet, but stood back looking at Su Ran with great concern. "What are you doing if you're not leaving?" "I'm not going back to the dorm tonight. Just unlock the office door for me," Secretary Zhao whispered. "It's not much. It's just that there are a few media outlets that want to interview you, and I wanted to ask if there's any time."
"Nope. Haven't had time in the last 3 months to tell them all to off."
Secretary Zhou nodded helplessly, but didn't leave yet. The construction site is progressing very well. After the bonus was issued, many units have started to work overtime, and according to what the various managers in charge have said, it's expected to be completed a month ahead of schedule is no problem. Su Ran said without looking back. "Let them continue to work hard. Money is not a problem. As long as they finish the project for me as soon as possible and within the qualifying quality, their bonuses will only get bigger and bigger." Yet the question ended, and Secretary Zhou still hadn't left. Su Ran couldn't help but look back. "Anything else?" "No. No more." Secretary Zhao hurriedly shook her head. "Just wanted to remind you to go to bed earlier and not stay up late. Get out of here if you're okay." Su Ran waved his hand, completely not giving Secretary Zhao the chance to say more next. "Hey, it can't be helped. How can the charm sometimes be unstoppable?" From the office, a shameless sigh came from Principal Su. Outside the door, Secretary Zhao, on the other hand, was still trying to think of what else he could report on lately so that he could go in and spend some more time with Su Ran. A few moments later, Secretary Zhao dialed Director Li, who was in charge of the research site. "Hey, Director Li, make a site detail schedule as soon as possible. I'll read it and report it to Principal Su." He's still not too happy with the construction plan and wants to speed it up again. After hanging up the phone, Secretary Zhao once again called Director Liu of the teaching department as well. "Director Liu? Principal Su wants a copy of the schedule for the next month." "Yes, you make it as soon as possible and send it inside my mailbox." At the end of the day, Secretary Zhao even called both the logistics department side, just to be able to create more opportunities for myself tonight. Unbeknownst to him, Principal Su's mind was not on this at all, because all these things reported by Secretary Zhao were all dismissed by Su Ran with a single sentence. "You watch. P.S. Brothers, free gifts to help go a wave. Not much recent gains. The heart-cold immediately climax will come. Padding 2 chapters, the military exercises will begin." Chapter 79, Passionate Speech. System unlocks new achievements. The following morning, Su Ran stretched and walked out of the office. At this time, in the next dormitory, Secretary Zhao also walked out with a black eye. Su Ran couldn't help but smile when he saw this look on her face. "Go back to bed. You have the day off today," Secretary Zhao said breathlessly. "Thank you, Principal Su, but I have work to do. Yesterday, I found a whole bunch of things to do on my own in order to create opportunities. I didn't expect that in the end." Su Ran's sentence of "you look after it," the work all became Secretary Zhao's own. There was no other way. The poor Secretary Zhao could only work overtime in the office to write various proposals. And in the end, without realizing it, it was dawn. Su Ran didn't say much at this time, but waved his hand helplessly. He had to go and teach the rookies a lesson this morning, so he couldn't delay. Soon, Su Ran brought the exhausted Secretary Zhao to the school playground. By now it was 6 o'clock and all the students had assembled and started to gather in the playground. After more than a month of intensive training, the freshmen have long become accustomed to these daily creations. But when everyone saw President Su at the lectern today, they all instantly became very energized. After all the departmental freshmen had assembled, Martinez finished his debriefing in front of Su Ran. It was only at this time that Su Ran held onto the railing and looked at the crowd with an incomparably serious face. "Yesterday was everyone's first day of class, and I've been hearing that a lot of people have already backed out, right?" "That's right. Our Star Military School's curriculum is indeed more strictly formulated than many military schools, and it can even catch up with the devilish curriculum you had during your high school years. But I want to ask you, you are going to graduate from the school as a soldier in the future. If you have not learned your skills and built yourselves up to be iron-blooded warriors, will you be able to take up the responsibility of protecting your family and defending your country?" For a month of intensive training, you were able to persevere, but now that you are placed in the classroom to start lessons, you can't persevere, and many of you even wander off, sleep, and play with your cell phones during the lessons, completely disrespecting the professor's teaching time. Who do you think you can stand up to with this? Do you think this is worthy of your 1-month training? Can you be worthy of your instructors? Can you be worthy of your parents who came to visit you a few days ago? Just 3 days ago, the 4,000 students who trained with you were eliminated and left this place. Many of them came here with full blood, But because of negligence on the way to training they lost the opportunity, and in the end they let you have the ones who stayed behind. But you didn't cherish this opportunity at all, and you're even degenerating. Looking up to the live broadcast for a whole month. Each of you freshmen of the Star Military Academy has become a praised freshman in the outside world and a role model for many. But now, if you still can't wake up but are prepared to waste 3 years of your time here, and in the end, you still want to mix up a military rank, then let me tell you, there's no such thing as a good thing under the sky. Starting from next month, every month, Star Military School will conduct a monthly examination. If any one of the 3 major items of practical training results, cultural results, and daily training results fails, no matter who it is, there is no negotiation, and they will immediately be dissuaded from the school. The moment Principal Sue's words came out, everyone's hearts tightened, feeling that there was once again a terrible tightening spell on their heads. The last time I felt this way was during my monthly exam last month. I thought that when that monthly test was over, the school would stop being so horrible. However, he didn't expect Principal Sue to issue such an order again, directly causing many students to secretly cry out inwardly. But many people were even more suppressed in their hearts with a nameless anger that was ignited by Principal Sue, because every word of Principal Sue spoke to their hearts. A lot of them are just ready to start swinging for the fences after they pass the monthly test and have a perfect 3 years. However, just now, Sue Rant's words had once again lit a bright light in the hearts of these rookies. It had to be said that every time Principal Sue spoke, all of them would give this group of freshmen a nameless motivation. This motivation immediately translates into action and allows this group of students to begin to fully engage in their studies. Damn, I think I cried again from what Principal Sue said. I should have squinted my eyes in the sand, or else I shouldn't have wept so much. Damn, I can't believe I didn't listen properly in class yesterday. I swear I'll study hard from today on. I used to think that studying was a painful thing, but after being told this by Principal Sue, why do I always feel that studying is suddenly so happy? The freshmen were in the crowd below, each whispering, but in any case, they had a very powerful idea of learning in their minds at this point. Study hard and live up to expectations. Study hard and live up to expectations. In the crowd, I don't know who started shouting first. Immediately after that, the voice was like a wave, and kept starting to cry out among the tens of thousands of people. Vaguely, it could be seen that Jiang Sun, Li Ying and the others seemed to be shouting the highest. Everyone's face reddened, as if in this way they were expressing their inner unwillingness to Principal Sue. On the lectern, Sue Rant's purpose of the speech had been achieved, and a trace of a satisfied smile finally appeared in his eyes. At the side, Secretary Zhao, who was already completely devoid of essence, was gleaming at the man next to her, as if at this moment, Sue Rant's figure had kept pulling up and became the one she admired the most. And around the playground, all the practical training instructors were already accustomed to Principal Sue's lecture. Only the professors who had just arrived were watching the scene with their eyes wide open in disbelief. For the first time, I saw that the students had all become so eager to learn. It's unbelievable. Principal Sue's speech wasn't a chicken blood shot at all. It was a hormone shot, and it actually made the students' essence become so voluminous. I saw it on the live broadcast 2 days ago. I didn't expect to be able to experience it now at the scene. Principal Sue really deserves to be a soulful figure in Star Military School. These words directly make the students' mindset change. The most important thing in a school is the spirit. Obviously, the Star Military Academy now has brought out this essence. The proud Principal Sue still couldn't let up at this point, but continued to pull a face and waved his hand. Keep training. After saying this, accompanied by Secretary Zhao, he left the playground without looking back, leaving only the rookies with incomparable inner surges. One by one, they secretly swore in their hearts that in the next period of time, they would definitely study hard and definitely not let their families, not let Principal Sue down. Unbeknownst to them, Principal Sue was immersed in his own system at this time. With that speech just now, Sue Rant's influence had actually directly increased by 50,000 points. That's right, with 10,000 students and instructors. It's amazing how this speech soared several times its impact. It was enough to see that the speech was very gold. Congratulations to the host. Your influence has quadrupled in just 5 minutes. The system unlocks a new achievement for you, the talking golden mouth, and rewards you with a super military school future technology item, an advanced intelligent nanobot. Chapter 80, Invincible Nanobots of the Future Battlefield. At this time, Sue Ran, who was originally walking in front of Secretary Zhao, instantly braked his footsteps after hearing the system voice. The Secretary Zhao, who was lost in thought at the back, also didn't break her footsteps, and directly bumped into Sue Ran's back, and the little girl who was in pain covered her head inwardly, both aggrieved and shy, but thinking that it was the front that was his own worshipful Principal Sue.
Secretary Zhao still adjusted his mind and hurriedly said,
"I'm sorry, Principal Su." Su ran, however, did not answer her.
Standing in place had long since been fully devoted to the new items rewarded by the system. Super intelligent nanobots, the meter-level size allows them to easily hide in a variety of environments. Whether they are scattered with the wind and mixed into the air, or attached to the surface of the object, it is difficult to be detected by conventional means. Each nanobot is equipped with an extremely advanced high-definition camera, capable of capturing ultra-clear images and videos, even in the microlight, complex electromagnetic interference and other harsh environments, but also can work stably, providing users with accurate battlefield intelligence. Intelligent nanobots also have the following functions. Free combination. A large number of nanobots can be quickly combined together according to the instructions, connected to each other through a special electromagnetic force to realize the free transformation of the form, and they are able to combine and change into human-like objects to attack. Intelligence reconnaissance. With its ultra-micro size and high-definition camera function,
the nanobot can silently infiltrate into enemy positions and collect intelligence in all directions. Interference and destruction. Nanobots can drill into the interior of the enemy's electronic equipment and weapons systems, and by releasing special electromagnetic pulses or destroying key circuits, interfere with and destroy the operation of the enemy's equipment. Medical rescue. Nanobots can also play the role of medical rescue.
They can rely on their tiny and sterile bodies to enter the body of the injured,
repair damaged tissues and organs, remove germs and toxins in the body,
and speed up the recovery of the injured.
When a series of functions were introduced,
Su Ran had been completely dumbfounded in place.
What the hell is a robot? This is simply an essential weapon on the battlefield of the future. Not only can they fight, but they can also engage in intelligence, sneak attacks, and even rescue. Such a perfect intelligent nanobot, if it could really be made, it would definitely be the signature work of the Star Military Academy's Research Institute.
Soon, Su Ran saw the relevant drawings of the nanobots within the system space.
Su Ran couldn't hold back his excitement,
and hurriedly let the driver drive to send himself back to the office immediately. He now wants to immediately devote himself to it, and study this nanobot properly.
Soon, Su Ran returned to the office,
and Secretary Zhao also made her a cup of coffee, leaving Su Ran alone in the office sitting quietly on the chair.
A few moments later, there was a large pile of extra drawings on the table. The drawings were as tall as a writing table, each the size of a bed sheet, and densely covered with text and specialized pictures. Half an hour later, Su Ran took a deep breath and picked up the phone with a slightly happy face.
"Hey,
Wei, Brother Su, why did you think of calling me? It can't be that your military school wants to expand and you want me to find someone to take over the land again? No, this time it's not about the land. I want to get something high-tech. Do you kid have any access? Brother Su, aren't you mocking me? In China's current major industries,
although my technology is not good,
but my news is certainly the most comprehensive. You have what you want to know. Directly ask me on the line."
"Well, of course, you do not ask me about things in the army. I retired from the army for many years, and never dare to go to sell that inside the news."
"Okay, do you know what industries in China currently can help make the following things? Listen up and on. Nanoscale semiconductor materials, high-strength composite materials, biocompatible materials, artificial intelligence algorithms, miniature cameras, miniaturized processors, and battery technology. All of these. Are there any companies that can help me make them?"
Su,
you are switching to the technology industry? I haven't heard much about these things. Don't talk nonsense. Can you find it?
I know a lot of materials and technology in the country are just starting out, but the foreign side seems very mature.
But I only want to find in the country,
and is a number of companies to cooperate with the kind of these materials to be separated.
Do not look for a company, do you understand? Understood, Brother Su. I will definitely be attentive to your matter. In this way, you make a list of those things just now, and write down any requirements. I will give you a reply tomorrow.
Good,
the sooner the better, you know?
I'll give you a sum of money when the time comes so you boys can go abroad and relax properly.
I know you like to go to a country. Ahem, Brother Su.
On this point of hobby,
you are still clear. Have it. I immediately give you work. After hanging up the phone,
Su Ran immediately sent the things and techniques that he needed just now to Xiao Wei. And then he himself once again threw himself on top of these drawings in front of him.
Those things that were just sent away were just a small part of the nanobots. Su Ran understood that at the moment, his institute was not established, so nothing could be carried out.
But he was desperate to get this nanobot made. So Su Ran thought of a way to do the basic part of the nanobots first.
The most basic part is the basic form of the nanobot, as well as its basic functions, including agility, running, high-definition cameras, and electromagnetic effects all brought on. According to Su Ran's prediction, the current domestic companies will be able to do this step. And there are still several large companies cooperating with each other. After the completion of Su Ran's side of the personal assembly with people, this way down, Su Ran only commissioned these companies to design and produce these equipment according to the drawings, and did not leak the drawings of the nanobots to them. So that's why Saran is only looking for domestic companies and not foreign companies. And why was President Su in such a hurry to put nanobots on the agenda at this moment, instead of waiting for his own research institute to be established? That was of course Su Ran's own selfishness. As long as this nanobot was successfully developed, it could then be put into the military exercises 3 months later. Well, of course, it's just the Star Military Academy that can use it. Other troops don't know it exists yet. Even the basic nanobots can provide high-definition vision on the battlefield, do reconnaissance and sneak attack work, and even destroy some radar detection equipment. By then, the rookies of the Star Military Academy would still be able to have a fight against the strong and indestructible 4 military mansions. At that thought, Principal Su craned his neck and stood up in great spirits. Damn, the research institute is still too slow. Secretary Zhao, get me in here. Chapter 81, the cooperative company found its way to the head of the students' parents? Secretary Zhao felt aggrieved, having been reprimanded by Principal Su in the middle of the night. She hadn't dared to breathe a word while in the office, but it was only when she was out of the office that she reacted. Seems wrong. His current job is a secretary, not the supervisor of the Research Institute project. Why should I be blamed for the slow progress of the research project? Besides, it's only been a month. The Research Institute project has already completed the foundation part. This speed is already ranked in China. How can it still be considered slow? Phew, don't dare to get angry. I can't get angry in front of Principal Su. Secretary Zhao calmed himself and then told Director Liu, who was the supervisor of the research project, about Su Ran's reprimand. At this moment, Director Liu was also full of confusion. The morning is not still good to praise their own it. This how the afternoon began to train on. There is no way. Director Liu had to meet with the construction team overnight, asked to continue to add people, continue to add machinery, continue to improve according to the bonus system. Must once again will be the progress of the project to enhance up. For the movements of these people under his command, Principal Su completely ignored them. His main concern now was how to get the nanobot manufacturers together as soon as possible. After contacting his friend who was a godly man, Su Ran once again mobilized his connections to find a few comrades to help. These people were all trusted, so Su Ran didn't worry about them leaking the news. Besides, even if they leaked it wouldn't be of much use. With all these technologies and levels, who could know that he was going to make a nanobot that amazing? All in all, it was a sleepless night. Until the next day, when the rookies all started their 5-kilometer cross-country. Principal Su hadn't come out of his office yet. The anxious Secretary Zhao knocked at the office door and was just about to barge in. The door was opened at this time, and the drawings inside had already been received by Su Ran inside the space. Prepare the car. I'm going out. Secretary Zhao hurriedly nodded. Okay. Just now, his talismanic friend Wei called. More than half of the manufacturers on last night's list have been found. And there is currently one more in Skyhaven. So Su Ran planned to go over and see the situation for himself. Soon, Su Ran's exclusive SUV drove out from the Star Military Academy. This time, Secretary Zhao didn't come along, and it was Su Ran who personally drove the car out. After all, this research on nanobots can't be exposed now. These manufacturers he found were only able to make small parts. 10 minutes later, the super-fast SUV stopped at the entrance of a company called Tianhe Company outside the suburbs of Tianhe City. Tianhe is a very famous nano half-pipe material company in China. He is also the first company in the world to promote the large-scale application of carbon nanotubes to the lithium-ion battery industry, and ranked first in the carbon nanotubes field in terms of market share. The security guard at the gate let Su Ran's car in after some verification. Before coming, Xiao Wei had already helped Su Ran contact the old president of Tianhe. It must be said that the magical way is indeed well connected. In just one night, 4 companies were found and all were booked and contacted. Tianhe City side is Su Ran personally come over to see. Other manufacturers, is in Su Ran telephone contact, video conference, when the time will also send people over to discuss some details with Su Ran. Principal Su, long time no see. Su Ran had just parked his car when he saw a middle-aged man wearing glasses and a few of his men coming over to greet him. Hello Mr. Xiao, I'm bothering you this early in the morning. The middle-aged man Mr. Xiao hurriedly shook hands with Su Ran and smiled. Principal Su is too polite. Knowing that you are going to come, I specially called all the important personnel of the company to the meeting. I learned from your friend's side that you are very anxious about your matter, so we will go directly to the office to talk. The others will be waiting in the conference room. As long as we talk, they will immediately be able to manufacture a set of feasible programs for Principal Su. We will strive to manufacture what you want in the fastest possible time. I like people like you, Mr. Xiao, who are straight to the point. Su Ran also smiled and then went upstairs with Mr. Xiao. A few minutes later, Mr. Xiao took a small half of Su Ran's drawings and finished reading them, and then nodded his head with great sigh. Fantastic, really fantastic. I have always felt that our company's designers have been the top of the domestic. I did not think that there is such a powerful design in the country. President Su, you see, you give me this design inside. This piece of the foundation parts, all the line direction, as well as the miniature foundation structure are all clear and unparalleled. If all the materials of our factory, all are to take such a drawings, if all the materials in our factory are refined and produced with such drawings, our speed and quality will definitely be the top in the country. Su Ran smiled with a flat face. Mr. Xiao mused, then can the basic parts on this drawing be produced? There are some flaws in some of the technology, but we'll do our best and the feasibility is great. Good. Then I'm counting on Mr. Xiao. Time is running out. I want to see the finished product within a month, and it's going to be mass-produced by then. It's best if you can produce thousands of sets for me, or even the more the better. Thousands of sets in a month. This, funding issues Mr. Xiao do not have to worry about. I will immediately let the financial to you will be the first batch of production deposit over. If Mr. Xiao think it is feasible, we can immediately sign the contract. After saying this, Su Ran directly took out the already printed contract from his arms. The other party, Mr. Xiao, is also a fastidious person, and after briefly looking at the contract, he directly signed it with Su Ran. The core part of the nanobot is solved, and the next part is the manufacturer of the other parts. It was almost as if Su Ran had just come out of Tianhe Company and Xiao Wei was happily reporting to him. Fortunately, Principal Su, all the manufacturers have been all set, and there is also a manufacturer is your student's parents. The other party heard that it is Principal Su to cooperate with him, without saying a word, directly agreed. I think you will receive a call from the other party immediately. Thanks bro, with brother I polite what before in the army you helped me so much. I have long taken you as a brother. What is the matter? Continue to find me. Do not talk to me polite words anon. And my account last night more than a sum of money is certainly your. I have given you back. If again to call over, do not blame the brother turned face. You kid, you don't even want your hard-earned money, do you? The man who is stuck in the money pile has become so polite. To what hard-earned money? Next year enrollment you sue principal to my nephew to keep a place on the line. When the time comes to let him also go to be your students. Ha ha ha, okay, next year. We'll let him come directly, but it's up to his own ability to stay. I don't care about these. I'm still busy here. Hang up anon. After the two hung up, Su Ran continued to drive back to school. I did get a call from a student's parent on the way. Hello Principal Su. I'm Fan Jin from the Guangqing Camera Factory Company, and I'm also the parent of Fan Zai from your school's GUE department. Chapter 82. It turns out that Principal Su's name can also be discounted. Hello, Mr. Fan. Principal Su. Things I know. You can rest assured. Our factory researchers are now next to me. If you are convenient and I open the video, I let them immediately research on your design drawings. And you can rest assured that all things are absolutely confidential. We have absolute industry standards and professionalism. Please rest assured Principal Su. Thank you Mr. Fan. I'll be right back to discuss this with you. 10 minutes later, Su Ran's SUV appeared on campus again. Under the office building, Secretary Zhao had already run downstairs on her heels to report. Principal Su, the research and construction team has once again deployed additional manpower on their side, and they have assured that they will also speed up the schedule. So please don't worry, Principal Su. Su Ran parked the car and threw the keys to Secretary Zhao, saying as he walked, you continue to follow up. I'm busy with other things during this time. Anything else? I can help with. Looking at Su Ran who ran up the stairs, Secretary Zhao whispered behind him, then murmured to himself, is there something I didn't do well enough? Principal Su doesn't believe me anymore. At this moment, Su Ran didn't bother with Secretary Zhao's small mind. After returning to his office, he immediately used the large projection screen to video conference with Fan Jin's side. President Su, our scientific research team of people analyzed some of your this nano-level micro HD camera we are also trying. Before the internal structure is very confused. Also do not know how to deal with. But your this drawing appeared. Instantly let them all fetched. You rest assured. This nano-level micro camera, we immediately put into production for your production. Su Ran nodded happily. Great. Thank you Mr. Fan. President Su you are polite. Should say thank you as me. You provide such a professional design drawings. Later on our production are also a very great progress and you can rest assured that our factory is and the National Military Industrial Enterprises have a contract. These drawings and designs we will be all aspects of confidentiality, including the end of the design and production of this time. All the personnel all will sign the most strict confidentiality agreement. Please rest assured. Good. Then I will trouble Mr. Fan. The next production if you can. The progress will be accelerated. I want to have at least thousands of pieces within a month, and the more the better. The funds you do not have to worry about. I will send you an electronic document. The amount of money inside to fill in casually. President Sue. This is out of place. This cooperation I only charge you 10% of the basic production material costs. The other I excess don't want. Is your last. Want to let President Sue pay more attention to my son. Not. Sue Principal, you don't misunderstand. I don't have that aspect of the meaning. My son is very fond of being a soldier. Also like the military aspect, but he has always been very interested in researching things. I know that there will be aspects of the army in the position. I hope that Sue Principal can help to encourage him. I understand. Don't worry Mr. Fan. Star Military Academy will be committed to every student's dream. If I remember correctly, last time your son Fans I even won an award. Such an outstanding cadet. I will pay more attention to it. Ha ha, then I'm relieved. I'll let all the factories start working overtime for the next production thing, and definitely won't delay your stuff. Principal Sue. The two of them chatted briefly for a few more sentences, and after hanging up the phone, Sue Ran couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. I didn't realize that being a school principal had gradually broadened my network in this area. As for the Sun Fan's eye that Fan Jean had just mentioned, he had already known where the boy should go. No doubt it's the location of the research center. Now, although the research institute had not been built, Sue Ran had long ago asked people to start searching for such talents within each department. Yesterday, when he was inspecting, the GUE instructor even debriefed the class with him. Among them, Fan's eye situation got Sue Ran's attention. This guy usually works very hard during training, but in his free time, he also has a special fondness for designing and inventing little playthings. Just walk to the dormitory can be found. Automatic opening and closing curtains, automatic opening and closing the door, get in and out of bed aids. This is said to be imitated by many departments of the students, because just started training that will be everyday little rookie leg pain cannot get into bed. People Fans I directly used 2 wooden sticks and some spring-loaded leather bands to create leg joint aids that were effortless when getting in and out of bed. In addition, there are many tiny inventions inside that guy's dormitory, and even other classes of students will go to Fans I to ask for help whenever they encounter a problem, and as long as you have the need, Fans I will be able to think of all kinds of ways to create it for you. Yesterday when Sue Ran inspected and listened to the culture class, the first thing he noticed was this guy, because all the students listened to the class and fell fast asleep. Only Fans I was listening very attentively. Cultural classes and practical training classes are not yet the same. People like to listen to practical training classes, but many students in cultural classes are just tired from training and definitely don't have much heart. But not Fans I. There is a light in this guy's eyes. So by the time the construction of the Scientific Research Institute was completed, Sue Ran already had the first candidate, and could even give Fan Zhe greater rights. Making him the small director of the Scientific Research Institute was not impossible. These things were behind, and Saran didn't think much about them. In the next few hours, Saran once again received calls from several manufacturers. That's right, before Sue Ran could contact him personally, these manufacturers came over to him on their own initiative. It seemed that under the influence of looking up, the Star Military Academy and Principal Sue's fame did have a considerable impact on him. These manufacturers and Sue Ran's appointment is also very simple and straightforward. After all, they all know the purpose. The next main thing is to talk about whether they can do the job, or the price of the next production. All in all the manufacturers did not Leoneize them, and many of them gave Saran discounts on top of the original ones. Sue Ran also didn't expect that mentioning his name would also be able to get a discount at this time. Until lunchtime, Sue Ran had already contacted all the manufacturers and the contracts were signed. The time given to them all is 1 month. After a month, these manufacturers will all have finished making the parts, and then the rest is assembly. The assembly will definitely require some effort, and Principal Sue will definitely not be able to finish it alone, so he will have to ask for outside help. Director Lu's side is definitely not a problem. This is a military figure, and it's the person that the old man's side arranged for himself, so he can definitely be trusted. What's more, as long as they stay in the Star Military School long enough, then at that time they will also become Principal Sue's personal mercenaries, which is not a matter of whether you are willing or not, but rather, under the influence of the system, a kind of subtle and slow change of mind. By that time, Su Ran would be even less worried about whether or not they would defect. On top of that, Principal Su's next task was to have the 11 departments continue to observe and see if there were any more people like Fan Zai within these tens of thousands of trainees. The nanobots were assembled. Plus the month of frantic study sets. Su Ran was already getting more and more excited about the military exercise 3 months later. Chapter 83, Military Exercise Begins. Chaos in the Porridge? For the next month, the Star Military Academy had completely entered a frantic learning phase. All the rookies seemed to be holding their breath, and after training every day, they dove headfirst within the various courses. And within each department, each instructor accompanies the study on-site every day. You read that right. All the instructors are following suit. The 11 foreign instructors were former mercenaries, and they were highly capable of single-handed individual combat. But it doesn't mean they're awesome at team fighting and leading troops into battle. So these instructors began to make plans for themselves, and during the time that the students were in class, they were also in class. When it came time for their specialty classes, these instructors returned to their classrooms and began their own classes. As for Su Ran's old comrade-in-arms instructors, although they had once also learned this knowledge in the army, but with the excesses of time, many are pretty much forgotten. Unless it's the one you're now specializing in, it would have to be everyone else following the students as well. That's probably the only thing that makes Star Military Academy special. Inside other schools, a teacher may be proficient in just one of his or her specialties, but inside the Star Military Academy, the instructors of each department, all of them were constantly working hard to learn various specialized knowledge, and the instructors from each department sit at the back of the classroom and study, again acting as a kind of watchdog. Imagine having your teacher sit in the back and observe you during your school days. Wouldn't that kind of lesson be one of the most attentive lessons you've ever listened to? Now the students at Star Military Academy are enjoying this every day, every class. I can only say that you can't afford not to study. Of course, also learning was Principal Su. For the past month, he had been rooted in his office every day, working on strategic deployment with Zorn and the various instructors in the morning, and drilling the nanobots by himself in the afternoon, while also keeping in touch with the various manufacturers to get the first news of production. The daily routine was regular, but it had been busy. Secretary Joe hadn't scrutinized her admirer in days. Every day, he wanted to go in and ask Principal Su properly what he had done wrong, but yet every time he just opened his mouth, he was invited out by Su Ran. The aggrieved Secretary Zhao didn't know what to do with herself for a moment. Of course, it's been a month. It's not just the Star Military Academy that's busy. It can be said that the entire country of China's 6 major military regions, the 4 major military houses are all busy, because the once every 3 years military exercise has started this month. All the elite troops have been dragged to a certain mountainous area in China to start the actual combat maneuvers. According to the usual state of affairs, although the 6 military regions all had their own trump card troops, it was still certainly impossible to fight against the 4 major military mansions. This was because the 4 military mansions could be said to be the most powerful forces in the entire country of China, equivalent to the ranks of the ancient imperial guards. Usually for maneuvers they don't even need the elites to make a move. A very basic number of units can beat the other military regions. That's why the 6 military regions don't have much of a mind to fight for the top 4 spots every year, and can only fight for places at the back with the other military regions. Of course, if your troop is powerful and can really give any of the 4 major military houses a heavy defeat, then your fame will skyrocket in the entire Chinese military region. However, it seemed that since the creation of the 4 major military houses, no troop had been able to manage the possibility of hitting them hard. After all, this was the equivalent of the Imperial Guard's troops, so surely it couldn't be that easy for you to be hit hard. At this time in China's Sky City, inside the first-class military headquarters, Elder Su Guotao slowly walked out of the conference room in his military uniform. Get me Su Xiaotian. What does this kid want to do? Just entered the field and set up such a large spectrum, directly on top of the mountain pass position of the 4 major military mansions. Isn't this a clear indication to tell others that the 4 major military mansions can only be moved by him, and no one else can move? Following beside him was the chief of staff who had followed Elder Su for many years. He laughed and said, "This boy Xiaotian's intention is clearly to establish authority, and likewise paving the way for his son who didn't make it into the arena. This is the army, not at home. Get him off his ass immediately and fight his way back up again if he's able, not flaunt his name there." After saying this, the old man once again asked, "Have the strategic deployments of the major military regions and military houses been reported now?" Reporting to General Su, the strategic deployment is still being reported one by one, but the 4 major military houses will keep revising it. It's unavoidable. It's fine. Let them modify whatever they want. What deployment I want to see? The deployment of the 4 major military mansions that's only pleasing to the eye. Unlike those rabbits down there that bounce around every day. Oh yeah.
There's also the strategic deployment of the Star Military School that also gives me a rush.
Didn't the Star Military Academy come in last? Do we need their deployment now? I want it now.
I want to see if the boy has been preparing all this time. Inside the Star Military Academy,
Su Ran laughed as he held the phone. Want our strategic deployment plan? Secretary Fong. Aren't you making things difficult for me? I'm not ready yet. The people haven't even been picked out yet. What to deploy with? It can't be helped.
That's what General Su is saying at the moment. He said he wants to see if you're ready first,
so submit it as soon as you can. I'll be on my side to help you top it off. Okay, thanks Secretary Fong. I'll do it as soon as I can. After hanging up the phone, Su Ran smiled helplessly. This old man strives to see me laugh. Then as you wish. Ahem.
The coughing sound on Principal Su's side had just rung out when Secretary Zhao outside hurriedly knocked on the door.
Principal Su, what's wrong with you? Is there anything wrong? Saran said. Come in and talk.
Secretary Zhao hurriedly pushed open the door, and only slightly relieved when he saw Su Ran sitting on the chair in high spirits.
What for? Is it disappointing to see that I'm okay? No, I didn't.
Secretary Zhao hastily retorted. I was afraid that something would happen to you. That's why I was waiting at the door.
You don't know. You haven't gone out much in this past month. You've been busy inside the office every day. It's really too worrying. Don't worry about me yet.
Go get Zorn and also Martinez for a meeting.
Principal Su, you didn't understand me? Yes.
Waiting for Secretary Zhao to leave,
Principal Su gave the nanobot manufacturers shipping notices he had collected so far a brief spread outlook. Currently all 5 manufacturers had already shipped their products, and over the past month, they had managed to complete the basic parts of the nanobots under Su Ran's urging and encouragement. As of now, only the composite side remains unfinished. This factory was not very mature when it was first selected, but there is no way. In China's domestic, composite material technology is really mature and perfect only a few, unless it was to look inside the military region.
But those kinds of materials were provided to the military. And even though Principal Su had great powers and an uncomplicated background, the other party would definitely not sell him this face. So Su Ran could only reluctantly choose this one. But even if that was the case, in another small half a month, all the materials would all come together. By that time, it was a matter of gathering the elite of the Star Military Academy to begin practicing and proficiency with the nanobots, and targeting their training in preparation for their trip to the mountain in 2 months.
Chapter 84, Strategic Deployment, and Nanobots. Soon, both Zorn and Martinez arrived at the office. You two work together right now to deploy a team of 5,000 and make an entry strategy plan. Can you get it out tonight? Hearing Su Ran's order, the two looked at each other and immediately saluted. Promise to get the job done. However, Principal Su, none of our current candidates have been finalized.
I'm not quite able to make a clear deployment in accordance with our battle plan.
It can only be on paper. It's a bit illusory. If it's a teaching mission it's okay, but if it's for the higher-ups, the other side should feel that we're muddling through. Hearing Zorn's reply, Su Ran said indifferently, it's fine. Just do what you want. Martinez, start preparing to select people tomorrow. 5,000 elites. Right. Go A Department's Fan Z and additionally count me out. I'll be useful. Make some time for him to meet with me. Understood. Principal Su. After the two left, Su Ran once again greeted Secretary Zhao in. Get Director Lu over here. Secretary Zhou also quietly closed the door and walked out. Although he didn't know what Su Ran was up to, Secretary Zhao could tell from Su Ran's eyes that Su Ran was definitely setting up some important task, so Secretary Zhao didn't dare delay at all. In fact, Director Lu was quite aggrieved. He has been in the business for over a decade and has always been treated like a baby in the army. I didn't realize that when I came to Star Military Academy, I became a construction site supervisor. And that's not all. Every day he has to be chased up the ass by Su Ran, the principal. But whenever the work progresses slower, Principal Su is not satisfied. There was nothing to be done. Who let himself be ordered by the old general, and could only stare pitifully at the scene here. Principal Su, you're looking for me. Director Lu was wearing casual clothes and holding a helmet in his hand. No one would have thought that this was the director of a key national research unit. Su Ran nodded and said, sit down. Director Lu, the site is progressing quickly, much faster than expected. Don't worry. In 2 more months, all the exterior work will be finished. Next is the inside, which is expected to be completed in a month. I've never seen such speed. Oh, today we don't talk about engineering things, Director Lu. Su Ran smiled and poured him a glass of water. Director Lu was somewhat flattered and took it. Principal Su, so what are we talking about? Talk about the new program we're developing this time. A new program? Hearing this, Director Lu instantly stood up in excitement. Don't get excited, Director Lu. This project I've recently prepared for the late stage. You bring your people to participate and help assemble it, that's all. Just leave the side to Secretary Zhao. So you guys prepare and participate tomorrow. Su Ran's words undoubtedly stirred up 1,000 waves in Director Lu's heart. He had always thought that this Principal Su with his background was a centerpiece, and the so-called scientific research was all prepared by the top to gild the lily. As for the legendary mysterious invisible tank, it is even more boastful that there is no such thing. Yet at the moment, Director Lu, however, did not expect this Principal Su who only knew how to pursue progress every day. How could he not be shocked by the fact that he had actually come up with a new program that was already in its final steps in secret? Principal Su, are you sure you're not joking? It takes a long time for a new project to be born, to be produced, to be audited already. And you've done nothing and you're already producing? Where are the drawings? Where are the internals? What are the objectives of the project? You have done nothing. Hold it. Director Lu, take it easy. I'm calling you here now to let you help with the final step. Not here for you to raise hell. Su Ran sat on the chair with an incomparably serious expression. Because in his mind, all the steps of the nanobots were all perfect and didn't need to be reviewed at all. It's also all done on its own now to try it out. And it's not like I'm going to hand it over for review right away. Okay. Well, Principal Su, can I see the drawings then? That way I'm mentally prepared as well. Hearing Director Lu's words, Su Ran nodded his head indifferently. You can look at the drawings, but let's say in advance. If you look at the drawings, you have to unconditionally obey my orders and participate in this project. Otherwise, you know the rules of our Chinese country, China's highest military regulations, all of China's scientific research projects, no matter what unit, what level, all have to go through the audit. But before the audit, after the drawings are designed, all the participants have to unconditionally obey the order of secrecy, or will be punished by the law and imprisoned. Director Lu looked at the design drawings. If not involved, is also considered informed personnel, but where he revealed a word to his superiors, has also been considered a leak. Principal Su, I already have no choice. Since I came to Star Military Academy, then I definitely want to stay here in the future as well. To serve you. Su Ran smiled, then bent down and took out a bunch of drawings from the safe. The project drawings simple overview are here. You can simply look at the feasibility of this project. At present all the foundation parts have been fully completed, only waiting for the end of the composite material, when I intend to immediately start assembling, but the men are short of people. Director Lu, your team is the best candidate. Oh yes, by the time I want you to take a few small apprentices. Director Lu took the drawings and said, and take an apprentice. You think it's a folk masonry master? This is a national level research project. Director Lu, this is my order, not a suggestion. Director Lu said helplessly. Okay, I'll look at the drawings first. Just like that, Director Lu took the drawings and sat down on a chair to look at them very urgently. But as he watched, the guy's face changed. He swallowed hard and held the glasses on the bridge of his nose as he hurriedly compared the drawings left and right. Wonderful. Nanoscale intelligent robots, combined with a high-definition camera, and a high-strength composite material. Not only can you combine them at will, but you can also detect sneak attacks, and more importantly, you can add high-intensity electromagnetic effects to them to increase the power of the attacks you carry. Such an interesting setting, and this power that can be utilized on the battlefield with something insignificant. Definitely an unexpected effect for all. What's more crucial is that this thing can also have a surprise effect on top of medical treatment. It's really awesome. Within 5 short minutes, Director Lu held the drawings, directly indulged in. His mouth was chattering in praise, as if he had encountered the most wonderful thing in the world. Su Ran didn't interrupt him, but sat next to him and sipped his water, smiling at this dedicated guy. A full half-hour passed before Director Lu finished looking at all the generalized drawings. At this moment, he slowly raised his head, and a very determined longing appeared in his eyes. Principal Su, let's do this project. Let's absolutely do it and do it well. Because this is a future battlefield killing weapon. He's more terrifying than those airplanes and cannons. He can slowly infiltrate and invade everyone. Chapter 85, 5,000 teams take shape. The beginning of a nightmare. The following morning, Elder Su Guotao's secretary received the strategic deployment plan from Su Ran in his computer. Ahem. Su Ran actually had all of the old man's contact information, but there's no way around it. It's official business now, and it can only go through the secretary. This brat most likely got someone to make a copy overnight and send it over to fool an old man like me. Su Guotao had already guessed his grandson's acting style, but a few moments later, Opening this strategic deployment plan, the old man still read it very carefully. More than enough. More than enough. This kid is capable inside the military academy. Shutting down the computer, the old man began to straighten his clothes, then laughed. It seems that lately he is still prepared in this matter. I hope that this trip into the mountains won't let me down. The secretary helped pick up the briefcase next to him. Principal Sue's talent in the military is still influenced by you and Captain Sue's ground. So don't worry, he'll definitely be able to hit the ground running. Inside the Star Military Academy, Sue Ran did want to make a splash as well, and had already invested a large portion of the Star Military Academy's funds just for this secret weapon. If you don't say that research projects are the most money-consuming, it seems that when the research institute is finished, you will have to grind it out with the old man, and in the future, you will have to fight for more funds for the school. Inside the principal's office, the GUA department instructor slowly walked over with Fan Ziwa in tow. Instructor, why does the principal want to see me alone? The instructor walked ahead and said indifferently, don't ask too many questions. You'll naturally be clear when you go in. Okay, Fan Zai said, still very apprehensive inside. After all, he was about to meet the person he admired the most. Boom boom boom. Enter. Sue Ran's voice sounded inside. The other side. The playground of the Star Military Academy. Chief Instructor Martinez took the list and scanned all the trainees with a cold face. Next, those whose names are red come forth immediately. All of the tens of thousands of rookies yelled out yes. Department of Salaries, Zhang Sun, Lu Dafei, Wang Jingbua, Xu Jia. Swish, swish, swish. As Martinez read each person's name, someone in the line stepped forward. At this point everyone was in a dilemma, not knowing what the chief instructor was going to do by picking them out. But the only thing that was clear to everyone was the knowledge that all these people had good grades in their regular training, studied hard, or, alternatively, existed in some of the brighter everyday performances. Dear Department, Ingli, Kiba Xiao, Baiten Wang, Mabi Ni, Qi Dong Fong. On the honored department's side, everyone had no doubts after hearing Li Ying's name, but when they heard the names of the three Xiao Jiba, their eyes instantly widened again. At this moment, only the three Xiao Kiba themselves understood that their hard training and hard studying over the past month had finally been rewarded with recognition. Although everyone didn't know what they were being picked out to do this time, it was clear to everyone that there was definitely something good or some kind of special mission, because all of the people selected this time around are the best of the best. Damn! For the first time since I was a kid, I've been named with good students. It's so touching. Xiao Kiba stood on the playground and murmured a sentence in a low voice. Next to him, Wang Batden's eyes were also glittering with tears. I can't believe I'm standing on the same starting line as Ingzi. Mom and Dad, did you see that? Well, it's not live now, so you can't see it, but I'm really so happy. Originally, standing here to see the bottom is such a feeling. Since I was a child, for the first time I look at the people below at this angle. Cool, really cool. And I'm by this guy usually like to pretend. Now naturally can't let go of this opportunity. If not in the upright, I'm afraid he would have taken out his cell phone and started taking selfies. At this moment, Li Ying, who was standing next to him, subconsciously distanced himself a bit from these three guys, because she always felt as if these three guys were even more devilish than before. Over the next few hours, Martinez called out the rest of the faculties one by one. Lu Jiajia, Zhang Quan, and Qi Chirui, who won the award last time, were all listed. There was no doubt that these people were already the most elite people in Star Military Academy at the moment. The whole 5,000. Not a single one. All of them stood on the playground with their bodies straight, and Hercules had distanced himself from the rest. All those whose names have been called, start training individually for the next few hours and I will give you a training program and targeted learning objectives. Prepare yourselves. Next is when your real nightmare begins. And don't be proud of those chosen this time. If the rest of the guys outtrain you, you can still be replaced. After Martinez said this, he led the 5,000 men directly to the other side of the playground and began to read to them the program for the next set of training for all of them. First of all, the morning wake-up time, directly an hour earlier. All the physical quality of daily training, from the previous 4 hours, increased to 6 hours. The next is that their basic cultural courses are all cancelled, became a practical training courses. Lu Dafei helplessly said, I thought there was some kind of kudos good thing. Together this is for us to train to death. With this intensity of training coming down, maybe it's a way to get us to take on a real battlefield? Don't you joke. We are students. How could we let undergo the baptism of a real battlefield? Well, you're afraid that you've forgotten those items that Principal Sue assigned to us during the last monthly exam. Which one do you think treats us as students? And you kid don't know, but I'm very clear. During this period, It's China's once every 3 years military drill. The number of people stipulated for the military drill in each military region. It seems to be 5,000 people, so it's very likely that us being elected has something to do with this. No, where did you kid know about this stuff? Could it be that Principal Su really wants us to go and participate in a military exercise with regular troops? The other side. The three Shakiba were happy at first, but after hearing the training program and study plan Martinez had laid out for them, they too were in tears. So it's so hard to be a good student. Why don't we just go and be scum? In the office building of the Star Military Academy, Su Ran tapped on the desktop, and across from him, Fan Zai looked at him with an agitated expression on his face. Principal Su, are you telling the truth? I can really join our school's research institute? Su Ran smiled faintly. When have I ever lied to you guys? No, I don't mean that. I'm just too excited. I didn't think you'd notice me. And it's always been my biggest dream to join a scientific research institute and design our country's own weapons. You don't know that a big part of the reason why I came to join the military academy was so that I could see with my own eyes all those airplanes and cannons inside the school. And when you were in the advertisement for enrollment, it instantly gave me the idea to come here. Chapter 86, I want the best of the best, don't you? Truth be told, your father and I have just recently met and have some business dealings. It was also from his side that I noticed your business. Plus with your instructor's understanding, I realized that your kid is very talented in this aspect of personal research in his usual life. So I called you over to discuss it. Su Ran didn't hide it and directly said what was in his heart. If you agree, in the future, you'll be the only one who won't graduate from the Star Military Academy, because you'll stay here for the rest of your life, contributing to the Star Military Academy and to the scientific research of China. Almost as soon as Su Ran's side finished speaking, Fan Zai on the opposite side saluted excitedly. Principal Su, I'm willing to dedicate my life to the Star Military Academy, to the scientific research cause of China, and don't worry, I'll definitely work very hard to do and learn, and I definitely won't let you down. Looking at this spirited young fellow in front of him, Su Ran couldn't help but smile. Learning is unavoidable. You are now a blank sheet of paper. Next I want to make you this blank sheet of paper filled with densely packed calculation information and ideas. After saying this, Su Ran also slowly stood up and picked up a document from the table and handed it to Fan Zai. This is a personal agreement between the Star Military Academy and you. After signing it, you are a student and a staff member of the Star Scientific Research Institute, and you can still attend school with pay. But the agreement requires that in every program at the Star Military Academy, you have to perform to the best of your ability, and your design participation and production participation must be more than 50% in order to stay, or the agreement will be terminated. Just after Su Ran finished speaking, Fan Zai picked up the pen next to him and signed his big name without even looking at it. Principal Su, as I said, no matter what the consequences, no matter what the treatment, as long as I can participate in the research, I am satisfied. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. When he heard this, Su Ran knew that he hadn't looked at the wrong person. Good. You are free to organize your classes for the rest of the year. But in the last month our school's research institute has a project that needs you to get involved in. You have 2 tasks. The first one is to scout for students who are as talented as you are and interested in getting involved in the institute in your regular studies. And the second task, which is the top priority, is to get involved in the project along with the school's research professors, and to start as soon as possible learning. And if you excel in this first project, I can give you more power. Yes, Principal Su. Fan Zai saluted Su Ran again, his eyes full of excitement and joy. Up to this point, the Star Military Academy's research squad gradually began to take off. Based on Director Lu's old team, leading Fan Zi and many more, he is about to start a new wave of science and technology in China. Of course, all of their prerequisites were all the drawings given to them by Su Ran. All of this is also due to the authority of Principal Su. So next one of these people counts, but after they are put into the research of the new project, they will start refreshing their shock to Principal Su again and again. Because the drawings they were holding in their hands were nothing like what a normal person could draw or visualize. All of this worship value would all become points of influence for Principal Su's system mercenaries, and would also deeply imprint Principal Su's respect in their hearts. Principal Su, 5,000 students have been selected so far, and all of them are undergoing the targeted training we've developed today. In the afternoon, Su Ran brought Secretary Zhao to the playground again with his backhand. Next to him, Martinez gave Saran an overview of the current training. The freshmen from the other departments had now gone back to their practical training classes, but the 5,000 selected students were still in extra training. Their practical training classes will be individually trained. This is all arranged by Su Ran, because by the time of the practical exercises, A lot of the knowledge learned cannot be used. In order not to waste time, as soon as possible to achieve the purpose, now can only give them individually targeted training. On the playground, under the watchful eye of a few veteran combat instructors, the 5,000 rookies had been trained to exhaustion, but still clenched their teeth and held on one by one. Su Ran couldn't help but smile. And don't push them too hard. Pulling up such things even if you do it won't have any good effect. Now you can only let them do their best. The biggest thing on Principal Su's mind right now is having something to fall back on. Without the nanobots, he would definitely still be ordering these rookies to be trained to death. And now it was only slightly lighter. Principal Su, the old comrade in arms instructor, who was also Su Ran's former old squad leader, also came over to greet him. Su Ran asked, "Old squad leader, according to your observation, if these little brats go into battle when the time comes, how many days can they last under my leadership?" Principal Su, you're not making it difficult for me. Your ability I naturally know but the ability of this group of small rookies I really can't trust. When the time comes even if you're more powerful, with this 5,000 person team still can't hold out for a few days. And needless to say that you guys are the late into the field. When the time comes to stay are the elites. Needless to say it's the 4 major military houses. I'm afraid that the Iron Wolf Regiment, Iron Lion Regiment, you guys can't handle it. You all won't be able to eat. It will only take 3 days to hold out. Hearing the old squad leader's words, Su Ran smiled happily. Now only the old squad leader could maintain this former comrade relationship with him. But many times, the old squad leader would still treat Su Ran with great respect. I'd like to take them and hold out for a week or so, and then I'd like to mess with the Jubilee military house. Do you think that's possible? The old class president smiled bitterly. Principal Su, please don't joke. It's impossible. Want to make a bet? Just 2 bottles of Thatch. I'll give up my next month's paycheck for 3 bottles. It's a deal. It's a deal. Su Ran laughed and continued to walk forward. At this moment, Martinez looked at the old squad leader and couldn't help but shake his head. Old Wang, you'll regret this. Are you kidding me? My old Wang never regrets. Old Ma, just watch. I'll send you a bottle of Mao Zi when the time comes. My last name is Martinez, not Ma. None of this matters. You a foreigner have never tasted Mao Zi. It's our national drink. Try it. On this side, the 2 subordinates were chatting in a sardonic manner, while on the other side, Su Ran arrived in front of the 5,000 person team. Everyone was already in an upright position at this point, and when they saw Principal Su coming over, they immediately stood tall and stared straight ahead. Su Ran noticed that everyone's head and clothes were covered in sweat, enough to see how physically exhausting the training was just now. He didn't say anything, just walked quietly up to each one, his eyes surveying them. At this moment, everyone was nervous to the extreme, not knowing what this Principal Su was going to do, especially the less mentally strong Lu Dafei, Xiao Qiba, Wang Beitan, and Anai Mabi, who only felt their legs start to shiver. It was a feeling they really didn't want to try, and they might as well be punished with a few more push-ups. After a moment of silence, Su Ran retreated to the front with a smile on his face, eyeing everyone with an overbearing gaze. I want the elite. Are you the elite of the Star Military Academy? Chapter 87, Another Lecture. The rookies are impassioned. Hearing Principal Su's words, everyone was at a loss for words, for not understanding why Principal Su suddenly asked this question. After a moment of silence on the scene, only Zhang Sun, who was at the front, was quite bold and spoke directly. We are elites. Immediately after, Li Ying, Lu Jiajia and the others also immediately shouted, we are the elites. The voices were coming and going, and it seemed rather cluttered. The crowd all looked incredibly awkward at this moment, and it was clear that they were all hesitant and indecisive and unsure. Su Ran laughed. If you don't even believe in yourselves, who else do you expect to believe? Any idea what you've been singled out for this time? The 5,000 freshmen stood in place shaking their heads in some confusion. People do wonder why they were singled out. It was only the first day, and they were as tired as dogs in training, and with 2 more months to come, this life of days and years really gave no hope. I don't know if you've heard of the military exercises that take place once every 3 years in China. Upon hearing this, several freshmen with military knowledge all jerked their heads up. Of course, it doesn't include Lu Dafei, Xiao Jiba and others, especially Young Hoon, Li Young. They were all smart people and immediately understood what Su Ran was going to say next. It seems that there are still smart people. The once every 3 years military drill is a very important thing within the Chinese army. It also comes to observe the combat routines of each army, as well as the results of training over the past few years. During this period, the 6 major military regions of China, and the 4 major military governments will all send their most elite troops to a certain mountain to fight for the final spot.
but all those who get to participate in the military exercises are all the top-notch armies in the country. If we let you guys go to a military exercise, what do you think? How many days can you last? Are you guys considered a first-class army? Are you considered elites? Su-ran asked these last words in a very low tone, with a strong question in his tone. All of them subconsciously lowered their heads after hearing this, not knowing whether they should answer or not. Even Zhang Sun and the others who had screamed the loudest just now didn't know what to say, because they only felt that it was an invisible mountain, and the thought of them going to face a real army, facing a real battlefield, that feeling was really too suffocating. Seeing the downcast looks of all the new students, Su-ran once again took a few steps back and shouted out in a very high tone, "Star Military Academy!" Almost at the same moment, next to Martinez, as well as the old squad leader, and several instructors all started shouting in unison, "Star Military Academy! We will show our swords when we meet the enemy, and we will win when we meet on the narrow road." It was at this moment that the 5,000 rookies slowly raised their heads, igniting the blood in their hearts as if they had awakened to the moment of the hunt. "Star Military Academy!" Su-ran cried out again. This time, everyone screamed along, "Star Military Academy! We will show our swords when we meet the enemy, and we will win when we meet on the narrow road." The playground, which had been silent just moments ago, was instantly filled with flurry of voices. Even the soldiers of the 80th Army who stood guard not far away subconsciously looked back, an involuntary smile appearing at the corner of their mouths. It had been a long time since they had heard this familiar voice since the end of the examination a month ago. It looks like it's Principal Su who has returned and started disciplining the little brats. At this moment, Su-ran's face was incomparably serious as he looked at the 5,000 cubs. "That's more like it. When have I ever been a wimp at Star Military Academy? Planes and artillery and special forces came over during the monthly exams, and now you guys are telling me you're wimpy. Let me just ask you guys, are you still students of my Star Military Academy? Elite? You guys are still considered elite. Then pull you to the military drill area to practice, do you dare?" At these words, the scene was once again silent. But soon, Young Hoon Side answered loudly with a couple of headstrong lead boys. "And Lee Young, we dare you. Dare to us. Principal Su, trust us. We dare." Everyone on the floor was also slowly ignited, and one by one they began to answer. But the voices were coming and going, and it seemed a little messy. Su-ran didn't say anything. The old squad leader next to me immediately chided. "Unorganized and undisciplined. Are you bandits? Reorganize your language for me. We dare you." The 5,000 rookies answered again in a loud voice. It was at this point that Principal Su's face eased up a bit. "In that case, I'll tell you that your wish comes true." At this moment, everyone subconsciously swallowed their saliva. It's quite a different thing to dare and to go. After all, many people are just going through the motions and playing the game. But I didn't expect Principal Su to get real now. In 2 months, you will be taken up to the mountains and start competing against the best army in the country. Don't blame me for not saying this in advance. If anyone backs out at that time, immediately get the hell out of Star Military School. My Star Military Academy has no goons, no softballs, on the battlefield. They all have to wail and give me a forward charge. Hear me? The rookies on the scene all opened their mouths breathlessly to reply. "Hear, hear." Su-ran glared. "Didn't eat, did you? Got it." Everyone raised their decibels again and their voices were deafening. Squad leader Wang. "Next, don't treat them like students. They are warriors. Give them tough training. If anyone fails, it's your incompetence." When the old squad leader next to him heard Su-ran's words, he immediately saluted. Guarantee to complete the mission. The means of all leaders must be harsh and clever. Su-ran did not know if his means were clever or not, but harshness was certainly a must. Although the old squad leader used to be the person he admired the most, but ahem, that was the predecessor. Now he wanted an instructor who could bring out the rookies. Maybe for the old squad leader, being strict is what made him feel comfortable and cozy. Thus, the 5,000 rookies of the Star Military Academy began their most painful month of devilish intensive training. During this 1-month period, no one opted out or dared to do so. They all understood that from the moment Principal Su told them the purpose of the training, there was no way back for them to choose. As long as you leave the Star Military School, then you are notorious and notable by yourself. But if you stay here and continue the intensive training, stay up and perform in the military exercise in 2 months, then you are already a celebrity for the ages. Imagine the joy of a student in a military academy compared to a soldier who goes to war. And in the end, if he or she still takes advantage of it, that joy is indeed not something the average person can appreciate. Su-ran didn't bother to think about this much. There were plenty of rookies, and if someone dropped out, he was perfectly capable of choosing someone else to come up. But this military exercise must bring out a group of real fighters. Only then could the Star Military Academy's reputation rise again.
Chapter 88, Nanobots Land. Preparation for war opens. It was the next half-month that the days of the 5,000 rookies really began to feel like years. But all of this had nothing to do with Principal Su. His main concern now was the assembly of the nanobots. The final composite material is finally machined after a tight schedule in a small factory. All the materials are now complete, just waiting for the final assembly. Director Liu, with his team, had been waiting in the temporary office for a long time early in the morning. Among them were Fan Zi and another girl from the top department who wasn't very good with words. Fan Zi was found by Su Ran, but this girl was hand-picked by Fan Zi. It was said that this girl usually didn't have many friends in school and didn't like to talk, but she had a horribly high IQ and always had a very stubborn temper. This is the only temper that can finally pass the standard of the monthly examination of the Star Military Academy. Otherwise, girls who usually do not exercise much and are still relatively thin and weak want to pass the monthly examination that is indeed as difficult as heaven. But none of that mattered. What mattered was that the girl had a horribly high IQ and she knew and understood all about military weapons. The military academy just started to issue personal manpower equipment. She privately are disassembled in pieces for patchwork and assembly. The most critical thing is, the school's maintenance staff can't find the end of the story. On top of that, you pick up a random international military weapon and people can clearly explain the construction and all the various things that go on inside. It was such a man of God that caught the attention of Fan Zi. Of course, it wasn't that the school instructors hadn't noticed, it was just that she usually didn't talk much. Fan Zi also stumbled upon her research and attention to military weapons books in the school library, which is why he chased after her several times before he found out. Xiao Fan and Xiao Zhang. In a moment you will follow the team to assemble things together. The precautions that I said you all have to remember in your heart. Never take it seriously. The things we assemble are especially tiny, even smaller than the nano or several numbers of things. But if there is a little mistake, the precision objects inside will be damaged. It is hard for Principal Su to put these materials together. We must not give it to waste. Of course, the good thing is that these things only need us to finish building the machine tools so we can start them up for the mass production of nanobots. So we're kind of laying the groundwork for the future this time around. So don't slack off, people. Director Liu was beside him, calming the two. At which point Fan Zi and the girl surnamed Zhang all nodded slightly. Zhang Manhan, do you know anything about researching nano weapons? Fan Zi asked in a low voice from the side. The girl who was called Zhang Manhan lightly said, at present, there is no real sense of nano weapons in the country or even the international. Only the micro series of weapons and detectors. Countryside there are Sparrow satellites, flyplanes, as well as a country's mosquito missiles. All of them did not reach the nano level, which is the most significant or country's ant soldiers, and sand grains sitting probes. But these things have a single function. And all are conceptual weapons. They are also all conceptual weapons, and have not appeared on the actual battlefield at all. So if our school can really develop this nano-intelligent robot, it will be the first in the world. Fan Zi smiled and didn't say anything, but in his heart, he was still very impressed with Zhang Manhan because he had learned about all these things. Although Zhang Manhan knows a lot, but Fan Zi in his contact is not a level at all. After all, the Fan family is economically strong. Giving Fan Zi in contact is not Zhang Manhan can understand. Soon, two cars slowed to a stop outside the office. The first one was Principal Su's exclusive SUV. This time the nanobots were driven there by Su Ran himself, and the trunk was slowly lifted down by Martinez and Zorn with two large boxes. The second vehicle was also an off-road Wrangler with a full 4 large boxes carried down on it. Director Liu, all the materials are complete. The materials for the machine tools for the nanobots, and the materials for each nanobot are all here. If you guys can assemble them perfectly, then it's 10 million nanobots. The stuff and materials are very precious. If you fail once, you'll have one less set. And I'm heartbroken. That's right. This time after more than a month of processing, the various manufacturers have become proficient in this technique, and in a month and a half have once again succeeded in increasing production several times over. So the production of 10 million sets is also already their limit. Hearing Su Ran's words, Director Liu and the others were all very happy. Principal Su, please don't worry. All the drawings of the machine tool, including the drawings of each nanobot, have been eaten up by us since this period of time. All of them are in our minds. After the assembly begins, we will be careful and careful and careful, and we will definitely not let you down. Well, here goes. With Su Ran's order, all the staff started to get busy. The nanobots already had materials and accessories though, and the drawings were down to every detail. However, the size is so small and tiny that the assembly experiments are absolutely difficult. Every scientific assembler, even in advance, has learned the trick of the operating room doctor's end of the scalpel, to be the kind of person who can't shake his hand one iota while holding the tool. Other than that, it was a variety of precision instruments, the most useful set of which was the force microscope developed by China itself. If you wear it, you can see microbes at the nanoscale with the naked eye. But unfortunately, the cost of this force microscope was horribly high. One would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Principal Su didn't say anything, and directly spent a huge amount of money to purchase 15 units in one breath, equivalent to the current research institute personnel. Manually one can be used. Everything was done just so that the first research project of the Star Military Academy could be perfected, because there really isn't much time left for Principal Su. There was only half a month left to assemble it, and then a month left for the group of rookies to begin proficiency with the robot. When it's time to take it to the mountains, it will really make a difference. So the next thing you know, everyone at the research center is working overtime to the point of insanity, especially the two of them, Fan Zai and also Zhang Manhan. Even though the two of them were newcomers, their level of good learning had reached its peak. Come 2 hours early every day, then carefully study the drawings, and immediately afterward begin to imitate the techniques of Director Liu and others to start assembling. Every movement, even every breath was careful. It's really incredibly depressing to work like this for any length of time. Not many normal people could stand it, but these two godly men carried it hard for half a month. Finally, the two men were able to sort of collaborate on the assembly of the two sets of machines. Director Liu and others did not let Su Ran disappointed. The machine tool took a full 10 days to complete. The next step is to use the machine tool. Perfect 10 million sets of robots assembled on the ground. In fact, when the experiment first started, the crowd did fail to break a set, but after the final repair also landed perfectly, 10 million sets of nano-intelligent robots had been successfully displayed in front of Principal Su. On this day, Su Ran and all the personnel of the Research Institute witnessed the first working task of the nanobots. Start the experiment. With a command from Director Liu, 10 million sets of nanobots were fed instructions and began the simplest of self-assembly tasks. Everyone was wearing force microscopes and watching carefully, only to see that on top of the glass, the tiny nanobots all came to life one by one and began to keep coming together. Within a matter of seconds, they had surprisingly quickly assembled together to form small robots visible to the human eye for a centimeter. Chapter 89. Rookies are shocked to learn about nanobots. Commence electromagnetic attack. As the order was given from Su Ran's side, Director Liu immediately input the command. The nano-intelligent robots on the glass mirrors immediately dispersed and once again transformed into nano-robots that could not even be seen by the naked eye. At that moment, under the force microscope, the dispersed nanobots quickly came to a cell phone and began to exert their electromagnetic effects. After just a few seconds, this phone directly flashes the screen and then becomes a black screen. It worked! It really worked! Everyone jumped for joy. Change analog radar. Su Ran took the atomic microscope with him and immediately waved his hand happily. The staff next to him brought out the prepared analog radar, similar to the size of a face basin, and also connected to a screen, on which there were various data densely pulsating. After Director Liu's command was entered, all the nanobots quickly changed their positions and jumped off the broken cell phone, aiming to run directly above the analog radar not far away. At this moment, the analog radar was still working normally, but as a group of nanobots climbed, the radar display interface began to shake non-stop, and then within just a few seconds, it was rapidly transformed into a black screen. Analyze the damage immediately. Su Ran opened his mouth and spoke. The staff member next to him plopped down in front of the simulated radar to take a closer look. Principal Su. All the interfaces of the analog radar were damaged, including the receiver, and the core antenna, in which the transistor of the transmitter was directly burned out. Even if it is repaired, I'm afraid it will take a month. Hearing this, everyone looked at Su Ran excitedly, and everyone understood that such a nanobot had already reached a very terrifying stage. If it appeared on the battlefield, it would be a devastating blow to the other side. Radar is the most important eye in a modern force. But of course, in addition to radar, there must be a variety of acoustic detectors, electromagnetic detectors, as well as biological detectors to serve as eyes. However, most of these devices were not as complex as the radar's construction, and if the nanobots were able to destroy all of the radar in such a short period of time, then these other instruments would be a complete pile of scrap metal in front of him. Proceed with the next experiment. The camera experiment. Su Ran pressed down his inner excitement and let the staff continue with the rest of the experiments. Soon, the camera experiments appeared as well. The cameras of each nanobot were all placed on top of the big screen, even hundreds of meters away. The picture was still crystal clear. This Fan Jin guy can really do it. Su Ran couldn't help but say something in his heart, because all these cameras of the nanobots were all made by Fan Jin's factory. Fan Zai, who was watching attentively from the side, also raised his head and smiled. Next, the Research Institute tested the running speed of the nanobots, as well as their flexibility, reparability, and how far their intelligence had reached, among other things. Anyway, after a series of experiments, it can be said that this nanobot has reached the point of perfection. Throwing them on the battlefield is definitely a very scary killer. I announced that Star Military Academy's first scientific achievement, the development of nanobots, has been successful. With Principal Su's order, everyone cheered happily. Even Zhang Manhan, who had always been a man of few words, had a small smile on her face at this moment. Director Liu even hugged his work team happily. At this point, the assembly of the nanobots was perfectly concluded. Saran told everyone to pack these nanobots in their boxes. A moment later, Saran took Martinez's walkie-talkie and issued an order at the old squad leader. Old squad leader, have all those 5,000 rookies gather in Practical Training Hall 1. That's right. Su Ran's next step was to get 5,000 rookies started on these nanobots. For the rest of their training, they must fully master these robots and utilize them proficiently. The 5,000 rookies who had been trained to be dogs at this time all arrived slowly in the Practical Training Hall. Everyone was tanned, and their clothes were dirty. So if they didn't know, they would think that they had come out of some stinky gutter in general. I feel like a rag picker right now. Daffy was in the group, whispering to Young Hoon. At this time, Zhang Sun is not much better. The skin on his face is almost broken by the sun, and his beard is not shaved, because there is really no time every day. Please don't insult rag collectors. We're probably not as good as people. A few people beside him almost couldn't hold back their laughter. But soon after everyone arrived at the assembly hall and saw Principal Su's face, they immediately became serious. Principal Su has appeared again. Why do I have a feeling of shivering legs when I see him now? The 3 living treasures of the honored department also began to whisper, and Shakiba's voice began to tremble as he and the others stood in line. Next to him, Wang bowed and sneered. Oh, I'm a bit better than you. At least my legs didn't shiver. My face was just a bit cramped. You two are talking. I can't even face seeing our Echo just now. I always feel like I crawled out of a garbage heap. When Enaimabai said this, Wang Baitan and Xiao Jiba all stared at him viciously. Even Daffy, who was in the front row with them, turned around. On a warning, Echo is not your boys. Namabi bowed his head and dared not say anything. Not far away, Liang faintly looked at a few people, although her body is also a bit of a mess, but not as serious as these guys. I do not know how people are protected. On the contrary, at this time, Liang also has more than a few points of valiant and handsome. Everyone. Martinez barked a command and everyone immediately stood at attention in place. Take your seat, Su Ran faintly said. All the freshmen were flattered, but took their seats sharply at the chairs in front of them. It's been a hard time for everyone. It's a month before the military exercise, and all of your classes are still in progress. But I want you to learn one more thing, because it's something that can help us in this military exercise. After saying this, Su Ran waved his hand, and the two of them, Fan Zihe and Zhang Manhan, slowly walked in with 2 small boxes. All the freshmen were uncertain when they saw the white coats worn by the two, because both had been students up until now. No one knew they had joined the school's research institute. It was all the nanobots that were contained in the 2-man box. After the assembly was completed, the 10 million sets of nanobots actually remained small as well, so it was very spacious with both of these small boxes. Immediately afterward, Martinez wired up the projection equipment and projected the nanobots in the nanobox through the force microscope onto the big screen. In an instant, all 5,000 freshmen stared in disbelief at the scene on the screen. Only dense little silver gray guys appeared on it. What is these little people? Holy, awesome, you managed to make the villain so fine? Wait, these little people still seem to see us? As soon as the rookie's words were out of his mouth, the robot's eyes turned to the classroom. Instantly the clear faces of all the people appeared on the screen. At this moment, all the freshmen in the entire classroom almost dropped their jaws. Chapter 90, Striking the Iron. Fan Zihe begins to metamorphose. Ziwa, introduce everyone. Saran sat down on a chair and gave Fan Zai a sign. The latter inwardly rejoiced, naturally knowing clearly that this was Principal Su giving himself a chance to perform. Ahem, everyone, I'm Fan Zai, a freshman in the GUE department. And this little thing we're seeing right now is called a nano-intelligent robot. And it's our Principal Su's ideas and research that has allowed us to make our Star Military Academy's Research Institute's first self-developed product. And this morning, the nano-intelligent robot talent has only just passed the experiments. When these words came out, everyone's inside set off shock waves. Everyone only knew that Principal Su was busy with how to find ways to fix them every day. But he had never thought that he would unknowingly come up with such an amazing contraption. Li Ying, who was sitting in the front row, even had glowing eyes and slowly turned to Su Ran. Zhang Sun and the others were similarly excited as they looked at Principal Su, and the rest of the people were even more adoring of Principal Su as if he was flooded by the Yellow River. This intelligent robot currently has two main functions. Fan Zai's voice once again pulled everyone out of their adoration. The first function is the high-definition camera that you can see. According to our experimental results show that he can transmit all the high-definition footage you see from 3 kilometers away. Of course, we designed the concept of 10 kilometers. Due to the time problem didn't go to a more distant place to test it, except that in the future, you will definitely use this function. The second function is in all the little guys. Comes with electromagnetic effect. As long as you give through the command, they will start a high-intensity electromagnetic attack on the target. The fastest within a minute. Can be unknowingly the local radar as well as all kinds of detecting equipment will be completely destroyed, so that the other party's electronic eyes are paralyzed. At this moment, all 5,000 rookies in the entire training hall stared incredulously. If they haven't had training in classes before, then it may not be clear that these two features serve a great purpose. However, during this recent period of time, every day, in addition to training, is to learn various practical courses, and watch various combat videos. All of them have already understood the battlefield culture very deeply. So at this moment, after hearing that the nanobots actually had these two amazing functions, none of the people were surprised. High-definition cameras within 10 kilometers, and nanobots that are invisible to the human eye, meaning that without even realizing it, we can know the other side's location. And various deployments? The scariest thing is that if you give the order, they can still enter the other side's combat command according to the instruction, which is smaller than a ING mosquito. Just ask you how to prevent it? Destroying the other party's various detection equipment within 10 seconds, so that the other party without detection equipment, won't they become a living target? Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's as if I've seen what's going to happen to our enemies. First using cameras to determine the location of the other side's base, then sending out robots to disrupt the other side's radar, and then following that up with a direct attack with our artillery shells. It's so cool, isn't it, this thing? If we really have this thing, there's a real possibility that we'll be a hit when we participate in the military exercises next. Inside the training hall, all the rookies bowed their heads and whispered. Apparently, the nanobots shocked them profoundly. At this moment, Su Ran, who was sitting at the front, coughed gently. Everyone immediately returned to silence. Fan Zai smiled once again and explained some of the construction of the nanobots. It was at this point that Su Ran stood up. Nano-intelligent robots. Want to learn to manipulate them? Think. All the students replied with a happy chorus. It couldn't be helped. Everyone was so happy inside to see something so powerful, and imagining hitting those veterans with this thing made them suppress their excitement. So do you want to learn? The answer naturally goes without saying. It's not impossible if you want to learn. Su Ran smiled and stood up. In the next period of time, you guys will definitely have to squeeze time out of your training and studying again to learn how to control the nano-intelligent robots. This thing isn't that difficult to say the least. I believe you guys will be able to master it very soon, but what I want to say is that, even with this, you guys don't want to be lazy and think that the robots will help you gain an advantage in the battlefield, because this thing does have drawbacks. After saying this, Su Ran gave Fan Zihe a sign. The other party immediately understood and hurriedly stepped forward to add. Due to time issues, we can only use the wireless communication technology of traditional cell phones for the nanobots right now, which means that in the mountains and forests where our military exercises are taking place, there is a high probability that certain places are not covered by the base stations, and the signals are not good enough for the nanobots to be limited. Hearing this, helplessness also appeared on everyone's faces. Well, it's true that there is no such thing as an absolute good. It's all relative. There are benefits and drawbacks. Iron still needs to be hard, no matter when, as long as your instincts are strong. That's the real hard truth. So next, you should train or train. Don't think that with nanobots you are ready to take it easy. If someone still wants to be lazy, then sorry, the military exercises don't need you. The Same Star Military Academy will all assess your next learning and training. Next, everyone get ready for the first session of nanobots. Keep your ears open and listen up. If anyone screws this up for me while on the move, you'll pay for it out of your own pocket and on. Before leaving, Principal Su once again instructed everyone. Only then did he turn his head and leave from the training hall. The next two people left in the training hall were Fan Zai and Zhang Manhan. Next to Martinez, of course, and the old squad leader and other human instructors to maintain discipline. Only the robotics course becomes a task for Fan Zai and Zhang Manhan. Next, the two of them will be teaching this course and instruction to 5,000 rookies. For both men, it was a test. Normally they were unafraid to do their favorite things in research, but explaining it for the first time in front of their own generation of students and teaching them to use it was the hardest part.
but they are the ones who are going to work at the Star Military Academy's Research Institute in the future, and someday they will become highly respected professors. So that's the first step they have to take. Outside the training hall, Su Ran had just come out when he saw Director Lu hurrying over with the documents. Principal Su, we are all very happy about the success of the nanobots, but I would like to say one more thing. What we need to do the most at this time is to write a report on the research and development and experimental description to submit to the above. This has been written. You see. Su Ran took it and looked at it briefly, then smiled and said, Director Lu, I'll save this report for you. How about you turn it in when the military exercise is over? Chapter 91, 3.5 stars female general. Please call me squad leader. No Principal Su. You're out of order. This is Star Military Academy. Who is your superior, Director Lu? It's not that I'm not going to go through these processes, but I'm going to wait until the end of the military exercise. What's more, have you forgotten our original agreement? And if you hand it in, you'll be criticized, and you won't even please either end. So why bother? I'll say one last thing. There are many more excellent inventions coming up next from the Star Military Academy. If you don't want to miss out, be a good boy and bring it here. Director Lu was silent, although he was a very stubborn person. But in the face of these inventions and designs of Su Ran, each one of them made him unable to suppress his joy. Phantom stealth tanks before, nano-intelligent robots this time. All of them are beyond amazing. The marvelous feeling of being able to develop something with someone like that does seem to be more important than those so-called processes. Go back to your experiments on the nanobots and let me know anytime if you have any problems, Su Ran faintly said, then directly got into the car and left, leaving only the incomparably tangled Director Lu in place. Alas, when did this philosophy of mine become so unswerving? It had to be said that this guy Su Ran had a very accurate grasp of Director Lu's mindset. After returning to his office, Su Ran once again summoned Zorn to formulate a battle deployment plan. The two had simulated several scenarios over this time, but Su Ran understands that no matter how much is on paper, everything still has to be seen in reality. Only the reason why the current Su Ran was doing this was so that he could have more cases in his mind, and when the time came, he would be able to take the best of the best. The busy life was not disrupted until mid-afternoon. Inside the office building, Saran and Zorn were still inside discussing options. Secretary Zhao, on the other hand, was organizing documents in a nearby office. During this time she became a regular runner at the construction site, and the little secretary who used to follow Principal Su once again put on her helmet and became a supervisor. Just getting ready to leave with the engineering information. Tick-tock, the phone on the desk rang. Hey, Star Military Academy office. Secretary Zhao, there's a lady in uniform at the door who says she wants to see Principal Su, an old acquaintance of his. Ma'am? Hold on. I'll take a look. After hanging up the phone, Secretary Zhao put down the document, just came to the door, then thought for a second and came back to the mirror to make up the makeup. Dissatisfied ran out. Soon, Secretary Zhao saw the lady in uniform at the front door. Just a glance, Secretary Zhao was a bit discouraged, because this woman's temperament was too unique. Especially the military uniform seemed to be customized for her. Every fold was ironed just right, highlighting her competence and sharpness. The delicately cut blouse outlined her upright posture, and the shining badge on the shoulder told of her glory and commitment. A head of sharp short hair flew recklessly behind her head as she turned around and smiled faintly at Secretary Zhao. Hello, my name is Zhuolan, an old friend of Principal Su. Hi, I'm Principal Su's secretary. He's busy. It's okay, I can wait for him. I have the day off today. Can I trouble you to take me to his office? Well, in front of such a polite person, there was no way for Secretary Zhao to refuse. Not to mention that the person was also an old acquaintance of Principal Su, so what reason did he have to stop it when he was just a secretary? Has Principal Su been this busy lately? Hearing Zhuolan's question in the back, Secretary Zhao let out an "oh," then said, there's a recent mission. Principal Su was very busy, so maybe you'll have to wait a little longer. It's okay, I'm in no hurry. Zhuolan smiled and carefully sized up Secretary Zhao and said, usually have you take care of him bother. Well, as soon as those words came out of his mouth, Secretary Zhao knew that this one behind him was not coming from a good place, but based on his own observation, Principal Su was definitely single, and even he had no idea about men and women at all at the moment. Apparently, the woman was just as self-involved as herself. Secretary Zhao is also a smart person. At this moment, he just smiled and said, I'm Principal Su's secretary. I'll definitely be the first one next to him if anything happens. That's true, but you weren't around when I met your Principal Su, back when he was in. Speaking here, Zhuolan hastily closed the topic without continuing, because the next thing was classified. No one knew about Su Ran's time in the Vermilion Bird military region except for his comrades at the time, so Zoran didn't dare to continue.
How does MS left say half of it? I'd rather listen. Secretary Zhao deliberately said. Zvolan, however, faintly said, nothing, it's all in the past.
Secretary Zhao laughed softly and didn't continue to ask more questions. She had already guessed that this woman was also shy to find Principal Su.
The two men came to the office door, and sure enough, the office door was closed.
Principal Su doesn't want to be disturbed at this time.
Miss Zwa, please wait here. Wait a minute. Secretary Zhou.
Zwolan stood up and greeted Secretary Zhao,
then laughed.
I heard that all the faculty and staff members of the Star Military Academy are all from the military down here.
Secretary Zhao should be too? I am.
Secretary Zhao looked at Zwolan as if he had thought of something.
I won't ask what unit you're in.
General secretarial work and those who are down to serve in military schools should be in the 2nd star.
So what do you think you should call me when you see me? At this time, the 3.5-star rank on Zwolan's shoulder was exceptionally dazzling. Hello Ben. Benji.
Only after hearing this answer did Zoran smile with satisfaction.
Oh, that's right. Go about your business. You're not needed here. At this moment,
Secretary Zhao felt particularly aggrieved in his heart.
But he couldn't do anything about the other party. After all, an official is a big man,
and she understands this truth.
After Secretary Zhao left, Zwolan sat on the chair next to the corridor,
still maintaining the army's very standard sitting posture.
At this time inside the office, Su Ran was yet still discussing the latest set of strategies with Zorn. Principal Su,
so far we have formulated more than 50 sets of strategic deployments, each of them targeting the 4 major military houses.
I think, aren't we thinking too high of our imaginary enemies?
The other military regions should be thought of as well,
right?
Hearing Zorn's words,
Su Ran said very flatly,
the other military regions' responses are all in my mind.
We're only discussing the 4 major military mansions right now. After saying this, Su Ran once again took out a new map and began to deploy it. Unconsciously,
Principal Su seemed to be really hooked on this feeling of lining up troops.
During this time, every day, he had Zorn as the enemy,
and he began to send troops to suppress the opposite side.
And the two of them went back and forth very fiercely, and he had a different idea every time he finished his strategic deployment. Soon, the time came to 6 o'clock in the afternoon,
which was the moment of Su Ran's lunch.
Chapter 92, 2 Armies at War. Private meeting with an enemy female general? At that moment in the corridor, Secretary Zhao walked over carrying a lunchbox. Is this a meal for Principal Su? After Zwolan noticed,
he immediately stood up and asked. Secretary Zhou hated to tell her, but there was no hiding it at this point.
Yes, squad leader. Zwolan smiled as if he finally found an opportunity. Give it to me. I'll deliver it. Go and get busy with yours.
Secretary Zhao hesitated.
Class President, Principal Su has some habits that you don't know. I know all about it. Don't worry about it. After saying that, he directly took the lunchbox in his hand and rushed over to Su Ran's office.
Only Secretary Zhao was left standing alone and very angry.
Moments later,
Su Ran inside the office heard a knock on the door.
Room entrance first.
The latest round of strategizing was not over yet, and Su Ran was not going to eat. Yet at that moment a voice that hadn't been heard in a long time sounded outside.
Principal Su, even if you're busy, you can't be here for a while, right? Eat first before you have the strength to work. Hearing this voice, Su Ran only felt a big headache. Good lord, this woman actually came to school. Does Principal Su have a guest? Then I'll go ahead.
Zorn was just about to leave when Su Ran spoke up.
No, you stay here. After saying this, Su Ran directly opened the door.
Upon seeing this figure at the doorway, Su Ran could not help but be slightly stunned. This figure had existed in his mind for too long, and when he suddenly saw it at this time,
there was indeed an inexplicable sentiment in his heart. Su Ran knew clearly that this was the feeling left behind by the predecessor. What brings you here? Hasn't the military district been busy lately? Zwolan laughed.
It's true that the entire military region has been busy in the past 2 days, but we're the only ones who started to be busy after the war in the archives office.
You wouldn't be unaware of this, would you?
Sorry, I forgot about it today with too many things going on.
Su Ran smiled and put his hand on the lunchbox,
then gestured at Zorn,
who was behind him, and at the information that was densely packed on the table. It's going to be a while on my end, so go ahead and eat, and if I can't wait I'll have my secretary let you know to go back first.
Zwolan gazed at Su Ran and smiled.
I'm not in a hurry. Tomorrow's vacation. It's fine. You get busy first.
I'll just wait for you here.
After closing the door to her room,
Principal Su felt so uncomfortable for the first time. I should have known not to accept her help last time.
Now it's over. People are coming to the door to ask for a statement, right?
The opportunity for the two to be alone had definitely been created just now if it wasn't for this Zorn guy. But it was because Zorn was there that he hadn't invited her in yet, and that somewhat humbling feeling came with it. Principal Su, what happened to you? Zorn said from the side. Su-ran took a deep breath, then handed him the lunchbox. Eat right here. Wait for me to come back in a while before you start to get busy. Zorn was full of confusion and took the lunchbox. Usually he went to the cafeteria to eat, although Secretary Zhao brought Su-ran a meal, but not his own share. I did not expect that today. Principal Su was so generous. Su-ran opened the door again and came out into the hallway. At this moment, Zvolan, who had just sat down, looked up curiously. Is something missing? I'll go help you find it. Almost lack of conscience. You help me so much. I still leave you hanging at the door is indeed inappropriate. Let's go. I will accompany you to the school cafeteria to eat. Yes. Zvolan smiled and walked side by side with Su-ran. The two were of similar height, but at this moment, Secretary Zhao saw a strong odor of jealousy from behind. You're not the same as you used to be, and you never used to change what you decided. Hearing Zvolan's words, Su-ran laughed. In the past, I didn't understand the human condition, but now I can't help it. Coming out of the army, I have to master this. It seems you think of me as someone who needs a human touch to compliment me? Su-ran hurriedly shook his head. No, it's not that. And what does that mean, Principal Su? I'm only helping you because of an obsession. I'm not asking you to come and feel guilty about me. I know. But it would be even more disrespectful to you if I didn't come out. And I'm not like that. It's become more personalized. Zvolan laughed in a low voice. And then the two of them and Su-ran got into the car and went to the restaurant together. At this time, the school was at the end of the school day, and even the 5,000 elites who had been pulled out individually came to the cafeteria to eat at this time. Soon, everyone noticed the uniformed woman who got off the bus with Principal Su. Who is this beautiful woman who came with Principal Su? It's too temperamental, isn't it? Lu Dafei couldn't help but sigh at this time. Next to Zhang Sun's mouth stuffed with steamed buns to make soup to swallow. 3.5 stars rank. This position is not low. President Su's ability is getting more and more powerful. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Just being able to pull over the staff officers of the Vermilion Bird military region during the monthly exams is an existence of immense admiration. I'm so envious of Principal Su. Listening to Zhang Sun smiled without paying attention to this guy. Not far from the side, Liang also slowly raised his head and noticed Zvolan who came in with Su-ran. 3.5 stars. Is that high? I can definitely be like her in the future. The one who spoke was none other than Lu Jejia. Although this woman competed with Li Ying at every turn, during this period of training, due to the old squad leader's arrangement, there were only 100 girls inside the 5,000-man elite. That's why Li Ying and Lu Jejia had to get closer. The two often had to discuss and simulate some tactical training, and they even had to sit together for meals. Li Ying gave her a blank look and didn't say anything, while Lu Jejia stared at the badge on Zhuolan's shoulder for a long time before withdrawing her gaze. Behind them, Xiao Qiba, Wang Baodan, and Animabi also slowly carried their meals to the side of Zhang Sun and Lu Dafei. During this period of training, the relationship between the three talents and Lu Dafei was also getting better and better, as people with related interests could always come together without realizing it. The three of them share a common interest, and that's Li Ying. Brother Fei, that beauty is too handsome, isn't she? Do you know who that is? Hearing Xiao Jiba's words, Lu Dafei helplessly said, how do I know? That's Principal Su's woman. Shu, don't talk nonsense, you brat. Zhang Sun instructed from the side. The three Shakibas smiled and came up next to the two. It's pretty, but I don't think it's as good as my Eiko. As soon as Animabi's words left his mouth, the three people beside him, Dafei, Xiao Jiba, and Wang Baodan, all stared at him with vicious eyes. Okay, it's our house. Asterisk off. Dead eunuch. Lu Dafei snorted coldly and continued to eat and chat. During the time when the two armies are at war, Principal Su even dines privately with a local female general. There is something odd indeed. Next to him, Zhang Sun had already covered his face helplessly. You kid. Sooner or later, you're going to be bad in this mouth. At this time inside Principal Su's small dining room, the chef had served the two men a couple of small dishes very quickly. Living here is indeed much better than when you were in the Jubilee Military District. Chapter 93, For the Sake of Their Son, the Crazy Iron Wolf Regiment. Su-ran smiled faintly, did not say much, just out of politeness to Zhuolan next to the small plate to clip a few dishes. It's just a small place, just don't blame it if you don't entertain the left squad leader well. Zhuolan looked at Su-ran a few more times, as if he had something to say, but didn't say it at this time.
I'll have my secretary find you a room after dinner in a few minutes and send you back tomorrow. Principal Su had already unceremoniously issued an expulsion order to Zuolan at this time, but the latter put down his chopsticks and stared at him. I have a lot of time on my hands. Su Ran glanced at him and said, "It can't be helped. I'm very busy. No one will accompany the left squad leader. I was involved in a strategic deployment conference at the military house before I left." Hold it, left squad leader. You're trying to get me to break military rules, right? Saran, I'll do anything for you, Zuolan finally couldn't help but say at this moment. However, at this moment, Principal Su did not move and continued to eat. It's better to leave tonight. Zoran was so angry that he wrapped his arms around himself and sat down in his chair without speaking. A few moments later, the two exited the restaurant one after the other. After coming to the office building, Su Ran rushed ahead without looking back. "I'll have the driver send you to the station." Saran, sooner or later I'll make you change your mind about me. Hearing this, Su Ran couldn't help but get a big head. It was the first time he had heard such words. It seems like it only comes up with the bully. No, this script didn't go wrong, did it? Su Ran had just returned to the office corridor when Secretary Zhao greeted him. "Inform the driver to take the left squad leader to the station. And remember to tell me in advance when she comes in the future. No matter what I'm doing." Secretary Zhao stood in place both happy and embarrassed, and at this point could only nod his head, not daring to say more. A few minutes later, Secretary Zhao personally took the car keys and went to send Squad Leader Zhua down the mountain. "Squad Leader Zhua, there's still a lot of scenery to see at our Star Military Academy. I didn't think you'd have to leave so soon. Call me next time you're here. My business card is in the armrest box of the back seat." Zuolan sat in the back row with cold eyes and did not say a word. This night Principal Su continued to be busy in the chess game of strategic deployment, but there are people who are sad and drunk at the Skyhaven City Hotel because of him. It was a pity that Principal Su was not at all clear about these things, nor did he want to be. Right now, all he wanted was to keep working out his head for leading soldiers into battle with a single mind. Just when Su Ran's side finished dealing with his troubles, China's military maneuvers on the hill. Troops in all military regions have been fighting feverishly. In the garrison of the Heavenly Naval District, Yu Tianlong and his staff officer Li smoked cigarettes and stared at the map and fretted. "This Su army commander of ours is really hitting the red eye. A month and a half has already dried up and run away from 3 military districts. The Iron Wolf Regiment is now the whole regiment is as crazy as a wolf cub. There is nothing good for us to eat now that we are pressed up." Hearing this from Staff Officer Li, Yu Tianlong extinguished his cigarette and said, "We have to go on even if he's crazy. We've been stationed here for half a month after taking out the Iron Leopard Regiment last month. If we don't move again, the old general will think that we're being intentionally lewd and wanting to meet out until the end. And the Iron Tiger Regiment has never had this rule. Then continue the old way. Let the 2 battalions open up the road, and the men behind them top the siege." The Iron Wolf Regiment attacked fiercely, but guarded their home generally. "We still have a chance this time. You can't underestimate this military commander Sua. He's fighting for his own son right now, so he'll definitely guard this mountain down and not let the other military districts come in, or else by the time the Star Military Academy enters, I'm afraid that it will have been knocked out of action before it even reaches this mountain pass. Come on. Originally thought I could get a 5th place, but now it seems, can only hover between the 6th and 7th? You must go back and Su Ram that kid to ask for a statement. If not for him, our military region this time or can get a prize." Now he disappeared. "Is old man crazy in knocking us these small military region? Really? Have the ability to go in the 4 major military government confrontation? Bullying us. What are you doing? Oh, old Lee, don't whine here. I still don't know you. This time the situation is really special. The Iron Wolf Regiment has already been ordered by old General Su to retreat that hill several times, but people can fight back once after retreating once. That's the obvious strength. You and I have to admit it. I have to say, the power of this father-son bond is just powerful." Senator Lee sighed again, but a knowing smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this very moment, Iron Wolf Regiment on the hill, Su Xiaotian, the protagonist of the father-son relationship, is holding a walkie-talkie and closely deploying his men's secret sentries on the mountain. As the leader of the Iron Wolf Regiment, from the moment they entered the battlefield of the military exercise, the Iron Wolf Regiment had exploded with a power that no one had expected, sweeping across the remaining 5 military regions. 3 times he withdrew from Highland Hills and 3 times he was able to fight his way back again. Even the Iron Lion Regiment that his own family's old man had left behind in the first place had been knocked down by him. There are still 2 other military districts guarding the bottom of this mountain. The first being the Iron Lion Regiment of the 50 Army, which has just been withdrawn, and the other being the Iron Tiger Regiment of Yu Tianlong of the 80 Army. The Iron Lion Regiment definitely won't attack for the time being. Now we'll see if this Yu Tianlong guy's Iron Tiger will show its fangs. The staff officer of the Iron Wolf Regiment next to us took a close look at the map and said,
The Iron Tiger Regiment has only fought one Iron Leopard since they entered the field,
and now they are poised to attack, just 1 kilometer below us. And according to Yu Tianlong's personality, I'm guessing that he'll definitely be legalistic about attacking by tomorrow morning at the latest. Yu Tianlong's most common tactic is for 2 battalions to top first and then surround in a fan formation. Their artillery battalion is not a bad fighter. Have the artillery regiment over there be ready to monitor the situation 1 kilometer away at all times. After saying this, Su Xiaotian once again gave the order. We can't just sit back and wait for death. Old bye. Get the assault team ready. Stand by on the 3rd and 4th battalion side. Mess with his artillery position first. Pull out his most powerful parts. And let Yu Tianlong do the rest on his own. Senator White nodded and immediately went down to make preparations. Inside the temporary command post, Su Xiaotian took out his cell phone and looked at the time. The lock screen wallpaper above is a handsome boy. Ahem. If the students of the Star Military Academy were there, they would definitely be able to recognize that this was their principal Su at first glance. Brat, for your sake, your old man has given up 200% of his ability. After cleaning up the rest of the people, this time, we father and son will exchange blows first. Let me see how good you are. 2 hours later, the sound of fierce artillery bombardment resounded down the hill. Immediately after that, Staff Sergeant Li raced back inside the temporary command post. Yu Tianlong also hurriedly looked up at him. Is it that guy Su Xiaotian who messed up? Staff SGT. Li nodded and let out a bitter laugh. The artillery battalion has been hit by 2/3. I'm afraid he's already coming down the mountain to get us without us having to attack ourselves. Chapter 94. If you can't beat your old man, you can't beat your kid? China's heavenly city. Inside the first-class military house, Elder General Su hadn't slept at this time, but was sitting in the general command room, observing the direction of the remaining military regions on the map. At this time it was clearly shown on the top that the Iron Wolf Regiment rushed the Iron Tiger Regiment at the bottom of the hill and launched a fierce attack. The Iron Tiger Regiment on the top of the map was retreating and had withdrawn from the foot of the mountain to far away. At this time beside old General Su, his old staff officer laughed. The little wolf cubs have really powered up this time. After this battle, there is no one who can charge this hill anymore. We can only wait for the Star Military Academy to enter the field. Old Su, why aren't you angry this time? Old General Su blankly glanced at him, then faintly said, What am I angry? His own strength up. What can I say? The first 2 times of suppression is to want to grind his sharpness, but this time, want to suppress cannot be suppressed. Then just let him be. Other people cannot be beaten. Cannot say that I, Old Man Su, to protect calves, right? Ha ha, you should have been like this a long time ago. Xiaotian has stayed in the Iron Wolf Regiment for 9 whole years, and experienced 3 military drills, and each time he was suppressed by you. That's him. If you change other people, he would have flipped out with you. We are all clear about his strength, but you just don't let him perform, and gave the opportunity to other military regions, saying it out as if Heavenly Massage Military Region Iron Wolf Regiment is a stepmother's child. For the sake of his own son, he has given out the temper he has been holding back for years. Ha! At the end of this time, I still have to clean him up. Su Guotao murmured a soft sentence out of his mouth. The old staff officer next to him smiled happily and did not continue to discourage him. At this time, Su Ran didn't know that because he casually participated in a military exercise, causing Pops to have gotten completely antsy and started sweeping through the other military districts with his wolf regiment just to help him hold a hill and a spot. Of course, if Su Ran didn't show up for this military exercise, would Su Xiaotian's Iron Wolf Regiment be so brave? That's never going to happen. Those who knew Su Xiaotian knew that this person was very good at holding back, and usually would not show his strength even if he had it, not because of anything else, but only because his superior, old General Su, was too strict in his suppression and would not let him have a chance to perform. In the military exercises a few years ago, the Iron Wolf Regiment also performed bravely. But old General Su directly had several military districts surround and suppress the Iron Wolf Regiment in order to avoid suspicion. Su Xiaotian also lost his temper in the back, but unfortunately there was not much he could do in the face of old General Su's majesty. Later on, in the middle of the military exercises, Su Xiaotian's Iron Wolf Regiment became obscene, usually fighting one battle and not moving much behind it. And in the later stages of the military exercises, the 4 major military mansions started to make their presence felt, and the Iron Wolf Regiment was naturally kicked out of the game. But no one expected that in this military exercise, Su Xiaotian's Iron Wolf Regiment went completely crazy, sweeping across the other military regions. In the face of the old General Su's order to withdraw him from the mountain 3 times, Su Xiaotian also did not care, 3 times to charge up again. With such an Iron Wolf Regiment, Just ask who can stop it. Anyway, the Iron Tigers really didn't hold back this night. Hardly had the Iron Wolf Regiment chased them from the foot of the mountain to the border of the mountain forest before they gave up. Su Xiaotian personally greeted Yu Tianlong and said to stop there and not to enter the mountain. Angry Yu military commander said how not to let your son good. Su Xiaotian sneered. You are now the artillery regiment and a large part of the military force have been lost. If that brat can't even pass you, I help him even more does not matter. With that, Su Xiaotian collected his troops and went up the mountain, leaving only 2 battalions on the side of the Iron Tiger Regiment. Old Yu, are you really going to trip up that Su Ran kid? Yu Tianlong's staff officer asked curiously. At this time, Yu Tianlong said angrily, I can't beat his old man, but I still can't clean up that brat? My artillery regiment and several battalions have all been raided by his old man. This time, I have to find some advantages on his son. But Su Ran that kid is not simple. We are in the mountains these 3 months. I have heard that the Star Military School's training volume is also quite a lot. The goal is to go up to the mountains and make a splash. Oh, I don't need a full complement now. Just these 2 battalions can make that kid beg for mercy. Now there is still a small half-month time from his kid on the mountain. Notify down. The troops are stationed here. Guard the road into the mountain. I want to make that kid the mountain can't even get into it. Just directly roll down to train his newborns properly. Who let his old man bully me so much? Staff Sergeant Li smiled helplessly. He knew Yu Tianlong's temper. Although his mouth said so, his relationship with Su Xiaotian was still there. Inside the Star Military Academy, the training of the 5,000 rookies had long since reached a perverted point as the time drew nearer and nearer. Everyone screamed in agony, but not a single person said they were giving up again. Without realizing it, they have developed a very powerful obsession. That is, this time on the mountain, we must let all the military districts know the name of Star Military School. But nevertheless, in a team of 5,000, a number of people were replaced, because there are those who have been physically trained out of their bodies, and there are those who have added training on their own in an effort to try and end up with physical injuries as well, and have no choice but to be replaced. In the words of President Su, if you can't go this year, you'll have a chance next year. Because at this time, Su Ran was already full of confidence. This time on the mountain, he would definitely make Star Military School a hit. From the time Principal Su and I have been working on the strategic deployments, hundreds of scenarios have appeared in our hands as of now, and our deployments are precise to each individual. So all of these deployments are going to be handed out to the students next to familiarize them with them. At this time in the conference room, Su Ran held the last meeting before the military exercise on the mountain. Zorn, an expert in strategic deployment, is speaking for himself. Secretary Zhou then stood at the door with a stack of information. The instructors of each department will take away and distribute the information of the people inside your department in a while. Old Ma, you are responsible for supervising whether each student has begun to learn about these deployments or not, within this week at the latest, to familiarize everyone with all of them. Su Ran also spoke up at this time. Strategic deployment is the most important prerequisite for them to familiarize themselves with the battlefield. Otherwise this group of new recruits won't know what they're going to do after they go to the mountains. And after the deployment is over, the last week is given to them to train themselves on the results of their deployments. And not only written knowledge, but also to start practicing. After saying this, Su Ran turned his head to look at Fan Zai on the opposite side. How are they learning with the nanobots? Fan Zai hurriedly said. All 5,000 trainees have already mastered the operation of the nanobots. I feel that we just need to consolidate from next week onwards, and the specific courses can be cancelled, so that they can devote themselves to other courses. Good. Just give the course to the strategic deployment. You remember to occasionally give them questions to test them. And you kid do not waste time. Usually continue to study nanobots in depth. As long as we go up to the mountain, you start to study other functions with Director Lu and them. By then nanobots are the treasure of our Star Military Academy. The more you master, the higher the value. Do not let others give you a surpass. When the time comes, give my Star Military Academy a disgrace. Chapter 95, Receiving Equipment. Preparing for the mountain. The meeting went on until 9 p.m. The next half a month was left before Su Ran brought people to the mountain. At this time, Principal Su no longer works overtime, resumed his daily routine, and even works out before going to bed. What he had learned in these days he would use to brew and sink. As for the situation on the mountain this time, Su Ran wasn't worried at all. Currently, his 5,000 students were already infinitely close to being warriors, and with hundreds of sets of strategic deployment plans. As long as these pups obeyed orders, they would definitely be able to survive steadily when the time came. Of course, what Principal Su wanted wasn't to stay down, but to utilize the intelligent robots to make a good mess. We'll wait for time to see how big this wave thing is. Evening. in the accommodation building where 5,000 people train.
All of the freshmen have finally returned,
dragging their tired bodies with them.
That's right. In order to let this group of guys train properly,
Su-ran purposely had people vacate the 2 dormitory buildings that were vacant as well. Now these
5,000 people were sort of distanced from all the freshmen,
and their daily tasks were nothing more than training and studying.
Destroy it, hurry up.
Xiao Kiba returned to the dormitory and lay directly on the bed, never wanting to move again. Next to him, Wang Batdan slumped in his chair.
I even wish now that I could have gone up to the mountain earlier and begged the army's cannons to give me a couple of hits.
It's so hard to be a good student like this.
I kind of miss the old days of being a scumbag now,
Namabi said in a very shameless manner. At this moment,
the 3 of them were all being lectured and had no temper at all. But after just a moment's rest, all 3 of them sat up very consciously and directly took out the strategic deployment issue today to study. Unconsciously, the 3 unlucky scum have actually developed the good habit of loving to study.
The same scene happened next door in Zhang Sun and Lu Dafei's dormitory.
This guy Lu Dafei ended up falling asleep in bed with a book in his arms. As for the girls' side of the dormitory, it was even more horribly rolled. Li Ying and Lu Jia seemed to have become a benchmark among the girls. There were only supposed to be 100 or so girls selected this time around, so the various decisions made by the 2 became the most tacitly agreed upon among the girls this time around. It was most of the night before a group of girls came back from staying up late working on their fitness in the training room.
But don't get me wrong, it's not just today.
They haven't gone to bed early one day in the past 3 months.
For the 5,000 students, the military exercise was thoroughly one of the most important journeys of their lives. Of course, it was a very happy time for Saran. He's not so crazy about extra training anymore, but instead trains occasionally on a daily basis.
The thing that made him happiest now was that the influence given by the system was getting higher and higher.
Obviously,
these 5,000 rookies had gradually become more and more loyal to Su-ran during their daily training.
That's what led to the system's growing influence as well. 3 months down the line, once again adding 100,000
points of influence value to Su-ran. It's enough to rival the impact of the national championship during the last monthly exam. There were now 300,000 points of influence within Su-ran's system. If we get a good place in the next military show, that would definitely save some more influence points again. By the time the system arms area opens, the Star Military Academy would be a complete fly on the wall. And so, with everyone busy, time once again began to keep shortening. In the blink of an eye, half a month flew by again. The time came when everyone was ready to go up the hill. Early in the morning, Secretary Zhao then helped Su-ran prepare her luggage.
At this time,
Su-ran had also put on her costume.
This time he was wearing very plain camouflage, exactly like the rookies.
It's the equivalent of standing in a crowd of people with nothing to distinguish them but this face.
Principal Su, can I really not go along? Without someone next to you, many of your habits are gone. Su-ran picked up the luggage and said, have you watched an anti-war drama? Do you have to drink coffee and comb your hair inside the drama? Ha? What anti-war drama?
Secretary Zhao was filled with confusion at the question. Keep a good eye on the research project for me. I have to see the progress again when I get back or you'll lose your bonus next month.
After saying this,
Su-ran ignored Secretary Zhao and directly walked out from outside the office.
By now Martinez,
Zorn was waiting at the door.
The men are assembled and waiting for you.
Saran nodded and handed his luggage to Martinez,
and the 3 of them went downstairs together to the car and headed straight for the playground.
Tap tap tap. Secretary Zhao came to the door on her high heels.
Seeing the back of Principal Su's last car,
he could only wave with tears in his eyes. At this very moment, the playground of the Star Military Academy. All the rookies are all in place.
5,000 of those chosen all stood in the center in separate squares.
The freshmen from the other departments were lined up around them,
watching them silently.
For the past 3 months, everyone knew they were training day and night just to go to the military exercises. That's why many people try to give up resources to them when they train on a daily basis.
Even the rookies,
who usually like to go to the gun training room to shoot, gave up their spots. Usually there are also times when they are eating in the cafeteria when many freshmen will vacate their spot and allow them to cut in line early. It had to be said that the freshmen of the Star Military Academy had indeed achieved unity of thought and solidarity.
Principal Su has arrived. Someone saw Swearen's familiar SUV outside the playground.
Instantly everyone was energized and looking at the lectern very carefully.
Inside the 5,000-person square, everyone was also looking ahead with excitement. Soon, Saran and Martinez, as well as Zorn, arrived at the lectern.
The old squad leader hurried over.
All set. Su-ran nodded.
The batch of supplies issued from above have all been inventoried, right?
It's all fine, Principal Su. The active Army QBZ-191 automatic rifle, QSZ-92 pistol, daily body armor, combat boots,
and enough blanks for each person are also complete.
The old squad leader was in a military drill, so he was familiar with all this stuff. Su Ran nodded slightly after hearing this, while his gaze swept through the faces of all the people below. 3 whole months. Are you ready? Almost as soon as Su Ran's words fell, a burst of shouts immediately erupted from the square formation of 5,000 people below. Always ready! Always ready! This feeling directly made all the Star Military Academy freshmen in the periphery feel goosebumps, because the sound was so explosive. It hadn't been this shocking before when they were answering Principal Su together, but the small square of 5,000 men at the moment did surprise everyone, not just from the voice, but from the essence alone. Oh good, and I'm not going to say anything cockamamie. I'll see you on the hill with all our skills. The only request, obey your battalion commander's orders or you know the consequences. Next pick up your gear and get on the buses by battalion units out of the school gates. Chapter 96, the rookies are a bit panicked when they see equipment they've never seen before. Here's a note. Back half a month ago, Saran had Martinez and the old squad leader divide the 10 battalions according to the individual rookies' grades, personalities, and habits. Each battalion had 500 men and was the lowest battalion unit. Usually inside all the armies in China, there is one battalion of 800 men. This is true of the 6 military regions and the 4 major military administrations. However, Su Ran said, I'm a Star Military Academy, not the military, so I definitely won't follow your requirements. Inside the 10 battalions, they are distributed down according to strategic deployment. The commander of the 1st Battalion was Young Hoon in charge of the Forward Attack Assault Infantry Battalion. Zhang Sun's overall training performance should be the highest this time, so without hesitation, he became the Assault Battalion. The battalion commander who rushed to the forefront, and coupled with his excellent leadership skills, it was really no problem. Li Ying, commander of the 2nd Battalion, was in charge of the 2nd Infantry Battalion, responsible for reconnaissance, battlefield penetration, and battlefield division. Li Ying's grades were actually on par with Young Hoon's, so her 2nd Battalion could be said to have the toughest mission in the entire regiment. Reconnaissance, penetration, and division, all the toughest missions of the war. But Li Ying accepted the battalion commander's position without hesitation. 3rd Battalion Commander Lu Dafei is responsible for the rear pressure for the artillery battalion. This time the above to the Star Military Academy equipped with 5 howitzers, as well as rocket artillery, 2 kinds of artillery. That said, Lu Dafei, this guy in 3 months, finally also found his most suitable position, that is, artillery, because he has a very different talent for many guns. So this time the artillery battalion was given to him without surprise. 4th Battalion Commander Ryu Jiajia was the Electronic Information Battalion, responsible for electronic jamming, as well as nanobot jamming, equivalent to being the eyes of the entire regiment. Lu Jiajia, this girl, although in Li Ying competition, but nay their own physical quality or did not keep up, so she led the remaining girls as well as some of the general performance of the boys formed the Electronic Information Battalion. Of course, in times of emergency, so the Electronic Information Battalion are also to be transformed into an assault battalion. 5th Battalion Commander Zhang Quan Guard Battalion. Then follow Su Ran issued the number of orders, in case of emergency, but also belongs to is to protect Su Ran, this temporary head of security, to avoid the other side of the decapitation plan appeared. 6th Battalion Commander Xiao Ji Ba, 7th Battalion Commander Wang Baitan, 8th Battalion Commander Nai Ma Bai, all 3 were placed under Zhang Sun. All of them are Assault Infantry Battalion, because the Assault Battalion is the front line. To be honest, when the 3 got this order, also a little bit dumbfounded. No one expected that the 3 most insignificant unlucky people would have to serve as the commander of the battalion that rushed to the front, but this was an order given by Su Ran himself. 9th Battalion Commander Chi Chirue Armored Battalion, responsible for the management of all vehicles as well as the Star Military School's newly equipped 10 armored vehicles, 10 main battle tanks, and the 10th Battalion Commander Wang Hao Anti-Air Defense Battalion, responsible for anti-aircraft artillery, anti-aircraft missiles. The 9th and 10th battalions could be said to be the 2 very heavyweight battalions of this Star Military Academy, plus the artillery battalion, all of which is full of equipment that many rookies don't normally touch. But it was good to know that the 3 months of training had not been in vain, and the knowledge they had been exposed to on paper had managed to kickstart these things. Su Ran knew that the old man intentionally threw the equipment at himself now, just to see him face all sorts of difficulties after going up the mountain. That's why he's not even a little bit angry with the now improvised regiment. At this time, at the entrance of the Star Military Academy, a regiment of equipment was placed. After the infantry battalion side received their daily equipment, Su Ran turned his gaze to Defei and the others. 3rd Battalion Commander, 9th Battalion Commander, and 10th Battalion Commander, you've been given 1 hour to skill your equipment and report back to me when you're done. Su Ran faintly said. Dafei, Wang Hao, and Qi Chirue all did not dare to delay, immediately began to let his men busy. For all the rookies of the Star Military Academy, all of this equipment, although looking huge and unfamiliar, was all in their minds at this time. Lu Dafei shouted, "All of you, according to the units I assigned to you, first familiarize yourself with each gun, then check the internal structure. I believe your knowledge is definitely worthy of the current operation." Qi Chirue and Wang Hao's side were likewise, and both of them all ordered their men to begin to skill up. Kakiri's armored battalion was fine. It was all the equipment you see every day in school, but Wang Hao's side on the bitter, all anti-aircraft guns, radar systems have never seen. At this time can only be the same as Lu Dafei, to encourage his men to use the knowledge learned to begin to skill. An hour later, everyone came over to report to Saran again. 3rd Battalion checked out, 5 howitzers, 3 rockets, 1 cannon, 100 mortars, all checked out. 9th Battalion inspection complete, 20 armored vehicles, 10 main battle tanks all ready to go. 10th Battalion inspection complete, ground radar reconnaissance system, electro-optical reconnaissance equipment, drone reconnaissance equipment all normal, command vehicle, communications equipment all normal, 337mm towed anti-aircraft guns all normal. Su Ran stood in front of the command vehicle and nodded with his face as normal when he heard these professional answers. Depart at once. Yes. The 3 men saluted hastily, immediately followed by all the battalions in the rear saluting immediately. In an instant, a team of 5,000 people, a regiment of equipment followed Principal Su as he drove out of the Star Military School in great numbers. Around the school, all the students stood on either side clapping their hands and applauding with great excitement. Though they did not go along, their hearts were at this moment tied to this regiment participating in the military exercises. Same moment, all the sentries of the 80th Legion Station near the Star Military Academy also slowly saluted. Unbeknownst to them, this time, Principal Su's first trip into the mountains will involve a battle with their U Army commander. At this time on the way up the mountain, Su Ran sat in the command car observing the mountain system that had just been connected. This system was the chain of command for all the regiments participating in the military exercises, connecting the first-level military government of China's Tianchang, as well as other military regions and military governments. General Su's side will also be able to give you orders at any time, while your side will likewise be able to observe the status of your regimental combat units and the battlefield destinations you enter. Of course, if the other side ambushes you, you certainly can't see it. You can only rely on your own ability to scout. Next to him, the commander of the 5th Battalion, Zhang Quan, although it was a guard battalion. At this time, he was also moonlighting as Su Ran's staff officer. Zhang Quan analyzed the current map situation. Su Ran leaned back in his chair and looked at the map with a serious face. Next to him, Zhang Quan hurriedly nodded and looked at the map and said, "Principal Su, no, Su Regiment, according to the current view, the 6 military districts have been eliminated 3. The remaining 2 are also far below the mountain. And on the mountain, the Iron Wolf Regiment hijacked the mountain to make full preparations. The 4 major military mansions are battling on the top of the mountain, and the battle situation is also very fierce. The general military districts can't intervene into it, and if we are now to enter the mountain, we will definitely have to face the siege of the Iron Tiger Regiment and the Iron Lion Regiment." Chapter 97 Principal Su's Way into the Mountain. Su Ran nodded slightly and said, "Then how do you think we should enter the mountain?" Only Zhang Quan frowned as he looked at the map, then said with some hesitation, "Headmaster Su, judging by our current situation, I suggest we avoid the battle and take a shortcut to go in slowly. You think it's like crossing the grasslands back then? We have heavy weapons, armored vehicles, and howitzers, as well as radar systems in our unit, and you're letting Lu Dafei and the others carry their heads away?" Hearing Su Ran's words, Zhang Quan awkwardly lowered his head. "But our team just came in. We've never fought before, so we definitely don't have much of an advantage if we just start engaging. You kids should know that we're not going into the mountains to go through a mission, but to actually engage in a battle so that you can grow up. So avoiding a battle isn't the best option." Su Ran finished standing up and picked up a small red flag from the side and threw it very accurately on the next hill. "Iron Tiger Regiment?" Zhang Quan looked at Su Ran in surprise. "That's right, just hit the Iron Tiger Regiment." Su Ran smiled and said, "Your army commander is our old friend. I also have dealings with him, so I still know a little bit about him. What's more important is that he is now being beaten down by the Iron Wolf Regiment. The losses must not be generally heavy. Just into the mountains well. Let you guys pick the soft pincers to pinch." Zhang Quan nodded and said, "Understood, Principal Su. I'll immediately issue an order for the entire regiment to immediately create an attack plan against the Iron Tiger Regiment." Su Ran didn't say anything, but quietly looked at the piece of mountain forest where the Iron Tiger Regiment was entrenched. At the same time, all the battalions of the Star Military Academy received the orders from Su Ran's side of the command. The Iron Tiger Regiment? Good guy. An old foe.
Young-hoon smiled as he sat in the front row of the car. At this time the headset came Lu Dafei's voice. I still remember when the monthly examination.
Beat us both, that guy. Don't let me catch him.
Otherwise he can suffer the old crime.
You might as well pray that people don't catch you. You came down hard in the first place. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm an artillery battalion commander.
Stationed at the very back. How can I be arrested?
If I want to be arrested, it's better to arrest you.
The commander of the assault battalion first.
Just as the two were sniping with this side, Shakiba and the others entered the chat channel as well. Before departure, all battalion channels were fixed. For example, if you want artillery support, then look for Lu Dafei, the commander of the 3rd Battalion on channel 3. And if you want tank armor support, then look for Chichirue, the commander of the 9th Battalion on channel 9. Damn it, two wise brothers,
we've met our old rivals this time.
How do we fight?
And I'm by this guy in the exercise leisure time. Like to read this world's 3 kingdoms and water margin masterpiece. The beautiful name is in order to learn all kinds of tactics.
So usually like to use a more ancient point of call. How to fight. Give me a hard fight. I, Star Military Academy, will show my sword to every enemy.
Shaoqiba, this guy is still a little hot-tempered.
Don't look at the usual hangdog, but now after leading the troops,
this little temperament rubbed off. I think both of you have forgotten how hard you were beaten by the other Iron Tiger Regiment back then.
And now you're even blabbering about it. Dan Wangbatten broke the conversation between the two very realistically. Lu Dafei said, no, why did you 3 enter my channel? Don't let Lu Jiajia find out in a moment to report it to Principal Su. Lu Jiajia, as the information department, did have the right, and the possibility,
to listen in on the conversations on the various channels.
That's true. Have you forgotten that the 3 of us are now Boss Zhang's people? That's why we're all prompted when he enters this channel. Oh, Lu Dafei helplessly said, really almost forgot. You 3 stinkers get together. Hurry hurry, chatting withdrawal. Do not linger in my channel. You kid still has people you're afraid of? Zheng Sun interjected with a laugh. You don't know. When I see Lu Jiajia now, it's like when I was a kid when I saw that study committee member in our class who loved to make reports. At the drop of a hat, she would report to the teacher. At the drop of a hat. If Principal Su wants to know that we're here to blow our might, wouldn't that be the end of it? I think that woman is just plain jealous because she's not as good looking as my Eiko. Hearing Anai Mabi's words, Dai Fei, Xiao Ji Ba,
and Wang Baiten shouted in unison to shut up.
Immediately after that, Xiao Ji Ba said, okay, it's not even a war yet. Let's relax and unwind first. Otherwise we'll be all tense and speechless when we enter the mountain in a while.
Entering the mountain in a while will surely be a vicious battle.
With a tiger on the left and a lion on the right. We rookies can't even fly well even if we have wings. Kiba, you goon, don't grow on others at the drop of a hat. Even if they're of tigers and lions, we'll have to peck their eyes out. Just as a few people were chatting and joking over the intercom. In the command car of the Ministry of Information,
Lu Jiajia was wearing headphones. Her face was red, and her little nose was very angry as it went up and down.
Battalion Commander, should we talk to Principal Su?
The assistant next to him whispered.
Lu Jiajia glared back at him,
when a familiar voice once again came from the headphones. I advise you all to have the time now to give a look at the various configurations of the Iron Tiger Regiment as well as their past customary battle results, or else you're going to be beaten out of your wits if you go into the mountains and start a battle in a little while.
Inside the headset, Lu Dafei's 3 people were all incomparably happy when they heard Li Ying's voice. Eiko, why are you here too? You wouldn't have been here a long time ago and have been eavesdropping on us, would you? Still Eiko understands us and knows to find us in here. Li Ying had stopped talking, and he didn't know if he had quit channel 3. At this point,
Zhang Sun helplessly laughed.
Don't even talk about it.
Listen to the 2nd Battalion Commander and hurry up to take the time to consolidate all kinds of information about the Iron Tiger Regiment.
The people had to say goodbye one by one, and began to consolidate their learning about the Iron Tiger Regiment. In the information department,
Lu Jiajia put down her headphones and coldly grunted without saying much.
The assistant next to him laughed. These guys kinda listen to Li Ying. No one takes you for a dummy if you don't speak. The aide hastily shut up, not daring to say more. From the outside at this point,
the Star Military Academy's voluminous caravan was already traveling slowly on the mountainous highway.
What time is it?
Su Ran slowly opened his eyes as he sat in the chair. Next to Zhang Quan hurriedly said,
Colonel Su. No, head of the regiment. It is already 6 in the afternoon. There is still an hour before we arrive at the military exercise area.
Have the whole regiment stop and rest on the road. The scout battalion find a place to be stationed.
We'll spend the night on a nearby hill. All heavy weapons and mechanical vehicles parked on the side of the road under tarps. Keep the radar off, and put men on guard. After saying this, Su Ran directly pushed the door and got out of the car to start moving his muscles. Next to Zhang Quan, however, he was a bit dumbfounded. Chief, we want to go into the mountains tonight? Of course we're going in, but not now. Su Ran looked at the large mountains in the distance, a light smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 98, Late at Night, a good opportunity for a sneak attack. At 8 o'clock in the evening the whole regiment of 5,000 men had been stationed in the woods beside the mountain road. On both sides of the road below, rainproof cloths wrapped in camouflage were parked, surrounded by people from the Star Military Academy who were closely guarding the area. And on the hill, the battalions had been stationed for dinner and rest. After Su Ran finished eating briefly, he called the battalion commanders of each battalion over. Rest for 3 hours, and at 11 o'clock at night the whole regiment will be up and ready to go into the mountains. 4th Battalion Lu Jiajia. First have your information battalion bring out the nanobots and distribute a few to Zhang Sun. Lu Jiajia saluted as well. Yes, Captain. 1st Battalion, Zhang Sun, take charge of the reconnaissance assault and solve the secret outposts at the mountain passes. Take 5 of the nanobots. Find the secret outposts and solve them for me when the time comes. And before you solve them use your brain to get the opposite side slogans out of me. Zhang Sun hurriedly saluted. Understood, Captain. 2nd Battalion Liang, you're in charge of penetrating. Take the path over there. Also take a few nanobots from Lu Jiajia, and find the opposite gun battalion for me. According to my estimation, there aren't many of their gun battalions left, so they should be pretty far back, but your mission is that you have to find it. And if you get the chance, create chaos for me in the back. Li Ying saluted. Okay, Chief. 3rd Battalion Lu Dafei. Don't be confused, you kid. When the time comes listen to orders at all times. 2nd Battalion Li Ying's side has a situation. You immediately artillery support. Lu Dafei hurriedly stood up and saluted. Understood, Captain. Battalion 5, Battalion 6, Battalion 7, assist Battalion 1 on the periphery to take over. If there is a situation you guys go up top to help. If the plan to solve the dark sentries fails, you guys help take over the retreat. Xiao Ji Ba, Wang Ba Dan, and Ni Ma Bai all stood up and saluted. Su Ran then turned his gaze to 9th Battalion Chi Chi Rui, Armored Battalion, don't turn off the fire. When all the dark sentries are resolved, you guys go straight in and blast me against the other side's command post. Chi Chi Rui hurriedly saluted. Understood, Su Tuan. Definitely won't let you down. Finally, Su Ran looked at Wang Hao, the commander of the 10th Battalion. You battalions stay put for a while. I'll have a big use for you at the end. Wang Hao nodded and said nothing but saluted. After all the camp arrangements were over, Su Ran slowly stood up. Instantly, all 10 battalion commanders also stood up and looked at him very seriously. For the first battle, I don't want any of you to make any mistakes. Follow my orders, and don't think of any strange and weird ways for me. Go into the mountains steadily tonight, and the beginning of tomorrow will be our main event. Understand? Understood, Chief. All 10 made a sound in unison. Su Ran waved his hand and everyone prepared to depart. At this time, however, he spoke again. 2nd Battalion Liang stays behind. Liang was slightly stunned and hurriedly nodded and stood next to him. Xiao Ji Ba and the others were also very curious. But this was the fact that Principal Su was now also their headmaster, so they didn't dare to worry too much. Inside this mission, your battalion has the toughest task. Do you have the confidence to accomplish it? Hearing Su Ran's words, Liang hurriedly said, Chief, I'm confident that I can accomplish it. The 2nd Infantry Battalion I was going to give to Yun Hun, but your grades were even better than his, so I didn't base it on personal preference, and I believe it's a sign of respect and recognition. Li Ying's heart tightened, and when his eyes looked at Su Ran, there was an additional bright expression of gratitude and respect. After this trip into the mountains, your first task will be to find the Iron Tiger Regiment's artillery. Throw in the time you have to catch up and you have less than 6 hours. And if there are places where the nanobots have bad signals it might be even more difficult to figure out how to do it on your own then. I know, Chief. I'll get the job done. The 2nd Infantry Battalion is the most important part of the regiment, and I don't want to use you once to end the battle and be eliminated. So do your best, and if you can't find us, use other means, and when the time is up, get off the hill at once. Understand? Got it. Save your strength and don't show off. Su Ran smiled faintly and waved his hand for Li Ying to leave. This time, he purposely let Li Ying stay behind. He just wanted to warn this unconvincing girl not to show off. According to Su Ran's understanding of Li Ying, this 9-death mission, if Li Ying couldn't take it, she would never come back and would think of everything. But that wasn't the result Su Ran wanted. Zheng Quan said beside him, Chief, Li Ying Chang and his battalion have a tough task. Should I send some of our battalion to help? There's no use going to more people, and you have your own things to do. After saying this, Su Ran pulled out a piece of printing paper from the table, on which some codes were densely written. You learned Morse code in school, didn't you? Of course, it's all learned. Translate these and take them over to Lu Jiejia's side in a moment to have her closely monitor these bands. Chief, these are. Just after asking, Zheng Quan immediately shut up. Nothing, it's all just some of my own ideas. Because I've heard that our Captain Yu is fond of using these to pass on secret messages and orders. Zheng Quan was instantly dumbfounded when he heard this. Even if we know that Yu's military commander has this habit, but this secret telegram thing, how can we still guess the frequency band? A few moments later, Lu Jiejia took the list without daring to delay and hurriedly assigned it to her men. I finally realized why Principal Su asked us to purposely purchase a few conventional transmitters and receivers before he left. At this moment, a very worshipful look appeared on Lu Jiejia's face. At this time, Su Ran was sitting in the command room, playing with some small flags on top of the map. When he was in school, Su Ran had watched videos of the military exercises of the various military houses every day. Zorn had also asked him why he didn't look at the major military districts, but only at the military government. The reason Su Ran answered was the military exercises of the major military regions, all in his mind. This really wasn't bragging. Su Ran had long ago found in his memory the habits and records of the military exercises of the major military regions. Obviously, the predecessor at the time had studied these a lot, the situation of each military region, as well as the deployment of troops, and even their common combat methods all existed in his mind. So Yu Tianlong's preference for traditional secret telegraphy was likewise something Su Ran had found in his mind. He even found a few frequency bands that the predecessor had deduced were the ones Yu Tianlong used most often. That's why this time Su Ran took it out for Lu Jiejia and the others to closely monitor. He didn't know how the predecessor had deduced this, but it was safe to assume that few people knew these things. Otherwise, if Yu Tianlong used these bands, he would definitely switch to other bands. Time passes by. During these 3 hours all the men of the regiment went into a short sleep. But soon, 3 hours rolled by. The battalions were immediately awakened by the sound of the whistle and all went into action. Everyone in 1st Battalion, check your gear and get ready to move, Young Hoon said seriously with his gun and camouflage painted on his face. Chapter 99, I don't believe he dares to touch me in the middle of the night? Same moment, Li Ying was already looking serious with his sidearm, checking on all the 2nd Battalion personnel. Throw away all useless equipment, bedding, luggage, take only your firearms, bullets, and intercom systems, as well as the compass. In addition, the nanobot information team to me to protect those babies. Something happens I'll tell you to get the hell out immediately. It's the battalion commander. Everyone did not slack off and immediately rushed to salute Li Ying. Depart. Li Ying waved his hand and took the lead with his sidearm into the deep forest. The 500 people behind them split into various squads and slowly followed behind. At this moment a voice suddenly sounded in everyone's earphones. Yingzi, you must come back safely. If you don't come back, the 3 of us won't live. Kiba and Baton are 2 people who are too embarrassed to say it. Only I have the cheek to say it. Don't scold us. Everyone in the 2nd Battalion heard this in the quiet night, and all of them couldn't help but let out a laugh. Li Ying stood in place in anger and grunted coldly. Get the hell out of here. And if you enter our channel again, you'll immediately report it to the head of the group. Namabi actually ran away directly after saying the first sentence. At this time, under the hillside behind the 1st Battalion, a group of more than 1,000 men was creeping densely. It was the 6th, 7th, and 8th Battalions, Sha Kiba, Wang Baton, and Nmabi's 3-man party. Not that I'm saying, but you boys have some real nerve. Sha Kiba very helplessly spat in the channel of the 3. Just now, the 2 of them, he and Wang Baodan, also switched to Li Ying's channel to eavesdrop. Wang Baodan, on the other hand, pretended to be furious and said, "You kid is really shameless. You are going to die yourself, and you are still dragging the 2 of us along. Cowardly. Incompetent. Being friends with you 2 was simply the biggest failure in my life. In ancient times there were the peach orchard and the 3 bonds. In recent times there were the water porch and the Liangshan to act for heaven. You 2 don't praise me even if it's not enough. You're still here to hit me. It hurts. It really hurts." Just as the 3 were snickering, Young Hoon's voice came out of the headset. "Don't pull your punches you 3. Keep leaning up the hill. The Iron Tiger Regiment's outposts are closing in very close. I guess they're just afraid of us sneaking up on them. So don't get too far behind us." Sha Kiba, understood. Wang Baton, nothing wrong with that. Namabi, oh yes. Zhang Sun, ************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ A regular combat unit. At this time in the lower command of the mountain.
Saran put down his headphones and smiled as he sat down in his chair.
Chief, are these 3 guys reliable? The 1st Battalion has a tough mission. Let them pick up, don't make a big deal out of it. Hearing Zhang Quan's words, Su Ran lightly glanced at him. On the battlefield, the only ones you trust the most are your comrades. And it's true that they usually hang around, but their performance in learning and fighting is there for all to see. And it's a strength to be able to achieve the position of battalion commander. So don't dismiss it so easily. Zhang Quan hurriedly nodded. I'm sorry, Chief. It won't happen again. Su Ran ignored the topic and instead raised his wrist to look at the time. 1 o'clock in the morning soon. The 1st Battalion has been touching up for almost an hour and still hasn't encountered any dark sentries. It seems that our Uncle Yu is tightly packed. The other side has just withdrawn from the Highland Hills, presumably with heavy casualties and high elimination numbers. So they're closing in tight. Su Ran laughed. Can I, you kid? Finally on the road. Zhang Quan was embarrassed by the compliment and touched his head. Su Ran spoke again. I'm now curious to know what our army commander Yu is thinking. Probably wondering how to stop us from going into the mountains? That's the equivalent of not saying it. But I understand that he doesn't think that way now. He must be thinking that, after dawn, he'll come down the hill and start wiping out our little regiment. Because Army Commander Yu isn't one to sit around and wait for death. I understand, Chief. You understand the way Army Commander Yu fights. That's why you step ahead and stage a sneak attack at night to directly catch them off guard. No one is a cutie. With just those of us, if we encountered them during the day, even if the other side is only half as numerous, we would be no match for them. After saying this, Su Ran leisurely walked towards the side of his simple bed. Don't disturb my sleep. Report back when you wake up with something. Zhang Quan laughed bitterly. Captain, it's the offensive phase, and you're just going to sleep like this? I'm all set. Just fight my way and you'll be fine. The second half of the night is the real battle. Saran smiled and covered up and laid down on the bed. Zhang Quan, on the other hand, nodded and saluted. Then came to the door with his gun slung over his shoulder. The headmaster is asleep. I'm going to check out the information department. No matter what the situation is, you can't disturb the headmaster's sleep, got it? The 2 duty officers hastily nodded and saluted. After Zhang Quan walked away, the 2 of them looked at each other and then smiled bitterly. Sleeping at this juncture. Our chief's heart is really big. Who says it isn't? I'm all tense and sweaty right now. Do you think those people we sent out will be able to come back safely tonight? Alas and pray. It's the first time we've all fought a regular army, and I hope the chief's command is slightly better. Anyway, I believe in our chief. So stop talking and do your duty. At this time at the entrance to the lower part of Highland Hill, Yu Tianlong's Iron Tiger Regiment is resting. There were a number of sentries on duty all around, and further down the road, there was a single dark outpost on standby. But what they didn't know was that in the mountains, a very tiny little flying insect swept through the air. In the Iron Tiger command post, Yu Tianlong didn't sleep even when he took a thermos cup and drank strong tea and wolfberries. Why does this right eye of mine keep jumping? Next to him, Senator Li looked at the book and laughed. I haven't slept well for the past 2 days, so it's strange if I don't jump. It's only 1 o'clock now. There are still several hours before dawn. Is the situation detected by the sent out undercover sentries true? Is it true that the Star Military School has camped at the bottom of the mountain? Don't worry. It's absolutely true. Just go back and get a good night's sleep, and then go down to clean up that little brat when it gets light. I can't sleep. I'd better go check the sentries on duty again. That kid doesn't play by the book. You saw it last time during the monthly exams at the Star Military Academy. Don't get careless. The more you fight also how the more timid it. Our sentries on duty are all a dark too light. Iron Tiger's special forces even if that kid does not follow the normal rules. I do not believe that he can touch up in the middle of the night. Almost as soon as the words of Staff Sergeant Lee over here fell, hillside, Young Hoon had given the order with a hand signal. Everyone, after the dark sentries are resolved, the snipers will immediately use silencers to resolve the bright sentries, with no 3-second intervals between them. Understood. In the blink of an eye, the 3-star Academy rookies slowly climbed out and headed straight for the dark outpost on the Iron Tiger Regiment's side. At the same moment, several snipers from the Star Military Academy slowly revealed their rifles, aiming at the Iron Tiger Regiment sentries that were skulking not far away. Chapter 100 Direct Firefight. Yu Tianlong shouted angrily. At this point in time, within the Iron Tiger Regiment's guarded area, the 2 dark sentries leaned into the bushes and talked in low voices. So is the military commander. I don't believe that the group of students from the Star Military Academy really dares to touch up in the middle of the night. Tomorrow we'll go down to the mountains to clear them out. And how comfortable it is to have an early night's sleep tonight. Don't compare yourself. You don't know how the army chief feels these 2 days, do you? Hang in there. Someone will change in the middle of the night. The two had just finished speaking on their side when a crisp sound rang out from behind them. Someone? The two Special Forces soldiers turned around instantly, though the two reacted quickly enough. But the Star Military Academy's assault team had long since touched down. Jojo. Yellow smoke rose from the two men's bodies, and their faces became incredibly embarrassed. Squad leader. From now on, duty is duty, don't always think of slacking off. A Star Military Academy rookie chuckled, then waved the two men to crouch. How dare you guys come up here? Don't think you've won by taking care of the two of us? You're in for a hard time. The people from the Iron Tiger Regiment sneered, not putting the people from the Star Military Academy in their eyes at all. But just then, two chirping silencer shots rang out again not far away. The two Iron Tiger Regiment men opened their eyes incredulously, only to see a group of people in camouflage uniforms densely drilling out from underneath the mountain forest. Looking closer, these people had youthful and childish faces, but their faces were overflowing with an expression of incomparable dejection. Have you taken care of all our undercover agents? That's impossible. How did you guys find our location? The cadets of the Star Military Academy all looked at them faintly without saying anything. Only one talkative cadet sneered. Squad leader. We don't talk to dead people. Having seen countless classic military dramas, at this moment, I didn't think it would really come in handy. At this time at the front of the line, Zhang Sun spoke up. 5 dark outposts report on the situation. A voice came out of the headset. Sentry number 1 is resolved. Concealed outpost number 2 is resolved. Concealed post number 3 solved. Sentry number 5 is resolved. The 4th farthest point is still looking for an opportunity. There's a contingency. Hearing this, Young Hoon couldn't help but reach back. The large force immediately stopped and did not dare to proceed. What's the breaking news? Report immediately? The voice of the Star Military Academy rookie came from the headset. There's an Iron Tiger officer coming to scout at the 4th dark post. This person looks familiar. A bit like the U Army commander we saw during our monthly exams. Young Hoon said helplessly. The sniper team side also issued a question. Battalion commander. What do we do next? There will definitely be a connection between their secret and open outposts. And I already have an open outpost on my side to see what's going on the secret outpost side. Don't hesitate. Shoot to settle. Settle 1 for 1. Understood. Over at the 4th dark post. Give me a chance to find. If it does not work, even the U Army commander together, the decapitation opportunity is right in front of us. If we can take you guys down, we will get credit for it. I'll lead the men to lean over now. After giving his orders, Zhang Sun looked at the deputy battalion commander next to him. Switch channels, notify battalion 6, 7, and 8 to go up the mountain immediately. We're going to advance the battle. In the meantime, Young Hoon switched channels again to number 2. 2nd battalion commander, the situation on your side. How is it? Li Ying was leading a walk on the cliff face at the moment, and when he heard Zhang Sun's question, he opened his mouth and replied, I've already roughly detected the location of the other side's artillery with the nanobots, and I'm on my way. I expect to be there in about an hour. It's been too long. We can't wait. I'm going to ask the regimental commander, 3rd Battalion Ludafe Artillery to support us first as we start a frontal attack. You have an emergency situation on your end? That's right. It might meet up with the opposing frontal force. So the artillery has to support us first. You probably won't get a reply from the chief's side. I just sent out several commands, all of which were being auto-replied by the information department, telling us to follow the original battle plan. Ugh, okay. The chief is probably testing us, so just do what you want. I've got things to do on my end. Good luck to each of you. To each his own. After ending the call, Young Hoon looked up. Chirp chirp chirp. The sound of silenced gunshots kept coming out of the darkness. One by one, all of the Iron Tiger Regiment's open posts were solved. Only the dark side of the 4th outpost remains. At this time, Yu Tianlong was patrolling the various dark outposts with his own guard platoon. Army Commander Yu, the rest of the dark outposts are far away. Let's go back and contact them by walkie-talkie. After the platoon leader of the guard platoon spoke, Yu Tianlong then stood still and looked into the distance. It's so quiet. If I remember correctly, our 5 dark posts are about 500 meters apart, with dark posts in between. Right? The guard platoon leader next to him nodded and said, That's right, 500 meters away, with a hidden post in the middle, which is equivalent to having someone watching at 200 meters. And we've already seen this side of the 4th hidden post, so there's no problem. I'm probably just being paranoid. Come on, go back and rest. Yu Tianlong shook his head, then turned around and walked towards the front. At this time in Zhang Sun headset came a voice. Army Chief Yu is going back. Hearing this, Zhang Sun immediately said, Settle the dark sentries immediately. Let's enter the field. But just then, over at the Iron Tiger Regiment's Dark Post number 4, the 2 officers on duty were a bit flustered. No word from Outpost 3, no news from my side of the 5 either. Contact 1 and 2 immediately and see. None of the news. The 2 looked at each other without the slightest hesitation. Army Commander you. The duty officer just came out of the pit. The person in charge of solving the hidden sentries at the Star Military Academy was also startled. Asterisk 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 they found it. Shoot to settle immediately. Young Hoon yelled directly in his headset. Yu Tianlong, who was about to turn around and leave, turned around violently. Instead, 2 chirping gunshots were heard coming in from the darkness. The 2 Iron Tiger's hidden sentries stood directly in place and froze, for 2 clouds of yellow smoke had risen from them. Cover the retreat of the army commander. Yu Tianlong's guard platoon immediately reacted and directly 2 people blocked at the back and 2 people guarded at the front. Jojo. Darkness. The Star Military Academy snipers hidden in the shadows also began to return fire. Bang, bang, bang. There are no silencers on Iron Tiger's side. Shoot straight in the dark. Almost instantly, an alarm sounded right in the Iron Tiger's barracks. Doodle doodle. Countless people woke up in the barracks and started running out with their gear. All gather at once. There's an enemy attack. There's an enemy attack. In the woods at this time, Yu Tianlong cursed in anger. Su ran. You little brat. You really touched up. The men of the guard platoon were again sniped off 2 heels in their retreat. At this point, there were only 3 people left retreating around Yu Tianlong. Let me go. I'm going to have a go with these little brats. Just entered the military academy a few days ago, and they really think they've grown. After saying that, Yu Tianlong directly took his gun and started shooting back at the mountains. Young Hoon tuned the channel to 3. Lu Dafei. 12 o'clock. Fire support. We're going to attack the other camp. Chapter 101, Artillery Gathering. Lu Dafei's branching out. At this point on the mountainside, Lu Dafei, the commander of the 3rd Battalion, who had just set up his guns and made a good camp, was instantly confused. No big brother, stop it. The order I received was to support the 2nd Battalion commander, Sister Ingzi, in attacking the other side's artillery battalion. Aren't you guys sneaking up on them? What's with the firefight? In the headset, Zhang Sun helplessly said, out of the situation. The other side of the U army commander found us, and now the 2 sides have exchanged fire. You have to ing not support. And so on the other side of the artillery fire first open. Our battalion run people's faces, so close to the distance, and finally have to be no. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Have you asked the chief for permission yet? This situation isn't quite right. There's no reply from the chief's side. Don't hesitate Lu Dafei. The other side are all Iron Tiger special forces. We can only sneak attack. And now with a frontal firefight, our group of student soldiers won't be able to resist for long. Hurry up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Give it up. Wait for me for 2 minutes. I'll adjust the distance. After saying this, Lu Dafei directly tuned in the FM channel and yelled at everyone. All guns repositioned. Forward camp at 12 o'clock. Forward observation post reporting new target bearing. Next to it, the artillery observation post hurriedly entered coordinates into the mini radar electronic system. And several other specialized observation posts operated non-stop against the optical observation. Base shot 320, range 4,500, elevation plus 15, enemy camp assembly area, nature of target, self-propelled artillery position with attached ammunition dump, priority Alpha 1, highest, synchronize fire control data throughout the battalion and recite target parameters. After Lu Dafei heard the exact location, he gave the order again. Battalion emergency maneuver. Disengage from the current line of fire and move to alternate position 7. After the end of the professional terms, Lu Dafei helplessly said, "This damn open fire is not just open big brother, how long can you hold out on your side Give me some more time to correct the position." Zhang Sun, who was exchanging fire with the Iron Tiger at this time, shouted, 5 minutes. 5 minutes if you don't open fire, you won't be able to see me in this maneuver. Bang bang bang, the woods were like a cannon. And the shots kept ringing out. Zhang Sun looked back and the commandos in front of him had kept on emitting yellow smoke. In just 2 minutes of firefighting, 7 or 8 people were eliminated. At the end of the day, they are still students, even if they go to war for the first time, and they encountered the Iron Tiger Special Forces. Retreat, down the hill. Asterisk 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 you guys are panicking my ass. According to the training each battalion retreats in an orderly manner. The sniper team covers the back. These are ing blanks. If you're afraid of dying, I'll look down on you. Young Hoon exasperatedly yelled in front of him. Speaking of which, it was still his own inexperience that had just let everyone come up before the dark sentries were resolved. The other side. Yu Tianlong has been covered and withdrawn to the rear. Because of the close proximity to their camp, all the sentries and duty officers rushed out after the gunshots were fired. That kind of reaction is certainly much faster than a rookie at Star Military Academy. Give it to me. Hit these little chicks hard. Dare to engage in a sneak attack. Really dare to move on the Teiyukai. Yu Tianlong pointed at the woods and cursed loudly and angrily. Next to him, Staff Sergeant Li walked out with a smile. You really don't say. This kid is really daring to fight. He even touched at this point. If not for you checking out the sentry this time, he would have really let him touch it. I told you a long time ago. You can't be careless when fighting this kid. Yu Tianlong wiped his face with a gray head. Then spoke. Have you notified the artillery side? Wait a little longer. The guard platoon said that they rushed up a few hundred people. I think it is the assault battalion. You hit the rabbit must not even nest. The artillery is all we have now, so we have to use it sparingly, and the other side's artillery hasn't shown its head yet. Yu Tianlong laughed, almost got confused. Wait. After that, the two returned inside the command room, and the gunfire outside was getting more intense. The original leader of the Iron Tiger Regiment stood in front and pushed his headset. Teach these little brats a good lesson and don't let them forget who taught them to graduate. As soon as the words were spoken, several armored vehicles burst out of the woods with anti-aircraft machine guns mounted on them. Little brats, staying up late at night to make things happen. Let's let you learn a good lesson then. Ta-da-da-da. The heavy firepower was directly pressed against Zhang Sun's assault battalion. Below the hillside, the three battalions of Xiao Qiba, Wang Beitan, and Ni Ma Bai also rushed up to meet them. Directly to the opposite side to get anxious. Xiao Qiba was also dumbfounded when he looked at the people from the Iron Tiger Regiment that kept wearing out of the forest. Zhang Sun kept pulling back with his men and yelled, Xiao Ji Ba, what are you doing frozen? Let your men press up. Soon the four converged. Wang Bat Dan looked at the front condition, helplessly said, this is not a level at all. Just went up to dry dozens of people eliminated. Pull back first. I'm calling the artillery. Give them positions to play. The ones with the nanobots are protected. Don't fall into each other's hands. Hearing Dahan's words, the others didn't hesitate and began to hastily order everyone to withdraw and fight as they went, and to closely protect the nanobots' commander. People kept getting hit with yellow smoke during that time. The rookies who were eliminated were also bitter, having just been eliminated on their first night on the mountain. It does feel so uncomfortable, but it can't be helped. This is a battlefield. If it had been a real battle, they'd be a corpse by now. Lu Dafei, hurry up for me. Zhang Sun yelled in his headset once again. Don't rush. Right now. Inside the artillery barracks, the subordinate next to him rushed over and said, Battalion Commander, all calibrations are complete. You may fire. Then what are you waiting for? Let's do it. My brothers can't hold out much longer. With Lu Dafei's command, a cannon shot rang out in the sky. Boom boom boom. Almost instantly, the howitzers arrived at the head of the Iron Tiger Regiment. The Iron Tiger Regiment men who were charging also hurriedly began to find cover. Howitzers, take cover. Holy, these rookies have fast reflexes, and the artillery can adjust their position to fire at such a short distance? They must have been prepared for this. All pull back and get out of range of the opposing artillery attack. The people of the Iron Tiger Regiment didn't react normally fast and quickly retreated backwards. Hillside. Young Hoon and Xiao Qiba and the others finally leaned against the hillside and breathed a sigh of relief. This kid Lu Dafei is finally reliable. Wang Baodan curiously said, Brother Sun, what should we do next? We just go back in disgrace? Young Hoon looked at the three people next to him. Can you guys swallow this? Do you want to fight back again? Inside the command room of the Iron Tiger Regiment, Yu Tianlong and Staff Officer Li also stood in the doorway, looking at the shells that kept falling from the sky. At least 3 howitzers, and 5 rocket launchers, and 1 cannon. This equipment is even more expansive than when we went up the mountain. The old general is wise. The other side rookies a bunch. You do not give them good equipment, do not just rely on people to fight. Then my Iron Tiger troop shall not beat that brat up until he doesn't even recognize his old man. After Yu Tianlong dejectedly said something, he returned to the command room and crossed his legs. What do you think he'll do next? Staff Officer Li looked at the map and said, he shouldn't have done a sneak attack alone. Does he just want to use the assault battalion to exterminate our Iron Tiger Regiment? That kid wouldn't be so stupid. There must be a backstroke. He's got a load of backstabbing. There's a cliff all the way behind us. Which way are his guys coming up? Chapter 102, No. You flew up here? Same moment. At the back of the Iron Tiger Regiment, everyone in Li Ying's 2nd Battalion has been fully assembled. Truth be told, poking up from this hill nearly scared all the rookies in the 2nd Battalion to death, because there was no road at all in this place. Luckily they had nanobots to transmit information and found a path in the dark where mountain hunters hunted. But a little carelessness and you're falling off a cliff. Just about halfway through, a rookie backed away with his legs shaking in fear. Liang said straight away that it was fine to return it, but she would report back to Principal Su about tonight. Odds are that these guys will face being discouraged when the time comes. The rest of them were scared, but they still gritted their teeth and climbed up from the mountain step by step with Liang. At this moment, everyone was gasping for air and sitting paralyzed on the ground. Battalion Commander, it's been almost 20 minutes since the firefight in front of us. What should we do next? The Deputy Battalion Commander was a little better, looking down the hill in the distance and asking anxiously. At this moment, Liang looked at the map and said in a deep voice, "The artillery of the 3rd Battalion can't support us for the time being, and now our plan has to change. We are attacking the artillery battalion, and it's hard to do anything else now that we're so close to it." Liang didn't say anything, but commanded the scouts to continue exploring forward, and then connected to Channel 3. 3rd Battalion Commander. Ah, Ingzi. No, the 2nd Battalion Commander. Lu Dafei's side is a little excited. Did not expect it to be Liang looking for himself. "I'm sorry, I had a temporary change of plans on my end and pitted you guys against each other," Liang said indifferently. "It's fine. The 1st Battalion and their side are in an emergency situation. I need to know now what's the furthest distance of your artillery coverage. What do you want this for?" The distances of local command rooms on the battlefield are precisely calculated so they won't be in artillery range. And I don't know anything about these guns you're calibrating, so now I need to know the maximum range your guns will cover and then deduce the location of the opponent's command room. Holy, you're going to mess with Army Commander you. No, you're going to mess with their command room? That's kind of cool. Cut the crap and hurry up. A few moments later, Liang leaned against the stone and kept drawing around on the paper while mumbling various numbers. The other commanders of the 2nd Battalion next to them were a bit dumbfounded, not realizing that their battalion commander would use this trick. The rest of the 2nd Battalion were sitting on the sidelines recuperating, having just gone up the mountain, which had indeed scared them half to death. Based on the maximum distance covered by the artillery, spreading 500 meters in a fan around the perimeter will surely find the location of the other side's command room. But I need a more precise location. Immediately lead the nanobots to search this area, and report back if you have any news. After saying this, Liang looked back at the others. Let's stay here and take care of the opposing artillery first. We can take care of their artillery with just these few men? Firstly, judging from the fire points of the engagement in front, all their main forces are on the hillside, so the artillery definitely doesn't have many men. Secondly, they are retreating from the Highland Hills. According to the forward wire report when we went up the hill, the Iron Wolf Regiment directly attacked their artillery, so I presume that there aren't many artillerymen left. Plus this position is now easily defensible and difficult to attack. There are definitely no more than 200 artillerymen, so the chances of a direct hit are high. And wouldn't it be more perfect to use their guns and attack their commanders at that time? Once these words came out, all the commanders of the 2nd Battalion admired Liang in their hearts as if they were flooded with water from the Yellow River. There's absolutely nothing wrong with reasoning and extrapolating. Get it on, get it on. It's hard not to win a war with a battalion commander like that. This was the moment when everyone finally had something to look forward to. Otherwise, it would be stifling to work so hard to climb from the mountains and not be able to do anything. With that, the 2nd Battalion took advantage of the darkness and hurried to the artillery position at the top of the hill of the Iron Tiger Regiment. Battalion Commander, you're a god. The opposite artillery holds up 150 men. Hearing the scouts report, Liang did not have much joy. Check your gear, put on silencers, start fighting in platoons as a point according to the training plan. There's more of us. Each team tackles 2. Fire on my command. Don't give them a chance to counterattack. Soon, everyone was already all in place. Liang pressed down on his earpiece and slowly raised his gun to see the company commander of one of the opposing artillery companies in the scope. Shoot, Jojo. In the darkness, a cloud of yellow smoke began to rise from the Iron Tiger Regiment's artillerymen before they could react. Liang's side of the fight is even more perfect. Directly is aimed at the opponent's steel helmet position. My god, you guys have wings. Did you fly in from the mountains? The leading Iron Tiger Regiment Artillery Company commander asked, quite dumbfounded. The rookies from Star Academy were incredibly happy, and didn't pay any attention to them at all, but instead came to the door of artillery. All remember how to use it, right? Liang asked, sidling up to the gun. Next to the deputy battalion commander laughed, of course I remember. We learned the first lesson is artillery. This thing is not used, but the principle is similar. You will be given 5 minutes to become skillful, and to adjust your distance, and wait for news from the reconnaissance company, and when the exact position comes over, don't say you won't be able to fire your guns. Understood. battalion commander. With that, all the rookies of the 2nd Battalion all came together in front of these guns and started to skill up. There were a total of 2 towed howitzers on the site, and a cannon, and the rest were various mortars. This bit of family property, it seems to have been really beaten hard, Li Ying faintly said. At this time those eliminated artillery personnel of the Iron Tiger Regiment had immense embarrassment on their faces. As if he had thought of something, that artillery company commander hurriedly raised his head to look at Li Ying. You're going to attack our men with our artillery? Li Ying gave him a cold look, just said, Comrade Company Commander, please do the most basic eliminator code. Wait until Li Ying leaves. A few men from the Iron Tiger Regiment came together and laughed bitterly. Who would dare to believe that we were defeated by a bunch of student soldiers, and a girl leading them? On top of that, they're going to use our guns to hit our people, which is damn hard to listen to. Don't say anything. Think about the inspection you should write back while you're at it. The army chief will have to point his nose at us this time. Half an hour later, Li Ying received a reply from the reconnaissance company. Battalion commander, we found the location of their command room. Li Ying finally showed a hint of a smile. Send it to me. At the same moment, Lu Dafei's artillery at the bottom of the hill finally stopped. Li Ying looked at the time and whispered, It's overplayed. Battalion 1. Battalion 1. Come in if you copy. Zhang Sun heard Li Ying's voice and hurriedly said, 2nd Battalion Commander, what's the situation on your side? I've gotten a hold of the opposing artillery company and found the location of their command room. Awesome. Yonghun froze in his headset for a while before saying 2 words from the heart. The shelling will begin in 2 minutes, so get ready to attack. After saying this, Li Ying looked directly back at the Deputy Battalion Commander. Adjust your position and aim for the opposite command room position. Chapter 103, Armored troops enter the field and destroy the Iron Tiger Regiment. On the mountain, the fighting was fierce, and at this time at the foot of the mountain, Saran stretched and woke up from his command room. Zhang Quan hurriedly walked over with hot water. Captain, you didn't even wake up from such a loud gunfire outside. You can sleep fine. Oh, when you get used to it, you can fall asleep too. Su Ran took the water and took a sip, then laughed. Hit on it? Hit on it. Things are going very well on our end so far. And there's a big surprise tonight, as you'll find out soon. Come to the tablet and I'll look at a live map of the scene. Zhang Quan hurriedly pulled a 32-inch giant flat screen from the side of the bed. This is a real-time map that is commonly used in the modern military and was issued above this command. At this time on the map, the blue dot in the most central area kept moving. These were the people from the Star Military Academy, and they all had GPS on them, so their location could be seen at any time on the real-time map. And of course, it was all thanks to the real-time updates from the information department on Lu Jiejia's side. Su Ran laughed when he took a look. The 2nd Battalion is not bad. Really touching the back of the mountain? And why is the 1st Battalion's loss so big? Did they not succeed in their sneak attack mission? Hold your horses. Chief, look at the map for a real-time report. Next to the 32-inch giant screen is the real-time map explanation. Everything that happened on the battlefield tonight has been reported from above. Su Ran looked at it for a moment before smiling helplessly. Somewhat interesting. Somewhat interesting. Chief, did you know they could handle it so you could fall asleep in bed with a big heart? Zhang Quan was very curious at the side because at this moment, although Su Ran was acting normally, this feeling of strategizing was too obvious. Su Ran didn't answer this question of his, but found the location of the 2nd Battalion on the map. What is Li Ying going to do? Zhang Quan hurriedly explained. Battalion Commander Li has found the location of the opponent's command room and is preparing to use their artillery to dry the opponent's command room. Hearing this, Su Ran laughed out loud. My poor Uncle Yu, you're really unlucky to meet our group tonight. At this time at the top of the mountain, Yu Tianlong in the command room couldn't help but sneeze. What? Caught a cold on a trip out? Senator Li asked curiously from the side. Yu Tianlong hurriedly said, Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. My body is barreling along. I don't know if it's that little brat Su Ran scolding me. Do you think the boy is sick tonight? Not sleeping in the middle of the night, but tossing about here. And now, well, the position of the artillery is exposed. He must have more than this trick. We just haven't realized it yet. I suggest I'll allow you. Send some more support to the artillery side. There's a cliff over there. I don't believe those little buggers can fly up. After saying this, Yu Tianlong still waved his hand and said, Forget it, between this kid is often out of line. Then send the 3rd Battalion over to see if their artillery is exposed. Rest and recuperate, and we'll return a few of their guns. Staff Sergeant Li nodded and stood next to him at the correspondent's position. Get me the artillery company and tell them to report back there. The correspondent nodded hastily, but soon he realized something was wrong. What's going on? Senator Li asked nervously. Can't reach the battery. When the correspondent said this,
Yu Tianlong and Staff Officer Li all looked at each other,
staring in disbelief. That boy, did he really send up the hill and end my artillery? Yu Tianlong spoke in shock. At this moment,
Senator Li's brain was racing.
Old Yu, we need to withdraw. And fast. Yu Tianlong also nodded hurriedly. Go, go.
It was almost as if the two had just run out of the command room. An ear-splitting artillery barrage then rang out in the sky.
Woohoo! Boom boom boom.
Almost instantly, the entire area around the Iron Tiger Regiment's command room was directly surrounded by falling shells.
Protect the commander and staff officers. Protect the commander and staff officers.
A voice came out from the Iron Tiger group.
However,
as the smoke slowly cleared, Yu Tianlong and Staff Sergeant Li all had yellow smoke coming out of their bodies, and the two of them were grayed out by the fake artillery shells. Still, the men in the surrounding guard platoon could see the unmistakable signs of anger on both men's faces.
Brat, I'm not done with you.
Yu Tianlong stood in place, truly angry. He was beaten down by Su Ran's old man on the mountain, and thought he was going to take it out on Su Ran at the bottom of the mountain. But where did it occur to me that Su Ran at the bottom of the mountain was harder to deal with than even that old man?
What an underestimation of this kid. Come on, go back inside and sleep.
There's nothing for us to do next. With a bitter smile, Staff Sergeant Li took off his jacket and stretched his legs as he walked back to the command room.
At this point, on the hillside,
Zheng Sun and the others also heard the intense cannon fire coming from the Iron Tiger Regiment's camp.
It's so handsome, my Eiko, Namabi said with immense excitement. Next to them, Xiao Qiba and Wang Beitan both didn't make a move this time because they were also too excited. Handsome drop ha ha, directly in the opposite layer. And it was hit with their guns. I think Army Commander Yu is spitting blood in anger.
Young Hoon smiled back and then tuned the channel to Li Ying's side.
Battalion Commander Li, that was a handsome move. Li Ying's side, on the other hand,
looked incredibly stable. The shelling will end in 5 minutes. You guys prepare to attack. I'll lead a charge down the hill and we'll rendezvous.
Understood. After pressing the headset,
Zheng Sun immediately began to command the 3 living treasures in front of him.
You 3, organize the men to start a counterattack.
The artillery barrage has now disrupted the other side's rear.
But the enemy we face is still not to be underestimated.
So for this counterattack we went in guerrilla style.
Hit and run, all moving through the woods. Hearing these words, Xiao Jiba's 3 men all nodded their heads very seriously,
and immediately turned their heads and began to order the people in their own battalion.
A few minutes later,
Zheng Sun with the remaining 4 battalions of 1,
6, 7, and 8 battalions of nearly 2,000 men attacked again. In fact, after that round of shelling just now, there were only about 1,000 men left in the Iron Tiger Regiment.
But the group of rookies from Star Military Academy were still no match in the front either. So Zheng Sun could only think of another way to run more of his men through the forest by using guerrilla tactics. And it also puts the rest of the nanobots to good use. In the meantime, the head of the Sioux at the bottom of the hill also tapped on the tabletop and smiled.
It's almost dawn in an hour. It's time to get this fight over with.
Tell Zheng Sun's side to slow down the attack for now. The armored unit on the 9th Battalion side is up.
Everyone, don't skimp on the artillery. Just swing the camp across the street. Hearing this,
Zhang Quan immediately nodded and turned around to send orders to the 9th Battalion Commander Chi Chirue.
4:30 in the morning, Kakiri's armored troops marched up the mountain. This moment also became the last straw that crushed the Iron Tiger Regiment. Plus Li Ying leads the pack from behind.
The Iron Tiger Regiment was massacred directly above the small hill into the mountains at dawn.
All of you, up the hill! Su Ran wore a jacket and sunglasses,
and got into the SUV directly from the door of the command room.
Behind them,
a large troop from the Star Military Academy followed in great numbers.
Chapter 104, don't care what he is. Just do it. Along the way,
Su Ran listened to the reports from each battalion inside the earpiece. Zheng Sun's 1st Battalion was the one that suffered the most losses, having been eliminated by hundreds of men directly after being exposed and exchanging fire with the other side last night.
The 2nd Battalion, Li Ying's side, wasn't small either, with a tally of more than 20 men eliminated,
including 5 more who backed out on the way up the mountain. Su Ran didn't have the slightest hesitation about this and directly told those 5 people to get off the mountain and get lost. Immediately following were the battalions of Xiao Qiba,
Wang Batdan, and Anai Mabi,
who lost roughly 50 men one after the other on the way to the attack as well.
Overall,
it counts as a big win for Star Military Academy tonight.
With a loss of less than 200 men, they directly regrouped and destroyed Yu Tianlong's Iron Tiger Regiment.
And many of the decisions during the period were still decided by them, and Su Ran did not intervene. So this battle tonight is totally a lesson in how the rookies at Star Military Academy grew up on their own.
Soon, Su Ran's car arrived at Yu Tianlong's command headquarters last night.
By now the eliminated Iron Tiger Regiment had also organized people to start descending the mountain.
Yu Tianlong sat in the car with a cold face. Next to Li staff officer is very open-minded, holding his cell phone and brushing the video of his own pleasure. Army Commander, the principal of the Star Military Academy is coming up. Upon hearing the guard platoon's report, Yu Tianlong jerked his head up. Next to him, Staff Officer Li coughed. Old Yu, keep your temper down. Don't worry, I can hold it down. At least I won't beat him up.
After saying that, Yu Tianlong jumped down from the car.
At this time, Su Ran also happened to get out of the car, and the two of them instantly locked eyes. Uncle Yu, goodbye. Su Ran smiled and walked over to shake hands with Yu Tianlong. Yu Tianlong sullenly ignored it and instead raised his hand and Su Ran saluted. Su Ran also reacted and hastily saluted with the other party. Brat, you've brought in some nice students. Su Ran laughed. Sorry Uncle Yu, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. There's only the enemy on the battlefield. There's no Uncle Yu for you. But I'm curious, how in the world did you find out the location of our hidden outposts? And how did you manage to get someone to touch the location of the command post? Su Ran looked at Yu Tianlong, always keeping a smile on his face. Secret, can't say. Bastard, I've been eliminated. And this without telling me? Don't you worry, wait another half a month. You'll know after the military exercise. Yu Tianlong couldn't do anything with him,
so he could only wave his hand and walk towards his own convoy down the mountain.
Kid, beating me a defeated Iron Tiger, you're just the beginning. There are more difficult bones waiting for you next. Keep up the good work. If you're really good, just take care of one of the 4 major military mansions for me. And then old Yu, won't be so bad that I'll be told by your old man in the General Assembly that I'm useless.
Hearing Yu Tianlong's words, Su Ran also responded loudly.
Uncle Yu, I definitely won't let you down. A few minutes later,
the original Yu Tianlong's command post became Su Ran's temporary command camp. The commanders of all 10 battalions assembled and met inside.
Zhang Sun and Xiao Jiba, Wang Beitan,
and I'm by 4 people still have black dust on their faces that have not been wiped clean.
And their bodies also look incredibly messy, because last night's fight lasted until about an hour ago just now. They were too busy to clean up,
so they had to just come inside the command room.
Li Young, who had arrived later,
was slightly better off. She'd already begun wrapping up when she'd brought her people in, but there was a fair amount of dust on her as well.
Snap!
Saran was the first to applaud, followed by the rest of the battalion commanders laughing and clapping.
After the applause ended, Su Ran waved his hand and told everyone to take their seats. It was a good fight tonight.
You all played to your abilities and even improvised to bring the battlefield initiative into our own hands again.
Su Ran looked at Zhang Sun after he finished speaking.
The battalion's battle was the most tragic, and likewise rushed to the forefront,
and is also a credit to the battalion,
especially the battalion commander,
Zhang Sun,
who temporarily changed the plan to allow the artillery battalion side to support you guys,
which is a very good move. Thank you, Captain.
Zhang Sun looked at Su Ran and happily stood up to salute.
However, before Zhang Sun's side could be happy, Su Ran splashed a pot of cool water again. Moving on to your battalion. Solving the hidden sentries to conduct a raid is about being fast and accurate, but your people don't know how to solve the problem after encountering an unexpected situation, and that's the biggest problem. Hearing this,
Young Hoon lowered his head in a bit of embarrassment, as this was a problem he already regretted not commanding after it happened. The appearance of Army Commander Yu was the biggest change. Otherwise the losses in this battle tonight could have been even less according to my deployment, just because you guys hesitated in solving the number 4 hidden sentry,
leading to what happened later. On the battlefield, when the leader of the other side is delivered to you,
and your men outnumber theirs several times over, and you hesitate to even fight for fear of being exposed.
Tell me, what are the snipers assigned to you going to do? If, after discovering Army Commander Yu, you had directly ordered not to let him go, but to eliminate him instead, then the next thing wouldn't have had to be so troublesome at all, and you could have even resolved the battle earlier. Su Ran's words enlightened everyone.
The battlefield does require a very cool,
decisive mind.
Young Hoon was clearly inexperienced last night and was afraid of exposing the sneak attack after he solved Army Chief Yu.
I understand, Chief. Next time I promise I won't.
Zhang Sun said very seriously. The lesson he learned this time did make him regret it very much.
Su Ran nodded slightly and said, read in the back of your remedial work to do a good job. This blunder will not be pursued. In the future, remember to be decisive and firm. Bold point.
Star Military Academy students, do not be afraid to shrink.
Do not forget that the narrow road is brave. As long as you dare to light up the sword. Do not care if he is a military commander or what the length of the dry on the end of the understanding? Understood, Chief. By this point,
Young Hoon's mindset had changed once again, because Principal Su had so much influence on him.
2nd Battalion Commander Liang performed wonderfully in last night's battle. From taking the path up the mountain, encountering the unexpected, decisively helping his comrades, ceding artillery support to them, and then solving the opposing artillery, and also projecting the location of the local command room, all of which were very wonderful operations. Hearing Su Ran's praise, Liang also hurriedly stood up and saluted. "Thank you, Principal Su, for the compliment." Su Ran nodded and waved for her to sit down. "But there is one thing, you didn't do a good job counseling your comrades and subordinates. This is also a shortcoming. When you went up to the mountain timidly, you as a battalion commander didn't understand their mentality ahead of time, didn't know everyone's thoughts, so there was such a humiliating thing in the battlefield, which is also considered a blunder." Liang hurriedly nodded in recognition. "Pay attention next time. In the future, learn more about the mentality of those subordinates of yours. There's a long battle ahead. You're their leader. Don't let this happen again." After saying Liang, Su Ran once again looked at Lu Dafei. The latter hastened to his feet and saluted. Reporting to the regimental commander, "I deeply realize my mistake. I didn't listen to the 1st Battalion commander's order in time during last night's battle, and I also hesitated for a moment, so it led to the artillery battalion joining the battlefield a little too slowly. I promise I won't make the same mistake next time." Chapter 105, "Oh Old Su, you have a good grandson." Hearing this guy Lu Dafei recognize his own mistakes, everyone forced to smile and didn't dare to make a sound. Only Su Ran looked at the guy with strange eyes, probably feeling inappropriate. Lu Dafei also awkwardly touched his head at this time. "Chief, my mistake would be this, right?" Su Ran smiled helplessly, also being rendered speechless by this living treasure as a whole. Being able to recognize a mistake on your own is indeed rare. You kid as a gun battalion are an important fire support point needed by all your teammates throughout the regiment, but where you hesitate for a moment on the battlefield, more of your teammates will be sacrificed. So next time someone beats up one of your teammates, don't tell me that you're going to hesitate. Lu Dafei hurriedly shook his head. "Won't hesitate, Chief. Don't worry. Do you think that's all your mistakes?" Su Ran asked again rhetorically. Lu Dafei gave an ah, not knowing what to answer next. Su Ran, on the other hand, gave him a blank look and drew a list from the table. "This is the number of shells you consumed last night. From the beginning to the end, the whole bombardment lasted for half an hour. More than 100 rounds were used, and the mortar shells even used more than 400 rounds. So what? Are you trying to bombard that mountain out of existence? Do you know that the cost of the fake shells is more expensive than the real ones? I'll see what you'll say if the authorities pursue the matter." Lu Dafei touched his head in embarrassment, not daring to say a word at this time. Su ran through the list of consumed shells to Lu Dafei, then turned his gaze to the three people, Xiao Qiba, Wang Beitan, and Ni Mabi. The three of them only felt icy cold and immediately subconsciously stood up wanting to admit their mistake. Su Ran, however, waved his hand and said, "You three did pretty well this time. You were able to go up the mountain to support the 1st Battalion at the first opportunity, and the 3 battalions pulled their weight in the midst of the follow-up attack, so I won't say anything about you this time." Hearing this, all three of them smiled cheaply, looking incredibly happy. Namabi, originally in a happy mood, when they suddenly heard Su Ran say these 3 words, the 3 of them instantly froze, thinking that they were scolding them. Namabi coughed. "You're calling me Chief? Who else but you has such an odd name? You're going to let me know that your boy is barking in the combat channel. Next time you'll be punished by barking in front of the whole regiment for a day, the kind that doesn't even stop." Ni nodded in resignation, but then instantly looked up at Su Ran. "Chief, if the penalty is it also for me saying those things last night?" Everyone couldn't help but snicker. Only Liang had cold eyes. Su Ran also pointed helplessly at the door. "You get out and stand at the door to reflect. Don't eat tonight." Namabi grayed out and walked towards the door. A moment of immense joy for all. I have to say, as long as these 3 living treasures are around, there is no unhappy moment for that whole group. Next, Su Ran had everyone summarize last night's battle, and after that the job was to consolidate all of the Iron Tiger Regiment's camps and send out scouts to stand sentry around the perimeter, so that no matter what, there could not be a repeat of what happened to the Iron Tigers last night. As for the next plan of attack, Su Ran didn't say anything, but let these battalion commanders go down and have a good rest first. "Captain, are we just going to rest next and not prepare for the next attack?" Zhang Quan, as a temporary staff officer, was also a bit curious at this point. Su Ran, on the other hand, leaned back in his chair and looked at the map situation on the tablet. "The Iron Lion Regiment, that's a tough bone to crack. I'm not going to attack it next." Hearing this, Zhang Quan instantly widened his eyes. "Captain, the Iron Lion Regiment is on the hill next to ours. If you don't hit them, you can't be sure they'll hit us. And if you don't hit the Iron Lions, Can't you attack the high ground and go straight to the Iron Wolf Regiment? Well, it's not impossible. Su Ran raised his head and smiled, picked up the small red flag next to him and threw it directly and accurately to the sand table. The high ground of the Iron Wolf Regiment. This scene straight away made Zhang Quan's whole body petrified. Not knowing what to say next, the entire Iron Tiger Regiment was eliminated.
And this matter was instantly topped above the entire military region of China.
Celestial City, First Class Military Command. Su Guotao came to the conference room with his clothes on without eating breakfast. Play me the live video of last night's map. The staff saw Elder Su coming and hurriedly began to operate. Next to Su Guotao's staff is Ring Arm smiling and explained, Old Su Ah, you have a good grandson ah. I really did not think that this kid with a group of student soldiers, but you Tianlong to get down. Although the Iron Tiger Regiment is your son to fight down. But we must know that it is more than 2,000 Special Forces troops elite. Just last night overnight time to the regiment. This kind of thing to say that is also a military region's miracle. Cut the crap. I'll watch the live map footage before I study it with you. The old man wore old glasses and stared dead at the map of both sides on the big screen last night's video. First, the people from the Star Military School here started to touch the mountain to solve the hidden sentries, followed by the Iron Tiger Regiment's side reacting and starting to return fire. Then the artillery battalion on the Star Military Academy side began to attack. Su Guotao laughed. This brat has been plotting for a long time and picked the most inconspicuous time to attack. And he also hid the troops under the mountain in advance, as if it is to tell each other, let's live in peace tonight. Yu Tianlong, this kid careless, but also really be confused by him, did not move. But how does he know that this kid a belly full of flowers and intestines? In advance of the middle of the night to engage in a sneak attack. And the old Soviet Union. You see, the kid's most classic move in here. The old staff officer's finger was on the mountain behind the Iron Tiger Regiment. The place where the 2nd Battalion Commander, Li Ying, had shown up with his men. This place should be a cliff if I remember correctly, right? Su Guotao asked curiously. The old staff officer laughed. That's right, it's the cliff. Little Li, show the satellite map to Elder Su. The staff hurriedly released the mountain that Li Ying and the others had climbed last night. It's the cliffs and deep gullies. This is the place. He let people touch up. Yu Tianlong also thought the same as us. In this place to arrange his only remaining artillery in the high point. Who knows that the group of little brats from the Star Military School stabbed it, which made them turn their artillery head, and bombarded Yu Tianlong. No, no, no. This place is still a distance away from Yu Tianlong's command room. How did those brats from the military academy lock the location of the command room? Don't tell me they touched it themselves? This point is the biggest possibility. Of course, there is another point, is the scene projection. With our old generation of primitive methods, according to their own side of the artillery fire maximum coverage for the fan, and then radiate out to look for 500 meters, there will certainly appear the location of the local command room. This move is a little blind cat touching the dead mouse, but also really let them to touch it? Even so, the level of the little guys leading the team is not low ah. Chapter 106, there's no father-son relationship on the battlefield. Half an hour later, Elder Su Guotao finally finished the war that took place last night at the bottom of Highland Mountain. Steady as she goes. This kid has an interesting way of fighting. Su Guotao gave his grandson a very pertinent comment. Then he turned his head to look at the old staff officer behind him. What did Yu Tianlong say on his side? He called over early in the morning to look for you, and when he heard that you were still sleeping, he took a picture of the handwritten check and sent it over to me, and then said that he wanted to go into seclusion. So even if you want to beat or scold him, you'll have to wait for him to come out of seclusion before saying anything else. It's time for a good retreat and adjustment. Carelessness and complacency. Elder Su Guotao criticized a sentence with a gloomy face, then continued, in times of peace, thinking that there is no war makes you proud of your achievements. Many of our current leaders in the military are of this mindset. Now you know why I dragged this kid Xiao Ran in to stir things up, right? Because Ran is not like them. So let him come in so that he can test the army we have here. The old counselor said and laughed and shook his head. But Lao Sua, you yourself watched the video and you know clearly. I'm afraid that this group of people that Xiao Ran is bringing now is not just simply entering the field. I'm afraid that the next surprise he gives us will be even higher. Su Guotao sipped his tea and said lightly, "Hi, I'm not afraid of him being high. I'd like to see how high he can go." Then should the video of the Star Military Academy's maneuvers from last night's engagement with the Iron Tiger Regiment be released to the entire army? Wait until the end of the military exercise. Don't send it now. Star Military Academy is different from them. In case that kid just has a triple axe, won't the other military districts be on the defensive after you give it out? We'll wait and see. The old staff smiled at the side. I know, you just want to see him and the Iron Lion, and the Iron Wolf Regiment is how to fight. But then again, the next three of them to really meet together. than there is to see. This is your old Sioux family fight. The Iron Wolf Regiment is your son's people. The Iron Lion Regiment can be your years under the people, which is the heart of the Han side, are all their own, and do not know who to support. Old Sioux, but also to support the Iron Wolf Regiment. I don't know who to support. Old Sioux. Ha ha ha, you old man. Now you learn to make fun of me. At this time on the military drill hill, the door to the Iron Wolf Regiment's command room, a military SUV has just stopped. Su Xiaotian just couldn't wait to jump down from the top. Army Commander, the Iron Tiger Regiment is currently off the mountain, and the Star Military Academy has taken over their camp. The staff officer next to him rushed out to greet him. Su Xiaotian waved his hand and said, "I'll first look at his battle last night. The live real-time military exercise map. Didn't send it up there." Hearing the staff officer's words, Su Xiaotian also couldn't help but stare. "Holy, old master, do you want to be so protective of your calf? Now you won't even let this be seen?" Next to Su Xiaotian's guard platoon and his men all held back their laughter. Only Su Xiaotian helplessly took off his hat and touched his short hair. "Any word from the scouts we sent out?" The staff officer nodded to help Su Xiaotian lift the command room curtain, and the two of them walked in together. The report back from the scouts we sent out indicated that there was a heavy exchange of fire at the Iron Tiger Regiment camp last night at first, and then a very large artillery attack on the Iron Tiger Regiment camp that lasted for about half an hour. And then finally what seemed to be the Iron Tiger Regiment's only remaining artillery company opened fire as well. But it was not on the military academy side that the Iron Tiger Regiment's own camp was hit. "Ha ha ha, this is what that kid has gotten up to?" Su Xiaotian laughed happily. The staff officer next to him nodded and said, "Mostly yes. Otherwise the artillery company couldn't have hit itself. And in the end it should have been the armored units that went up the mountain, and with the infantry's coordinated entry, surrounded the Iron Tiger Regiment in the mountain and destroyed it in a regiment." Su Xiaotian stood in front of the SanDisk map and looked at it, and then pulled up the satellite map to view it. "After we drove the Iron Tiger Regiment away, Yu Tianlong chose to station himself at this place on the first line of the sky. He must have arranged his artillery at the top of the safest hill on the first line of the sky, and his command room was within the safety of the local artillery fire. And when our scouts said that Yu Tianlong's own artillery company had hit his own camp, then it must have been that gang of little buggers from the military academy that had first gained control of their artillery company." Speaking of this, Su Xiaotian couldn't help but stare even as he pointed at the cliff face of the first line of heaven. "They went up from this place?" The staff officer next to him looked at the map and laughed, shaking his head. "Unbelievable. This is what a bunch of student soldiers have fought for. Ahem. Let me emphasize. My son commanded it." Hearing Su Xiaotian's words, the staff officer smiled bitterly. "What do you think he's going to do next? Fight the Iron Lion Regiment?" Su Xiaotian sat in his chair and crossed his legs. The scene also looks a bit like his son Saran's sitting position. The staff officer next to him looked at the map and said, "According to normal logic, hitting the Iron Lion Regiment is his best option. But this kid usually doesn't follow normal logic. Just like when he let someone go up the mountain from this place in the first line of heaven. Didn't you Tianlong suffer from that? So what do you think? Do you want to give up our camp to your son? I'm telling you, even if you agree, your old man won't agree. There are eyes over our heads. Oh, do you think I'm that kind of person? First of all, I'm a soldier. And secondly, I'm a father." After Su Xiaotian finished speaking, he touched the two flags on the sandboard map. "And even if I give him my hand, do you think he'll accept it? Now we're enemies. Enemies on the battlefield. And since we're going to cross paths, we'll have to put our best foot forward to meet him. Notify them, double the number of dark and open posts, and the entire regiment's reconnaissance company will continue to push forward. Even if they are pressed at the head of the Star Military Academy, they must always observe their movements. Also, plant the guns captured out of the Iron Eagle and Iron Bear regiments over there on the east and west sides of the hill, ready to wait for my own son to come up the hill." The staff sergeant laughed from the sidelines and said, "If I were your son, I'd have to turn my back on you if the fight went on like that. Too bad you're not," Su Xiaotian very plainly said. The staff officer next to him didn't take it to heart. The two had obviously been above such jokes many times. Same moment. It's on top of the next hill. The men of the Iron Lions were also making preparations in earnest. The Iron Lion Regiment's military commander, Lai Feng, was similar in age to Su Xiaotian, but this person joined the army that year just in time for the last term of Elder Su Guotao to lead the troops in the army. So he was also the last of the old man's soldiers in the bottom army. Lai Feng, this person with the words of the old man to evaluate, is the style of a great general, but righteousness is too heavy, and another shortcoming is that suspicion is also too heavy. Take for example, this military drill entry, the Iron Lion, as an elite trained by the old man in the bottom of the army, should have been a hit like in previous years. But who knew that after encountering the Iron Wolf regiment that was gaining momentum, Lai Feng was defeated. That's why many people would think that the Iron Lions regiment was intentionally watered down this time. Military Commander. The next target of the Star Military Academy should be us. Lai Feng's staff officer was in the command room and was also talking to Lai Feng at length. At this time, Lai Feng, who was dressed in a military uniform and had a relatively good-looking face, laughed and said, "I think he'll lean towards his father's side a bit first." Chapter 107, The Captain's Magical Plan. Same moment. Formerly the Iron Tiger Regiment garrison. At this point it has become completely stationed at the Star Military Academy. All the equipment and weapons in the military exercises were provided from above. After the Iron Tigers were knocked off the mountain, their equipment was also captured by the Star Military Academy side. Ordinary weapons military school side also do not see. After all, is also just on the mountain. The hands of guys and gadgets are complete. But on the side of the artillery companies and armored units, Saran had the men absorb all that they could. Call it down. Everyone rests first, and we'll meet at 6 p.m. After Su Ran finished his lunch in the command room, he gave Zhang Quan a command. Zhang Quan nodded and helped carry the headmaster's dishes away. By this time everyone in the regiment was lying comfortably back in their rest tents. Daffy ran over to Young Hoon's side and shared the snacks he brought with him. Not long after, the three living treasures of Sha Kiba also came over. "You boys don't tell us when you have something good to eat," Lu Dafei helplessly said. "Do I dare to say it? You three are like wolf cubs. You can eat up all of them for me. And we don't know how long we will stay in the mountains this time. Give me a ham sausage. Eat what you want. I'll have 2 briny eggs then. I'd like to make up for it too." Young Hoon looked at the guys helplessly. "The chief has ordered rest, so why don't you guys get some rest?" Wang Bat Dan ate ham sausage and said, "What a joke. Only in the morning was commended. How can this excitement fall asleep? Let's fight the landlord to come. Get lost. I'm going to rest. Go play wherever you like. In case there's action tonight, you can't keep your eyes open. I'll see how you fight." The 4 men were pushed out in the dust, followed by a large bag of snacks. "Why don't we go to bed too?" Namabi asked, blinking her little eyes. Next to him, Lu Dafei plopped back down next to Zhang Sun's tent. "Is there really an action tonight? Who can know what the chief is thinking? You kids keep it together." Hearing this, Lu Dafei had to wave his hand. "Sleep, sleep, sleep. I'm the commander of the ING Artillery Battalion. I'm going to have a bad night's sleep. Who's going to support you guys when the time comes?" The 3 Shao Kiba beside him also looked at each other. "Better go back to bed." Namabi ran straight back to his tent. Batten Wong was frustrated. "I really can't sleep. Count the stars if you can't sleep. And if you get distracted during battlefield operations, the brothers will have to turn on you." Shakiba also spoke seriously. Without realizing it, a few of the most playful people were becoming more formal. At this moment, within the Star Military Academy camp, everyone was well behaved and went to sleep. Only the 2nd Battalion commander, Li Ying, was still holding a small book to record something. If you look close enough, on it are the names of everyone in the 2nd Battalion. Instead, Li Ying sketched with a pen, mumbling about each person's personality and what they were good at, because since the morning after Su Ran's lesson, Li Ying had begun to investigate the situation of his 2nd Battalion. This is the progressive person who is always strict with herself, no matter what time of day it is. 6 p.m. The alarm clock in Saran's command room went off. Zhang Quan also walked in from outside. "Chief, everyone is here." Su Ran simply folded the quilt and stretched. "Let them all come in." A few moments later, all 10 battalion commanders stood neatly next to their seats. Su Ran looked around the circle, then faintly said, "Good, looks like you all got a good rest as ordered." Hearing this, the 3 Xiao Jiba and Lu Dafei all breathed a sigh of relief. If I hadn't been able to control my lack of sleep at that noon hour, I'm afraid I'd be criticized right now. However, at this moment, Su Ran noticed Li Ying. "Chief, I'm not resting," Li Ying replied with a very honest sentence. Next to him, Lu Dafei and the others were all anxious for Li Ying. If the kid didn't take a break, he didn't take a break. "Why did you say it on purpose?" Su Ran frowned slightly. "Why? I was reflecting on your morning's lesson and made a tally of all the men in the battalion, memorizing silently the character of each of them as well as what they excel at." Several battalion commanders were all dumbfounded at these words. Su Ran also smiled helplessly. "Then let's leave it for now. Remember to rest first next time. Everyone take a seat. You were just told to rest even though it was an order, but it happened for a reason." Hearing Su Ran's words, everyone understood what to do next. In particular, Lu Dafei looked at Zhang Sun with great gratitude. Sure enough, Principal Su really does have a mission. Everyone remembers the strategic deployment of the Iron Wolf Regiment, right? All the battalion commanders raised their heads violently to look at Su Ran with shock in their eyes. "Chief, we are going to fight the Iron Wolf Regiment next? Lu Dafei asked a bit dumbfounded. Su Ran then laughed and said, "What? Scared? No, not afraid, not afraid." Lu Dafei hurriedly covered up, but everyone's heart was similar to Lu Dafei's. After all, the Iron Wolf Regiment's dreadfulness had all been heard of. China's 6 military regions. The remaining 5 military regions were all swept by him. The occupation of the Highland Hills 3 times to charge 3 times to occupy. With such a brilliant battle record, it would be false for the Star Military Academy's pups not to be afraid. The Iron Wolf Regiment is also a human being. If they are human beings, they have flaws. I have a statistical table here, which contains the Iron Wolf Regiment's performance in every military drill, in which the statistics show that he fought with the Iron Tiger Regiment for a total of 5 times, in which 3 of them were victories of the Iron Tiger Regiment. Last night we ed the Iron Tiger Regiment, and now you guys are still afraid of the Iron Wolf Regiment? Is this the style my Star Military Academy should have? Su Ran's words instantly eased the faces of several battalion commanders. First, in front of Su Ran, all the Star Military Academy rookies had a natural sense of belonging and trust. Secondly, taking credit for one's achievements is indeed the most capable situation in every army. And now Su Ran is deliberately letting this group of pups get their confidence up. If you have nightmares in your hearts, you'll never get through this life. The Iron Wolves are indeed powerful, but we're not so bad. And don't forget we have a secret weapon. Su Ran reminded the crowd once again, then gave a sign to Zhang Quan, who hurriedly lifted the electronic map at the very front. In a moment you will be given half an hour to rest and recuperate, and then all of you will be at my command to prepare to move the garrison. Ha? Moving the garrison? Now the crowd all looked at Su Ran in puzzlement. Su Ran, however, continued to command, Zhang Quan, you take the people to pack up and move to the car. Wait for my order to depart. Right. Point 100 people to fill in the 1st Battalion side. Zhang Quan saluted hastily. His 5th Battalion was now quite numerous and usually did odd jobs. There was no excuse for letting 100 men fill in for the 1st Battalion now. After all, the 1st Battalion had fought badly last night and eliminated quite a few men. Battalions 1 and 6, 7 and 8 cooperate to go to Heights 30. Zhang Sun immediately turned his gaze towards Highland 30, which was surprisingly at the foot of the Iron Wolf Regiment's mountain, less than 2 kilometers away from the Iron Wolf Regiment's defense line. He kind of missed the chief's intent. 3rd Battalion Artillery. Hearing Su Ran's order, Lu Dafei immediately stood up and saluted. Go to high ground 48 and calibrate the guns. Remember, just calibrate the guns. Wait for my order on distance and direction. Yes, Chief. Lu Dafei with a face full of doubt still saluted very seriously, because everyone could clearly see on the electronic map that Highland 48 was exactly the perimeter of the Iron Lion Regiment's defense line. 2nd Battalion. Su Ran called out again looking toward Liang. At this time Liang also hurriedly stood up and saluted. Go to point 47 high ground. Your mission is not to penetrate. This time the main protection of the Artillery Battalion. All the dangers that exist in the Artillery Battalion all to him to remove. The specific task, according to the situation on the spot to see. I do not give you a clear instruction. Yes, Chief. Liang also saluted very seriously, but a flash of brightness flashed in her eyes, as if she had thought of something. Chapter 108, Occupy 1 high ground and make 2 military districts panic. After ordering a few major combat battalions, Su Ran turned his gaze to the commander of the 9th Battalion, Chi Rue. The latter hurriedly stood up to salute Su Ran. Su Ran smiled and said, you don't have much of a mission, so just follow along beside the command room and wait for my orders at any time. After saying this, Su Ran turned his gaze to the 10th Battalion next to him. Your battalion will go here, to high ground 34. Only 1 kilometer away from where we are now stationed, and when you arrive, you will quickly start laying out your defenses, aiming your guns at high ground 49 on the opposite side of the hill, which is the position of our artillery's heads, and uniformly raising your guns by 1 elevation to make sure you don't hit your own people. Wang Hao, the commander of the 10th Battalion, immediately saluted Su Ran to show that he understood, but he actually really didn't understand right now, and didn't know what kind of trick Chief Su was trying to play. The 2 hills of the Iron Wolf Regiment and the Iron Lion were surprisingly all ambushed. If you want to fight the Iron Wolf Regiment, the Penetrating Battalion and the Artillery Battalion are all within firing range of the Iron Lions. But if we want to say that it is to fight the Iron Lion Regiment, the main force of the Assault Battalion and the Attack Battalion are all at the foot of the Iron Wolf Regiment. This approach to strategic deployment directly confused the rookies at the Star Military Academy. But the good thing was that Principal Su had given them each a task to do, and they could only do what they were ordered to do first. It was at this time that Su Ran gave his final order. 5th Battalion Information. Lu Jia hurriedly stood up to salute Su Ran. Leave 2 to guard the infrastructure. The rest of you gather up all the nanobots and follow me around ready for orders. Yes, Chief. Lu Jujia was also very excited at this time, because the head of the regiment gave this order. It was obvious that he was going to take himself out of the battle. I didn't keep up with last night's fight myself, so I finally got a chance today. Everyone in the regiment, half an hour's rest and recuperation. Leave at 7:00 p.m. Sharp and head for your own deployment point to land. I want a roll call at 8 p.m. If anyone doesn't arrive at the target point, there will be consequences. As Su Ran's order was given, everyone hurriedly ran out to start moving. Zheng Sun walked out with the 3 living treasures frowning as well, and even now he couldn't figure out what the headmaster was up to. Ah Sun, you guys wait for me. Lu Dafei also ran next to a few people. Young Hoon said, what aren't you doing organizing your own people? I am now full of confusion. Do not know what to do. Is it arrived in the high ground calibration gun after the stay there? No big brother. That high ground 48 is the mouth of the Iron Lion regiment, and I'm sending a gun battalion directly to the mouth of others? With Myingzi protecting you, you're scared less. Namabi interjected at this point. Lu Dafei was helpless. Big brother, a few hundred people are going against a few thousand. Who do you think can win? Don't forget what the regimental commander asked the 10th battalion commander to target you for. Young Hoon chimed in from the side. Only then did Lu Dafei's eyes light up. You're saying that the head of the regiment has asked the 10th battalion to support us with firepower as well? Good guy, that would be interesting. Anti-aircraft guns against the opposite side? If someone comes down, it really isn't very scary. Alright, stop dawdling and hurry up. We need to get ready to go too. At Zhang Sun's urging, several people all separated and got busy. At this time inside the command room, Zhang Quan paid attention to Su Ran several times and was tempted to ask the headmaster what his next objective was, but at this point, he didn't have the heart to do so. What are you waiting for? Pack up and get in the car immediately. Su Ran put on his clothes, urged a sentence, and took the lead out of the door of the command room. At this moment, everyone in the entire camp was already all busy. The freshly stationed rookies had expected to get some rest and relaxation, but didn't realize they had to leave after a nap. Half an hour later, the convoy was on its way into the mountains. The Iron Tiger Regiment's garrison was the intersection into the mountain, so it was only now that Su Ran and the others were actually entering the mountain. On the top of the hill in front of them was the 60th Heights held by the Iron Wolf Regiment. After the 60th Heights were the territories of the 4 major military houses, occupying the 70th, 80th, 90th, and 100th Heights. As soon as the 3-month-long military exercise is over, whoever ends up in sole possession of the 100 Heights will be the king of this year's military exercise. As for how big this area of the military exercise was, only the side of the Heavenly City's first-class military government knew for sure. At least the sound of artillery shells coming from the 4 major military houses while they were fighting for supremacy on the mountain hadn't yet fallen on the ears of these rookies from the Star Military Academy. Chief, in half an hour, we'll be within range of the Iron Wolf Regiment's scout lines. Zheng Quan looked at the real-time map and gave Su Ran a report from the side. At this time, Su Ran was still resting his eyes, and when he heard this, he just gave a hum in his throat. Stop. Have the scout company look around and find the location of the command post if it's okay. We'll set up camp. Same moment. On 60 Highland Hill, the reconnaissance company on the Iron Wolf Regiment's side also came back to report. Commander Su, the Star Military Academy has pushed all their men next to our defense line, and from observation, they have at least 3 battalions that have landed on Highland 30. Hearing this, Su Xiaotian's staff officer next to him immediately picked up a small flag and inserted it below their camp. Su Xiaotian, on the other hand, smiled thoughtfully with his hands behind his back. 3 battalions, are there others? According to the news from the Frontline Reconnaissance Company, in addition to the 3 battalions, there is also an opposing armored battalion. The Air Defense Battalion is also behind, but the exact landing point is not clear. In addition to that, there is also an infantry battalion surrounding the convoy, which is supposed to be the other party's command post that also followed it to the foot of our mountain. Good boy. Pouring out the nest. Su Xiaotian laughed beside him, but his staff officer frowned and shook his head. Where did his artillery go? The scout company commander shook his head. Nothing so far. The Star Military Academy shouldn't have suffered great losses after fighting the Iron Tiger Regiment, so why is it missing an artillery battalion? The staff officer asked again in confusion. Su Xiaotian, on the other hand, pointed to the mountain opposite them. Is it possible that it's going to the opposite side? I remember you analyzed the Iron Lions Regiment's Highland 49 back in the day, and there's a location in it that could easily pose a danger to us. The staff officer's eyes widened as he said, Heights 48, that's right, it's Heights 48. If he really wants to set up his guns on Heights 48, then we're very passive. In the past, The Iron Lion Regiment Li Feng did not do it, because this guy is suspicious. His artillery battalion down the mountain is not convenient. The mountain and to protect their own command post. Now this kid is a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers, old Su. Then you back in the day can be too fierce. Su Xiaotian looked at the map and continued to shake his head. Don't be in a hurry yet. Wait for him to see what's moving next. I would suggest that the garrison be pushed up one elevation at once, out of range of the artillery barrage on the opposite side of the 48th Heights. And if your son does turn his back on us, we will be in the same position as the Iron Tigers, and may have to go down tomorrow morning. Su Xiaotian blankly glanced at him and traced the opposite side of the map with his finger. You think Li Feng is a cutie, is he? Can he let someone put a cannon in his face? High ground 48 is bad for us and it's not good for him either, is it, bro? Chapter 109, East meets West? Who are you going to hit? Su Xiaotian's staff officer couldn't help but smile at this time. No, this kid's step is too godly. We and the Iron Lion were confused after he took this high ground. At this time, Su Xiaotian nodded slightly with his teacup and said, obviously, before entering the mountains, he has been familiar with the mountains here. Otherwise he would not have let people to go ahead of such an important place. But on the contrary, we are these old greaseballs who fought in the war. Fought for so many years but getting more and more lewd. Especially Li Feng, that kid. Guess he is now also a headache. So that the old Wang. Our side first press on. Wait and see what he's going to do. Staff Officer Wang nodded and immediately went down to pacify his men. At the same moment, at Highland 49,
Iron Lion Li Feng also took off his glasses and wiped them.
What's the boy going to do? The artillery in my face and bring a battalion with him. Next to him, Li Feng's staff officer was pointing at the map in a more anxious manner. My army commander, we can't afford to hesitate now. He's got artillery in our face. If you don't make a move, we'll be very passive in the Iron Lions next. No hurry, no hurry. Let's wait and see what he's going to do. He hasn't done it yet, has he? All of our artillery from Highland 49 are beside us. If something really happens, I'll be able to beat him up in the first place. And don't you see? Su Xiaotian's Iron Wolf Regiment is also on the opposite side. Heights 48 is the most unfavorable for him. You are always hesitant. You think people father and son will be at this time to dry? At least we have to dry down this superfluous and Laoli now no outsiders. You honestly tell me, you are not willing to lay hands on the old general's grandson?
I doubt you didn't lay a hand on Su Xiaotian when you were at Highland 30.
Off. Don't give me.
Hurry up and get the artillery battalion side ready to prepare and calibrate the 48th Heights side first. If that kid really wants to have a heart for us,
then we'll just do it. Li Feng's staff officer snickers and walks away. At this time in the command room, Li Feng, however, looked at the high ground and shook his head slightly. This kid's heart is too deep. I'm afraid that back when the old man was around, he couldn't even compare. Same moment, the kid who was accused of having a deep heart was having a late night snack in the camp. It's 9 p.m. Have you divided up all the groups I asked you to? In the command room, Lu Jejia stood next to Su Ran and nodded sharply. Chief, it's all divided up. Our entire battalion is divided into 5 teams. 1 team with nanobots to support the 1st battalion side. Another 2 teams to support the artillery battalion. The remaining 1 sector to support the 2nd battalion. And 1 team to keep watch around the area. Saran hummed, then wiped his mouth. Repeat your mission. Follow the command of the battalion commanders and cooperate with operations at all times. That's good. You go directly after the 2nd battalion commanders group and wait for my orders at all times. Just like that, Lu Jejia's side got the order and directly left with her own 3 groups. After Lu Jejia left, Su Ran looked at Zhang Quan and said, tune the battalion channels together and report their respective positions. Zhang Quan immediately instructed the communication soldier next to him to operate. A few moments later, Zhang Sun's voice came from Channel 1. Reporting to the regimental commander, the 1st, 6th, 7th, and 8th battalions have all arrived at Heights 30. Inside the 2nd channel, Li Ying's voice also came. Everyone in the 2nd battalion has arrived at 47th Heights. Inside the 3rd channel, Lu Dafei's voice also came. All of the 3rd battalion arrived at their assigned positions and have been schooling their guns. In Channel 10, Wang Hao's voice followed suit. After hearing that everyone was already in place, Su Ran tuned the channel into Channel 2 alone. Your nanobots are on their way. And once Lu Jejia is in place, you 2 listen for the sound of the 2nd battalion's artillery below. And when it sounds, immediately work together to first disrupt the radar system on the other side, and then slowly feel your way inside. Understood, Chief? Then the artillery battalion side. You don't need to worry about the artillery battalion. They're safe. Yes. Long after the order to meet was given, Li Ying had then realized that this time their leader wanted to make a sound bite. so Liang was very well behaved and waited for Su Ran's order. Sure enough, after they had just arrived at their destination, Su Ran's order was given. Now Su Ran's target was the Iron Lion Regiment. After ending the call, Su Ran once again connected to Zhang Sun's side of the channel. In 1 hour, start entering the Iron Wolf Regiment's defense line. Play lewdly and don't be too aggressive. Zhang Sun hurriedly replied. Understood, Captain. Soon, Su Ran once again tuned the channel to Lu Dafei of the 3rd Battalion. The guns are calibrated, right, Chief? All calibrated, please advise. Wait for news from the 1st Battalion side. After the gunfire from their side, immediately launch an artillery barrage on the Iron Wolf Regiment. The first round of artillery range is dense. The second round of artillery range is widened. The third round of artillery range offsets the target. And the 3 rounds of artillery are separated by 10 minutes. Off target. Okay, got it, Chief. Lu Dafei carried a strong doubt, but still did not dare to ask more questions because he was afraid that the head of the group said that he was stupid. In fact, this guy could see a little bit of an eyebrow now. After all, although the headmaster's goal was the Iron Wolf Regiment, he was now running towards the Iron Lion Regiment's side with a much clearer goal. Although he was attacking the Iron Wolf Regiment, the 3 rounds of shelling were clearly a bluff. First, without clarifying the opponent's position, the shells go over and hit the mountains. Secondly, with the extended range, hitting the target is even more remote and a complete mess. Thirdly, the last round of shelling has to be off target, which is a complete waste of shells. But it was an order from the chief, so he didn't dare to ask more questions. Consider that yesterday, when he had a target and shot an extra round, the regimental commander said he was wasting shells. Now it's a waste of shells. There's no target. Of course, all of this was spewed out of Brother Daffy's mind. At this time, he didn't dare to speak the truth in front of Su Ran. As for Principal Su, of course, he didn't bother to pay attention to what Lu Dafei was spouting. At this time he was still ordering the last 10 battalions of Wang Hao. All the guns of the anti-aircraft battalion. All of them, point them at the 49th Heights. And if there is any movement from the opposite side, you can open fire. And right away the opposite side of the battalion will be blind. And you'll have a very generous time to operate. Understood, Chief. Promise to complete the mission. After instructing everyone, Su Ran then stretched out and leaned back in his chair. Next to him, Zhang Quan was dumbfounded by Su Ran's set of chain tricks. Chief, so what you said about fighting the Iron Wolf Regiment was a lie, and the real target in the end was still the Iron Lion? Su Ran laughed. Who says it's fake? My cannons and my men are fighting on the side of the Iron Wolf Regiment. How can I say it's fake? That's true. Zhang Quan rubbed his head and smiled awkwardly. Chapter 110. No. How did they find us? At this point in time in the 30th Heights, everyone in the 1st Battalion has arrived. Zhang Sun looked at the time and hurriedly asked in his headset. Information Battalion, are the nanobots still not in place? Right away. We've seen you people. Sure enough, a team of hundreds of nanobots sent by the information unit felt their way up from the bottom of the mountain. I've been waiting for you guys for a long time, and I've finally arrived, Zhang Sun whispered, then pointed up the hill. In front should be the section where the Iron Wolf Regiment's reconnaissance company and dark sentries are most heavily fortified. Find all of them. Give me 5 minutes. The rookie from the information team whispered and immediately began to set his men to work. Wearing force microscopes, they took the nanobots out very carefully. At this time, the Iron Wolf Regiment's hidden sentries at the top of the mountain were also watching very carefully with binoculars. The men of the reconnaissance company were slowly feeling their way through the woods by this time. Code word. Hit the tiger tonight. No tigers, just rookies. Holy, did your reconnaissance company touch the faces of those student soldiers? Running so far. A few men from the Iron Wolf Regiment's reconnaissance company hurriedly gathered over. Keep an eye out. That group of rookies down the hill is getting ready to come up. Estimated to be 3 battalions strong. 3 battalions? That's quite a lot indeed. We'll go back to the command center first. You guys continue to keep an eye on it. All of you. Don't snooze. Don't worry. A rookie is still a rookie after all. And the people that the guys from the Iron Tiger Regiment can't handle will still have to look at our Iron Wolf Regiment. When the scouting company is gone, 2 dark sentries of the Iron Wolves leaned in and whispered. But then again, I've heard that the principal of the military academy who leads the team is the son of our military chief. Do you think our military chief can kill him? So what? Throwing us all in the face of the student soldiers and eliminating them? Don't worry, our army chief isn't like that. In the darkness, the 2 weren't talking, staring dead at the silent jungle around them. Soon, however, there was a very faint sound in both men's ears. Buzz. What's the matter? You kids were talking a minute ago and now you're snoring? Ha, I thought you were snoring. And what is that sound? You heard it too? Just for a moment, as if it were flying past my ears. I guess it's some kind of flying insect. There are all kinds of strange animals in these woods, and I heard from the 2nd Battalion side that they even encountered a leopard last night on duty. Oh, there are no leopards. There are a bunch of rookies. The two of them were laughing and talking. Unbeknownst to them, what had just flown past their ears was none other than the nanobots exclusively developed by the Star Military Academy. Not to mention at night, even in the daytime, it's impossible to see it with the naked eye alone. But alas, this has its drawbacks. The signal isn't great, and it's slightly audible. Except that in mountain warfare, none of this is a problem. The signal is bad, so take the base station with the information department to the nearest location and transmit. There's a sound. So there's a sound. You can't see it anyway. And who in their right mind would think that this bit of noise is coming from a robot? 5 minutes later. 30 Highland. The Deputy Battalion Commander of the Information Department gives Young Hoon a briefing. On the 31st Heights, there are 8 concealed outposts, 10 open outposts, and 3 mobile outposts. Jang Sun couldn't help but exclaim, worthy of being the Iron Wolf Regiment. Ah, double the number of guard posts than the Iron Tiger Regiment alive. And mobile posts. So damn ruthless. I'll send you the exact location, the man from the Information Department said. Soon enough, Young Hoon began to arrange for his own people to prepare for action. Brothers, don't mess up what happened last night. Get it done quickly. Our people slowly advance into the field. Remember, can use snipers? Don't do it yourself. Your group of rookies is definitely not their opponent. Sniper team can't find the position. You use grenades again. Grenade team must listen to my order and then act. Don't throw one out by yourself. Then the whole battalion has to die with you. The whole battalion will die with you. That's right. This time Young Hoon also thought of a way to keep the rookies out of the picture for a while. Snipers can handle the dark sentries first, and if they can't, they all get close enough to throw grenades, and then finally, if they can't, they start the fire siege again. The opposite side is a good shot and a good fighter, and that's all they can resort to. What's more, tonight their side wasn't even the main force. It was just a feint. Young Hoon had seen this coming for a long time. Don't worry, Battalion Commander. It definitely won't happen this time. Now that the location is all there, it's a completely targeted blast, and if this doesn't work, we'll simply die headfirst on this mountain. Alright, all stop pushing, act immediately and wait for your good news. Jang Sun waved his hand dryly, and the groups behind him slowly touched up with their guns and equipment. The man from the information department next to him couldn't help but praise. I've long heard that the 1st Battalion commander has a model of leadership, but I didn't realize that all of his men were so temperamental as well. What? You want to come to our 1st Battalion? Young Hoon teased. The Deputy Battalion Commander of Information hastily shook his head. I'm average in combat, so I'd better help you guys with something else in the back. There's no more business for you here for the time being. Withdraw. Don't touch our principal's baby bump. Oh well, we'll be off then. So cheer up and show these Iron Wolf regiments what we military school rookies are made of. Touché. Hey, before we go, I have one more question. Since we're going to fight the Iron Wolves, why don't you go ahead and let us feel our way in tonight? Instead, why don't we just tackle these sentries outside? Is it possible that even though we're fighting the Iron Wolves, we end up targeting another regiment? This is true, Comrade Deputy Battalion Commander. That's not for you to worry about. Withdraw quickly. Jang Sun waved his hand and asked the 2 rookies to send these people away. At the same moment, he contacted the 3 living Treasure Battalion commanders in his headset. You 3 take your men to the designated position and slowly close in. When you hear the sound of the grenade, enter the battlefield. Then our 3 battalions will enter at the same time. But be careful not to fight too hard. The chief's intention is to fight obscenely. What do you mean? Fighting indecently? Hasn't it always been the case that my Star Military Academy has always been about the narrow path and the courage to win? Xiao Qiba asked in a very unconvincing manner. Wang Baodan spoke up at this time. It's obvious that we're fainting our rhythm. No, Hoon. Is this Wang Bat Dan guy telling the truth? We really fainted this time? Inside the headset, Jang Sun said, alright, don't push. Know what you know. Start working. A few minutes later, Iron Wolf Regiment Hill. The 2 dark sentries who had been chatting just moments ago were targeted by a distant sniper in the blink of an eye. Jojo. The 2 men rose from the bushes with yellow smoke billowing from their bodies and their faces full of confusion. What the? No. How did they find us? Chapter 111 Feint. Shelling. Suspicion. No one answered the 2 Iron Wolves' dark sentries, because at this point in the jungle, the sound of chirping was still ringing out. The hidden sentries set up by the Iron Wolf Regiment were all wiped out in a short period of time. There were even hidden sentries lying in the trees that were directly hit. The 3 mobile posts were even more accurately hit, because your dark sentries are covered in hidden. but the mobile sentries just walk outside and are much easier to fight. Except one of the individual groups didn't get the sniper position. All teams report back. Young-hoon quickly gathered information. A few seconds later, the teams reported back with updates on the operation they had just carried out. But within a few groups, there are at least 3 more groups with unfinished business. Need to take care of each other with grenades next. Once the teams are in position, listen to my orders. You must ensure that you throw the grenades at the same point in time. Young-hoon pinched the time and mumbled a countdown. 1 minute over. A dozen grenades flew out at the same time while it was dark. The various hidden outposts were all killed. Everyone, start up the hill. Keep the advance at high ground 32. Don't go any deeper than that. And keep the teams no more than 100 meters apart from each other. And pick each other up. As Zhang Sun's words fell, everyone in the 1st Battalion catapulted into the Iron Wolf Regiment's high ground with their rifles. Same moment. 3 battalions, the 6th, 7th, and 8th, also attacked from the heights on either side. Ta-da-da-da. Heavy gunfire opened up inside the Iron Wolf Regiment camp. At this time in the command room of the Iron Wolf Regiment, Su Xiaotian also immediately opened his eyes from the chair. He hadn't had the heart to sleep with the way things were going tonight, and had been waiting for news from outside. I didn't expect to wait for the sound of gunfire in my own camp at that moment. What's going on? Those little brats come in? Outside. The guard platoon came in with their guns. Army Commander Su. The Star Military Academy's men have entered the 32nd high ground and are in a fierce battle with our perimeter. The 3rd and 4th battalions are leading a blockade. Immediately after, Su Xiaotian's staff officer also hurriedly walked in wearing clothes. Su, look at that. Look at that. I told you to move a long time ago. You had to look again. And now your son is plugging up your ass. Panic my ass. Get me the 3rd Battalion commander and have him report on the perimeter. The correspondent immediately came in and maneuvered skillfully alongside, connecting the equipment. Su Xiaotian, on the other hand, frowned and said, "What's wrong with this kid? I arranged for so many of those sentries, and he solved them all silently? All open and dark sentries, including mobile sentry signals, have disappeared, and it's clear that the military academy has weeded them out. Are you kidding? With so many people, he's a god of heaven, right? Can he solve them quietly? Most importantly, how did he know the location? Can it be that a traitor has appeared in our army?" After Su Xiaotian's staff officer finished saying this, he raised his head to look at Su Xiaotian at this moment. At this time, Su Xiaotian then glared at him and said, "Get lost, can't it be that I am that traitor? Ahem. I'll just look at you. Don't think too much. Don't think too much." The correspondent stood up at this time, reporting to the army commander. "The 3rd Battalion's communication has been connected," Su Xiaotian asked loudly as he took the headset. "3rd Battalion commander, what's the situation?" Reporting to the army commander. "So far we've managed to stop about 3 battalions of enemy fire. They become a tug-of-war over on the 32nd heights, and the other side doesn't seem to want to fight their way in, and the advance is slow. I know, keep your eyes over there. Just don't let those little buggers in. At most, let them be on the 32nd heights." Su Xiaotian put down his headset after giving his orders and smiled faintly. "The brat faints." The staff officer next to him wondered. A feint? Is he trying to deliberately do it to the opposite Iron Lion regiment? Mostly that's why. Let's see what else he wants to do next. "I say, old Sua, you don't want to play with fire. If that kid is coming for real and you don't do anything to stop the behavior, your reputation will be bad in the military in the future. Cut the crap and just sit here and analyze what he's going to do next for me." The old staff officer could only nod resignedly and sat down to look at the real-time map. At this moment, on top of the real-time map, it could be seen that the 4 battalions of the Star Military Academy had already arrived at Highland 32. This 32nd Heights is very, very close to them, so it's not comfortable for anyone to look at it. If he's really fainting, he's going to have to make a full show of it next. And that's to fire a few more shots at us on Height 48. Air Defense Battalion, activate the defense system immediately. Su Xiaotian picked up his headset and gave orders directly to his Air Defense Battalion. It was almost as if Su Xiaotian's side's words had just fallen. At this time in the 48th Heights, Lu Dafei chewed gum in his mouth and listened to Zhang Sun's voice in his headphones. "Lu Dafei, where's your cannon? Isn't it time for it to go off?" Lu Dafei laughed. Immediately, so that you can hear a good sound." After saying this, Lu Dafei turned back to give orders to his artillery battalion. "Everybody, it's New Year's Eve. Fire away. Fire the bombardment at the position you just calibrated." Boom boom boom. Loud voices rang out in the 48th Heights. Almost instantly, the Iron Wolf Regiment hill was directly surrounded by shells. Fortunately, Su Xiaotian's reaction was timely, and the Air Defense Battalion was directly deployed to intercept most of the shells. But even then, many shells landed on the Iron Wolf Regiment's hill. Su Xiaotian looked at the distance with binoculars and laughed. There is no rules and regulations. All of them are fighting indiscriminately. This brat doesn't know how to save. Look at what you're saying. If you save anymore, Li Feng's side won't believe it. The staff officer next to him also watched with interest with binoculars. Above Highland 50. Iron Lion Regiment Li Feng also held binoculars and kept looking at the opposite side. The artillery fire is intense. Next to him, Li Feng's staff officer frowned slightly. This time you believe that Su Xiaotian really ate his son, right? Li Feng shook his head and said, it's hard to say. Now is just the beginning. We have to see what he's doing next. So what do you have in mind? Is it hard to go down and take care of the artillery battalion at the military academy now? I'm not good to go down to the artillery battalion, but he doesn't want to give me a fight over. Our air defense battalion is also ready to defend. You let the 5th battalion side to bring people. Go over to the Iron Wolf regiment to make things happen. To see if these two fathers and sons are really in a war. If not, then arch the fire. If it is, then it's even more important to help out. And try to empty out the command room over at the Star Military Academy first. Army Commander Lai. I'll say one thing in advance. We have to people now have a count one. All is a carrot. The 5th battalion, if you take people to leave, then our regiment's defense force is even less. This mission, if they all did not get the benefits, we are even more passive. It's come to this point. What are you afraid of? Tomorrow morning he, Su Xiaotian, and his son must go down one. And my Iron Lion regiment can more or less keep its 5th place. So it's cost effective to waste a 5th battalion. Okay. Looks like you're really determined this time. This side of Li Feng's staff officer just left. At this time, outside the defense line of the Iron Lion regiment, Li Ying, the 2nd battalion commander of the Star Military Academy, and Lu Jiajia all brought their men into place. The guns have been firing for 5 minutes now. We don't have much time. We have to take care of the other side's radar as well as their defense system within 10 minutes. If there's still time, keep messing with their internal intercom system and make the whole Iron Lion regiment mess up. Chapter 112, Nano Robot. Iron Lion to Blind Lion. Lu Jiajia nodded her head, and without any unnecessary nonsense, she directly ordered her men to start moving. Normally, although she and Li Ying were competitors, at this time, Lu Jiajia did not dare to delay at all. At the same time, Li Ying instructed his own people beside him, have the group spread out around the perimeter and be on guard at all times. Li Ying's deputy battalion commander hurriedly nodded and began to have his men on guard around the area. Lu Jiajia came next to Li Ying. The signal keeps failing to connect. We need to advance the distance again. Hearing this, Li Ying couldn't help but frown. Why don't I lead the men in? And you guys stand guard here. And when the mission is complete, I'll let you know to go in. Li Ying blandly said. The mission of the chief is that you listen to my command. Deputy battalion commander, you pick 100 men and have them go in with me. The rest of you wait outside. If we fail in our mission, you report to the head of the regiment to continue the mission. And if the mission succeeds, you go into the opposing defense line on my command. Battalion commander, brothers will go in with you. What are you wasting your breath for? Just follow my orders, Li Ying said indifferently, then directly picked people to set off. Next to her, Lu Jiajia looked at Li Ying's decisive way of handling the situation, but a wave of admiration couldn't help but rise within her heart. A few minutes later, Li Ying brought Lu Jiajia and more than 200 other people and quietly touched into the Iron Lion regiment's defense position. There's a signal. Hearing Lu Jiajia's words, Li Ying immediately told the crowd to stop advancing. Be on guard and protect the information team for the mission. Everyone formed a small circle to protect the information group. At this moment, Lu Jiajia led the information team to quickly start executing the order. Give me 5 minutes. Lu Jiajia nodded gravely. Almost instantly, all the nanobots buzzed out of earshot. Time passes by. The sound of artillery on the opposite Highland Hill and the gunfire continued. It also drew attention to Li Yang and the others, who otherwise would not have been able to stay inside the opponent's defense for so long. Just then, the front rang with movement. Battalion commander, someone's coming, a rookie scouting ahead whispered. Li Ying immediately asked, how many people? Is it a mobile post? It's not a roving post. There are hundreds of people on the other side, and there's a convoy among them. They should be going down the mountain. Li Ying immediately told everyone to take cover. He himself was checking out the jungle with binoculars. Sure enough, I saw a group of people slowly passing by the entrance to the road above. Informed the deputy battalion commander outside to take cover. Don't let them get into a fierce battle with the other side. Li Ying instructed the correspondent next to him. Next to her, Lu Jiajia also spoke in a low voice. The opposite side must have a mission to go down the mountain now. I think they're going to go over to the 30th high ground. If they really go over there, our faint mission will be discovered by them. You do your job. I'll inform the chief. Everyone else stay put. It's not our job to stop them. After Li Ying finished speaking, He directly tuned the channel to Su Rant's side. "Leader, we found a battalion from the Iron Lion Regiment coming down the mountain on the way to our mission. It should be heading to the battlefield where we fought the Iron Wolf Regiment." Su Rant's voice came from inside the headset. "I see. How was your mission? It will be done soon. Please don't worry. Chief, stay safe. The shelling will end in 15 minutes. Lu Dafei's gun is yours to deploy. He's now very close to the Iron Lion Regiment's camp, so you know what I mean?" "Understood, Chief. I will make the Iron Lion disappear in a short period of time. Oh, and if it does, then I'll go back and give your 2nd Battalion another school medal." After ending the call, Lu Jia was surprised to see a hint of joy on Li Ying's face. She and Li Ying had spent a lot of time together during this time of training, and she hadn't seen the girl's joy. But in this moment, she seemed really happy. "Battalion Commander. Opposing radar system located. Damage expected in 10 seconds. Battalion Commander. The location of the opposing air defense battalion has been found. All damage is expected to be completed within 20 seconds. Battalion Commander. Our group has located the radio for the other side's internal communications and expects the damage to be done in 5 seconds. One after another. The news came, and Lu Jia was instantly happy. "Speed it up. It has to be completely damaged for me. Don't let them repair it. This way down. The Iron Lion will be a blind lion tonight." Li Ying pinched the time and communicated with his assistant battalion commander on his headset. "Take the men and feel their way inside. Move in according to the grouping." "Understood, Battalion Commander. We're going in immediately." A few minutes later, inside the Iron Lions, there was a piercing sound of electricity in everyone's ears. "What's the situation?" Lai Feng made to take off his headset to ask the correspondent next to him. The correspondent also hurriedly took off his headset and said, "Army Commander Lai, there's a problem with our communication equipment." "What the hell? Problems at this juncture? Fix it for me immediately. Hurry up." The chief of staff next to him couldn't help but frown. "Is it serious? Any idea what the problem is?" "It's pretty serious. All the communication antennas are completely destroyed. It's like there's been electromagnetic interference." "Electromagnetic interference? Deliberate enemy electronic message jamming?" Next to him, Lai Feng also stared. Only the 4 major military mansions have electronic jamming systems on their side for this military exercise, and they have to be used face to face. How could our Iron Lion Regiment be damaged by electronic jamming? However, the words just fell. The battalion commander of the Air Defense Battalion hurried to the command post. "Commander Lai, all of our Air Defense Battalion's weapons have been subjected to an unknown intrusion, and the launching system has been severely damaged." When these words came out, Lai Feng only felt a buzzing dizziness in his head. This isn't information jamming anymore. They're even destroying the Air Defense Battalion's equipment. Has some new tech weapon come out from up there? Yet again there was the sound of hurried footsteps outside. "Army Commander Lai, our radar was damaged to varying degrees, and now all the servers have been stopped. We have no information at all on outside detection." In came the battalion commander of the information department, who was sweating with anxiety at the moment, because above the modern battlefield, the radar system is completely the most important eyes of the Ministry of Information. But at the moment, Army Commander Lai was even more anxious than him, because now not only was the radar system inside the entire Iron Lion Regiment damaged, even the Air Defense Battalion, as well as their communication equipment, had been damaged. The entire Iron Lions Regiment was completely without eyes or transmission equipment to contact the rest of the battalion. "This kid, he's coming at me." Lai Feng sat on the chair, only feeling a constant surge of anger in his heart. The staff officer next to him was also very angry. "Don't just stand there. Immediately activate the communicators and notify all battalions to get ready to meet the enemy. These little brats must have already arrived at the gate." Chapter 113, Principal Su personally carried a gun to battle. Incomparably imposing. Just as Li Feng's side was anxious and incomparable. Outside Heights 48, Li Ying had ordered everyone in the 2nd Battalion to rally in. "You cooperate with them to solve all the secret and open sentries, and after they are solved, the first round of shelling will begin, and everyone will start attacking." This was said to Ryu Jia. At this moment, Lu Jia couldn't help but admire Li Ying's commanding ability. "Don't worry, I'll take care of the other side's secret and open posts, and I'll find the location in no time." Li Ying nodded and looked at the time, then tore open a piece of compressed cracker and chewed gently. After a few seconds, Li Ying looked at the henchman next to him. "Deputy Battalion Commander, you take the men to guard this opening. I'm worried that the group that just came down the mountain will rush up. When the time comes, you block them, as well as those who escaped also block here. Don't let go of a single person on the mountain." "Don't worry, Battalion Commander. We guarantee to complete the mission." The Deputy Battalion Commander greatly admired Li Ying, and at this moment hurriedly came out to signal. Without saying much, Li Ying directly took out a map and then quickly marked his location. After a moment,
he turned his head to look at the next few platoon commanders.
Our position is now on the 48th high ground. Next, lead your men to set up on each point. All of you don't radicalize.
The other side now has no communication equipment. I will lead 2 platoons to find their command. You guys give me support on all points for their men coming over.
We'll use the cutting way to encircle the point directly. Lu Jiajia looked at Li Ying with a bit of shock.
She completely did not expect that in such an emergency situation,
Li Ying could think of such an excellent battle plan. Imagine yourself, if you are leading the team. I am afraid that the next thing you can do is to stick your head in and lead your teammates in a frontal attack, or at most a back and forth approach. After all the guards outside are settled, you follow me to the command position. Just then, Li Ying once again instructed Lu Jiajia. Lu Jiajia hurriedly nodded. That was all she could do now. Nervous? Li Ying looked back at her. It was found that at this point,
Lu Jiajia's arms were stiff and her eyes were dull.
No, you're an information battalion commander. Don't embarrass your men.
Hearing Li Ying's words, Lu Jiajia hurriedly shook her head. Her earlier self did almost forget about this matter. At this time in the command headquarters of the Star Military Academy, Su Ran took the gun in Zhang Quan's hand and skillfully unloaded the magazine to check the bullets inside.
Everyone's gathered, right? Let's go then. Zhang Quan said helplessly beside him. Captain, how can you personally go into battle? Our guard platoon still has more than 300 people now. It's enough to protect you. What? You've all gone out and left me here alone. Do you think I can be safe?
Now the only people left in the entire regiment are your guard platoon and the men from each battalion guarding the equipment,
which adds up to no more than 1 battalion.
So if we really encounter that group of Iron Lions trained men charging in,
and you have no one to command them, I'm afraid we could all be mutilated. Zhang Quan was directly dumbfounded by Su Ran's words. Let's go.
Let's not wait until the Iron Lion guys are at the door before we realize it.
After saying this,
Su Ran directly carried the gun and wore sunglasses very arrogantly walked out.
Everyone in the guard platoon assemble. With Zhang Quan's order,
all the men of the 5th Battalion assembled at the entrance.
Su Ran faintly said,
the brothers of our battalions are struggling on the front line.
If we lose our home tonight, it will be a great disgrace. All take good equipment and go with me to block the enemy.
Principal Su's very brief few words directly caused all the remaining people in the 5th Battalion to climax.
The crowd immediately followed Su Ran out of the camp in the car. A few moments later, Su Ran let the convoy stop,
and then commanded in the headset of Channel 5, park the car in the forest and hide it well. Others set up ambushes by the roadside with creeping mines.
Snipers occupy the heights,
picking the opposite driver and the fire point to fight,
and others don't get attached to the battle. But if you can't beat it, give me a retreat back. After saying this, Su Ran turned back to look at Zhang Quan.
Take the few mortar fire points your battalion is equipped with and go find a suitable position.
Chief, then you have no one to protect you. Do you think I need your protection?
Zhang Quan nodded his head resentfully, as if that was indeed the case. This group won't fight us for too long. After the fight starts on the 2nd Battalion commander's side in a while, they'll run back, because their lair is now on our radar as well, and they'll lose even if they fight again. So don't be afraid, fight when you need to fight, and just don't ever let them break through the defense line and get through. With Su Ran's comfort, the crowd was all confident.
Sure enough, after a few minutes had passed, the sound of a car roaring through the woods, a caravan of several hundred people, with a few dazzling lights shooting out of the dark forest, accompanied by rolling dust. All of you, take a deep breath and don't be nervous. Wait until you enter the minefield before you detonate. Snipers, remember the fire point for me, Su Ran once again commanded.
He knew well the mentality of these rookies fighting for the first time, so it was imperative to take care of it now. These men of the 5th Battalion were also different from the other battalions in that they were guards for their own protection. The other battalions had already grown up naturally after yesterday's battle, so this was a chance to give them a good workout. As the other party's convoy got closer and closer, Su Ran pinched his earpiece and started counting down.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, detonate, boom. It wasn't very loud. It was a fake mine after all, but even so,
the 2 cars in the center convoy have all been scrapped.
There's an ambush. Get out of the car.
The 5th Battalion commander of the Iron Lions jumped down with a yell. The others hurriedly jumped out of the car and started looking for cover.
After all, they were battle-hardened. Unlike the rookies at the military academy, the opponent reacted very quickly and immediately began to hide to find cover to hide. Su Ran yelled, "Snipers, what are you doing? And Zhang Quan, your damn mortar fire suppression At this moment,
the several snipers hidden in the shadows were all nervous with sweaty palms.
The first time they hit a real person, they were a little worried even though it was blanks. But with Su Ran's roar, everyone gritted their teeth and all fired. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out through the woods.
The few Iron Lion Regiment men who had just taken cover were immediately hit, and bursts of yellow smoke rose from their bodies.
They still have snipers. 3rd platoon leader. Find them for me. The rest of you find a chance to charge me. Don't tarry here too long.
The voice of the battalion commander of the Iron Lions carried loudly through the forest,
because when they were just coming down the mountain,
all of their communication devices didn't work.
In other words,
they were now completely out of touch with the regiment.
In the darkness, Su-ran slowly rested his gun on his arm, his breathing slightly becoming even,
observing the position of the shouting man on the opposite side in his night vision.
Sorry about that, Comrade Battalion Commander. Chapter 114. Lifephone collapses and is set up by the Su family's father and son. Bang! Dull gunshots rang out. In the next second, the 5th Battalion Commander,
who was hiding next to the car's reflector,
was directly hit. Battalion Commander.
The Iron Lions called out loudly.
The Battalion Commander, however,
threw down his gun in great exasperation.
Is this really a ING military school freshman? How can there be such an accurate sniper? Next to a platoon leader is not far away.
Scared on the ground, Battalion Commander.
What to do? Now the situation is so critical. Our mission will certainly not be completed. Even the mountain is in danger. Or we withdraw back it? Don't ask me. I've been eliminated. The Battalion Commander grayed out, opened the car door, and got right in.
At this time on the Star Military Academy side, the men of the guard platoon saw the battalion commander across the street being shot down by his own regimental commander.
All of them had more courage and fought more fiercely.
Zheng Quan's side of the firepoint began to follow suit.
Boom boom. After a few rounds went down, a few more of the Iron Lions were eliminated. Can't fight it. Get in the car and turn around and go back. Quick.
The remaining assistant battalion commander called out loudly and hurriedly led his men in preparation for a retreat. How could the guard platoon on the Star Military Academy side let them go so easily?
Squad leaders, hold your horses. Someone joked loudly about protecting the flowers, followed by the sound of a machine gun.
The rest of the men immediately afterward were even chasing them out of the room with guns in their hands non-stop.
A few moments later,
the Iron Lion Regiment's convoy disappeared into the jungle. Su-ran came out of the forest clutching his gun.
Next to him, Zheng Quan also grayed out. I'm sorry, Chief. We haven't learned that kind of mortar. We've just been pondering it for a while.
Su-ran blankly glanced at him and said indifferently,
I'll settle the score with you when I go back. First go count the number of people and prepare to go back to the camp. After saying this,
Su-ran immediately tuned his earpiece communication channel to number 2.
2nd Battalion Commander, what's the situation on your side? Is it about to start?
At this time around the Iron Lion camp,
Li Ying has already brought his men just arrived ready to start the operation. Chief, it's on the move.
I just beat back the Iron Lion battalion that came down the mountain, so keep your men on their toes and don't jeopardize your operation.
Understood. I've arranged for someone to wait at the intersection.
It must be said that this 5th battalion of the Iron Lions on a mission down the mountain was indeed also miserable.
Just down the mountain without communication became a lone soldier fighting even if,
but also encountered the Star Military School ambush.
The battalion commander was also eliminated. What they didn't know, however, was that this wasn't all, and that they were going to be ambushed even if they had to go up the mountain in a little while, because Li Ying's 2nd Battalion, the deputy battalion commander, had also brought people to make preparations on the mountain, just to prevent them from coming back to support. 60 guns, aim them at that tent in the very center of the front and give them to me. Li Ying turned back to the artilleryman next to him. The two soldiers hurriedly assembled the 60 guns they carried on their backs. The rest of you, there will be an immediate reaction from the opposite side after the sound of the cannon. Just keep your eyes on the people coming out and fight. Don't go forward, and keep in a retreat position at all times. We're going to have to fight a guerrilla war in a while. After saying this, Li Ying looked at Lu Jiajia next to him. Can you do it?
Lu Jiajia hurriedly shook her head.
No problem. Li Ying took a deep breath,
then pinched his headset to channel 2 once again.
Are the guns calibrated? Lu Dafei hurriedly said. No problem. Waiting for orders at any time. Let's get started. Don't go too wide. Don't hurt your own people.
I'm going to read you a few spots.
Focus here. The command room of the Iron Lions.
The sound of the guns outside had stopped for a while. Even the gunfire from the opposite hill was becoming more and more sparse. Lai Feng had realized that he had indeed been set up by that little brat of the Su family.
Lao Li, don't just stand there. Let's go.
The chief of staff said from the side.
Lai Feng held his glasses and said, wait, our 5th battalion has gone down the mountain. They are the last chance. The chances are too slim. There's only one battalion. I'm afraid they won't be able to make much of a wave even if they get off the mountain.
I just don't believe that our Iron Lions will do so poorly this year, and that will be posed by a little cub from a military academy.
This little brat is not an ordinary person. Tonight, not to mention us,
even if the 4 major military houses are in this scene, I'm afraid they won't necessarily be able to escape.
This guy Su Xiaotian,
he joined forces with his own son to bully me.
Their father and son.
They'll have their hearts in the right place at all times. I guess they've guessed what they're going to do since the guys from the Star Military Academy entered our 48th Heights. It's my fault for being too hesitant to move this gun battalion out in time.
It's not your fault. Who would have thought that these little guys would use electronic jamming? Now our whole regiment is without eyes, and the air defense battalion is ruined. It's like meat on someone else's chopping board. Just as Lai Feng was talking to the staff officer's side. Boom, boom, boom. Outside, not far from the camp, surprisingly intense gunfire rang out. What's the situation? Those little buggers come in? Lai Feng asked in a deep voice. A communications officer ran in, panting. Army commander, all of our various posts on the hill have been eliminated, and now the gunfire seems to be coming from down the hill. And listen, it sounds like the 5th Battalion. What? Didn't the 5th Battalion go down the mountain? How come it's back? Li Feng was even more angry at this point. The staff officer next to us said helplessly. Obviously, it was discovered by the opposite side of the chant, and our communication equipment was destroyed. The 5th Battalion presumably wanted to come back to save us before they started a fierce battle with the people from the Star Military Academy at the bottom of the mountain. At this moment, Li Feng was completely dumbfounded. However, what made him giggle didn't end there, for there was a roar of artillery fire from the sky. Protect the army commander. The enemy artillery battalion is hitting. As a cry of alarm fell, the entire camp was completely flooded with artillery fire. In Li Ying's headset, how was it echo? Did I hit it right? Lu Dafei said excitedly. Very accurate. Just missed us by a few meters. I'll have them reschool. Reschool. 15 minutes later, the first round of shelling is over. Li Ying pinched his earpiece and said, pause for half an hour and let us have it. As soon as the words left his mouth, he turned his head to the side. Cannon 6-0. Go! Boom! Inside the camp, Lai Feng, who had just risen to his feet, was once again pressed down by the guard platoon. 6-0 guns? Staff SGT. Ri Feng looked up in surprise and exclaimed, those little brats, they touched the outside of the camp. It's a good thing our command is in the tent at the very back, or that shot just now would have been a direct loss. Lai Feng pushed away the man beside him and said, I don't want to be blown up by the shells. Charge out and have a go with these little brats. After saying this, Lai Feng directly picked up a rifle. The nearby guard platoon hurriedly followed. Li Ying, who was observing outside, saw a bunch of people rushing out of the camp and pointed directly over there. 6-0 gun. Go on. Snipers, give me a shot at the 4-star or higher generals. Chapter 115, the Iron Lions were eliminated. The old man was shocked. Jojo, almost as if he had just come out. Lai Feng was overwhelmed by the powerful sniper fire. And it wasn't just one sniper. It was 5 snipers that Li Ying had arranged to shoot at the same time. Protect the military commander. Several men from the guard platoon took turns lunging upward. Yellow smoke filled the area next to Lai Feng, and all of these soldiers of the guard platoon who pounced on him were eliminated by being shot. Exasperated, Lai Feng pushed them away and ran behind a nearby vehicle in a single bound. Communicator, run out and call the 1st Battalion back to support us, or the command headquarters will be ended by these little brats across the street. As the words fell from the staff officer's side, several communication soldiers flew out. Not far away, Li Ying pressed his earpiece and said, don't hit the comms, get them out. Lu Jiajia curiously said, do you want them to deliberately report to the people outside, and then surround the point and eliminate all the people coming on the way? It can't be helped. Our people don't have as much real-world experience as they do, so we have to use this method. After saying this, Li Ying turned back to the 2 mortar rookies. Keep hitting. Aim for that commander behind the car. Yes, battalion commander. Woo! A piercing sound rang out. A staff officer not far away yelled out, Lao Li, the 60 guns. Almost as soon as the words were spoken, the loud noise landed next to the vehicle again. Boom! Lai Feng rolled out in the thick smoke, his entire body grayed out by the smoke from the fake artillery shells. As a military commander, as the Herculean commander of the Iron Lions, it was the first time he had been in such a wretched situation. Lao Li! Lao Li! The staff officer rushed over and helped him to the back of another bunker. Damn! What's the name of this little brat leading the opposite military school? Too damn good at fighting. Lai Feng gasped for air and wiped the black ash from his face as he spoke. If we can't, let's go and surrender. These old bones are going to be tossed apart by these little brats. You fart. I, Li Feng, don't have the word surrender in my dictionary. After saying this, Li Feng directly raised his gun and swept a few rounds at the outside. "Come over here, little brat," from across the street. "I'm here." The staff officer sat down on the floor and said helplessly, "Crazy? You guys are really crazy." Da. Li Ying led the men to aim at Li Feng's direction and fought again. Same moment. Several battalions of the Iron Lion Regiment that had received orders from the communications officer also withdrew some of their men and began to head back. However, on the way they were constantly attacked by the 2nd Battalion fighters, trying to contact the command side of the situation. Even basic communications were cut off. Coupled with the second round of shelling, the entire Iron Lion Regiment defense line completely collapsed. But it's not over yet, because at the same moment, Zhang Hao, the commander of the 10th Battalion, who was ambushed at the 34th high ground, also received Su Ran's order. "The cannons are going off on the opposite hill, so you can join in the fun." Hearing this, Wang Hao immediately began to give orders to his men. "All anti-aircraft guns adjust their altitude to elevation and flatfire status. Target 1.5 kilometers across the hill. Hit me." As Wang Hao's voice fell, the intense and powerful fire of the anti-aircraft guns rang out fiercely directly on the 34th heights. The other battalions of the Iron Lions that had traveled to support the command headquarters had become a complete hornet's nest at this moment. Within just a few minutes, people kept getting eliminated. This scene directly attracted the attention of the Heavenly City's first-class military government, because it was the middle of the night. That's why only duty officers are monitoring the order of military exercises in the major military houses and military districts. At this time, on the computer monitor, the rows of red dots of the Iron Lion Regiment were almost constantly going out in a short period of time. My God, which army did this? Tonight, I originally thought that it was the White Tiger Military House and the Green Dragon Military House that were in a heated battle, and I completely missed the fact that these military regions outside were also fighting so ferociously amongst each other. The other duty officer next to him also looked dumbfounded, but quickly reacted. Quickly report to the superiors. This is a big deal. Cease to restore the real-time map video of the Iron Lion Regiment just now. I have a hunch that this sudden incident is definitely related to the Star Military School. Not for a while. Hurried footsteps sounded in the hallway. At this time Su Guotao, who was sleeping in the office, also slowly sat up. What's going on? Any news from the information department? The secretary on duty outside gave a bitter smile and said, Elder Su, aren't you asleep? Cut the crap. What exactly happened? Su Guotao asked a little anxiously. The old man purposely slept in his office today to be the first to get news of the frontline military exercises, so he woke up alertly as soon as there was a breeze. Elder Su, the Iron Lion Regiment was eliminated just now. Hearing the secretary's words, the old man hurriedly dressed on the bed and asked, What happened? Who did this? It's the Star Military Academy that did it. The secretary said it with a bit of hesitation. The old man who was getting dressed couldn't hide a smile from the corners of his mouth. But then his mouth cursed. What kind of fancy has this brat been up to again? To the point of confusing that guy Li Feng? As he spoke, Su Guotao walked out with his clothes on. The secretary hurriedly stopped at the door. Don't worry first, it's windy outside. I'll have someone bring the real-time map video over to you right away. Go, it's ing windy. How many times have I shot this body with bullets and I still care about that? The old man pushed past his secretary and headed straight for the operations office of the first-class house. Get old Zhao over here. He can't sleep if I can't. Lao Zhao is Su Guotao Sr.'s old partner staff officer. Not a moment later, Su Guotao came to the office and looked at the real-time map to videotape the deployment of the army over at the Star Military Academy this evening. At this time the old Zhao staff officer also came to the scene. What's going on? I heard that little brat from the Star Military Academy is up to something again? The Iron Lion Regiment is all gone? Su Guotao, on the other hand, had his hands behind his back and pointed at the map video. Take a look for yourself. What the hell is this kid thinking? Surprisingly, he would use this kind of move? A few minutes later, the real-time map video played out at a rapid triple speed. Zhao Lao, on the other hand, laughed out loud, sounding out the east and striking the west. Quick reaction, entering the game with 4 battalions of troops, and then surrounding the point to fight for help. You don't say. You really don't say. This move even the 4 major military mansions that kid can't necessarily deal with it. Layout strategy is indeed no problem. Under the same combat strength, the other side is difficult to deal with. But the Star Military School gang of boys have not graduated. What strength they have to fight with the Iron Lion Regiment. There are still things here. Li Feng lost this time, lost in his gullible, also lost a bit wrong. How sharp were Su Guotao's eyes. He saw the problem at a glance. Next to him, the old Zhao staff officer picked up his tea and sipped it. This kid does have a secret. I could see something when I first fought the Iron Tiger.
The fact that he could get the student soldiers to quickly find the guards outside and take care of them was outrageous.
Look at the Iron Lion's layout tonight from the map.
He had radar and an air defense battalion. He even sent a battalion to siege. But in the end they were all hit by the Brat's guns before they even got started. And it's as if this one battalion out here was anticipated by the Brat ahead of time and ambushed on the road.
This is completely out of character. Chapter 116, Who is the man who hit my command room? Ha ha, does this Brat have some kind of black technology? Old Staff Sergeant Zhao asked curiously. Next to him, Su Guotao frowned as he looked at the real-time map and said, I'm not sure.
He's like a different person since he opened this military school.
You saw that drawing I showed you last time, didn't you? Did he make that thing himself too?
Old Zhao stared with great curiosity.
Su Guotao smiled and nodded, then looked at the map and said, You can't tell exactly what this kid is doing anymore just by looking at the map video. How about letting the picket intervene?
The site of the 4 major military mansions have been through so many military exercises for so long.
They definitely won't do anything that violates the rules, so there's no point in having the pickets stay there. No, let the pickets follow the Star Military Academy. That way they can always find out what he's up to. Better not now,
when the military exercise is over. Hearing Elder Su's words, the old Staff Sergeant Zhao beside him smiled deeply.
I knew it. You old man. Surely you still want that grandson of yours to have a good time? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Am I that kind of person?
I mainly want to see what other tricks that kid has up his sleeve.
Or rather, how many more days can he last on the mountain? How many days?
As long as your son can't spare his life, he can occupy the heights of the Iron Lion Regiment and hold out until the end of the military exercise.
Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. My son isn't like that either. And my grandson even less so. Ha 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 ha. 2 old men laughed heartily from the conference room late at night.
At this time in the area of the military exercise, Lai Feng sat inside the makeshift tent smoking a cigarette. Next to him his staff officer was leaning back on his improvised bed in a daze.
At that moment, the men from the guard platoon outside walked in. Army Commander,
the Star Military Academy's here.
The words just fell.
Su Ran's shout rang out from outside.
Uncle Lai, where is my Uncle Lai? You guys, you didn't hurt my Uncle Lai when you went up the mountain just now, did you?
Lai Feng took off his glasses and his face was incomparably cold. The staff officer next to him smiled and patted him on the shoulder.
Uncle Lai, not asleep? Can I come in? Saran called out from outside.
Lai Feng said indifferently,
Come in. Walking inside the tent,
Su Ran immediately came up to shake hands with Lai Feng and the chief of staff. I'm really sorry to have disturbed Uncle Lai while you guys rested for the night one.
Lai Feng blankly glanced at him and said, Getting a bargain and still selling out. When did you kid learn these hypocritical skills? Ha ha, I was too embarrassed to do that.
Lai Feng kicked a folding chair for Su Ran and then sat down next to the table.
I'm sorry. You're still sorry even after you've beheaded me. The entire Iron Lion Regiment hasn't beaten you. So tell me, kid, what's the feeling? Do you believe me? When I say I was careless, do you think I'll believe that? Well, then I did. Also didn't put the brakes on. You know the Iron Wolf Regiment is too fierce. Drove you, and my uncle you down the mountain. And also eliminated the Iron Eagle Regiment. The Iron Bear Regiment. So I was thinking of combining with you to eliminate the Iron Wolf Regiment. So that we can then have a showdown.
But the artillery has been fired for 3 rounds. All 4 of my battalions have rushed up. And even my own command room has been moved to the bottom of the 30th high ground.
But your side has sent people down the mountain to come and pull out my command room. Do you think that's reasonable?
Li Feng looked at Su Ran indifferently.
I sent someone down the mountain. You already knew about it, right? I know what I know. You think I am a smooth ear or clairvoyant?
That is the door of the more sentries.
Probe out. Rolling. How honest you kid used to be. Why have you changed like this now?
Lai Feng pointed outside.
Don't you change the subject for me now. Tell me first, how did you blind my radar, and communications equipment, and air defense battalion? These things are blind? Saran.
Lai Feng stood up in anger. The staff officer next to him hurriedly came over to pacify.
Okay, things have come to this point. There is nothing to say. Xiao Su. This battle is very clever. Next continue to work hard. We rest and rest. A moment also down the mountain. Okay, Senator Xiao.
Su Ran hurriedly smiled and said.
Then he looked at Lai Feng. Uncle Lai, don't be angry. Go back and take a good rest. We'll fight again in 3 years. Get out. Lai Feng waved his hand, not wanting to see Su Ran even now. That battle last night,
he had fought too much. He himself had become completely blind, and then was randomly beaten by the student soldiers of the Star Military Academy. Especially his own command room, which was getting its ass kicked would not be an overstatement. When has he been bullied like this?
And this time when we go back, how can we explain to the top? How can we explain to the whole military region? Hey, wait. Su Ran just went out, and as if he also thought of something, Lai Feng hurriedly chased after him. What's wrong, Uncle Lai? You're not going to give me another stinking scolding, are you? Lai Feng waved his hand and said, I'll give you credit for this first. I now want to meet the people who attacked my command last night. Uncle Lai, busy, and didn't sleep all night last night, went back to rest. I can only reveal to you, it's a girl. You, Li Feng gasped and pointed at Su Ran. Then I have one more request. After this girl graduates, she should come to my Iron Lion Regiment military area. That's out of my hands. Let's talk about it when it's time to graduate. If Uncle Lai thinks she's good, you can go recruit on the spot when she graduates. And it shouldn't be a problem to give people more favors or help raise their rank. You off. Su Ran smilingly waved goodbye to Lai Feng. Uncle Lai, go back and have a good rest. Pay more attention to the military exercises. You won't regret being eliminated this time because there are surprises behind you. Lai Feng, on the other hand, stood still holding his glasses and said, I regret it? It's hard to believe that you kid can still clean up the 4 major military houses? Let's see. You'd better think about how to slip out of your old man's hands now. Su Ran naturally didn't hear these words. After the Iron Lions took it, Su Ran immediately told the battalions to occupy the main positions. At the same time, the 4 battalions on high ground 30 were also pulled back 1 high ground and all came to high ground 29 on the outskirts of the Iron Wolf Regiment. Just kidding, last night was pretend. Next today if you switch, leave someone there. That old man of yours isn't going to be merciful. The men of the Iron Lion Regiment all withdrew from the mountain after dawn. At this point in time, Su Ran had already occupied the 49th high ground, and had completely gained a foothold in this military exercise. Inform the regiment that all hands are on alert and don't let up. The Iron Wolf Regiment won't wait for us to kill them. They'll definitely take the initiative. Especially on the 1st Battalion side. You guys send the nanobots around 24 hours a day to keep an eye on the surroundings. Don't let anyone sneak up on us. After Su Ran returned to the command room, he immediately gave orders to everyone through the entire regiment channel. Chapter 117, Target Highland 68, Xuanwu Military House. Inside the Iron Wolf Regiment command room, Su Xiaotian was also staring at the real-time map of the scene at this time. Having stayed up all night, his side of the map could only see within his own range, the Star Military School, but from the sound of artillery and gunfire outside it was possible to analyze that the Iron Lion on the opposite hill had been taken. Old Su, this son of yours is an absolute genius at fighting. Next to him, Staff Sergeant Wang gave a thumbs up and said, then pointing to the map, he said, this night, he kept switching between our 2 hills just to confuse us, and even sent 4 infantry battalions to hit us and artillery shells to bombard us for half an hour in order to make us believe it and make the Iron Lions Regiment believe it, which is damn but a normal person. Can he do that? Last night at the end, it was obvious that the artillery battalion was running low on firepower, and he went so far as to have the anti-aircraft battalion's anti-aircraft guns out just so he could take the Iron Lions Regiment. This kind of mind, this kind of mentality, ordinary people don't have it at all, and those few old guys from the 4 major military mansions even less. I see. The next thing is that our side doesn't even know how to fight. After saying this, Staff Officer Wang threw the laser pointer in his hand on the table, slightly disheveled. I'm curious now, how in the world did he get rid of our sentries, and the sentries on the side of the Iron Lion Regiment, as well as the Iron Lion Regiment's anti-aircraft equipment, radar equipment? These things, the Iron Lion Regiment is very adequate. We did not destroy them in the first place. These things, why last night, the Iron Lion Regiment is useless. Hard to watch the artillery shells fall on their own camps. Su Xiaotian's words made Staff Sergeant Wang also hold his glasses and nod his head. That's right. And that's a serious problem too. What the hell did this kid use? It can't be that the old general's side even gave him an information and electronic countermeasures department? Oh, the old man is biased, but he won't go this far. What was that about? Could this kid have cooked up something else on his own to detect our information? Whether it does or not, we'll see if we try it tonight. Tonight? You really don't want your son to get a good night's sleep. What are young people sleeping for? You go to the 1st Battalion commander and ask him to take someone to try. Now that the Iron Lions have been driven off the mountain, any more fights and he's guaranteed 6th place. This is a very good ranking for the Star Military Academy, so I can let go of my hand to have a good time with this kid. Okay, then I'll go and arrange the arrangements. If possible, take out his artillery battalion as well. Otherwise this kid is too good with artillery. Clean up his artillery battalion, just to see how he still fools around. 12 noon, above Highland 49. The rookies at Star Military Academy happily sang and ate their lunch for the day. It was a very lavish lunch. After all, taking supplies from the Iron Lion and the Iron Tiger. Star Military Academy isn't as frugal as it used to be, so it's amazing that everyone had 4 dishes at this meal. And during the meal, Principal Su purposely allowed everyone to relax and unwind without having to be as strict as they used to be at meals. So we all decided to sing a song before we ate. Fellow soldiers, after 2 consecutive big victories, you've worked hard. Next we'll sing the song China's Military Soul together to boost the morale of our entire regiment. And hopefully we'll continue to be victorious in the upcoming battles. Inside the information department, a girl with a more lively personality stood in the center, very happily enlivening the atmosphere. Beacon quenching the mountain seal. Ready, sing. In the next second, all the rookies in the 5 battalions opened their mouths and sang loudly in excitement. The beacon fire quenches the mountain and river seal, and the steel spear tightly grips the world. Thousands of miles of wolf smoke to forge the muscles and bones, a body of liver and guts to shine in the Kunlun. The chariot crushes the frost of the cold night, the eagle strikes the sky and breaks through the clouds. The bloodline has forged the bones of the Great Wall, and all the flags point to the dust of the journey. This song was the military song of the Chinese army, and many people in the entire country of China would sing it. As for inside the army, it is even more important that all soldiers must learn to sing it, and it is even required to be sung in an impassioned and very powerful manner. At this time on the hill of the 49th Heights, the songs of the strong force slowly drifted. It made Principal Su, who was standing at the top of the mountain, get ambitious. Everyone applauded excitedly after the song ended. Only then did Su Ran cough and came into the middle of the crowd. Hello, Chief. Everyone stood up to salute Su Ran. There were only 5 battalions on this side of the field. For the 1st, 6th, 7th, and 8th battalions were still holding the opposite hill. There was also Wang Hao's 10th battalion waiting for orders to set up their anti-aircraft guns at the bottom of Highland Hill at this time. Su Ran looked at the crowd and nodded and smiled. Everyone's morale is very good, Captain. We've won 2 battles in 2 days of going into the mountains, so we really should let everyone relax and unwind as well. Zhang Quan spoke from the side. Su Ran hummed, then looked at the crowd and said, relaxing is fine, but after the next relaxation, all battalions immediately go back to your defense. Tonight we also can't stand it, because the next 2 hills will be left with us and the Iron Wolf Regiment, and the Iron Wolf Regiment definitely won't let us be comfortable. It's the chief. Everyone spoke in unison. Su Ran looked at Li Ying and said, 2nd Battalion Commander, come to the command room. A few moments later, Li Ying arrived at the command room. By now she had changed into a clean combat uniform. Because of last night's fierce battle, it had long ago made Li Ying incomparably woeful, although it was in the battlefield. But with the conditions, the girl will still maintain the rhythm of love of beauty. Captain, Li Ying gave Su Ran a very standard salute. Su Ran nodded slightly and sat on the chair. That battle last night was a good one. Thank you for the chief's compliments. Li Ying looked at Su Ran happily. It was as if no matter what was in her heart, nothing could compare to a compliment from Principal Su. Your 2nd Battalion played a very crucial role in these 2 battles. When we get back this time, all of you will have school medals and I'll give you bonuses. Li Ying was just about to continue his thanks, but Su Ran held out his hand and said, how many men did your 2nd Battalion lose last night? Reporting to the regimental commander. Last night the 2nd Battalion lost a total of 120 soldiers in the course of the battle. In fact, compared to the Iron Lion Regiment being destroyed by the regiment, the 120 wasn't much. After all, the rookies of the Star Military Academy certainly couldn't be compared to the regular army. I'll have the 5th Battalion fill you in later. You've got a mission ahead of you. Hearing this, Li Ying hurriedly saluted. Please rest assured, Captain, I will do my best. I know that after 2 consecutive victories, everyone, including you, has a sense of pride, but this time the target is the 4 major military houses. Do you still have confidence? 4 major military houses. Head, I have confidence. Su Ran laughed. Good. Then get ready. Let's set off after resting for 5 hours in a while. Target 68th Heights. Xuanwu Military Palace. Chapter 118, Turning to Defense, Gaining a Chance for the 2nd Battalion. Although Li Ying had a premonition, at this time, when he heard that Su Ran was going to deal with the 4 major military mansions, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous yet expectant inside. It would only be a 48-hour journey by car, but this time it's through the Iron Wolf Regiment's defenses before you can reach the 68th Heights, and during that time the road is treacherous, so you'll have to go there on foot in order to avoid detection, and I'm going to need you to go as fast as you can, and the regiment as a whole will be able to give you 3 days at the most. Hearing Su Ran's words, Li Ying directly saluted. Guarantee to complete the mission. At this moment, Su Ran looked at this firm-faced, incomparably courageous girl, and it was as if a future unstoppable female general of China had surfaced in front of his eyes. At the end of the day, You're still students. If there are any more half-hearted people who back out like last time, just tell them to get lost. Otherwise you'll end up with something else if you force them. And safety is most important in accomplishing the mission. Don't worry, Chief. I will safely bring everyone in the 2nd Battalion back to you. Su Ran nodded and watched Li Ying leave the command room. At this moment, Zhang Quan, who had been silent next to him, spoke in a low voice. Chief, having the 2nd Battalion commander and the others cross the Iron Wolf Regiment on their own, and also arriving near the Xuanwu military mansion. This mission is a bit too dangerous, isn't it? Moreover, to cover a distance of nearly 300 kilometers in 3 days, this is already not just dangerous, but the limit of troop marching. Currently the most extreme distance to penetrate an army in the history of China is only 200 kilometers. There are 100 times more dangerous and difficult tasks on the battlefield than this, so don't complain about the circumstances. Zhang Quan could only nod slightly at this moment, but inwardly he sighed. The 2nd Battalion commander and the others guessed that they would not be able to complete this mission. Call all the remaining battalion commanders over for a meeting, except for the 2nd Battalion commander. Hearing Su Ran's words, Zhang Quan hurriedly saluted and trotted out. In no time, the conference room sat Lu Dafei, Lu Jiajia, Qi Qirui, and Zhang Quan. 4 people. After 2 great battles in a row, do you have any thoughts? Su Ran sat at the front, wrapping his arms around himself and looking at the 3 with a serious face. The 4 men looked at each other, none of them having the heart to stand up and say much. However, Su Ran began to call the roll. 3rd Battalion Commander, you first. Lu Dafei forehead, and then touched his head and said, feelings? In fact, quite a lot. At first a little worried, but with the sound of the cannon, our whole regiment of people are rushing. I know that this battle is not a problem, and then to the last night, I'm very let go of it, because there is a regimental commander's command. Feel very confident to fight. As Lu Dafei said this, the others all nodded in agreement. That's right, at the beginning of the first battle, everyone was a bit worried. But as the battle started and the dominance of the entire battlefield was taken in the hands of the Star Military School, everyone's confidence instantly came up. By the time last night rolled around, everyone was even more on track to start the fight under Saran's command. Although they didn't know that the ultimate goal was to drive the Iron Lion off the mountain, they clearly knew that with Principal Su's command everyone didn't have to worry about anything else at all. Well, tell us about it, 4th Battalion Commander. Su Ran turned his gaze to Lu Jiajia. Lu Jiajia hurriedly stood up and saluted, and then spoke. My thoughts and the 2nd Battalion Commander's thoughts are also very similar, because there is a regimental commander, so follow the orders. One feels very down to earth. But what? Say. The corners of Saran's eyes rose. Lu Jiajia hurriedly nodded her head and said, but last night following the 2nd Battalion Commander out on a mission I had a different feeling. I feel that although we have to follow the commander's orders to act, we also have to speculate on why the commander wants us to do so. And at the same time add richer ideas to the premise of carrying out the mission to carry out each mission to perfection. Last night, Lu Jiajia's mission to follow the 2nd Battalion Commander Li Ying instantly made her feel deeply. So at this moment, when Lu Jiajia said this, all the people were all impressed with her. Because everyone is clear that Lu Jiajia is usually very bad with Li Ying. No matter what she does, she has to compete. But she didn't expect to praise Li Ying in this matter. Slap. Su Ran was the first to start clapping, followed by the others. To be able to feel that way means you're already growing up, and you won't get bad grades in the future. Hearing this, Lu Jiajia's heart was as happy and joyful as if she had received manna for a long time. And in this moment, she felt more purposeful. Next Qi Qirui and Zhang Quan both said their feelings as well. Qi Qirui's side was fine, especially this Zhang Quan guy. Last night, Zhang Quan followed Su Ran on a mission, and the mortars all almost didn't fire, causing Zhang Quan, the platoon leader of the guard platoon. That was incredibly embarrassing. So this moment directly became an opportunity for him to review. After everyone had finished speaking, Su Ran spoke. What was said is all good. It seems that everyone is slowly growing up, but the next time left for us is not much, and our target is flattened even more powerful, and probably beyond your predictions. And from tonight onwards, we are going to switch to a defensive war, and will not be taking the initiative for the time being. Although the several battalion commanders were also curious inwardly, this was Su Ran's order and they didn't dare to disobey. So in this evening, you and your men have to familiarize the whole camp vicinity all to me, even including every tree and every stone. Only then can you hold out longer in the next defensive battle, and win the chance for our comrades in the penetration battalion. When Lu Jiajia heard about the interpolation battalion, she knew that the 2nd Battalion Commander Li Ying's side had another mission, and it was obvious that this defensive battle was also meant to create an opportunity for the 2nd Battalion side. Lu Jia. Your 4th Battalion leave one platoon to operate the information department equipment. The rest of you, bring the nanobots and spread out on these high spots for me. This time, your 4th Battalion is the open sentry and the dark sentry. If something goes wrong on your side, the entire regiment's defenses will have to be lost. Su Ran casually lifted his hand as he spoke, and Zhang Quan immediately understood in seconds and pulled the large screen real-time map over. Lu Jia hurriedly watched carefully, memorizing the high points. Su Ran explained. Chief, I promised to finish the mission. 9th Battalion Commander Chi Roe. Your armored unit is a very important part of this defensive war. In addition to our basic equipped with 10 armored vehicles and 10 tanks, and now there are captured Iron Lion Regiment, Iron Tiger Regiment. Of those all send out to me. Each high location are equipped with a tank and an armored vehicle to cooperate with each other. If there is any place where there is a mistake, I will take you to be questioned. Don't worry, Chief. I promise to complete the mission. Finally, Su Ran turned his gaze to Lu Dafei, the commander of the 3rd Battalion. Chief, is our artillery battalion decentralized this time as well? Lu Dafei asked curiously. Su Ran nodded and said, there are a lot of things captured for your artillery battalion, so it has to be separated. As for how much to spread out, you can see for yourself. But remember one thing, 48th High Place don't arrange. Chapter 119, even if there is one left, we have to keep the 10th Battalion, high and low 48. That doesn't have to be arranged? Lu Dafei looked at Su Ran with a bit of doubt. Su Ran, however, gave him a blank look and said, don't tell me that you don't know the location of the 10th Battalion. Lu Dafei instantly came to a sudden realization. After experiencing last night's events, he had long been aware of how dangerous High Point 48 was to the entire camp of the Star Military Academy. However, the 10th Battalion Wang Hao's position is on the opposite side, deliberately aiming at this side. But wherever you have people who dare to harass, or go up without opening their eyes, then you will be greeted by the firepower of anti-aircraft guns and small missiles. The Air Defense Battalion can hit people, but its primary purpose is to defend against the opposite side's artillery, as well as drone incursions and a host of other things that come from the other side in the air. With the 10th Battalion there, that 48th Heights will be hard to get to even if the gods come. 5th Battalion Zhang Quan, you take the men to replenish as well. Whichever battalion has fewer men, immediately replenish them. You know yourself how long we'll have to hold out in this defense battle, and the Iron Wolf Regiment won't give us much longer, so the action has to be quick. Understood, Chief. The 4 battalion commanders all left in a hurry after receiving the order. Su Ran took a moment in the command room before picking up the communication headset next to him. 1st Battalion Yang Hun, come in when you hear me. A current sound rang out in the headset, followed by Zhang Sun's voice immediately. Chief, I'm in. What's the situation on your end? Chief, I've got the men spread out and resting on high ground 29, and we have nanobot probes. Nothing much going on at the moment. It's too low for the 29th Heights to play much of a role. You lean toward the 10th Battalion. If the other side wants to steal, they won't steal from your 3 infantry battalions. They will definitely pick the expensive ones and the ones with the most firepower to come in. So if you protect the 10th Battalion and all that firepower equipment, we'll be able to keep defending it all the way inside the camp. I understand, Chief. I'll lean over that way right away. Remember, this is a defensive battle, and you have only one mission, and that is to protect the 10th Battalion for me. Even if your 4 battalions fight with no one left to defend them, and after 3 days, your mission will be over. I know, Chief. Promise to complete the mission. After the call ended, Saran sat quietly in the command room. The mission of this defense war is best known to him. The Iron Wolf Regiment would definitely attack like a torrent of steel. After all, his old man's face was there, and now that all the other minions had been cleared out, he had nothing to worry about. But Saran didn't want to leave just like that. Now that he's here, he's going to have to mess around with the 4 major military houses. Otherwise, this military exercise would be a waste of time. Ahem. These are the same words that Principal Su didn't dare to say in front of the eliminated few military districts. Otherwise it is definitely going to cause outrage. But no matter what, this time the water of the 4 major military mansions was something he had to dribble a bit. The Iron Wolves, and he was bound to have a good wrench with his old man. The fight between Big Su and Little Su was watched by Old Su. If this military drill Star Military Academy was a hit, then all the next things would be better. Just as Principal Su's side was considering the next step in his plan. Highland 29. Young Hoon began to give orders to everyone on Channel 1. Depart for Heights 38 as fast as you can. Immediately, all 4 battalions departed in a hurry. The 3 guys, Xiao Kiba, Wang Beitan, and Nai Ma Bai, also hurriedly came together next to Zhang Sun. What's the situation? Why are you suddenly leaving? 38th Heights is where the 10th Battalion is. What are we doing there? Yeah, Aren't we going to guard this place? It's what we bloodied down last night. Zhang Sun gave them a blank look and said, the regimental commander gave the order, and the next task of our 4 battalions is to protect the 10th battalion. Even if there is 1 person left in the 4 battalions, they all have to protect the 10th battalion for 3 days. It's over. Looks like we're going to have to exercise our spirit of not being afraid to die. TSK, this Wang Hao kid has even become a baby bump. Honestly, if dude really gets eliminated early this time, he has to go back and press that Wang Hao guy to buy us a dragon. Zhang Sun ignored the flirting of the 3 and started giving everyone orders to set off. In no time at all, the 4 battalions were hastily withdrawn from Heights 29. At this moment, the commander of the 1st Battalion of the Iron Wolf Regiment, who was hiding at the far side of the mountain forest, also revealed ahead and notified the command headquarters with his earphone. Reporting to command, the rookies at the bottom of the hill are retreating, but they're not going down the hill. They're going east. At this time in the Iron Wolf Regiment command headquarters, Su Xiaotian looked at the map and laughed. It's obviously going to meet up with their air defense battalion. Our scouts came back half an hour ago with the news that their anti-aircraft battalion is expected to be between high ground 36 to 38. How about it, old Su? Any ideas? Give the 1st Battalion the order to move their targets, follow them to the air defense battalion, and report back as soon as you find them, and don't go AWOL. An hour ago, the people sent by Su Xiaotian are ready to go down the mountain to sneak up on Zhang Sun and the others. But before the group could start moving, Young Hoon and the others left. The 1st Battalion of the Iron Wolf Regiment, which had received the order at this time, also began to move immediately. 5 minutes later, Zhang Sun and the others were traversing the mountains and forests. A member of the information department rushed to the side. Battalion commander, our nanobots at the end of the line have noticed someone following all the way behind them. Hearing this, Zhang Sun instantly stopped in his tracks. Next to him, Wang Baodan directly took out his gun and said, turn around and catch up. Do it for sure. Otherwise bringing them to the 10th Battalion side will be a big problem. Xiao Kiba, I'll leave this to you. In a moment on the march you take 2 platoons and stop to feign rest. When we go far away, you and the nanobots cooperate and fight with them as they go, and after circling around, head towards the 40th high ground side. So, you guys are going by yourselves and not taking me behind you. Ha! Wang Bat Dan blinked his little eyes and heard Zhang Sun's meaning at once. High ground range 40 would have been in the camp of the Star Military Academy. By that time, the Iron Wolf Regiment's people would definitely not continue to chase after them, and likewise their side had already left, so the other side wouldn't be able to find the 10th Battalion's location. That's an order. If you don't lure them away, our position with the 10th Battalion will soon be exposed, and then our regiment will be wiped out even faster, Young Hoon said in a very serious manner. Next to Xiao Jiba also patted Wang Baiten, your kid is lucky. Hurry up and roll back. We 3 people still leave you alone seedling. Don't let people say that the 3 unlucky people are destroyed by the regiment. That's only shameful. It. Ki Ba is right. Don't be so slow. Are you still a man? On the occasion of parting, I will recite a poem to send you off. The wind and the water are cold. The strong man will never return. And Imabai was also very literate at this time and uttered his classic quotes. Chapter 120 Redemption belonging to Wang Batdan. Wang Baodan looked at Zhang Sun and said, my mission is to draw the opposite side away, right? That's right. Don't let them find the 10th Battalion. Then how about I finish my mission and give you guys time to stall and surrender? You'll all be gone anyway, so why should I keep it? You. Young Hoon was speechless. You're a ing disgrace. This was said by both Shakiba and Namabi at the same time. Wang Baodan then laughed. Don't worry. I won't be so thoughtless. If I really want to do that, the head of the group won't even let me stay in the military school. But I want to say, I'm talking about if I can mutate those special forces across the street that are called the Iron Wolf Regiment, isn't it true that I can go back with you guys as well? Cut. Shakiba and Namabi again synchronized their disdain. Zhang Sun, on the other hand, said impatiently, don't you compare more than you have to. Hurry up. Wait for me to get back. King Batten exclaimed, then watched his teammates slowly leave. Soon, only he and 2 platoons of 30 warriors were left in place, along with a nanobot commander from the information department. Can you tell how many people are on the other side? Wang Baiten asked as he came up to the commander of the information department. The other man had a force microscope with him and was looking very carefully at the screen. It's too far away to be sure at the moment. So wait. After saying this, the rookie looked up at Wang Baiten. Battalion commander, you don't really want to raid those guys, do you? Wang Baodan looked back at the 30 warriors and said, do you want to go back and find your own troops to stay together? Or do you want to withdraw from here to stay until the end? Of course I want to go back. That's right. We're all in the same battalion. We escaped and survived. They're all gone. What's the point of staying? That's right, Battalion Commander. We're going back. Yeah, Battalion Commander. We're going to go back and raid this group of Iron Wolf regiments so they'll follow us again. Seeing the atmosphere, Wang Batdan smiled and said, this is not it? All of the spirit. First build an ambush circle, then a moment to listen to my order to start action. Remember trick mine and so on to the arrangement. This is the time we act alone.
Must not be that group of guys to see the plaque. Must give the Iron Wolf Regiment that group of guys to see our rookie's power.
A few minutes later, dozens of people constructed the ambush circle under Wang Baton's command.
There were also several trick mines hastily arranged all around. And this wasn't the most disgusting. The most disgusting thing was that this guy also used fake mines and real mines to work together.
When the fight starts, all of you be smart, try to use guerrilla tactics to run up. Don't stay in one place. After saying this,
Wang Baton turned back to the commander of the information department and said,
your task is to use the nanobots and find the officer on the opposite side of the room.
I'll mutilate him first so we can fight.
7th Battalion Commander. I used to think you were a cynical person, but now I look at you and think you are very handsome.
The commander of the information department said in a very serious manner. Wang Baodan touched his face and said,
many people used to praise me like this when I was a rich second generation in Yen City, but I haven't heard it since I entered the military school.
And you're the first.
After a few seconds,
he turned his head to the information commander. You boys are sexually normal,
aren't you?
The other party coughed and touched the fine sweat on his forehead.
Don't worry, it's absolutely normal. Pretty good, pretty good. Normal is pretty good. And I'm normal.
The air became somewhat frozen for a moment. The conductor had to bow his head and dare not say anything more to Wang Baton.
He felt as if the guy couldn't be complimented. Just one compliment and he'd have an orgasm and be slightly perverted. A few more minutes passed.
At this moment the 1st Battalion of the Iron Wolf Regiment, which was slowly chasing in the jungle,
stopped in its tracks. No more movement. The rookie stopped? It shouldn't be. How long has it been since we stopped to rest? The 1st Battalion Commander asked in wonder, and then asked the scouts next to him to quietly feel their way over and take a look. When the scout came back, he immediately informed, Battalion Commander,
they rested in front.
But, it seems to be not quite right. There are not many people, probably only a platoon. Where are the others? I don't know. I looked as far away as I could and saw those people. The others are gone. Gone?
The 1st Battalion Commander frowned. He then immediately made the decision.
Something's not right. We can't wait. There's a chance these rookies have found us. After a moment's reflection, the 1st Battalion Commander spoke very firmly. It's possible they're deliberately waiting here to stop us, then letting the larger force go to meet up with their air defense battalion. The Deputy Battalion Commander next to us couldn't help but be surprised. How did these rookies find us? They still have that kind of awareness? So how do you think the Iron Tigers and Iron Lions got off the mountain?
These rookies are pretty unusual. After the 1st Battalion Commander said this, he immediately rushed to his headset and said, everyone pay attention to the alert, slowly feel your way over and take care of this group of rookies.
Remember, it must be a quick battle. Don't let them drag it out for too long. Understood. A few moments later, the scouts of the 1st Battalion, a dozen in all, slowly felt their way to the front. Same moment, Wang Batdan's side also got the message from the commander of the information department. Battalion Commander, they're moving, 15 men in all. Hearing this, Wang Baton's eyes lit up. Everyone prepare for battle. Remember my orders. First let them enter the trick minefield, then shoot and beat them up. Whoever wimped out, don't stay in my 7th Battalion in the future. Shasta. The atmosphere in the silent jungle was austere.
Everyone in the 7th Battalion of the Star Military Academy was staring at their ambush circle.
Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the ambush circle, the men of the 1st Battalion of the Iron Wolf Regiment catapulted in. All be careful. These rookies must have gotten an ambush ring waiting for us to go in.
The 1st Battalion Commander gave a careful command. A snarky minion in the headset laughed.
These rookies are pretty good at this. Trick thunder again. After saying that, a warrior from the Iron Wolf Regiment lowered his head to dismantle it. Slow down. Don't. Yet.
The Deputy Battalion Commander next to him hadn't finished his sentence. There was a gunshot from the jungle with a bang. The snarky warrior stood a bit dumbfounded with yellow smoke billowing from his body. ******* Fought eagles all my life. And finally let the eagles peck my eyes. The 1st Battalion Commander helplessly said. The other fighters next to him said.
Too damn good at this. It's still a fake trick, Ray. All of you, brace yourself. These rookies are not easy. Don't let them get away with it again.
The 1st Battalion Commander gave another command.
Snipers, move back. Find a vantage point. And don't let them take any more cold shots. Everyone slowed down again. Same moment. Wang Baton, who was hiding in the forest in front of him, however, also raised his gun. The bearing hasn't moved. It's right at your 3 o'clock. It's a second to show your head at this distance. The commander operating the nanobots next to him whispered. Wang Batten nodded, but muttered, Comrade Commander, don't get on my ass and say that, so I'll still think there's something wrong with your sexual orientation. Chapter 121. It's all because of Captain Su's son. The information commander heard this and was instantly filled with black lines. However, the big-hearted Wang Batten didn't care so much at all, looking silently into the distance in the scope. But next, the commander of the 1st Battalion of the Iron Wolf Regiment on the opposite side seemed to have sensed it as well. Surprisingly, it doesn't appear inside the field of view, but keeps switching positions. The commanding officer of the information department kept murmuring, don't worry, but Wang Baodan was a bit unable to bear it. Asterisk. This guy is too ghostly. Every time the angle is so tricky. We can't go on like this. At this point there was a constant stream of gunfire from the forest, accompanied by a few occasional thunderclaps. Obviously, the opposite side couldn't control it and wanted to get out of the ambush circle as quickly as possible. Although the rookies from the Star Military Academy did a good job of ambushing, they still didn't have much stopping power against these veterans of the Iron Wolf Regiment. Once again, about 3 minutes passed. Inside the ambush circle, it had basically become a one-down situation. Battalion Commander, they're hitting it, and a couple of guys over in 3rd Platoon are out. Battalion Commander, we can't hold our side either. Guile and the others are trickling over. What do we do? Battalion Commander, I'm blowing myself up. You must get out and join our brothers in the 7th Battalion. Wang Baodan simply took the headphones off, his eyes a little red, and didn't dare to listen to it. Dead. Get serious. Hurry up and find that guy. I want to mutilate the boss across the street first so we can be saved. The commander of information, crouched next to him, had stopped talking and was instead sweating profusely as he looked into the force microscope, searching the image for the location of the commander across the room. Don't worry. It'll be done in a minute. The signal in this Thai forest is piss poor. I swear. As soon as I get back to school, I'm going to petition the principal to give the research institute in order to fix the signal problem. Wait. That image just now. Got it. Got the battalion commander. At your 9 o'clock. He's on the ground on his back in command, with a big tree over his head blocking his view. Hearing this, Wang Baodan quickly switched positions and finally saw the Iron Wolf Regiment 1st Battalion commander lying on the ground within his scope. The commander of the 1st Battalion was at this time lying in a concealed position contacting the command Chief of Staff. At the moment we are being intercepted by a small group of opposing forces, but we will be able to break out soon. You can rest assured that we will find the opposing Air Defense Battalion before nightfall. On the phone, Su Xiaotian's staff officer Lao Wang said breathlessly, 1st Battalion Commander, how many years have you been in the Iron Wolf Regiment? How many times have you completed your missions without incident? And now how come you are being held up by a bunch of student soldiers? Let me tell you, the army chief is very angry. The consequences are very serious. Give you 1 more hour. Immediately report back the opposite Air Defense Battalion position. Don't delay the troops' attack tonight. Don't worry, Chief of Staff. I'll be sure. Bang! A crisp gunshot sounded in the woods. The 1st Battalion commander was suddenly silent, instead looking up at his helmet. A thick cloud of yellow smoke had risen from his body. At this time in the headset, Staff Sergeant Wang loudly rebuked. What are you up to? 1st Battalion Commander, do you hear me? The 1st Battalion Commander said helplessly. Chief of Staff, I'm sorry, I'm out. What did you say? Staff Sergeant Wang's voice rose at least a dozen decibels. Yet all that waited for him was the infinite sound of electricity in his headset, because the 1st Battalion Commander, who abides by the rules of the military drill, has pinched his communication headset. Same moment, a loud call came from the forest across the way from King Batten. Brothers of the 7th Battalion, the commander on the other side is gone. Charge me. After saying this, Wang Batten was the first to rush out, followed by the other 7 battalions in the woods behind them. The roar of the guns in their hands never stopped at all. The commander of the information department took an atomic microscope and lay down on the stone to watch Wang Batten's back and couldn't help but wipe his eyes. Battalion Commander Wang is really too touching and manly. The people from the opposite side of the Iron Wolf Regiment also belonged to the state of being full of confusion at this time, because no one expected that their battalion commander would be eliminated while on such a small mission. They had just had an advantage, but they were instantly turned around by the Star Military Academy's 7th Battalion. Nuts! Don't let one go! Aren't you the elite? Wang Baodan. Fight the elites. Eliminate so many of my brothers. All give me the whole Red Warm State. You guys are responsible for it. Ta-da-da-da. Fierce gunfire rang out through the woods. All the remaining men of the 7th Battalion were affected by Wang Batten's hot state. One by one, they also became hot. Is it just a phase out? Isn't it just a little yellow smoke coming out of your body? I, Star Military Academy, have always been brave in a narrow battle and have never had anything to back down from. Unconsciously, the once dodgy, rich second generation who had been yelling about dropping out of school every day was leading the other students to become incomparably hot-blooded and passionate at this very moment, simply because he couldn't let go of his brother and didn't want to be separated from his brother. Not to mention the fact that he didn't want to be silent in this military exercise. 5 minutes over. The 3 warriors of the Iron Wolf Regiment ran out of the ambush circle in a very sorry state. This is crazy. You guys, tell me, is this a military student? It's bull *********. I think they all look like maniacs, totally unafraid of being eliminated, all wailing and rushing forward. I used to think that our Iron Wolf Regiment had this kind of temperament, but today I realized that it seems like we've all grown old. Come on, don't get emotional. Go back and wait to be criticized. I'm not afraid. The battalion commander is gone. We're lucky to have escaped. According to the army chief's temper, it's possible that we won't have much luck going back. At this point, Wang Bat Dan had already led a happy cheer, completely ignoring the eliminated members of the Iron Wolf Regiment around them. After these members are eliminated, a special car will come and pick them up, but for now it's just a matter of waiting in place. Of course, there were 20 or 30 rookies from the 7th Battalion who were eliminated from the scene. See you later, brothers. Wang Baton became quite polite, and before he left, he and his own 7th Battalion even saluted. Battalion Commander, you must win. Fellow students, let's sing to send off the Battalion Commander. Beacon fire quenches the seal of mountains and rivers, and steel spears are tightly gripped to settle the world. In an instant, the forest filled with loud and clear singing. The people from the opposite side of the Iron Wolf Regiment, the 1st Battalion Commander with the Deputy Battalion Commander, all looked at each other in dismay. Battalion Commander, how come this group of rookies seems to have pretty strict discipline? A soldier from the Iron Wolf Regiment whispered to his battalion commander. The 1st Battalion Commander gave him a blank look, then whispered, "It feels different, doesn't it? It's all because of the son of Military Commander Sue. Talk to your relatives at home when you go back from the military exercise. Whoever wants to come to the school is a cutie pie. Is there any mistake? How come this is even advertised to others?" The Deputy Battalion Commander next to him covered his head with a slight headache. Chapter 122 A Battalion Commander, bluffed by a student? Half an hour later, Wang Baodan led the remaining dozen or so teammates and finally arrived at Highland 39. The rendezvous with Young Hoon and the 10th Air Defense Battalion is complete. Slap. Wang Baodan had just come to the crowd. Zhang Sun was the first to start applauding, followed by Xiao Jiba, Ma Bai, and Wang Hao, the commander of the 10th Battalion, who all started applauding him. If you guys are going to do this whole thing, I'm going to have to cry at least a little bit, right? Wang Bat Dan finished, raising his hand and pretending to start wiping his tears. The crowd all laughed out loud at this scene of his. At this time, it was especially the 2 people, Sha Kiba and Mabi, who were the happiest. After all, their 3 musketeers are together again, and the happy days are back. We all heard your boy's command in the headset just now. It did look a little cool. Sha Kiba came straight up and hooped Wang Bat Dan. These 2 greeted each other in a different way. Mabi, on the other hand, was excitedly shaking his hand. But make the Dragon City flying generals. Don't teach the Hu horses to go to the Inshan Mountain. Baton virtuous brother. You have done it. No. Tell me yourself if the poem is appropriate? If the people of the Iron Wolf Regiment were to hear it, they would have to peel off your skin and use it as bedding. Wang Baodan gave him a blank look. Very disdainful. But his mouth was still laughing excitedly. Zheng Sen also walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Good job. Just now the head of the regiment even told me about the commendation. Go back and you kid can get another medal. That's for sure. Dude, it's a matter of pure strength. At this point, Wang Bat Dan was getting excited again. The other side is at Highland 49. Saran also sat in the command room smiling and shaking his head. He had listened to the voice of the 7th Battalion Commander, Wang Baton, who had just led an ambush against the opposite side in the jungle. Although I didn't see it with my own eyes, I can imagine from the intense gunfire and voice calls that the ambush wasn't easy. However, Wang Baton's commanding thoughts, as well as his final method of sniping the opposite commander, did make Su Ran very satisfied as well. Chief, I can't believe that the 7th Battalion Commander fought such a beautiful ambush and now he gets a school medal. Zhang Quan also spoke enviously from the side. Within the Star Military Academy, the medals that Su Ran issued that were very much admired and liked by everyone. And not only the school, in the outside world is even more incomparable madness. For example, the last monthly examination took the medal of him. in the internet directly by the netizens blew up, and even social software have countless more fans. Su Ran, on the other hand, gave him a blank look and said, "Envious? Hey, there's no use envying. I'm a guard platoon, so I have to keep you safe. I can't go out and fight. There's always a chance. Don't be like last night when you were given a chance and you didn't hit it." Zhang Quan was embarrassed by what was said, so he could only lower his head and didn't dare to say more. For his part, Su Ran leaned back in his chair and pulled over the real-time map once again to take a look. They tried to find the Air Defense Battalion quickly, but this time they failed, and they're sure to send out more men next, so I don't think they'll be able to hold out for more than 5 hours before they find it. After saying this, Su Ran could only lament as he looked at the map. Time is too tight. Next to him, Zhang Quan curiously said, "Chief, I've always been curious. We're fighting a light defensive battle this time. After all, the Iron Wolf Regiment is occupying favorable terrain. But now why are you letting the 2nd Battalion's side penetrate to mess with the Xuanwu military house? Want to know?" Saran looked at him. Zhang Quan hurriedly nodded his head, his face full of anticipation. However, in the next second, Su Ran splashed a pot of cool water again. "Go figure it out yourself. Grow a brain." Just as Zhang Quan was filled with embarrassment and helplessness, Su Ran gave the instruction order. "In an hour, the 2nd Battalion will set out to penetrate. So go and do something, fast, and bring it back to Liang before the 2nd Battalion leaves." "Don't worry, Chief. I'll finish it." After receiving the order, Zhang Quan hurriedly ran out and took a platoon of fighters on board to go down the mountain. About 20 minutes later, a bunch of people from the Iron Wolf Regiment, who had just been eliminated by the 7th Battalion of Wang Beitan, and a group of rookies from the 7th Battalion were sitting on the ground chatting and joking. Squeak! 3 cars slowly pulled up in front of them. When the group of eliminated rookies over at the 7th Battalion saw Zhang Quan, they also hurriedly ran over happily. 5th Battalion Commander, what brings you here? The men of the 7th Battalion were also very cordial when they saw their men coming. Zhang Quan got out of the car and looked at the people of the Iron Wolf Regiment around him, a hint of a smile appearing on his lips. "Came to run some errands." The commander of the Iron Wolf Regiment's 1st Battalion, however, frowned slightly at this moment, sensing a hint of abnormality. "Is there something wrong with this student?" Zhang Quan came to the side and saluted him, then smiled. "Comrade Battalion Commander, I need something from you. Please cooperate." "What do you mean? What are you guys up to?" The 1st Battalion Commander of the Iron Wolf Regiment had a serious face. Beside them, the other Iron Wolf Regiment and the Deputy Battalion Commander and others also all came over. "Don't get me wrong, Comrade Battalion Commander. We just need the Iron Wolf Regiment insignia on you," Zhang Quan said and pointed to the badge on the front of the 1st Battalion Commander's sleeve. It was the badge with a wolf's head, representing the honor of the Iron Wolf Regiment. And there were some drill numbers on it, or else you wouldn't even be able to get in at the site of the military drill. The entire military drill site, no matter what unit, all have numbers. Of course, the Star Military Academy didn't have a number. They only had a very simple 4-word Star Military Academy on their chests. After all, they weren't a regular army either. Asterisk 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 off. "This thing represents our identity. We can't give it to you." The commander of the 1st Battalion directly pushed Zhang Quan away and stepped aside with a serious face. Zhang Quan, on the other hand, laughed. "Comrade Battalion Commander, I'm afraid you've forgotten Article 32 of the rules of the military drill. The eliminated party has to listen to all the arrangements of the eliminated party. And since you're already captives, please abide by the rules." "You kid, a student, talking to me like that?" The 1st Battalion Commander's face turned red with anger. Next to him, the Deputy Battalion Commander came over with a smile. "Old Zhang, don't be angry, don't be angry. Let me talk to this student. Classmate, what do you need our badges for? It's useless, and if you take it away, it'll be hard for us to explain when the time comes. Comrade Deputy Battalion Commander, for the last time, please observe the rules of the military drill or I will immediately request the intervention of a picket from the 1st class military house." At this moment, Zhang's full color was incredibly serious and calm, and even when facing 2 officials who were bigger than him, the aura on his body did not weaken at all. Straight away, the brothers of the 7th Battalion behind him felt incredibly powerful and handsome. A few minutes later, the Chief of Staff led the men to remove the Iron Wolf Regiment insignia from their bodies and handed it over to Zhang Quan's men. Only the commander of the 1st Battalion pointed angrily at Zhang Quan before he finally tore off his badge and threw it at him fiercely. "Thank you, Comrade Battalion Commander, for your cooperation." Zhang Quan saluted, and then took his own men to the car and left. "Brothers of the 7th Battalion, the regimental commander asked me to give you a message that you are good." In the jungle, although Zhang Quan's car was gone, the sound echoed down. making the eliminated rookies of the 7th Battalion incredibly happy. Chapter 123, Father to teach son a lesson? In the jungle at this time, the Iron Wolf Regiment's men, on the other hand, stood in place with pitch-black faces. What's so crazy about a bunch of students? The 1st Battalion commander kicked the tree next to him in anger. The deputy battalion commander next to him was smiling and leaning on a rock. Old Zhang, sit down and take a break. Don't be angry. Although they are students, haven't we become defeated? That's how the battlefield is. The 1st Battalion commander sat down and took a deep breath and said, you are open-minded, but today is also too suffocating. By that kid in front of so many subordinates to give me a hard time. Don't let him fall into my hands, otherwise there is a good look at him. By the time they graduate from the military school, you ask the chief for instructions. Go to their school to enroll. Just look at this kid to recruit. Then your chance to take revenge will not come? Ha ha ha. Your kid does not say anything. Originally in this whole badit, you do not say. You really do not say. This trick I can really try. That's right. We can't afford to get angry with him now. After all, we're already prisoners. So let's do what a prisoner should do. Have you ever wondered what these brats are going to do with our badges? I haven't thought about it, because it's none of my business anymore. And do you think it's that kid who came up with this idea? It's definitely the military chief's son's idea. It's a father-son fight, so let's not worry about it. When the car that's picking us up comes, let's go back and take a shower and go to bed. 10 minutes later, Zhang Quan hurried back to the battalion headquarters with 3 vehicles. Just as he got off the bus, he saw that not far away, Li Ying of the 2nd Battalion had already organized people to start preparing to leave. Lucky to be in time. 2nd Battalion Commander. Wait a moment first. Zhang Quan hurried over. Li Ying was curious. 5th Battalion Commander. What's the matter? The chief told me to give these to you. After saying this, Zhang Quan waved his hand and asked the people behind him to bring out the Iron Wolf Regiment badges that he had just collected. Is this the badge of the Iron Wolves? The regimental commander told you to give it to me? Li Ying was also a bit curious at this point. Zhang Quan nodded and said, the chief said he'll teach you how to use it. So take it first. Okay, thanks. Let's go. Li Ying brought the badge over and then handed it to the deputy battalion commander next to him. Zhang Quan, on the other hand, stood back and watched as Li Ying led the men of the 2nd Battalion to form up and set off. 2nd Battalion Commander, we look forward to your triumphant return. After saying this, Zhang Quan led his guard platoon to all salute the men of the 2nd Battalion. At this moment, Li Ying nodded with a very flat face and returned a salute as well. A few minutes later, the team exited Highland 49. Li Ying gave a direct order for everyone to start speeding up and trotting. This time the mission was special and time was urgent. Li Ying had long ago given a death order to all of them that they must arrive at the target heights within time. Brothers, this time it's our 2nd Battalion that's pushing the limits of what we can do. And I'm sure we all find the task difficult and impossible, but we are now the hope of the whole regiment. And if we fail, then the whole regiment will fail in this military exercise. After all the training we've been through, do you really want to give up at the last minute? As soon as Li Ying said this, all the men of the 2nd Battalion immediately answered in a loud voice. Don't want to. Don't want to. The deafening, thick and incomparable voices of several hundred people caused a trace of a satisfied smile to appear on Li Ying's face at this moment. Good job. I'm sure everyone will be able to complete this mission successfully. It's as if they don't know what they're doing. Li Ying felt that he also had a hint of Principal Su's shadow. Time passes by. Inside the command room, Su Ran looked at the real-time map with an increasingly serious face. Get Ryu Jiejia over here. Hearing this, Zhang Quan hurriedly nodded and left. Not a moment later Lu Jiejia came in from outside shouting a report. Chief. Su Ran nodded. How many nanobots are left in the Ministry of Information now? Lu Jiejia hurriedly spoke. After removing the ones each battalion is equipped with, as well as the extra ones the 2nd Battalion is equipped with, the regiment now has 5 million more. Have the men step up and send over another million to the 39th height side, with half of the rest set up near the artillery battalion and half set up on guard near the camp. Okay, Chief. I'll go arrange it right away. After Lu Jiejia left, Su Ran sighed. Time is almost up. The Iron Wolf Regiment should find our 10th Battalion very soon. Next the 1st Battalion, their problems are coming. Chief, why don't I bring my men over to support them as well? Zhang Quan was also a bit anxious next to him. Su Ran shook his head and said, not for now. If the Iron Wolf Regiment really wants to make a push, it's useless for you little guys to go over there. After saying this, Su Ran stood up and looked at the big screen. The defense positions of the 1st Battalion, 6th Battalion, 7th Battalion, 8th Battalion, and 10th Battalion. It's up to the pups themselves to fight next. If they can put what they've learned in school to good use, they might be able to resist until dawn.
but if they've got a mind of their own, it's not impossible for Tron to work some miracles.
Saran trusts his students. Likewise, his old man, Su Xiaotian, believed in his soldiers. Iron Wolf Regiment Command.
Su Xiaotian began to give orders to the battalions in his headset.
Although the 1st Battalion commander was eliminated, the last thing the Iron Wolf Regiment lacked was talent.
Compared to the Iron Tiger and the Iron Lion that the Star Military Academy defeated after they went up the mountain.
At this point, the Iron Wolf Regiment was essentially at full strength.
Because their combat power has shown a very impressive achievement in this military exercise.
So the Iron Wolf Regiment's morale is very high right now. Army Commander.
It's basically certain at this point that the other side's Air Defense Battalion is on the 34th high ground to our east.
Hearing the scout leader's report, Su Xiaotian's staff officer pointed at the map. The terrain is very good. The Air Defense Battalion planted here is indeed a good move. After tonight, this land will be left to us. Su Xiaotian smiled and then pointed at the map. Didn't this brat hit their camp with Iron Tiger's guns? Then this time we can also follow that trick. Use his Air Defense Battalion to hit his camp. At the same time,
the 3 artillery battalions in front of us also pull out a good shine. Inserted on the left and right side of his 48th Highland. After the start of the fight, press their artillery battalion directly to death in this mountain.
Ha ha, old Sua, you really don't give your son any hope. As long as we take their Air Defense Battalion,
then with the strength of our 3 artillery battalions, we'll be able to directly give the military academy this group of rabbits a beating.
This is a lesson for him. Now hit sober. He can go back to study and learn. Don't just know a little trick all day. Think of getting excellent grades. Young man, still too young,
Su Xiaotian said with great pride, then gave orders to all the troops. Tell Gao Laosan to take the 3 battalions and immediately accelerate the advance.
And within an hour, take the opposite Air Defense Battalion first. Chapter 124, General Mobilization Before the War. 3 Lines of Defense. 34 Highland. Zhang Sun called Xiao Ji Ba, Wang Ba Dan, Mi Ma Bai,
and several battalion commanders,
including Wang Hao, over for a meeting.
Brothers,
this is a tough mission.
The other side will definitely fight to take down our Air Defense Battalion.
So we have to hold on to this place no matter what we say.
Hearing Zhang Sun's words,
Xiao Jiba took the lead and said, let's fight. Just now I let this guy Wang Baitan pretend to be a bully. This time I have to pretend to try too. That's right, Wang Batdan. This kid can even beat the Iron Wolf Regiment. Most likely it's not something great. Just do it.
Wang Baodan shouted and cursed in anger.
Silly lack of two. In a moment to start fighting. You two are afraid that you are going to your pants.
Wang Hao looked at these 3 people and smiled helplessly at this moment.
Stop fighting and I'll talk about this battle deployment next.
Zhang Sun interrupted the 3 men. The real-time map tablet was then pulled out, and the others hurriedly took it out of their backpacks.
This is military drill equipment. Everyone has this equipment on them. The artillery battalion is not involved in this battle. You guys just guard the high ground.
So this battle is mainly about our 4 regiments.
Next I'll talk about the distribution and defense of our 4 regiments. Hearing this, Wang Hao hurriedly said, 1st Battalion Commander,
our men can go down to the mountains to help as well.
Battalion Commander Wang, this is a deadly mission.
You know very well what strength the other side has. Although we have won 2 big battles, but those were under the Iron Wolf Regiment, and we succeeded by using their carelessness to sneak in.
But this time on the Iron Wolf Regiment is a frontal confrontation. So it's a very realistic question as to how long we can hold out for.
And if we fail, by that time on the mountain there will still be you guys who will be able to continue to hold out, and likewise be able to buy the regiment a chance.
We all believe that the head of the regiment will definitely come up with a way to help us break the siege, right?
When Zhang Sun said this, everyone nodded very seriously. In the hearts of the rookies of the Star Military Academy,
Su Ran's intimidating power was unquestionable.
Now that each of our battalions has their own nanobots,
in the coming battle, this will be our only good chance to hold out or turn the tide. So in your battalions, all the commanders of all the nanobots, all of them, must be protected as babies, and never let the other side take them away. As for the information on the nanobots' comrade commanders, I guess your battalion commander has also told you. In the last resort, if you can't escape, please choose to blow yourself up. Don't expose the nanobots to the other side in advance. This is our Star Military Academy's technology. No one can know about it except us. All of the information department,
the commanders in charge of the nanobots all swished to their feet.
Please don't worry, comrade battalion commander. We'll never let expose the nanobots.
It had to be said that the discipline of the 4th Battalion that Lu Jiejia was in charge of was also very strict. Zhang Sun nodded for them to sit down first, and then began to arrange the next things. Next our 4 battalions are going to start cooperating with each other. All the sniper groups will be unified and deployed to cooperate with the nanobots to find them the opposing commander in the first place. You guys have 2 tasks. The first one is to be responsible for solving the opposing commander, and the second one is to be responsible for solving the opposing fire points. At the same time, in order to guard against the other side's drone probing equipment, the information department, please set aside some of the nanobots, and when the other side's drones are launched, you will seek out their receiving department and destroy their information section equipment, so that the other side's drones will become blind first. The rest of you build fire points and defense circles. Let's form 3 tiers first. My first battalion will be the first tier. Next Shaoqiba you will be the second tier. Wangbeitan the third tier. And I Mabi your men the fourth tier. Each tier of defense points will hold out for me for at least 3 hours or more. In short, the longer the better. Hearing these words from Zhang Sun, Shaoqiba and the others suddenly quit. Why should your battalion stay on the first level? I'll make the first level of defense. You go to the back. Wang Batdan also looked at Zhang Sun helplessly. I know you're doing this for the good of your brothers, but the situation is different this time. The other side is coming on strong. If you want us to hold on longer, go and take command on the last floor. With your command in place we'll all have a backbone, and when we're all out of it you'll show up again. Okay? Hoon. Just listen to the 3 of us kid. Let us be on the far outside. And the 3 of us aren't necessarily worse than you. You'll show up when we're done fighting. Usually, all 3 of them were very naughty, but at this moment they became very serious one by one. Zhang Sun was also warmed up inside, then nodded his head and said, since my brothers trust me so much, then I won't be polite. I'll take command at the back first, and when you guys can't hold out, then I'll go on. As long as I'm there, the 10th battalion will definitely not be able to break through, but there's nothing that can be done if I fall. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed out loud, but in fact, everyone understood that Zhang Sun was not joking, but serious. As long as the last layer of defense fell, then the air defense battalion would basically be untenable. Just as the congregation was meeting, Yonghun's 1st battalion correspondent came in with a report. Battalion commander. The chief called and told everyone to tune all channels to channel 1. He has something to say. Zhang Sun hurriedly stood up and ordered. Everyone set their headset channels to number 1. The chief has something to say. Soon, Su Ran's voice came from the headset. What are you guys doing? Are you doing a pre-war mobilization? You weren't moved to tears, were you? Hearing Su Ran's flirtatious voice, the crowd all smiled helplessly. Su Ran continued. Right now your battalions are under the most pressure, but it can't be helped. I just want to tell you one thing. As long as you can hold out for 2 days and don't let the air defense battalion be eliminated, then you'll be victorious, and I'll give all of you school medals at that time. When these words came out, everyone's eyes lit up with a blazing light. For the students of Star Military Academy, the school medal is more important than the war medal. As for the specific strategic deployment, I'm not going to say much more. Zhang Sun, you look after the arrangements. Xiao Ji Ba, Wang Beitan, Mi Ma Bai, you 3 listen well. Don't give up at the drop of a hat. Before finally ending the call, he heard Saran's instructions. The 3 Shaqiba's faces turned a little red. The chief is really too. Do we look like the one who suddenly gave up? That's right. Hoon. Are we that kind of people? Hoon. Forget about what just happened. Tell me with a clear conscience. Are we the kind of people who disobey orders? Seeing the trio's questioning, Young Hoon said helplessly, yes, yes, yes. You're not. You're not. I am. Several people in the conference room all smiled happily. The tension of the pre-war general mobilization of the family, however, slowly dissipated much in this moment. But time waits for no one, and the rest of the day was busy for everyone. 10 o'clock at night. 3 battalions of the Iron Wolf Regiment had arrived below Heights 38. Chapter 125. Let them go back with yellow smoke. Gao Laosan was the commander of the 3rd Battalion of the Iron Wolf Regiment, and was likewise a great general who had followed Su Shaotian for 5 whole years. But this guy had already participated in 2 military exercises, and the last time he came here he was still a company commander. But this time he had become a battalion commander and the backbone of the Iron Wolf Regiment. In other regiments, all of them have 1 battalion and 1 battalion commander, but in the Iron Wolf Regiment, there is only 1 battalion commander for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th battalions, and that is Gao Laosan. Su Shaotian once commented on this guy, saying that he was born to fight, good at mobilizing multiple units to attack, and in the battle, the strategic deployment is wide open, very bold and courageous. The opponent is often not yet reacted to, has been high old 3 battalions to lift the bottom of the sky. Old high. The deputy battalion commander came down from the hill with a high-powered binoculars in his hand with a slightly despondent look on his face. This piece of terrain isn't too favorable for us.
That group of student soldiers is on high ground and has a clear geographical advantage. With a cigarette in his mouth, Gao Laosan spat out a smoke ring and said, "A group of student soldiers can still turn over the sky. Don't underestimate these little guys. The fact that they were able to fight their way up from the Iron Tigers and the Iron Lions speaks volumes about their abilities. And now that even old Zhang's 1st Battalion side has encountered a heavy defeat, we can't afford to follow in his footsteps." When Gao Laosan heard this, a cold smile could not help but escape from his mouth. "Old Zhang, don't mention it to me. I have long suggested that the head of the regiment to include the 1st Battalion under my command, and old Zhang is still impatient with me. Look at him now. He is being shaded by a group of student soldiers. This goes back to the troops. Still don't know how to laugh at him." After saying this, Gao Laosan threw the cigarette in his mouth on the ground and stomped hard. "Let's start. Quick battle. Clean up this group of student boys. Let's go back and touch up the 4 major military houses. There's no skill in fighting these student soldiers." The deputy battalion commander saw this guy's big grin and shook his head helplessly, but since he was the battalion commander, he could only listen to him at this time. Half an hour later, Gao Laosan's 3 battalions fanned out and directly surrounded the entire heights. Battalions report back. Gao Laosan sat on a chair in the makeshift command room, sipping tea and listening to the report in his headset. 2nd Battalion in position, heading for the northeast corner. All is well within the forest at the moment, so I guess that group of student soldiers has already arranged an ambush circle in advance. 3rd Battalion in position, heading southwest corner. Only a bunch of birds ting in the woods so far. No student soldiers in sight. 4th Battalion in position, east-west corner direction. All is well within the forest at present. Gao Laosan smiled faintly and said, "Pretentious. Little kids love these. Let the drones and reconnaissance team go in first to take a look. Start advancing in half an hour. Don't take too long to fight. Don't let the headmaster think that the soldiers I lead are just as wimpy as that old Zhang guy." After saying this, Gao Laosan stretched out and rushed at the deputy battalion commander. "I'm going to take a nap first. You keep an eye on it here." "Okay." The deputy battalion commander had to nod. The command room became quiet, with occasional routine reports from the team members on the comms instruments. But soon, it was drowned out by the heartless snoring of this Gao Laosan fellow. Same moment, Zhang Sun, who was on the 39th high ground, was looking at the real-time map with immense seriousness. A report from the forward nanobot spotter came over the headset. "Battalion commander, their drones and the scout team are coming in." Zhang Sun nodded and said, "Do as I instructed. Get the eyes of the drone first. Those remaining scouts, continue to find positions for me on your side. Sniper team, keep a close eye on it. Shoot and kill if you have the chance. Don't be afraid to expose your position because you have a lot of them. The whole forest is full of them, and they're not even in yet." Understood. The 3rd Battalion Iron Wolf Regiment personnel in charge of the drones on site were also very serious at this point. They wore glasses and looked at every detail very carefully. Unbeknownst to them, a swarm of dense black stuff flew by rapidly over the heads of their drones. Soon, the group arrived at the head of the temporary information department of the 3rd Battalion of the Iron Wolf Regiment. As the commander gave the order, all the nanobots began their work. 10 seconds later, the sound of electricity within the ears of the Iron Wolf Regiment's drone commanders became unbearably shrill, and the VR glasses in front of their eyes were blurry. Information department, what are you guys up to? Why is there no signal all of a sudden?" However, at this time, the personnel of the Iron Wolf Regiment's information department were also very anxious. "I don't know. We suddenly blacked out on our side too. Wait, it seems to be a problem with the receiver out there. Holy, the receiver is severely damaged. What's going on?" An angry curse came from inside the headset. In this moment, all drone teams were rendered useless. In the temporary command post, the deputy commander of the 3rd Battalion of the Iron Wolf Regiment also received the message immediately. "Don't panic just yet. You guys have the scouts in charge of recon up front while information checks the equipment to see if it can be repaired. Don't even think about it. Deputy Battalion Commander, it's surely not going to be reparable for a while with that much damage. What the hell is going on? Didn't I tell you to check your equipment before we left?" "It's not our fault, Deputy Battalion Commander. It's definitely the group of student soldiers across the street who messed up with who knows what. Receivers are usually the least likely to break down. That I can guarantee." The deputy battalion commander's face became incredibly ugly when he heard this. At this time, Gao Laosan on the bed slowly opened his mouth and said, "What's going on, Lao Dong? I was woken up by you even when I was sleeping. Come and see for yourself. The receiver over at the information department is corrupted, and the repairs won't even fix it, which means our drone scout is ruined." Gao Laosan heard this. Mouth disdainful sneer, "I think what a big deal it. On this point as to hurry up and panic. The drone is broken, let the scouts on. More than a few groups to go out to contact the probe. The old generation of soldiers are not all this way to come to it. I would say that the modernization of the war room is convenient, but let you put the old book or almost forgotten. Alright, I understand, battalion commander. The assistant battalion commander was once again a helpless. Orders could only be given to the battalions to send out more than half of their scouts again, but it was clear to all that a scout's range of advance was certainly not as fast as a drone's. A lot of the scene is simply going through at once, and in the pursuit of speed can only continue to speed up. In the forest, Shaoqiba of the first line of defense looked into the distance with binoculars and laughed. Boy, sending so many people as scouts is really extravagant. Information commanders, all play your hearts out, and let all these scouts go back in yellow smoke next. Understood, battalion commander. Promise to complete the mission. The jungle is dense, invisible to the naked eye. Countless nanobots formed a very terrifying net in the air, slowly laying down towards the Iron Wolf Regiment scouts underneath. Chapter 126, the 6th Battalion is in danger. Below the forest, the still unaware scouts of the Iron Wolves were advancing slowly. They were draped in camouflage cloths and had automatic rifles in their hands, with observers beside them. It's too quiet, not a good thing, a veteran exclaimed in his headset. The other scouts also looked around very nervously. Something's not right indeed. Less than 2 kilometers ahead is Heights 39. Their ambush circle is definitely around here. Why haven't we found a single person? Everyone cheer up. This group of student soldiers is not simple. It's not good to be able to sabotage the reconnaissance equipment of our drones. Don't be so shocked, you guys. Rookies are still rookies after all. If they're really that good, who's still going to be a soldier? They're all running away to military school. Inside the headsets, the men of the Scout Battalion each expressed their views. This is the most common method they usually utilize to lighten the mood when scouting. Yet just then, chirp, a small rattle in the forest put everyone on alert. Asterisk 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 asterisk, where did the shots come from? How did they find me? One of the scouts at the forefront slowly climbed up from the forest, his body smoking yellow smoke. His face full of confusion was a bit painful to look at. Attention alert! Attention alert! The scout company commander kept calling out in his headset. If it's ordinary propulsion, then the probability of being discovered is still high. But the advances of the scouts are very regular and tactical, and are usually hard to spot from the dense jungle. However, the words just fell. Jojo. Several shots rang out in quick succession within the jungle. Yellow smoke kept coming out of the scouts around them as they were hit. 8 scouts had been lost in those few seconds. Something's wrong. Something's so wrong. These student soldiers have something. They can spot us. Pull back. Pull back. The scout company commander quickly ordered his men to fall back. But the retreat was almost more difficult. When they got up and ran outside, they were pretty much living targets. The snipers of the military academy hidden in the jungle are all utilizing their great talents and abilities, sniping these elite scouts of the Iron Wolf Regiment. One by one, yellow smoke came out. What the hell is going on? How did they find you? In the headset, Cao Laosan's deputy battalion commander was very angry and yelled at the scout company commander. However, at this time, the scouting company commander was also helpless. Deputy battalion commander, it's really not our fault. That group of student soldiers seems to have eyes everywhere. No matter how much our men lurked and buried, there was nothing we could do about it. Asterisk 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 asterisk, I've been saying for a long time that these student soldiers are not simple. In the command room, the assistant battalion commander slammed his headset down in anger. Once again, Cao Lao-san woke up from his sleep. What's wrong again, Lao Dong? Not that I'm talking about you. Your temper is too subdued, isn't it? The deputy battalion commander said helplessly. Battalion Commander Gao, in the 5 minutes you've been napping, a platoon has already been eliminated on the scout company's side. What did you say? Cao Lao-san instantly jumped off the bed, his face turning a bit ironic. Vice Battalion Commander Dong said helplessly. Now you know I'm not bragging when I say those student soldiers are not simple, right? Take a look at the situation for yourself. The men of the reconnaissance company were blackballed. The ambush circle of these student soldiers was very well done. They know our tactics too well. Don't say anything. Damn. This group of student soldiers is simply too rampant. Originally I still want to play with them in an ordinary way. Now it seems that not moving a little bit of the real thing is really not possible. Immediately let the 3 battalions in front carry portable artillery carpet sweeping once for me, and then the main attacking team to take the people to set out. The main battle tanks in the front to use the infantry and tanks synergistic way of advancing. Lao Gao. This time out the main battle tanks and heavy firepower did not bring much. The other tanks are on the road. Only the 99A followed out too. These 2 to be all out. Then our back to attack their air defense battalion will be a little difficult. I don't care about that right now. If we don't see the air defense battalion within the time limit, then if the military commander's side blames us, we'll both be finished. And if we can't even defeat this group of student soldiers, what face will we have to sit down in the battalion commander's position? Inside the jungle at this time, Shakiba was bragging with Young Hoon and the others in his headset. Damn! The Iron Wolf Regiment is nothing more than that. A few of my ambushes directly scared away all of their reconnaissance companies. Both Wang Bat Dan and Ni Mabi indicated small operations. On Zhang Sun's side, he instructed, "Don't be careless, they're sure to make a big move next. So be careful. Don't worry, my battalion commander Zhang, I'm going to hold this line of defense for the rest of the day. Just have your brothers sleep first and watch me perform." At this time, Xiao Jiba's mouth was incomparably large. But soon, there was a rumbling sound from up ahead. "Battalion commander, anti-tank guns," a rookie spoke up. Dense points of artillery fell from the sky. Boom boom boom. The entire forest was instantly drowned out by the roar. Smoke rolled in and a brief ringing in everyone's ears. In the military artillery, ordinary blank shell fire was used. So while it was loud, it didn't have much power after it fell behind. After all, this was not a live-fire exercise, but rather a test of the capabilities of individual units. The final shell explosion sends out some colored debris, and attaching it to a person means you've been eliminated by shell fragments. By now, after the thick smoke had passed, many of the men in Shokiba's camp had been blown up, because their ambush circle had been reduced to a very small one just now. There wasn't much of a place to hide after the shells fell. Holy, are these guys across the street crazy? So much firepower? Say something if you can still talk in each company. Shakiba is being guarded by 2 fighters as he climbs to his feet. He was also saved after the heavy shells fell just now. At that moment in the headset came the reports of several people. "Battalion commander, the 2nd company is still there. I lost 3 on my side." "Battalion commander, this is company I. Our company commander has been eliminated." "Battalion commander, there are 5 men left in the 3rd company." After a quick count, less than half of Shaokiba's 500-man 6th battalion remained. Damn, that's bullying. All of you, with your lieutenants replacing the company commander in his absence, organize the men to rejoin the line at once. The opposite side will attack as soon as the shelling is over. Use the rest of your nanobots to move me. We won't be able to hold the 6th battalion for 3 hours today, so get back to washing your pants. Under the rude words of Shakiba, all the men of the 6th battalion all regained their confidence and went up to the line of defense again. But at the same time, the sound of tanks roaring below appeared. Shakiba's eyes widened and he swallowed in some panic, then hurriedly picked up his binoculars to watch. Damn, this is really not letting me play. Chapter 127, Interspersing the Meaning of the Existence of the 2nd Battalion. Below Heights 39, the 99 main battle tank's firepower kept roaring. At this time on the opposite side of the 49th high ground above, Saran had stood outside the command room and heard it. Next to him, Zhang Quan sighed. "Chief, with such heavy firepower from the other side, I really don't know how long they can hold out." "Then it's up to their own destiny." Su Ran spoke very plainly. Zhang Quan wanted to say something else, but Su Ran had already turned his head back to the command room. There was a huge screen in the very center of it, showing none other than real-time map footage. At the top of Heights 39 were the men of the 10th Battalion, which was then divided into 4 circles around the bottom of the 10th Battalion. Su Ran and Zhang Quan all understood that these 4 circles represented the defense lines of the 1st, 6th, 7th and 8th battalions. When all the green dots of these 4 lines of defense disappear, it means that all the men of these 4 battalions have been eliminated. Now guarding the outermost line of defense is Shakiba's 6th Battalion. This guy usually is talking and doing things though mischievous, but when the battlefield guns go off, his spirit and atmosphere is really good. Zhang Quan analyzed it very seriously, as they had also heard Shaokiba's command in the headset just now. Su Ran didn't say much, just scratched the map away and moved the other map up. Just see a very shiny row of green dots up there already very far from Heights 49. My god, it's been less than 5 hours and the 2nd Battalion commander has already led his men into the Iron Wolf Regiment's defenses? Zhang Quan was once again dumbfounded by Li Ying's command as well. Su Ran laughed. That's why I let the 2nd Battalion go through it. Because only Li Yingkai can bring out that kind of temperament and soul at critical moments. They walked almost 80 kilometers in 5 hours without mechanical vehicles, which is beyond the limits of historical hasty marches. Zhang Quan still couldn't help but sigh. He didn't understand what kind of magic Li Ying had that could make the entire 2nd Battalion so motivated. At this very moment, inside the easternmost defense line of the Iron Wolf Regiment, Li Ying slowly plopped down on the hillside with a small scouting company from the 2nd Battalion. If you looked close enough, you could see that everyone was dripping wet, because those are the ones they sweat. 5 hours, 80 kilometers, the men of the 2nd Battalion had put almost all their life strength into it. Until this moment, they had not arrived at the rear perimeter defense line of the Iron Wolf Regiment. Battalion commander, Just now the information commander in front of us sent a message that the signal of this mountain top is very good. The nanobots probed almost 3 kilometers away and only found 2 platoons of Iron Wolf Regiment's patrols of hidden sentries. Next we just need to solve all these hidden sentries, then we will be able to pass through quickly. Hearing this from the deputy battalion commander, Liang nodded and gently took out the water bottle on his waist to take a sip. We can't solve it. Our mission is to penetrate and avoid the enemy penetration. If we solve them, the Iron Wolf Regiment command will soon realize that their men are eliminated and will be able to associate it with someone passing through their rear. And then our mission will fail. Battalion commander, if we don't solve it, we'll have to pass under each other's noses. And that's an impossible task. This is the mission of our Interpolation Battalion. Throughout the ages, none of the Interpolation Battalion's missions have been easy. But if we succeed, our teammates in front of us who are in a fierce battle with the Iron Wolf Regiment will be able to quickly knit off the pressure, or even directly turn the battle around. After saying this, Liang took out the map and looked at it very carefully. We need to split up and penetrate. Otherwise one battalion will be too big a target to walk together, and it will give cover to the other in case we're exposed. A moment later, she pointed to a nearby river and said, "You take Company 1, Company 2, and Company 3 through here." The deputy battalion commander saw on the map that it was a rapids nearly 5 meters wide and more than 10 meters deep. Battalion commander, then I'll go here and you go this way. Liang finished speaking and once again pointed out a path on the map. Seeing this, the deputy battalion commander laughed bitterly. Forget it, I'd better lead the men to the first waterway. Only the top of the map showed that it was a cliff similar to the one they took when they attacked the Iron Tiger Regiment. That's right, it's a cliff. There's no path on the top of the map, but that's what's going on. And Liang is taking people in. Battalion commander, there is no road in this place. You should be careful, this is only an exercise. Or safety is important. Hearing this from the deputy battalion commander, Liang just nodded his head lightly then said, if there is a road, the other side must be guarded by someone as well. The mission of our Interpolation Battalion is to take the toughest journey, to be the hardest character. I believe that every time the joy of victory everyone's favorite moments, so this kind of process is something I need, and all the rookies of the entire Star Military Academy need it. I understand battalion commander. I'll make sure to bring my men across the river smoothly to join you. The deputy battalion commander only felt ashamed of himself at this time. The other party, a girl, had so much confidence and perseverance. How could he drag his feet? In fact, the entire 2nd Battalion followed Liang, all of them having this thought. Every time they want to give up, the strong Liang can stand up and give them the strongest confidence. 10 minutes later, the 2nd Battalion's deputy commander arrived at the river with 3 companies of men. Everyone replenish your strength, then take out the improvised life preservers you have on you and inflate them, and cross the river immediately. The soldiers of the 2nd Battalion gasped for breath, gulping down compressed cookies and drinking water. Soon everyone was floating slowly across the river in the darkness with life preservers around their necks. Many of the fighters, though they could not swim, were going down hard at this point, and the temperature plummeted in the latter part of the night on this mountain. And the longer they were in the water, the colder everyone got and the more they began to shiver incessantly. The 3 companies on this side of the river were cold and crossed the river, but on the other side of the river the 3 companies led by Liang were in a cold sweat, because Liang, who was not afraid of the sky, even took 3 companies and hung on the cliffs to go over. It's true that there's no way out of this cliff, but Liang has the grappling hook launcher hit the opposite tree directly, then took the lead and slid over the grappling hook in style, hanging on to his harness. The soldiers of the 3 companies behind all jumped at the sight of this handsome scene, but when they came before them they realized that the cliffs below were unfathomably deep, and even through the hazy moonlight they could see gusts of fog rising up. What are you waiting for? One by one, Liang stood on the opposite side of the room and communicated with these fighters with his headset. As soldiers of my 2nd Battalion, if you behave so abysmally, then go home before it's too late and don't come to this military exercise, because there are even more dangerous missions waiting for you next. Under Li Ying's motivation, the bold warriors inside the 3 companies finally shivered and came before them. In this way, without God realizing it, Li Ying with his 2nd Battalion passed under the eyes of the Iron Wolf Regiment. Chapter 128, 2 tanks must be screwed. Just as Li Ying was struggling to penetrate the rear with her 2nd Battalion, Shah Kiba, 39th High Underground, is also having an incredibly difficult time. Boom, boom, a loud tank blast roared incessantly around the forest. Cao Laosan's main attacking battalion had a total of 800 men, and together with the 2 main battle tanks, it thoroughly formed a powerful advancing force. At this time the 6th Battalion, lurking in the first line of defense, had very few men left in the entire battalion under the roar of the artillery. After Shakiba's tally, Only 2 companies can be put together at this point. It's only been an hour, and you've been beaten to such a state. Where do I put my Shawkiba's face when I say it? A company commander next to us said helplessly. All of our anti-tank guns have been loaned out by the artillery battalion. Otherwise we wouldn't be so passive. Damn it. Lu da fei the. *******. Just curse. Don't bring me along. Wang Baodan's voice in the headset came at the right time. Shawkiba said helplessly. Shut up. I don't have time to argue with you right now. I'm not arguing. I'm giving you ideas, Kiba. And I'm telling you, if you really want to last 3 hours, you'll go out of your way to end those 2 iron lumps, or they'll be able to ride you in the face in no time. I know. I'm working on it. After Shawkiba said this, he climbed out of his head and kept looking around. Soon he saw a deep pit washed out by the rain not far away. Come 2 men with me. As soon as the words left his mouth, Shawkiba directly rushed out with his gun as he fought. When the main attacking team below saw this scene, they immediately shouted. The opposite side student soldiers can't carry on and are withdrawing. Give me a chase and don't let one go. Rumble. A tank roared up first, followed by a dozen men. At this moment, Shawkiba was like a god of war walking through artillery fire, constantly leading the 2 warriors to the side. Come on. Your grandpa Kiba is here. Come here. Gao Lao San's main attack team instantly cursed in anger when they heard this. My god. This student soldier still curses? I can't stand it. Beat him to death. Da-da-da-da. The powerful firepower of a dozen or so main attack team fighters roared through the forest. Shawkiba next to the 2 warriors have not yet reacted. The body was smashed dozens of times by the blanks, and then can only smoke yellow stupidly froze in place. First company commander, you kid. Shawkiba shouted in helpless anger as he hid behind a tree. The commander of the first company hurriedly yelled from his position. Battalion commander, you have to go. *********. The whole with life and death like. But brother, you remember. Shawjiba will not let you have nothing. After saying this, Shawkiba once again threw a grenade, and then plunged headlong into the nearby dirt slope. Charge up. That kid's all alone. The lead-off team down there yelled. But a cooler-headed lieutenant said, brother, the ground is not right up there. Don't get the tanks up there yet. Afraid of a Heir. That guy doesn't know how many grenades he has in his hand. Tanks don't go in, we don't have more people. Let the tanks go first. After saying this, the captain directly gave orders to the main battle tank next to him. The rumble shook again. The 99A main battle tank charged up the hill in front of it with unparalleled bravado. But the next second, the observer inside the tank immediately stared and yelled, break, break. For clearly visible to the observers, I was a huge mud pit at the bottom of the hillside. But in this moment, it was too late for anything. The tank, which had just crossed the hill, was so lightheaded that it couldn't even stand up, let alone break. Crunch, crunch. The huge iron lump was directly planted inside the mud pit. And that wasn't all. The huge mud pit seemed like a swamp and kept sinking inward. The 2 drivers inside, a loader, were so frightened that they hastily lifted the lid and ran outside. On the side of the hill, Shawkiba pointed at the 2 men and laughed loudly and maniacally. Ha ha ha, let you guys fool around again. After saying this, Shawkiba directly shot and eliminated the 3 men. The tank driver didn't care about the yellow smoke on his body, but pointed at Shawkiba and cursed. Little brat, you're crazy. This is an exercise. An exercise? What's the intention of shading us into this? Do you know how expensive this stuff is? Now that we're trapped in it, what do you think we should do? What words? This is a ING maneuver, but it's also a battlefield. And on the battlefield, does the enemy care how expensive you are? Shawjiba was not willing to show weakness and directly glared at his opponent. And the Iron Wolf Regiment. Go back and memorize the military drill code 100 times. The body this guy then very smoothly climbed up the hill and ran the other way. The 3 tank drivers were all furious and cursed Shawjiba. At this point, the main attacking team rushing up from the bottom of the hill was also dumbfounded to see the tanks that were about to disappear in the mud puddle. Look at that. Look at that. I told you not to let the tanks on. And now with all this damage, the battalion commander can skin you when he gets back. The main attack captain coughed. This who would have thought that the rabbit child would play this trick with me? No. And you 3, driving a tank with your eyes in your ass? How can he be led here? The consequences of this matter. You 3 will bear the consequences yourselves. Day after day. You don't care. The 3 people were aggrieved and didn't say anything. But in their hearts they had already cursed Shawjiba to death. Where are the people? Where are the people? The captain asked in exasperation. However, the lieutenant next to him coughed. Do you want to see what the yellow smoke coming from them means? Damn. A bunch of losers. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and give chase. Make sure you catch up with that kid. The guys in the back were pretty much helpless, but at this point there was nothing left for the main attacking captain. At this point, Shakiba had long since circled the hillside and rejoined inside his first line of defense. Battalion commander. You're so cool that you actually wiped out one of their tanks. The second company commander next to him happily gave Shakiba a thumbs up. Shakiba coughed, then took off his helmet and shook off his greasy hair. Don't worship brother. Brother is just a ta-da-da-da. Before the words were finished, the attack down the hill once again intensified. Asterisk 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 then not even finish loading you guys. Shakiba hurriedly put on his helmet and began to command the rest of the men in battle. All of you, collect the grenades for me to make explosive packs. Even if my first line of defense is gone, I'll wipe out this iron lump for you. Wang Bat Dan, and I'm Abi, remember me well, both of you. There was no sound inside the headset. Shakiba laughed and said, damn, I didn't hear either of these two ratios. It's so disappointing. Whatever, I'll get ready to go first. After saying this, Shakiba immediately instructed the two companies next to him, concentrate your fire on covering me. We need to get that today no matter what, so the brothers back there can feel better. The two company commanders next to him were also very moved to come forward. Battalion commander, give us the explosive packs and let us go. Yeah, battalion commander, give me the dynamite pack and let me go. Shakiba laughed, argue my ass. In a while you two will have to come over to keep me company too, but remember not to make it easy for them. At this moment, Shakiba rushed out from the side like a god of war, but just then, the unmistakable sound of gunfire rang out from behind the trees. Shakiba, what the are you doing? Why is there no sound? It can't be that you've been eliminated, right? Chapter 129, 3 men, 9 hours watch. Shakiba, who was just about to charge, instantly looked back as well, only to see countless densely packed young faces of the Star Military Academy rushing down from the Shunlin behind them. But the faces were familiar to him, as many had stayed with their 6th battalion during this time. The two people who rushed to the front were Shakiba's good brothers, the two men Wang Baitan and Mabi. The two men at this point were clutching their guns and very dominantly strafing the front. Asterisk 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 why are these two shabbies down here? Shakiba looked into the distance with a bitter smile. Wang Baodan yelled at him, what are you waiting for? Beat them up. Now we have the advantage of numbers. Shakiba, what do you want to do with a little mushroom in your stinking hand? Drill, you still want to be a hero, ah? Roll back. Namabi finished and told Shakiba to look directly behind him. Only two rookies carrying a big guy ran down the hill in a very sorry state. Shakiba came closer and instantly choked. My day. 120 fire. Where did you two borrow it from? There are several of them on Wang Hao's side. If the two of us hadn't been waiting for this thing to come down the mountain, we would have come to support you. You kid can do it. You got a tank all by yourself? Shakiba was instantly about to be dejected when he heard the two men compliment him, but at that moment, Zheng Sun's voice came from the headset. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You three get together now, don't more than waste time, ah. Early to establish a defense line to me more resistance for a while. Shakiba laughed. Understood. Understood, Commander Zhang. We'll start doing it right away. After saying this, Shakiba pressed down on his headset and looked back at the two of them. The two of you wouldn't have violated Commander Zhang's orders and run down from the mountain to find me on purpose, would you? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. How could we violate orders? Wang Baodan said formally. Next to him Namabi laughed. That's right. That's right. It was an order to disobey us and we pressed the order to come down. Anyway, it's all about building a defense to buy time. It's the same wherever we defend. The three of us are the cobblers. We can top a Zhu Guliang. Shakiba helplessly holding his head. You two ah. Originally I was a heroic sacrifice on the line. Even if I did not guard 3 hours, that is also praised by the school characters, and even get the British son of the impressed. Now well, the two of you to come, I have to with you together with a total of 9 hours to guard. If we cannot guard, we are a violation of the order of the people. Go back to also be Zhang. If we can't, we'll be the ones who violated the order, and we'll go back to be lectured by Commander Zhang, and by the regimental commander, and I don't want to live. The two men, and Mabai and Wang Badan, looked at Shakiba and all cursed him for being unethical. The trio's side wanted to continue the drama when the tank roar below started up again. Okay, stop it. Let's get that over with. Shakiba also finally woke up and hurriedly stopped his two kibitzers. At this time at the bottom of the hill, the main attacking team also saw the addition of the battalions of Wang Badan and Mabi. There are too many people on the other side. The front offense is receiving pressure. Should we wait a little longer? Just now I contacted the command headquarters. The 5 tanks sent over there are already on their way and are expected to arrive in 3 hours. The main attack leader's face was grim. Wait for? If my main attack team can't even clean up these guys in front of us in 3 hours, not to mention the army commander, even our battalion commander will scold me to death. After saying this, the captain directly began to give orders to all the main attacking teams. Tanks in front. Everyone attack in a fan formation.
These student soldiers aren't as good of a shot as you or you're scared of nothing.
Give me a fight. You're the Iron Wolf Regiment's main attacking team. Let them get a good look at your strength.
The main offensive captain may not have a great temper,
but the strength is certainly there.
Under the urging of a few words from this guy,
everyone had a very clear goal,
and even their confidence and boldness increased several times.
In an instant,
the powerful firepower pressed down on the entire hillside of the rookies,
who couldn't breathe.
Because the firepower of these veterans is so fierce,
they know when to shoot,
when to suppress the opponent's strong firepower. SH even listened to the other side of the bullets to know whether there is a gap in his gun to change the bullet. Compared to these veterans, the rookies of the Star Military Academy were like just learning to walk at the moment, only able to show their heads, or their heads didn't even dare to leak out to fight.
I can't, there's too much firepower on the other side,
and our men don't even dare to show their heads.
Wang Baodan just showed his head carrying the barrel of the cannon, and instantly shrank back in fear as well.
Xiao Qiba exasperatedly said,
"We can't go on like this.
The opposite side has too much experience than us. The only advantage we have now is that we have more people. We must rely on this advantage to fight them.
Split the battlefield and blossom in many places. They are few, so they must be looking after their heads." Namabi analyzed so very carefully.
Both Xiao Qiba and Wang Baodan nodded and quickly began to set up in their headsets.
After distributing them, Xiao Qiba, without saying a word,
directly carried the 120 rocket launcher next to him. This thing has to be disliked to within 400 meters or it won't be effective and pose much of a threat to tanks.
So in a moment you guys cover me. I'll do it. What are you doing, Shogi Ba? I borrowed this thing. I should be the one to use it. Wang Baodan wanted to go over and grab it. Xiao Qiba, however, dodged him and said faintly, "Robbing my ass? Originally this is my business. You two have to come and join in the fun. If you two have a heart, in a moment when I'm eliminated, you two will come and accompany me, so that I won't be alone on the way back to school by then. But before you come,
make sure to mutate this group of guys at the bottom of the mountain.
Otherwise I'll look down on you." "Qiba, you," Xiao Qiba said helplessly. "Don't call me names. Make it seem like you're scolding me. Remember to cover me. I'm leaving." After saying this, Xiao Qiba directly carried the bazooka and tumbled out of the side, covering fire.
Wang Baodan and Mabi both exclaimed at the same time. Instantly all the freshmen of the Star Military Academy frantically swept up with their guns.
Just now they could be afraid to, but now see Xiao Jiba with his body, and bravely rushed out.
All the people as if they were awakened began to madly beat each other.
My God, are these student soldiers crazy? That's too much firepower. Hold on.
The Iron Wolf Regiment's main attack team was also a bit dumbfounded.
The captain of the main attack in the back was cursing loudly. Stupid.
They must be covering something by suddenly starting the fight.
Don't give them a chance. However, at that moment, Shakiba had already run over from the other side. That is, taking advantage of this opportunity, Shakiba hard with excellent physical quality,
carrying the rocket launcher under the cover of the jungle advanced 200 meters.
Damn, have you ever tasted what I suffered in military school? This distance, this weight, I'm just getting warmed up. Let me get back at you properly next. Chapter 130, relieved and able to rest.
Shakiba finished speaking and directly shouldered the 120 rocket launcher.
Load. As soon as the words were shouted out, Shakiba was dumbfounded. Load my ass. This is because the 120 bazooka, while powerful and portable, requires one person to carry it while it is being fired, and another person to load it in the back. When I was running just now, I just remembered to finish the mission.
I didn't remember this at all.
Damn, is this heaven trying to destroy me? Shaki's bully threw the bazooka to the ground and nearly cried out.
The sound of gunfire outside is getting hotter and hotter.
But at this time Shakiba's heart is cooler and cooler. However,
at this very moment, a rush of footsteps sounded in the forest.
Shakiba,
yet mother asterisk or run pretty fast.
Ha! As soon as the words were out of his mouth, Namabi also appeared clutching his gun. Shakiba was a bit helpless. What are you doing here? What for? You? Namabi cursed angrily. Come on, tell me, how does a person use this 120 RPG? I told you to study in class. All learned in the ass. If I did not come, you are not eliminated today for nothing? And a heroic sacrifice. Tell me, how are you heroic? Being scolded by an Imabai. Xiao Jiba was full of embarrassment at this time and picked his head. Okay, don't curse, hurry up and cooperate to beat that iron lump, so that our brothers can be comfortable. Hey right, then you come over. Is it want to go with your brother me in advance? Chanting? Namabi picked up the bazooka and said, "What can I do? Who let you this have no brain before the mission? And you still call me a brother? Who is a brother? Who is the brother? Stop it! Stop it!" A few minutes later, the two light-bearers loaded the bazooka and slowly began to aim it. On the hillside, the mighty 99A tank was still blasting away with unparalleled ferocity. "Watch it, don't dislike it," Shaoqiba said as he carried the cannonball. Namabi, on the other hand, was slowly adjusting his angle. "I've never missed a shot. I've never missed a shot, and if I miss from this distance, I'm going to crash my head into this tree." Almost as soon as the words were out of his mouth, Namabi pulled the trigger straight away. Phew! A shrill gunshot burst out of the woods. The fast, hot shells swept over everyone's heads. The main offense captain not far away saw this scene and instantly his eyes glared like bronze bells. 120 anti-tank bazooka? Get your ass out of shell range, the lieutenant next to him yelled at the top of his lungs. However, it's not a godly show now, so there won't be any magical reaction operations. It was almost as if the lieutenant had just finished shouting. The shell smashed right on top of the tank. A huge colored mass wraps around the entire 99A. The tank driver also froze momentarily. Barbecue up? Instead, the headset was filled with angry curses from the main offense captain. "Bunch of dumbass. I told you." They suddenly started pounding back. "The other side must be covering something. Now you know? The other side has borrowed a ING anti-tank bazooka down here. Find those two for me. They're not too far away. They're nearby." As the main attacking captain gave the order, soon the rest of the Iron Wolf regiment chased after them in the direction of the cannonballs firing. It was only when they arrived on the scene that they realized. Under the big tree, two student soldiers dressed in Star Military Academy smoked cigarettes and looked at them very dejectedly. That's all it took to get here? Not bad. It's nice to be able to pull one off. The two men spoke one after the other. The main offense gathered around instantly seemed to think of something as well. They're going to blow themselves up. Get out of the way. But the next second, boom, boom, two loud bangs rang out one after another. After the smoke, the two men, Xiao Jiba and Wang Beitan, stood in the middle of a bunch of main attackers, with happy smiles still on their faces. There were colored clusters on all of them, and yellow smoke rolling out. Relieved, I can finally rest and relax. Shaoqiba laughed foolishly. It's just a pity that I wasn't able to participate in the battle to attack the four major military mansions. On Animerecap's side, he was a bit helpless. The two had just finished. The group next to the main offense then gathered around in exasperation. What are you guys doing? The rules of military drill state that you can't hit people. Shaoqiba immediately hugged Namabi and the two of them shrunk into a ball. It's fine to fight, but not in the face. We are the rich second generation of Yen City. We have to live by our faces. At this point, these people from the main offense team were angry and helpless at this point. Above Highland 49. Su Ran also smiled flatly as he listened to Zhang Sun's report at this time. Well, you're on your own for the rest of the day. If you can stall for a while, it's a while. Don't let everyone's morale drop after you lose the front line of defense. Don't worry, Chief. We won't. We'll definitely hold out until the moment the turnaround occurs. Your persistence will pay off. After Su Ran said this, he directly put down his headset and moved his muscles within the command room. Next to him, Zhang Quan joked. Without two battalion commanders at once, the 6th and 8th battalions are all pressed on Wang Beitan next. Within the defense line is now the same. Wang Bat Dan is in just fine. This kid's command ability is still good. Now it's already dawn. The Iron Wolf regiment side will still start attacking. After saying this, Su Ran asked, "What time is it now?" Zhang Quan hurriedly said, reporting to the head of the group. "It's already 12 noon, and the defense line underneath High Ground 39 has been holding out for 5 hours. Su Ran took a deep breath looking at the map and contemplating. Now it's daytime. The position should be all leaked out. Let Wang Beitan put the defense line to close up a bit. Deliberately retreat 500 meters. Attract the opposite side to the Air Defense Battalion's perfect range. And then go to notify the Air Defense Battalion. Reserve a part of the artillery shells. The rest of them are smashed inside the Iron Wolf Regiment under the hill of the 39th Highland. So that my people aggravated for a night. Then during the day, I also have to have a breath of air. Zhang Quan was a bit shocked. Captain, this is a bit of a ruthless move. Using an air defense battalion to hit their infantry regiment. I can think of it. He can think of it. Now all you have to do is give the order as soon as possible, understand? Zhang Quan hurriedly ran out as if he were fleeing. Half an hour later, at Iron Wolf Regiment Command, Su Xiaotian woke up from his bed. He stayed up all night last night, and it wasn't until the early hours of the morning, after he heard the advance of the troops on the front line had stabilized, that he was satisfied to go to bed. At that moment the chief of staff came hurriedly to the command room. "Old Su, you're awake? Su Xiaotian nodded and said, "How is the battle going? Have you gone up the mountain yet?" The chief of staff let out a bitter smile. "Not yet. This group of student soldiers resisted quite strongly, and you guessed it right. The opposite side must have black technology. The reason why they can resist for so long is because of these things. Our people found these remote controls and special microscopes on some of the soldiers they eliminated. Here are the photos. Take a look." Su Xiaotian curiously took the phone and looked at it. What kind of black technology has this kid gotten that he can still achieve this effect on the battlefield? The chief of staff said next to him. "We don't know the specifics, because these are all eliminated Star Military Academy students, and we have no way to question them. Other than that, we didn't find any strange black tech stuff on the battlefield. Oh yeah, and one more thing to make you happy is that the opposite side just retreated 500 meters just now, and Gao Laosan has already pressed up with his men." Chapter 131, Aerial Bombing Fuses, Area-Wide Coverage. When Su Xiaotian heard this, he instantly turned back. "What do you mean? A sudden retreat of 500 meters? The chief of staff nodded. "That's right. Half an hour ago, Cao Laosan went up there happily. I was going to ask for your permission, but I didn't bother when I saw you were asleep. Get that dusha bag down here immediately. Something's not right with these student soldiers." After Su Xiaotian finished speaking, he quickly came to the side of the battle map. The great thing about the chief of staff is that he didn't compare why. He just picked up the phone and called Gao Laosan. "Hey, chief of staff, I've brought my men to where that group of student soldiers just resided in the defense line. So you tell the army commander to give me another hour, and we'll be sure to shove it in the face of the air defense battalion across the street. Don't you give me that bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The army chief ordered you to pull out of there right now. Why? We've had a hard time taking over the place." As soon as Gao Laosan finished speaking, the phone was snatched by Su Xiaotian. "Gao Laosan, do you not want to work anymore? Use that pig brain of yours to think about it. What are you guys doing now?" Reporting to the army commander. "We're looking for the opposing air defense battalion. Come on, tell me, what does the air defense battalion across the street do? What equipment do they have? What will they do when you push them hard? They've been guarding the high ground all night. Why should they give it up to you after dawn? You think hard for me, Army Chief. No, Gao Laosan, I think you're really complacent. When you come back this time you reflect on me properly." Su Xiaotian hung up the phone angrily. Then pointing to the map, he said, "Look for yourself. Will the opposite air defense battalion get an idea at this distance? Although they are protecting the air defense battalion, but the air defense battalion he is not a soft target. This Gao Laosan does not understand even if you do not understand. Do you not understand?" At this point, the chief of staff was incredibly embarrassed by the lecture, but he didn't dare to say anything, because it was true that he was also to blame for what happened this time. If he had reacted faster on his own, he wouldn't be so passive now. At this point, not far below the 39th heights, the 3 battalions of Gao Laosan, who had just come up the mountain, were almost just getting on their feet. The whole battalion order, however, was immediately given to retreat backward at once, and all the excesses were withdrawn directly at a run without taking them. "Battalion commander, what's going on? Didn't we just take this high ground?" The captain of the main offense came to the command room somewhat helplessly. Last night's battle this guy rushed especially happily, especially after he finally saw that the people from the Star Military Academy had left this high ground behind. He was the first to rush up. "I had expected to receive a commendation from Gao Laosan, but I didn't expect that what I got in return early in the morning was the retreat of the entire battalion. Chow and I Bru, you were the first to order the men to rush to this hill last night, and you were the first to notify me, right?" "That's right." Chow and I Bru was the name of the captain of the main offense. At this moment, Chow and I Bru was very excited and nodded his head as he looked at Gao Laosan. "That's right, battalion commander. It's me who brought people up first. That group of student boys' strength is just like that. Fought a bit of black technology, so I thought my life is not by God. Did not expect." Okay, shut up. Come here and talk in front of me." Bang! Chow and I Bru was kicked straight to the ground. However, Cao Laosan had no intention of letting him go yet, and directly walked over to kick the guy hard a few times. "Damn it, I haven't fought soldiers in a long time, and you're the one who had to force me into it. You didn't even get up there for 3 hours in the first half of the night, and even if you wasted 2 of my tanks, you still hitched up so many of the main attack team. I can't believe you pulled this on me again in the middle of the night. Think about it, with that pig brain of yours we're looking for an air defense battalion. But what does an air defense battalion do? What equipment do they have? Why don't they do it at night and all of a sudden give you this land to occupy during the day?" A little questioning, directly to Chow and I Bru's question, instantly confused, but his pig brain did run so slightly at this point as well. Immediately, he stared dumbfounded. They're going to use the anti-aircraft battalion's anti-aircraft guns on us? Now the pig's brain is starting to turn, isn't it? What did you do? You tell me what's going on? Bang bang bang. Cao Lao San kicked as he spoke, his flying big feet almost coming out of the phantom in this moment. Not wanting to watch, the deputy battalion commander walked out of the command room and began arranging for the others to retreat. A few minutes later, Chow and Ibru walked out rubbing his ass. Woken up? The chief of staff asked faintly from the sidelines. Chow and I stuffing looked back at him with an aggrieved look. Chief of staff, I'm wondering why the battalion commander ordered the men to be brought to the mountains since he knew the air defense battalion was going to us. I think you've been knocked silly. Get that question in your head. Chow and Ibru nodded in resignation. Same moment. At high ground 39, Wang Hao stood at the forefront with binoculars and pinched his headset to start giving orders. All battalion. 3 rapid-fire rounds, air bomb fuses, fire. The sound of the bolts crashing connected with the distinctive crisp roar of the 35mm anti-aircraft gun as tungstenalloy prefabricated fragmentation rounds whizzed out of the chain of bullets. At the Iron Wolf Regiment campground, the soldiers who were hurriedly moving things all subconsciously looked up. Only the sound of shells suddenly appeared in the sky. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How did that happen so fast? What are you waiting for? Take the men away and protect the battalion commander first. Boom boom boom. The shells were detonated 20 meters above the infantry regiment's camp by airbomb fuses, and tens of thousands of colored ribbons the size of fingernail caps were splashed downward at a 60-degree cone angle. Many of the Iron Wolf Regiment personnel who hadn't had time to run, or find cover, were directly smashed in and began to emit channels of yellow smoke, or their bodies were covered with colored ribbons. Even the camp tents that had just been set up on site were not spared. In an instant, the entire Iron Wolf Regiment Cao Lao San's camp almost became a colored zone. At this moment, all the warriors had yellow smoke coming out of their bodies and stood still with unwillingness on their faces. No one dared to imagine at this point what kind of misery it would have been like if it had been a real shell fragment that had fallen. So at this moment, they were eliminated, but at least they were lucky. The first round of rapid fire, after the air bomb fuses are over, Wang Hao immediately ordered the second round of fake incendiary bombs to cover the entire area below the high ground except for his own defense line. That's right. It's straight up that the entire High 39 underground is covered except for your own side of the defense. Battalion Commander Wang, who had been suppressed for the entire night, finally played his role at this time as well. The elimination of 2 people, Xiao Jiba and Anima Bai in particular, made Wang Hao blame himself even more. So at this moment, after receiving the order, he didn't hesitate at all and directly began to blast away at the Iron Wolf Regiment. Chapter 132, Cao Lao San Direct Red Warmth. Want to start revenge? As the order was given from Wang Hao's side, the tower servo motor hummed, and the muzzle of the gun was adjusted slightly upward by 5 meters bit. What flew out of the cannon this time was a replica, an incendiary bomb, but in the pursuit of authenticity in military exercises, this replica incendiary bomb was made with this very realistic landing effect as usual. Thousands of replica incendiary sub-bombs scattered like dandelions after all the bombs disintegrated in mid-air. The moment it hit the ground, all the ground and the tents that had just been set up, as if they were swept away, were directly wrapped in colorful colors. The soldiers of the Iron Wolf Regiment who had just escaped the air bombing fuses of the anti-aircraft guns were all overwhelmed by these incendiary bombs before they had time to react. If it was on the battlefield, the place where the Iron Wolf Regiment's camp was located at this time would have long since become a hell on earth. This was the awesomeness of the Air Defense Battalion, and it was also the reason why Su Shaotian was incomparably furious and scolded Gao Laosan after he reacted. Some may also wonder how a veteran of Gao Laosan's caliber could have overlooked this factor. But you have to realize that the originally confident Gao Laosan was ready to push to the Air Defense Battalion in 3 hours when he faced the Star Military Academy. But who knew that the entire night was resisted by the Star Military Academy? And even in the beginning it was still an advantage on the Star Military Academy's side. So during the entire night last night, Gao Laosan's confidence had long since been devoured, leaving behind only revenge, revenge, revenge and revenge. So when this guy Chao Ni Bru learned that the opposite side had retreated 500 meters, he told Gao Laosan about it. Gao Laosan barely had any extra thoughts. Immediately charge up to me to occupy the high ground and quickly push his troops into the face of the opposing Air Defense Battalion in a short period of time. Only by taking care of the opposite Air Defense Battalion as soon as possible could he resolve his heartfelt hatred. So in that moment, he didn't think much at all and ignored the biggest problem. Bearing 210, range 3500, delayed fuse grenade. Company fire. Above heights 39. Wang Hao gave the launch order for the third time. At this time, above the positions of the Air Defense Battalion below, all kinds of large and small gun tubes were rapidly adjusting their positions towards the sky. The barrel was flattened again. this time loaded with imitation shrapnel shells with a delayed detonation device. If it was a real shrapnel shell, its lethality would be beyond terrifying. On the kind of battlefield where the shells burrowed into the ground for half a meter before exploding, the shockwave uprooting bunkers within a 15-meter radius, with prefabricated shrapnel and the shockwave forming a three-dimensional network of kills. But now it's a replica, and it's definitely not a tenth as powerful as that real one. Anyway, after all 3 rounds of shells hit, Gao Laosan's 3 battalions were basically already more than half eliminated. Battalion commander? Where's the battalion commander? Find our battalion commander. 10 minutes later, Wang Hao's Air Defense Battalion finally ended its shelling. At this time above the Iron Wolf Regiment camp, the deputy battalion commander Lao Dong kept calling out Gao Laosan's name. Cough cough cough, Lao Dong. I'm here. Gao Laosan climbed out of a mud pit next to him, all covered in mud, only 2 eyeballs dripping around. If he hadn't opened his mouth, surely no one would have known that this was the mighty Gao Laosan battalion commander. No, why are you like this? Didn't I let someone go to protect you just now? Old Dong kind of wanted to laugh. Gao Laosan said helplessly, what can I do? Those shells on the other side are like eyes chasing after me. If it wasn't for my quick reflexes and seeing this mud pit at the critical moment and drilling into it, I'm afraid that I would have been eliminated by now as well. I have to say that Gao Laosan, this guy is really a good reaction, because the imitation cannonballs come out all colored fragments. You hide in other places may be affected by these colored fragments, but you lie down in the mud pits, that is certainly alright. It's over. This time it's really over. It's not bad for 3 battalions to end up with 1. Hearing these words from Staff Officer Dong, Gao Laosan didn't say a single word, but stood on the hillside with a somber expression on his face as he looked towards the top of the mountain. Just then, Staff Officer Dong's earpiece rang. 3rd Battalion, Iron Wolf Regiment. Come in when you hear me. Come in when you hear me. Staff Officer Dong hurriedly said. Command. Command. I'm 3rd Battalion Staff Officer Dong. What are your instructions? Report immediately on how many men are left on your side. Su Xiaotian's staff officer's voice also coldly said. Counselor Dong hurriedly said. There's probably another battalion. Next, Su Xiaotian's voice changed in the headset. Let Gao Laosan answer me. Staff Officer Dong coughed and handed the headset to Gao Laosan, who was still cleaning up the mud next to him. The commander wants you on the phone. Gao Laosan shamelessly wiped his hands on Staff Officer Dong's clothes, then took the headset. Army Chief, I was wrong. Don't mention this to me yet. The next battalion. I'll ask if you can still fight. I can fight, but I need equipment. As soon as the equipment arrives, I can immediately smash the opposite air defense battalion for you. If I can't take it down this time, then I'll resign immediately and go home. That's what you said. I'll have the equipment sent to you. If you can't take it down, you're on your own. The eyes of Gao Laosan, who ended the call, turned red. Just a few moments of talking to Su Xiaotian directly practiced this guy's high temperature state. It was enough to see how important Su Xiaotian was in Gao Laosan's heart. Have everyone who hasn't been eliminated assemble for me immediately. After handing over the headset to Staff Officer Dong, Gao Laosan faintly spoke. At this time, Staff Officer Dong looked at Gao Laosan's back as he left, and couldn't help but sigh. This old Gao can be considered to have found the state of the year. These little brats from Star Military Academy. You can brag about it when you go out in the future. Gao Laosan isn't something you can mess with casually. Same moment. Not far from the 39th Heights, Young Hoon also received a call from Su Ran. Make all the fortifications and ambush circles complete. The other side will surely make a counterattack. You must hold out for me. Hold out until the night will be effective. Don't worry, Chief. I'll be able to hold out until nightfall. After ending the call, Zheng Sun looked at Wang Baodan next to him. What do you have in mind? Wang Baodan said. Fighting. What can I think? My 2 brothers are retreating now. Big deal. I'll accompany them too. Don't bull ***** me? I'm asking you about this defense. We can't really defend against the onslaught of those guys from the Iron Wolf Regiment, can we? Do you want to be eliminated just like that? Big brother, the order we received is to die in defense. We can't retreat, and we can't penetrate and fight like the 2nd Battalion. We can only fight face to face. How can this group of little guys from our military academy compare with other people's regular army? There's always a way. Come on, let's sit here and have a smoke to calm down. Get your $250 brain spinning and think. Chapter 133, Where is the 2nd Battalion of the Star Military Academy? Over here, Zheng Sun was racking his brains with Wang Baodan to think of various ways. On the other side at the Iron Wolf Regiment command, Su Xiaotian was also racking his brain about how his own son was going to him. Because that's what's happening here at 39th Heights. But Su Ran's side still didn't have much action. So it made both Su Xiaotian and his staff begin to worry more. The entire 49th Heights has been silent since the start of the fight. And if you didn't know better, you'd really think that the battalions below our heights weren't his. Su Shaotian's staff rubbed his head. Some big head of the road, army commander. You are to say something. I always feel that your son to not do something. It is too scary. This kid other skills do not have, but the ability to be quite a lot of it. His artillery battalion is certainly not in a position to move in this place, and as long as it does we can hold him down. And his main assault force is trapped on the 39th Heights Hill, which Gao Laosan could have taken if he had fought a little, and now there are only a few very ordinary battalions left, so what the boy wants to do is really not easy to guess for a while. He's got a great 2nd Battalion on his side. Have you heard of it? The Iron Tigers and Iron Lions all suffered losses in the 2nd Battalion, right? The Chief of Staff nodded. Yes, it's this 2nd Battalion. And right now we don't have the situation or location of this 2nd Battalion. It's the 8th Battalion guarding behind us, isn't it? Give me the 8th Battalion. Soon, the earpieces of the 8th Battalion of the Iron Wolf Regiment were connected. Army Commander. I'm the commander of the 8th Battalion. From last night until now, all your posts in the rear are normal, right? Back to the Army Commander. All posts are in full working order. Are you sure it's normal? I'm sure it's normal. If something happens to your rear then, can you afford it? Back to the Army Chief. I can afford it. Well, that's all right then. After ending the call, Su Shaotian still wasn't quite at ease sitting in his chair. You'll go over there and see for yourself later, the Chief of Staff said. Okay, I'll go and take a look, but I have a feeling it shouldn't be a big deal. If it was, they couldn't have held back until now with such a close proximity, could they? It would have started a long time ago. That kid's brain circuits are different from others, so let's not be careless. After Su Shaotian finished saying this, he couldn't help but shake his head with a helpless smile. In the beginning, who would have thought that he would clean out the Iron Tiger as well as the Iron Lion? He even pushed Gao Laosan to such an extent that even we are starting to be wary of him. So this kid hasn't used all of his abilities yet. We have to stay vigilant at all times. Old Su, aren't you a little afraid of being eliminated by your son this time? The Chief of Staff stepped to the side and asked in a low voice. Su Shaotian gave him a blank look and said, Do you think it's possible? Ha ha ha. The Chief of Staff smiled and walked out of the command room. Only Su Shaotian was left alone in his chair, contemplating. Maybe? After saying this, Su Shaotian laughed. I might still be happy if that were true. At this time, Su Ran was also inside his command room and subconsciously sneezed. Next to Zhang Quan hurriedly poured a cup of hot water and handed it over. Chief, you have to protect your body. You are now the brain of the whole regiment. If you shut up, Su Ran gave him a blank look and said, When did you learn from those 3 living treasures of Shaoji Ba? There's no proper form in your mouth. Zhang Quan rubbed his head awkwardly next to him. Have the comms guys increase the signal coverage for me? And I'll reach out to contact what's going on over at 2nd Battalion. Zhang Quan hurriedly nodded and walked on. It didn't take long for Li Ying's voice to come through the headset. Chief, I see your position. You should be close to the Xuanwu military region's position by now, right? 5 more kilometers to go. Remember what I gave you before I left? Know how to use it. Knowing that, Chief, I'll get the men all ready before we start moving. Get ready for it. And it's best if that associate battalion commander you have with you will step forward and let him go for this thing to have a higher probability of success. I understand, Chief. After ending the call, Su Ran's side didn't have much to say and continued to line up his troops. But hundreds of kilometers away, Li Ying, however, stopped and looked back at the 2nd Battalion fighters behind him. All of them were tired and almost exhausted from the continuous night's hasty march. But with her encouragement, all the 2nd Battalion warriors had played to their various physical limits. Finally, at this moment, they arrived at the destination of their upcoming mission, near the Xuanwu military region. Battalion Commander, isn't it true that we're going to start moving next? The Deputy Battalion Commander came along very happily. Only Li Ying gave him a deep look, then said, It's indeed time to start moving. But there's a problem. Ask the Battalion Commander. I'll answer everything. Looking at the Deputy Battalion Commander's so positive appearance, Li Ying was a bit intolerant and said, If in the middle of the battlefield, you were asked to sacrifice yourself to carry out a very important mission, would you be willing to do so? Battalion Commander, of course I do. It's in the interest of the team. We're in the army now, so naturally we have to be like the army. I thought no one would have that mentality anymore in this day and age. Because we're from Star Military Academy, it's a must to have that mentality. Battalion Commander. After saying this, the Deputy Battalion Commander was a bit curious. Battalion Commander, what do you mean by asking this? Could it be that there is really such a mission waiting for me to carry out right now? Li Ying didn't say anything, just nodded lightly. The Deputy Battalion Commander who got the response subconsciously swallowed the saliva in his throat, then laughed. I know, Battalion Commander. Don't worry, I will execute the mission perfectly. Well, I believe you. A few moments later, Liang spelled out the contents of the mission. Next you will lead a platoon of warriors there, all wearing the insignia of the Iron Wolves. I'll have the snipers, and our man-portable bazooka give you support. Take care of their sentries first, then charge in for a while, and in the fastest time possible, cause the greatest threat to the other side, even if it means blowing yourself up. But make sure they know that you're the Iron Wolves regiment. Don't worry, battalion commander. I'll lead my brothers to complete the mission. The chief said when we get back, we'll give you guys credit and medals. Hey, that'll do. A few minutes later, the 2nd Battalion's deputy commander had already selected a platoon of fighters ready to move out. Everyone started eating compressed cookies and drinking water, doing their best to regain their strength in the shortest time possible. Brothers, after you finish eating, immediately organize your equipment and set off. Remember, from now on you're the Iron Wolf regiment. If you're really captured during the mission and it's too late for you to blow yourself up, turn off your headset and try to pretend to be veteran soldiers. You're the ones who've been eliminated anyway, so they can't do anything to you. Chapter 134, Oh Wangbat Dan. You really? As the Star Military Academy's 2nd Battalion side began to prepare for a sneak attack on the Xuanwu Military Palace. At this time below the 39th heights, Gao Laosan's equipment was already in place, and all of the Iron Wolf regiment were all armed to the teeth as they began to depart. Of course, they used to have equipment, except that there were rules in the military exercises, and those that had been shelled were definitely out of commission. So under the indiscriminate bombardment of the Air Defense Battalion just now, Gao Laosan's equipment was indeed consumed countless times. At this point it was only possible to start having the men reassemble for departure once the new equipment arrived. Not 20 minutes. The gunfire on the hill resumed. Zheng Sun and Wang Baodan both guarded the front and back lines of defense at the same time, frowning. It's starting. These guys are coming for good this time. Wang Baodan teased in his earpiece. Wang Hao is on the verge of pouting their old graves. So of course they're mad. Wang Hao didn't dig their old grave for them. So let's both help out. I just had the nanobots explore. The other side only has 1 battalion up the mountain right now. They must have just replenished their equipment, not their people, so we have an absolute advantage. I've had a number of ambush circles assigned, and combined with the nanobots, we should be able to hold them off for a while as well. What I'm most worried about right now is their heavy fire coverage. When that happens, none of our ambush circles will probably be able to resist for long before they're all destroyed. Hey old Zhang, what do you think about me mentioning that to you? I don't know. Go ask the chief. Damn it, if all 3 of you are going to leave, then how the hell am I supposed to command so many people? You can enough, right? This than all for you to pretend. You old Zhang's ability who do not know give you a head of the regiment you can be. I will not ask the head of the regiment. This matter I make my own decision. Anyway, the head of the regiment of the order is to hold on to the knight. As long as I get this thing, then the knight is certainly no problem. Asterisk. You're really going, aren't you? My 2 brothers are waiting. I'm in a hurry. After saying this, Wang Batdan directly ended the call, then turned his head to look at the deputy battalion commander next to him. Count the men and go. Wang Baodan's deputy battalion commander said helplessly. Big brother, why don't we think about it again? I still want to see how our regimental commander is going to fight the 4 major military mansions. Monday fly, I'm telling you, if you don't go now, not to mention fighting the 4 major military houses, you won't even be able to hold out tonight. Wang Baodan said very fiercely, and then directly tumbled down the hill with his gun on his back. The 2 platoons of the 2nd Battalion behind them all didn't dare to delay and directly followed. Everyone pay attention to me? Don't let anyone find out. This time we also want to imitate the imitation of the 2nd Battalion to make something happen. Silent no more, are you willing to? These guys from the Iron Wolf Regiment have forced us to be like this. Where can I put the face of the Star Military Academy when it gets out? If you guys have some hot blood, give it to me. Dan Wangbatten psychologized with the crowd as he walked. At this time on the front battlefield, the Iron Wolf Regiment's attacks were getting more and more violent, and many of the other side's man-portable rocket launchers were cascading upwards. Although the Star Military Academy side was helped by the black technology of nanobots, it still had a big disadvantage. Zheng Sun had been busy for a long time, and he now had nearly 3 battalions of troops in his hands to control. Although the prestige of marshalling troops was very great, this feeling of having your head explode was really too uncomfortable. Wangbat Dan, you can really be such a big staller left to me. I am going to be exhausted rhythm but if you do get it done, then I can still call you by your real name, King Batten, but the name doesn't seem to make any difference. With Zheng Sun Sai talking to himself, the heat on the battlefield, however, escalated. Same moment. At the bottom of the hill, Gao Laosan stood in great spirits in the command room. Third Company Commander. I'm going to give you one more chance to press the commandos on me, or I'm going to unseat you right out of your company commander position, this time down the mountain. After saying this, Gao Laosan once again connected to a headset. Fifth Company Commander. Where's your single artillery barrel? Keep blasting me. What are you going to do with the shells you saved? What are you going to do with the saved shells? The chief of staff next to him just smiled faintly as he watched the scene. It's been a long time since I've seen this guy's true state of mind, and now it seems that it's still the Gao Laosan of that year that has the momentum. At this moment, Gao Laosan was indeed in a full online state, completely different from the moment he just went up the mountain. After instructing his men, Gao Laosan sat down in his chair to take a sip of water, then turned his head to look at his deputy battalion commander and staff officer. Don't you sit here with nothing to do? Go around. No, where am I going to turn? You finished organizing everything, and I don't seem to be of much use, so why don't I apply to get rid of your chief of staff? Don't you compare more than you have to? Go around the camp for a while and see where it doesn't fit, you pointed out. I've heard that those little brats love to steal from home. You've just heard that they like to steal homes, so do you know where we are geographically? This place is surrounded by mountains on two sides, and it's impossible to get down unless they don't want to die. Go on then too. Don't just stand here. With that, Gao Laosan's staff was thrown out of the command room. From this moment it was truly evident that Gao Laosan was absolutely attentive on this occasion, but just doesn't know if his intentions will be rewarded. After the chief of staff was thrown out, he had to make his routine rounds and came to the top of the hill to chatter and brag with one of the platoon commanders stationed there. In their opinion, there was absolutely no one who could really come down from the mountains to plunge their lair. At least the gang of students from the Star Military Academy wouldn't dare. The battalion commander is really serious this time. Chief of staff, do you think we can make it to the mountain before dark? Hearing this from the small platoon leader, the chief of staff next to him laughed, looked down on Huat Brat. It's only noon now. The battalion commander really want to go up the mountain only in the dark. Then the army chief will still have to scold him to death. I see that according to the current trend continues, another 2 hours we will be able to set off up the mountain. Hey chief of staff, you really don't say. The Star Military Academy gang of brats is really something even can block us for so long, and I also heard that they all have some kind of black technology in their hands, so they can detect which position you are in, and then know ahead of time to give you a black hand. Who did you hear bragging like that? If it's really that powerful, how could the Tiancheng first-grade military government side agree to it? How could they let him use it in a military drill? I told you, if they really want to be so powerful, why don't they just come over and pull out our command headquarters? This group of students is intentionally bragging to build up their own momentum. That will watch their school training live to know. At this very moment, the two were completely unaware that above their heads, a dense group of small black dots began to converge down. Chapter 135, Who are you and how did you get to my barracks? On the mountainside, next to two crooked trees, King Batten crouched carefully with his men. Well, did you get a good look at all the posts across the street? The information commander next to him nodded. All the nanobots have returned with all the feedback, and there are only 2 platoons of mobile and dark sentries on the opposite side combined. I say dead. You can give me a good look. Don't fail to see clearly. At that time I go down. Directly be wrapped dumplings will be finished. Yes, this commander was the one who had broken out of the forest with Wang Baiten. The two of them had gotten along pretty well for a while, so they had been following Wang Baiten on missions and operations, and Wang Baodan also affectionately called him a dead, and the other party got used to this name of his, and even sometimes intentionally grossed him out a bit. Brother Dan, you don't believe me? The dead turned back to look at Wang Baodan. His eyes surprisingly had a bit of a pathetic look. Wang Baiten took a deep breath and almost spit the compressed cracker he had just eaten in his face. I don't ever want to see you again, so get the back. After saying that, Wang Baodan directly tugged on the rope and started walking downwards. The others followed beside Wang Baiten, and only that information commander looked at Wang Baiten. Dan, I'll come with you too, don't leave me alone. Wang Baodan was angry and pointed at him. Get out of here. Get out of here right now. If you want to follow me down, I'll fight you for your life. The dead could only stand resignedly by the crooked-necked tree and watch. Not a moment later, the mid-air Wang Baodan slowly stopped. What's up, battalion commander? Junior asked curiously. Wang Baodan said awkwardly. Damn, there's not enough rope. There's still quite a bit of distance down here. Asterisk. What about? The others behind them slowly dropped down from the side. Battalion commander, we don't have enough rope either. It's too far to measure just now. It's at least 50 meters away. To jump straight down that would be a waste. Battalion commander, we're just maneuvering. We don't have to be so desperate, do we? Wang Baodan looked at the unfathomable cliff below, then faintly said, You guys go up and pull the rope down for me somehow. I'll go alone. Battalion commander. Don't be ridiculous, how can a man go? Yeah, battalion chief. All shut up, Wang Baton said fiercely. Then directly ordered. What for? Do you guys want to violate the order? Get your asses up there right now. Leave the dead behind and have him be my eyes up there. The nanobots have to follow me in order to complete the mission. After a few minutes, Wang Bat Dan continued to slide down the rope. Slide a section. And after you don't have enough rope, take the rope that your teammate just knotted down. It was also fortunate that he had a small target alone. And with the cover of the jungle, he finally made it to the bottom of the cliff without any danger. Asterisk 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 asterisk, it's going to scare the baby to death. I've never played like this before in all my life. Wang Bat Dan touched his little heart and kept comforting himself. Unbeknownst to him, coming down from the cliff just now was not at all a matter of his own guts, but rather an obsession with the Star Military Academy in his heart. That obsession has been left behind since the days of the monthly school military exams. At this moment, he only wanted to do it for the honor of Star Military Academy, and likewise to prove himself. Dead, how's it going? After Wang Baodan landed, he didn't dare to move at all, and immediately contacted the dead to use the nanobots as eyes for himself. Dead's voice came from the headset. Dan, I told you I couldn't act without you, right? We'll both be able to fight side by side again. Heading for your 12 o'clock first. At this moment, Wang Baton could only endure his nausea and continue to walk forward. He wanted to swear that when he went back, he would definitely give the dead a hard beating. Soon, Wang Baton resolved the 4 hidden sentries and slowly arrived in front of the platoon leader's lounge at the very front. There should be 2 commanders in there, and after that is resolved, you can stand guard and wait for the next fated person to come in. Hearing this from the dead, Wang Batdan complimented very approvingly, then quietly touched the side of the tent. At this time inside the tent, Cao Laosan's chief of staff and the battalion commander were still chatting and joking, completely unaware that Wang Baton had already touched the mouth of their tent. Chief of staff, don't go back for dinner later. See that little river at the entrance? There is a big fish in there. Let a few brothers with good water ability catch too. Let's barbecue and eat. How beautiful. Hey, you can't say that troop food is really good with a little wild game. I've got a little wine here. The wine is even. The battalion commander is so angry now. Don't give yourself a hard time. Let's. The two were chatting when a report suddenly sounded outside. Come in and talk, the platoon leader exclaimed. The man outside hurriedly replied back. Platoon leader, the supplies have arrived over here. You'd better come out and take inventory. Supplies? Didn't it just arrive this morning? Why are we doing this again? Chief of staff, you sit down for a while. I'll go out and take a look. Go on. The chief of staff waved his hand, then lay down to rest on the improvised bed in the tent. The junior platoon leader straightened his uniform and eased outside the tent, but saw no one. Where is everybody? Who was it that reported back? However, in the next second, a black shadow rushed straight up to cover his mouth, along with a small dagger on his neck. Comrade platoon leader, don't make a sound anon. According to the rules of maneuvers, you're already hung up. The small platoon leader stared at the other with eyes full of incredulity. It was a very lewd face, but with a thick smile on his lips. Go crouch in that corner over there, and don't push your buttons about what I'm going to do later, or I'll report you for breaking the rules of the military drill. The little platoon leader looked at him helplessly, very pitiful, but did not dare to say more. He's just a platoon sergeant. Small supporting cast. After Wang Baodan settled the small platoon leader, he directly changed clothes with the other party. Asterisk. Eat less in the future. I'm struggling to wear these baggy pants, Wang Baodan whispered to the other beside him. The small platoon leader would like to say that he is at least a higher rank than you now. Can you respect me a little bit? But alas, one is now at the eliminated level. A few minutes later, Wang Baodan returned to the tent again in the clothes of the small platoon leader. Back? What kind of sustenance was sent? The chief of staff sat up from his bed. However, at this time, Wang Baton, who had his head lowered, did not say much at all, and very quickly greeted the other party by placing the knife against his neck. Comrade chief of staff, right? You're out. At this moment, the chief of staff was completely dumbfounded. Who are you? How did you come to be in my barracks? Wang Baodan said lightly. I don't talk to dead people, oh comrade chief of staff. You too. As a dead person you have to follow the minimum rules. After it was done, Wang Baodan directly scratched a camouflage on the other person's face. Chapter 136, Single Combatant. Infiltration of Command Headquarters. A few minutes later, Dan Wang Baton sat in his little tent and dazzled the little platoon leader with all his snacks, even burping. The small platoon leader next to him was also pulled in, looking at his snacks with some heartache, and as for the chief of staff, he was also sitting on the improvised bed with some helplessness. No, little brother. How long has it been since you've eaten? As for being so crazy? Wangbat Dan took a sip of his drink and laughed. The meal is definitely eaten, but it's just not as good as yours. No, you're really students here? Why do I think you guys are crazier than a lot of wilderness survival special forces? Comrade Chief of Staff, now you know who the team you're fighting is. The Star Military Academy never loses. After saying this, Wang Baton even saluted. Comrade Chief of Staff looked at him faintly, and the atmosphere in the tent was somewhat awkward. Slap. The little platoon leader next to him was still applauding with a bit of excitement. Chief of Staff, this kid's essence is really good. Know when the time comes the Iron Wolf Regiment enrollment to recruit him in it. Comrade Chief of Staff also nodded. I think it's not bad either. I'll go back and discuss it with the battalion commander. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are you two not threatening me? To threaten me? Then I'm not polite. Directly press you guys to live in that pool at the door for a night ing. This Wangbat Dan guy is really not polite. But this moment the Chief of Staff and the junior platoon leader were even more determined to recruit him to the Iron Wolf Regiment. Wang Baodan stayed in the tent for a while but didn't wait for anyone to come. He wanted to ask the young platoon leader, but he could not speak because he had indicated that he was a dead man. There was no way out. Wangbat Dan could only walk out with a stiff upper lip. Fortunately, at this time, he was wearing the uniform of a small platoon leader, which could largely serve as a cover for himself. But in fact, Wang Baton was overthinking it, because there were only 2 platoons of men on sentry duty over here, and 1 platoon had basically been taken care of by him. The remaining platoon is a mobile post and salutes him when they see him. Dan, are you out yet? The deadass voice came from Wangbat Dan's headset. How the hell did you see me? I'm ING recognizable in the other guy's uniform? Hey, it's not my fault Dan, because you have a snappy stride and a recognizable ass. I'll you up. The tense environment was relieved by the light-hearted chat between Baton Wang and the dead. Soon, the guy touched down to the command post. Dan, this is the location of the other side's command headquarters. Because I've noticed it since you came in, there are a lot of antennas and there are comms going in and out. I know. Keep an eye on the surroundings of this place for me. Your Dan's fate is in your hands. If the mission doesn't get done tonight, I'm going to have to go back and kick your ass a few times. Dan, I'll wait for you. Dead. You win. In the Iron Wolf Regiment's Gao Lao San's command headquarters. At this time, Gao Lao San was still looking at the map in a hurry. Company 1, can you do it or not? It's been a whole hour and a half and you still haven't taken the opposite side? Reporting to the battalion commander. The ambush on the other side was too good. We didn't have a chance to rush, and no matter where we hide, they have snipers. I really doubt they have powerful black technology. I don't care what they've got. You're going up to the top right now. Even if you're eliminated, you're going to take this high ground in front of you. Gao Lao San was furious and turned back to ask his guards to go down there and get himself some ice drinks. Where's Lao Don? Why did that kid go out for so long without coming back? The correspondent sitting in the room shook his head, indicating that he was not sure. Damn, you're all a bunch of losers. The peace era saved you. If there's a real war, what can the likes of you do? Gao Laosan seemed to be scolding someone else, but at this moment he was angry with himself. Not far outside, waiting for his chance, Wang Baton was impatient. There weren't many people around the other side's tent, but it was definitely guarded inside, and there was a platoon of guards at the entrance. Dead. Do something. If this keeps up, Hoon and the others on the mountain won't be able to hold out much longer. Don't worry Dan. I'm looking for a place. I'll find it soon. By the crooked tree at this time. The dead, armed with a force microscope, looked very carefully at the screen on his cell phone. Only the man from the guard battalion who had just gone out of the command room appeared on the screen. Gao Lao San never thought at this time that because he wanted to eat ice, it caused his arsenal to be exposed at this time as well. Asterisk found it. This is the place. Hearing this from the dead, Wang Batdan was immediately pleasantly surprised. What did you find? Speak the up. The other side's warehouse. That sign next to it is the armory. Dan, you know what I mean. Just find this place and you'll surely find a way. You boy are my lucky star. Dead. After Wang Batdan had spoken, he immediately stood up and walked very squarely in the direction of the dead's command. A few moments later, Wang Baton came to the side of the armory. There were 4 men from the guard battalion standing at the door, but all of them saluted after seeing Wang Baton, because Wang Baton's current rank was half a star higher than theirs, and was of the independent platoon leader kind. It's been a hard day's work for all of us. It's not easy for us to stand guard here when they're fighting up front. The battalion commander has said that our mobile posts are to be equipped with heavy firepower tonight, so go in and pick 2. Hearing this, the guard battalion warrior at the door frowned slightly. Mobile posts with heavy firepower? Is there a precedent for that? Wang Baodan said in his serious manner. Whether there is one or not, naturally the battalion commander has the final say, right? And don't you know? The mountain gang of little brats like to use the habit of stealing each other's old homes the most. You want to really let them touch here, the front of the hot fight, then our rear is also on fire. It is simply a military taboo. Ah, that's really true. Those brats from the military academy are always out of their element. We need to be careful. Yeah, I'll go in and take a look. I think there's still a single weapon like a 4-0 fire in there, right? Yes, just brought a box over this morning. Well, I'll go in and get 2 for our mobile post. A few brothers hard work. Ah. Wang Baodan greeted him lightly, and then cheekily entered the other party's warehouse. The entire warehouse was filled with all kinds of weapons. Wang Baodan first tucked in a few grenades, then found the 4-0 fire. In order to facilitate the opening of the gun, the guy directly carried 2 4-0 fire walked out. Brother, not a lot of strength. The man from the guard battalion at the door greeted with a smile. Wang Baodan nodded proudly. That's a must. We trained hard in the military school. Military school? You're from military school too? Chapter 137, the whole school calls out. Battalion Commander Wang is awesome. Ah, I'm out of military school. Wang Baodan explained without blushing. The other party still wanted to greet him. Wang Baodan pretended to look at the time, and then said, First do not nag brother. My side to be in a hurry. A moment the chief of staff should train me. Go. Ah. Well, we'll talk again sometime later. Maybe we still go to the same school. Hey. Wang Baodan smiled brightly, then walked out carrying 2 4-0 fires. We definitely won't be in the same school. At this moment, Wang Baodan whispered under his breath, and then turned his direction as he walked, aiming the 40 fire on his shoulder at the command headquarters not far away. Dan, are you going to fire from this position? Inside the headset, the deadass voice came out again. Wang Baodan moved his feet slowly while carrying the 4-0 fire. So what if I don't fire and carry these 2 things around? You'd better pray I get a hit or I'll have to go back and dislike you hard. Hey, then I'll pray you don't succeed. At this point, Wang Baodan was already helpless against this person. A few minutes later, as Wang Baodan's slow footsteps progressed, he had arrived at a position less than 200 meters from the command headquarters. This distance of shooting is directly to the other side of the command are a nest. Cannon god possessed. Cannon god possessed. But you must hit it. Wang Baodan whispered silently, his finger slowly resting on top of the 4-0 fire's trigger. However, just at that moment, a loud and clear voice came from not far away. Hey, that soldier, just you. What are you doing? Wang Baodan's heart tightened and he looked back only to see the people from the guard battalion walking slowly over not far away. This is Gao Lao San's guard battalion. I just picked up my 4-0 fire from over at the warehouse. The squad leader of the guard battalion sized up Wang Baodan, then said, the front is the command headquarters. What are you doing carrying a 4-0 fire and still heading this way? Ah, the front is the command headquarters? Wang Baodan pretended to buckle his head, then laughed. I'm really sorry squad leader. I got it wrong. I'll go. Hey I say, you kid, where are the war maneuvers? Grow a good brain and get the hell out of here. The guard platoon leader waved his hand, signaling Wang Baodan to leave immediately. Thank you squad leader. Thank you squad leader. I'll get the hell out of here. I'll get the hell out of here. At this time, Wang Baodan was covered in cold sweat, fearing that he would be discovered. He turned his head and just prepared to leave. That voice from across the room came again. Hey, wait a minute. Wang Baodan's body, which had just turned away, instantly tensed up, even as his finger rested on top of the trigger once again. Squad leader. What else? The guard platoon leader came to Wang Baodan with his gun in his back hand. Why do I get the feeling that something's not right with you kid? You're coming from the armory side. It's logical to pick up and go to the rear. But why aren't you carrying the bazooka and the rocket separately? And you're holding one in one hand? Tell me, who is your squad leader and how did he teach you? How did our Iron Wolf regiment get a soldier like you? Once these words came out, Wang Baodan already understood that there was no escape at this point. He grinned and turned his head, deliberately pressing the bazooka down. Squad leader, it's my first time to come to a military exercise. I'm a bit nervous. I'm really sorry. The opposite guard platoon leader frowned slightly. No, you're lying to me. Rank 3 stars. You're at least. The words just fell. Just then, a brilliant light shot out from Wang Baodan's eyes. One of the rocket launchers in his hand directly lifted up to slightly adjust the height, directly aiming at the opposite command, quickly pulling the trigger. Protect the battalion commander. He's across the street. The guard platoon leader yelled. And the first thing he did was not to counterattack with his gun, but to pounce quickly. Boom! 4-0 fire at close range is beyond scary. Even though it was a fake shell, Its terrifying power still could not be ignored. The huge impact directly carried the platoon leader flying out nearly 10 meters. Wang Baodan could only see the other party's body become pitch black from a distance, lying on the ground and starting to twitch. Platoon leader. The first thing the several guard platoon soldiers from the Iron Wolf regiment behind did not do was to control Wang Baodan, but all ran over to check on the platoon leader. Wang Baodan also froze in place stunned. He just wanted to complete his mission and attack the opposite command headquarters, but he didn't expect this to happen. From the Star Military School out, having fought these battles, Wang Baodan is also clear about the cruelty of the battlefield, but they are all clear that it was all fake shells and would not cause any casualties. But this time, after he opened fire and knocked the opposite side into this state, he was really a bit dumbfounded. Dan, what are you waiting for? Run! Inside the headset, the commanders of the Dead Information Department also saw Wang Baodan's operation and hurriedly began to help him out. It was then that Wang Baodan came back to his senses a bit and subconsciously grabbed the other bazooka in his hand. Get him, get the student boy. He's the one who wounded the platoon leader. Get him. Countless people from the Iron Wolf regiment ran out from all around the barracks. Even Wang Baodan saw people running out of the opposite command as well. His brain circuits quickly returned to his senses, and at this time, Wang Baodan did not choose to run away, because he knew he couldn't run away. Instead he chose to just pick up the last RPG in his hand and just pull the trigger. Boom! There was no one left to block this rocket. It drew a beautiful arc in the air and headed straight for the opposite command headquarters. At this moment, Gao Lao-san, who had just run out from the command camp, was also instantly dumbfounded. Protect the battalion commander! Someone yelled out. However, Gao Lao-san only felt a blackness before his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he was covered in ribbons. The men of his own guard platoon surrounded a man pinned to the ground. This person was none other than Wang Baodan from the Star Military Academy. Gao Lao-san sat paralyzed on the ground, only feeling his mind swelling, his heart incomparably lost and uncomfortable. Battalion commander, our platoon leader is wounded. Someone kept calling out from the side. Gao Lao-san shook his head dully and waved his hand. Call in the medics from the first-class military house. The moment. Compared to Gao Lao-san's loss and hard feelings, Wang Baodan, who was pressed to the ground by a bunch of people, was incredibly happy and refreshed. Even though he had just injured the person on the opposite side, Wang Baodan only felt that the Star Military Academy could win this time, and that his Hoon brother would be able to hold out on the mountain. Highland Hill 49. Su Ran smiled broadly as he held his earpiece communicator. Signal coverage throughout the region. All eliminated personnel connect to me as well. One from the Star Military Academy counts as one. Give me 7 battalion commanders to say it's awesome. A few moments later, Wang Baodan, who was escorted outward together by the Iron Wolf regiment's men. The bright lights flashed again in the headset that had just gone out. 1, 2, 3, all of Star Military Academy thanks Battalion Commander Wang. Battalion Commander Wang is awesome. Its voice is imposing and reverberating. Wang Baodan, who had just been a while ago by the Iron Wolf Regiment Guard platoon people, smiled bitterly and shook his head. Xiao Ji Ba, am I ma bai? You too, you can't catch up with me for the rest of your lives. P.S. It's so hard to have a weekend with no savings. Chapter 138, a game between father and son. Later that night, Batamba Dan Wang was dragged to the place where all the eliminated people were returned to. When the guy meets up with Shakiba and Anai Mabi, his 2 best friends, he immediately begins his path of pretending. Of course, none of that matters, because compared to the misery on the hills of the 39th Heights, these 3 guys were indeed happy enough. Battalion Commander, we've held out until nightfall. How much longer is it going to take? Zhang Sun leaned inside the trench, smoking a cigarette and giving the company commander next to himself a blank look. What's the rush? Keep waiting. You don't believe the chief's words either? That company commander hurriedly shook his head. No, it's just that it's cold and sleepy on this mountain. I think if we don't get out of it, not to mention the Iron Wolf Regiment, even if they don't come up the mountain, they can trap us to death. If you are cold, hug a brother and sleep. While the opposite side has not yet come up with reinforcements now to steal a nap, and when you fall asleep, you will not be hungry. This company commander nodded awkwardly and could only leave next to him. Zhang Sun leaned back in the trench and said helplessly, 2nd Battalion Commander, you must finish the mission, or else so many of us will be eliminated for nothing. After Wang Baodan's tossing and turning during the day, Gao Laosan's final main attacking battalion was also repulsed by Zhang Sun and the others. So taking advantage of this free time in the afternoon, the Iron Wolf Regiment is mobilizing their troops to continue to reinforce this side. It was clear to everyone that as long as the Iron Wolf Regiment's next support was in place, then Highland 30 was basically gone. The men left on the hill had now been beaten down from 4 battalions to nearly 1. compared to the 3 battalions that Cao Lao-san had lost. With such a record, the Star Military School was already very good. At this time in the command headquarters of the Iron Wolf Regiment, the atmosphere seemed rather awkward, because from the afternoon news of the sneak attack on Cao Lao-san's position and the beheading of the commander came, Su Xiaotian simply said throughout that he would let the 4th Battalion go on, and then there was no more. Next to him his chief of staff patted Su Xiaotian's shoulder. The specific situation I have understood. This time really do not blame Cao Lao-san. Military school students that guy from the cliff down alone, and then changed the clothes of the Iron Wolf Regiment to steal the 40 fire, directly to the barracks of the artillery. Cao Lao-san at that time all the mind is in the Highland Mountain. How do you know that this kid is from the cliff don't want to die down? After saying this, the chief of staff helplessly added, Cao Lao-san's guard platoon leader used his body to block a shell, and now the hospital just out of danger. Which cannot think that brat mentioned 2 guns. The second gun hit. This situation, not to mention Cao Lao-san, or the 2 of us encountered. I think it's also enough to choke. That's his own stupidity. Su Xiaotian finally couldn't help but curse. If he had taken all the precautions, would this have happened? After how many years of fighting, to fall into the hands of a few military students? I'd like to see how he'll explain it to me when he gets back. The chief of staff said, just in time. He just tried to give you a shout out. Want to hear it? Tell him to off. I don't want to hear about it now. When the military exercise is over, Su Xiaotian waved his hand, then turned his head to the real-time map with a serious expression. Tell the commander of the 4th Battalion that he has only 2 hours, that the team will not need to rest after going up the hill, and that he will immediately eliminate this group of student soldiers who are holding on for dear life. Next get all 3 artillery battalions ready to aim over at high ground 49, and I'll have that brat down before dawn. The chief of staff also wiped the sweat from his face when he heard this thunderous order. Old Su, that's your own son, so I'm going to show him how his old man fought. After Su Xiaotian said this, he directly threw the command pen on the table and walked outside. No, what are you doing there, Su? I'm going to check the 8th Battalion. I don't want to be like Cao Lao-san and have my ass stolen. As the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. After Su Xiaotian experienced the Cao Lao-san incident, he was indeed worried, which is why he personally went to his own rear to check. At the same moment, his son, Su Ran, also began to put on his equipment and prepare to set off in person. Notify the entire regiment to evacuate immediately. Saran was dressed and put the same check on his body as he put the guns on his body. At this point he was loaded, as if he was reliving his army moments. Next to him, Zhang Quan curiously said, Captain, we can retreat as we wish. Why are you wearing these? Of course there's a mission to be done. You'll have all the guard platoons set out with me in a while. The others will be stationed on the slopes of Highland 45. By the way, let Lu Jujia equip another 100 nanobots to take with them. And don't leave the information department idle. Hasn't Lu Jujia always wanted to perform? Give him a mission to the opposite air defense battalion. Chief, so what kind of mission are we on? Is a guard platoon enough? First things first. Yes, Chief. After Zhang Quan left, Su Ran twisted his neck from side to side and looked at the real-time map next to him. This battle can be changed by taking care of one of your artillery battalions. But where is that artillery battalion of yours hiding? That's right. At this time, Su Ran had already played his last 2 moves. The 2nd Battalion's bogeyman will succeed immediately. At that time, the Xuanwu military palace would definitely start greeting the Iron Wolf Regiment. But Su Ran wasn't sure how far the Xuanwu military palace's anger would burn. It was possible that people were just playing small and didn't take the Iron Wolf Regiment into consideration at all. And then one's plan would have failed. So it's time to add fire to both sides again. The first step was to evacuate the command, so that if the bombardment of the Iron Wolf Regiment's artillery battalion opened up afterward, it would be able to sing an empty city. The second step was then to take the opportunity to steal another of Pop's artillery battalions himself. Stealing here wasn't just as simple as stealing. Principal Su's plan was to turn the Iron Wolf Regiment's guns around and blast a few platoons directly at the Xuanwu military palace's side. One might wonder why he didn't follow the example of 2nd Battalion Commander Li Ying's approach to fighting the Iron Tiger at the time, since they had all stolen his artillery battalion. But you should know that the Iron Wolf Regiment's air defense battalion is also very powerful. People can always resist with air defense battalions whenever they open fire. So there's no air defense battalion in the Xuanwu military palace? Of course there is. It was only that Su Ran didn't really want to fight the Xuanwu military house, but to provoke it. As long as the Iron Wolf Regiment's shells fall on the head of the Xuanwu military palace, then let the Xuanwu military palace put this debt on the Iron Wolf Regiment's side. You can sneak up behind me and you can eliminate my men. But if you bombard me with an artillery battalion, that's of a completely different nature. Ha! At this moment, Principal Su only wanted to let this fire burn even brighter. And when the time came, the Xuanwu military palace and himself would work together in unison to send this cheap old man of his down the mountain. Where's the father-son love? Same moment. The 2nd Battalion at the foot of the Xuanwu military palace had also begun their operations. Deputy Battalion Commander, have all your men hang the Iron Wolf Regiment insignia on their Iron Wolf Regiment clothing, and wear our own clothes on the outside. Then start moving immediately. Chapter 139 Xuanwu Military Palace. Liao Chun. After changing his clothes, the Deputy Battalion Commander once again led the men in removing the earpieces from his body. Clothes and badges and faces can be mimicked, but communication headsets are the most revealing, so this is something that should never be brought in. All the best, Liang faintly said. The Deputy Battalion Commander laughed. All the best. Star Military Academy will win. After saying this, the Deputy Battalion Commander led his men and began to head inside the Xuanwu Military Palace's defense line. The Xuanwu Military House occupies the 70th high ground. Starting from Highland 61 to Highland 70, all of them are the boundaries of the Xuanwu Military Palace. At this time, Liang and the others were on the 61st heights. After the Deputy Battalion Commander entered with a platoon of warriors, everyone was a bit nervous. After all, it was the first time they faced a big guy like the Xuanwu Military Palace. All of you relax. Just one look at you guys and you're rookies. How can you be veterans? With the reassurance on the side of the Deputy Battalion Commander, the crowd all began to ease off to begin their attack. Moreover, a few people had started the attack using nanobots, so it had only taken 10 minutes to drill into the interior of the Xuanwu Military Palace's defenses. Deputy Battalion Commander, enemy mobile patrol post spotted ahead. All hands, prepare to fight. The men led by the 2nd Battalion's 2nd Lieutenant didn't hesitate at all. As soon as they encountered people from the Xuanwu Military Palace, they would immediately start moving. It's all about screwing up anyway, and as long as it's from the Xuanwu Military House, then you don't even have to care. Chirp chirp. A few moments later, the sound of a burst of silenced gunfire came from the jungle. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Ta-da-da-da-da. The mobile outposts of the Xuanwu Military Palace also began to counterattack. 10 minutes later, the 2nd Battalion Adjutant and a platoon were all eliminated. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You guys are from the Star Military Academy? The Xuanwu Military House in charge of the duty were curious when they saw the Deputy Battalion Commander in this getup. At this point the Deputy Battalion Commander leaned against a tree and laughed. Dude, they're all eliminated. And according to the rules we're not allowed to talk. Crap, this student boy is still so temperamental now? What's the matter, buddy? Can't a student boy have a temper? If you guys hadn't reacted tonight, this platoon of ours would have been stuck in your battalion. And by then maybe you'd be under my thumb. Okay. It's really a newborn calf that doesn't fear the tiger. You're powerful, but even more powerful now. You're also my underdog. Just stay in the forest tonight. After saying this, the people of the Xuanwu Military Palace were ready to retreat. However, a small warrior next to him was sharp-eyed enough to notice the problem, and hurriedly came next to his squad leader and whispered, "Squad leader, something's not right with these guys. They don't look like students. The comms headsets are missing, and they seem to be wearing other clothes inside." Hearing these words, that squad leader of the Xuanwu Military House immediately turned his head to look at the Deputy Battalion Commander. "Strip them of their clothes and I'll see." As soon as these words came out, the Deputy Battalion Commander had realized that the other party was going to be fooled, but he acted flustered and immediately stood up with the others. "What are you doing? What are you doing? Is this how the people of the Xuanwu Military Palace treat us eliminated people?" The squad leader sneered. "Now that you know you're the one who's eliminated, don't give me more pussy." According to the rules of the military drill, anything can happen on the battlefield as long as it's not to your detriment. After saying this, the squad leader waved his hand, and two of his men next to him held the Deputy Battalion Commander down and directly tore open the clothes on his collar. After seeing the badge and uniform of the Iron Wolf Regiment inside, all the people from the Xuanwu Military Palace were shocked. "Ha ha, interesting, really interesting. Is this how you Iron Wolf Regiment people do things?" The Deputy Battalion Commander gave him a blank look and said, "What's the point of wasting words? They were all eliminated and the plan failed. It has nothing to do with our military commander." "Okay, Iron Wolf Regiment. I'll keep this in mind." The squad leader pointed viciously at the Deputy Battalion Commander, then continued, "Leave 2 men to watch them. These guys are too insidious to be guarded against." "Ego, I'm going to go." "What are you talking about? How is our Iron Wolf Regiment sinister?" A few minutes later, inside the command room of the Xuanwu Military Palace, Liao Chen sat on a chair listening to Peking opera and drinking tea. His small life was very leisurely. This guy was the head of the Xuanwu Military House that came out for the military exercise this time. Unlike the 6 military regions, the 4 major military houses are also a regiment every time a military show comes around though. But this regiment was one chosen at random by the military commanders of the 4 major military houses. That's why the special corps coming out of the 6 military districts are personally led by their military commanders. But the military commanders of the 4 major military houses won't come out to participate in the military exercises at all. In other people's words, I can storm any military region by picking out any regiment at random. What's the point of having a military commander in person? At the door of the command room, Liao Chen's chief of staff slowly walked in. The gunfire just now checked out. A platoon over at the 3rd Battalion encountered an invasion by the Iron Wolf Regiment while on duty. Hearing this, Liao Chen crossed his legs and laughed. What? He, Su Xiaotian, has no fun fighting with his own son and wants to drag me down with him? He did mean that. The 3rd Battalion side said that after their men eliminated the opposite side, they initially realized that the Iron Wolf Regiment's men were wearing the uniforms of the Star Military Academy. But only in the end did they see that there was a layer of the Iron Wolf Regiment's uniforms on the inside of these men's clothes. And there was also the Iron Wolf Regiment's badge on it. Liao Chen reached out to turn off the Peking opera on the radio, then turned his head to look at him. So they judged the opposite side to be from the Iron Wolf Regiment? Then is it possible that the people from the Star Military Academy deliberately made us think that? I also guessed so. Su Xiaotian, even if he is stupid again, would not let his men do this kind of thing, right? Clothes did not take off even the badge so obvious things with. The most important thing is that this group of people communication headset are ripped. It is obvious that they want to stir us into it. Neither Su Xiaotian nor this son of his is a saving grace. So chief, you see we are. First wait. Our position is the most obscene. There is no hurry to get involved. You now first let that platoon of the 3rd Battalion withdraw to me to reflect properly. As the mobile post of the Xuanwu military government, this problem cannot be figured out. It is really a disgrace to my Xuanwu military government to smear. Yes, chief. In the meantime, on the outskirts of Heights 61, Li Ying had been clear that the deputy battalion commander and the others had been eliminated after he heard the gunfire gradually stop. The other company commanders next to him came forward. Battalion commander, what do we do next? Li Ying didn't say anything, but instead, he shot his flashlight and looked at the map on his backpack. The Xuanwu military government won't believe in this plan just because of one of our attacks. All we have to do is expand the scope of things a bit more and make the Iron Wolf Regiment's side messy as well. Chapter 140 Rainy Night, Sneak Attack, Thriller. Battalion commander, are we going to run back on foot and start another fight with the Iron Wolf Regiment as well? No way, battalion commander. The brothers are dying of exhaustion right now. If we have to run back again, we'll just be wasted. And now we can barely hold high ground 39, so if we run back it will definitely be too late. Several of the deputy company commanders were all a little discouraged. Li Ying, however, slowly raised his head. Firstly, I didn't say I'd run back on foot, and secondly, I don't care if Heights 39 can't be defended, but our mission must continue as long as it's not completed. This is the most basic principle of being a soldier, and also the most basic principle of my 2nd Battalion. Everyone knew Li Ying's temper, and at this time, they were admonished and lowered their heads, not daring to say anything. Next on my command, Company 1, Company 2, Company 3 go to the flanking position on Height 62. I'll take Company 4, and Company 5 to the main attack. If I'm not mistaken, there's an opposing transportation unit stationed here. When these words came out, everyone couldn't help but be curious. Battalion commander, how did you know? Yes, battalion commander, how did you know? Li Ying pointed to the map and said, Xuanwu military government stationed on the heights of 70. All the leveled area under their heights mountain is only 62 here. According to the common sense of the troops, the transportation team is usually only out in the leveled area. The 62 heights are also all very convenient for the supply transportation, so it is the most suitable location for the transportation team. Hearing Li Ying's analysis, everyone couldn't help but admire it. Don't just stand there. Start moving right away. We only need 2 cars. Grab them and get down the hill right away, don't fight them. As Li Ying gave the order on his side, everyone started to set off. In the meantime, on Highland Hill 45, Su Ran rides in the SUV and talks to Young Hoon. Chief, reinforcements are coming from the other side. How much longer can you hold out? There's a lot of people, but they're all out of bullets, so they'll only last 3 hours. Let's use the nanobots to fight the ambush. If we can resist for a while, it's a while. I'll be thinking of something for you guys. After ending the call, Saran tried to call the 2nd Battalion. Unfortunately, the distance between the two sides is too great, and their own information departments are starting to move, so they can't achieve a large signal coverage for the time being. The rest is up to us. Next to him, Zhang Quan said, Chief, Did the 2nd Battalion fail in their mission over there? No. On the contrary, I think it was a mission success. Then how come there's no movement on the side of the Xuanwu military palace? Su Ran looked back at Zheng Quan and said helplessly after a moment of silence. If you kid were the head of the Xuanwu military house, it is estimated that the entire regiment would have been eliminated without entering the arena. Chief. Zheng Quan's face was red with incomparable embarrassment at this moment. Half an hour later, Saran's convoy slowly stopped in the jungle. The driver in front looked back at Su Ran at this time and said, Leader, we have arrived at the place you said. Highland 40. Okay, get everyone out of the car. Keep one team camouflaged to watch the car while the others check their gear and start up the hill. After Su Ran finished speaking, he took the lead and jumped out of the car with his gun on his shoulder. Zheng Quan, here. Zheng Quan also hurriedly jumped down from the co-pilot and ran next to Su Ran to salute. Let's see what's wrong with this weather. Zheng Quan hurriedly nodded and raised his head to look at the sky. And after a few moments, he plopped down on the ground and picked up a handful of soil to look at it. Reporting to the chief, there is not a single star in the entire sky. There is a 22-degree halo next to the moon. There should be a warm frontal cloud system advancing aloft. The moon is haloed for 3 shifts of rain. The altitude of the cirrus clouds is down to 500 meters. The humidity is saturated. And heavy rains are expected to occur within the next 3 hours. Su Ran slightly hummed. Finally some use you kid. Go ahead and get everyone ready. Zheng Quan nodded and hurriedly trotted off to send a message to the back. All of you, check all of your raincoats and rain gear. Carry tarps and alligator grease for rust. And make sure your shooting goes well later on in the mission. A few minutes later, Saran started up the hill with 2 platoons of guards. All of them walked slowly ahead in their raincoats and waders. Inform the members of the information department to find me the opposite gun battalion in the shortest possible time. Otherwise the rain will affect the signal in a little while, and the nanobots won't be able to use it. So our advantage will be gone. Hearing Su Ran's command, Zheng Quan hurriedly nodded and went forward to arrange for the members of the information department that accompanied the army. Meanwhile, Su Ran tries to contact Young Hoon of the 1st Battalion. This distance was still enough for the 1st Battalion to make contact quickly. Chief, it's going to rain soon, right? Young Hoon just opened his mouth and asked this. Su Ran laughed. That's right, you guys can catch your breath. But tell everyone not to let their guard down. The opposite side definitely won't stop attacking just because of the rain. They're just delaying it. So you guys take advantage of this opportunity and give me all the ambush circles all over again. It's definitely impossible to defend. In that case, I'd like to put up a fight. Inside the headset, Jang Sun spoke in a heavy tone. Su Ran nodded. You only have 2 hours. If you succeed, those 2 hours may be extended. But if you fail, you have to hold out for me for 2 hours as well, understand? I don't want the 1st Battalion to be eliminated just like that yet. I'll do my best, Chief. Good luck to us all. After ending the call, Su Ran looked at the time and immediately notified all the members of the guard platoon in his headset. Set all of your watches to a 1.5 hour countdown. We only have 1.5 hours from now to complete the sneak attack mission. If the mission fails, it will be us. Star Military Academy. Who will be going down tomorrow? The moment these words came out, all of the Star Military Academy's warriors became incredibly heavy and serious. For them, the reputation of the Star Military Academy was everything, especially after Su Ran's words fell. Everyone knew that this mission was going to be successful no matter what. Time passes by. 10 minutes later, it was really raining heavily in the sky. Su Ran's face was grim as he gave final orders to the members of the information department. Use all the skills and knowledge you've learned, and find me the gun battalion across the street. No matter what. Same moment. On high ground 39. Wow. Heavy rain kept falling through the jungle. The men of the 1st Battalion had been trapped on the mountain for days, and they didn't have enough supplies, let alone ponchos. So at this point all of their clothes were wet. Many of the men lay down in the trenches, and since the water flowed unbelievably fast from the mountain showers, and since the trenches were not drained, it was not long before the water was almost at their waistline. But everyone held on. Perhaps after tonight, the rookies attending the military drill at Star Military Academy would always remember this scene, because it is their deepest experience, their heaviest memory. Brothers, hold on a little longer. The battalion commander is sure to find an opportunity, and the regimental commander is helping us out. Young Hoon's deputy battalion commander kept reassuring the crowd in his headset. The attack of the 4th Battalion of the Iron Wolf Regiment at the bottom of the hill did slow down a lot, as the downpour was really too heavy for many people to stand in the forest, let alone aim. But it was such a harsh environment that a group slowly touched down. Chapter 141, Simultaneous. Success or failure in 2 hours. Snort. Wow. Inside the group, a rookie next to Young Hoon almost slipped down the hill. Grab it, pull him up, Jang Sun chided in a low voice, and the people next to him hurriedly bent down and pulled one by one, barely pulling the student up. Battalion Commander,
this mission is too difficult. We've only gone less than 200 meters after half a day's touching,
and it's even harder to get to their battalion headquarters.
A nearby company commander spat in a low voice.
Half an hour ago they had felt their way down the hill, but unfortunately it was dark and slippery on the slopes, and with the heavy rain it was not clear to see. Even the nanobots couldn't be used, and at this moment, everyone was walking completely blind. If we all think it's impossible, then the opposite side thinks it's even more impossible, and the more impossible it is, the more it works, Jang Sun said with bright eyes, then picked up his gun and waved his hand. Keep going down. All be careful. That kid Wang Beitan has made a barracks, so I'll be embarrassed if I don't make one to tell the world about it. After saying this,
Jang Sun turned back and said, pull out your belts and tie them to your hands.
Everyone pull each other down. If something happens, you can also tug on them. Don't fail to complete the mission and get people wasted.
Under Jang Sun's command, the 8-man squad touched down from the bottom of the mountain with difficulty.
Battalion Commander, there are men from the Iron Wolf Regiment up ahead. Hearing this,
Young Hoon hurriedly waved his hand and the crowd got down on the ground.
Due to the heavy rain, the people did not hear the Iron Wolf Regiment in the forest.
Although there were slips in the crowd,
Jang Sun lay on the ground and asked in a low voice, ********. Not right. This place attack range is completely unreasonable, and the mountain is a cliff. They cannot come up. Why do you want to give this side of the people? Did you see clearly what troops are responsible for?
The company commander next to the one at the front of the line looked halfway through the binoculars.
Can't see much. It's raining and they're all putting things away.
But I think I see a pot lid similar to a radar.
******. Is it the other side's information department? A battalion has an information department? That's not quite right.
Jang Sun finished his speech and personally climbed from the mud pit to the front to observe.
A moment later,
Jang Sun laughed helplessly.
It's really a big troop. They even separated an information platoon to receive signals here.
It's probably because rain was predicted tonight and they were afraid of communication disruption. So they arranged for the information department to build their own base station over here. It had to be said that Jang Sun really did have the right time and place this time. The rain caused the opposite side of the attack to stop. And then the opposite side of the randomly deployed information battalion was so hidden, but also found by them. If Jang Sun was not bold and careful, and dared to come out in this kind of weather, then the 4th Battalion of the Iron Wolf Regiment tonight is a proper completion of the mission. All of them put on silencers and follow me down the mountain.
When the time comes, don't move your guns for a while.
We'll take care of this information department,
and send a direct order for the brothers on the mountain to start a counterattack,
and catch the opposite side by surprise. Hearing Jang Sun's words, the next few company commanders were a bit dumbfounded.
Battalion Commander, this is less than a battalion of us on the hill now, and we're even starting a counterattack? Isn't it a bit too wild?
Jang Sun took the binoculars and observed not far away and said, still the same words.
To fight a war, you have to think about what the opposite side dares not think about, and only in this way can you have the effect of surprise. After saying this,
Jang Sun wiped the dripping rainwater from his face.
Prepare for battle. In the meantime, Saran, who was on the hill of Highland 42, also looked at the mini display of the information department. We've touched the entire hill. This is the only place we didn't go because it's a gully. The situation inside is unclear, and the nanobots definitely don't have enough signal to go in there. Hearing the description of the information department's command staff,
a smile appeared on Su Ran's lips.
Don't look for it, it's in there. What a nerve to put a gun battalion in here. Next to him,
Zhang Quan also followed Su Ran's gaze.
Chief, if it's really in that, when the time comes to open fire, our previous camp can be directly blown away by him.
Get everyone ready to follow me down the ditch and throw all rain gear.
Zhang Quan let out an Chief, you threw away your rain boots too? Throw it, or the noise of going down the ditch will be too loud and the opposite side will spot us straight away. Everyone's mouths tied up. Don't talk except to breathe. Just communicate with hand signals.
Su Ran commanded with an incomparably serious face.
After a few minutes,
he pulled out a rain tarp and tied it around his mouth. Then took the lead in taking off his raincoat and walking in just a pair of socks as he slid down the boulder toward the big ditch. The others also gritted their teeth and tied their mouths, then took off their rain shoes and rain gear and followed Su Ran down the ditch one by one. The presence of countless small stones inside the rocky ravines of the mountains, coupled with the sharp plants everywhere, straight away made the men of the guard platoon wear a mask of pain one by one.
Someone couldn't help but start grunting in their throat. Su Ran, however,
turned his head and gave a look that directly scared the rookies to the point where they didn't dare to say anything more.
With that, The crowd, in earnest pain, finally arrived inside the gully half an hour later. One of the scouts who had hit the head in front of him slowly catwalked back to signal Saran. There's someone up ahead. The gun battalion is showing up. Hearing this news, Saran's face was instantly delighted. He slowly removed the rain cover from his mouth and rushed the crowd of the guard platoon to give orders. Listen to the sound of my gun. The sound of the gun. Immediately put your hands of grenades to the bottom of the dunk. Grenades dunked and then hit the grappling hooks down. Our grappling hooks can hold up to 200 kilograms. You guys calculate yourselves. A group of 2 people down the ditch. When the hands of the gun don't give me stingy bullets. Direct fire suppression. Don't let the opposite side of the gasping for air. Remember, a group of 2 people in the front of the end of the magazines. The back of the man left hand to help him insert the magazine. 2 people help each other. Don't let the gunfire stop for me. All the men of the guard platoon all nodded very seriously. At this moment, everyone had all transferred the pain of having just descended from the mountain to the Iron Wolf Regiment Artillery Battalion. As soon as the gun went off, they would immediately and without hesitation give the opposite side a pot to eat. This time in the center of the gully. The sound of water kept flowing down below. On either side of the gully was a division of the Artillery Battalion of the Iron Wolf Regiment. This time the Iron Wolf Regiment's Artillery Battalion had been expanded by 2 more than the other military districts after the hit and run. That's why Su Shaotian was very bold in placing one here. Then 2 more were planted across from the Star Military Academy Gun Battalion. If Su Ran took this artillery battalion down now, he would at least be able to turn the guns around and use the rockets to hit the Xuanwu Military Palace 85 kilometers away. Whether or not you can hit it accurately when the time comes is another story. However, Principal Su understood that regardless of whether or not the fight was accurate, as long as the fight went out, the Xuanwu Military House would definitely send out troops, because it had been a matter of dignity. No matter how calm and wise the commander on the other side was, he would teach the Iron Wolf Regiment a lesson. Chapter 142, Instead of fighting the Star Military School, you've switched to fighting the Xuanwu Military Palace? 3, 2, 1. Dunk the grenades. As Su Ran's words fell, the entire narrow sky of the ditch was densely covered with grenades falling. The artillery battalions of the Iron Wolf Regiment resting on either side of the gully at this time were still asleep. This place wasn't like the outside, where only the artillery battalion hit others, not others who found out they were hitting them. So the whole artillery battalion didn't even think anyone would find their way in. And people played cards and buttered their cannons during the day and slept and snored at night. Boom boom boom. The huge boom of the grenade exploded directly in the gully. The Iron Wolf Regiment Artillery Battalion that was still asleep all awoke in a daze. But yellow smoke had begun to rise from many of them. While this smoke won't dissipate and they have no field of vision, hit the grappling hook and get down to the ditch. Su Ran's order was given again. Thumbs up. A dozen claw hooks snapped dead center on the stone wall. Immediately after that, the well-trained Star Military Academy cadets were like special forces soldiers who fell from the sky. Ta-da-da-da. The automatic rifles in everyone's hands all began to sweep downward frantically. The Iron Wolf Regiment Artillery Battalion, which had just run out of sleep, was instantly in disarray. The sweep went on for a full 10 minutes afterward. Su Ran led the rookies of the Star Military Academy, all of whom had already landed on the ground, and began to clean up those who had been eliminated one by one. At this moment, there was little left of the entire artillery battalion. Some of them are just minions hiding in the shadows. The superb command of Chancellor Su took an artillery battalion very smoothly. Chief, the scene has been cleared. The Iron Wolf Regiment Artillery Battalion totaling over 200 men have all been eliminated. Zhang Quan slowly ran over and saluted Su Ran. At this moment, Su Ran's face was calm as he scanned around the surrounded Iron Wolf Regiment Artillery Battalion personnel who were surrounded together. Just then, 2 men from the Star Military Academy's guard platoon escorted a 4-star general from the Iron Wolf Regiment over. Captain, Deputy Commander of the Artillery Battalion of the Iron Wolf Regiment. Hearing this, Su Ran looked toward this person. Oh, I didn't expect it. There's a big fish. That's right. This man was the Deputy Commander of the Iron Wolf Regiment's Artillery Battalion, responsible for planting the Artillery Battalion in this quiet place to deliver a fatal blow to the Star Military Academy at the most critical moment. But he never expected that before he waited for orders from his superiors, his artillery battalion would be terminated by the Star Military Academy instead. To be able to find a place like this to hide, you really deserve to be Principal Su. This deputy battalion commander smiled and looked at Su Ran. After all, the entire army of the Iron Wolf Regiment knew Su Ran's identity, so even though they were beaten so badly, the deputy battalion commander, however, still had a smile on his face. Su Ran faintly smiled and said, by chance, however, Comrade Deputy Battalion Commander, you all did not set up a secret outpost in this place. Indeed, it is also big-hearted enough. I am afraid that this time I go back and have been again, and have to write a check. The smile on the deputy battalion commander's face disappeared, but in his heart, he was cursing Su Ran. Are you polite you? Su Ran didn't pay any more attention to the other party, but turned his head to instruct Zhang Quan. Have everyone start familiarizing themselves with these cannons. Adjust your angular fire according to the map, and aim to hit the Xuanwu military palace's defenses for me. Yes, Chief. Wait until Su Ran and Zhang Quan left. This deputy battalion commander of the Iron Wolf Regiment's artillery battalion couldn't help but smile bitterly as he looked at Su Ran's back. Lend a hand. Oh, Army Commander Su, you've really raised a good son. With this round of shelling from him, the Iron Wolf Regiment is really going down tonight. Same moment. At the bottom of Highland Hill 39, Young-hoon's orders also began to be given. The information department is average in combat, but you guys need to watch your backs and try not to use your guns if you can, and wait for success on our side before we reveal our position. Action! After saying this, Jiang Sun directly led his men down the mountainside and started sliding down. The rain-washed mountains are covered with thick leaves, on which one sits as a natural skateboard. Almost instantly, a platoon of fighters led by Jiang Sun slid directly over the head of the information department. The Iron Wolf Regiment warriors who were still on duty patrol didn't even react when several shadows fell from the sky and swooped down on them. This time, Jiang Sun selected all the people with the best training results and the most courage, because success or failure is at stake. Young-hoon definitely wants this mission to be the perfect solution to the problem of being trapped on the mountain. There is. The Iron Wolf Regiment's sentry only uttered a single word before Jiang Su covered his mouth in death, followed by the small dagger gesturing at his neck. Dude, you're out. The other gave him a helpless blank look, then stood to the side and could only do dead man. In the next few minutes, Jiang Sun led his squad to very quickly clear these people from the information department. Finally, after half an hour, all the members of a company's information department were herded into a small tent to get out of the rain. This group of student soldiers is really bold to come down from this place to attack us. This is a ING military school student. Who would believe it if I told you? Those attacks just now were not even close to us. Although it doesn't hurt to be shaded by this group of student soldiers, you have to admire them. The warriors of the Iron Wolf Regiment squatted together and couldn't help but spit. Jiang Sun and the others, on the other hand, completely ignored them, started tinkering directly with the Ministry of Information's receivers, and signaling base stations. Moments later, the commander of the 4th Battalion of the Iron Wolf Regiment under the mountain sat up violently in the command room. The signal was suddenly lost. They're starting to make a move. The deputy battalion commander next to him was a bit surprised. This shouldn't be, right? How did they dare to go down the mountain when it was raining so heavily? These student soldiers are more resilient than we thought, and they should have bumped into our information company. The 4th Battalion commander's face was horribly gloomy, and then quickly made a deployment. Immediately send communications soldiers up the mountain and have all combat companies begin to take up formations in preparation for the battle. Those little brats are going to come down the mountain and fight us to the death. Let's hope we react fast enough to catch up. It's hard to hear even shooting in this rain. Gunfire is hard to hear, but artillery can be heard. It was almost as if the deployment on the 4th Battalion commander's side had just begun. Young-hoon had then ordered all the men on the hill at Heights 39 to come down and start counterattacking. The bombardment of grenades and the counter-bombardment of 4-0 fire unfolded throughout the muddy hills. Brothers, success or failure is tonight. What is the slogan of our Star Military Academy? In the information company of the Iron Wolf Regiment, Jiang Sun called out loudly at the crowd. Answering him was a man from the platoon next to him. Star Military Academy. Narrow road. Kill, kill, kill. Don't say anything. Fight with this group of Iron Wolf Regiment. Ta-da-da-da. Fierce gunfire rang out throughout the hills of Heights 39. Almost at the same time, not far away on the hill there was also an ear-splitting roar of artillery. Immediately afterward, countless artillery shells with flames braved the rainforest and flew across the sky heading straight for the Xuanwu military region. As the shells passed over the heads of the Iron Wolf Regiment, everyone, from their tents, watched in awe as the arc shot off into the distance. What do you mean? The higher-ups have changed their target? Instead of hitting the Star Military School, they're hitting the Xuanwu Military Palace? Chapter 143 tonight. It's a battlefield that belongs to the artillery battalion. Inside the Iron Wolf Regiment military camp, Su Xiaotian sat on the chair with a somewhat helpless face. So he gave up the campground just to make this move for me. The chief of staff next to him threw his signaling pen on the table. The 4th Battalion side also blew up, and now by the group of rabbits on the mountain began to counterattack. Want to advance is simply impossible. Can only begin to defend the fight? Old Sua, you tell me, what should we do next? Don't tell me you really want to wait to start a fight with the Xuanwu military government? This kid wants to use the matter of the Xuanwu military mansion to mess with me. I guess he must have more than just this move, but has had the idea for a long time and has even acted on it. The chief of staff shook his head helplessly and sighed. Now it's just that we don't know how much of the Xuanwu military house's anger has been ignited by him. If the other party also just wants to give us a lesson and symbolically bombard us with a round of bombardment, then we can surely carry it. If the other party is really pissed off, then it's really not good for us to suffer from the enemy on our backs this time. Anyway, let's notify the Air Defense Battalion to make preparations first. We can't just sit around and wait for them to die. Get the 2 remaining artillery battalions to start moving, one aiming at the kids' camp and bombarding it for me, and the other greeting the artillery battalion across the street that's been silent, and cleaning up theirs would make us a lot less dangerous. Okay, I'll get on that. But on the 4th Battalion side, you see, tell the commander of the 4th Battalion that these little brats are strong, give them a hard beating, and if he can't beat them even with this, then he'll be just like Gao Laosan. After the chief of staff left, only Su Shaotian was left alone in the command headquarters. He looked at the real-time map and smiled once again. Who the hell did you learn that from? This way of fighting a war is getting more and more stylish. Principal Su didn't know that his old man was praising himself behind his back. At this time he had the artillery battalion stop immediately after one round of bombardment, and then had Zhang Quan start adjusting the angle waiting for his command. Lu Dafei, are you kid asleep? Inside the headset, Lu Dafei, who was being silent, hurriedly got excited. Chief, I didn't. I've been waiting to hear from you. Unbeknownst to him, the guy was in his tent in the gun battalion at the moment, playing poker with a couple of rookies, each with a white strip on his face. You'd better be waiting for news. If I find out you're entertaining a pastime, you'll die a horrible death. Chief, how could you? I'm the most honest. You know, don't compare me. It's a hot fight outside. You also move immediately. Let all the artillery battalions adjust the angle. Otherwise in a moment the shells will fall on your head. After the elimination I can't hear you. You're completely finished. Understood, Chief. After ending the call, Lu Dafei kicked the poker over and told everyone to get moving. Almost as soon as the gun battalion on Lu Dafei's side had pulled back at an angle, shells fell from the sky. Look at the shells exploding around you. Lu Dafei was lying on the ground and secretly celebrating with his own people. It's still the headmaster. This unforeseen skill is really powerful. The man next to him said, Battalion Commander, we'd better play less cards in the future, or else it'll all be over if the regimental commander finds out. Don't you fart on. Weren't you guys the ones who induced me to do this card playing thing? Anyway, I don't admit it. A few of Lu Dafei's men beside him were left speechless with anger. At the same moment, Su Ran's voice once again sounded in the headset. Lu Dafei, don't freeze. Immediately report to me the position of the opposite gun battalion. Hearing this, Lu Dafei hurriedly nodded and reported the artillery battalion that the other party was bombarding to Su Ran. Captain, you want to use their guns next, and then counterattack them? Su Ran's voice came again. You've finally grown some brains. Don't give me the cold shoulder. You adjust the angle of your gun and slam it on the bottom of Highland 39's hill. And remember, let your brother Hun withdraw first, or if it's any later, you won't be able to see your brother. The Iron Wolf Regiment artillery battalion occupied by Su Ran and the others was in the ravine. It's only behind them in this position that they are on Heights 39, so they can't help young Hun and can only fight to the front and flanks. However, Lu Dafei outside was able to change and switch positions at will. Su Ran's current idea was that he came to relieve Lu Dafei, and then Lu Dafei freed his hands to save Zhang Sun. As for the 49th Heights, where he had withdrawn, feel free to let the Iron Wolves bombard it. There was no one left on the hill anyway. Haha Chief, we are surrounding way to save Zhao, and then the artillery battalion are star triangular formation, right? Don't heckle me. Report back to me on the location of the other artillery battalion across the street. They'll be on the move soon as well. And if I'm right, the location of their other artillery battalion would be the same camp we just evacuated. Camp 49. Almost as soon as Su Ran's words fell, ear-piercing cannon roars resounded in the sky once again. Boom, boom, boom. As expected of Su Ran, a powerful artillery battalion fire opened up directly on the opposite side of the hill. But these fires were not aimed at Lu Dafei and the others, but the 49th high ground above their heads. Asterisk 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 asterisk, the chief is a god. The opposite side is really bombing our former camp. It's thanks to the head of the regiment that he had our men retreat down the mountain long ago, or else this round of shelling would have finished off all of us at the Star Military Academy command. At this time Lu Dafei's 2nd Battalion was completely racked in the center. Above their heads was a strong bombardment from an artillery battalion of the Iron Wolf Regiment, and opposite them was another. These guys are really bullying me. Lu Dafei doesn't dare to open fire. But tonight Grandpa won't bother with you. Grandpa wants to save my brother. Everyone wait for the chief to save us. Then adjust your angle and get your asses to high ground 39. It didn't take long.
Saran's gun battalion hidden in the ravine fired again.
This time their target was clear. And that was the artillery battalion that was bombing Lu Dafei and the others.
So at this moment, the roar as well as the interweaving of artillery fire throughout the whole of the 49th Highlander down the hill formed a thoroughly vicious circle.
A battalion of guns from the Iron Wolf Regiment is hitting Lu Dafei.
The 3rd Battalion guns are hitting the retreating defenses of the Star Military Academy.
Instead, Su Ran utilizes the Iron Wolf Regiment's 2nd Battalion guns in hitting their 1st Battalion, helping Lu Dafei out in the process. At the same moment, Lu Dafei didn't dare to stop and directly asked his men to start switching positions and attacking Highland 39.
Hoon, you boys take the men back.
My guns are coming.
Inside the headset, Zhang Sun couldn't help but be happy as well.
Lu Dafei, do you know how kind I am to hear that from you? Give me a hard blast on these guys. Don't worry, Hoon.
I'll pay you back for all the anger you've suffered.
A few minutes later,
the 1st Battalion of the Star Military Academy,
which was attacking, began to withdraw while fighting. The opposite side of the Iron Wolf Regiment 4th Battalion saw this situation,
and thought it was the opposite side of the strong and cannot.
All of them wailed and started charging forward, chasing each other non-stop. But just then, countless cannonballs streaked across the sky. It landed flawlessly at their feet. Boom, boom, boom. The entire 4th Battalion's attack formation was broken, and even the camp was turned into a sea of fire.
Su Ran stood inside the ravine with his men looking at the fires on the periphery, and smiled at the corner of his mouth.
See, tonight, it's the battle that belongs to the Artillery Battalion. Chapter 144, Star Military Academy will win. Will win. Iron Wolf Regiment Command.
Su Xiaotian angrily draped himself in his clothes, took his communication headset and began to command several artillery battalions under his command.
Can't you see the real-time map situation? The defenses across the street are empty,
and the shells are pouring in for free.
What are you doing? Tickling that mountainous terrain?
And you Gun Battalion 3rd Company,
what is your reaction?
The 4th Battalion on the 39th High Ground asked you for help and you are still hesitating in asking for help from the command.
Do you know how much we will lose on the battlefield with deadheads like you?
Only after Su Xiaotian's 2 consecutive orders went down did the battlefield situation begin to change slightly, but it was still slightly too late to change, because at this point in the battlefield, the situation on the 4th Battalion side was very bad. The rookies from the Star Military Academy counterattacked very quickly, and had thoroughly begun to press the opposite side. Not to mention no bullets and no weapons, but now it's straight to the point of starting a counterattack with a looted weapon. It had to be said that Lu Dafei's round of heavy shelling, even though it had lasted for 10 minutes or so, had caused the 4th Battalion of the Iron Wolf Regiment to lose its strongest fighting force. Brothers, the final battle. All don't save your strength for me. Charge. Take away one of the opposite side is worth it. Take away 2 and earn.
Young Hoon was in his earpiece, yelling very desperately. Because of his aura, everyone became as ferocious as a tiger. Even though it was pouring rain, the rookies on Highland Hill continued to run fast. This kind of momentum on the battlefield is indeed very important. As long as you play the spirit of not being afraid to die, the opposite side is definitely going to be a gallows and mortar. And now this guy Zhang Sun is still reporting points to Lu Dafei.
At any moment a shell would fall from the sky and keep chasing the opposite command post. This powerful psychological pressure simply gave the other side a very big headache. In order to make Lu Dafei and Zhang Sun work together more closely,
Su Ran once again gave an order to Wang Hao of the 10th Battalion. After protecting you for 2 whole days, it's time to play some role. Give me interweaving fire coverage. Protect that guy Lu Dafei's artillery battalion. Understood, Chief? We'll do it.
At that time, the 10th Battalion was protected to prevent the Iron Wolf Regiment from stealing the Air Defense Battalion first and then going after their own command and the other artillery.
The artillery battalions of the Iron Wolf Regiment were all in disarray now,
and their objective became the lower part of the 39th Heights. Then Su Ran naturally had to follow suit and change targets, and the Air Defense Battalion's switching positions could also be switched. At this time, Wang Hao immediately began to give orders at the top of the mountain.
Everyone angle your guns for me. Depress them and fire them at a 45-degree angle into the sky to protect my Hoon's triumphant return. After saying this,
Wang Hao turned his head to look at the deputy battalion commander next to him.
Next, you keep an eye on this side.
Always listen to the headmaster's orders. I'm going to take my men to support my brother Hoon, letting him take his men to protect me for 2 whole days. If we're just going to be on the mountain like shrunken turtles,
that's not the way I do it in the Star Military Academy.
The deputy battalion commander didn't have any unnecessary nonsense, but directly led all the people of the 10th Battalion of the Star Military Academy to start calling out loudly,
Star Military Academy will win. Will win. With that,
Wang Hao rushed down the mountain with half of the 10th Battalion to support Jiang Sun as well.
At this time inside the gun battalion in the former Iron Wolf Regiment ravine,
Su Ran turned his head to Zhang Quan next to him.
How many shells are left?
There's still quite a bit left, so we can accumulate at least 2 rounds. Keep adjusting the angle for the first time and bombard me with the Xuanwu Military Palace's defenses.
If they don't come out, they'll come out. Understood, Chief. After instructing Zhang Quan, Su Ran picked up the headset communication to Lu Jiejia. Even though it was a rainy day, he quickly got through to Ryu Jiejia due to the proximity. How's your search going? Reporting to the chief. Patrols are too tight across the street,
but we've touched the key position.
It should be right inside. If I'm not wrong,
their air defense battalion will definitely start working action tonight. You find a chance to wait for it. As soon as they start working, you must get me all the equipment of his air defense battalion in the shortest possible time.
Don't worry, Chief.
As soon as they start working and their position is revealed, I'll be sure to finish the mission in the shortest time possible.
At this moment,
Lu Jiejia led her team,
all of them creeping inside the mountains.
The heavy rain in the sky continued, but everyone was like a statue,
very firmly lying still, because not far above their heads was the patrol post of the Iron Wolf Regiment.
This place was particularly close to the Iron Wolf Regiment, and their air defense battalion must have been nearby.
So Lu Jiejia's mission was to use the nanobots to completely cripple the opposite side's air defense battalion equipment.
At that time, if the Xuanwu Military Palace really launched an attack on the Iron Wolf Regiment,
then there was nothing the Iron Wolf Regiment could do. Brothers, all of you hold on. Although we are the information department,
this mission is just as difficult.
If we succeed,
our Star Military Academy will go down in the annals of China's military world.
Through her earpiece, Ryu Jiejia kept on consoling the rookies who were soaked in the rain.
In fact, for the cadets of the Star Military Academy now, every day that they experienced, all of them had never experienced before. It's all because of their strong hearts that they've gotten this far.
At this moment,
upon hearing Lu Jiejia's inspiring words,
everyone was once again energized. Battalion Commander, can we get school medals this time we go back?
Yeah, Battalion Chief, we want a school medal too. We didn't get one on our last monthly test, Lu Jiejia said in the headset.
Don't worry, as long as the mission can be successful,
the principal won't be stingy with the medals.
I reckon we'll have all of them out for the military exercises this time.
And even the ones who completed the mission beautifully and performed well will be able to receive a few more. The rookies were happy with this statement. For the cadets of the Star Military Academy,
the school's medal, it was very precious and dignified.
At this very moment, on the highland hills of the Xuanwu Military Palace, Liao Chen also draped himself in his clothes and looked at the real-time map in the command room. According to the confrontation between the Iron Wolf Regiment and the Star Military School on the map, the current battle on the hill of Highland 39 is particularly tragic. But the Iron Wolf Regiment's side is bombarding our territory like crazy with their cannons.
It's a total disregard for my Xuanwu Military Palace. He's even trying to have it both ways?
The chief of staff next to him was also frowning and holding his chin in thought. It is indeed very strange. It is reasonable to say that Su Xiaotian's side is taking care of itself, so why would he still go after us?
If it's not Su Xiaotian himself going crazy, then it's that son of his who's behind it.
After Liao Chen said this, he began to write and draw on the map with a marker.
It's over.
Our Captain Liao is back to pushing back on the opposite gun battalion's position. The chief of staff smiled and pulled out a calculator and stood very self-consciously next to it. A few minutes later, Liao Chen looked at the numbers on the calculator and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
This artillery battalion is from high ground 42. If it was Su Xiaotian who hit me,
then he would have used the nearest artillery battalion. So why would he do it at this place? It's obvious that that son of his is using his old man's hand to deliberately tease me into it.
Then my Captain Liao, do you think we should enter the game?
All I know is that my Xuanwu Military Palace has never suffered a loss since the beginning of time.
Since that's the case, then if the Iron Wolf Regiment beats me up, don't I have to give him a backhanded slap as well? Chapter 145, The Iron Wolf Regiment, Suffering from Enemy in the Hinterland. With the order from Liao Chen's side,
the Xuanwu Military House pulled out a direct artillery battalion and began to slowly push its way to the front line of defense in preparation for the start.
But just then Liao Chen received another message. Chief, our transportation section was attacked half an hour ago. The other side eliminated nearly a platoon of our men,
forced us to change our clothes,
and stole 2 transport military vehicles. Hearing this, Liao Chen bitterly smiled and looked at his staff officer. This is to disguise as my people and start an attack on the Iron Wolf Regiment. This little brat of the Su family is really spooky. Thanks to the fact that I've already started making preparations. Otherwise that guy Su Xiaotian would definitely be furious with me. The chief of staff was also speechless. This kid is deliberately picking a fight between our two military regions. We don't fall for it. It doesn't mean the Iron Wolf Regiment won't fall for it either. I think it's time to strike first while the Iron Wolf Regiment isn't ready. Really want to start a fight? That one artillery battalion is not enough. Keep adding to me. Put the reserve artillery battalion on top as well. And concentrate firepower to smash this mountain above the 50th Highland. If I'm not wrong, Su Xiaotian's command headquarters is on it. Their air defense battalion must be there too. Would it be a bit of a shot in the dark for us to go over there with so much firepower? Oh, the Su family's little brat will definitely help us with the air defense battalion. He's definitely trying to send his old man down the mountain tonight. In that case, I have to help out the field. And you can't say that I really want to fight with this brat. Ha ha. Then let's take it as helping the old general to test and examine how strong this excellent grandson of his is in leading soldiers to war, taking a military school to sweep through the slippery military region, and even going over the top with our Xuanwu military house. It's really worth it for this kid to come and participate in the military exercises. At this moment, within the command room of the Xuanwu military palace, the two men looked at each other and smiled, all revealing unspoken expressions. On the other hand, on the highway not far from the Xuanwu military palace, Liang sat in the co-pilot's seat resting with her eyes slightly closed. In the back of the transport wagon were all the rest of the 2nd Battalion as well. Half an hour ago, Liang led his men to take care of the Xuanwu military palace's transportation fleet, and then fled out in 2 vehicles in a sorry state. After 2 consecutive days of running around, Liang finally couldn't carry on and started to take a small break. The driver next to me has also changed several times in a short period of time and everyone is very tired, but they didn't dare to stop, only wanting to return to the Iron Wolf Regiment and the Star Military School side to carry out their mission in the shortest possible time. How long has it been open? Suddenly, Liang opened his eyes and asked. The warrior next to him said, reporting to the battalion commander, it's been 15 minutes. It's already out of the Xuanwu military mansion's defense line. Another half an hour and we'll definitely be at the Iron Wolf Regiment's border. You go rest. I'll drive instead. Battalion commander, you'd better rest for a while. Cut the crap and let me do it. Liang directly started ordering the other side. Soon, Liang sat in the driver's seat and started trying to contact the command while driving, but since the rain was still increasing outside, the signal didn't cover this side. At this moment, Liang was very anxious because she knew that the Star Military Academy and the Iron Wolf Regiment were going to decide the winner tonight, and the key step on her side had to be covered by Chu Ran. Finally, half an hour later, Liang tried to connect the headset communication again, and sure enough, there was a signal. Chief, this is 2nd Battalion Commander Liang. Inside the earphone, Su Ran was also very surprised, not expecting Li Ying's side to contact him. Liang, where have you gotten to? Chief, I will now immediately enter the Iron Wolf Regiment's defense line. Now that we have the Xuanwu military house's vehicles, and their clothes, I'm going to sneak up on the Iron Wolf Regiment next. I see what you mean. Don't worry about doing it. The Iron Wolves don't have the heart to care about him back there right now. Understood, Chief. Stay safe. I don't want Star Military Academy to end up with few people after this battle. After ending the call, Li Yun's side became even more awake. Because of Su Ran's care just now, it made her feel that even if she was tired, it was worth it. Of course, at this time, Principal Su must not have known what his 2nd Battalion commander was thinking. This gives us a better chance of winning. Next to him, Zhang Quan ran over. Captain, all the artillery shells are almost finished. Retreat when you're done fighting. And by the way, borrow shoes from the brothers in the Iron Wolf Regiment's artillery battalion. And find me a pair of 43s that don't have foot odor. Yes, Chief. Not for a while. The dozen or so men from the Iron Wolf Regiment's artillery battalion sat on the ground in aggravation, because their shoes were all worn away by the Star Military Academy's guard platoon. It's estimated that the people from the inspection department will drag you down the mountain at dawn tomorrow, so we'll be indebted to you all for this period of time. Before leaving, Su Ran smiled and then with a wave of his hand, he climbed up the ravine with a dozen or so men from the guard platoon. The men of the Iron Wolf Regiment's artillery battalion all stood awkwardly in place. Deputy Battalion Commander, it's too damn suffocating. When was our Iron Wolf Regiment bullied so much by a military academy? The deputy commander of the artillery battalion gave him a blank look. Don't push it. He's a member of Su's family. If you're capable of doing so, go and complain in front of the regimental commander. Well, this minion is clueless. After Su Ran led the men up the ravine, immediately, he started back to his temporary command post with Zhang Quan and the others. Being the head of the group in person is a complete no-no, but it can't be helped. There are too many tasks at the Star Military Academy. Principal Su had to make the trip herself, too. Just then, the sky resounded with an amazing cannon roar. Asterisk, where is this snogging? Zhong Quan foolishly asked. Su Ran looked at the direction in the distance and laughed.
I'm afraid it's the Xuanwu military house that's going to start to make an effort. It seems that our several rounds of artillery shelling has made the Xuanwu military house really press on.
Haha, the headmaster's brilliant plan. In this way, tonight the Iron Wolf Regiment is the enemy on its back.
Su Ran patted Zhong Quan's shoulder.
We don't need to go back.
Contact Chi Chirue and tell him to wait for the end of this round of artillery shelling and immediately lead his men up the mountain.
And then directly attack the Iron Wolf Regiment's command headquarters. It's so cool, Chief. The Iron Wolf Regiment can't even carry the offense against us tonight. 10 minutes later,
Su Ran also received a call from Young Hun's side.
Captain,
I joined forces with Battalion Commander Wang and fought off the people from the Iron Wolf Regiment across the street.
Hearing this, Su Ran smiled. Hard work, great job tonight. Chief, don't flatter me.
This time the other side retreated. It's mostly because the Xuanwu military palace side opened fire.
Right? Count on you, kid, to have some self-awareness. But this time your 1st, 6th, 7th, and 8th battalions did very well. So, Chief, can our 1st battalion get an extra school medal this time? Don't haggle with me here.
Bring the men over immediately and I'll show you what the Iron Wolf Regiment command looks like.
Yes, Chief.
Chapter 146. I think that Star Military Academy is at least top 3.
In just 2 hours, the dominant Iron Wolf Regiment, however, directly began to collapse.
The 4th battalion that was attacking was also withdrawn by Su Shaotian for defense. The 2 remaining artillery battalions were also all closed up for a defensive battle, but at that moment, the shells in the sky kept slamming down as if they didn't need money.
Army Commander, is the Xuanwu military palace crazy? Surprisingly, it's smashing shells on us so crazily? In the command room,
the Chief of Staff looked at the rain of artillery shells in the sky,
and couldn't help but feel a little trepidation. Only Su Shaotian, who was sitting on the chair looking at the map,
was acting unusually calm at this time. This kid deliberately give the Xuanwu military house fire. At first there is no reaction,
but obviously he did something more serious.
Only to force the Xuanwu military house Liaochen, that guy, intentionally with me to dry up.
And now look back, this kid did everything, as if all for his did not appear in the 2nd battalion to cover. So this time, I also have the same with the old Yu and the old Li, them both. By this kid I've been underhanded by this kid, just like old Yu and old Li. After a moment of silence,
Su Shaotian let out a bitter smile from his mouth and leaned back in his chair to look at the tent overhead. Your son's green beyond blue. Old Su, you should be happy. Hearing the Chief of Staff's words,
Su Shaotian then nodded his head and said, that's right, I should be happy, but sometimes I'm lost. This kid's metamorphosis has truly taken me by surprise. Not only him,
but also those battalion commanders under his hand, as well as the soldiers brought out this time. All of them impressed us. According to me, his soldiers this time have been infinitely close to the special corps of our regular army military region. Even more than some special corps are united in dare to do.
This is not their own ability, but behind them, that son of yours taught out. Looking around, how many military schools in the entire country of China can achieve such a level?
After the Chief of Staff said this, he patted Su Shaotian's shoulder and laughed. He seems to have more ability to command troops.
Your Su family's world, the future is bright. At the end of this time, I also have to properly flatter him. Get lost, don't talk about sarcasm, the battle is not over yet. It's better to just look at the immediate future. Even if my Iron Wolf Regiment is at this point now, I can't let this kid take it down easily. I have to let him learn a good lesson. You old Su, at this point in time, can't you give your son the whole green channel? You have to give him a lot of trouble to take it down. And then what do you want him to fight with the 4 major military governments? This will show his true strength. And if he really chews up one of the 4 major military houses with those last remaining battalions, I'm sure someone will be happier than even I am. The Chief of Staff smiled and didn't say anything. He naturally knew exactly who this person was that Su Shaotian was talking about. Celestial City, 1st Class Military House Command. Even at 3 in the morning, the entire corridor was yet still busy with countless people running around. Simply because the triennial military exercise is in complete disarray tonight. Inside the lobby of the command post, Su Guotao wore his glasses and looked very carefully at the situation above the real-time map. Sitting around him were all 8-star generals. Everyone accompanied Elder Su to quietly watch the video on the map. The staff behind the scenes, on the other hand, was very busy collecting all kinds of news coming from the frontline side and then uploading them onto the big screen in real time. Elder Su, it's raining too much tonight over there and the weather is very bad, so our information people are already doing their best to update the scene in real time. Hearing the reply from the Minister of Information next to him, Su Guotao nodded slightly and said, have the audit department side reply more often? Change the call from once every 3 minutes to once a minute. The map of the scene and the engagement must be updated in real time. After Su Guotao gave the order, he still looked at the situation above carefully. Since there was a delay between the scene and this side, what they were seeing now was still just the Star Military Academy and the Iron Wolf Regiment's 4 artillery battalions on both sides forming a triangle to fire at each other. Those battle-hardened generals on the scene couldn't help but be dumbfounded by this scene. Surrounding Wei to save Zhao. Then Zhao goes to attack another place. This is a battle that belongs to the artillery battalion tonight, and it's a step-by-step battle over at the Star Military Academy. I really didn't expect that a military academy would be able to force our battle-hardened Iron Wolf Regiment to such a point. I'm especially curious now. How in the world did the Star Military Academy discover that artillery battalion of the Iron Wolf Regiment hidden in the ravine? This place is so hidden that even the Iron Wolf Regiment itself can't find it well. Right. How did the Star Military Academy luckily come across it so well? Luck does play a part in fighting on the battlefield. And the fact that they were able to find this artillery battalion does make the Star Military Academy's men the key to a comeback victory. The group of generals at the bottom all whispered. Next to him, old General Su Guotao had a calm face and didn't say anything. I'm afraid only that old staff officer of his knows well that this old guy is really happy in his heart right now. To be able to see your grandson defeat your son, and in such a clever way, was indeed a wonderful maneuver that left many people in awe. It seems that this year's military drill is no longer the main event on the side of the 4 major military mansions. Next to him, Su Lao's chief of staff made a very sardonic remark. The other generals in the field command room laughed happily. I'll leap a game. Let's all place our bets on. What do you guys say about how far Star Military Academy can go this time? Although Su Guotao's chief of staff was also in his 60s, his love of fun remained undiminished. At this point everyone all followed him and started voting in droves. But many feel that the Star Military Academy has only gotten so far. After all, the Iron Wolf Regiment was already formidable enough. And for them to eliminate the Iron Wolf Regiment, it was even more beyond everyone's imagination. Among them, there are even half of them feel that the Star Military Academy can't even beat the Iron Wolf Regiment. After all, the situation above the real-time map right now, although the Star Military Academy has the advantage, but the Iron Wolf Regiment, Su Xiaoqian's ability is very clear to everyone and will definitely not be yielded just like that. I think that the Star Military Academy can at least defeat the Iron Wolf Regiment, and even start a war with the Xuanwu military house that is guarding the 70th heights. Su Guotao's chief of staff spoke very calmly. Everyone couldn't help but smack their lips when these words came out. In the next second, however, everyone was once again dumbfounded. I think that Star Military Academy can at least make it into the top 3. This was said by Elder Su Guotao himself. When these words came out, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Although everyone was also clear about the relationship between that principal of the Star Military Academy and Elder Su, but people really don't dare to think that Star Military Academy can enter the top 3. If they really reached that realm, I'm afraid that the entire Chinese military world would start to quake. Just then, an exclamation of surprise came from the information department in the hall. The latest map has been updated again. The Star Military Academy is frantically attacking the Xuanwu military mansion with the Iron Wolf Regiment's cannons. And now the Xuanwu military mansion has begun a counterattack against the Iron Wolf Regiment. Chapter 147, Backhanded Teaching. This is a slap in the face. Inside the command hall of the first-grade military palace, with this message from the information department, everyone was anxious to focus their attention on the big screen. Only on top of the real-time map, the Star Military Academy utilized the artillery shells in the Iron Wolf Regiment's ravine to constantly bombard the Xuanwu military palace. And after a short pause, the Xuanwu military palace unexpectedly began to directly start pounding on the Iron Wolf Regiment's command headquarters. It was at this moment that everyone realized how prescient the words of Senator Su Guotao and Elder Su were. What a good move to draw the woe to the east and lend a hand. In this way, drawing the Xuanwu military palace's anger to the Iron Wolf Regiment's side. Then the Star Military School will then attack back and forth, and deal with the Iron Wolf Regiment together. I'm afraid that none of you here, under those circumstances, would dare to go and do that. But that Principal Su did it for real. No, you're all looking at it wrong. From the very beginning, the Star Military Academy has wanted to utilize the Xuanwu military palace. If you don't believe me, you can all look here. After this general finished speaking, he directly asked the information department to pause the map, and then he pointed to the lower right corner of the map. And only then did everyone see that there was a force from the Star Military Academy on it that had withdrawn from the boundaries of the Xuanwu military mansion. Our attention has always been on the frontal battlefield between the Star Military Academy and the Iron Wolf Regiment. But just now I discovered a detail that can easily be overlooked. And that is that at the border of the Xuanwu military mansion,
A very small strand of troops in the colors of the Star Military Academy unexpectedly appeared to leave.
The moment the map zoomed in,
everyone saw that the words Star Military Academy were written on it in large letters, and this small group of troops numbered close to a battalion. And it was such a battalion that had actually fled from this side of the Xuanwu Military Palace. Good lord! When did the people from the Star Military School go to the Xuanwu Military Palace boundary? Everyone all started to gasp. Elder Su Guotao also said very seriously, Information Department, immediately focus on this battalion for me and broadcast what his trajectory looks like from the beginning of the engagement between the two sides. Understood, General. The Minister of Information himself started the operation. It was only after a few moments that everyone saw the small group of troops from the Star Military Academy. The battalion had been traveling from the camp since the Star Military Academy and the Iron Wolf Regiment side. They had been running towards the Xuanwu Army Mansion from the very beginning, and they were moving at a terrifyingly fast speed. But the map shows that they ran the whole way there on two legs, without using a vehicle at all. On top of that, they crossed the Iron Wolf Regiment's defense line and took the hardest journey before finally arriving at the Xuanwu Military Mansion. Everyone in the command room was silent as they watched this journey. Snap! Elder Su Guotao was the first to stand up and start clapping. Immediately after that, the others all clapped along with the old man. This admiration is all from the heart. As soldiers, they naturally knew how difficult and frightening this level of marching could be. 2 days, without using any carriers, crossing the rear of the enemy blockade line, and giving the other side the illusion of hostility. Such an army, do you dare to believe that they were made by military school students? Elder Su Guotao pointed at the map and asked with great vigor. Everyone present shook their heads, and what showed in their eyes was worship and admiration. At this time, if 2nd Battalion Commander Liang had been there, I'm afraid he would have been shocked by this scene, because she never expected that the soldiers she led would be praised by this side of the first-class military government of the state of China within the command hall, and there were even dozens of generals above the 8th star who were showing them the most reverential salute. Learn it, all learn it well. After finishing in a while, pass this video to all military regions and military houses. Let them learn it well in private. Now in this era, I'm afraid that all of our military circles don't have this kind of spirit present, and yet he appeared in a military academy, which is simply slapping our military circles in the face. Elder Su Guotao's voice roared once again, and after he finished speaking, he pointed at the people present. You guys, you're really used to staying in the peace era. Everyone was lectured to lift their heads as it became clear to them that this lesson tonight was indeed very real. It is indeed a slap in the face for a regular army to be taught by a military school in a backhanded manner. Now, do you have any objections when I say that a military school like this could be in the top 3? After Su Lao's last sentence was asked, the crowd all shook their heads. They really didn't have a problem with a school that could produce such an army. The success of the Star Military Academy is not a coincidence. It is inevitable. Just as Elder Su Guotao's side was praising the Star Military Academy, the Star Military Academy really didn't disappoint the old man either. After a half-hour's assembly, 9th Battalion Kikirui's armored unit had assembled on High Ground 43. Saran and the guard platoon also rejoined them. Chi Rue consciously went to the front line, while Su Ran took his place into the armored battalion's command vehicle. The 1st Battalion side hasn't caught up yet. Captain, should we wait for them again? Zheng Quan helped Su Ran hang up his jacket while still instructing him at the side. Su Ran, on the other hand, shook his head and said, there's no time. Now is the best chance. The Xuanwu Military Palace's artillery shells are exploding all over the mountain. We have to take advantage of this opportunity to get in. Immediately ask Lu Jiajia to speed up the time for me. If we can't manage to get the opposite side's air defense battalion within 3 minutes, the battalion commander of the information department will be able to replace him. Understood, Captain. I'll give the order right away. Su Ran, on the other hand, was sitting inside the command vehicle looking at the situation just outside. Chi Rue. The front troops press down their speed for me. Take care not to let the Xuanwu Military Palace's artillery shells hit us. The most important thing right now is to spread out the formation. Don't let the Iron Wolf Regiment's people escape from any gap for me. Okay, Chief. I'm making arrangements. After instructing Chi Rue, Su Ran once again started practicing the 2nd Battalion side. 2nd Battalion Commander, what's the situation on your side? Chief, we've felt our way into the Iron Wolf Regiment's rear troops, but they're closing in. So we haven't started the engagement yet. Keep pushing, be bold and do it from behind. The more noise you make, the easier it will be on our end. Understood, Chief. After ending the call, the dark rainforest, Liang stretched out his hand, and the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion behind him immediately crouched in place. There's been a change of plans. We can't do an obscene sneak attack this time. We're going to have to make a big move. Company, I will follow me.
and the others will begin to move by company and spread out. From now on, use your individual abilities to make the entire backyard of the Iron Wolf Regiment start on fire. Remember, our mission is still a sneak attack, and we have to utilize the nanobots in our hands, which is our biggest asset. But one thing, all of you, save your living forces, don't go trying to be brave. We don't have many men left in the regiment, and we can't afford to eliminate too many more in the 2nd Battalion. Chapter 148, I can't beat my son. It's a shame. As Li Ying's side began to give orders, all the men of the 2nd Battalion all began to spread out and move. Battalion Commander, where are we going? The 1st Company Commander asked next to Li Ying. For some reason, as a man, but following this woman, he felt very at ease. Get the map. Li Ying reached out and the company commander next to him hurriedly handed it over. The warrior hurriedly flicked on his flashlight. Just seeing Li Ying holding a pencil and gently sliding on it, even holding a calculator next to her and constantly calculating, after a few minutes, her pencil tip landed on a spot. Just go here. A company commander next to him wondered. This place is so close to the center of the opposite high ground and is slightly behind it. Could it be, Battalion Commander, that you judge it to be the opposite command? I don't know. Made it up, Li Ying faintly said, then folded the map and handed it to the person behind him. Battalion Commander, if this is really the opposite command headquarters, I'm afraid it won't be that easy for us to go in. Right now everyone on the opposite side is closing in. Even the artillery bombardment from the Xuanwu military mansion hasn't ended yet. It's too dangerous if we go in. Of course, Battalion Commander. I'm not scared. I really wouldn't be. Hearing the 1st Company Commander's explanation, Li Ying's face was subdued as he said, I know, and the time for us to go in is not now. After the rest of our battalion has started to move and attracted their attention, then we'll start to go in. Now let's feel our way forward and not fall too far behind. After saying this, Li Ying led the crowd to all start moving forward. A few moments later, she was on the ground again, and the sound of intermittent gunfire had appeared in front of her. Guess some of the companies are already on the move. Taking advantage of this moment, Li Ying once again took out a piece of paper and a calculator. I'll read it. You write it. The 1st Company Commander was tempted to ask what to write, but he didn't have the heart, because this battalion commander of his own was simply a mathematical genius. In the military drill operations, several times all of them were her using powerful mathematical knowledge and data, calculating and reasoning. I'm going to create a model distribution of impact points in a short period of time, and you're going to be around to record the data in conjunction with it, so don't give it away. Hearing Li Ying's explanation, a company commander next to him was completely dumbfounded. Point of impact distribution. Battalion Commander, are you trying to utilize the distribution and then plot a safe course for us? What? Can't you? No. The 1st Company Commander shook his head sharply. For the next few minutes there was nothing but the sound of shells and infinite gunfire all around, but a company of men all lay on the ground very quietly looking away without moving. Only Li Ying was writing and drawing incomparably seriously at the same spot, as if he was already mesmerized. The moment. Compared to Li Ying's quietness, the Iron Wolf Regiment's command headquarters became incredibly serious. Su Shaotian very seriously called all the battalion commanders under him over to start making arrangements. Now that all the defense lines have been gathered and withdrawn, we currently have a range of 2 kilometers, but some of the shells from the Xuanwu military palace will still land on our side. Thankfully the air defense battalion is there, or else the consequences for us tonight would be unimaginable. The Chief of Staff's words caused all those present to nod helplessly. Who would have thought that the hallowed Iron Wolf Regiment would be pushed to such a state now? However, Army Commander Su was not so kind at this time. Have you forgotten how the Iron Lion Regiment disappeared at that time? When these words came out, everyone froze in place in embarrassment. At that time, the Iron Lion Regiment was also sneak attacked by the Star Military Academy. But at the critical moment, the Iron Lion Regiment's Air Defense Battalion had a problem. Many people didn't believe this news when it came out. But the fact remains that the Iron Lion Regiment's anti-aircraft battalion didn't fire a single shot before the other side took the hill. If the situation of the Iron Lion Regiment at that time was repeated here in their Iron Wolf Regiment, I can't imagine how that would end. Immediately send someone over to the Air Defense Battalion, have everyone in the 7th Battalion set up an ambush circle around them, make sure to keep the Air Defense Battalion safe, the Chief of Staff said helplessly after finishing. I really didn't expect that we had the same dilemma as Iron Lion Regiment Li Fang. And 2 days ago the Star Military Academy was protecting the Air Defense Battalion just like us, and now we're doing the same. Just then, outside the command room several company commanders came hurrying in, reporting to the army commander. Our rear was invaded by the Xuanwu military house, about a battalion of men. Upon hearing this, the battalion commanders in the command room wore panicked expressions. The Xuanwu military house is involved. This is already different from a stellar military school. The chief of staff looked at Su Xiaotian. Army commander, the Xuanwu military house is also involved? Inform all battalions. Don't mess up yourselves. Start making defense at once. As long as they dare to come in, give me a fight. Leave the front line side to the artillery battalion. Hold off those brats from the Star Military Academy, and press them down under the hill and don't let them come up. After instructing these people, Su Xiaotian waved his hand and told all the battalion commanders to all leave. Instant silence fell over the command room. Only the chief of staff looked at the map, and the look on his face was one of sorrow. Liaochen, that old boy, had to insert a line in the middle of our father and son. Lao Zhao ah, I'm afraid this time we really have to plant. Hearing this, Chief of Staff Zhao laughed. It's over when it's over. You and your son aren't outsiders. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. If that kid is eliminated, there will only be people who will read him good and praise him for his ability to fight. But if I'm eliminated, then the entire military world will be a joke to me from now on. Oh old Su, by now you still don't recognize your son's ability? This thing right, admit is one aspect, but serve or not is another aspect. The brat from childhood to reading the map or I teach. Now but unite outsiders to beat me into this kind of appearance. You say I this old face to where to put? This time when I go back, I have to beat him up more or less. Then you have to get past your daughter-in-law. Who doesn't know that you're a man of your word in the military district, but you can't get past your wife and home? Alright, let's talk about strategy. Even if we do get eliminated, then we have to teach this kid a good lesson. In the meantime, inside the camp outside, the Iron Wolf Regiment's Air Defense Battalion was flying to block the shells coming from the Xuanwu Military Palace. Various anti-missile systems, as well as anti-aircraft guns, and various radars kept protecting the Iron Wolf Regiment's command headquarters. The Xuanwu Military Palace is too fierce. This has been going on for half an hour. The artillery bombardment hasn't stopped. If it was a real artillery bombardment, it's estimated that the ground on this part of our hill would have been turned over once. Who could have known that the Xuanwu military house had turned back to fight us as well? This battle was fought. A star military school was not taken down, and the Xuanwu military house was also messed with. Hey, have you heard? The Iron Lion Regiment Air Defense Battalion a few days ago is by the Star Military School to get lost. You say we will not. Also, don't fart. We're surrounded by 2 battalions defending us. Those brats from the Star Military Academy, they have the ability to fly into the sky, right? They can still do damage? Next to the command car, several small company commanders exchanged whispers. Unbeknownst to them, above their heads, a group of densely packed small black dots slowly flew. Chapter 149. Old Su, that's your son. Reporting to the battalion commander. All nanobots are in place. In the forest on the outskirts of the Iron Wolf Regiment, Lu Jiajia's deputy battalion commander reported next to him in a low voice. Only Lu Jiajia looked at the real-time map, and then pressed her headset to whisper an order. Start moving immediately, as fast as you can, and when you're done, stow the meter bots, and make sure we get all of our nanobots back. Yes. Inside the headsets, the various company commanders spoke in unison. It was 4 in the morning. The heavy rain in the sky finally became lighter, so commanding the nanobots to attack at this point was the best option. The Iron Wolf Regiment's Air Defense Battalion command vehicle. Everyone is anxiously busy at this time. But just then, there was a harsh snort. Immediately afterward, everyone's computer screens turned to garbled code. Next, the garbled code is gone and all computers go straight to a black screen. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's going on here? I don't know. All the mainframes won't turn on. Check the equipment immediately. Report Battalion Commander. The radar server has stopped working. Report Battalion Commander. All missile systems are out of action. Reporting to Battalion Commander. All anti-aircraft gun activation managers are disabled. A series of voices came over the Air Defense Battalion commander's headset. Instantly, the entire Air Defense Battalion was in chaos. Alert the command to evacuate. Everybody spread out and get down. The soldiers outside began to yell frantically. Boom boom boom. Without the protection of the Air Defense Battalion, the cannonballs from the Xuanwu military palace fell from the air like rain. There was already some light at the top of the hill in the early hours of the morning. But in the instant these densely packed shells fell, the whole world became incredibly bright. The moment all of the Iron Wolf Regiment's men only felt colorful ribbons rise up in front of their eyes. It quickly attached itself to their bodies and faces. All the camps were like dyed cloth. Colorful ribbons were hanging everywhere. Until a few minutes later, the thundering of the crowd's ears ended. It became clear to them that they were out of the game. In the scene before us, if it were a real battlefield, these colored ribbons would be a razor-sharp shell fragment. What was taken away was one of their living lives. For a few short seconds, The Iron Wolf Regiment Ground Infantry Regiment lost more than half of its men outright.
This shows that air defense battalions are really not that useful.
Su Xiaotian was not filled with anger after learning this news.
Some of them were just helpless with a bitter smile on their faces,
because from the very beginning,
he had already guessed that son of his would entertain him in this way.
What the hell did he use? Could it be those remote controls we captured on the battlefield last time? It's too terrifying. If this kind of thing were to really appear on the battlefield, the power it would bring would not be ordinary.
Zhao Chief of Staff also armrests on the table.
Unbelievable in shock. Same scene.
It also took place 100 kilometers away in the command headquarters of the Xuanwu military palace.
Liao Chen and his staff officers,
who had been looking at the real-time map, were all stunned by the scene in front of them at this moment.
Put. The staff officer sipping his water even spewed out a mouthful of tea. My goodness. What kind of operation is this? One round of shells and half of them are gone straight away? What? Is the opposite air defense battalion system broken? It's that Su clan kid who made a move. Liao Chen spoke in a calm manner, then pointed to the map and picked up the headset on the table. That round just now. Don't adjust your angle. Continue to give me a counterattack. And in 3 minutes continue up along the northeast corner.
Inside the headset, the commander of the artillery battalion immediately began to reply.
Understood, Commander.
The chief of staff next to him laughed out loud and said,
This is a bit of a handsome fight. I'm afraid that Su Xiaotian's command headquarters will have to be blown to pieces by us. Su Xiaotian, Su Xiaotian.
How can you still mix in the military world this time?
All defeated by your son.
Chief, you say this? People are pushing forward the waves after the Yangtze River. I think that although Su Xiaotian is now disgraced, he is more proud of himself,
right? You're the one who's full of crap. Go immediately and reposition the posts around us. All posts and reconnaissance now extend 2 kilometers forward. Headmaster, are you saving for a rainy day? The Iron Wolf Regiment was eliminated right away.
So the Star Military Academy shouldn't be able to adjust their state to beat us so quickly,
right? If he doesn't beat us, we'll clean him up.
I can't sleep well if this kid stays. He definitely has a secret weapon in his hand that's beyond normal. We have to eliminate him as soon as possible.
Only then will I be able to calmly deal with the other military houses. The chief of staff nodded, instantly understanding what Liao Chen meant. At this point, on the heights of the Iron Wolf Regiment,
with the concentrated bombardment of artillery shells from the Xuanwu military palace,
more than half of the Iron Wolf Regiment had already been eliminated from the entire camp.
Even many of the armored vehicles on the scene were covered in ribbons,
which is a case of being outclassed in a military exercise. Su Xiaotian's command room was not even spared, thanks to their quick transfer.
But as soon as the command room side came out, it was attacked by a small force from the rear.
Army Commander,
it's the Xuanwu military house's people touching up.
Hearing the report from his company commander,
Su Xiaotian's chief of staff was surprised.
Are you kidding?
The shells on the scene are so dense.
Aren't they afraid of blowing up their own people? I don't know what's going on.
It's as if this small group of troops can know where the shells are going to fall,
and they're all skillfully dodging them. It's an emergency situation now, so the army commander will continue to pull back, and I'll lead the guard platoon to hold them off. Su Xiaotian nodded with a gloomy face. Since joining the army,
he had not been in such a sorry state, and it has come to this point solely because of that son of his.
Of course, at this moment, Su Xiaotian's temper could be different from other army commanders, just like Li Feng a few days ago.
After being surrounded by Su Ran, people simply stopped walking.
But Su Xiaotian is not Li Feng.
His dictionary does not have the word surrender, and now it is his own son who is chasing. So Su Xiaotian has to have a fight with his own son personally anyways.
Tell the guard platoon to hold out for me. I want to meet this son of mine in person.
After Su Xiaotian finished speaking, he directly took a rifle from his men's side. Zhao staff officer behind him shook his head helplessly.
It's over. This guy is still for real.
Hey, old Su, that's your son. Above the hillside. At this time, Su Ran had already taken the 9th Battalion Chi Chi Rue's armored battalion up the mountain.
Inside the command vehicle,
Su Ran looked at the situation on the real-time map.
Next to him, Zhang Quan happily said, Chief, we won. We won. The Iron Wolf Regiment's people have now eliminated 2/3 of them.
Only some left on the mountain hiding to avoid the shells.
As long as the bombardment of the Xuanwu military palace is over, we will be able to go up to the mountain to mess with them. At this moment, Su Ran nodded slightly,
personally defeating his own cheap old man. This feeling was also indeed somewhat marvelous.
Just then, the voice of Li Ying, the commander of the 2nd Battalion, came from the communication headset.
Chief, we've exchanged fire with the guard platoon across the street,
and the Soviet commander may be rushing your way. Chapter 150, Father and Son Duel.
Hearing Li Ying's words, Su Ran could not help but raise his eyebrows.
I know, You continue your mission and be careful. After ending the call, Su Ran looked at the map and gently traced a track on it. Let Chi Chirue lead the armored battalion to wait in place, and in a moment bring Zhang Sun and Wang Hao, as well as Lu Jiajia and the others up to the mountain, and together we'll clean up the remnants of the Iron Wolf Regiment's troops. And by the way, let the artillery battalion on Lu Dafei's side of the 3rd Battalion cooperate with the operation, and don't let a single one of them get away. Speaking here, Su Ran looked back at Zhang Quan. You lead the guard platoon, and I will block the Iron Wolf Regiment's command staff. Zhang Quan subconsciously swallowed his saliva. Captain, we'll go with just a dozen men from the guard platoon? Their command guard platoon was all held back by Liang, and now the rest of them add up to less than 10 men, which you're also afraid of. No. We Star Military Academy didn't have a word of fear, but that's Captain Su. What's wrong with the Soviet commander? The Soviet commander is also a human being. The gun hit up the same lies. Your kid's biggest problem is not confident. A moment to hold the sniper rifle and follow me. If I give you the mission failed, go back to me to let your rove instructor properly practice you. Hearing the words Instructor Rolf, Zhang Quan couldn't help but shiver. In front of Su Ran, he was more respectful, worshipful and obedient, but in front of Instructor Rolf, it was only awe and fear. After all, their instructor's devilish training was beyond terrifying, especially when it came to sniping, which Instructor Rolf himself specialized in. A few moments later, the Star Military Academy Guard platoon entered the jungle with Su Ran. The crowd formed into battle formation and slowly felt their way forward. Su Ran was not in the center of the crowd, but at the forefront taking on the role of a commando. Even the clothes on his body had become ordinary army clothing, and he was not wearing his military drill leader's uniform. Chief, something's up ahead. The commander in charge of the nanobots spoke softly. Hearing this, Su Ran gently shook his hand, and everyone obediently squatted in place. Bring it to me. The conductor hurriedly handed over the monitor in his hand, as well as the force microscope to Su Ran. Inside the screen, Su Ran saw a group of people slowly walking from the front in the jungle in the early morning. Su Ran gently slid the monitor and the camera moved through the air. We brought 15 nanobots with us on this trip. Why are these 2 left now? The commander of the information department said helplessly. Chief, the signal over here is very bad. I can only get these 2 robots that are doing well to work now. The others can't be commanded at all. Keep a tally of all the shortcomings of the nanobot situation you encountered on the battlefield. Record them on the spot. And when you get back, hand them all over to the Ministry of Science and Research to fix. Yes, Chief. After a brief look in the monitor, Su Ran waved his hand and started directing all the people to make an ambush circle. There's only 5 of them. Build 3 ambush circles. Get all the booby traps in place. And don't make any mistakes. Zhang Quan, hold your sniper rifle and go find a vantage point. Know what I mean by vantage point? Be in sight of the center of our 3 ambush circles. Make sure that if I give the order later, you can fire at any time. Understood, Chief. Just don't worry. Zhang Quan patted his sniper rifle with great confidence. Although the sniping record of the Star Military Academy had always been held by Liang. However, this guy Zhang Quan had practiced from an ordinary student to this point now. Enough to see that his talent was also incomparably heaven-defying and terrifying. This was also the reason why Su Ran trusted him so much in this situation. A few minutes later, Su Xiaotian and the others who were walking in the mountain forest suddenly stopped. Army Commander, something's not right with this area. The one in charge of the front was one of Su Xiaotian's leaders of the Iron Wolf Regiment's Special Forces. Su Xiaotian stopped and looked at each other with his own staff officer Zhao. Looks like the kid is waiting for me right here in this place. Staff officer Zhao said helplessly. I say, old Su, you always think too much. Now that the battlefields on both sides are disrupted, how did your son know that we ran from here? Did you forget he has that secret weapon that tracks? Maybe he knew about us when we came this way. Asterisk 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 asterisk. If this is really the case, but also to play a fart or we simply surrender, forget it. Not ashamed of the old Su. That is your son. You shut up. After Su Xiaotian said this, he turned around and sized up Staff Sergeant Zhao. We're about the same size. Let's find an out-of-the-way place to change. Senator Zhao, stop it. Your son is watching with a secret weapon. Don't think we're really up to something. Come on, don't pussy out. After Su Xiaotian finished speaking, he asked his men next to him to hold up a piece of raincloth, and then rushed Staff Sergeant Zhao, and the 2 of them came to a small corner of a large tree to change their clothes. Remember to put your face mask on. As powerful as the secret weapon is, I don't believe he'll recognize it in this environment. A few minutes later, Su Xiaotian and Zhao staff officer changed their clothes and ranks, and they also wore a face scarf on their faces, wrapped in a tight package. Old Su, you're too ruthless to use me as bait in order to beat up your son, Senator Zhao said in a very aggravated manner. Su Xiaotian, on the other hand, faintly said. It's all for the sake of the child. If I don't hone him, he won't grow up. Don't you fart, you are just for your own face. If you really want to do it for your son, you should be like others like Lai Feng doing the barracks waiting for your son to go to the door to surrender his arms. Su Xiaotian didn't say anything, but very seriously took the binoculars and lay down on the spot to watch. Wind Wolf, what do you think that kid and the others will use if they block me in this place? The head of the Iron Wolf regiment next to him laughed. Young Master Su. Ah no, Principal Su has 1,000 strange ideas. I may not be able to guess, but if it were me, this place is best to form an ambush circle, and when we get to the middle of the road, then we will start to make multiple ambush circles turn into one, and start to slowly close in the center, to be able to maximize the maximum number of people inside all wrapped up without letting go of a single one. There's really no way to get away with this fight. Su Xiaotian smiled and silently chanted, then began to order and command. In that case, let's start building our own fire points. 5 men. Move in 2 groups. I'll take 2 men into the ambush circle first. Wind Wolf, you and the Chief of Staff. 2 men will meet outside to help us break out. When Wind Wolf and the Chief of Staff heard this, they were all dumbfounded. Army Commander, this is out of order. I'll lead the men into the ambush circle. You and the Chief of Staff will be outside. Senator Zhao also wanted to speak at this point. However, he was directly stopped by Su Xiaotian. Don't disobey orders on the battlefield. Do what I tell you at once. And remember, you must wait until all their points of fire are up before you start helping me break out. After saying this, Su Xiaotian directly led the 2 men to touch forward. Chapter 151, Su Xiaotian's sword has not yet grown old. Same moment, Saran also got a message from the information commander in the forest. Chief, someone is entering our ambush circle. Su Ran immediately took the monitor and looked at it. He then frowned slightly. There's only 3 of them. Didn't they say 5? I'll look for the other 2. They should still be out there. No need to look for them. They're trying to pick up whoever's inside. You follow up these 3 with the nanobots for me now. And when they're almost in the second ambush circle, just have someone shoot them. Chief, don't we wait for them to enter the second ambush circle? They're just trying to test how many ambush circles we have now. And if they're all exposed, there's going to be a storm later. Understood, Chief. After ordering his men, Saran continued to look at the monitor with the force microscope. Why does this figure look more and more familiar? Could it be that the old man himself has come in to be the bait? Su Xiaotian and the others on the traveling road also gradually slowed down at this time. Several trick mines have appeared up ahead. This should be their first ambush circle. Su Xiaotian's men whispered. Before departing, Su Xiaotian personally instructed them not to address their positions. Break it down and slow down. This group is probably trying to us here. I'll keep watch for you. The 2 henchmen immediately began to bury their heads to dismantle the bombs, while Su Xiaotian himself was guarding the surroundings with his gun. Jojo. Several silencer-equipped shots rang out in the forest. White smoke rose directly from the ground and leaves next to them. Take cover. Su Xiaotian immediately pulled the 2 of them to hide behind a nearby tree. Luckily, these rookies are average shots. There were 3 gunshots, so it looks like there are 3 people in this ambush circle, but they had silencers installed and didn't quite distinguish the location. Go to the individual to continue to dismantle the bomb and distinguish it again. When Su Xiaotian's voice fell, one of the men next to him didn't hesitate at all and directly climbed out to start dismantling the tricky mines. The forest. Chirp chirp chirp. A gunshot sounded again. This time soon Su Xiaotian also discerned the location. He straightaway showed his head and started aiming at the people from the opposite side of the Star Military Academy to start fighting. Bang bang. With just 2 shots, a rookie in the forest staggered in place with yellow smoke. The remaining 2 all dared not expose their positions anymore and began to move to the side. Not far away, Su Ran looked at the monitor screen and couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, it's him, that shot, and that reaction. What an old man. Soon after, Su Ran pressed his earpiece and said, Zhang Quan, look for the one with the rank of 7 stars on the opposite side in a moment. 7 stars? This should be the Chief of Staff. Chief, why don't you hit? Su Ran corrected. Damn. You kid always have to ask me why. A moment later when the mission fails, I must let Rolf straighten you out. I don't dare, Chief. Please, shut the up. The forest. The men on Su Xiaotian's side had already eliminated the Guile Thunder. The 3 continued onward through the jungle. During that time the first ambush circle of Saran's guard platoon took several more rounds, but all of them were dodged by the people led by Su Xiaotian. Even Su Xiaotian led another group and eliminated a rookie from the Star Military Academy. So the first ambush circle was basically dead and had to retreat to the second ambush circle. He reckoned he just took a guard platoon, which is basically 3 ambush circles, and now that he's been hit by 1, he's down to his last 2. As Su Xiaotian walked, he rushed to the peripheral chief of staff. Senator Zhao said helplessly, Big brother, you advance slower. I'm not even there as a decoy. You're charging forward with all your might. Do you think he's been a son to you for more than 20 years? And you can't even recognize your figure? Sorry, I did get a little excited at the thought of getting to fight that brat. Get excited. Maybe he's on to you now. So watch yourself. You'd have to be able to eliminate him as a papa to keep an eye on him. After Su Shaotian finished speaking, his figure very quickly traveled through the forest. The two henchmen in the back were all senior instructors of the Iron Wolf Regiment's special forces, but they didn't expect the military commander's speed to be so much faster than all of them. Who dares to believe that Su Shaotian is 50 years old when he says it? We are now expected to be in the second ambush circle of the other side. That's right, I've encountered 3 trick mines the whole time, so be careful. The two henchmen panted and exchanged words in their headsets. Su Shaotian, on the other hand, suddenly opened his mouth and said, split up and move forward at a distance of 100 meters, and if there is any movement, immediately close in to the nearest place to seek support. Understood. At this point, the other side, Saran also began to command his men in his headset. Teams of 2, split up. Nanobots only get me the one with the 7-star rank. Everyone else leave them alone. Understood, Chief. After saying this, Su Ran twisted her neck. Really, it's all to the best. You have to give me the upper intensity. A few minutes later, it became quieter and quieter within the jungle. Occasionally a few early morning bird calls can be heard. The artillery on the hill had also stopped, and all the various gunshots were ringing out. Mostly, it was the people from the Star Military Academy and the Iron Wolf Regiment who were engaged in a final fight. Su Ran lay on his back under the root of a tree, quietly looking into the distance. News from inside the ambush circle came through the headset at this point. The men of his own guard platoon kept having to be eliminated. A dozen people, now less than 5 left. It couldn't be helped. Confronting a regular special force like the Iron Wolf Regiment in the forest, even if there were more rookies from the Star Military Academy, the end would still be the same. Chief, if this keeps up, we'll be done with our men. Zhang Quan was a bit anxious in his headset. After all, these were the men of his guard platoon. Su Ran, on the other hand, lay down in the roots of the tree and whispered, be quiet for me. You're a sniper now, don't give me that thought. Okay, Chief, I got it. Where is there no death on the battlefield? It's just elimination now. If you can't even stand this, what kind of soldier are you? Zhang Quan fell silent, and his mind was indeed gradually recovering. Then Saran once again pressed the information commander. Still haven't found him? Chief, he doesn't seem to be moving. There are only 2 people moving in the forest right now, and then there were 2 more in the 3rd ambush circle just now. But we just couldn't find the 7-star general. Keep looking for me. The group in front of them won't be 200 meters apart. This is the limit of their support. If you can't find them, you'll get a lecture too. Okay? Understood, Chief. I promise to try and find it for you. Time passes by. Still no movement inside the headset. Soon it was already noon. The gunfire on the hill diminished, and it was clear that the battle was over. Su Ran didn't have the time to jump his headset to a channel to find out what was going on in the battlefield. Instead, he continued to wait for word from the guard platoon at their ambush circle, because he knew that cheap old man was definitely on his own terms today, and said that he was going to have to go through the motions with him. Chief, I've got him. He's in a mud puddle in our southwest corner. Signal coverage is weak here, but I'm sure he's really here. Chapter 152, a shot that's more magical than a movie. Zhang Quan, follow me to the mud puddle immediately, and the rest of you retreat outside. Hearing this order from Su Ran, Zhang Quan was a bit dumbfounded and said, Chief, we have to withdraw all of our men, and the 2 of us have to deal with 5 of them? Are you kidding? With this configuration of the Iron Wolves, do you think 3 more men would make any difference? Well, let them withdraw then. You kids study hard. This lesson of actual combat today will benefit you endlessly. It had to be said that Principal Su's big pie really did make even this kid Zhang Quan full of expectations. A few minutes later, the 2 met, but did not walk together. Instead, they kept advancing forward roughly 50 meters apart. As for the only 3 men left in the guard platoon, and the commander of the information department, they had already begun to pull out. Soon, Su Shaotian, who was in the mud puddle, also got the news. Withdrawing 3, I guess there aren't many of them around him in the woods now. Hearing this from Staff Sergeant Zhao, Su Shaotian faintly laughed. Brat, very confident. What are you going to do next? Senator Zhou questioned again. Su Shaotian lay down in the mud puddle, covered himself with a huge leaf, and slowly swam to the river. You guys pull out too. I'll have a go at this kid. Senator Zhao hesitated for a moment, but still said, Old Su, are you afraid that we'll see your moment of disgrace in a moment? You off. Get out and don't embarrass the little brats. Just shoot yourselves out by shooting each other twice. No, does the Iron Wolf Regiment have a rule about surrendering? Anyway, I'm not there. You're the one leading the team, so I'll just not be embarrassed. Ouch, I'm really impressed. Now I just wish your son had shot you more often. That's all. Senator Zhao led 3 men out of the mountains. The only person left in the forest now was the military commander of the Iron Wolf Regiment, Su Xiaotian. There was also his son, Su Ran, and the 3 men, Zhang Quan, who were prepared to shoot in the dark. Soon, Su Ran and Zhang Quan were already close to the edge of the quagmire. It was already noon. The blazing sun shone straight through the leaves and into the forest. Coupled with the fact that the rain that fell last night was evaporating at a rapid rate, the stifling heat within the forest felt like being in a sauna. Su Ran and Zhang Quan were all dripping with endless sweat, and they believed that Su Xiaotian was no worse than them. Find a spot where no one will expect you to shoot, and don't expose yourself early. You hear me? Okay, Chief. But Chief, I'm a little nervous. This is Captain Su. It's your father. What? You got live rounds in your gun? No, not. Then shut up. Get your mind right. And don't fall off the wagon later. The 2 men have just finished their discussion on this side. Su Xiaotian inside the forest then shot directly. Da-da-da-da. 3 consecutive shots, all hitting the tree next to Suran. Bastard. Finally, Su Xiaotian's voice came from the forest. Su Ran couldn't help but laugh. You're fast enough. You didn't even see it before you hit it here. I can't help it. If I don't hurry up, I'll be found by that secret weapon of yours. How's it going? This isn't a bad place I've found, is it? That's really nice. But Dad, why don't we stop being so serious, father and son, and just step up and surrender? Cut the crap and let me see if you kids have been lazy all these years. Almost as soon as Su Xiaotian's words fell, Su Ran subconsciously fell on the ground and rolled toward the distance. Ta-da-da-da. A barrage of automatic rifles swept directly at the place where he had just crouched. Chief, how are you doing? Zhang Quan asked very anxiously in his headset. Su Ran said in a cold voice, you shut up, squat and watch properly, and keep quiet. The words just fell. Not far away. Su Xiaotian laughed. Brat, you still brought help over, didn't you? Planning to shoot your old man's black gun? Su Ran helplessly rubbed his forehead on the hillside. How can I? I'm not doing this to honor you. If I come alone, you'll think I'm looking down on you too much again. After saying this, Su Ran quickly raised his gun and shot towards the position where Su Xiaotian's gunshot came from just now. Too slow to react and on. Keep up the intensity. After Su Xiaotian finished saying this, his figure had already darted through the forest, and in 3 tries, he arrived on top of a tree. On the other side, Su Ran didn't pay any more attention to Zhang Quan, but his figure also flew to the other side of the mud pool. At this moment, father and son are thoroughly duking it out in the woods. Both sides used the dense jungle to keep shooting at each other in the woods, utilizing the sound of each other's gunfire, as well as the sound of the jungle swinging within the woods. But it's just that no one can hit anyone, as if both sides have reached a flush. I'm stupid. Is this a ING movie? How can you fight like this? Zhang Quan, who stayed in the forest to observe, had indeed been dumbfounded by the sight, as such a scene in front of him had only been seen in movies and TV dramas. But what he doesn't realize is that the movie and TV show are still too conservative. Because at this time, the 2 of them, Su Ran and Su Xiaotian, had basically played at the highest level of the Special Forces interforestry confrontation. 10 minutes later, the 2 men had few bullets left. Dad, you taught me all my shooting skills. I can't break the move. Su Ran deliberately snickered. Su Xiaotian laughed and shook his head. Could it be that you went to mingle in the army? Then I'll have to give you a good lesson. After saying this, a bullet directly shot towards Su Ran's side as fast as it could. Same moment, Su Ran also sprang out and fired directly. Bang! The shot directly grazed Su Ran's ear and hit the trunk of a nearby tree. Similarly, Su Ran's shot was only a few centimeters short of hitting Su Xiaotian's shoulder. Good boy. There really is something. Su Xiaotian laughed out loud. But then he looked down and the clip he was carrying was gone. Dad, you're a good shot too. Su Ran finished with a smile and quickly retired his magazines. But he quickly frowned, as if he had thought of something, and hurriedly climbed to his feet to look across the room. Instead, he saw that Su Xiaotian was already carrying a gun, leaping out of the forest with a smile vaguely hanging on his face. Holy, old man, what are you doing? Zhang Quan. Su Ran's words just fell. Bang! The sound of the Chinese-made QBU-202 sniper rifle was incredibly harsh. In the distance, Su Xiaotian's body, however, had already emitted a gust of yellow smoke. Good boy. You've brought good men indeed. Su Xiaotian chuckled as he threw away the gun in his hand and gave a thumbs up at the location where Zhang Quan had fired. Chief, I don't have shaky hands and I'm not nervous. Su Ran's headset emitted Zhang Quan's voice. At this time, Su Ran was shaking his head very helplessly. He knew when he changed magazines earlier that he was out of bullets on his old man's side. As was Pop's habit, he would surely show up at this point and give himself this opportunity. But Su Ran wasn't going to shoot. But this Zhang Quan guy wasn't so sure. Get your ass back in there and write a check. Ah, didn't I hit it? You have not all given me a signal? Su Army Commander also showed his head. Ah, such a good opportunity. He's giving you a chance. And if he didn't, you wouldn't be able to hit for another year. Chapter 153. Stand still. Come up and shoot. A few minutes later, Zhang Quan stood to the side holding his sniper rifle, quietly watching the father and son in the distance. Su Ran and his old man, Su Xiaotian, sat at the edge of the mud puddle eating compressed cookies and drinking the fresh water they had brought along. Sorry, Pops. Sorry? You say sorry to your enemy on the battlefield? You brat, don't let me look down on you. At this moment, father and son all burst out laughing. Still old and strong. If there were still bullets left, I guess I'd be the one eliminated today. Hearing his son's words, Su Xiaotian shook his head and laughed. Your kid is still modest in front of me. Just now those moves I never taught you. That kind of reaction in shooting. I guess the country can't pick a few better than you. Is it that exaggerated? Su Ran pretended to be curious. Su Xiaotian, on the other hand, smiled and sipped his water. I really didn't expect. I actually lost in your hands, but I lost with conviction. After all, you kid did train a group of good student soldiers under your hands. In fact, you lost in front of high technology. I used some unusual means this time. Otherwise the Iron Wolf Regiment wouldn't have lost to us. In front of his own old man, Su Ran didn't hide it. Su Xiaotian then patted his shoulder. You think your old man is a little cutie, can't even see this. But no matter what, high technology was also invented by you guys. The future era belongs to you. The times to come belong to them. Su Ran raised his head to look at Zhang Quan in the distance. Su Xiaotian also smiled and nodded. To get this ranking in this military drill is surely a situation that no one would have expected. I'm still curious now. Are you going to continue onward and try the 4 major military houses next? Let's try it out. We've come all this way. Otherwise, how regrettable would it be? What I didn't do back then. Now that I have the chance, then I definitely have to try it. Do you want me to give you the shortcomings of these 4 guys? Su Ran hurriedly waved his hand and said, Better not, Pops. I'm not the kind of person who cheats. But with this equipment and this number of people you have now, it's going to be hard as hell to take down any of the 4 major military houses. Before entering the mountains, who would have thought I could knock out your iron wolves? Su Ran asked rhetorically, then laughed. Things happen for people, Pops. That's what you always said back then. Su Xiaotian stood up very seriously and patted Su Ran's shoulder. Just remember one thing, don't get hurt. If you're going to get hurt, then I'm going to have to settle the score with those 4 guys. Seeing his old dad's domineering appearance, Su Ran also felt a warmth in his heart at this time. A few minutes later, the two of them walked towards Zhang Quan together. Captain, Commander Su. Zhang Quan saluted hastily. Su Xiaotian smiled and pointed at him. Very good sniper. Remember to give him credit when you go back this time. Su Ran, on the other hand, laughed and didn't say much because this kid wouldn't get credit. Only checks. Of course, Zhang Quan himself knew very well that he really didn't get any credit this time. After getting out of the woods, Su Ran saw Su Xiaotian's staff officers, as well as the head of the Iron Wolf Regiment, and the 2 guard platoons all standing at the intersection. Next to them was the guard platoon of the Star Military Academy. A dozen men stood on either side of them in a very serious but well-behaved manner. It was obvious that the rookies of the military academy maintained a very respectful, yet somewhat timid look in front of these real officers of the Iron Wolf Regiment. Similar to the moments when you saw your teacher on the street as a child. What are you all waiting around for? Su Ran smiled and then looked at his guard platoon. All stood at attention in unison. Captain, didn't you see Captain Su? Su Ran's cold face. Captain Su. The rookies hurriedly looked at Su Xiaotian and saluted. Su Xiaotian smiled and said, Not bad, not bad. These guys don't know any better. Su Ran explained with a laugh from the side. Su Xiaotian, on the other hand, turned his head to look at his own people. Didn't I tell you guys to eliminate? Why are you still here waiting for what? Staff Sergeant Zhao coughed, and next to him, the former leader of the Iron Wolf Regiment said, Army Commander, are we really going to let this group of brats be eliminated? This is too. All hands, halt, Su Xiaotian roared. Instantly, Staff Sergeant Zhao and the 4 people next to him all tensed their bodies. Finish them off. Su Xiaotian pointed at his guys. Next to him, Su Ran was full of bitter smiles. No, you don't embarrass me. Hurry up. Don't waste time. You still have to go up and deploy your position where the guys from the Xuanwu military house will already be at the door. Su Xiaotian had begun to urge. Then he looked at Zhang Quan. Lao Zhao, Stand still Anon. Let this kid get another credit. Staff Sergeant Zhao stood in place with a helpless face. Go on brat. Let's give you credit. Su Xiaotian pointed at Zhang Quan. At this moment, Zhang Quan looked at Su Ran and was really full of difficulties. I don't see anything. Su Ran waved his hand and paid no more attention. A few moments later, several shots rang out from the hillside. Immediately after that, Su Ran saw Staff Sergeant Zhao, and the original head of the Iron Wolf Regiment, as well as the 2 guard platoons all smoldering with yellow smoke, grayly following Su Xiaotian down the mountain. What are you waiting for? Get your ass up the hill and pack up your troops. I'm not going up there. I'm tossing you around today. Su Xiaotian stood halfway up the mountain and waved his hand. The scene resembles that of an old father standing at the station while sending his son off to school. After Su Xiaotian left with his men, Su Ran also took his platoon of guards up the mountain. Of course, the guard platoon is now down to 3 men. The rest were all eliminated in the confrontation just now. Chi Rue drove the car and came down to pick up Su Ran and the others on the mountain. Has the casualty count come out this time? Su Ran asked as he sat in the back row. Chi Rue said, the battalion departments are still counting. The 1st and 2nd battalions suffered heavy casualties. The 6th battalion, the 7th battalion, and the 8th battalion. Basically there are not many left. Our battalion, as well as the Ministry of Information Battalion, and the Air Defense Battalion are okay. And the 3rd battalion, Lu Dafei's side is a bit serious. Su Ran nodded, already having a preliminary estimate in his heart. After all, taking down the hardcore Iron Wolf Regiment did cost the Star Military Academy a lot. If you want to fight against the 4 major military houses next, you definitely have to use other methods. Headmaster, then what do we do next? Do we still have to fight against the 4 major military houses? Zhang Quan asked curiously from the side. Su Ran looked out the window. Gouging obscenely is not the style of my Star Military Academy. Since I'm here, more or less I have to bring you rookies to see what gap there is between us and the 4 major military houses. That's right, we at Star Military Academy. The one who is brave enough to meet on the narrow road will win. So let's just get it over with. I didn't expect Zhang Quan, this kid, to be quite excited. You boys think about how you can finish your check now. Su Ran's pot of cold water poured over this Zhang Quan guy's head. Instantly the car fell into silence. Only Chi Rue's side snickered. And in his heart he somewhat sympathized with Zhang Quan, the guy who accompanied the king like a tiger. Chapter 154, Headmaster Su points out the troops. The number of people is heartbreaking. Half an hour later, Saran briefly parades his troops at the top of the hill. Everyone from the Star Military Academy had gathered together. The battalion commander of each battalion stood at the front. And for those like Shah Kiba and others whose battalion commanders were missing, only the deputy battalion commander stood at the front, or the company commander. Looking at some of the scattered battalion headquarters below, Su Ran was also inwardly incomparably sighing. Everyone's here. Let's begin. Zhang Sun was the first to start. The 1st battalion should have 500 men, and the actual number is 51. As the main assault battalion, the 1st battalion suffered very heavy casualties indeed. Go on. 2nd battalion. Su Ran gazed at Li Ying. Li Ying also stood out and saluted at this time. The 2nd battalion should have 500 men, and the actual number is 320. The voluntary elimination of the 2nd battalion's deputy commander and a platoon he had brought with him, coupled with Li Ying's scattered attack on the rear of the Iron Wolf Regiment with his men, had resulted in relatively good losses. The 3rd battalion should have 500 men. The actual number is 330. Lu Dafei's voice was incomparably high, but to be honest, this guy had lost quite a few people. Su Ran gave him a blank look and said, too much. You kid will give me a checkup later. Lu Dafei instantly retracted his head back, embarrassed and not knowing what to say. The 4th battalion should have 500 men. The actual number is 280. Lu Jiajia's voice also answered at that moment. The nanobots were all under the unified command of the Ministry of Information. So basically all of the people in the information department spread out to the battalion headquarters. But the Iron Wolf regiments suffered heavy losses in this great war, and the information departments suffered along with them. So a team of 500 is now down to just over 200. Su Ran helplessly sighed. These are all treasures. The losses are indeed too severe. The 5th battalion should have 500 men. The actual number is 180. Zhang Quan was also standing in the crowd at this time, saluting with great pride. The Guard Platoon Reserve Battalion was constantly replenishing various other battalions during this time. So the 5th Battalion's depletion was also very high. Plus in the end Su Ran acted alone. A platoon of the Guard was also eliminated, which was also counted as a loss. At this moment, Su Ran turned his gaze on the few people standing in the center. The 6th Battalion should have 500 men, and it has 5. The 7th Battalion should have 500 men. and has 13. The 8th battalion should have 500 men, but 10 are here. The 3 battalions together didn't have more than 100 men. It can be said that in this fight against the Iron Wolf Regiment, the 6th battalion, the 7th battalion, and the 8th battalion were the ones who paid the biggest price. All hands, salute your brothers in battalions 6, 7, and 8, with Su Ran's command. All of them turned their heads and began to salute the remaining brothers of the 3 battalions. One of the leading company commanders on the 6th battalion side also slowly stepped forward. Thank you all. But Chief, I'd say the most deserving of a salute at this moment are those brothers of the battalion who were eliminated, and the commanders of our 3 battalions, who are the most deserving of a salute. Su Ran nodded and said, I'll arrange it for them when the military exercise is over. They are all good. All the Star Military Academy cadets on the scene were moved by the spirit of these 3 battalions. Of course, the ones who were most moved by everyone were also the 3 guys, Sha Ki Ba, Wang Bat Dan, and Ni Ma Bai. In normal training, all 3 may be very ordinary, and may even grunt and scream countless times trying to be lazy and give up. Yet in the face of a real battle, they become directly heroic beyond measure. This time, in order to restrain the Iron Wolf Regiment's men, Shao Ji Ba, Wang Ba Dan, and Ni Ma Bai all did their best. The next side of the 9th Battalion, Chi Chi Rue's people are still basically full. On the contrary, the 10th Battalion Wang Hao's side, because of bringing people to help Zhang Sun main attack, so the 10th Battalion was eliminated also has more than 40 people. All in all, there were only about 2,000 people left in the Star Military Academy this time. 5,000 people were sharply reduced to 2,000. And just by looking at the number of people eliminated, one could tell how great a price the Star Military Academy had paid this time. Next, all of the 6th, 7th, and 8th battalions are organized into one battalion under the unified management of Zhang Sun. For Zhang Quan's men in the 5th battalion, keep 10 men for the guard platoon, and all the others will be organized into the 2nd and 1st battalions. Su Ran briefly allocated the troop situation, and then asked the battalion commanders of each battalion to come in for a meeting. A few moments later, the command room was full. Sit down, all of you. Su Ran waved his hand, allowing the crowd to take their seats. Looking around at the various tender faces on the scene, Su Ran was still very pleased inwardly at this time, because it did come as a bit of a surprise to get this far with this group of guys. Snap! Su Ran was the first to start clapping, and the crowd was a bit confused, but Li Young and Young Hoon's side followed suit and started clapping, so everyone had to follow along. These applause are for you. No one expected to get this far, but I know it was a joint effort. The people present all looked at Su Ran very happily. For the cadets of the Star Military Academy, no matter whose praise as well as compliments, but compared to Principal Su's, it was not worth mentioning at all, because Principal Su's praise as well as compliments were what they wanted most. Does everyone have any thoughts on what to do next? Should we keep moving forward, or stay here until the end of the military exercise in 10 days? Now there are still 10 days until the end of the military exercise. If we are stationed here peacefully, I believe that the other military houses will definitely not move us. After all, at this juncture, no one dares to act rashly and maintain the status quo. Just like this we will be able to secure the 5th place. By then the Star Military Academy will get the honors that belongs to us during the military exercise, and all of you will get the Huaguo Medal of Honor. And even if you graduate, you'll have a good place to go and be cared for by the country for the rest of your lives. But if we continue on, we will be greeted with elimination. And when we all go down, our medals will be gone, and so will our honor. Speaking here, Su Ran raised his head to look at the crowd. What there may be, is just a compliment from the military community, and a compliment from your comrades in arms. So it's up to you all to decide whether to live or leave. Once these words came out, everyone looked at Su Ran silently. Just then, Young Hoon was the first to stand up. Chief, I'll say something. Su Ran nodded, signaling him to continue. Zhang Sun Hoon said, our Star Military Academy has always been the purpose is the narrow road to win. As for those honors are completely unimportant to me. As long as in the Star Military Academy, as long as we can fulfill our dreams, it is more important than anything else. So according to me just continue to move forward. In this life to be able to fight with the most powerful army in the country, even if it is a loss, then what's the harm? The command room once again erupted in applause. Chief, move forward. Li Ying also stood up and calmly said. Lu Dafei followed closely behind. That's right, Chief. Go forward. Our Star Military Academy has to go forward. Staying here and waiting is not our style. Chief, move forward. We don't care about that little honor. Our military school medals are our favorite. Chapter 155, Principal Su's Chicken Blood. Li Ying's Prejudgment. Su Ran looked at all the faces, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. In fact, That was not naturally the main point of the meeting. He just wanted to see exactly what attitude these rookies had about what was coming next. Even if the rookies don't want to move forward in their hearts, that doesn't work. All the ideas were on their side, and all they had to do was obey. In addition to the military school's orders and the intimidating power of the principal's position, the most important thing was the deference that all the Star Academy rookies paid to Su-ran after the system's faculties were bestowed upon them. This deference may involve adoration, respect, and obedience to orders, but it also involves more than a touch of one-upmanship and empathy. It was equivalent to saying that what Su-ran was thinking about within his heart right now was hot blood and moving forward. Then these cadets wouldn't think otherwise. Of course, there is a more important reason for this. That was the strong leadership and command ability that Su-ran had shown during this time. These abilities thoroughly let the rookies beat the heat. What they had learned in military school and what they hadn't learned, all came into play in these days. Su-ran's various tactics and his knowledge of the enemy made a regular army become their defeated, making the impossible possible again and again. This kind of thrilling battlefield is what every cadet aspires to. So after this period of polishing, all the academy rookies had long since treated Su-ran as an unsurpassable god in their hearts. In that case, let's talk about what we should fight next. Su-ran flattened his hands in the air and motioned for everyone to take their seats. Everyone looked at Su-ran very seriously, because it was clear to everyone that Principal Su's strategic deployments, each of which was incomparably subtle, had to be listened to and pondered over carefully. For example, the last time we fought the Iron Lions, after the deployment was over, no one knew who to fight yet. You've all seen the strategic map. We're now occupying the former Iron Wolf Regiment's 60th Heights, which is known as the 6 Military Region's Gatekeeper Hill. But it's an honor to say that we're now the ones who've become the gatekeepers of the hill. But do we know why it's called the 6 Military Region Gatekeeper Mountain? Lu Dafei hurriedly raised his hand and said, Headmaster, because the 6 military regions are equal in terms of battle power, but inside the Gatekeeper Mountain, the battle power of the 4 military mansions is terrifying. Su-ran nodded and said, That's right, the 6 military districts guarding the Gate Mountain. All the military districts have been timid after hearing about the 4 major military governments. They don't dare to fight against the 4 major military governments. Over the years in the military exercises of the Chinese country, the 4 major military governments are always ranked in the top 4. No one has ever pulled any of them out of the game. But now, we're here. Once these words came out, everyone looked at Su-ran with great confidence. If someone from the 4 major military mansions were to see the scene, they would definitely be shocked, because no one had ever had so much confidence and determination after taking on the 4 major military houses. But now all the battalion commanders of the Star Military Academy were radiating a blazing light in their eyes. This is not blind confidence, but true courage. Even though there may not be half as many of us left as them right now, before we are eliminated from the Star Military Academy and go down, we should at least take down a military mansion to make them remember us properly. At this moment, Principal Su's chicken blood had reached its limit. He could feel the passion in all of them. That's why this is the best time to organize your strategy. The closest to us has to be the Xuanwu Military Palace, so we don't need to pick our opponents. We'll just gnaw a piece of meat off the Xuanwu Military Palace. After saying this, Su-ran asked Zhang Quan to pull the real-time map over. The high ground of the Xuanwu Military Palace is high ground 70, although it is relatively close to us now. But don't get me wrong, this is just a designation of proximity. But in reality, the distance between the 2 mountains is 300 kilometers. And within those 300 kilometers, there are a lot of things that we can manipulate, as well as a lot of time that we can prepare for. That's clear to the 2nd Battalion commander. She's already fought her way back and forth from the Xuanwu Military Palace's defenses. Su-ran turned his gaze to Liang. Liang also hurriedly stood up and saluted, then came to the real-time map and began to introduce. First of all, let me roughly introduce the route we traveled that night. We took the back of the former Iron Wolf Regiment's defenses and this river, and circled around between that and then traveled along the mountain road through the jungle for nearly 100 kilometers before arriving at the Xuanwu Military Mansion's boundaries. Hearing these words, everyone's admiration for Liang rose. Without a carrier, relying on manpower alone, it was surprisingly possible to traverse 100 kilometers through the mountain forest in a short period of time. And I'm afraid that such perseverance could only be achieved by people of the older generation back in the day. If we're going to go to war with the Xuanwu Military Palace, then this road is definitely the way to go. Of course, it's only limited to our infantry regiments having to penetrate, like large caliber weapons and equipment are definitely not good enough to be transported in from here. Liang also mentioned the shortcomings at this time, and the crowd all nodded in agreement. Su-ran spoke up at this time. Introduce what you've learned about the Xuanwu Military Palace's deployment. Alright Chief, we only entered the outer perimeter of the Xuanwu Military Mansion, but through the outer layouts, I've assumed that the opponent's main camp as well as the location of the command headquarters should be right here, within a range of no more than 2 kilometers. As he spoke, Li Ying took the laser pointer and gently drew a circle on the map. That location was exactly the side front zone of the Xuanwu military mansion. Everyone looked at Li Ying with strange gazes. For a combat unit, the location of the command headquarters must have been chosen to be very safe and secure. But now Li Ying was pointing out a side front position. How could it not be justified? And take a step back. The location of the other party's command headquarters unless exposed in advance themselves. Otherwise the fight to the end, based on the coverage of artillery, can only be roughly judged. If you just rely on guessing, it is simply heavenly. Not to mention that the opponent is still Xuanwu military government of this level. What's the basis? Su Ran asked softly as he sat in his chair. Li Ying nodded as he continued to draw a route on the map with his laser pointer. This is the route we marched through. After entering, the 2nd Battalion's deputy commander led the men to this piece to pretend that the Iron Wolf Regiment's men were captured, and they brought silencers, so it was about 15 minutes after the firefight with the other side that we heard the Xuanwu military palace firing. According to the route we set in advance, the deputy battalion commander and his men would have started ambushing the other side at the 1-kilometer position. But the fact that the gunshots rang out only 15 minutes later proves that the other side had a mobile sentry post right here in this very area. So the deputy battalion commander and his men met up with the Xuanwu military house in advance before the other side fired back. Less than 20 minutes later, the other side rang up at least 3 platoons of fire. 3 platoons of points of fire. According to the distribution of mobile posts, at least 4 mobile posts. And the fact that they were able to assemble in such a short period of time indicates that they were patrolling a very narrow area. Then why are their patrols narrow? Firstly, this location is guarded by an important part. And secondly, this location has an information department that is receiving signals to transmit the entire army. But we are in this location that is on the low side. And the information department would never be placed here. So the only possibility is that the other side's command is stationed in this area. Chapter 156 Liao Chen's Glorious Battle Record. Hearing Li Ying's words, everyone was all a bit dumbfounded. Lu Dafei muttered, God, at that time can still remember so clearly. If it is really in this piece, then I directly advanced the gun dozens of kilometers. Can be fired in situ. Next to him, Young Hoon pulled him, signaling the kid to keep quiet, because Su Ran, who was sitting at the very front, hadn't moved either. Li Ying also felt that something was wrong, but instead stood obediently next to the map and waited for Su Ran's sentencing. But a few seconds later, she saw Su Ran give her a thumbs up and even started clapping. Snap! The others smiled along with Su Ran and started clapping. It was at this moment that Li Ying's tension gradually relaxed. The analysis is very good, and it's also very meticulous. Just like what Lu Dafei said, to be able to remember all of this data so clearly in a tense moment on the battlefield is very good indeed. But after saying this, Su Ran changed his words and continued, but I don't think the other side's command will be in this location. Li Ying looked at Su Ran with curiosity in his eyes. The others also looked curiously at their adored principal Su. He only saw Su Ran receive the laser pointer from Li Ying, then stood up and dashingly drew a big circle on the map of Xuanwu Military Palace. This is the defense line of the Xuanwu Military House, and all the ranges of the entire 70th Heights are in this piece. But can anyone tell me what's wrong with this range, or what problems people see in this piece of the range? At this time in the command room, everyone was staring dead at the real-time map very seriously. Zhang Sun rested his chin and said, high in the front and low in the back. This is one of the major characteristics of the 70th Heights, and if the opposing command is really in this position in front of the flanks as the 2nd Battalion commander said, then it does seem a bit unreasonable. That's right, the elevation of this piece at the very front is all 2 hills higher than the one we're in now, and the command headquarters would definitely be greeted by artillery shells in the first place if we put it here. Air Defense Battalion Wang Hao also accurately pointed out the key to the problem. Lu Dafei raised his hand smartly and said, unless the other side is so bold that they want to have a blackout with us? That's right. They think they're so smart that they think the most dangerous place is the safest. And that's what gave us the false impression that their command was somewhere else. Not here. The people were all talking, all voicing their opinions. Only Su Ran and Li Yang and Young Hoon's side didn't speak. Even Lu Jiajia was watching from the sidelines. At this time Li Ying, who had been looking at the map, suddenly thought of something violently and looked at Su Ran in surprise. Beside him, Zhang Sun smiled faintly and didn't say much. Chief, my analysis was wrong. Li Ying was self-conscious enough to come forward and admit his mistake. All of them turned back to Li Ying in surprise. This made Lu Dafei, Zhang Quan and the others look rather awkward. Just now, they all felt that Li Ying's analysis was faultless, but now it seemed as if they had become clowns. Then keep analyzing. Su Ran pointed to the map, giving the opportunity to Li Ying once again. Seeing Li Ying holding a laser pointer, he very skillfully drew a few lines within the range circled by Su Ran, and then drew a few lines from outside the range as well. This is the artillery shell running trajectory line? Lu Dafei, as a professional artilleryman, quickly saw the direction of these lines. That's right. Based on the current location of the Xuanwu military palace's heights, if we fire at them from the periphery, then 80% of the artillery shells will all be blocked by this mountain. But what if we add an air defense battalion on top of this mountain? As soon as Li Ying said this, Wang Hao immediately stepped forward and said, if we add the assistance of the air defense battalion, basically all the artillery shells will all fail to penetrate the interior of the Xuanwu military mansion. So what they have at this location isn't a command at all. It's their air defense battalion location? This fellow Zhang Quan also hurriedly followed the path. Su Ran gave him a blank look. Your brain is finally starting to run. Zhang Quan awkwardly touched his head. Just now he was analyzing with Lu Dafei and the others there, but he didn't expect it to be such an awkward scene now. The Xuanwu military government utilized this natural barrier and placed the air defense battalion at the very top, so naturally a large number of troops were needed to protect it, which is why the scene of the 2nd Battalion commander's analytical error appeared. Lu Jiajia also spoke up at that moment about what had just happened. Zhang Sun, on the other hand, pointed at the second laser line drawn by Li Ying. This should be the range that the air defense battalion can radiate to. And with this big mountain, plus the protection of the air defense battalion, their command will definitely be set up within this range. Li Ying nodded and took the laser pointer to introduce it. The front of the 70th Highland is us. Their back is against the 80th Highland and the 90th Highland, two big mountains. There is a natural barrier behind them, plus the air defense battalion's protection. So for the Iron Wolf regiment in front of them, and is our star military school's fight. The Xuanwu military house did not even put in their eyes. His real target is the other two military houses, but between the distance of the other two military residences from his location, he certainly wouldn't have placed his command backward, and in the last analysis, it could only have been at the bottom of this mountain. That is to say, this piece, within roughly 3 kilometers. As he spoke, Li Ying circled a range again. Everyone looked at the girl with great admiration. It was clear to everyone that Li Ying's talent for combat was really on display at this point. Even Lu Jiajia had to be impressed at this point. Su Ran smiled and nodded his head. Li Ying's analysis was indeed spot on. A little goes a long way. The head of the Xuanwu military government leading the troops this time is Liao Chen, the commander of the 3rd Army of the Xuanwu military government. He has won countless awards in large and small military exercises in the country. Even when he maneuvers with foreign corps, he has also won the top 3 places. This time, on behalf of the Xuanwu military government to participate in a military exercise in the mountains, he is definitely going to take a good place to go back. After Su Ran finished speaking, he picked up the remote control and pulled up Liao Chen's battle record information on the screen. The rookies all marveled at what they saw, because just the first page of domestic maneuvers alone is all marked in red, which means that for every military exercise, people are at least within the top 3 results. It was important to realize that this was a war between the 4 major military mansions, not at all a contest between the 6 major military regions outside. The Star Military School had already fought head-to-head with the 6 military regions alone, but now it had to face the best of the 4 military mansions, the Xuanwu Military Mansion, a situation that left the several battalion commanders present with no intention of not feeling a headache. Scared? Saran looked up at the rookies who didn't say a word. All of them shook their heads and then shouted, "No fear, it's useless to be afraid. You won't have a chance to regret it." After saying this, Su Ran picked up the command pen used on the table and began to deploy the next tasks for all battalions. The 1st battalion will be the main attacking regiment, and the 1st battalion commander and I will both take off with a team at the same time. Chapter 157, the captain asked me to assassinate Liao Chen? Hearing Su Ran's order, the others were all a bit dumbfounded. What do you mean? Principal Su is going to make a personal appearance? You're going to lead a major offensive battalion to get on? What are you looking at me like that for? Su Ran blankly glanced at the crowd, then said, "This is our last battle. Since we're going to fight, it's going to be a painful one. If I don't get on the field and experience it, wouldn't it be a wasted visit?" Everyone in the command room couldn't help but laugh. But what everyone had inside was more admiration for Su Ran. The 1st battalion isn't very numerous right now, so the guard platoon still has people from the 6th, 7th, and 8th battalions, plus the 4th battalion's Lu Jiajia's information group, all of which have been incorporated to essentially form a full complement. When the time comes, I'll take part of my men and enter from Highland 62, and Zhang Sun will take part of his men and enter from Highland 61. High ground 61 has a half-hill cover. There are more offensive bunkers here. Use the nanobots to help. Make sure to reduce casualties and form a tug-of-war with the other side. I believe that you rookies have experience in these few real battles. Don't be like just coming up when the opposite side shoots. You're so scared that you'll hide. Everyone laughed awkwardly, which was the truth, because the one they had just fought on the mountain, many of them were indeed too scared to come out of their heads after hearing the gunshots. It wasn't like normal training, it was a real military exercise in confrontation and shooting. It's true that rookies' minds hadn't smoothed out yet back then, so there was no excuse for some of the jokes that were made. But after these few battles, everyone's mentality has been all stabilized, and all the things learned in school have been exerted. And even under the competent command of Su Ran and these battalion commanders, many people also played a very good performance. Chief, over on Height 62 is the opposite transportation battalion, so I'm afraid it's going to be a little difficult for you to get in there. Liang droned on from the sidelines. At this time, Su Ran smiled flatly. It's not important. I'll figure it out myself when the time comes. Next is your 2nd battalion to penetrate. The team enters from the side of the 65th Heights. If I'm not wrong, there is an opposite artillery battalion waiting in this position. You will sneak in first, and if the plan fails, let the 2nd battalion, Lu Dafei, cover it. All in all, I only have one request. Their artillery battalion should be damaged by you, and be useless in the next battle. But leader, according to an existence of the Xuanwu military palace's level, there must be more than one artillery battalion, and they will more or less spread out. Lu Dafei instructed from the side. Su Ran, on the other hand, said, each team's normal entry is all at regimental level. The 4 major military mansions have fought until now, and the Xuanwu military mansion is unharmed, so it's obvious that they didn't participate in entering the battle, but rather sat back and watched the tigers fight. Since that's the case, do you think that their artillery battalion can be divided into a few companies? Lu Dafei was instantly mute when he heard this. You kids grow a brain in meetings and don't show your intelligence in front of the chief. Young Hoon whispered a command next to him. Lu Dafei blushed and didn't dare to say much. Su Ran, on the other hand, said indifferently, of course, what Lu Dafei said is possible, but even if he, Liao Chun, dares to break up the artillery battalion into 2 companies, with 1 or 2 cannons per company, it won't be much of an effect on the 2nd battalion with the nanobots. What's more, Lu Dafei, don't you have a point in your own heart about how many cannons you have now? Could it be that these cannons would have a problem bombarding Xuanwu military palace for 3 rounds? Report chief. Say, with the ammunition we now have in our batteries, plus the new guns we've captured, we can guarantee the emergence of at least 5 batteries, and with a counter battery, even 5 rounds would be no problem. Lu Dafei's words, everyone looked at him a little jaw-dropped. You brat, muffled up. Ha! Su Ran also laughed and pointed at him. Zhang Sun and Wang Hao both patted Lu Dafei's shoulder. Just see Lu Dafei laughed, there is no way. Iron Tiger Regiment. Iron Lion Regiment although did not capture much, but the Iron Wolf Regiment is really get a lot of it. The other 3 artillery companies add up to all the good guns, and now integrated into our battalion, really can broadside a bit. This will be better. When the time comes, you arrange for 3 artillery companies to support the 2nd battalion. The remaining 2 artillery companies, one following Zhang Sun and one following me. When the time comes, we will attack in the front, and you boys will use the guns to open the way for us in the back. This is the first time I've ever used this kind of extravagant method of fighting, and I believe that it will work out well. Saran's idea gave everyone confidence. Where is this nice? It's just a very broad hit. Other people have a step tank coordination, but you are good. Directly to a step gun coordination. Although the guns of the artillery battalion are not as flexible and maneuverable as the tanks, his range is large, wide and lethal. As soon as the shot goes down, the camp across the street shrinks right back and gets hammered by their own side. Next up are the 9th and 10th battalions. Your 2 heavy weapons equipment battalions have a heavy task this time and will have to leave after the meeting in a while. Step 1. Start heading down to the other side's 63rd high ground first. Use the nanobots to avoid the other side's patrol reconnaissance. Then stay within a safe distance and wait for my orders. Hearing this order from Su Ran, although Wang Hao of the 10th battalion was inwardly puzzled, he still nodded his head to receive the order. Don't worry, I'm not done yet. Su Ran also saw what Wang Hao was thinking. Your air defense battalion has big equipment and slow transportation, and even if our infantry regiment pulls out for half a day before you can come down from the hill, so you'll definitely be safer up on 63rd Heights when the fighting starts on our side. And since the 9th battalion is highly mobile and protects the 10th battalion side at all times, this time your first task is to protect the 10th battalion, and only secondly, during the final stage of the attack, can you follow the infantry up the mountain? After Su Ran had finished giving this command tactic, everyone nodded their heads very seriously. This mission is different from the past, because it used to be sneak attack, penetration, then camouflage, all kinds of tactical play, but this time it was almost hard. The only thing that has merit is that the guns of the 2nd Battalion have been increased considerably, and are capable of projecting a not inconsiderable amount in battle. Anyone else have any objections? Go down and make your preparations if you have no questions. The regiment rests tonight for the day, and starts at once early tomorrow morning. With Su Ran's order, the others all nodded and began to walk out. Zhang Quan hesitated and stayed where he was. Although he himself was organized into the 1st Battalion, he was still the chief's guard platoon, and he always felt that the headmaster had a backhanded trick up his sleeve this time. What are you doing here, kid? If you don't go rest and get ready? Hearing Su Ran ask himself, Zhang Quan hurriedly said, reporting to the head of the group, I feel that this mission deployment has not been completed. Su Ran smiled and looked up. Oh, you can. Your head is growing more and more flexible now, so tell me what we are going to do next? I don't know. I all listened to the chief's arrangement. The chief even let me go to assassinate Liao Chen. I don't even frown. Chapter 158, all the major generals patting their asses. This commanding bull. Pust. Su Ran sprayed a mouthful of tea on Zhang Quan's face. The latter subconsciously licked it and smiled. Chief, good tea. Damn it, get the hell out of here. I don't think I'm safe with you around me. No, Chief, then do I really have to assassinate Liao Chen? It's really okay to give me this mission. I'm a thief with a good shot now. Finish your ING check first. Under Su Ran's scolding words, Zhang Quan walked out of the tent in ashes. At this moment, Zhang Sun and the others waiting outside to see what was going on all let out a laugh. Why haven't you guys left yet? Zhang Quan asked as he wiped his face in aggravation. Lu Dafei walked over and hugged Zhang Quan's shoulder. Good boy I have always thought that Xiao Kiba those 3 people are thick-skinned enough. I did not think that your skin is even thicker. And even licked the headmaster's mouth out? Damn. Just tell me if you're envious. Zhang Quan was completely shameless this time. Everyone else couldn't help but laugh in the background. Alright, stop it all. Even Zhang Quan, the personal eunuch, didn't probe the head of the regiment. Then it seems that this time we really have to get tough with the Xuanwu military house. Young-hoon got back to the point with a word. Hearing these words, everyone's faces couldn't help but look serious. Originally, everyone was expecting Su Ran to have secret tactics this time, but now it seemed that the headmaster meant to just fight hard. The only thing that has merit is probably the 2nd Battalion side. Say nothing more. When the time comes, you infantry regiments will go up, and I'll just slam a few more cannons in the back for you. Lu Dafei showed great generosity. After saying that, he also turned back to Liang, and Yingzi's sister. Your 2nd Battalion side also rest assured. 3 artillery companies are waiting to help you. Even if the opposite side found out, I can still put the firepower to them to suppress. Then you can just rest assured to do your thing. Liang gave him a look and didn't say much. A few people next to him held back their laughter. Zhang Sun, on the other hand, said, the Xuanwu military mansion we understand too little. When the principal within the school let us watch the video, everyone may just remember the skin. Many people understand all the 6 military regions. The point is that no one expected that we would actually end up fighting against the 4 major military houses. So we didn't do our homework properly. Wang Hao's side also gave a very helpless explanation. However, next to her, Li Young, who hadn't said anything, stated, there's still one more night to go, so don't all freeze. After saying this, Li Ying directly twisted his head and went back to his tent. The others only just responded, nodding hastily. That's right, there's still time. As a battalion commander we must get to know each other well. Otherwise when the time comes to go to war, it would be a shame if the opposite side didn't know anything. Only 2 people, Wang Hao and Qi Qi Rui, were more pitiful, because they don't have this night. They have to order their troops to leave now. Certainly there were opportunities for learning on the slow march of a heavily armed fire battalion headquarters such as theirs. Everyone else went back to rest and recuperate. No one had a good moment of rest from the days of fighting. Tonight is destined to be a beautiful night's sleep for many. However, this guy Lu Dafei still didn't understand the head of the group, Su Ran, and could only run to find Zhang Sun. In the command room at this time, Su Ran also leaned back in his chair and looked at the real-time map in front of him. The grasp is still not quite right. It's a pity that this place is too far away from the 4 major military mansions. If I push forward another 200 kilometers, I can still pull in the Vermilion Bird military house. As far as I remember, this Su family's son-in-law had come out of the Vermilion Bird military house back then. Inside the 4 major military houses of China, the Vermilion Bird had always been the strongest existence. Anyway, it was a sleepless night for many. Inside the first-class military mansion of China's heavenly city, due to system delays, the crowd had only just finished watching the battle between the Iron Wolf Regiment and the Star Military Academy side. When he saw that everyone from the Star Military School had gathered together and had combined the front and rear attack from the interpenetrating battalion behind them, along with the fire support from the Xuanwu Military Palace, he took down the Iron Wolf Regiment. Everyone in the entire conference room was stunned. This Star Military School is really beyond what all of us have to imagine. The cooperation of the battalion departments, the flying speed of the interspersed battalions, and the pulling together of the Xuanwu Military House in advance. The whole cooperation is simply seamless. This battle, the Iron Wolf Regiment didn't lose unjustly. Inside the 6 major military houses, no matter who encounters this kind of battle, the final result is obvious. It's useless for the battalions to just cooperate before. It also needs a very calm and flexible brain behind the command. This time the Star Military Academy's victory. Their commanders played a very crucial role. I don't know if it's ass-kissing or if it's telling the truth. In short, in an instant many generals in the conference room began to blatantly praise their grandson Su Ran in front of Su Guotao. Su Guotao, on the other hand, didn't say anything, but the frequency of his toe wiggling as he sat in his chair with his legs crossed, it was clear how happy he was right now. Next to him, Su Lao's staff officer smiled and came over, then spoke in a low voice. Old Su, I'm really worried for you. You said that Su Ran brat won this time, but you have to comfort your son. But if your son won, you have to comfort your grandson. In short, no matter who wins and who loses, you're not comfortable, right? Su Guotao blankly glanced at him, then faintly said, unfortunately, no matter who wins or loses, I'm happy now. I've always thought that that boy Xiaotian had already inherited your style, fighting thunderous battles and having his own ideas, but now it seems that this grandson of yours is the true genius of fighting battles. Just talk, don't curse Anon, a big old man. I don't want to flip you off. Heir, Su Lao's staff officer's face was awkward, so he could only smile and stood by the side, not daring to say much. Old Su, however, picked up his own clothes and prepared to head out. The guards hurriedly followed, and the staff officer wondered, what are you doing? Everyone is waiting for you to speak. What the hell? Didn't you all look down on Star Military Academy's participation in the military exercises at first? Now that this situation has arisen, do you all think this battle is worth studying again? The scene was filled with some of the top generals in China, but at this moment, he was admonished by Elder Su and didn't dare to utter a single breath. Don't even look at it for the rest of the day. Go back and write me a 5,000-word afterthought and hand it to me to assemble in the conference room over here. How many years have you been fighting, but you don't even have the vision to look at the troops? You guys, it's time to wake up. After Su Lao said this, he directly slammed the door. The 2 guards behind him hesitated, but followed stiffly. Inside the command room, the crowd looked at each other and didn't know what to do. Only Su Lao's staff officer sat there motionless, as if what had just happened had nothing to do with him. Chief of Staff, it shouldn't be. We haven't been looking down on Star Military Academy either. Why is the old general suddenly in such a temper? Someone nearby asked curiously. Yet the Chief of Staff laughed. Write your checks well. The people did not dare to say anything, but they also had to take paper and pen and behave themselves on the side. Only the Chief of Staff was left muttering to himself. This old Su. Go ahead if you want to call your son yourself, and find someone here to take the blame like what? Chapter 159, Star Military Academy becomes the focus and hope of the entire military region. It had to be said that within the command hall, the ones who knew old Su best were surely only his staff, because the current Su Lao did call his son Su Xiaotian over. Normally, Su Koktowers and his son spend very little time on the phone, as they communicate with each other through errands, like giving an order in the army and then strictly enforcing it or something, or meeting at every NRA convention. Even when they met at conferences and some tournaments, Lao Su and Desu were strangers to each other. Even the 2 returned to their home gatherings during the holidays, all greeting each other politely. Over the years, the relationship between the 2 might actually become one of superior and inferior, but in fact, both of them knew very well how the blood relationship hidden in the depths could not be escaped. Hey, on your way? Su Lao sat in his room. His magnificent figure stood at the window, holding the phone in his hand, but his eyes looked downstairs at a large and small 2 trees. On the phone, it was as if Su Xiaotian was also a bit surprised by the arrival of this call. Well, back to the military district on the way it. From the military exercise award there is still a period of time. First back to the army to stabilize the military heart. Then go to Tiancheng chant. Hearing his son's words, Su Guotao suddenly said, what's the mood now? Happy na? Being defeated by his own son at least means he can go farther. Unlike me, who can only be in the Iron Wolf Regiment. Su Xiaotian said this as if he was referring to something, but at that moment, Su Guotao's words changed. The road is under your own feet. How to go? That depends on how you choose and how hard you work. Say no more. The call came in from the military district. Take care of yourself, kid. There's a lot of resentment. What's the matter? Do you think that you didn't give you the chance to enter the 4 great military houses back then? And now you're blaming me? No, that's because I didn't work hard enough myself. And so what if I got in? Didn't my son get in back then? Until now, he can only be a military school principal. But I'm kinda glad that at least the students he teaches can also go through with the 4 major military houses. If I can really pull one of the 4 major military houses inside this time, then I'll have to wake up smiling in my sleep. I believe that you're right, too, aren't you, old man? It's fine if you can look away. What aggravation can my Su family not stand? The 4 major military houses are the face of China, but not the end of it. Maybe one day the people who come out from that brat's military academy will be able to hang on to the 4 major military houses, and that will be the true face of the Su family. I'm sure that day will come soon. Take care. No, wait, why do you always hang up in such a hurry? Is it so hard to talk to your dad? Let me ask you one more thing. In the midst of fighting with that kid, did you find out that he secretly used any high-tech weapons in this war? Didn't realize it was simply as simple as the old man couldn't beat the son. You're not even being honest with me? Just didn't realize that Star Military School trains hard. Each cadet is comparable to a special forces soldier, and the military quality is also very hard. If you really have that kind of heart, allocate more funds to his military school. Let him expand a little bit more, and recruit more hot-blooded teenagers. Same as your son. Alright. Hurry up and hang up. Doodle. Su Guotao put down his cell phone and looked at the screen for a long time, still helplessly let out a bitter smile. Same moment. On the way back to the Iron Wolf Regiment military area, Su Xiaotian leaned against the simple bed of the command vehicle, humming a little song in a very leisurely manner. Next to him, Commander Zhao looked at the real-time map with a laser pointer. I guess in the entire country of China, you're the only one who dares to talk to old General Su like that. Then you're wrong. There's another guy who's probably more arrogant than me. Your son, right? The old general is really tired of his heart. He should be relieved that both of us have shown him the light within the first-class house. That's true, and, oh old Su, your son can show the old general more light than he can now this time. Come and see. Live map above. What was playing was exactly the real-time situation of the 4 major military mansions and the Star Military School right now. It should also be explained here that the rules of the military exercise clearly state this inside. All the eliminated armies can all join the God's view to watch the next battle. So what Su Xiaotian and the others were seeing now was exactly the God's perspective version of the real-time map, and this God's view version of their map updated in real time, which could be much faster than the side of the first-grade military palace in Sky City. Armies of various colors were marked on it, with the Star Military Academy's army already starting to move forward. Marked on the map were the 9th and 10th battalions of the Star Military Academy. 2 heavily armed battalions starting to go first. This kid looks like he's ready to go big and bet his whole fortune on it. That's right. The fact that he started arranging operations for these 2 heavy equipment battalions first means that all worries have been discarded and he's ready to start fighting with his back to the wall. After all, if he can take one down it's an earning, and if he can't it's fine. And the Star Military Academy's reputation has already gone out the window. Lao Zhao. So how do you think he's going to fight this time? Can't see it. Don't need to say it's me. Even that guy Liao Chen can't see it. So, old Sua, this son of yours is definitely the top of the line in terms of his thinking about fighting a war. He doesn't let you see what he's going to do every time. For example, the last time he fought the Iron Lion, Lai Feng, that time, he didn't even know that he was going to do the Iron Lion until he hit the middle of the fight. Lai Feng is probably mad at him right now. Su Xiaotian laughed out loud as he drank his water. For his part, Senator Zhao smiled helplessly and said, "It's useless to be angry. I reckon. He's still going to give that guy Liao Chen a headache this time. Go. Let the guard platoon make 2 more pots of good tea. We'll both study it tonight and analyze what this kid is up to next." At this very moment, his old man wasn't the only one who wanted to know what Saran was up to. There were also the major generals on the military government side of Tier 1 Heavenly City, as well as the major military districts that had been eliminated from the current military exercise, and the 4 major military governments that hadn't been eliminated. For the major military regions that were eliminated, every step Su Ran took forward was a step in their face. After all, they were also eliminated from the Star Military Academy. If Su Ran can really pull one of the 4 major military houses down this time, then those few military districts that were eliminated by Su Ran would really be so happy that they would explode. So tonight, looking at the real-time map in the command room, all the major military commanders who hadn't slept, all gathered around the map to watch. The command room of the Xuanwu Military Palace. Liao Chen didn't sleep either. Instead, He listened to the news coming back from the scout post over at the front. When he heard that the 2 battalions from the Star Military Academy had left overnight, Liao Chun frowned slightly as he sat in his chair, expecting 2 battalions of heavy equipment to set out. This is a fight to the death, isn't it? Next to him, Liao Chen's chief of staff laughed. This kid has pretended to be a pig and eat a tiger several times. Army Commander Liao, let's just ask you if you're afraid this time. Afraid? Would I be afraid of him? If I would be afraid of him, I wouldn't have helped him drive his old man off the mountain. After Liao Chen said this, he directly waved his hand to rush the staff officer out. Sleep, sleep, sleep. There's no point. Have a good rest. Next, let me see how scary this pig-dressed little brat is. Chapter 160. Arrive at position. Prepare to fire. The following morning dawned just after dawn. The team from the Star Military Academy had then departed from the garrison. Su Ran knew that the current Xuanwu military palace side was definitely staring at them as well. That's why before he left, he had given orders to all battalions that whenever they detected an opponent's sentries or scouts with their nanobots, they would immediately send someone to take care of them. Su Ran didn't want to be like in other movies and TV dramas, knowing that the other side's scouting post was in front of him and letting it go. Isn't that a brain disease? They won't be spoiled here in Saran. Chief, now that the whole army is moving into the mountains in such a voluminous manner, even if all their scouts have been cleared out by us, the other side is well aware of it. Do you think they will set up an ambush halfway? Zhang Quan brought a cup of tea over to Su Ran in the command vehicle. This time the 1st Battalion main attack team of 500 people. Zhang Sun's side led 260 people. Su Ran's side led 240 people, of which Zhang Quan, the personal eunuch, followed next to Su Ran to serve. Hearing Zhang Quan's words, Su Ran said indifferently, "What? Do you think this is the 3 Kingdoms period? Moving around and setting up ambushes on the road to nauseate you a bit? Not to mention the problem of their equipment and personnel vehicles and the number of people to allocate. Just the front of the other 3 military houses sitting there, so that the Xuanwu military house do not dare to move. But where he sends troops out to move a little bit, the internal to be the other 3 military houses to be eyed by the other 3 military houses, because the military exercise is only a regiment. Each regiment is a carrot. Less 1. Your barracks backroom are in jeopardy. Then what do you say, Captain? If we start moving the Xuanwu military house first, will the other 3 military houses step in? Don't think about farts to eat. They can't wait for both of us to fight to the death, so they can reap the benefits then. Well, it looks like we're the only ones who have to face the Xuanwu military palace this time. Relying on others is better than relying on yourself. No matter what, as long as you are strong yourself, you don't have to care about the other side at all. After saying this, Su Ran opened the car door and looked outside. Several haulers braved the heavy dust on the mountain roads. The road was flanked by thick woods and came with a variety of bird calls. A good place for an ambush indeed. But it's a pity that the head of the Xuanwu military palace isn't me. Saran smiled and shook his head. If he was leading the troops, then this place really wouldn't be missed as an ambush point. As for the covetousness of other military houses, he had no worries at all. Keeping such a good location, Saran wouldn't even care. Chief, why don't you close the door? It's so dusty that your teacups are ruined. Under Zhang Quan's whispered mutterings, Su Ran finally closed the door. Contact a couple of other battalions and see how fast they're marching. Soon, the correspondence side picked up the communication headsets of each battalion for Su Ran. Chief, our side of the 1st Battalion has 3 more hours before we're expected to reach our destination. A battalion of Zhang Sun this out. Su Ran also curious, you kid will not be the middle of the night to leave, right? Running so fast? Ha ha, there's no way. I was quick on the eyes last night and had my brothers hold back a few patrol buggies in the Iron Wolf Regiment barracks ahead of time. These things do run fast. It's no use being fast. Wait for my order before firing when we get to the place. Did you take care of the opposite scout post on the way? Of course there are. I detected 5 on my side of the road, all of which we eliminated down the road. Good job. Remember to wait for my order before you start moving, and before you go into the opposite defense line, remember to ditch the cars so they don't find them. Don't worry, Chief. I understand. After ending the call with the 1st Battalion, Su Ran once again contacted Li Ying's side of the 2nd Battalion. Li Ying has traveled a bit far, so he is expected to arrive at his destination in a little over 4 hours. There's no rush. Just remember what your mission is. The more you destroy his artillery battalion, the safer our men will be by 1 point. Hearing Su Ran's order, Li Ying immediately replied righteously, please don't worry, Chief, as long as the artillery battalions I have my sights set on, I will turn them into dumb cannons. Su Ran was definitely at ease with Li Ying's ability, not to mention destroying the opposite gun battalion, which was the best effect last time when they directly made the opposite gun battalion their own. It was a pity that after Su Ran's sneak attack last time, The side of the 4 major military mansions were now using secret orders to fire their cannons. Even when Li Ying and the others took their artillery battalion down, they could not fire their shells. After contacting the 2nd Battalion, Saran and a few other battalions also made sure, with the exception of the 9th and 10th battalions, all battalions were currently already all speeding to their destinations in the Xuanwu military palace. Lu Dafei's side of the artillery battalion was the most important, so Su Ran equipped him with several heavy vehicles to speed to in the mountains. That's all. All of the Star Military School's family belongings were rushing to the location of the Xuanwu military mansion in great numbers, bound to start fighting preparations for the final showdown. After Su Ran slept for 3 hours in the car, he got up and looked at the real-time map for half a day. Zhang Quan, who was next to him, was indeed tired of accompanying him and also leaned on the table and fell asleep. The vehicle finally came to a stop at 4 in the afternoon, accompanied by the guy's light snoring. "Chief, it's at the high ground position you mentioned." The voice of the driver of the vehicle ahead came from inside the headset. Su Ran stood up and slowly craned his neck and smiled. "All vehicles turn off their lights. Dispatch mobile guards to be on duty 24 hours a day. And the rest of the people start resting." "Ha? Rest?" Zhang Quan also stood up violently and looked at Su Ran with some confusion. "What? Still trying to hog my command room seat and rest? Go back and find yourself a car to sleep in." Looking at Su Ran's face full of seriousness, Zhang Quan could only oh 2 times, then hurriedly ran off the car. At this time, the more than 200 people following Su Ran were all in a state of confusion. As a personal eunuch, Zhang Zhu all didn't understand, and they were even more confused. At this time, Su Ran only gave an order to take a good rest, and whoever made a mistake in the action at that time, then they would be directly dismissed. Same moment, the 1st Battalion led by Yang Hun also arrived in position. "Lu Dafei, your ass, where's your gun company at?" Inside the headset, Lu Dafei said helplessly. "Big brother, don't rush, right away, and wait for me for half an hour. You hurry up. The chief told me I had to fire at 8, promise not to hold you up." The other side, 2nd Battalion Liang also jumped out of the vehicle with his men. "The nanobots will immediately begin to conduct reconnaissance to determine the exact location of the gun battalion first. Bring me the map." After saying this, the people behind him hurriedly brought the map over and spread it on the ground. Liang took a pen and a measuring tape and started all sorts of precision calculations on it. After a few minutes, circling a location directly above, he said, "Focus your search on this area." Chapter 161, What the hell is this kid up to? High 70. Liao Chen frowned deeply as he looked at the real-time map. Next to him his staff officer sighed helplessly. "The kid did a hell of a job of eliminating 2/3 of our scouts altogether. What exactly do you think he used? It's reasonable to say that those scouts of ours have been practicing for several years as professionals, and they can let a bunch of their student soldiers find out?" Liao Chen didn't say a word at this time, but continued to think deeply as he looked at the situation on the map. His staff officer just couldn't stand to watch. "I say Lao Liao, you've been staring at the map for half a day. What the hell are you going to do? Why don't you say a word? I'm wondering what this kid is going to do this step tonight. So have you figured it out yet?" "Not yet. I can only figure it out when he makes a move on us first." "You still think about how to avoid this kid to open the eyes of the sky situation. His hands really, if there are any heavenly black technology, then that our battalion all the situation all be mastered by him. This is still a fart ah. What's the hurry? It's just a matter of eliminating a couple of scouts. And now that he's delivered himself to our doorstep, don't we know everything?" After saying this, Liao Chen marked several locations on the map. "There are big natural mountains in front of us. If they want to take it, they must be looking for the position of our artillery battalion, followed by the infantry drilling into it. But according to the little force this boy has in his hands now, if he really dares to drill in, then I dare him to come back without a return. Only I can't figure out now what kind of a fight he is going to make this time." As soon as the words left his mouth, the chief of staff next to him also stood up hastily. "Hey old Liao, you think this kid won't go looking for help again? As far as I know, he used to be a member of the Vermilion Bird military region, so if he's browbeaten with the ones over there, it'll be a bit awkward for us to be caught in the middle." Liao Chen was slightly stunned, then laughed. "You think the people of the Vermilion Bird military region are little cuties?" This time, the Vermilion Bird military region's leading troops out is the newly appointed Kai Guangming, who hasn't been in office for long. His age is a few years younger than the Su family's brat, and this brat is a thief with a high heart. So how would he cooperate with the Su family's brat? Then there's no way to think about it. That Su clan kid shouldn't have any tricks up his sleeve this time. He can only fight us to the death. The chief of staff spread his hands and spoke helplessly. Only Liao Chen at this time but sitting on the chair or shaking his head. No. There is still a problem. This kid will never froze to fight for his life. The next absolutely have other actions. Just I have not seen it. Over here, Liao Chen was still wondering what Su Ran would fight next. But just then,
a burst of gunfire suddenly rang out in the distance.
Immediately after, boom boom boom, the sound of cannons also came. What's going on? How come the forward positions aren't reporting what's going on? Liao Chen gasped and questioned the guard at the door. Only then did the correspondent hastily pick up his headset and say, "Chief, it's the 5th Battalion's side of the pass. The other side has half a battalion touching it, and it seems to be equipped with an artillery company. And equipped gun companies? What kind of operation is this? Infantry and artillery coordination?" the chief of staff asked with a bit of a giggle. Liao Chen, however, said helplessly, "It can't be helped. This kid has won several battles and holds at least 3 regiments of artillery equipment in his hands. Too damn extravagant. Come up and give us this whole thing." This kung fu was no longer high but also afraid of the chopper. He first used infantry to test you, and so on to determine your position, and then directly with the artillery company began to greet. Who can stand it? Tell the 5th Battalion side to spread out the battle. Don't expose their position yet. Draw closer and fight. With just half a battalion, they won't be able to resist for long. It wasn't long after Liao Chen's order was given. Finally a scout ran back to report the situation. "Chief, those military academy guys are too damn sick. They eliminated more than half of our scouts. We can only keep our scouting within our own defense line now." Which is how we found out that their armor and air defense battalion equipment has also reached their position. Liao Chen and the chief of staff next to him looked at each other. All of them didn't say anything. "Go ahead and go down. The scouts will continue to wait on the perimeter and report back anytime anything happens. Wait for the scouts side to leave." Liao Chen looked at the map again and smiled. He put the armor and air defense battalions in this position. It's obvious that he's going to start a multi-front war, and that the air defense battalion's goal is to come and protect the armor battalion. What about his command? Doesn't the command need the air defense battalion to protect it anymore? The chief of staff asked curiously. Liao Chen laughed. It's just that he doesn't even plan on getting command this time. Didn't get command? He's really going to fight for his life? So what do you think? It's come to this. This kid isn't going to make it so easy for us. Didn't get the command. He didn't show up himself. Now this situation. It's too weird. Lao Liao. Soldiers come and go. One person from my Xuanwu military house can top 10 of them. In terms of fighting, I haven't been afraid of anyone even among the 4 major military houses. At this moment, Liao Chen, who was standing next to the map, surprisingly accentuated a very domineering temperament all over his body. Of course, what Lao Liao may not know is this. He wasn't the protagonist. The real protagonist was just now stretching and waking up from the command car. What time is it? How's the fight at the front? Su Ran opened his mouth with these words. Zhang Quan hurriedly pulled the real-time map over to introduce it to Su Ran. The 1st Battalion side has touched up and opened fire with the opposite side for half an hour. Casualties are a bit heavy. Zhang Sun is having the men pull back, and the artillery fire from the battery has lasted for a long time. Lu Dafei has told to conserve the artillery shells and wait to open fire at the critical moment. The armored and air defense battalions are all in place now as well, and as you instructed, the armored battalion will begin their attack in 3 hours. Su Ran nodded and continued. What's the situation with the 2nd Battalion? Haven't you found the opposing artillery battalion yet? No news yet. Should still be looking. Su Ran took a drink of water and looked at the time. Wait a little longer. They'll find it. Su Ran had great trust in Li Ying's ability, so at this time he would not categorically make any other choice. Chief, what about us? Just wait here? It's been almost a night. Aren't you afraid that Zhang Sun's 1st Battalion and their side won't be able to carry it? Zhang Quan's side also asked a bit anxiously. However, Su Ran was calmly stretching and ready to start doing push-ups. Did you boys get some sleep? Zhang Quan foolishly touched his head. It's okay. Then get the hell back to eating and resting. There will always be a time for you to show your skills. Now what's the rush? Zhang Quan nodded pitifully. Inside the command car, only the bare-chested Saran was left to start doing aerobic exercises. Outside, however, the fierce sound of artillery rang out again. In the meantime, above the 63rd Heights, 2nd Battalion Li Ying and the others climbed up sharply from the top of a hill. I can't believe these guys put the gun battalion in a place like this. It's called stepping through iron shoes to find a place to get it. Chapter 162. Is the student boy really so powerful? At the same moment, inside the command room of the Xuanwu military palace, Liao Chen's chief of staff was suddenly curious. Old Liao, since yesterday, our artillery battalion has disappeared, and I'm curious as to where you've given it a hiding? Liao Chen looked at the map and laughed. The artillery battalion, naturally, is hidden in a safe place, or else those little brats will use high-tech weapons to find out for me, like the Iron Wolf Regiment. The artillery battalion is being utilized. What to do? Hiding is fine, but you don't want to get to the point where you're going to have to use the gun battalion and can't pull it out. That would be embarrassing. You off. I'm not constipated and I can't poop. And to tell you the truth, the artillery battalion is in a very hidden location. A location that you would never expect. After hearing this, the chief of staff was at this point but even more curious. Not old Liao. In the end you are hiding the artillery battalion in which place? You quickly tell me. I am now also quite curious. Come on with me. Are hiding. Hurry up on the map to point out to me. However, at this moment, Liao Chen completely ignored it. He was staring at a slight smile. You'll always know when it's time to come out. I think I've seen what type of thing that kid's black tech is now. Anyways, that place his black tech definitely won't work. At this time, Liao Chen was very confident. But he hadn't expected at all that his proud hiding place had been hollowed into place. 9 hours 65 minutes p.m. At Highland. Dozens of Star Military Academy cadets wearing camouflage uniforms silently prostrated themselves on the ground. At the very front a short-haired girl gently ruffled her hair, then looked down at the military watch at her wrist. Everyone move in groups. Unload all the counterweight supplies you have on you, as I just said, and start moving with silencers on all your firearms. As soon as the words fell, the hundreds of Star Military Academy cadets behind them all began to jump in groups of two. In groups of two, to jump a little deeper into the pit. That's right. Before them was a section of deep pit that could not be seen by the naked eye. Inside these deep pits is a layer of swampy ground with a mixture of water and mud. And above the swamp was a dense forest that could not be seen at all. These dense forests are so thick that you can't see the sky even in the daytime. I really didn't expect that the Xuanwu military government had arranged their artillery battalion in this place. It's really a natural hiding place. No wonder our nanobots can't play a role here. Such a mysterious forest, coupled with the hidden ringing of the swampy terracotta. Even if the satellite came, it would be difficult to find it. Next to Liang is the 2nd Battalion, the new up-and-coming Deputy Battalion Commander. This Deputy Battalion Commander also greatly admired Liang, because he had not expected at all that the other party's hiding was so mysterious and was also found by Liang. Sometimes when you can't find something, how you can't find it. It's not that you have to work at it, but that the other person is hiding in places you don't expect. So this is the time to use reverse thinking. After Liang said this, he once again looked at the time, and then directly packed his own traveling bag. Go, start moving. After saying this, Liang also followed the trainees down the deep pit. Although she was a girl, she was a real warrior at this time, and didn't care about the swamps at all. At this point, about 4 or 5 kilometers away, the gun battalion personnel of the Xuanwu military palace all crouched quietly around. Our leader is really so mean. Why do we have to put us all here? Look around. Is this a human place? In the center of the crowd, some of the Xuanwu military palace's artillery battalion personnel murmured, "Don't push it. Talk to the chief if you can. The big guys don't want to be here either. But since they're here, they'll just wait it out." The junior soldier at the bottom dared not say anything, but on the gun battalion's side, a battalion commander slowly sat up on his raincoat lying in the grass. "Go a couple of guys and check the perimeter again to see if those student boys have touched it yet. Don't let them sneak up on us." Battalion commander, don't kid yourself. If they can still dig through this place, then these student boys are gods. How do you think those military districts down the hill in front of us got eliminated? Wasn't it all because they didn't look down on these student boys? Our Xuanwu military house is different from those guys. Let's just say that even though we're an artillery battalion, if we really encounter those student boys, we'll still be able to beat up several of them one by one. Hurry up and go check it out. Don't brag here. It makes my head spin to hear it. The head of the regiment personally instructed that we should go on patrol every half an hour, and we haven't been there for more than an hour. A few minutes later, a company commander of the Xuanwu military house artillery battalion was skulking around with 2 sentries. The 3 men didn't take the patrol seriously at all, because in the eyes of a normal person, or even in the eyes of an extremely capable soldier like the Xuanwu military palace, this is a place that no one would expect at all, and no one would ever touch it. They were unaware that they were not far from their feet at this time. Several figures lurked inside the mud, with very small sections of small bamboo poles exposed above them breathing air. After these 3 people from the Xuanwu military house left, it was only then that the 2nd Battalion of the Star Military Academy climbed up and continued to walk forward. 10 minutes passed. All the people from the Star Military Academy were covered in mud, and one by one, they climbed up from the swamp. Keep a lookout. Pull up all your teammates and start spreading out by groups. Inside the headset, Li Ying's voice came. Everyone all started replying to Li Ying. At the same time, Li Ying began to contact the gun company that Lu Dafei had left for her. "Company Commander Chu, can you hear me? Occurrence sounded inside the headset. Company Commander Zhu's broken voice came through. It can be heard. Liang breathed a slight sigh of relief, then emphasized in a low voice. In 15 minutes to press all the artillery at 2 angles. Charge your current 1 o'clock direction and start firing. Fire suppression stops after 10 minutes. I'll take the men in to reap the rewards. Reply when you get it. Roger. Roger. After ending the call, Liang began to tune back into the channel and give orders to his people. Check your equipment. Find a good angle. Start aiming and firing at all of them. And when you're done, immediately pull back 200 meters. Don't linger. 3, 2, 1. Shoot. Ta-da-da-da. Darkness. Bullets from all the star military schools in the 2nd Battalion were fired from all directions. The Xuanwu Military House Artillery Battalion that was resting in the middle was directly dumbfounded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Student boy is sneaking up on us. Take cover. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where's the deputy battalion commander? Didn't he say he was on patrol? And he's patrolling me like this? The commander of the artillery battalion cursed under his breath. Even though the Xuanwu Military Palace's men had good marksmanship and quick reflexes, they were still caught off guard on this narrow island. A dozen people were eliminated in just a few minutes. Moreover, the people from the Star Military Academy were coming from all directions, and they couldn't hit with their cannons that hadn't been angled properly yet. Find them for me and fight them out. A bunch of student boys are going to turn over a new leaf. The commander of the artillery battalion took his rifle and began to counterattack. However, within a few shots, he realized that the opposite side had stopped firing. Battalion commander, the opposite side seems to have pulled out. The man next to him whispered, "How is that possible? Why didn't they fight when they had such a good chance?" The battalion commander was a bit curious. But just then, the sky resounded with the sound of cannons. Countless shells fell from the sky, illuminating the entire sky. Chapter 163, we were defeated by a female battalion commander. Get down! With a yell from the gun battalion commander, the entire swampy island was instantly flooded with smashing shells. Because of the narrowness of this place, the hundreds of men of the artillery battalion were all gathered together in a circle, so there was not much of a place to hide the moment so many shells came down. In just a few seconds, many of them were already hanging with color on them being eliminated in place. Asterisk 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 hurry up and jump inside the mud. The maneuvering shells won't reach here. Someone yelled, followed by many people slamming into the mud like dumplings. The sky was pelted with shells for a full 5 minutes before they would stop. But before long, the 2nd Battalion of the Star Military Academy not far away once again poured out. Attention all teams. They're all having trouble moving inside the swamp. Shoot them all immediately. Don't spare any of them. As Liang gave the order, the brothers of the 2nd Battalion poured out from all directions, all of them holding their guns and sweeping wildly. The Xuanwu Military House Gun Battalion men who were rooted in the swamp had become complete living targets, with nowhere to run. At this moment, they could only watch as they were eliminated by the student boys they had so vocally despised. This kind of helplessness and suffocation was simply the hardest in the history of the Xuanwu Military Palace. Many people have to stick their heads inside the mud in order not to be eliminated, but they're not protected, and they certainly won't last inside anytime soon. This side of the Star Military Academy after the second round of gunfire, Liang directly ordered the men to pull out again. The people on the side of the Xuanwu Military Palace thought that the other side had finally retreated. A lot of people huffed and puffed to get their heads out from inside the mud puddle ready to catch their breath. But the next second, the sky was once again filled with the sound of cannon fire. The commander of the artillery battalion rooted in the mud and the others were completely devastated. Is this ever going to end? These student boys are really going to torture us to death. The deputy battalion commander began to complain helplessly. The battalion commander next to him said angrily, "Damn, we can't go on like this. The rest of the brothers will charge upwards with me. We from the Xuanwu Military House Artillery Battalion can't just be suffocated and eliminated. Even if we are eliminated, we have to pull this group of student boys along." Da-da-da-da. Inside the woods, fierce gunshots kept ringing out, but Liang didn't give them that chance at all. At this point, she kept giving orders to her men, first covering them with artillery shells, then consuming them with snipers, and immediately changing places with a single shot. After these battles on the Heavenly Mountain, all of the Star Academy's rookies had all grown more than a star. A few minutes later, everyone in the gun battalion on the Xuanwu Military Palace side was taken down. Liang came up slowly with the 2nd Battalion to check if there were any more leaks. When they saw this group of student boys covered in mud, the people on the Xuanwu Military Mansion's side were somewhat helpless and suffocated. It's amazing that these student boys actually came through the swamp. What are our patrols doing? If we had realized it earlier, we wouldn't have been beaten like this. Honestly, It's the first time I've seen someone who can sneak up on me that way. This group of student boys is unusual. The leader seems to be a girl? We were actually defeated by a female battalion leader. What a shame. Liang didn't pay attention to these people's comments,
but instead held his gun and swept his gaze over the Xuanwu military house eliminated personnel who were pulled together in the room.
The numbers don't add up. A moment later, she frowned slightly.
The deputy battalion commander next to him hurriedly came over and said,
"Battalion commander,
the number of people is indeed not correct. Although there is their artillery battalion commander here as well as the deputy battalion commander.
But according to my statistics just now, there are only more than 300 people now, and with the establishment of an artillery battalion of 500 people, they are rigidly short of nearly 200 people. Is there less artillery equipment and stuff too?" Liang asked again.
At this moment a company commander from the 2nd Battalion ran not far away and said, reporting to the battalion commander,
"The equipment is also missing.
At least half of the artillery is missing. They must have another artillery battalion." Liang nodded and let the men clean up the battlefield, but she herself picked up the map and started her big data coverage calculations once again.
What is she doing?
The people from the Xuanwu military palace stood not far away,
curiously watching Liang write and draw on the map.
The Star Military Academy rookies standing nearby smiled smugly. "Luckily you guys are still from the Xuanwu military palace.
Haven't you seen this before? The big data measures the location."
"Big data to measure location?
No. What kind of operation is this? Did she calculate our position out by this?"
The commander of the artillery battalion was completely in the wind.
Xuanwu military palace command. A few minutes ago, Liao Chen had heard bursts of gunfire and artillery. However,
the artillery battalion could not be reached because of the lack of communication signal coverage in that area.
At that moment, Liao Chen began to panic. It didn't take long.
When it was ascertained that it was his hidden artillery battalion that was attacked,
Liao Chen's entire body froze in place as if petrified.
How the hell did these guys? How the hell did they find this place? The chief of staff next to him said somewhat helplessly,
"Lao Liao,
this is no longer your fault. You hid the artillery battalion in that place.
It's not easy for anyone to find it. And there's no signal. We've always been picking blood.
That Su family kid is using something similar to a signal in general to look for us. But it seems as if it isn't the case now. We can't just give them the artillery battalion.
I've got to make sure this kid gets some too." After saying this, Liao Chen immediately prepared to switch channels.
The chief of staff next to him rushed over to hold him down.
"Old Liao, what are you doing? We can't just let them walk off the island. We have to crush that 2nd battalion of theirs inside."
"You're confused. That kid hasn't even revealed himself yet. You're exposing our 2nd artillery battalion.
What if he brings his men to steal it all over again then?
And he's got more artillery battalions in his hands than any of us right now. The ones that stole our battalion just now were paired up with artillery companies. When the time comes, you'll have our hidden 2nd gun hitting them. And in return, at best, we'll have artillery companies and artillery companies bombarding each other."
Liao Chen threw the communicator in his hand on the table in anger.
He was a man with quite a few advantages.
He was good at fighting and would anticipate the enemy,
but at the same time there were disadvantages as well.
That is, he had a bad temper.
When he encountered something he hadn't anticipated, he would immediately become furious and would even do something irreversible. That's why the military commander of the Xuanwu military palace had assigned him the current chief of staff. The purpose was to be able to use this chief of staff's temper to bring back his nine-headedness when the time came.
"Listen to me. Don't rush first. See what he wants to do next. We just need to guard the mountain now and wait for him to come. Easy to defend and hard to attack place.
Plus our soldier source as well as the quality of each item is better than him.
This is the biggest dependence.
This kid can just do the thing of stealing chickens and dogs."
Chapter 164 Liao Chen, my artillery battalion can't be exposed. Liao Chen finally calmed down. After a few minutes, he picked up his comms headset again and began to give orders. 5th Battalion Commander?
I'll give you half an hour to eliminate all those student soldiers at the bottom of the hill for me.
Can you do that? Reporting to the chief. We promise to complete the mission. After ending the call, Liao Chen looked at the map with an incredibly gloomy face.
You messed with my artillery battalion. Then I'll uproot this infantry battalion of yours. For the first time since the beginning of time, my Xuanwu military palace has been so aggrieved.
Brat, you've managed to provoke me. A few minutes later,
Zhang Sun's battalion was violently suppressed by the Xuanwu military government.
Holy, these guys are too much.
The 2nd Battalion commander's side is done.
And they're taking it out on me. Everyone pull back.
I'll call the gun battalion for support.
That's all. Lu Dafei's artillery battalion gave Zhang Sun powerful fire support at a critical time.
Zhang Sun also relied on this firepower to carry several rounds of suppression from the Xuanwu military palace, but he soon ran into problems on his side as well.
That's not quite enough shell ammunition. The opponent was on a hill, and the shells could only do support, not suppression. When Zhang Sun led the charge upward, the gun battalion could barely push up a few meters to deepen its range. But if Zhang Sun's men retreat to the back, the gun battalion can only retreat down to the back, and the range will not be able to reach the top of the range. Plus this time divided into 3 gun battalions, even though Lu Dafei's guns are more. But the ammunition cannot keep up. Coming in a hurry, the 3 artillery battalions that were divided up carried even fewer shells. There's not much left after these rounds are played out. Hoon, why don't you charge up the hill? Our battalion isn't running out of shells. If we don't charge up the hill, we won't be able to manage you back there. Hearing Lu Dafei's voice in the headset, Zhang Sun cursed in anger. Shut up, you think I don't want to rush? People across the street is a full battalion. Condescending position even if, but also each person shot thief accurate. Know all kinds of tactics against us. How can we this group of small rookies fight? To be honest, Zhang Sun, the main attacker who was the commander of the 1st Battalion, was the one who met enemy fire head-on in almost every battle, all of them. Although this period of time fighting, so that the 1st Battalion of these people are practiced, but cannot afford to face this time is the actual Xuanwu military house. On the frontal battlefield, they really didn't have a single advantage. Conserve shells first, hold the high ground now. Rushing is definitely out of the question. Wait for the opposite side's fire to stop. Change to harassment. At this time, Zhang Sun was also very helpless. He knew full well that the chief had asked him to fight here, and that it was sure to be a difficult and not at all winnable battle. However, Zhang Sun understood even more in his heart that as long as the chief was there, everything was still hopeful. Inside the command vehicle of the Star Military Academy, Su Ran ate his dry food and looked at the situation above the real-time map, and also switched channels to listen to the battle situation on the 1st Battalion side. Chief, the 1st Battalion side has been holding out for almost 4 hours. Are we still not going to make a move? Zheng Quan asked a bit anxiously. Instead, Su Ran took a sip of water and then waved his hand, allowing Zheng Quan to come to him. Go inform the 9th Battalion to start cutting in from the 64th Heights. All armored troopers' vehicles are lined up to advance forward, and don't stop the anti-aircraft guns on the 10th Battalion side to support the 9th Battalion's advance every 20 minutes. Zheng Quan hurriedly nodded and went to give the order, while muttering in his heart, I told you, the chief wouldn't give up like that. Su Ran blankly glanced at his back, then leaned back in her chair and looked at the time. Wait. 10 minutes later, Chi Rui, who was standing by at the bottom of the hill, began to order all armored vehicles and tanks to press up to the opposing side on the 64th high ground in unison. The ranks of the 3 battalions of the Xuanwu military palace guarding this piece also instantly began to counterattack. But against such armored vehicles and tanks, these counterattacks were simply insignificant. Chief, copy, please respond. The 3rd Battalion commander of the Xuanwu military palace was anxiously calling for support on the phone. 3rd Battalion commander, what happened on your side? Liao Chen's voice came over the communication headset. The commander of the 3rd Battalion, lying on the ground, hurriedly said, Regimental commander, the opposite armored unit is coming up from us. We don't have heavy firepower on our side. It's not a good fight. Hearing this, Liao Chen swallowed and hesitated for a moment. I'll have someone bring you the entire regiment's man-portable weapons and anti-tank bazookas, so you guys hold up for a while. At this time, the 3rd Battalion commander hesitated for a moment, but still did not say what was in his heart. What's in your heart? Naturally, I want Liao Chen to pull out that artillery battalion he's hiding to support. Let someone fight armored units. Even if you are individually great on your own, you can't resist the pressure of the machine on the other side. It didn't take long for the two to end the call on their end. The hillside resounded directly with the dense strafing of anti-aircraft guns. The 3rd Battalion commander was instantly confused. Oh my god, didn't we agree on a light armor battalion? How come the anti-aircraft battalion is here? Inside the headsets, several company commanders of the Xuanwu military palace all started calling for support. For almost as soon as their men had sprung up, they were pressed back by the terrific fire of the anti-aircraft guns. This current play would be a mantis. The 3rd Battalion commander finally couldn't help himself and called Liao Chen again. Captain, we really can't help it this time. The opposite side has brought up the anti-aircraft guns. If you don't give us the artillery battalion, we'll lose our peace in no time. The other side of the comms headset, Liao Chen was also very anxious with the walnuts coiled in his hand. The artillery battalion can't reveal themselves to you just yet. They have armored units and so do we. So call our armored battalion as well and get them over there for support. Captain, the armored battalion is dozens of kilometers away from us. It's at least half an hour's journey. Not to mention whether or not we can make it in time. Even if we can make it here, We can't hold off the anti-aircraft battalion's anti-aircraft artillery from across the street. 3rd Battalion Commander. This is a death order. The artillery battalion has more important things to do, so you have to hold off the attack from the other side for me now. Understand? Hearing Liao Chen's words, the 3rd Battalion Commander could only respond in an aggravated manner. I know, Chief. I'll try my best to complete the mission. It's not an effort. It's a guarantee. It's a must. I'm sending the armored battalion over to help now, and then the 2nd and 7th battalions as well. Give you so many of the Xuanwu military house's elites. And if you still can't defeat this group of student soldiers, then I'm really going to look down on you, 3rd Battalion Commander. Yes, Chief. I promise to finish the job. The 3rd Battalion Commander spoke very firmly. Now with an armored battalion and 3 more battalions holding together, that's a different opportunity. The battle on the mountain was getting more and more intense. Since there were no obstacles for the time being, the Star Military Academy's side advanced very quickly. The 3 battalions on the Xuanwu Military Palace side could only be forced to retreat and wait for the next support. Xuanwu Military Palace Command. Liao Chen still looked at the map and kept marking it. Since last night's fight, this kid has already attacked me at 3 points. It's just that he didn't show up himself, making it really strange. Chapter 165, The Military World's Attention. This battle Liao Chen has lost. At this moment, not only was Liao Chen unable to see what Su Ran was up to, many of the eliminated military commanders couldn't see it either. In the Iron Tigers Regiment, Yu Tianlong had long since returned to the battalion headquarters in Tianhai City. But as for what was going on Drill Hill, he had to keep an eye on it every day. When he heard early in the morning that Su Ran had already brought people to start a fight with the Xuanwu military house, Yu Tianlong laughed excitedly and immediately gathered around in front of the real-time map with his chief of staff to look at it. But a few moments later, he frowned. This kid is not right. What kind of tricks is he playing again? 3 consecutive points firing at the same time. This can't be taken care of on either side. But if any of the lines collapses, he'll lose the whole game. Old Yua, you can't say that. If this kid is inside the 3 lines, in case any of the lines gets lucky and fights their way in, won't the Xuanwu military house be a total loss? Until now, his own command hasn't even appeared. And I've done the math. There's at least another 200 people hidden in this kid's hands. It's likely that he's now waiting for one of the lines to be able to fight their way in and tear an opening for him. Don't you kid yourself. What can 200 people do even if they fight their way in? The Xuanwu military government even went as far as sending out a platoon of people to exterminate his 200 people. The ability of these 4 major military governments are clear to you and me. So this time, I'm afraid that Su Ran this kid is going to kick the bucket. Not necessarily. We'll see. Same scene. It also happened in the Iron Lions. Lai Feng also returned to his unit early. His daily task in the past few days was to strictly train the troops and understand the videos of Star Military Academy when they were in military training. Also for a limited time, will work with his chief of staff to analyze the current situation on the field at Star Military Academy. Upon seeing Su Ran's people begin to confront the Xuanwu military palace in 3 consecutive lines, Lai Feng also frowned deeply. What kind of fighting style is this? All 3 lines are sent up, and there's no more command. And the heavy firepower is all used in conjunction with each other. Is this kid playing dumb? Surprisingly, he's using such a desperate approach. The chief of staff next to him also shook his head. Never seen this way of fighting a war before. But Lao Lia, this kid's strategy is refreshing every time. Maybe this time too. He'd better not let us down. For how many years the 4 military mansions have dominated the front seats? If we can let this kid see his chance this time, it'll be a history-changing one. When that time comes, no one will be able to say how much of a waste we are in the 6 major military regions. Maneuvering down the hill, the Iron Wolf Regiment's convoy was preparing to get on the highway at this moment and return to their own military region. But inside the command car, Su Shaotian hadn't slept all night. He stared at the real-time map and kept viewing the situation on it. When he saw that his son had led his men to surround the Xuanwu military mansion, and then all 3 lines rushed inside at the same time, Su Shaotian couldn't help but be dumbfounded as well. But soon, as if he thought of something, he immediately sat down in his chair and smiled helplessly. If this move of his really succeeds, then that guy Liao Chen mustn't die of anger. Next to him, Staff Officer Su Shaotian, who had just come in, instantly came over with curiosity. What's the situation? What did your son do again that Liao Chen could be pissed off? Su Shaotian pointed at the real-time map and said, "See for yourself." His staff officer swept in, then smiled and sat down next to him. "I'm not going to lie. I've been seeing this up here in the staff group for a long time, and early in the morning someone sent a screenshot of it over to the group, and people were discussing what your son was going to do, but after discussing it all morning, they haven't come up with a result by now. It would be strange if they could discuss it. This is my son. Only I can guess. At this moment, Su Xiaotian was extremely dejected. However, Senator Zhao's next sentence embarrassed him. If you could have guessed, you wouldn't have lost to your son. Zhao Bin, get lost? I don't want to discuss this matter with you right now. Su Xiaoweather threw the pen on the table. Sky City, command of the first-class military palace. Su Guotao's chi had dissipated, and he was now sitting in the hall looking at the screen with great excitement. Surrounding the hall were the various military districts of China, as well as the sealing generals from all levels of the military community. But at this moment, each of them was very curious at the moment they saw the image of the Star Military School. Of course, unlike in the past, if it was in the past, most of them would not have any ripples in their eyes if they saw the Star Military Academy and Xuanwu Military Academy fighting, because they would not believe that Xuanwu Military Academy would lose to Star Military Academy at all. But after the old general's reprimand yesterday, many of them all came to their senses, and the current situation seems to be a 50-50 split between the two sides, and they even have a backstroke. Fighting into the current situation is more of a result that no one expected. Old general, why don't you take a blood pressure pill? Next to Su Guotao, his secretary spoke with a bit of concern. However, Elder Su directly waved his hand and said, "Go away. Don't disturb me from watching the battle." After saying this, Elder Su looked at his own old counselor next to him. "Tell me what you think." The old staff officer smiled and said, "This Su Ran kid is very smart. He's forcing Liao Chun to use his last artillery battalion. As long as this fire point is used, his bottom card will surely be revealed as well. So now it's up to both sides to see who's going to be subdued. Liao Chen is the person who just went up from the Xuanwu military house, with great achievements in battle. I didn't expect that he would now be led by the nose by this kid from your family. This battle has reached this point now. He has already lost." Although Su Guotao was on his grandson's side, his gaze was incomparably sophisticated, and he was even more predictable about fighting a war. And almost as soon as the first step of the other side's strategic deployment came down, he already had a countermeasure. So for this grandson of his to hit the Xuanwu military palace this time, the strategic deployment, Su Guotao had also seen it long ago at this time, and had already had a good idea of what to do. The moment. The battle between the Star Military Academy and the Xuanwu military palace had affected the entire Chinese military world. Even the rest of the three major military houses that were with them in the mountains were looking at the scene on their maps. But unfortunately, they couldn't see the battle even though their map was also a real-time map. You can only see how many people on both sides are now eliminated from the live map broadcast. But from what has been broadcast so far, it seems as though more people have been eliminated from the Xuanwu military palace's side. That's why the three major military administrations were also a bit confused about the situation at this point. Below Heights 64, the armored battalion of the Star Military Academy had advanced a full kilometer away. The Air Defense Battalion was following dead behind to protect them. Over at the Xuanwu military palace, their reinforcements are still on their way, so the current 3rd Battalion is still constantly retreating backwards. At this moment, Shi Chi Rue's earphone heard Su Ran's order. The team stretches out and starts fighting. Use all the nanobots you were equipped with as well, and set up 2 more flanking defense lines. The other side will definitely have support on the way in, so you have to hold out for me, and only if you hold out and charge inward will the situation change this time around. Chapter 166, only 10 people are the key to victory or defeat. Following Su Ran's orders, Shi Chi Rue immediately began to set up the 2 sides of the defense line in the front position. By now the armored battalion troops had advanced nearly 2 kilometers, according to what Su Ran had ordered. After the defense line on both sides was unfolded, the range in which the armored battalion can operate is then further expanded, with the ability to pull in the air defense battalion in between for defense as well. Combined with the nanobots that were equipped on each armored vehicle, it had almost formed a barrel-like formation. At this time on the opposite side of the Xuanwu military palace's position, the commander of the 3rd Battalion also saw the end of it. Something's not right with this formation across the street. They're going to expand and pull in the air defense battalion as well. By the time this snowball of theirs keeps rolling forward, all of our positions inside the line of scrimmage will be affected. No, I have to call the chief again. The 3rd Battalion commander once again anxiously started talking to Liao Chen's side. However, Liao Chen's idea remained firm and he didn't agree at all. What's your hurry? Wait for the support. The support over there to fight or not to win. Now the gun battalion absolutely can't show you. This can make the 3rd Battalion commander angry but people are the head of the regiment. At this time he cannot say anything more. To be honest, Liao Chen was also in a hurry at this time, because Su Ran's side hadn't been moving, which made him very passive. And the fact that this kid was on offense this time, with this whole new strategy, did catch him a little off guard. Liao Chen's chief of staff put down his communicator and turned his head to look at Liao Chen. Lao Liao, Now the 5th Battalion side is attacking fiercely. The commander of the 5th Battalion just came back with a message stating that the opposing infantry-equipped artillery battalion is running low on ammunition, and that they intend to completely beat up that half battalion of the opposing side. You tell the 5th Battalion commander. I'm on fire right now. A full battalion has been fighting half a battalion across the street all night. Although the opposite side has artillery to match, he's bringing in the Xuanwu military government, not ordinary soldiers. If he can't take the opposite side again, he can get the hell out of here. After instructing the chief of staff, Liao Chen sat in his chair and tapped on the table. The overall situation is okay. The only variable is that his gun battalion has increased while they took one of ours out. But it doesn't matter. I can beat this kid up even if I don't have to use the gun battalion. What did Liao Chen mean by these words? Naturally, he was verbally comforting himself. In fact, he was a bit uncertain in his heart right now, because this kid Su Ran still didn't make a move. Did he really intend to let his own people eliminate those student soldiers outside of him, leaving him a bare-bones commander to fight with himself? It doesn't make sense. It definitely doesn't make sense. You go, patrol the neighborhood of our command closely, and deploy a battalion to come over and guard the neighborhood of the command. Liao Chen thought for a moment. Or in order to protect his own safety. The 1st Battalion Guard platoon all transferred over. The chief of staff smiled bitterly and didn't ask any more questions, still following his orders. In fact, he was also clear that this head of his group was really a bit disorganized by the beating this time. As the saying goes, a messy fist kills a master. That little genius from the Su family looked like he had opened up 3 fronts to messily recruit up. But there are hidden moves in this messy move. His own Liao regimental commander is really affected. Otherwise it would not be a battalion pulled over to guard the command headquarters. This was something that had never happened before. In the Xuanwu military palace. Outside the Xuanwu military palace line. High ground 65 is about a kilometer away. Su Ran got out of the car and briefly organized the equipment on his body. Come on, it's time to get going. Zhang Quan hurried over and nodded excitedly. After waiting all night, I finally waited for this ancestor to make a move. He could be very excited right now. Because he could finally follow Principal Su in secret once again. Every time he followed his idol to go on a secret mission, Zhang Zhu all felt that it was a kind of happiness. A few minutes ago, Su Ran received a call from 1st Battalion's Yanghun side. They had been crushed by the opposite side, and now there were less than 100 men left from all the 1st Battalion. All of them were forced to retreat outside the Xuanwu military palace defense line. As for the artillery company equipped for them, the ammunition was given out, and they could only join the 1st Battalion to become infantrymen. Chief, what do we do next? That's all the men we have. Su Ran instructed Zhang Sun. Spread out and start ambushing. Use the nanobots to harass them. Don't fight them head-on. Just hold them back and don't let them get the better of you. Understood, Chief. After ending the call, Su Ran looked at the time and knew it was time to go. That's why this is happening now. Next to the command car at this time, the entire 200 fighters were all assembled. Most of these 200 fighters were formed from various other battalions. There are guard battalions and information battalions. Among them, Lu Zhejiao also stood in front, looking at Su Ran very seriously. Looks like everyone's rested. So let's get moving. Zhang Quan. Hearing Su Ran call him, Zhang Quan immediately stood out and saluted. Chief. Su Ran nodded slightly. You take everyone to the 65th high ground in front of you and start sneaking up on their transportation department. Just leave me 5 men. Ha? Me? Zhang Quan pointed at himself in a bit of a daze. At this time, his expression and mentality was like that of Ben Baoba in Journey to the West. You go and get rid of the Tang priest's teacher and disciples. And those words come to mind even more. What? You boys scared again? Nervous again? No. Why do I realize that it's time for the commander of the 5th Battalion to be replaced? What can a guy like you do? Su Ran pointed at Zhang Quan with a cold tone. Don't. Chief, I'll go. Zhang Quan hastily saluted and took the order. It's not like the guy is actually afraid to be nervous. Rather, I'm a little worried that the mission won't get done. After all, he had just assumed that the chief himself was going to lead the troops. But now it seemed that the chief had even given himself all the soldiers, and had other things to do next. Order the men to depart at once. Under Su Ran's cold rebuke, Zhang Quan also hurriedly counted 10 people to be Su Ran's new guards. The rest of the men themselves were to be taken to sneak up on the transportation department. Chief, can I follow you? Ryuja hesitated, but stepped forward to ask. However, Su Ran shook his head and said, You're going with him. The transportation department sneak attack is a key mission that must be completed. Okay, Chief. Lu Zhejiao was also a bit lost at this point. I had thought that I would have a chance to act together with Principal Su, but I didn't realize that the opportunity was now passing before my eyes. In the end, Su Ran left with only 10 people who usually performed well. Until just before they left, they didn't tell Zhang Quan and Lu Jia what they were going to do. They just told them to finish the mission of sneaking up on the Ministry of Transportation, and to make as much noise as possible. Alas, we really can't guess what's in the headmaster's mind. We originally thought that he would be the one to lead the troops to start the operation this time, but I didn't expect that I would be given such a big task. Zhang Quan complained in a low voice, and then could only organize his equipment and lead his men into action. All of us are cover for this operation, and only the chief's actions will matter in the end. Lu Jia, who hadn't said anything, also finally turned her brain at this time and analyzed a very crucial issue. Chapter 167, he seems to be that military school's principal Su. Target 300 meters. 2 hidden outposts. 100 meters to the left. An open post. Settle it and go right in. In Zhang Quan's earphone, Lu Jiajia's voice came. At this moment, Zhang Quan had a dogwood in his mouth, holding a telescope and looking at the busy Xuanwu Military Palace Transportation Department not far away. This transportation department is also equipped with a battalion. And there are so many vehicles. It's true that the 4 major military houses are able to equip the transportation department with a separate battalion. Inside the headset, Lu Jiajia said breathlessly, "I'm checking in with you. What are you looking at? Start moving if there's no problem. Don't worry," the chief said to make a big noise. "We'll only get a couple of undercover agents in there." Big noise. What's the big deal? You go in there and just shoot. Doesn't that make much noise? You're not really going to wimp out, are you? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I was trying to figure out how to find a better way. As he spoke, Zhang Quan immediately noticed a place in the binoculars. Wait. What's inside that tent behind that car at my 3 o'clock? Lu Jiajia was hiding in the grass at this time, and also operated the nanobots to fly to watch. Wait, let me see. A moment later, Lu Jiajia immediately said, "It seems to be the other side's temporary arms and weapons point. Asterisk 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 asterisk, isn't this coming? If this thing gives A, it's going to make a lot of noise," Zhang Quan happily said. This was immediately followed by an order in the headset. "All hands prepare to move. Once inside, the target will go directly to the temporary arms and weapons site across the street. Split up into teams and go in all 4 directions. Don't give a about elimination. Just light up that armory of weapons for me and nothing will go wrong." Zhang Quan at this moment was incomparably domineering, because just now, before he set off, Lu Jiajia's words had woken him up. This time, fighting the Xuanwu Military Palace was already the limit of the Star Military Academy. So now Principal Su's goal was set to pull the Xuanwu Military Palace along with him to fight for his life. In that case, what's there to be afraid of? Let's all put our lives together. A few minutes later, incredible gunfire rang out from the transportation section of the Zhenbu military house. This guy Zhang Quan even organized a death squad and directly ran towards the opposite armory. Highland 65. Su Ran lay on his back on the hillside, looking at the intense gunfire and bursts of bombardment not far away. The corners of his mouth revealed a smile. "It's really hard on the little buggers," a rookie from the Star Military Academy next to him said. "Chief, what should we do next?" Su Ran looked at the transportation department, which was in a mess in the distance. "Wait 5 minutes before you go down. And find a car then." Yes, time passes by. By now it was noon the next day. The 100 or so people led by Zhang Quan's side had already been eliminated by a large portion, and the rest all retreated outward. Originally the guy wanted to keep going inside, but Saran had given him the order to pull out and wait for the order. Looking at this side of the Xuanwu military mansion again, the situation was different. At this point the transportation department was raided and all the munitions were blown up. Everyone was in disarray and a battalion commander came over and organized everyone to evacuate as quickly as possible. Because the transportation department can't be attacked again, the other side is now fighting on 3 fronts and all of them are fighting red-handed. They have to give at least 3 points to start transportation here as logistics. So after the sneak attack, the battalion commander in charge of transportation here hastily began to deploy others to transport supplies and ammunition to the front line. "Chief, their convoy is out." Someone in the team of 10, including Su Ran, immediately saw a transportation truck going out in all directions. "Go!" Su Ran didn't say much. One word fell and directly led the people to start running forward to the vehicle. In the temporary command post of the Xuanwu military palace, Liao Chen followed the phone and kept saying, "Find me the people. Don't let one get away. Look hard." After ending the call, the guy smiled and sat back in his chair. That Su family kid even hit the Ministry of Transportation with his idea. The chief of staff next to him looked at the map and said, "Are you sure it was the Su family guy who personally led the fight? I didn't see it, but it's not far from 8 or 9. I counted their numbers. This wave of sneak attack on the transportation department has nearly 200 people. It's already the last number of people in their military academy. I really didn't expect to hide it for so long, but he wanted to go and take care of my transportation department. Old Liao, do you think it's reasonable? The other side goes to all this trouble to sneak up on the transportation department for a bit, and only ends up blowing up an armory? It's true that the Su family's brat is tricky and not very reasonable, but the most important thing for him now is to fight on 3 fronts. And the increase from 3 to 4 fronts is obviously a distraction, and one of the real goals must be true within it. This one from the Department of Transportation? Not necessarily, it could very well be the Armored Battalion one. After all, it's nearly 2 kilometers deep this way. So what now? Are our artillery battalions out or not? Out. He's fighting on all 4 fronts and pulling out the last of his men. So let's have some fun with him and have the artillery battalion support the 3rd battalion side right away just to hold the armored battalion across the street dead in place for now. You should have done this a long time ago. The 3rd battalion lost a lot this time. This Su family kid has to be defended. Liao Chen sighed, then sipped his tea and said, fortunately, he's making a move now. A few minutes later, the 2 transport vehicles of the Xuanwu military house were traveling on the mountain road. Just then, several large rocks suddenly fell from the top of the mountain. The driver couldn't help but Biao the nationalist, and then stepped on the brakes dead center. What's going on? A landslide just after the rain? A few soldiers in the car also got out and asked curiously. Hurry up. Get out of the car first and observe the situation. Move the stone away immediately. Don't delay our rush. On each of the 2 vehicles, 4 or 5 drivers and fighters came down and hurriedly began to move the boulders in front of them. Just then, Jojo, several sniper shots with silencers rang out. Yellow smoke rose directly from the 2 men who were carrying the stone. There's an ambush. Retreat! A platoon leader in the car yelled. The crowd rushed back. However, the bullets in the mountains and forests seemed to have eyes and kept shooting in on them. Just a few seconds. All 5 men froze in place. Yellow smoke still billowing from their bodies. What? What kind of ING shot is that? I underestimated these guys. To have such great snipers. A few moments later, only to see 10 people from the Star Military Academy running down from the top of the mountain. A youth in the lead was tall and very dejected with sunglasses. I seemed to recognize that person. I swept a glance when I first watched Star Military School's live broadcast of military training. He should be that Principal Su. What? It's really him? It's over. The ones coming down from the mountain were none other than Su Ran and the others. He smiled and looked at a few people from the Xuanwu military house. Brothers, let's change clothes and wear them. The people on the side of the Xuanwu military palace instantly thought of something. Each one of them took a step back in fear. What are you doing? That's not in the drill rules, Anon. Chapter 168, I asked if you're done with your maneuvers. Su Ran twisted her neck and laughed. Yes, there is no such article in the rules of the exercise, but it doesn't say that you can use this article and as far as I know, although there is no such article in the rules of the exercise, but it is clearly stipulated that the eliminated party has to strictly abide by all the conditions of the other party. A few people from the Xuanwu military mansion were also rendered speechless at this time. In the end, they could only change clothes with Su Ran and the others as they requested. But with 2 cars on site for transportation, there are only 5 people who can change. Su Ran was the first to change, and although it didn't quite fit, it made do. The other 5 who hadn't changed then sat in the back compartment and didn't show themselves. The ones that changed all drove and sat in the front. Thanks for the clothes, brother. I'll see you around. Saran waved his hand in the window, and then the motors of the 2 cars roared away. The people of the Xuanwu military palace all stood helplessly on the side of the road. This is going to be bad. This guy pretending to be us is going to be a big deal if we go to command. That can't be helped. We've all been eliminated. Now we can only pray that our headmaster will be discerning. No. Don't you guys think this young principal has quite a brain? I think that's what makes a fight like this interesting. A young man in the crowd looked at the 2 distant transportation vehicles and spoke. Unbeknownst to him, several people from the Xuanwu military house were looking at him with disdain. Above the transporter, Su Ran took the map and looked at it carefully. The contents of the car are ammunition supplies, which, according to this route, are supposed to be delivered across the street from our armored battalion. The little rookie driving next to him wondered. So, Chief, where do we go next? When you go out this way, take the left and then circle back up the hill. Up the hill? Is it possible, Captain, that we're going straight to their command? Oh, you're a bit more resourceful than that Zhang Quan guy. No, Chief, that's my battalion commander. I just thought of it the way you usually think. Su Ran didn't say much to him, but used his communication earpiece to contact Chi Rue's side. What's the scene like? Chi Rue replied in his headset. Reporting to the head of the regiment. The advance is currently being hampered. The other side has added 2 more battalions in with quite a few anti-tank bazookas. But we have the anti-aircraft battalion that can hold up for now. Their artillery battalion should show up soon as well. Continue to give me the top. As long as you stall tonight, then your mission will be over. Remember, even if the last man left has to give to stall their 3 battalions, I won't talk to Winehouse side. The 2 of you will discuss it yourselves. Understood, Chief. Promise to complete the mission. Kakiri replied with a very firm cry. At this point, he already knew what Su Ran's side meant. To be honest, the moment we got out of military school and just went up the mountain, everyone was worried about being eliminated in the first battle. After all, the rookies of the Star Military Academy had only been training for less than half a year, and had never been involved in such a big scene. But where did they know that under Su Ran's leadership, they had actually made it step by step? Having eliminated 3 military districts hard, he was now even starting to fight with all 4 of the legendary military mansions. So now they are very satisfied and happy to have gotten this far. Since the chief has ordered it, let's just destroy it. Xuanwu Military Palace Command. Liao Chen was already very happy at this point. All 4 lines he's starting to dominate now. So for Liao Chen, the Star Military Academy at this time was the grasshopper in the fall. I guess we can close the net before nightfall. When that time comes, I'll personally ask this kid what he was thinking. How dare he be so bold as to start a 4-line confrontation with me? Do you really think that the group of brats he's been training for less than a year can fight against my Xuanwu military house? The chief of staff next to him said. And don't give people a hard time. After all, it's surnamed Su. I don't care about those. Everything inside the army relies on strength to speak. Even if he is the family of old General Su, that has to be reasonable. Being eliminated by me is the strength is not good. Liao Chen sat on the chair with great dejection. The chief of staff next to him coughed and said, why don't you switch with him and use the soldiers from the Star Military Academy and let him use the soldiers from our Xuanwu Military Palace? Let's form up and fight again. So are you going to replace this staff officer? If such a good counselor is gone, then I can't fight this battle. Ha ha ha, Lao Liao. I like your energy to tell the truth. Over here Liao Chen and his staff were very happy, because they do see the hope of victory. The Star Military School, which has been hailed as a dark horse among this year's military exercises, is also coming to an end. From the beginning, everyone looked down on, and then eliminated 3 consecutive military districts, and even took advantage of their own military school, even to get to this point, really let Liao Chen pinch a sweat. Xin Hao, now Star Military Academy's plan to fight on 4 fronts is broken. They all saw the hope of victory. The moment. This scene left the other major military regions somewhat helpless. Originally, he had thought that the Star Military School would be able to properly equalize with the Xuanwu Military Palace, but now it seems that the Star Military Academy is really being played off. At this moment, I'm afraid that only Su Xiaotian is sitting in the car shaking his head very seriously. No, this kid definitely has a backstroke. Same scene. It also took place in the Celestial City, inside the command of the first-class military palace. Old General Su Guotao looked at the real-time map screen. It was clear that all 4 fronts unfolding above the Star Military Academy had been battered and routed. Even the armored battalion, which had been so proud of itself at the beginning, was likewise beaten and began to retreat under the devotion of 2 battalions, plus the indiscriminate bombardment of the artillery battalion. It seems that the Star Military School can only go so far. It's already pretty good. To be able to go this far and still have the entire Xuanwu Military Palace enter. It's indeed more bullish than many military districts. It's already perfect up to here. The Xuanwu Military Academy is, after all, the face of the 4 major military academies in my country of China. If we really let the Star Military Academy be eliminated, then all of our faces are a bit untenable. Several generals were all chatting in whispers at this point, because they all knew who the principal of the Star Military Academy was. They didn't dare to speak out in front of Elder Su, but just by looking at their eyes, Elder Su knew what these people were thinking. At this point he was in no hurry, but continued to stare at the real-time map and said faintly, "Are the maneuvers over?" A very plain sentence instantly made the entire hall awfully quiet. All the people who were chatting privately were all sitting upright in their seats, not daring to move, their eyes even not daring to look at old General Su. "I asked if you guys are done with your maneuvers." Su Guotao's voice sounded again, this time clearly carrying a few degrees of anger. The guard next to him hurriedly pushed the water in front of Elder Su. For his part, the old staff officer coughed and said, "The maneuvers aren't over yet, and you never know what's going to happen until the last minute. So everyone should just watch the video properly now." Chapter 169, The Rookies of the Military Academy Pushed to the Brink of Extinction. Su Ran was naturally not clear about what was happening inside the Heavenly City first-grade military mansion. By now he was leaning against the passenger side asleep with his eyes closed. Really haven't slept much in the days since I've been on the mountain. For Principal Su, the only way to have a clear mind is to sleep and rest well. The two transporters rattled along the rugged mountain road. After waiting to cross a large pit, Saran was finally awakened upside down. Sorry, Chief, the road is just too difficult. The cadet driving the car was embarrassed. Saran said, how long has it been open? It's been 2 hours. I just piggybacked on the map and it looks like we're almost there when we go around that mountain in front of us. Pull over for a break and camouflage the car in the woods ahead. The young cadet gave a cry and immediately picked up his walkie-talkie and said, back there, Lee, follow my car. The chief ordered to drive towards the forest. Su Ran ignored them and switched his communication headset to the 2nd Battalion's channel. Li Ying, how is the situation on your side? At this time, Li Ying was leading his crew to search for another artillery battalion in the Xuanwu military palace. Because this artillery battalion across the street had engaged their armored battalion, it was tantamount to exposing their position in advance, and now all they had to do was to quickly rush over to eliminate the other side. Chief, we've located the other artillery battalion across the street and are making our way across, but it's too far away and I'm plotting the proper route now. Hearing Li Ying's words, Su Ran knew their current difficulties. About how far is it in a straight line? Li Ying said, the other side should have intentionally cut the two artillery battalions in position. We are now in the northernmost part of the country, but that artillery battalion's distance is initially estimated to be in the southernmost part of the country, and in between, even if we cross their defense line, it will take 100 kilometers to travel. Su Ran at this time looked down at his watch, and then frowned. There are still nearly 5 hours from dark. In these 5 hours to take out the opposite artillery battalion ammunition resupply problems, probably all can be bombed for 3 rounds. Chi Rui, their armor battalion, has Wang Hao's anti-aircraft battalion to protect, should be able to hold on to, just that they do not have enough people. The opposite side of the 3 battalions are now hitting them, so you know what to do, right? I understand, Chief. I'll immediately change my route to find the other side's command. When these words came out, Su Ran smiled helplessly as he held his earpiece. This girl's way of thinking is definitely not comparable to ordinary people. If it was Zheng Quan, after he had just analyzed the situation of the armored battalion, the guy had directly stated that he would bring people to support Chi Rui and the others, but Li Ying didn't say that, instead stating that he would change his route to find the location of the other side's command. The target is probably at high ground 70. You guys head across first. When you do, you'll go in behind high ground 68. I'll work with you in front of 69, and we'll move together on my command when it gets dark. Understood, Chief. After ending the call, Saran gave orders to the men in both cars. Leave 2 men on hidden guard. The rest in the car. Time passes by. On the 1st Battalion side, Zhang Sun led the remaining Star Military Academy rookies to form an ambush circle and fight a guerrilla war with the other side. But unfortunately, the Xuanwu military house's ability was completely beyond the ability of their group of rookies to hold their own. Guerrilla warfare is a technique that China has been very comfortable with for decades, and as a Xuanwu military house that can be fought poorly, so the poor 1st Battalion fought from 200 men to less than 50 left. This already counts Lu Dafei and the gun battalion side. There was no way around it. The artillery on the gun battalion side had been shot out of shells, so Lu Dafei could only lead the men to fight alongside the 2 Zhang Sun brothers. Brother Sun, how long do you think these few of us can hold out? Brother, I'm really getting tired. You know, our artillery battalion usually doesn't do much rushing every day. Today's 1 day's journey can catch up with a month's worth of stretching in school for me. Now you know how pathetic our infantry assault battalion is, right? From the time we went up to the mountains until now, I won't lie to you, brother, I've been changing shoes almost every day, and I realize now that fighting is really tiring. Why don't we go out and throw ourselves in now? It's already a showdown with the Xuanwu military palace today anyway, and I figure the headmaster's side should be close. Don't ing bull. Although it's a duel, but at least we have to fight until the end. The head of the group. Their task must be even more difficult than ours. What we have to do now is to hold this place well, and keep delaying these guys here. Don't let them go to the support. At this point, the 2 of them, Lu Dafei and Zhang Sun, leaned against the mud puddle under the big tree and spat very helplessly. But the 3 battalions of the Xuanwu military house on the mountain had also long been unable to hold back. Liao Chen had promised to give the 3rd battalion commander half an hour, but now several half hours had passed without taking it down. That's why the 3rd battalion commander was so anxious. A battalion of his own Xuanwu military government was being dragged for so long by 200 people from the opposite side. It would be an absolute disgrace for this to get out. All of you, charge forward for me. I don't believe it. The dozens of them left can turn the world upside down. The commander of the 3rd battalion said this, and rushed out very bravely.
The rest of the Star Military School under the mountain immediately began to counterattack in the ambush circle as well.
The battle between the two sides erupted once again, but the people on the Star Military Academy's side, thanks to their nanobots,
usually just went straight for the people on the opposite side with big ranks.
With all of this, the 3rd Battalion commander, who had rushed to the front,
had not taken a few steps before he was stopped by the powerful fire, and it was the fire that greeted him wherever he ran. At this moment the 3rd Battalion commander was on the verge of exploding with anger.
"Don't worry about anyone, just keep your eyes on this guy and fight,"
Young-hoon ordered in his headset and started weaving around the hillside carrying his own sniper rifle.
Lu Dafei couldn't help but sigh as he lay on his back and watched the scene from the bottom of the hill. Hoon is damn fierce, but then all let him alone loaded. Lu Dafei become green leaf. This cannot be give me the sniper rifle.
The brothers of the artillery battalion cover me.
Catch those company commanders across the street and beat them up. I have to get out of the limelight too.
As he spoke,
this guy Lu Dafei also violently scurried out. A few artillery battalions behind us all looked dumbfounded.
No. I just realized now that our battalion commander's jealousy is too strong.
Jealousy makes you strong. Don't say anything. Follow Battalion Commander Lu.
Brothers, charge.
On top of the hillside, the officers of the Xuanwu military palace fell one by one in an inexplicable manner.
The others also panicked a bit at this time, so the 3 battalions of the Xuanwu military government above the hillside without a commanding officer were actually a bit disorganized by dozens of people.
The same scene happened on the armored battalion side.
Although Chi-Chi-Rui was protected by an anti-aircraft battalion, his armored battalion was hard at work resisting the siege of 3 Xuanwu military government infantry battalions.
So in that time, Kakiri's 9th battalion has had a lot of people eliminated. However, at this time, Chi battalion commander did not bring any fear at all, and took the lead in leading the men to start a countercharge. At this moment,
everyone at the Star Military School who had not expected to be forced into a desperate situation all began to explode their strongest scene.
Chapter 170, greeting the Su family's young master with good wine and good food.
Brothers,
we'll be able to finish going down the mountain tonight. In that case,
let's let go and have some fun with this group of Xuanwu military house guys.
High Ground 62.
The men led by Zhang Quan also began to fight fiercely against the Ministry of Transportation. Compared to Zhang Sun and Chi-Chi-Rui's side,
Zhang Quan's side should be the happiest, because there weren't a lot of people in the transportation department over here,
and they were stalling to get the supplies out as soon as they could and start moving them.
However,
this Zhang Quan fellow was unforgiving, and kept leading the Star Military Academy people to launch round after round of attacks.
It couldn't be helped, since he had been following Su Ran since he had been on the mountain, he hadn't made much of a mark. That being the case, it's important to make the most of your last moments. Next to her,
Lu Jiajia was also a bit surprised.
After all, Zhang Quan's usual performance was indeed inferior to the others, but now this guy's bloodlust looks like it's completely aroused. Since this was the case,
Lu Jiajia also followed behind with her own information battalion to launch another onslaught.
At this moment,
the 4 lines of the Xuanwu military palace, which were already under control,
once again began to tighten.
At this time in the command headquarters of the Xuanwu military palace, listening to the noisy voices inside the headset, Liao Chen's chief of staff frowned a little.
Old Liao,
it's as if these little brats across the street have taken stimulants,
and they've even come back to life.
Liao Chen fiddled with the teacup in his hand and said indifferently,
it's just a grasshopper in the fall. It can't become a big scene. I do wonder now, whether that Su Clan kid has shown up over at the Ministry of Transportation or not. If he has, it's too haphazard for him to only engage in a Ministry of Transportation. It's not like him to do so. Oh, you think he's going to come and screw our command at the end? It's not out of the question.
That's the way this kid screwed up when he fought those military districts up front. I have a battalion outside and a guard platoon guarding it.
How many men can he bring even if he does? A platoon will die. I'm still afraid of him?
Liao Chen said with a very calm smile, and then began to invite his staff officers over for tea. For the two, what was going on out there at this point was no big deal at all.
It's 3 hours before dark now, so guess if the kid's coming?
Liao Chen asked with a smile as he poured a cup of tea for the chief of staff. The chief of staff, on the other hand, sat across the table and shook his head.
I'm not betting against you. You didn't pay me the 2 wazi you owed me last time.
Liao Chen, who had been pretending to be deep,
was instantly speechless. Then he laughed. One more bet. Just one more. Guess if he's coming or not. Definitely. It's tonight.
The chief of staff picked up his teacup and drank straight from it.
On the opposite side, Liao Chen laughed.
Just bet on those 2 wazi from last time. I guess he won't be able to enter my barracks even if he comes.
Then I guess he can come in and even see us. Hearing this, Liao Chen instantly widened his eyes. Old Lu, you're growing others' ambition and destroying your own. I have a battalion of men guarding this command, can ye come in? Look, you're in a hurry again. I'm just betting with you. I'm not sure I'll be able to get my hands on those 2 cigarettes anyway. So in that case I'll be bold enough to bet. Senator Louis spread his hands very helplessly. Liao Chen also sat in his chair and pointed to his old partner. I really don't believe he dares to come. If he does, I'll host a banquet for the Su family, young master. After saying this, Liao Chen beckoned for the guard platoon to come over. Have the cooking class add a few dishes tonight? If that kid doesn't come, we'll eat by ourselves. If he does come, then treat this young master well. Staff Sergeant Louis smiled and shook his head. He was really getting screwed by this old partner. At this point, the Su family's eldest son, who still didn't know that Chief Liao had prepared a big meal for him, was eating compressed cookies and drinking mineral water in the car. Chief, can we really get off the mountain tonight? Eating compressed cookies on the mountain is really making me sick. The trainees next to him had spent a lot of time with Su Ran and couldn't help but let go a bit, at least daring to speak their minds in front of Su Ran. Su Ran swallowed the things in his mouth and laughed. This is bitter? Then it seems that you have not tasted the real bitter. And so back to the school. It is time to give you on the old comrades suffered those years. Can be chipped off the teeth of the frozen peas? The field was killed by the rats and cockroaches. You can taste and see in compressed cookies compared to which one is good to eat? Chief, can I take that back? The little rookie looked at Su Ran pitifully at this time. But at this moment, Su Ran bristled and didn't answer. Inside the headset, snort, an electric current sounded. Immediately afterward, Li Ying's voice came from inside. Chief, we're ahead of schedule to 68th Heights. Su Ran was a bit surprised. So soon? Hey, that's the most basic quality of our 2nd Battalion as a penetration battalion. At this time, Li Ying actually had a hint of embarrassment when talking to Su Ran. Unbeknownst to him, behind Li Ying, all the men of the 2nd Battalion were all lying half dead on the ground. Take a break and rest until we get to the location. Su Ran had also long guessed the situation on Li Ying's side. After ending the call, Saran patted the driver next to him. Switch positions. I'll drive. When the little rookie heard this, he hurriedly put down the compressed cookie in his hand. Chief, I'm not eating. I can leave now. Su Ran laughed. We'll be arriving at the opposite Highland defense line soon. If I drive with this face, I can be more stealthy. Understand? After saying this, Su Ran directly pulled the little rookie over, while he himself sat in the main driver's seat, and easily drove the car off. Follow the car behind you. Don't fall behind. At this point, the SU president even greeted him professionally with a walkie-talkie. Just like that, on the hillside in the darkness of the sky, 2 transport vehicles bearing the logo of the Xuanwu military house were rattling up the hill. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The vision had begun to blur a bit due to the dense forest in the mountains. Soon the car came to the first choke point at the other side of the intersection. Su Ran, who was driving ahead, had already seen the warriors at the gateway waving around with red signal lights. A few moments later, the car arrived at the pass. You're the transportation team's car? A platoon leader at the pass shone a flashlight on the car of Saran and the others. Su Ran didn't say anything at this time, but the little rookie in the passenger seat next to him opened his mouth. That's right, squad leader. We were transporting ammunition to the 3rd Battalion side, but we were delayed on the road and ran out of fuel. The brothers heard that the 3rd Battalion side of the battle was doing very well, so they weren't in a hurry to get over there, and thought to come to this side of the command headquarters to get some food and some fuel. These words were what Saran taught the little rookie to say. Combined with the current situation at the top of the mountain, this reason is the most solid and reasonable. Chapter 171, The Last Battle of the Night, Dry and Finished. The man at the barrier gate also nodded slightly when he heard this. Then get in the car and start checking the situation. Upon seeing a couple of men in the back compartment not wearing uniforms but lying there in their shirts couldn't help but open their mouths. Seeing that you have traveled all the way on the boat, I won't talk about you, but go into the defense line and put on your clothes as soon as possible. Our chief of staff is the most capable of catching the military discipline, and you don't know it. Star Military School's several people hurriedly said. Good look class president. We immediately wear. After a routine check of the car behind him, the squad leader waved his hand and said, go on in. I'll say hello to the guys at the next choke point. And by the way, do you guys know the command's password for tonight? Squad leader, don't kid yourself. We just came from the Ministry of Transportation, and the head of the regiment specially stipulated one password for each battalion. So who could know about our command? Oh, it's good that you don't know. There's no gag tonight, so hurry up and get in there. That platoon leader of the Xuanwu military palace smiled and waved his hand. At this time, sitting in the passenger seat of the Star Military Academy, little rookie but nervous sweat to the soles of the feet. These words were taught to him by Principal Su himself, and he really didn't expect to actually encounter them at this time. Chief, you are a god. After leaving the scene, the little rookie looked at Su Ran with great admiration. At this time, Su Ran smiled faintly. Usually let you watch the video. One by one do not know where to go away. Now know how important to watch the video, right? That's right. This point of information was something Su Ran learned by chance while watching the 4 Great Military Houses video. He'd locked himself in his office during that time and had practically puked his guts out watching the videos of the 4 major military houses. But for the sake of this military exercise, Principal Su still endured vomiting and continued to watch. That's why this has every detail, all perfectly memorized. In fact, Principal Su got the most video footage of the Jubilee military region and has quite a deep memory of it. It was only a pity that he hadn't been able to meet the Vermilion Bird military region in this military exercise. The 2 transporters began to continue inside. At this time, Su Ran had already ordered Li Ying and the others to start messing things up first. His own side was going to continue to be covered as a camouflage to rush inside. Let's see if we can figure out a way to disguise another me and show up inside your team. Before ending the call, Su Ran gave Li Ying this sentence. At this moment, Li Ying laughed. Understood, Chief, I'll try my best. Su Ran definitely had great trust in Li Ying's intelligence. After ending the call, Su Ran drove onward. Although he had already entered the camp of the Xuanwu military palace, there was still a distance from the command headquarters. At the same time, Su Ran also piggybacked on the news from Zhang Sun and Chi Chi Rui, as well as Zhang Quan and their side inside the headset. All 3 of them reported to Su Ran that their 3 lines were now in jeopardy and could be breached by the other side at any time. Another half hour of stalling, and we'll win, and go back and hand out medals to each and every one of you brats. At the critical moment, Principal Su's big pie was once again drawn. Instantly, it was a very exciting wave of chicken blood for this group of rookies. Same moment, High Ground 68 in the back of the Xuanwu military palace. Li Ying and the others split into several small units and slowly penetrated. Sometimes one has to admire Li Ying's leadership skills, because although there weren't many people from the Xuanwu military palace on this 100-kilometer journey, but the Xuanwu military palace has also set up a lot of barriers. So on this journey, Li Ying brought her people completely over the mountains, even dripping in drinking water to this destination. After a brief respite of half an hour or so, everyone's stamina was finally restored. Li Ying picked out a trainee from the team who was about the same size as Su Ran, then have the other person take a facecloth and cover their face. Meanwhile, another temporary guard platoon was set up and managed to disguise a Principal Su out. In critical moments of attack or retreat, everyone has to address this one as the head of the regiment. I don't know if this will help, but it will certainly confuse the other side for a while. In groups, all prepare to fight. Remember, tonight is our last battle, so don't give yourself regrets. I believe that during this time, you have also grown into a real warrior, so I won't say anything else. After the charge starts in a while, whoever is afraid of being eliminated to hide behind their backs. Then this time when I go back, I'll personally talk to the head of the regiment, and as long as he knows about it, the consequences will surely be clear to you as well. Hearing Li Ying's words, everyone shook their heads. Battalion commander, you can rest assured. The last battle, how can not be obscenely meticulous? Isn't it just being eliminated? What's the point of sneaking around and staying by yourself when everyone's been eliminated? Just charge together and do it together. That's right, dry is finished. Can in Xuanwu military house dry a battle? Later to wearer can take out bragging capital. If lewdly steal life, that ing shame dead right. Li Ying nodded slightly, then began to briefly assign combat tasks. In fact, they had broken in with nearly a battalion this time, and if utilized properly, they could really make things happen in the opposing command area. This is now High Ground 68, more than a kilometer away from the real command. So after Li Ying grouped up in advance, all of them began to spread out their actions to rush upwards. Under the night, the last batch of soldiers from the Star Military School touched the mountain in starlight. At this moment, the sentries of the Xuanwu military house guarding the first barrier entrance seemed to have sensed something as well. One had a gun and was looking around curiously. Jojo. 2 low muffled shots with silencers rang out in the darkness. The most conspicuous of the sentries stood somewhat dumbfounded, for he had been hit and was beginning to emit yellow smoke. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Bang! 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 The sound of automatic rifles started sweeping directly down the hill. To be honest, although the sound of the guns with the silencers added just now was faint, they had no idea where it was ringing, and at this point all of them were just strafing indiscriminately. Jojo! It was followed by another hit. Several of the sentries all hid under a nearby van or took cover. Report Battalion Commander. Report Battalion Commander. There's an enemy touching up on High Ground 68. Xuanwu Military Palace Temporary Command. Liao Chen was fiddling with the dishes, ready to start eating with his staff. After suddenly hearing the sound of gunfire in the distance, Liao Chen and the chief of staff all looked at each other and smiled. Looks like a cigarette is in order. The chief of staff finished, picking up a piece of beef from the table and dipping it in a small sauce to savor it gracefully. Liao Chen, on the other hand, turned to look at the map. Height 68. He even came up from here? It's a bit interesting. Report. The commander of the 1st Battalion of the Xuanwu Military Palace, who was responsible for protecting the command headquarters, also hurried in. What's the situation out there? How many have come up? Before he could say anything, Liao Chen hurriedly asked. Chapter 172, I'm going to do something big. Reporting to the regimental commander. A platoon is currently expected to be showing their heads, all moving in groups. Hearing this from the 1st Battalion commander, Liao Chen laughed and shook his head. It looks like he pulled the battalion that sneaked up on my artillery battalion. Or else that kid would have a platoon somewhere by now. Chief, I'm already having my brothers break them down one by one. All of these groups of them are fighting using the method of tracking their location. It does seem to have the legendary black technology. Well, you look after yourself. If this little thing can't be done well, it's time for you to change the position of the 1st Battalion commander. Several battalion commanders have let me down in this military exercise. They can't even beat a bunch of student boys. As a soldier of my Xuanwu military house, it's too embarrassing for me. Please don't worry, Captain. I promise to complete the mission. One more thing. Have your men keep an eye out to see who the commander on the other side is? If it's surnamed Su, and if it is, let me know at once. Understood, Chief. After the 1st Battalion commander left, Liao Chen rejoined the table and began to eat. Do you guess he'll show up this time? The chief of staff, who had been shoveling food into his mouth to eat, took a sip of water to smooth it out, then sat across the table and nodded. Definitely, but whether you can catch it or not is another story. He sent it to my door. So how can I not capture it? Don't worry, as soon as there's news from the 1st Battalion commander's side, then I'll personally move out with the guards. Lao Liao, stop it. Is going out at that time to catch or give away heads? You're the one who stopped. How do those student boys he brought with him compare to my Xuanwu military house? Then you also tell me, who are the people blocking your 4 battalions right now? You gave them the order for half an hour, but by now those students are still on top of it. Is this what you call a student boy who can't compete with our Xuanwu military palace? The two men's voices had risen much higher in decibels by the time they spoke. Liao Chen was also choking on the chief of staff's words at this point, but his aura still didn't want to lose. Regardless, those student boys certainly can't compete with my soldiers. They're just utilizing high-tech weapons on top. Then do you think that Su Clan kid didn't bring any high-tech weapons with him on this trip up the mountain? Can you guarantee that he won't be able to hit you once you're out there? Old Liao, your temper is still so impulsive. You always like to go to the top. Usually everything else is very good. Just this point is the reason why the military chief let me be your partner all the time. Liao Chen was rendered speechless and could only sit in his chair and stare. The chief of staff poured him a glass of wine. Just listen to me. Sit here properly and wait for the news on the line. Even if that kid has 3 heads and 6 arms, but there is a battalion guarding outside. Surely can't afford to make any waves. When the time comes to invite him in, we'll have a good chat while you're on the spot and pretend to be a good guy. I'm sure I'm not going to stop you. Okay? Drink. Liao Chen didn't say much and directly raised his glass and drank it. Outside at this time, all the guard platoons of the Xuanwu military palace had already protected the command headquarters in a regiment. Outside, a battalion of men were busy constantly setting up formations to deliver messages. This kind of scene, if Principal Su saw it, he would surely smile happily, because the head of the Hall Xuanwu military house had actually made so many defenses in order to watch out for himself. It's indeed too much to look at him. Of course, our Principal Su did have to come over and patronize us at this time. After all, such a big scene was set up for him. Squeak! Su Ran drove his car and parked under the last line of defense in front of the Xuanwu military palace command. Stop! What's your Department of Transportation vehicle doing here? The platoon leader at the gate surveyed the men in the car very warily. Su Ran gave a wink to the small rookie next to him, and the guy immediately understood in seconds. Squad leader, we've already greeted the front post, and we're almost out of gas on the car, so we've come to the command post to rub some food in, and then we'll get some gas to set off later. The platoon leader looked at him lightly and said, there's an enemy attack tonight. No outside vehicles are allowed in. You guys go to our battalion headquarters and stay there. But the class president, the little rookie, still wanted to insist. But next to him, Su Ran opened his mouth and laughed. Thanks, squad leader. It's not bad for us to just rest our feet here. Then next to the small rookie also hastily reacted. At this time did not dare to say anything more. Just with the other party smiled and nodded his head to say thank you. The 2 vehicles took the rookies from the Star Military Academy and quickly arrived at the campground next to them. Su Ran didn't get out of the car first, but surveyed it and said, "This is the opposite camp. It looks like the 2nd Battalion has appeared now. They went to meet the enemy, and there are only ordinary people stationed inside the camp. Chief, what should we do next? We haven't seen the command yet, and they're making us wait here, and if we want to make a move in a while, we'll have to go through this line of defense to get there. It's just going to be hard." Su Ran didn't say anything and continued to survey the surroundings. A moment later, he looked at the small rookie next to him and said, "Go and fetch some food to eat. Fill up your stomach first, and listen to my arrangements in a while." The little rookie nodded hastily and ran off the bus to take 2 men to get food for the others. Saran sat in the car and listened to several other battalions. There weren't many people left on 1st Battalion Jiang Sun's side. This guy and Defei were engaged in a pursuit and escape battle with the other side in the mountains and forests, deliberately attracting the other side's firepower to delay. Kakiri's side is basically done being eliminated, and it looks like it's coming down to the wire. Zhang Quan's side led a thorough fight for his life with the transportation department, but it didn't work out, and currently there was no sound inside the headset, and only a few surviving little rookies were still running away. So now only Li Ying's 2nd Battalion from Star Military Academy was left to start attacking over on the 68th Heights to attract the opponent's firepower. Su Ran knew that as long as he resolved his other battalions, then these people from the Xuanwu Military Palace would immediately come to fight the 2nd Battalion and start to besiege themselves. It was also a few dozen kilometers from their battalion headquarters to the nearest 3rd Battalion location. During this period, the ample time for Saran to act was the time for the other party to catch up. Soon the chauffeur, the little rookie, returned with his meal packed. "Chief, it's really exciting that those guys didn't recognize us," the guy said, bringing up a box of food for Su Ran. Su Ran said as he ate, "Tell everyone to hurry up and eat. We don't have much time. After the last fight, everyone go back and have a good rest." The little rookie hurriedly nodded. "No problem, Chief. Also, in a moment, you drive one car to start charging the card, the second car from the other direction to charge the card. Don't care about anything, just give the direction of the other side's command directly. Don't worry about the rest of the things, you guys." "What about you, Chief?" the young rookie asked curiously after him. Su Ran, on the other hand, finished his boxed lunch and patted him on the shoulder. "I'm going to do something big. Hey, I know. Must have shot Liao Chen, right?" Chapter 173, How could our Xuanwu military house fail to defeat the military academy? A few minutes later, the 4 little rookies from Star Military Academy drove the first car through the front barrier entrance. "What for? Stop the car. Stop or I'll shoot." Boom boom, the motor of the transporter roared, and the little rookie on board pressed dead center on the gas pedal and went straight ahead. "Get the out of my way. This is a drill. Get out of the way if you don't want to die." I have to say that the rookies at Star Military Academy are really desperate. Just because of Su Ran's one sentence, the 4 rookies completely disregarded everything else and drove directly and violently. "Quickly stop them, they're from the Star Military Academy," someone yelled up. Immediately after that, many people inside the camp kept rushing forward. Ta-da-da-da, a barrage of gunfire swept across the car. However, these transporters are of excellent quality and even have bulletproof panels. Guns with blanks are even less useful. There was a loud boom. The transporter went straight ahead against the guardrail of the barrier in front of it. All the campfighters were a bit dumbfounded. "Quickly take the men and go after them. The command center is just ahead. I'll contact the men of the guard platoon to stop them." Damn, these student boys are too crazy, aren't they? Who could have known they'd blend in? No, 2 cars just came in, and one more. It was almost as if the people on the side of the Xuanwu military palace had just reacted. Another car rumbled out of the side. "Get out of the way." The 2 Xuanwu military house warriors were almost hit, and they all rolled to the side with palpitations. The others next to him fired again, some trying to throw grenades, but the speedy transporter shunted off in a single drift and again went off in the other direction. Damn, what kind of driving is that? The people from the Xuanwu military mansion were also dumbfounded. It's a bit too intimidating that a bunch of student boys would have such guts and skills. Not far away, Su Ran, who was mixed in the crowd of the Xuanwu military house, also smiled faintly. The person who drove this car should be a trainee of the Shibei department. Their instructor was mechanically proficient, so when he was in school, he had trained the entire department to improve their basic car skills by more than one level. Company 1 and Company 2 take the men after them at once. Don't let them get into the command center. And the rest of you stand guard here and clean up the scene. A leader similar to a deputy battalion commander soon appeared on this side of the scene and began to take command. Seeing this, Su Ran took advantage of the darkness of the night to run directly inside the second company's team that was assembling in front of him. Due to the military tension at this time, everyone at the scene was taut with a string. So many people did not notice Su Ran at this time. No need to call the roll. Leave for the bus immediately. The second company commander didn't have any more nonsense and just ordered everyone to get on the bus. Su Ran followed in the middle of the group, deliberately covering his face with the face scarf on his uniform. Inside the combat uniforms in the military drill, all of them have face cloths. Especially the quality used in the Xuanwu military house is still very good. So after getting into the car, Saran with his face scarf could easily blend in. Asterisk 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 asterisk. These student boys are really fierce. They even blended in from here. In the car, the people from the second company of the 1st Battalion of the Xuanwu military house began to talk about it. You don't say. I thought a military academy could be something, but now you see, they held out for so long, and even touched our command headquarters. Indeed a little something, and this is only one indication. The opposite commander is not simple can have such a clear battle plan, deliberately let a person drag us a few battalions, and then he came over to bring people to touch our command. This if let him succeed. That. Shut up Aang, don't say what you shouldn't. He can't possibly succeed. How could our Xuanwu military house not be able to defeat a military school? Su Ran, who was sitting in the corner, lowered his voice and said very coldly. When the crowd heard this, they all nodded their heads and said no more. At this time, no one expected that the person who said this was the principal of the Star Military Academy. At this time in the Xuanwu Military Palace Command, with 2 cars coming at us in a dash, the guard platoon side received the message long ago. Immediately, someone with an anti-tank bazooka dropped to one knee in place. Ha, is it really at the end of the day that there's no way out? So you think of coming over to fight me in this way? Liao Chen also came to the door at this time. The chief of staff next to him said helplessly, let's not look at it Lao Liao, go back and drink. I'm going to see this kid get caught with my own eyes. And there are so many of us on the scene, what are you afraid of? The chief of staff had no choice but to accompany Liao Chen on the sidelines. Boom boom. The sound of motors in the distance was getting closer. The guard platoon was already in formation and the anti-tank bazooka was even more aimed. The first little rookie car arrived as promised. Almost at the same moment, the anti-tank bazooka on the guard platoon's side had already pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A flame traced a beautiful path through the air. It then ran straight for the transport truck that had just shown itself. There was a loud boom. The rocket exploded in the car. Countless ribbons spread across the entire roof of the car. Squeak! The car stopped. Immediately afterward, the men of the guard platoon all surged forward. Get off! Get out of the car! The lead platoon leader yelled out a rebuke. The 4 little rookies from Star Military Academy all helplessly threw away their guns and jumped down. There's no way around it. The car was blown up. And according to the rules of the maneuver, the man on top was eliminated. Damn! You little brats can driving our car so violently, and just now almost hit someone you know? The guard platoon leader spoke angrily. The rookie in charge of the car innocently said, Squad leader, don't be so angry. Maneuvers are battlefields. You should know this truth better than I do. I'm also following orders. You, exhausting the long breath, he let go of the little rookie, then looked around at the inside of the car. Just you guys? No one else? The little rookie laughed. Of course, do you want more? How about the back? Coming right up. Almost as soon as the little rookie's words left his mouth, not far away the motor of a transport truck roared to life again. Get out of the way. They're coming again. The guard platoon yelled again. At the same time another bazooka was slowly raised in readiness. However, this transport vehicle was clearly faster than even just now. Almost in the blink of an eye, it came to the crowd. Holy, is this kid crazy? Driving so fast. Where's the RPG? Him for me. The words just fell. A ray of fire once again shot out from the command side of the Xuanwu military palace. However, the driver of this car next staged a lesson for everyone. The brakes sounded harsh in the distance. The dirt on the ground of the hillside was even swept up several meters. The car actually swung in place immediately afterward. The rockets speeding through the air were surprisingly dodged by him. Holy, what the is this operation? The guard platoon leader was also dumbfounded by the look. Get on the bomb. Don't give him a chance. But he quickly reacted and urged the loader next to him again. But at that moment, the transport truck unexpectedly started up again. The sound of roaring motors paired with rickety vehicles came straight at the command post for the kill. Liao Chen at the doorway also subconsciously swallowed his saliva at this time, and was just about to retreat back. A second rocket was also sent out sharply. Chapter 174 Captain Liao. Robbing someone in front of me? Boom! The sound of the bazooka was unmistakable. Almost instantly, the transporter became colored. Squeak! This transport vehicle stopped in front of the guard platoon. It was less than 10 centimeters away from the frontmost warrior. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Sweat dripped from the head of the warrior with the RPG and he looked up with some trembling. Inside the main driver sat a rookie from Star Academy. The young face still had a light smile on it. "Sorry, Harbinger." The rookie chuckled. It was only then that the platoon leader of the guard platoon reacted. Pull these guys down. Soon, 4 fighters from the Star Military Academy were pulled down. All 4 of them looked a little embarrassed, especially the young man driving the car. Judging by his very shy smile, it didn't connect to the car skills he had just done in any way. "How do you drive, kid? Do you know who's standing in front of you? What if you hit someone while driving that fast? Can you afford to pay for it?" The guard platoon leader blushed to himself with a series of questions. Just now, this guy from Star Military Academy drove too fiercely indeed. Even if he dodged a shell, he even ran directly to the command side. "You know, behind the guard platoon is their chief." "Hey, squad leader. I'm really sorry, huh? I was just following orders. I couldn't help it." Again, following orders. The guard platoon leader waved his hand in exasperation and told the others to bring him down. At this time, Liao Chen, who was standing at the back, laughed coldly. "See, that kid has made this mess again and hasn't shown up yet. Really can keep his composure. Lao Liao, the more this time comes, the more you have to pay attention to safety. Don't be careless." The chief of staff instructed a bit worriedly, then pulled Liao Chen to prepare to go back. Not far. The men from the 2nd Company of the 1st Battalion of the Xuanwu Military Palace also rushed over. The commander of the 1st Battalion, who was protecting Liao Chen next to him, huffed and pushed aside the guard platoon and walked towards his men. "Battalion commander." The 2nd Company commander got out of the car and looked at the 1st Battalion commander with a bit of embarrassment. At this time, the commander of the 1st Battalion was angry and pointed at him. "What are you doing? Can't even guard a barrier? Surprisingly, you let them rush in from here." "I'm sorry, Battalion commander. It's all our fault." The 2nd Company commander did not dare to say much. In front of the head of the group at this time only dared to bow their heads and admit their mistakes. Behind him was the crowd of the 2nd Company, who had hastily gotten out of the car and assembled. Among them, there was a man who also slightly lowered his head, but his pair of eyes were dead set on Liao Chen in the distant crowd. "You wait, I'll clean you up when I get back. Now clean up the mess and get these guys out of here." The commander of the 1st Battalion immediately waved his hand and told his men to start cleaning up the mess. "Copy that, regimental commander." The 2nd Company commander also understood at this time that his battalion commander must be helping him, otherwise a few more curses, that the regimental commander wouldn't even let him go. After the 1st Battalion commander left, the 2nd Company commander hurriedly turned around and commanded, "Immediately take these people away, and then clean up the remnants of this place, and do more to police the neighborhood as well." The people of the 2nd Company responded loudly, and then everyone began to get busy. Su Ran, who was in the crowd, also started to hit the sauce, but his target was the Liao Chen side of the command center. At this time, Liao Chen and his staff didn't go back either, while the 2 of them waved at the entrance of the command headquarters, asking the commander of the 1st Battalion to go over. "Go on, bring the kid who was driving nice just now." The 1st Battalion commander nodded and hurriedly turned around to have the rookies on that last transport from Star Military Academy escorted over. "Hey, that soldier, you go, escort him to the head of the regiment." The 2nd Company commander commanded from a distance, and the person he was referring to was none other than Su Ran, who was beating the bushes. At this time, Su Ran was both surprised and pleasantly surprised. This guy was really his lucky star. He nodded hurriedly and came to the rookie at the Star Military Academy. This rookie was still hemming and hawing, but when he saw Su Ran's eyes, he instantly thought of something and directly closed his mouth and lost any expression. Su Ran just gave him a faint look and did not say much. The guy was a smart guy, and in this moment both men all knew everything, so at this moment, he very willingly followed Su Ran. "You kid is really bold. How dare you drive a car into our headmaster?" Fortunately nothing happened, or else we'd all have to end up with you tonight. The other warrior who was betting on the rookie at the same time as Su Ran spat as he walked next to him. Su Ran didn't say much, and neither did the military school rookie he was escorting. The 3 men continued on. It was a short distance, but in this moment it was getting tighter and tighter as time passed. The escorted little rookie couldn't help but look back at Su Ran several times, but all of them were toppled back by Su Ran as the Liao Chen in his eyes also became clearer and clearer. A few seconds later, the trio arrived in front of the guard platoon. The guard platoon moved out of the way. At this moment, Su Ran was only less than 5 meters away from Liao Chen. Yet Liao Chen's gaze was just fixed on the little rookie driver next to him. "Oh, I really didn't expect it. A military school student to have so much vigor." The student being escorted by Su Ran forced out a smile. "Hello, Chief." The guy even saluted after that. Liao Chen briefly returned his salute, then sized him up and said, "Not bad, not stage fright yet. Because the spirit of our Star Military Academy is that the narrow road is won by the brave. So I don't know what it means to be afraid at all. As long as it's an order given by the headmaster, I'm ready to carry it out. Hearing this, next to him, Su Ran was also happy in his heart. Good lord, is this kid acting out in front of himself? Well, you managed to get my attention. This time back it looks like we need to pay more attention to this kind of person who doesn't shy away from facing the enemy leader on the battlefield. Ha ha ha. Liao Chen also laughed very happily. It's a bit interesting, that Su Clan kid is really good at practicing soldiers. He can really train people like this. Kid, when it's time to graduate, do you have any interest in coming to the Xuanwu military palace? When the young driver heard this, his eyes involuntarily glanced over, wanting to look at Su Ran next to him, but reason told him not to do so at this moment. Reporting to the chief, I'm at the beck and call of our leader. Liao Chen and the chief of staff next to him laughed. Listen to your chief? Your chief isn't here. Just say you're willing and I'll personally have someone recruit you then. Kid, you have to grasp such a good opportunity. Our Xuanwu military palace has never taken the initiative to recruit people. Liao Chen's chief of staff also opened his mouth to instruct at this time. At this point only the small driver rack was left slightly awkward in the center. After all, if he agreed to it in front of Principal Su, wouldn't that make Principal Su think too much? However, just then, a slightly teasing voice rang out from the side. Captain Liao, isn't it not good to rob my people in front of me? When Liao Chen heard these words, he violently moved his gaze to look at Su Ran, who was wearing the Xuanwu military house next to him. Chapter 175, Principal Su parachuted in. Furious Liao Chen, you're Su Ran? Liao Chen said in surprise. The chief of staff next to him also reacted immediately. Protect the chief. Yet his voice had almost just fallen. Su Ran's figure also shot out like a bolt of lightning. Bang bang. The platoon of guards who were just reacting nearby only heard 2 shots. Yellow smoke was already rising from the chief of staff standing in the doorway. Their leader, Liao Chen, on the other hand, was being held hostage by a warrior wearing the Xuanwu military palace. At this time, Su Ran was holding a QSZ-193 pistol in his hand, dead on Liao Chen's temple. Captain Liao, I really didn't expect us to meet in this way. Su Ran adjusted his stance and pulled Liao Chen directly to the side of the tent, but his own head didn't give the other sniper a single chance, because each and every one of these special soldiers of the Xuanwu military house outside were sharpshooters. Even if they gave themselves the slightest chance, they would become a fatal weakness. I didn't expect you to show up in this way either. It seems my people are still too much of a failure to recognize you. Liao Chen was hugged by Su Ran, and at this time, the anger in his heart rose infinitely, because he understood that Su Ran was set on eating himself today, even though the two died together. He, the commander of the Xuanwu military palace, was lost. Next thing you know, the Xuanwu military house loses its eligibility to compete with the other 3 military houses this year. It's not your fault. After all, it's the 4 major military mansions. Who would go watch a live webcast when they usually have nothing to do, right? But if you look at it, I'm afraid you'll recognize me, right? Su Ran's words made Liao Chen even more helpless. It wasn't really that they didn't watch, but the amount of training the 4 major military houses did was usually amazing. Plus, the Xuanwu military house usually did have a bit of condescension, so they didn't have much of a heart at all for a military school's live training. Even Liao Chen himself, to this day, didn't know what Su Ran looked like. He had only heard that there was such a person. You shot out my chief of staff, but instead of laying a hand on me, you're holding me hostage and not letting go. So you're planning to use me, right? Hearing Liao Chen's words, Su Ran smiled and said, Captain Liao anticipates things like God. Then how about cooperating with me properly next? Principal Su, we're not making a movie. Could it be that if I cooperate with you, you'll let me off the hook? You and I both know that as long as one person falls into the hands of the other, even if it's according to the rules of the maneuver, we'll give the other person a hard time. That depends on whether or not your men will agree. After saying this, Su Ran looked at the guard platoon at the door. At this moment, all the guard platoons, as well as the second company led by the 1st Battalion commander, raised their guns and surrounded Su Ran. Asterisk. What are you guys waiting for? Shoot me now. Liao Chen was furious and cursed. However, at this time, the crowd of the guard platoon and the commander of the 1st Battalion did not dare to shoot, because they never shot their own chief. Su Ran, however, smiled faintly. You won't have a chief after you shoot. All think clearly. If you don't shoot, I will still give you a chance in a while. Damn, you bunch of losers. He's trying to use me. Shoot me. Xuanwu Military House Special Forces Training Manual. Have you all forgotten? Seeing that these guard platoons are going to be set on fire by Liao Chen. At this time, Su Ran wasn't hesitating and directly pulled Liao Chen to run backwards. When he was almost in front of the tent, he used all his hair power, and with one hand, he dragged Liao Chen into the tent behind him. Bang bang bang. A series of shots rang out outside. The entire inside of the tent was instantly sifted. Su Ran dodged the bullet by directly pressing Liao Chen to the ground at the critical moment. These people are really shooting. They don't take your safety seriously at all, Chief Liao. Liao Chen gasped. What the hell are you doing? Su Ran smiled and didn't say anything, turning his head to scan around the tent and immediately saw the communication soldiers standing in a row not far away, just now outside the guard platoon strafing. Will these command communication information soldiers all wave? So these soldiers can only stand beside, cannot speak quietly, do dead people. Behind these men, however, were rows and rows of communication instruments with various blinking signal lights as well as computer screens. Liao Chen, who had just raised his head, seemed to have thought of something, immediately yelled outside, all the dead people? Charge in and him. He's going to mess us up internally. At this moment, Su Ran didn't say anything and directly reached out, his arms exerting force as he prepared to lift Liao Chen up. However, Captain Liao was already considered a very young officer within the Xuanwu military palace, so Liao Chen also immediately began to resist, but it was obvious that Su Ran's strength and skill was definitely above him. In just 2 rounds, Liao Chen was beaten down. Before Liao Chen could climb up, Su Ran had already ripped a face recognizer from the top of the operating table. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Liao Chen's mouth blurted out a nationalist phrase and immediately used his hands to cover his face, but Su Ran's movements were much faster than his, holding the face recognizer with one hand and yanking Liao Chen's finger with the other hand to make a strong plate. Ah! The poor head of Liao screamed miserably and had no choice but to let go of the hand blocking his face. Su Ran immediately lifted the face recognizer and aimed it. Ding dong! Welcome to the Xuanwu Military Palace Commander's backstage system. Almost the instant the voice had just sounded, Su Ran once again flew and kicked Liao Chen directly 2 meters away. Head Liao was lying on the ground, his expression incomparably struggling and in pain. Damn! Do you boys realize this is a drill? Bang bang! Su Ran didn't respond to him. Directly 2 shots to Liao Chen, dry yellow smoke. Thank you for your help, Captain Liao. Su Ran smiled, dropped the face recognizer. The body is like a sharp arrow. Directly jumped to the side of the operating table above, and then aimed at the keyboard as a chaotic knock. Not knocking around. Of course, Principal Su had already entered the Xuanwu Military Palace military exercise backstage management system at this time. Same moment, the guard platoon outside rushed in nervously as well. Shoot him, don't let him get into the management system to sabotage our battle plan. Liao Chen anxiously shouted at the door. At this moment, he had forgotten that he was the one who had been eliminated. Because facing Su Ran's barbaric invasion, it directly made Head Liao lose his mind. Lao Liao, the chief of staff, who had just arrived at the door, called out helplessly. Although he was also eliminated, seeing Liao Chen's hated look, he could only speak out to stop it at this time. You can't break the rules of military drill. Liao Chen exasperatedly shouted. I don't care. My Xuanwu military house can't be eliminated like this. I've never fought a battle like this before. The 1st Battalion commander and the others were also a bit dumbfounded by the scene just now where the chief had been eliminated but ordered it. But he didn't care about that. Instead, he and the guard platoon immediately rushed to shoot at Su Ran's side. Da-da-da-da. The sound of automatic rifles echoed through the command room, only to see Su Ran unplug the power supply, directly holding the laptop, a sliding shovel to hide under the table. Since it was blanks, the table was hit with a round and it didn't matter. A string of data quickly appeared on the computer. Command transmission in progress, estimated time 1 minute. The countdown is starting. That's right, in a matter of a few dozen seconds. Su Ran directly used Liao Chen's face recognition to enter the administrators backstage. Orders began to be given to all the artillery as well as missile systems connected to the system in the Zhenbu military palace. The target is their respective positions. The artillery battalion beat the infantry regiment, and the air defense battalion beat the artillery battalion. In modern militaries, these artillery pieces, as well as missiles, are all connected to systems that allow them to be quickly maneuvered and struck in a short period of time. At this moment, Su Ran was taking advantage of this. 1 minute. Oh, it's been a long time since I've fought. Let's be heroes this time. After saying this, Su Ran hid his computer in a corner. Then he picked up his gun and shot directly at the guards in the command room. Chapter 176, One Man Turns the Tide. Bang bang bang. Inside the command room, there was a steady stream of intense gunfire. Su Ran kept pulling the trigger with the pistol in both hands. The men of the Xuanwu military palace's guard platoon were no slouches either. But at this point it also depends on who the opponent is. Wait for Saran's side to finish shooting 2 magazines. There were already half a dozen people on the scene, puffing yellow smoke and retreating helplessly to the sidelines. This kid's marksmanship is horrible. The 2 men, the 1st Battalion commander and the guard platoon leader, leaned behind the command desk. At this time, the entire command post of the Xuanwu military palace had been completely overturned. It was a mess inside, with flying papers as well as equipment everywhere, among which were the food and wine that Headmaster Liao had just prepared for Principal Su. Of course, at this time, the head of Liao had long hated Su Ran to death. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are you guys losers? So many people can't beat him alone? Liao Chen stood by the side and was so angry that he really couldn't help himself. The chief of staff helplessly pulled him. Cut the crap. There is a look-back video on our side. By the time the inspection team sees it, it's all over. Liao Chen didn't say anything. His eyes were covered with blood. His eyes were dead set on the direction where Su Ran was hiding. I believe that at this point, if he was given a gun, this guy would be the first to rush over. At this time, Su Ran once again looked at the computer time. There were still 50 seconds left. He craned his neck gently, replacing the last 2 magazines on his body skillfully. Bang! 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 Once again a series of automatic rifles sounded overhead. Even the sound of hurried footsteps all came. It was obvious that the people from the Xuanwu military palace outside had all pounced on them. Boom! Saran slammed both feet on the table beside him. The huge conference table was actually kicked enough to fly several meters. Half of the crowd of guard platoon that rushed forward was hit. Bang bang bang. Same moment. Saran's twin guns fired again. The 2 guard platoon personnel on the front were eliminated outright. The remaining men aimed a barrage of bullets at Saran. Saran rolled on the ground several times to dodge bullets, then quickly came behind a huge server. The remaining members of the guard platoon in the room didn't want to give Saran a chance. It split directly into 2 groups and charged again. At this point, Su Ran had very few bullets left in his hand. He swept a few shots at the foremost man before violently throwing his pistol away. Same moment. 2 sets of men had swooped in from either side. Almost in the blink of an eye, Su Ran kicked the huge server beside him over with a muffled grunt. Several of the guard platoon personnel reacted quickly and ducked immediately. Taking advantage of this moment, Su Ran stepped on the chair and leapt up again. Straight away, he jumped over the head of a guard platoon member across the street, followed by a scorpion's tail. The moment Su Ran and the other party landed on the ground at the same time, the powerful force directly went against the other party's arms. The guard only felt that his arms were locked uncontrollably in an iron vice, and then the automatic rifle on his chest was held by Su Ran and rushed to the other side with a sweeping shot. Ta-da-da-da. In a flash, the oncoming platoon of guards had no time to dodge. Several people in the crowd were staring at each other with yellow smoke. No one expected Su Ran to be so fast. Come on, right now. This kid can't move. Hit him for me. The commander of the 1st Battalion yelled from the side and took the lead in strafing Su Ran with his gun. At this time, the guard who was being held by Su Ran was just about to dodge, but was once again pulled by Su Ran. Then a scene of helplessness began to unfold, because although Su Ran on the ground couldn't stand up for a short time, instead, he pulled the guardsman to hide underneath the other man. The poor guardsman had dozens of bullets swept straight through his body in just a few seconds. Of course, these are blanks, but everyone in the midst of the military exercises was wrapped in thick yellow cigarette packets. As soon as it was hit by a bullet, the yellow cigarette packet would break an opening to emit smoke, but the dozens of bullets left dozens of gashes on the warrior's body. So in an instant the entire command room was filled with yellow smoke, which further allowed Su Ran to take advantage of the situation. Directly pushed away the already dead warrior. The entire person transformed into a bolt of lightning and once again leapt behind the table and disappeared. Those eliminated get out immediately and don't add smoke to the scene. The 1st Battalion commander exclaimed in exasperation. I'm so damn convinced that there's no cooperation at all. Liao Chen, who was watching outside, stomped his feet even more helplessly. He didn't even think that Su Ran alone would sweep away all of his guard platoon. Keep going on me. He's already entered the backstage system. If we let him disrupt the battle system, our Xuanwu military palace will be completely finished. 1st Battalion Commander, UING, Old Liao. We've lost this time. The chief of staff was beside himself with helplessness. Liao Chen stared at the yellow smoke inside the tent, his nose heaving. I'm not willing. Why should this kid alone turn the tide? My Xuanwu military house shouldn't be defeated in his hands alone. This will be a disgrace since our history. You and I will be nailed to the pillar of shame when the time comes. The chief of staff grabbed his collar fiercely, and the always mild-tempered man was staring angrily at Liao Chen at this moment. Don't you forget your duty as a soldier? A failure is a failure. We have to make our own excuses instead of breaking the rules. And if that's the case, your political career is over for the rest of your life. Liao Chen's cheeks were trembling when he heard this. At this moment, he had lost his soul because the always proud man never expected to fail in this way. The two on this side were arguing, but inside, Su Ran was staring at the countdown of the last 5 seconds of time remaining. Drawing over the automatic rifle on the ground again, he charged headlong. Damn, it'll finally be over. Same moment, the commander of the 1st Battalion of the Xuanwu Military Palace also rushed up with dozens of 2nd Company warriors. The two sides are meeting as enemies. Ta-da-da-da-da. Fierce gunfire rang out through the thick yellow smoke. Su Ran shot the bullets in his rifle straight out in one breath. All he could feel was the constant barrage of blanks hitting him. I don't know how many times I was smashed. I only know that in the next second, countless yellow smoke filled the body. 3, 2, 1. Perfect. At the same time, the commander of the 1st Battalion, who had charged headlong across the street, looked down. Yellow smoke already billowing from his body. It's not just him, it's all over the others. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How did he do that? The 2nd Company commander next to him asked dully, but the 1st Battalion commander had not yet had time to reply to him. Instead, they heard the sudden, unmistakable, piercing sound of cannon fire outside. Immediately afterward, everyone in the entire 70th Heights looked up dumbfounded. Countless artillery shells with flames in the sky were leaping across the sky and smashing inside the camp next to them. Liao Chen, who was arguing, as well as his chief of staff, also stupidly let go of his hand and completely froze. Next to Highland 62, Zhang Sun and Lu Dafei were holding a grenade just about to detonate it. At that moment, he was also shocked by the huge commotion overhead. My goodness, is the Xuanwu Military Palace crazy? Beating itself up? Zhang Sun swallowed and shook his head and corrected. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the head of the regiment destroying their combat system, causing the other side's entire artillery battalion, as well as the air defense battalion to be in complete disarray, and begin to beat themselves up. So now it's the same as saying that the Xuanwu Military Palace will be eliminated in all cases if they go down in this round of artillery shells. Ha 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 ha. Lu Dafei threw back his head and laughed. Yang Hun, on the other hand, silently turned the grenade on. Our star military school is really going to be famous this time. Let's go. Take the Xuanwu military house with us. Boom. A blinding light sprang up between the two, but what shone through was the unmistakable happy smiles of the two men. The same scene happened to Zhang Quan, Lu Jiajia, Qi Qirui, Wang Hao, Li Ying and others. Chapter 177, Command Shocked. How did he do it? Sky City, Command Hall of the First Class Military Palace, DDT. A rush of sirens sounded. Elder General Su, who was watching the combat video, as well as other generals at all levels, all stood up violently and looked back at the information department, because the footage they see on their side is delayed. The video in the command hall right now was of Saran robbing a car with a team of 10 people. So after hearing the alarm from the information department's side, they all looked over in surprise. Li, what happened? Su Lao's staff officer hurriedly opened his mouth and asked. Xiaoli from the information department lowered his head and looked at the data above with a somewhat dumbfounded look. Chief of Staff, the Xuanwu Military House, and the delegation of the Star Military Academy, all disappeared just now. What did you say? Old General Su asked in a neutral voice. All the generals on the scene, as well as the guards, stared in disbelief. Send the data to the big screen immediately, the old staff officer ordered very anxiously. At this moment, inside the entire hall, everyone was talking. No one believes this is happening now, because from the video they had just made, the Star Military Academy didn't have any advantage at all. Even if their leader himself had gone out to sneak up on them, that would have been a difficult task to accomplish. General Su Lao's side was even more excited as he looked at the big screen. Since data transfer takes a little time, the old general was shaking a little when he picked up the glass of water next to him in his haste. Li, you're sure there's nothing wrong with your live video and alarms, right? For his part, the old staff officer was not quite convinced of the facts, and once again confirmed with the information department side. The young man named Li wiped his fine sweat, his eyes fixed on the screen. Chief of Staff, there is absolutely no error in the data, because all the other military mansions are normal on their side, and only the Xuanwu Military Mansion and the Star Military Academy delegation side has a shocking situation. After saying this, he tapped his finger hard on the confirmation button. Okay, Chief, the live video data is now all on the big screen. Shasta. Everyone in the command room looked up at the big screen. Rewind 5 minutes ago, old General Su immediately ordered. This side of the information department hurriedly operated according to the order. A few moments later, the big screen showed exactly the full view of the 70th heights of the Xuanwu Military Palace. On this mountain, those flashing blue dots were Xuanwu Military House warriors.
And those flashing red dots were Star Military School warriors.
Looking at the map, the red dots are disappearing. But just then, everyone witnessed to the top of the map, the place where the Xuanwu Military Palace flag was inserted, which was the location of their command headquarters. There were a few red dots of light flickering slowly. People from the Star Military School, they actually entered the Xuanwu Military Palace command? Someone in the command room spoke up in surprise. Old General Su ignored it, but it was the old staff officer who glared at him. That young general hurriedly covered his mouth and didn't dare to say more. Just now he was also too excited and couldn't help but say it. At this time on top of the map, the red dots that had blended into the Xuanwu Military Palace also gradually disappeared. In the end there was only one red dot that surprisingly kept going in. Everyone looked dumbfounded that one man had started to single-handedly take on the opposite command. After a few minutes, hints began to appear on the side of the map. The command and management system of the Xuanwu Military Palace has been turned on. The Xuanwu Military Palace command management system order is in effect. Countdown initiated. The moment everyone sees it, the people from the Star Military Academy turned on the Xuanwu Military Palace management system, and it changed the highest order in there so that they started beating themselves up. This also explained why there were swaths and swaths of people from the Xuanwu Military Academy and the Star Military Academy being eliminated, because all the artillery and missile systems started hitting their own camps. Anyone who was inside the 70th heights was eliminated from the moment the management system was activated. At this moment, the old general stared at the screen with a very strange expression on his face. There was disappointment, excitement, but more amazement and bitter laughter. The old staff officer also swallowed his saliva and laughed a bit bitterly. I'm afraid that the only one who broke into the Xuanwu Military Palace is that kid. I really didn't expect that he would use this way and pull the Xuanwu Military Palace with him as a cushion before he left. All the generals at the scene were all dumbfounded by Su Ran's move. I don't know how long it took, but someone finally started to lead the applause. Slap. Throughout the command hall, everyone stopped working and started applauding the well-fought battle. People will always admire, be happy and excited about things they haven't seen done, or things they can't do themselves. That may be the mood of these generals on the scene at the moment. Everyone at the scene was clapping and clapping except for old General Su. The old staff officer, on the other hand, shook his head and said, "This Liao Chun, is still too young, talkative." Old General Su looked up and blankly glanced at him. Then he stood up, and the guard next to him rushed over to help. "What's your old man up to?" the old counselor asked curiously. General Su Lao, on the other hand, blandly said, "I've been holding it all night. Can't I go to the restroom?" "Ha ha, you, hurry, hurry." The old staff officer hurriedly made way for the guard to help Su Guotao out. A few moments later, old General Su, who had returned to his room and pretended to go to the restroom, had just closed the door. Instead, a very happy smile appeared on his face, which grew stronger and stronger, and finally completely began to let out a loud laugh. The two guards at the door who had heard the old general's laughter looked at each other and smiled, all in a way that was unspoken. Of course, it was not only old General Su who was happy at this time. And then there's Pops, who was eliminated by Saran himself. Inside the Iron Wolf Regiment command headquarters, after Su Xiaotian saw the battle on the video, the whole man stood up excitedly and almost hugged and nibbled on the chief of staff next to him. "Holy, old Su, you need to have some face. I only accompany you to work. I'm not obligated to accompany you to do anything else." Su Xiaotian hugged him and said with incomparable happiness, "Old Zhao, take a ing look. Take a look. My son did it. He personally ed the entire Xuanwu Military Palace. I see it, but consider yourself. If you don't let go, the Iron Wolves could have a new staff officer tomorrow." Inside the Iron Tiger Regiment, Yu Tianlong, who saw the scene, also clapped his hands very happily. "Ha ha ha, this kid is too good at playing. He even invaded the management system of the Xuanwu Military Palace." Now that Liao Chengai's face is green with anger, right? His staff officer is on the side of the Sai. Well, originally Star Military School is our Iron Tiger Regiment Reserve Battalion. This time people are afraid of famous pigs or afraid of strong. In the future, the Star Military School's source of soldiers is estimated to be the first to be the other four major military governments snatched to want to, and finally to give us to stay. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The Star Military Academy is what I've raised. The guns they use, the supplies, and even now there's a battalion of mine over there as sentries. How could I let them have the four major military mansions? This time, even if it's the old generals who say it won't be good enough. Chapter 178, Su Ran's Principles. Compared to Yu Tianlong of the Iron Tiger Regiment, the other military districts, as well as the remaining three major military mansions, however, were also very happy about this victory of the Star Military Academy. After all, after so many years,
There was finally a standout who was able to break into the monopoly of the 4 major military houses and be among the top. Truly realizing Liao Chen's words, the history of China's military world was changed, and they all became witnesses to history. Even the senior military chief of the Xuanwu military palace, at this time, was also in the office with a black face and did not say a word. The 4 major military houses fight for the top 4 places in every military exercise. Anyone who finishes in 4th place is proof that the year's military exercise has been a failure. But now, the Xuanwu military house was actually defeated by someone. Although the end was the same, but this also belongs to a tie for 4th place. This kind of shame was completely in existence that the current military commander of the Xuanwu military palace could not accept. Too young. It's my fault this time. I should have sent someone else if I had known. The Xuanwu military palace's military chief spoke with a gloomy face. A few minutes ago, he was still sleeping inside the Xuanwu military compound. But I didn't expect to be woken up with such news from the frontline military exercises. Next to him, his staff officer sighed. It can't all be blamed on Liao Chen. You're well aware of the situation at the Star Military School. That's the old general's grandson. An existence that has been groomed from a young age as a successor in the military world. And now with this situation, we should all be reminded of it. Just as all levels of the Chinese military community were lamenting the night's reversal. At this time within the military exercise mountains, above Highland 70, the people from the Xuanwu military house and the Star Military School had all gathered. The rules of the military exercise indicate that if it is a large batch that is eliminated, the first-class military government inspectorate will personally come over to verify the situation, restore the scene, take evidence and samples, and even go back for professional restoration as well as evaluation. After a little tossing and turning from the SU president, the tide of battle shifted against all odds tonight. The first-class inspectorate is on its way here now. Su Ran and the others were not in a hurry to go down the mountain, but used their combat headsets to notify everyone to gather at the 70th high ground, and at that time, they would uniformly arrange for cars to go down the mountain. Inside the headset, several battalion commanders all reported their positions to Su Ran with vigor. Honestly, tonight should be the happiest day for the Star Military Academy delegation, because they did what it takes to really win. And, of course, there was the most important reason of all that it was time to go back down the mountain and go back to school. Almost half a month up the mountain. Everyone hadn't showered, hadn't slept or eaten or rested properly. At this age, they are supposed to be in school experiencing the wonderful college life. But now they were being led by Principal Su to accomplish an impossible task. I am afraid that only they themselves know the meaning and process of this. The entrance to the command headquarters of the Xuanwu military palace. At this time, Liao Chen had already gathered all the cadres in a meeting to make preparations for the descent. Saran also assembled the few guard platoon personnel he had brought up the mountain. Chief, the crowd all came to Su Ran and greeted him with smiles. Su Ran nodded and scanned everyone with a satisfied smile. Finally his eyes fell on the driver who had driven last. This guy is only 5'7", and his face looks like the kind of master who was very resourceful. Hello, Chief. The boy noticed Su Ran's eyes and also hurriedly greeted and saluted loudly. Su Ran nodded. What is your name? Reporting to the regimental commander. My name is Dongyu, a cadet of the Shibei department. Su Ran patted him on the shoulder. You kid is good. You got a lot of credit tonight. Then, Chief, can I obtain 2 medals? Dongyu looked at Su Ran with a bit of excitement. Only Su Ran smiled and didn't answer, but told the crowd to rest in place first and wait for the other battalions of the Star Military Academy to gather on the mountain. Captain Su, what's going on? In a hurry to get down the mountain? Just then, Liao Chen's staff officer appeared next to him. Su Ran turned his head to look at him with a smile. Hello Chief of Staff. Now you're being so polite to me. When you shot me just now, that I didn't even blink. Ha ha, Comrade Chief of Staff, just now we were enemies, but now we're comrades in arms. Positioning is still something to be found. Great at fighting and great at talking. No, it was all in jest. Don't take it to heart, Comrade Chief of Staff. I'm not going to keep it in my heart, but someone else may not. How about this Chief Su? Let your people wait for a while first, and you come with me to meet Chief Liao. Su Ran already knew that this one wanted to take himself and Liao Chen to meet in private. This is considered an invitation from head Liao? Su Ran stood still and had no intention of moving. The Chief of Staff, on the other hand, shook his head. It was a personal invitation from me. Your actions just now were perfect, and I'm very impressed. But Chief Liao was a bit impulsive, and I'd like you to hear his explanation. Su Ran's side skimmed his lips and didn't say much as he saw that not far away, Liao Chen had already walked over. Old Lu, there's no need to go to so much trouble. When Staff Officer Lu saw Liao Chen come over, he also sighed helplessly, knowing that his plan had fallen through. Originally,
He wanted to let Su Ran go over, then persuade Liao Chen himself, and then say something nice to Su Ran, so that he could turn a blind eye to the matter of Liao Chen still giving orders to command after being eliminated tonight. But now that Liao Chen came over in person, Staff Sergeant Lu knew that this matter had fizzled out. Liao Chen, am a one-man operation, so I hope that what happened just now will be reported truthfully by Captain Su. As Liao Chen spoke, a pair of eyes stared very sternly at Su Ran. Su Ran smiled and shook his head. Captain Liao deserves to be a soldier. After saying this, Su Ran looked at Staff Sergeant LV and said, Staff Sergeant LV, we all come from the military. So many people were there just now. Do you think it's easy to cover a mouth or to erase a bunch of people's memories? If you ask me to take the lead in lying, I think I will apologize to the cadets of my school. As a principal, this is not what I should do. And you as a staff officer with a regiment under you, again, this is not what you should do. Am I right? It's me being selfish. Senator Louis bowed his head. As an old partner who had worked with Liao Chen for so long, Staff Sergeant Lu really didn't want to see Liao Chen being snowed under after this military exercise. But as things stand now, the end is clear. First, defeated by a military school with poor leadership skills. Secondly, giving orders even after being eliminated breaks the rules of military exercises. Liao Chen will be demoted to reflect on the next punishment, or even sent to the court-martial to wait for disposal. It was clear to all that General Su's regard for the rules of the military exercises was the last thing to be fooled with. Farewell Chief Liao, Counselor Lu. Su Ran didn't say much and directly greeted the two men, then took his men and started down the mountain to meet with the other battalions. On the mountain, only two forlorn figures remained. Old Lu, I've wronged you, bowing down for me and that boy. Oh, you're pure fart. Do you need to talk about this between you and me? Tell me why you are suffering? Isn't it good to bow your head with him and admit your mistake, in case he's happy and lets you off the hook? Old Lu, you don't understand this kid, and you don't understand me. This military exercise failed. Even if I bow my head and admit my mistake, my political career is over. Chapter 179, all gathered in triumph. Descending the mountain together. Su Ran didn't want to get involved in these things, at least in front of his own students. He wouldn't do anything that violated his principles. It was even clear to Su Ran, but whenever he talked to the old man at home about this, he would definitely scoff at himself. So he's not going to dabble in that kind of water himself. Adults, take responsibility for what you do. If your ability to control your emotions is beyond your control, then you also need to figure out how to take responsibility for what you do. Chief, our men are starting to head this way now. Are we going down tonight? Dong Yu asked happily from the side. Su Ran looked at the rolling hills and hummed. It was a long time before he spoke. Back then, I dreamed of participating in military exercises, and today I finally got what I wanted. At this time Su Ran lamented. Naturally, it was that Su Ran of the predecessor. As he remembered, that Su Ran was very disappointed as he retired from the Vermilion Bird military house when he had no chance to participate in a military exercise. But now, his regrets were made up for by Su Ran at this time. About half an hour later, the Star Military School Academy on Highland Hill has grown. Chief, the first to come over, naturally, was Li Ying, who was closest to Highland 70. At this time, Li Ying's body was dirty. Her face, her hair were all covered with mud pieces, and there was even a lot of mud, and if it wasn't for her voice, she couldn't be seen as a girl at all. Behind her, the other brothers of the 2nd Battalion weren't much better, each gasping for air, their bodies all covered in dried chunks of mud. Apparently, they were also very happy to learn of the end of the victory just now and ran over. Seeing this scene, Su Ran's heart was still very touched and satisfied. Great job, everyone. Su Ran stood his ground and saluted everyone. Li Ying finally revealed a hint of a smile. Chief, it's still your side that plays well, or else even if we did more tonight, it would still be useless in the end. Even you have learned to brag about me. Su Ran pointed at the girl. Dong Yu, go to the Xuanwu military house and borrow some clothes out. Then borrow their cooking class, so that all of our school can have a good meal before going down the mountain. Hearing Su Ran's words, Dong Yu hurriedly nodded and answered to go help. After a while, on the armored battalion side Chi Rue, Wang Hao and the others also came to gather. These guys had carriers, plus most of their fights were artillery as well as armored units against each other, so it seemed fairly normal. Reporting to the regimental commander, the 9th Battalion has come to report for duty. Reporting to the regimental commander, the 10th Battalion has also come to report for duty. After this military exercise, Chi Rue and Wang Hao were considered to have grown up completely. Standing in front of Su Ran at this moment, he had an air of being able to stand alone. According to Su Ran's current evaluation, after this military exercise, these battalion commanders of his casually go to a military region or military government that are the existence of the best. Not long after, 1st Battalion Zhang Sun and 2nd Battalion Lu Dafei also came with their men. Reporting to the regimental commander. The 1st Battalion has come to report for duty. Reporting to the regimental commander. The 3rd Battalion has come to report for duty. These two are said to be the most pathetic. Hardly dozens of people staring at someone else's battalion of more than one battalion for hours on end. In the end, when Su Ran heard that the two were about to pull the thunder and blow themselves up, he also cried and laughed. Chief, this time when we go back, just the two of us should be worth 3 medals for our contribution, right? Lu Dafei shamelessly took credit in front of Su Ran. At this moment, Su Ran smiled faintly, then when Lu Dafei was not prepared, he directly pulled his ears. Ouch, Chief. It hurts. It hurts. You still have the nerve to ask me for a medal? Come on, I'll help you. Remember when you hesitated to ask for a medal when you fought the Iron Tiger Regiment in the first wave?
I'm sorry, Chief, I was wrong.
I won't dare again. Seeing Lu Dafei get defeated,
Zhang Sun next to him smiled happily. The other battalions were beside themselves, all laughing. The team of Zhang Quan and Lu Jiajia were the last to return, because the two men were blocking the opposing transportation unit over on Height 62. They were really too far away from Height 70. Chief, we were going to just wait at the bottom of the hill for you to leave together, but after we got your order, we came straight here without stopping. This Zhang Quan fellow had also become oily now. While next to him, Lu Jiajia snickered. Su Ran pinched Zhang Quan's cheeks covered with black smoke. You kid, your performance is not bad this time, but remember, don't forget to go back and collect the reward on your instructor Rolf's side. What reward? Zhang Quan kinda asked with curiosity. Next to him, Lu Dafei laughed. I heard that, old Zhang. When you were a sniper, you missed and eliminated someone who shouldn't have been eliminated, right? When these words came out, Zhang Quan was instantly dumbfounded. The others were beside themselves with laughter. While everyone was having fun, Lu Jiajia also came next to Liang. I heard you found the opposite gun battalion alone again and eliminated them. Liang looked at Su Ran in the crowd and replied indifferently. It's all the chief's orders. You're really good. Lu Jiajia praised Liang in a very rare manner. Of course, Liang didn't feel that being praised by Lu Jiajia for a single word would be much fun. It was just that Ryujia felt that it might be better to be friends first while the two were usually studying and competing in battle. Thus, the rookies of the Star Military Academy followed Principal Su and completed their first metamorphosis. After this metamorphosis, the first class of freshmen was considered to have risen completely. That night, Saran took over 2,000 men to fix dinner on High 70. Everyone then borrowed the temporary tents of the Xuanwu military palace to sleep. Although President Sude did not help Liao Chen, but head Liao was not so bad that he did not even have this kind of tolerance. In the early hours of the morning, someone from the side of the first-class military inspectorate came to recover the site. It was tossed around until noon when the live video was finally finished. Su Ran and the others were led down the mountain by a convoy of first-class military house inspectors. Less than 10 days remained today in the 3-month-long military exercise. But all of this had nothing to do with Su Ran, with the rookies of the Star Military Academy, or with the people of the Xuanwu Military Palace. On the way down the mountain, the Xuanwu Military Palace side of the caravan was dead. But on the contrary, on the Star Military Academy side, the carriage was filled with laughter. Even this guy Lu Dafei directly proposed that everyone start singing the military song in chorus. Su Ran, who was sitting in the car of the first-class military house inspectorate, also lowered the window to look at the rear. There came the sound of youthful fervor. But he understood that these next voices would all be turned into an inexhaustible stream of power when he returned to the military academy. The 2,000 men led by Su Ran this time were only for attacking the Xuanwu military palace. So along the way, they had to slowly gather the other 3,000 people from the other star military schools. When the three living treasures, Xiao Ji Ba, Wang Beitan, and Anai Ma Bai, saw Su Ran, their faces all showed incomparable excitement. Chapter 180, Rules of Military Drill. No one is allowed to violate them. Chief, we three have missed you. Look, my gray hair has already grown a circle in just a few days. Xiao Jiba very shamelessly took off his hat to show Su Ran. Immediately after that, Wang Baodan also pushed his way out of the crowd. Captain, we are not thinking of you. We are thinking of the sound of our military school's triumph. These days we have all been on the mountain to see the shells and listen to the sound of gunfire, waiting for the day when you return in triumph. And now we are finally expecting it. After saying this, Wang Batdan very exaggeratedly jumped down in front of Su Ran. In the next second, this Namabi guy also madly rushed out. Wow. Chief, I thought I'd never see you again. We heard you broke into the barracks to go off by yourself. Do you know how worried I was about you? All of the Star Military Academy cadets on the scene all looked at this scene helplessly. The other 7 battalion commanders also stood at the forefront, looking very bitterly at the 3 guys courting in front of Su Ran. Anyway, Su Ran, who had just gotten off the bus, was surrounded by these guys before he had a chance to console them. But a few seconds later, the 3 people were like kites with broken strings. One by one they were all kicked out. Asterisk 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 asterisk, can you be normal? Can you be normal? This isn't even school yet, and my majesty is gone? Su Ran twisted his wrist and looked at the 3 people who were lying on the ground in pain and could not get up. All the other trainees in the scene couldn't help but laugh. The 6th, 7th, and 8th battalions, on the other hand, tried to help the 3 up, but he heard Su Ran speak again. Let them get up on their own. Damn it, people are eliminated, not their souls. As a student of my Star Military Academy, can you still have some backbone? The deputy commanders of the 3 battalions stood still, all afraid to move. Xiao Kiba, Wang Beitan, and Anai Mabi, on the other hand, pitifully climbed up from the ground. A few moments later, the 3 of them also sat in the car and set off with Lu Dafei and the others. What? Still naughty? Lu Dafei ate his fruit and leaned very suavely into Zhang Sun's arms. Across the room, the 3 Shakiba leaned in pitifully. We didn't think the headmaster would be so cruel. Yeah, I had also thought that if we behaved in a touching manner, the chief would take pity on us and give us an extra medal. Miscalculated. Looks like the chief won't eat this. Change to another trick later. When Lu Dafei and Dashuan heard this, the 2 of them looked at each other and silently gave the opposite trio a thumbs up. Outside on the convoy, the people from the Star Military Academy had all filled up into a row. Everyone sat in the car happily singing the military song Back to School. To this point, the Star Military Academy delegation's trip to the military exercise came to an end. And this military exercise is really going to make waves throughout the military community. Military Performance Mountain is not far from Sky City though. However, the military exercise had not yet ended, and Su Ran could not bring people directly to Heavenly City to receive the credit. He could only wait for the other 3 major military houses to finish their maneuvers 10 days later, and wait for the military world side to notify him before he could take the other battalion commanders to set off. After all, bringing more than 5,000 people into the Heavenly City of China would be impossible. The same goes for all the other major military districts and all the major military administrations. After the military exercise, there would be a tally on the Sky City side, a site restoration, and all sorts of evidence and crosstalk before the final rankings could be finalized. Then they will notify the military commanders, regimental commanders, and battalion commanders of the 6 military districts and the 4 military mansions to come into the city to receive their honors and awards. So Saran has now taken people back to school. Sky City. Inside the command headquarters of the first-class military palace. After last night's overtime viewing of the video, the command hall of the first-class military palace was a bit cold at this time during the day, because most people had already gone back to rest, having stayed up really late last night. If it was a military exercise in previous years, this time of the year that would definitely be the most lively moment. After all, the 4 great military houses were renowned, and their confrontation at the end was the real excitement. However, last night, because of the appearance of this dark horse, Star Military Academy, everyone's attention shifted. At this time in Su Guotao's office, the old general went straight back to his office to rest last night after seeing his grandson's victory. That's why it took until this time to wake up. Boom boom boom. The secretary at the door came in. General, you're awake. Su Guotao nodded. How is the situation on the mountain? Since the Star Military Academy and the Xuanwu Military House were eliminated, the other 3 military houses have been silent for a night with little movement. But in that early morning session today, the Vermilion Bird Military House moved a portion of its soldiers to go over to the Green Dragon Military House, and the 2 sides are a bit of a saber rattling. Su Guotao smiled faintly and said, "This Song Jijie finally can't hold back and wants to make something happen." Ha! Captain Song's strength should not be underestimated. But Captain Hoi is not a persimmon to be pinched. Everyone is now curious as to why Captain Song didn't go out to the White Tiger Military House first, but instead chose the Green Dragon Military House. After all, this time around the White Tiger Military House is leading the team, but it's the youngest head of the group. Fong Lingyun. Song Jijie is not a cutie. He also knows to pick soft persimmons to pinch. But now the situation on the mountain is not quite right. There are only 3 major military houses left. He wants to fight for the top 2. Surely he will look for a sure thing. He and Huawei have fought for the whole 3 military exercises. How do the 2 of them make a move that they estimate that they are all aware of with their eyes closed? But Fong Lingyun is different. This kid was appointed as the head of the 2nd Regiment of the White Tiger Military House last year, and his curriculum vitae is very simple, except for a few of us old farts.
The other people aren't clear about his background. So how could Song Jijia dare to move him first? Elder General Su is right. There are indeed too many variables in this military exercise. Captain Fong and Principal Su are close in age. If the two of them could fight together, it would definitely be a wonderful battle. Hearing the secretary's words, Su Guotao smiled faintly and didn't say much. What's that in your hand? The secretary hurriedly said. The situation has just come back from the inspectorate. Is the Star Military School and the Xuanwu Military House last night's battle recovery roughly? And some prosecution details. Prosecution details? Who's that? Su Guotao curiously took the document in his secretary's hand. The secretary whispered. It is Liao Chen, Liao head of the group, and it is his own prosecution of himself. Last night during the battle, Liao Chen head of the group in the situation of being killed eliminated, but also ordered the command of the team, so, violated the rules of the military exercise. Su Guotao took the document and briefly scanned it for a few moments, then threw the folder to his secretary. This Liao Chen, he's not a young man anymore, and he still has such a big temper. I remember he violated it once back then when he participated in his first military exercise, right? That's right, old General Su. At that time, it was still their military commander who personally begged for leniency, and only then did you agree to give him a chance. And later on, Captain Liao performed well, and the matter was left unsettled. What to do? What to do? Back then, remembering that he was young and had a developmental future, he had already given him a chance. It was him who didn't grasp it. Military exercises are battlefields, and those who break the rules, no matter who they are, should be punished. Chapter 181, Principal Su of the Vermilion Bird Military Academy. Back then, after this side of Elder General Su's command, the secretary had gone down to convey the order. A few minutes later, inside the Xuanwu military residence, the army chief took the phone and rushed to the secretary on the other end. Okay, I understand. Don't worry, I'll do his job. After hanging up the phone, the chief of staff of the army chief next to him walked in. Call from Sky City? The army chief sat back in his chair and hummed, then annoyingly lit a cigarette. I've long said that this kid Liao Chen is too hot-tempered. He can do all sorts of unscrupulous things for the sake of victory. Now it's so good that he even violated the rules of the military exercise. It seems that back then, you made the wrong choice when you brought him to the old general. The chief of staff finished and sat down across from him as well. After a long silence, the military commander of the Xuanwu military palace, still young, prepared to give notice. He doesn't need to go to this military exercise assembly either. You're not even allowed to attend the military drill convention? Is that so serious? Oh, and what do you think the old general means by having the secretary give the order at this time? Alas, really did not expect. This year we actually lost to a military school, and now also took another captain into it. You say this thing to do. It would have been better if this kid had stayed in the Vermilion Bird military palace back then. At least he wouldn't have given us as much trouble as he does now. I guess the Vermilion Bird military palace side must be regretting it now as well. Oh, talking about the things of that year, also let a person have to sigh. Can only say, no matter to what time, how the rules of the Chinese military world cannot be destroyed. This is Su old general himself said. His own grandson are not spared. You say, Liao Chen, and what right he spared? The military commander of the Xuanwu military palace was right. At this time inside the Vermilion Bird military palace, their army commander was also sighing with his chief of staff. Back then, if only we could have kept Su Ran in the Vermilion Bird military house to continue his service. You said that he would have performed very well, but he wasn't as good as he is now. Who would have thought that this kid would be like a different person now? You know the situation back then. The rule of the 4 military houses is that ordinary soldiers can stay for a maximum of 3 years, and if they can't be promoted to squad leader after 3 years, then they have to be discharged. But who knew that kid was giving up his chance for promotion for his comrades and retiring on his own accord? Tell me who can believe there would be such a person around. For the sake of this, their head of the regiment wrote to the military ministry several times, and even old General Su himself knew about it, but it was of no use because it was an ironclad rule, and in the end it was he himself who took the initiative to retire from the army. That looked like it was all coming up to a military exercise, and then he left. Tell me about the entire 4 major military mansions. How many people can participate in the military exercise? Oh, this matter did make a big fuss at that time, and General Su Lao that was also unable to do anything about it. But after a few years, General Su Lao once again gave this grandson of his a chance to make everyone understand that this grandson of his was not unable to be promoted in our military house, but because people themselves did not want to be promoted. In the office, the 2 heads of the Jubilee military house chatted, telling the story of the predecessor, Saran. Back then, for these things, The Su family's side hadn't been saying much either. At that time, Su Xiaotian also said for his son. But unfortunately, Su Guotao had no choice at that time. After all, the rules were set by himself. If he broke them, it would be like having no prestige in the army. In the end, the only ones aggrieved were his Su family's own people. But after a few years, old General Su once again gave his grandson a chance. It was this opportunity that once again brought everyone all the way back to that year. A few years ago, a regiment stationed in the Jubilee military region. Su ran. Your application for posting has been submitted, and it's expected to arrive next month. By then you'll be the leader of the 3rd class. I'm sorry, company commander. I'd like to withdraw my application. Why? Do you know that you've been in the Vermilion Bird military palace for 3 years? And if this application isn't successful, then you'll have to leave here. Leaving is fine, but I still want to withdraw my application. By the way, I'll recommend someone else to you. Su Yong's application from our class has been written, and he's not bad, so he should have no problem being the class president. You're being ridiculous. Is this kind of thing a matter of humility? Do you know that your chance is just this once? If you lose it, you'll never have it again? This is the rule set by the old general on the side of Tianchang. On the side of the 1st grade military palace, even if your surname is Su, there is no way to change that. Do you know that? Thank you, company commander, for your kind words. We'll see you later if it's meant to be. Phew. Su ran. Sitting in the back of the SUV, jerked awake. Somewhat dazedly, he watched the lush trees fall backward out the car window. That memory just now was of the predecessor, Saran. It's also a segment that's come up a lot since he came to this world. No one knew better than him how reluctant the predecessor Su Ran had been to leave the Vermilion Bird military palace back then. But for the sake of that comrade of his, he eventually left in silence. After waiting 3 whole years for the military exercise, the predecessor Saran also had no chance to touch it. But it was because of that humbling of his comrade Xu Yong died in an accidental fall off a cliff during a military exercise. Back then, Su Ran only wanted to help Xu Yong, so that he could stay in the army to continue to fulfill his dream, and perform better in the 4 major military mansions. And at the end of his tenure, he could also receive more retirement money, because Su Yong's family was very poor, and he himself had a strong background in the Su family. And even if he left the Vermilion Bird military mansion, as usual, he could go to other battalion departments. But it was because of that good intention that Xu Yong ended up staying on the mountain forever. This incident led to a great deal of regretful depression in a previous life. Of course, at this time, Su Ran was no longer the predecessor. Only at times, those images from that time as well as inexplicable heartache still popped into his mind from time to time. Principal Su, are you okay? Next to Su Ran was the 2nd Battalion Commander Liang, and the co-pilot was Lu Jiajia. Because there were too many people coming back this time, Su Ran let the 2 girls sit in a car with himself. At this moment, Liang saw that there was actually a trace of tears flowing out of the corner of Su Ran's eyes, and he couldn't help but be curious. Nothing. Saran wiped away his tears very calmly. Looking at the time, he said, there's still 2 hours to go before we get back to school. Do you want to take a few days off this time? The co-pilot, Lu Jiajia, looked at Liang, who also looked at her. The 2 hesitated for a moment and spoke at the same time. Principal Su, we're not taking a break. Although we've benefited a lot from the maneuvers during this period of time, we're more interested in learning more at the school, and we've definitely fallen behind in our classes. According to your diligent and serious attitude, I'm afraid that little course will take less than a month to catch up, but since you don't want to take a break, go back and train well. The military exercise is over. There's still the international military exercise, so if you want to show yourselves, work hard, don't let yourselves down, and don't leave any regrets. International military exercises? Liang and Lu Jiajia all looked at Su Ran in surprise. Chapter 182 in the triumphant return of the Star Military Academy delegation. International military exercises. That is, the troops of each country to select the best, and then conduct a military exercise competition. But well, this requires you to participate in the army. Have a military rank before you can participate. Hearing Su Ran's words, Liang and Lu Jiajia all nodded in disappointment. For both, those days still seemed too far away. Principal Su, this time, the reason we've gotten this far is also because of your command. If we left you, we might have lost the first battle, so we still need to work hard next. Lu Jiajia still said what was in her heart at this time. Next to her, Liang also added, she's right, Principal Su. For us international military exercises are definitely not enough. This time when we go back, we still need to continue learning. It's good to know that. International military exercises aren't like this one where you're allowed to practice. When the time comes, that's when you'll be tested on your true abilities. Su Ran looked out the window and instructed the two men. Silence fell in the car.
The two girls all secretly resolved to work harder this time around. But at this time, Principal Su was already fantasizing about what kind of shock the outside society would cause when the military exercise was completely over and the rankings of this military exercise were announced from the side of the first-class military government. At the very least, this time it would definitely get the system in his head to turn on the arms area. At that time, the cadets of the Star Military Academy would be able to use unlimited weapons to cultivate their training. Well, as far as it being a private arms cache, I'm sorry, but all the military schools in China have the military community behind them. And it is also clear that military schools are allowed to have all kinds of arms and weapons for training purposes. So when the time comes for Principal Su to take out some weapons to train her students once in a while, that's nothing to sneeze at, right? The caravan descended the hill and then traveled a little further. That's when everyone's cell phones got a signal. Everyone was reaching for their cell phones, checking in with their families. This military show went under military secrecy and many people disappeared for nearly half a month. So the family must not have been worried. Su Ran's side also received a call from his own mom. It was nothing more than concern for his condition in the mountains, and his own side of the family could still know something about it. But Su Ran also just coped with her to say a few more words, or else say more. The old mom's urging for marriage will open again. He had just hung up his mom's phone on his side when Secretary Zhao's call came from the school side. Principal Su, finally I was able to get through to you guys. I've been contacting you every day when I have time. Are you okay? Okay? Su Ran said helplessly. It's just a military drill. It's not like you're actually going to war. I'm sorry, it's because I'm overthinking that. Oh yes, I want to say that the school's scientific research institute is being established very quickly, and you will definitely be able to see a great deal of change when you come back, as well as the other students who have been training very hard, and this time, the military drill they were not able to go to participate. Many of them are holding their breath and increasing their training. It can be seen that they really work hard. And, don't have any more Secretary Cho. Let's go back to what's going on. Well then, take your time on the road. And the school leaders are waiting for you. Su Ran hummed and hung up directly. It was only then that he saw Li Ying next to him looking at himself curiously, but noticing his gaze, Li Ying hurriedly turned his head to look out of the car window. Just then, the cell phone rang again. Su Ran helplessly picked up. Secretary Zhao. I said that I'd go back and talk about what's going on. It seems that Principal Su was very busy with work, and this is just after coming down the mountain to discuss work matters with his own secretary. Hearing the familiar voice inside the phone, Su Ran couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Sorry, didn't realize it was you. It's alright, I also have news here that I heard you guys ended up going down the mountain, so I tried to console you. How is it? This time I finally made up for what I wished for back then, didn't I? Made up for it, and thanks for the help. I didn't help anything, it was all your own effort. Thanks anyway. Saran, I don't want to be so raw with you. Hearing the change in Zhuo Lan's tone at this time, Su Ran's long sigh already didn't know what to say. I'll also be going to Sky City after the military drill debriefing in a while, so I'll see you then. Probably hearing Su Ran's tone at this time, Zhuo Lan once again sent out an invitation and hung up directly before Su Ran agreed. At this time, Principal Su really had some regrets that he had listened to that comrade of his and had this deal with Zhuo Lan. Next to her, Li Ying once again looked at Su Ran curiously, not knowing what she was thinking in her beautiful eyes. Yet Principal Su looked out the window and fell deeply asleep once again. It's as if the only way to forget these things is to close your eyes. Buzz. A vibration went off on Li Ying's cell phone. The co-pilot, Ryu Jia, turned her head and gave her a wink, signaling her to look at her phone. Only then did Li Ying pick up his cell phone and look at it, only to see a question mark from Lu Jia above WeChat. Did Principal Su's date just call him? Li Ying, I don't know. Do you think it was the female officer she ate with the last time she was in the school cafeteria? Li Ying, I don't know. No, Li Ying-san, don't you have a gossiping mind? Li Ying, no. Ryujia, a scratchy expression. Outside, the Star Military Academy's convoy was speeding along. If you dislike the camera in each of the transportation compartments, you can see the rookies, one by one, with their heads buried in a very sweet sleep. It's really been a hard time, and everyone really needs a good night's sleep. 6 o'clock in the afternoon, coming up on dinner, the convoy finally entered downtown Tianhai. Saran informed everyone in his headset to start organizing their attire, because it's immediately off the bus, when it's time to face the whole school as well as the instructors. That's why Su Ran wanted these rookies from the Star Military Academy to show some of the momentum of a military drill. After the order was given, all the students inside the transportation carriages were all busy in the carriages at a fast pace. Saran's orders were still coming through the headset. Next, after arriving at the school,
All of you start getting off the bus according to the battalion division. 1 battalion to 10 battalions in turn. Bring out all the momentum you had on the battlefield of the military drill. Don't be so tired that you can't keep your eyes open. You hear me? The battalion commanders all began to reply. At this moment, everyone is just going to put on a good show in front of those students who have never seen the world. After traveling for more than half an hour, the caravan finally arrived at the entrance of the Star Military Academy. At this time at the gate of the Star Military Academy, it was already full of people. On either side were students from various departments, all wearing camouflage uniforms, looking very expectantly at the slowly approaching convoy. At the top, there was the director of instruction, as well as instructors from other departments, and teachers from other courses. Welcome the Star Military Academy delegation to the return of the military exercise. Slap. Fierce applause rang out in front of the school. Chapter 183, What? Our school gets to receive an award? At this moment, the students of the 11 departments inside the Star Military Academy all applauded and cheered very enthusiastically. That's a lot of excitement for the rookies in the convoy who are participating in the military exercises. One by one, all in the car, all smug. If you give a big red flower, completely winning the battle of the triumphant return of the soldiers. The car at the front of the line. Su Ran was just about to get out of the car when he saw Secretary Zhao hurriedly running over to open the door. However, the one who got off the bus was Li Young, who was sitting next to her, instantly embarrassing Secretary Zhou. Li Ying also hurriedly stood next to him with Lu Jejia. Principal Su. Secretary Zhao stood by and said. Su Ran nodded slightly, and after he got off the car, all the gazes of everyone gazed over. In an instant there were more cheers from the countless people behind them, and all of their gazes fell on Su Ran. Principal Su. Principal Su. All the instructors all came over to greet Su Ran. Having not seen him for so long, the crowd still misses the meticulous Principal Su. It was as if the whole military school could only be considered soulful if he was there. Director Li also walked over happily. Welcome Principal Su back to the school. The results of this military exercise were not bad, right? Everyone in the outside world was unaware of the specifics until the news was announced on the side of the Heavenly City's first-grade military palace. Su Ran smiled faintly. Not bad. Director Li might not know Su Ran very well, but those few comrades of Su Ran knew best. Inside Su Ran's mouth, as long as it was said to be okay, that achievement was absolutely fine. So by now a few of the warring parties over there were already privately happy. Su Ran, on the other hand, turned his head and greeted those students behind him inside the headset to get out of the car. Let the people in the back get off too. Why? And have people go up and invite them one by one? Over here, Su Ran's order had just been given. Above all the cars, the rookies, very neatly dressed in their military drill attire, began jumping down into the cars. Everyone's pace and movements were all in unison. When they got out of the car, the men split up according to the battalion and looked ahead in great spirits. The cadets of the Star Military Academy were so excited and adoring. What was revealed in everyone's eyes was a strong sense of envy. That's so cool. If only we could have participated in the military exercises back then. This aura is all like a different person. Do you dare to believe that those 3 living treasures of the rectitude department are now so imposing? Just like the army generals? It's not an exaggeration in the slightest. I feel a murderous aura on these people and in their eyes. It's true that a military drill is really different. Nothing more to say. I'm going to go back this time and train extra like crazy too. No matter what, I have to rub a spot in the next military exercise. Unconsciously, the 3 living treasures of the honor system also have a fan cult, but at this time the 3 did have a very unassuming aura revealed on them. Especially Wang Bat Dan, this guy, although the long a little lewd, but the camouflage suit of the military exercise so aware. Small temperament rubbed up. Attention all men of the 7th Battalion. With Wang Baodun's command, everyone in the 7th Battalion straightened their bodies and looked forward. When we enter the school gates later, all of you be more energetic. Don't lose face. Our 7th Battalion won the battle this time. It's honorable. You must be proud of your faces. Understood. The men of the 7th Battalion all roared very hard. Soon, led by the 1st Battalion, the battalions all began to move inside. Snap. More intense applause came through the school. At this moment, even a battalion of the Iron Wolf Regiment that stood guard for the Star Military Academy not far away was there watching curiously. These little guys, finally something. This time, the Star Military School has indeed grown up. And I'm afraid that in the future, our headmaster will have to practice us to death. The 2 Iron Wolves standing guard whispered. At that moment, down below, the rookies of the Star Military Academy were immersed in cheers. Principal Su. These students are really different. Next to him, Director Li also immediately saw the signs, because he could clearly see that these students were all carrying a stern gaze in their eyes. It's not at all like being lectured all over the place at school. Su-ran stood next to him and laughed. The battlefield is the most capable of exercising people. Although it's just a military drill, the degree of realism is no less than a real battlefield. Can you give us a sneak peek as to what our school's ranking is this time? Hearing Director Lee's words, Su-ran bristled and did not say much. Not far away, a few other old war instructors came over curiously. Seeing the situation, Director Lee coughed and still asked with some reluctance, "Come on, Principal Su, can you at least tell me who our school lost to, or how long our school has been on the hill?" Su-ran said helplessly, "There are less than 10 days until the end of the military exercise. Do you think we deliberately delayed in the mountain until so long before coming down after we were eliminated?" No. Of course I didn't mean that. The students in our school are still all good. Not to mention you, Principal Su." Director Lee looked embarrassed, but didn't know what to say. Su-ran said helplessly, "Director Lee, don't be in a hurry. You'll be able to know it all after we return from Tiancheng." "What? Our school can still go to Sky City for the ordination ceremony?" Director Lee and the few comrades behind him were even more unsteady at this point, and they quickly discerned an important message from Su-ran's mouth. Although the troops participating in the military exercises were able to go to Sky City, the Star Military Academy didn't belong to be a troop. This information is really crucial. Su-ran smiled and didn't say much. Instead, he looked up to the densely packed Star Military Academy students who cheered non-stop. "Everyone, today is a day off, and the school cafeteria is serving free meals, so you can get whatever you want." Everyone cheered happily at these words. The best thing for the rookies is undoubtedly to be liberated for a day and cheer happily for a day. After the grueling combat of this military exercise, Su-ran was also able to fulfill this wish of theirs. The other Star Military Academy students sort of followed suit. Principal Su, I don't know who started cheering in the crowd. Immediately afterward everyone started raising their arms and cheering loudly. At this moment, Su-ran was surrounded by stars, and everyone's eyes carried blazing heat and admiration. At the same time, he could clearly feel inside the system in his head. Various popularity values were swarming on top of each other. This feeling is just like a game where the chance of a blitz attack is constantly increasing and stacking. It's simply awesome. And Su-ran understood that right now it was only the students of the Star Military Academy who were helping to increase. If the final rankings of the military exercises were released from the Heavenly City side, it would definitely make people from all walks of life go crazy and start increasing their popularity value for themselves. Chapter 184, After the military exercise, gradually rolling up the rookies. Time passes quickly. In the blink of an eye Su-ran had been back at school for almost 10 days. Su-ran didn't rush to give medals to the rookies who participated in the military exercises, because the orders for awards hadn't come down from the first-class military government side yet, and they hadn't been given a ranking for their school. That's why Principal Su also decided to at least wait until they came back from Sky City before handing out the school's medals along with the military community's medals. In these days, the training at the Star Military Academy once again resumed its previous brutality. The rookies who came down from the mountains became more hardworking, and after this military exercise, they were all changed from the inside out, and understood more about how important these things they learned in school were. Other than that, in the past, Lu Dafei was completely ignorant of such things as artillery, but having learned the basics in school, that basic knowledge was utilized and came to play a very important role in military exercises. Then after nearly half a month from participation in military exercises, he had thoroughly understood the principles of these artillery and the various targets to hit. It was at this moment that Lu Dafei realized the importance of learning. When he went back to school again and sat in the training room listening to the teacher explaining all kinds of artillery knowledge, Lu Dafei was really hungry for it and really wanted to put all this knowledge in his head. Followed by three living treasures, Sha Qi Ba, Wang Bat Dan, and Ni Ma Bai. Although these three people usually study hard enough, but when this military exercise was over they realized that a lot of professional knowledge is completely trivial. If it wasn't for the fact that they had Zhang Sun, the school bully, leading them in this military exercise, and then there was Principal Su, the god behind them, sitting steadily on the mountain. The three were afraid that they wouldn't be able to hold out for even one day before they were knocked off the mountain. So this time back to school, see the knowledge in the books. And the teacher explained those strategies. 3 people like a wolf like a tiger. 1 holding the book click is to learn all. In addition to studying hard, the 3 in the usual training that is also a change of character in general. Crazy in the training field to show their own. The other rookies didn't dare to slow down in the slightest when they saw this, and one by one, they all piled into the training and learning. To paraphrase Principal Su's admonition, people who get to participate in military drills are rolling. So what's keeping you guys from rolling? That's why the students of the Star Military Academy have gradually developed an internal knowledge in these days. That means you learn. Yeah, I'll learn. And we'll all roll anyway, so we'll all roll together.
This situation can make the school instructors also look silly. Everyone did not expect that after this participation in the military exercise, the school will form such a trend.
Of course, this situation is one that makes Principal Su very happy. On top of that, after Su Ran returned to the school, he immediately let Lu Jiejia's side report to the Ministry of Scientific Research on the situation of the nanobots this time. In the middle of a real battle, the nanobots are good, but there are still quite a few drawbacks. Things like limited signal reception, not enough long-range maneuvering, and even sometimes flying out and not being able to find your way back in, and problems on the receiver side. For this reason, the research department side immediately started working overtime to quickly study and reinforce these problems. The two of them, Fan Zai and Zhang Manhan, are now professionals in the research institute. The two also followed Director Lu, and were soon invested in the improvement of the nanobots. According to Director Lu,
all these problems are minor and they can be solved very quickly. Su Ran was also very satisfied with this, as he himself knew very well that there was certainly no downside to this technology given by the system.
Given enough time, that would be a perfect replica. In the beginning,
it was because of the approaching military exercises that Su Ran had people speed up their research and development.
Now that we have the time,
it's only natural to finish developing this properly.
Moreover, Su Ran was clear that this time he was going to Sky City. The nanobot thing is more than likely not going to stay under the radar. After all, he himself had performed too brightly in the military exercise, and a large part of the credit was due to the help of the nanobots. It is equivalent to saying that this time, President Su is leading a whole new era of war. For the outside world, this is definitely heavy news. But for Su Ran,
this weighty news is just the beginning.
Because with the establishment of the Star Military Academy's Research Institute, more new era weapons would be introduced by the Star Military Academy next. This nanobot is like the tip of the iceberg. Principal Su, you asked for me. Secretary Zhou knocked on the door and pushed it open to the principal's office and walked in very happily. Su Ran nodded and said, I didn't ask you when I came back busy these days. What's the situation over there at the construction site? I have already made a report and will print it out for you right away. Now all our construction period has entered the final stage.
Because of carrying out 3 shifts per day, the progress is very fast. It is expected that it will be completed in another month,
and then it will be left to decorate the facilities inside the scientific research. Hearing Secretary Zhao's reply, Su Ran nodded with satisfaction. Not bad.
It seems that he hasn't been idle during this recent period.
Secretary Zhao smiled happily.
Being able to be praised by Su Ran seemed to be the happiest thing for her as well.
Principal Su, can I come back to you and do my old job after the site is finished? Su Ran waved his hand and said, let's talk about it later. You go down and get busy first. Oh, Secretary Zhao could only nod and leave. Su Ran, on the other hand, stood in the office and shook his head helplessly. He didn't seem to exude any testosterone charms. How did he always attract these women? Seems like sometimes it's a mistake to be good looking. Shameless Principal Su was talking to herself in her office. While the school is busy with students, Principal Su is taking it a little easy these days, because the freshman training's on track and the important military exercises are over. The biggest problem now is waiting to go over to Sky City to claim the prize. That's why it's really a bit boring for Principal Su to stay in her office. It would be nice to be like other military districts, where even if you're eliminated, you can watch the remaining men in action from your own combat command room. After all, he wasn't in a military district here, just a military school, so he wasn't given this stuff from above. It looks like it's time to take a trip to my Uncle Yu. He'll definitely be able to watch from his side and chat and brag. And by the way, melt some more karma out of him before my arms are in place. Su Ran was just about to call the driver to set off when his cell phone rang. It was the honorable old woman at home calling. Brat, it's been so long since you came down the mountain, and you still don't say anything about going back home to see what's going on? Su Ran smiled embarrassedly. Mom, school is too busy. After the military exercises are over in a few days, I'll stop by and go back to take a look. And by the way, if you don't come back then, I'll drag you back from school and you'll have a hard time getting out then. Mom, I'm just busy. Understand? Busy, all busy. It's good to be busy. Su Ran was speechless. Why did this sentence seem like he had heard it somewhere? Do all parents lament so much when they are old and alone? Don't worry. This time when I go back, I will definitely accompany you properly. Of course, I'm not the only one who will go back this time. My dad will definitely go back as well. Forget about him. Tell me about this military exercise in the mountains. Did you two cross paths? Mom, you knew all about this? Oh, your mom is in Sky City. What could a person of my stature not know? Chapter 185, Headmaster Su goes to the Iron Tiger Regiment to make favors again.
Next, Su Ran and his own old mom briefly chatted a few more times. Before she was about to hang up, the old woman broke another news to him. After he returned to Sky City to receive his prize this time, he would go home and introduce him to a girl from the right family. Hearing this, Principal Su's head grew big again. No, did you really commit Peach Blossom this year? Don't you give me any yakking here. How old are you? You're the only single heir in your old Su family. How big is the burden on each of you? Don't you know it yourself? So come back this time and talk to people properly. Okay, Mom. I know. We'll talk about it then. I've got a trip out on my end, so I'll hang up now. Before Mom's side continued to command, Su Ran's side had already hung up the phone. It's true. No one can escape the whole marriage rush thing. Principal Su took a deep breath, then grabbed her coat and headed out the door. Secretary Zhao, who had just finished printing the site planner, saw Su Ran go out and wanted to follow her. However, Principal Su didn't seem to have the heart to take her at all, and could only stand in place with some disappointment. Principal Su, did you forget you have a secretary? Su Ran didn't hear Secretary Zhao's call. Instead, he called Yu Tianlong in advance in the car. Uncle Yu, I'm bored. Why don't I go over to your place? Yu Tianlong said on the phone. Your kid still remembers me. Ha, I thought that after beating the Xuanwu military palace this time, your tail was up in the air. Look at what you're saying. Am I that kind of person? Although we have a bit of a grudge, but no matter what, my military school is in your territory. So if you want to talk about the relationship, it's definitely the two of us who are the closest. Really? More intimate than even with the Iron Wolves? Kiss when you say so. Ha ha, if you kid comes, I'll bring you all the best tea from Staff Officer Lee. Just one tea? Then I could turn around and go back now. No, 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 no. Also need the best equipment, also prepare some. I go back to take, such as firearms, bullets, artillery and so on. I do not mind. Good. How much you take now? When you graduate, the students also give me back how much. We do not ask for more. Just according to a source of 10 guns. I don't have a problem with it. Anyway, there are tens of thousands of students in my school. If they are all going to the Iron Wolf Regiment, it will be convenient for me to borrow people when the time comes. I just don't know if my old man will agree. Asterisk 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 I've kind of realized that you kids are eating me up. Half an hour later, Su Ran's SUV slowly entered the Iron Tiger Regiment's compound. Yu Tianlong's 80 armies are all scattered around Tianhai City. Because of the proximity of Tianhai City to the coast, apart from some of the land forces, the largest number of naval forces were there. However, Yu Tianlong was usually on this side of Tianhai City, and there was still a deputy chief in charge of managing the maritime unit. At this time in the compound of the Iron Tiger Regiment, Su Ran's side had just gotten off the bus when he saw the two of them, Yu Tianlong and Staff Sergeant Lee, come out with a smile on their faces. Welcome back our big hero from the military exercise. Yu Tianlong laughed out loud, and then the two of them, along with Staff Sergeant Lee, began to applaud. At this moment, Su Ran smiled helplessly. Uncle Yu, you're making fun of me. What's the point of making fun of it? You kid deserves it. You've blitzed the Xuanwu Corps. Aren't you still a hero? Hearing Yu Tianlong's words, Su Ran was once again modest. Luck, look at you. Old Lee, I told you this kid didn't have any truth in his mouth. Counselor Lee also laughed beside him. That's fine. Anyway, he's come to our territory today. He has to listen to us for everything. Agu Senator Lee, you can't be forgetting how I single-handedly eliminated the Xuanwu military palace, right? The moment Su Ran's words came out, Staff Sergeant Lee and Yu Tianlong all laughed even more happily. The three embraced each other and entered Yu Tianlong's office. Su Ran's driver had been brought to greet by Yu Tianlong's guard group. Yu Tianlong once again instructed the guards, let the cooking class fry a few more good dishes, and make me all of their best dishes. And also, bring over the 2 bottles of good wine in my safe. Look, you're the one who came. I usually miss his bottles of thatch for a long time, and people don't even give me a look. While Yu Tianlong was ordering around, Staff Officer Lee was spitting with Su Ran. Su Ran laughed. It seems that my status in Uncle Yu's heart is not low. Is that not low? That's quite high, especially when you won the battle this time and eliminated the Xuanwu military palace. He was so happy that he couldn't sleep. Tell me, there is such a person. Of course I'm happy. Su Ran himself said that Star Military Academy is the reserve regiment of my Iron Tiger Regiment.
How can I not be happy with this relationship? That's a must, Uncle Yu. Right, Uncle Yu. Since it's a reserve regiment, if you don't equip us, how can you say that it won't go down right? Yu Tianlong was instantly choked. Next to him, Senator Li laughed out loud. Old Yu. Planning for half a day, but actually being counted in by others, right? Su Ran was also amused and laughed happily by the bright two. The three of them spent the next few minutes chatting in the office. But what Su Ran was most curious about right now was still wanting to see what was going on the military drill hill. Yu Tianlong didn't let him down and immediately had someone move the large screen in the command room over. The three of them just drank a little wine, ate good food, and sat in the office watching what was going on now on the mountain of military exercises. Vermilion Bird Military House Song Jie, Green Dragon Military House Wei, White Tiger Military House Fonglingyun. Now these three corps on the mountain, all belong to the top level in the country. Their final duel can be said to be very good to watch. It just so happens that old Yu and I are ready to sit down and take a good look at it. And it just so happens that you're here today, so it's even more lively. Hearing Staff Sergeant Li's introduction, Su Ran curiously said, Song Jie and Wei are both veterans. I've known them before and even met them. But is this Fonglingyun person new up here? Speaking of this man, he's a bit like you, my principal Su. Yu Tianlong grabbed a handful of peanut beans while eating, said, only 1 year older than you. The number of years in the army is less than you, but they are from the National Defense University. Out of the gold content is very high. That year is the school's first score into the White Tiger Military House. Less than 3 years, from the ordinary sergeant to the head of the group. It is said that participated in the military exercises abroad. The ranking of the no one can know, because it was included in the confidential stage. In the country this is still the first time to participate in military exercises. So this time the White Tiger Military House bet on the treasure is very big. Fonglingyun? Oh, so powerful? Maybe, I can recognize him. Su Ran also leaned back in his chair and looked at the real-time map, but a hint of a smile appeared calmly on his lips. Staff Officer Li hadn't reacted at this point, but instead spoke ahead. It's indeed very impressive, as you can see by looking at his strategic deployment. At this moment, on top of the map, the strategic map of the White Tiger Military Palace was infinitely enlarged. However, Yu Tianlong, who was beside him, immediately glared at Su Ran. You know Fonglingyun? Chapter 186, How can you fight with a hanging wall? After a moment of silence, Yu Tianlong then slapped his head and shouted, I just remembered. You also graduated from the National Defense University of China, right? Su Ran smiled and nodded. The predecessor was forced by his family to study well when he was a child, and naturally got into a famous university in China. At that time inside the school, Su Ran's grades were ordinary, but his background was clear to many people, so he was very laid back at school, and he had a lot of minions under him. Later on, their floor of the dormitory building developed to what point? That is, every session of freshmen went, want to move up, that have to visit Su Ran. It couldn't be helped. Who let people have a powerful background? And naturally not many people in the school dared to care. Fonglingyun is actually a school bully. He failed the college entrance exam 3 times and reviewed for 3 years before he was admitted to the National Defense University, just so that he could make a name for himself one day. So he also went through a lot of effort to visit Su Ran. Later on, Su Ran casually made this person Fonglingyun become a student council member in the school with a single word. This undoubtedly made Fonglingyun very happy, but at the same time, it also made him feel the horror of power. People just a small caprice can make themselves into the National Defense University high and mighty student council person. This kind of power temptation completely let Fonglingyun lost his mind. Since then even more vowed to work hard to climb up the ladder. And in fact, no one knew that Fonglingyun had always been a very jealous, hateful kind of person towards his predecessor, Su Ran. Although at that time inside the school, Fonglingyun was subservient to Su Ran, but inwardly, he hated this kind of son of Su Ran more and more. It was a pity that the predecessor, Su Ran, was so neurotic that he only did what he liked, and he didn't feel it at all at that time. It should also be noted here that the predecessor, Su Ran, although he was playful and didn't study much during his college years at that time, he didn't do anything bad that would hurt the world. After all, from a young age, the old man in the family's education inculcation just gave him a place to relax after leaving home, which is why the predecessor, Su Ran, indulged himself in college. After graduating from college, he was pulled into the army first to serve in the grassroots troops for 3 years. Su Ran gradually grew up, and later, with excellent grades, he was transferred to the Vermilion Bird Military House. Then a year before the predecessor, Su Ran, was about to leave the Vermilion Bird Military Palace. An outstanding warrior with very top grades in all categories also entered the Xuanwu Military Academy. This soldier was Fonglingyun. This year Feng Lingyun's age, although in the eyes of soldiers of the same age, has been on the older side. But for him to be able to enter the Xuanwu Military Academy with this kind of age and this kind of achievement would be a dream that countless people would not be able to achieve. At this time, Feng Lingyun still remembered when he was in school. He begged to be admitted into the student council, and he behaved like crazy in school, constantly pleasing others. He secretly vowed that he would rise in the army and absolutely could not be looked down upon by others again. So after entering the White Tiger military mansion, Feng Lingyun worked even harder because he had heard that the incredibly powerful Su Ran was also in the Vermilion Bird military mansion. What would it be like to defeat him in a military drill once every 3 years? If he could do it himself? Feng Lingyun exploded with pleasure at the thought of that feeling, because after so many years, he finally had the chance to defeat that high and mighty guy. However, things went against his wishes, and he didn't realize that Su Ran had only stayed in the Vermilion Bird military region for 3 years, and when he saw that it was time for the military exercise, he directly chose to retire. This caused Feng Lingyun to be very disappointed. Not being able to defeat and ravage Su Ran personally was something he had always regretted. However, during this military exercise, Feng Lingyun once again learned that the Su Ran of that year had actually opened a military school, and that this military exercise would also lead a group of students from the military school to the mountains. To this day, Feng Lingyun was already the head of a regiment of the White Tiger Military House, representing the White Tiger Military House in this year's military exercises. In his eyes, that Su Ran from back then was no longer his opponent. Although his family background was powerful, he himself had come here step by step, so he felt even more that Su Ran was not as strong as himself. As for the student soldiers that Su Ran had brought with him, he didn't give them a second thought. Even if Su Ran ended up eliminating the Xuanwu military palace, Feng Lingyun still felt that Su Ran's strength was nothing more than that. The reason why the Xuanwu military house was eliminated was because Liao Chen was too stupid. And he, Feng Lingyun, was not Liao Chen. If he really let him meet Su Ran in a military exercise, then Feng Lingyun would definitely not be soft. Well, of course, what Feng Lingyun didn't know was, the Su Ran he knew was also long gone from the Su Ran of that year. It's an open wall hanging. You say you have nothing to provoke what hanging wall ah? Su Ran also murmured a sentence in his heart at this time. The predecessor Su Ran did not see Feng Lingyun's attitude towards himself, but combined that with memories, and years of looking at people who didn't run. Su Ran was certain that Feng Lingyun had hatred for himself. He hadn't killed his family, he hadn't robbed his wife, and the only thing he had done was to help him get into the student council back then, giving him a chance to show his face in front of the school's top brass. If someone could take the words grace and revenge and do it on their own, then Su Ran wouldn't mind giving him a good taste of his own methods. Hey, kid, I'm asking you, how's this strategic layout? In the office of the Iron Tiger Regiment, Yu Tianlong waved his hand in front of Su Ran, pointed at the map, and asked. Su Ran also came back to his senses at this time, then looked at the map and smiled. The layout is great, but it also depends on who he's up against. Song Jijie and Huo Wei are both old generals. If I'm not mistaken, these two will join forces to kick Feng Lingyun out first. Hearing this, Senator Li frowned slightly beside him, but quickly revealed a small smile. Yu Tianlong, on the other hand, was curious. Don't talk nonsense. The current situation on the map is that Song Jijie's Vermilion Bird military house is now fighting with Huo Wei's Green Dragon military house. How else are the two of them going to team up to drive Feng Lingyun away? You can't be thinking that the two of them also used the same trick you used to eliminate Lai Feng, right? Or else? Su Ran raised an eyebrow and said, then raised his wineglass, and Yu Tianlong and Counselor Li clinked glasses with each other. The three of them drained their cups, and the aroma of Thatch's wine instantly covered all three of their taste buds. Song Jijie and Huo Wei are veterans. They naturally won't have too many worries when they cross paths, but facing a newly emerged Feng Lingyun, surely none of them would want to go for third place. In that case, why don't they team up to teach Feng Lingyun a lesson before finally starting their own duel? Hearing Su Ran's analysis, Yu Tianlong and Staff Sergeant Li had all smiled helplessly, because the two of them were already considered old foxes, but this Su Ran fellow's level of thought jumping once again surpassed them. Perhaps what they didn't know was that old General Su didn't see Song Jijie and Huo Wei's true thoughts either. But of course, it was unknown whether Elder Su had actually thought of it. At this moment, however, Staff Officer Li pointed at the map and said, look, Song Jijie and Huo Wei's armies are all moving towards the White Tiger Army Mansion. Su Ran and Yu Tianlong all looked up and saw that the scene in the real-time map appeared as such a spectacular scene. Chapter 187, within 3 years, starfighters all over China. On the entire map, the regiments of the Green Dragon and Vermilion Bird military mansions were like a flood. From all sides, they rushed up to the White Tiger Army Mansion. Next to the top of the real-time map, it comes with a text description. Half an hour ago, the
the Green Dragon Military House and Vermilion Bird Military House Surge Infantry Regiments raided the White Tiger Military House Camp.
The White Tiger Army House Camp has begun to resist the breakout.
The commander has set up 4 lines to break out, and 1 line of infantry tank coordination has already succeeded in breaking out. The Green Dragon Army House Artillery Battalion is starting to move in, and the White Tiger Army House Armor Battalion is taking heavy damage. The Artillery Battalion of the Vermilion Bird Military Palace attacked the White Tiger Military Palace Command Camp,
and half of the White Tiger Military Palace Guard platoon was eliminated.
The barrage of news kept coming.
Literally at the moment, the White Tiger Army House is indeed in jeopardy.
It seems that this genius also performed average in this military exercise. Yu Tianlong took a big bite of the meat and said in a very leisurely manner.
Next to him, Staff Officer Li shook his head in a sophisticated manner. Now that there are still 3 days until the end of the military exercise,
I feel that this genius will definitely not admit defeat.
He will drag on to buy time.
Oh,
he won't buy time.
He'll just fight to the death. Su Ran also leaned back in his chair at this time and said the same thing.
Next to him, Yu Tianlong and Staff Officer Li disagreed a bit. After all,
at this point in the game,
absolutely no one is going to lose their mind for the sake of a ranking. However, they were overthinking it because Feng Lingyun, this person was not at all something that normal people could understand. Sure enough, in the next few moments,
the map showed that the White Tiger Army House had surprisingly started to attack in reverse. Thoroughly fought with the Green Dragon Army Mansion and the Vermilion Bird Army Mansion.
Good fellow, this kid actually wants to counterattack. What a bit of temper. Yu Tianlong also couldn't help but sit up straight and looked at it with great curiosity. 2 hours later, the last remnants of the map appeared. The White Tiger Military Mansion was eliminated. But the Green Dragon Military Mansion also suffered a heavy blow, and even the Vermilion Bird Military Mansion's side didn't fare too well. But the results of this military exercise had also appeared by now. That is, the White Tiger Military House came third, the Green Dragon Military House came second, and the Vermilion Bird Military House came first. As for fourth place, we'll see how it's judged at the top of this tie. It was reasonable to say that the Xuanwu Military Academy and the Star Military Academy were equally ranked, because Su Ran ended up pulling the Xuanwu Military Palace along with him to the same place. Unless the real-time map video was followed to see which side had more people left at the last moment as a way to determine the rules for the fourth place. Well, now that the results are in, let's all have a good drink, Yu Tianlong said as he once again poured Su Ran a full glass of wine. Su Ran happened to be fine today as well. The busyness of this period of time had made it really long since he had relaxed. So the next 3 of them pushed their glasses and had a great time. This Yu Tianlong guy didn't do so well in this military exercise though. But the mindset has let go and I'm not to blame this year anyway. Who let the army suddenly pull out a dark horse like Star Military Academy? I can't even beat the Xuanwu Military Palace, so I can't be blamed for that, can I? And so it was that the 3 of them drank this banquet into the night before it was over. By the time Principal Su returned to the school, some of the cadets who had been busy training all day had not yet rested. Lights were still vaguely visible inside the training ground, and it was clear that someone was still in extra training. Based on the various instructors, it seems that such things have become commonplace. Su Ran understood that this was the rookie's stress reaction after the military exercise. Some people have heard of the stress that comes with coming off the battlefield, but really, just the same, military exercises are battlefields. It happens to rookies coming off the battlefield of military exercises as usual. The current crop of rookies inside the school are the ones who, after coming down from the mountains, have immersed themselves in the extra training thing every day, feeling that they're still not good enough and that they still need to train harder. For Saran, this was definitely good. The harder the rookies at Star Military Academy train, the better they will perform next. By the time it graduates, it will be another series of shockers. After this military exercise, the gold value of the Star Military Academy had risen to a very high level. When this first batch of rookies graduated, then the Star Military Academy would be completely propped up to the very top, even surpassing China's top-notch National Defense University. At that point, enrollment in military schools will definitely be easier. And what Su Ran needed was to continue expanding the Star Military School. It won't be as simple as 10,000 or so when the second freshmen come in. According to Su Ran's current prediction, at least by the third batch, the students of the Star Military Academy would be spread throughout the entire military region of China. At that time, all these people will be their own dead soldiers. It's important to note here that there is also an explanation after the system grants everyone their lineage title. The school trainees began to obey Su Ran at first, then began to gradually worship and respect him, and in the end would be completely and unconditionally obedient. So the ones who go out from Star Military Academy may become other troops' military districts, but there was only one boss in their hearts, and that was Su Ran. no matter what time it was, as long as Su Ran gave the order. These people would appear in front of Su Ran. So President Su's current idea is definitely to cultivate more talent to emerge. As long as these people can become the best in the various military districts and become officers on one side, won't there be more people appearing under them again? Principal Su, you're back. Su Ran had just gotten out of the car when Secretary Zhao ran out of the apartment building. Obviously this girl had been waiting for him for a long time. Su Ran, why are you still awake? I was waiting for you to come back. I've already put the bath on for you. See what else you need? Su Ran said helplessly. Nothing more. You go and rest. You don't have to wait for me in the future. Oh. Secretary Zhou could only stand obediently with an oh-so-subtle cry in the background. Without taking 2 steps, Su Ran turned back again. Secretary Zhao hurriedly raised his head and said, Principal Su, I'm here. Su Ran pointed at her and said, until the site is finished, the work center will be placed over there. Secretary Zhao, who was full of expectations, could only nod his head again at this point, not daring to say anything more. She wanted so much to get close to this unattainable man, but every time he had a very scary might on him. There was no way that Secretary Zhao could only obediently play the task of being a subordinate. Su Ran didn't think much about it. He simply didn't have much mind to think about this right now. Immediately it was time to go to the Celestial City, and only then was it time to face more things. In the meantime, in Sky City, the first-class military house command. With the last 3 major military houses military exercises over. At this point it was down to the final jury decision. First place Jubilee Army House. There is no doubt about it. Second place Green Dragon Military House is also normal. In third place, it was the White Tiger Army House. Actually, this time, Zhu Yao and Qing Long teamed up to eliminate White Tiger. Many of the generals on the senior side are still a bit opinionated, because in the middle of a military exercise you can only fight freely. There's no joining up and then ing someone else. But this guy Song Jie of the Green Dragon Military Mansion is an old fox. First beating up Huawei's side for a bit, and then turning his guns around and starting to look for Feng Lingyun's White Tiger Military Mansion again. Huawei, who was also an old fox, also immediately reacted to Song Jie's thoughts, so both parties directly began to punch and kick Feng Lingyun for a while, kicking Feng Lingyun, the newcomer, out of the game. So now the first-class army house side of this matter dwelled on it for a while and didn't say much. The thing they're struggling with the most at the moment is this 4th place thing. Chapter 188 There is no tie. Only a 4th place. Tell you what. Let's see. The Star Military Academy and the Xuanwu Military Academy will share the 4th place spot. Su Guotao's staff officer also spoke up at this time. The crowd all nodded, thinking that this was the best solution. However, at this time, only Elder Su Guotao had been sitting there without saying anything. Old Su, what are you doing? Waiting for you to make up your mind. The old staff officer once again urged a sentence from the side, and he had already prompted a look to Elder Su several times during the meeting just now. However, the old man had been ignoring it, instead looking at the replayed footage of the real-time map without knowing what he was thinking. Right at this moment, Elder Su raised his head to look at everyone. The Star Military Academy cannot share the 4th place ranking with the Xuanwu Military Academy. Hearing this, the crowd was all a bit surprised, because the old man is usually still very good at this kind of thing. Everyone knows that old General Su is all about avoiding suspicion. Otherwise, his own son wouldn't have stayed in that place, the Iron Wolf Regiment, for so many years. According to Su Xiaotian's ability, he was at least able to go to any regiment inside the 4 major military mansions as a regimental commander. But old General Su had always pressed his son in order to keep people from gossiping. It wasn't until this military exercise that everyone truly understood how powerful the Iron Wolf Regiment, which had been dormant for years, was. If it wasn't for the emergence of Star Military School as a dark horse, the Iron Wolf Regiment would have been a very hopeful military region to enter the 4th in this military exercise. This is what Su Xiaotian is capable of. A general strength that has been suppressed for years. While he can't promote himself, he can take his core with him to become stronger. And it wasn't just this military exercise. The Iron Wolf Regiment had also been the top-ranking kind in some of the best military district competitions over the years. In fact, many people have persuaded old General Su over the years, but Su Koktao's idea never changed. His son has always been in the general military area with no hope of promotion. Many of those who graduated with Su Xiaotian and probably didn't even have better grades than him also entered the 4 major military houses. But only Su Xiaotian did not enter. That's the kind of existence that makes everyone wonder. Of course, only the Su family themselves understood the sourness of this. Su Xiaotian had been pressed, and likewise Su Ran had been pressed. It was the matter of being retired in the Vermilion Bird military region back then. These two things are well known throughout the military district. But why? This time, Did Elder Su suddenly come forward? Ahem. Old Su. If we just look at the video, the final number of people in the Star Military Academy is less than the Xuanwu Military Academy. So placing a 4th place for the Star Military Academy is already pretty good. Su Lao's general also whispered from the side at this time. However, Su Guotao glared at him at this moment, instantly causing the old staff officer to subconsciously shrink back even in a pair of gaze filled with majesty. By now, can you still remember what the purpose of the military exercises organized by our country, China, is? Hearing Su Lao's words, the generals present looked at each other, not knowing what the old general was going to do. Still, someone mustered up the courage to raise his hand and replied, reporting to General Su, the purpose of our military exercises is to test the combat power of our major military regions and their performance in battle, so as to protect our country's security for the sake of our country. That's right, the military exercises are held to test the combat power of the major military regions. But what have you seen after this military exercise? When Elder Su Guotao finished speaking, he directly stood up and pointed at the real-time map behind him. Only a green graphic soon appeared on the map as he entered his commands. That was the situation of the Star Military School from the time it went up the hill, started attacking the city, kept charging forward, and finally arrived at the hill on the 70th plateau of the Xuanwu Military Palace. The entire area took up a large portion of the military exercise, all green tracks and areas of activity. In this, the Star Military Academy killed all of the Iron Tiger Regiment, the Iron Lion Regiment, the Iron Wolf Regiment, and finally the Xuanwu Military House. Honestly, just by looking at this map, no one would dare to believe that this was something a military school could put up in a military exercise. But after everyone watched carefully these days, it was clear to all that this was the true strength of the Star Military Academy. Even if he was given time to train at the end, he could even finish the Xuanwu Military Palace and still have people left to attack the other 3 military regions. With this kind of strength, everyone is really scared just thinking about it. What do you feel in your hearts after reading this map? Su Guotao's voice brought everyone back to reality. At this moment, the people in the command hall did not say much, but just lowered their heads without knowing what they were thinking. Elder Su slapped the table and said, "Everyone, wake up. We are the army, the regular army, but now we are beaten by the students of the military school to this state. When the final ranking was done, you even ranked the Star Military School with the standard of the regular army. Then you tell me, usually you train also according to this standard for the Star Military School? Can they use the advanced weaponry you have now? Do they train as long as you guys? They've only been enrolled for less than a year. Less than a year and they've already reached this level. Next they'll have to undergo more than 2 years of training. Then at that time you all tell me, which army will pull out and dare to fight against the Star Military School?" Everyone on the scene was too scared to say much by the question, because all of what Elder Su said was the truth. It's not that they don't think about it sometimes, it's that they're afraid to think about it. A military academy can beat the regular army to such a state, and then train for the next 3 years. Do you dare to imagine the result? That's why I'm here to suggest that the Star Military Academy can only rank 4th this time. And as for the Xuanwu Military Academy, 5th place, there's no such thing as a tie. After Master Su finished, he directly pulled out a chair and sat down. The guard next to him still wanted to help, but was waved away by the old man. What level is the Xuanwu Military Academy? I think we all know it well ourselves. Even outsiders know it well. There are 4 major military academies in the country of China. 6 major military regions. The 4 major military academies are our trump cards. As a trump card unit, but it was beaten by a military academy into a tie for the score. Is this decent? It's not like that. It's already very humiliating. So since you failed, admit your mistake properly and don't say anything about face. After saying this, Elder Su directly raised his hand and said, "Those who agree to rank the Xuanwu Military Mansion 5th please raise their hands." As soon as these words came out, everyone at the scene did not hesitate much and all followed Elder Su to raise their hands together. "Okay, unanimous vote." Then, Elder Su said in a very domineering manner, then slowly left the command hall. Only a group of generals on the scene were left with a slightly embarrassed look on their faces, but they didn't dare to crickets behind their backs. Elder Su left the command hall and went straight back to his office. At that moment, however, he came to the window with his hands behind his back and muttered something. "I've been pressuring the entire Su family for so long. It's time for me to take my precious grandson and grow a face." Chapter 189, In order to be the king of soldiers, 3 rich kids donate their family's assets. At this time, Su Ran didn't know that his family's old man was so domineering. After a good night's sleep, Su Ran once again disguised himself as the devil principal and went to the playground to drill the group of rookies. It was as if everyone's days had gone back to the old days, if not stricter than before.
There was only a hint of anticipation in the hearts of the rookies who had attended the military exercises on such a rigorous day. After all, it was clear to everyone that it would soon be the day of receiving the award from the Heavenly City side. A delegation from the Star Military Academy will also be present at that time to receive the award. And all of them who participated in the military drill would even show their faces fiercely in the eyes of the Star Military Academy. And even the whole country. Principal Sue, can you secretly reveal to me? How did our school do in this military exercise? I've asked several of my comrades, but they won't tell me. They just said that our Star Military School will definitely show its face in front of everyone this time. So this situation makes me even more curious. Director Lee once again approached Sue Ran and asked his question very expectantly. This was already nearly 100 times Director Lee had asked questions after Sue Ran returned to school. Sue Ran looked at him helplessly. Big brother, it's going to be the day we go to Heavenly City soon. Can't you wait that long? Can't wait. I want to know now. Please Principal Sue. Director Lee, who was usually arrogant, was acting very weak and helpless at this time. This instantly made our Principal Sue also cry and laugh a little. And after a moment, he could only stretch out a hand. What do you mean? Director Lee stood up in a bit of a daze. Sue Ran skimmed his lips and said, didn't you ask me about my grades? I can only reveal this to you. And this has been revealed very clearly. Director Lee, you won't even be able to guess this, right? No Principal Sue. Let's not joke, ha. I admit that I asked, but too much. Too annoying, but you can't be so perfunctory to me, ah. No fun. Saran shook his head, then took off his jacket and craned his neck. It was now time for his daily workout. Next to him, Director Lee once again pursued. Principal Sue, you really can't joke around. That gesture you just made. I'll take it seriously, you know? Then be serious. Don't worry. I'll never let you down. After saying this, Sue Ran swung his fist and flew at a sandbag in the air. Bang! The sandbag surprisingly cracked, and a trail of fine sand slowly flowed out from it. We'll have to dock Secretary Zhao's paycheck in the future. It's happened several times. Can't you shop around? Next to him, Director Lee watched the scene in awe. He still didn't react until he came out of the office. Really? Is that grade? If it really is that, doesn't that mean our school is going to be on fire? No, no, no. I still don't believe it. I'm going to ask Principal Sue again. After saying this, Director Lee once again anxiously ran back. And so it was. Amidst all the anticipation, Principal Sue also finally received an invitation call from the side of the Sky City's first-class military residence. After 3 days, travel to Celestial City to receive your award. And you may also take all battalion commanders with you. After this news came out, all 10 battalion commanders participating in the military exercise were abuzz. But alas, Principal Sue had orders to keep the news confidential and never spread it. These guys can only secretly have fun in private, or under the covers. It wasn't until 3 days later, after the crowd had come downstairs in formal attire and very dejected, the whole school realized that these people were going to Sky City to participate in receiving the award. Under the envious eyes of the crowd, all 10 battalion commanders slowly boarded the bus to Sky City. During this time Principal Sue didn't desert in his own buggy, but got into the car and set off with the students. Secretary Zhao was also ready the night before, but was left behind by Sue Ran on the grounds that he was too busy working at the construction site to leave his people. Just like that, under the watchful eyes and cheers of the entire school, the bus to Tiancheng slowly pulled out of the campus. Principal Sue, if what you say is true, I will dedicate my entire life to Star Military Academy. Director Lee stood at the forefront, pulling his voice out in immense excitement, only to see a big hand sticking out of the car window, and finally the big hand giving a thumbs up at Director Lee. At this time, Director Lee was so excited that tears fell from his eyes. After so many years, I've finally found a place to call home. Star Military Academy will be my whole life. I'll make sure to manage this place well for Principal Sue. The top of the bus, the 10 battalion commanders chatted happily. In this moment, it was as if the sky outside became bluer. Really, brothers, I never dreamed that one day I would be able to go to the first-class military house in Tiancheng to receive awards and honors. Last night I called my dad. Although I didn't dare to say the specifics, the old man couldn't speak clearly in his excitement, and he said that if I were to come back from Tiancheng he would donate half of his family's wealth to our school. Hearing Xiao Jiba's words, the crowd all happily rejoiced. Lu Dafei snickered from the side. Qi Ba, your father's family fortune is quite a lot. Is he really willing to do this? Su Ran also looked back at Xiao Jiba with interest. I only saw that at this moment. Xiao Jiba was very dejected and patted his chest. Hey, don't look down on me. My dad said if I really make a name for myself in our military school, he would donate his entire family fortune to become an ordinary person. So what? I'm the only one in my Xiao family. I have no talent for business,
But if you really become a soldier king and become a captain or something, then our Shao family will have smoke coming out of their ancestors' graves. So what's the harm in donating the family's assets? On this side, Xiao Jiba was blowing awesome, and next to him, his detrimental friend Wang Beitan also opened his mouth to add, when the time comes, let alone asking Xiao Don to donate his family's assets, even donating a kidney won't be frowned upon. Everyone laughed out loud at these words. Xiao Jiba was furious and said, Wang Bat Dan, you don't talk sarcasm here. If you have the ability to let your father also donate. Donate. When I come back from Tiancheng, take the school medal and the national medal certificate and go back to my father's face. Damn. I'll also follow half of the family property. After saying this, both of them looked at the small-eyed Namabi next to them at the same time. Only Namabi stood up shakily as well. What are you looking at me for? If you both donate, what's the point of me not doing so? Half and half. Follow me. The scene made the whole bus stifle their laughter. Lu Dafei even had to force the three to start signing the contract. This guy was born to watch the fun. Su Ran also smiled happily as he sat in the front row seat. After being with this group of guys for a long time, his mind would indeed be a lot happier. Principal Su, drink some water. Liu Jia poured a glass of water in the car and handed it over. Saran nodded his head and said thank you. When Li Ying saw the scene next to him, he just lightly skimmed his eyes and didn't say much. The car continued to drive forward. Su Ran leaned back in the seat and looked ahead. This trip to Tiancheng would completely make Star Military School rise to prominence. Chapter 190, The Future Female General. The bus had been traveling for about 2 hours before it was only halfway there. It couldn't be helped that Sky City was the uppermost city in the country, so it was a long trip. There was actually an airplane, but Principal Su didn't get around to buying it. There is no advance notice of an ordination ceremony. They are all of the type that leave immediately after the notice is given. In order to be able to go ahead and take in the elegance of Sky City, Principal Su had to take this group of rookies on a bus and leave early. Finally, at 7 o'clock in the evening, the bus arrived dustily inside the hospitality compound of the Sky City first-grade military palace. Su Ran and the others all fell asleep in the car, and only when they felt the car stop did the crowd wake up in a daze. Arrived? Come on, we're here, get out of the car. The crowd was talking and walking off the bus with their bags full of anticipation. It wasn't that he hadn't been to Heavenly City, but he hadn't been to the hospitality compound of the first-class military palace in Heavenly City. This kind of place ordinary people usually that is not even think about things, because this place entertains just no ordinary people. But now the rookies at Star Military Academy have the right to move in, and it was checked in a very hit-and-miss way. 1 room each. This feeling is a godsend for rookies. It's so beautiful this place. After Lu Dafei got off the bus, he looked around very happily. Just enter the door for a moment, let the crowd light up. Inside the various ancient style, and then rockery, green, all do incomparably beautiful. There were still a few attendants at the door to help the crowd with their things, but as soldiers on the battlefield and with Su Ran following them, these rookies wouldn't dare to hand over their luggage to the attendants to help them. The crowd carried their luggage and entered the hospitality compound together. Su Ran showed his credentials in the back, as well as the invitation letter for this visit. The other party first confirmed it on hand, and then called to report to his superiors. And only after confirming it did he lead Su Ran to walk in with him. Just as the crowd entered, Su Ran saw a familiar figure also appear inside the hall. Uncle Lai. Saran was the first to start greeting. That's right, this acquaintance was Lai Feng of the Iron Lion Regiment. Li Feng also saw Su Ran at this time and came over with a flat face. The other battalion commanders of the Star Military Academy all saluted in place. Li Feng also briefly returned the salute, then looked at Su Ran. Came fast enough? Ha ha, no matter how fast you are, you can't catch up with Uncle Lai. Your 30th Army is at the foot of Tiancheng. It's practically a foot on the gas. A trace of a smile finally appeared on Li Feng's face as well. At least it was a much more moderate expression than the one after being eliminated by Su Ran back in the mountains. How many medals are you going to collect back on this visit? Hearing Li Feng's words, Su Ran pretended to be embarrassed and laughed. Uncle Lai said this. I'm only a top 5 at the end of the day, so I can't have a few medals. Your kid is still pretending in front of me. This time your Star Military School can get this kind of result. It's already a lot more than expected. Old General Su will definitely encourage this kind of result in a big way. Just watch. Outside of the guaranteed 1 piece for each person, there's another piece for your school collectively. Lai Feng's words were indeed true, as everyone was well aware of Old General Su Guotao's consistent style. Now that he's done so much, Old General Su definitely needs to show his appreciation as well. Then I'll borrow Uncle Lai's good advice and buy you a drink then. Lai Feng smiled and said, there's no hurry about drinking. Now I want to recognize which battalion commander actually ended my command and has been interspersed behind the place in the battles that followed? At this moment,
the people standing in front of Su then all smiled and turned their gazes towards Li Ying.
Su Ran also turned his head and gave Li Ying a look. Step out. Hello, Army Commander Li. Li Ying stepped out and saluted Li Feng.
Li Feng was also seriously sizing up Li Ying at this time.
I didn't realize it was really a girl. It's unbelievable.
You were able to calculate the location of my command headquarters in detail in the first place.
Inside your mind you definitely thought about the battlefield situation very carefully,
and your mind's logical ability is powerful and terrifying.
Coupled with a strong execution and commanding ability.
My principal, so you've cultivated a future combat genius.
Hearing Li Feng praise Li Ying in such a way,
the crowd revealed envious gazes.
On Li Ying's side, he acted unusually calm. Thank you, Army Commander Lai, for the compliment. Unassuming and unassuming, this mentality is really too good to be a commander. At this time, Li Feng very much admired the excellence of young Li Ying. Su Ran knew that Li Feng's true strength was also very excellent,
and to have such a good compliment from his mouth,
it proved that Li Ying was indeed a very admirable existence. Uncle Lai, temper yourself. This is still our school. Su Ran gave a snort of laughter from the side as well,
only to see Li Feng very excitedly hugging Su Ran to the side.
Don't say anything, little Su. Can this girl go straight to my Iron Lion regiment? Don't joke, Uncle Lai. Haven't graduated yet.
Su Ran smiled bitterly.
Li Feng, on the other hand, glared and said, I don't care.
I'll train her. Your military academy might deviate such a good seedling,
but our army won't.
If you let her come to the Iron Lion regiment,
I guarantee that in 1 year she'll be a real commander.
And when it's time for the military exercises, she'll be letting her lead the regiment directly.
Hey Uncle Lai, you're making a big bet here. Not kidding you. Seriously. And I'm not kidding.
Your army isn't necessarily as good as the one I've raised.
And if it's not convincing, then why did she manage to beat you with her troops in this military exercise? You kid, don't get a bargain and still sell your good behavior.
What black technology you used in this military exercise is well known to everyone.
So what? Su Ran spread his hands and laughed. Even if I used black technology,
it's not a reason for your regular army to lose to me,
right? Besides, Uncle Lai, is it so hard to recognize other people's merits? Li Feng was speechless with anger by Su Ran. At this time, Li Feng's staff officer also came down from upstairs with a few battalion commanders. Gu, isn't this Principal Su? You guys are here early enough. Su Ran also turned his head to greet the Chief of Staff.
The early bird gets the worm.
Hello, Chief of Staff. Good. The Chief of Staff smiled and nodded,
then turned his head to survey the battalion commanders and Su then face.
All a nice bunch of young men. First Battalion Commander. Y'all, take a good look. It's these kids that beat you to the punch this time, the Chief of Staff said, motioning for his people to greet the students of the Star Military Academy as well.
These people were polite and humble at this time.
After all,
the Star Military School's results this time were indeed good, and some of them were still defeated under the Star Military School.
Li Feng stood next to him and looked at Su Ran and said, You're thinking about what I said just now. Don't worry, I won't want your people for nothing. When the time comes, I'll support you in whatever you want for your military school. Okay, my Uncle Lai, I will definitely think about it. Su Ran coped with his mouth, but actually had no intention of giving it away at all. Are you kidding me? These battalion commanders are all his babies now.
Chancellor Su would never be willing to give them up at this point in time.
Chapter 191, the very sought-after Principal Su. After Li Feng and his men left, Su Ran also took the crowd from the Star Military Academy upstairs with him. The rookies were all happy in their hearts at this time. After all, they had the respect of the regular army, and this was the least of everyone's moments. As for the person in question, Li Ying, it seemed that he acted calmly throughout the whole process and did not even say a word more. If that opportunity had been given to Lu Jia just now, it would definitely have been a good performance on the spot.
All find your respective rooms and go rest first.
We'll gather at dinner time. Remember not to run around for me. After everyone was divided into rooms, Su Ran instructed everyone like an elder. Understood.
Everyone also saluted Su Ran very obediently as if they were on a military drill hill. Su Ran nodded slightly and waved his hand for the group of rookies to go down and rest.
In the end, only Li Ying but didn't leave. Looking at Su Ran, he said, Headmaster, I have something to say. Su Ran hummed. Let's go. To my room.
Li Ying nodded her head and followed very obediently.
Straight away, the three Shao Kiba behind them stood in curiosity. No way. Principal Su. Lu Dafei's curious words hadn't finished. Next to him, Zhang Sun gave him a kick. Don't talk nonsense. That's right, my Yingzi isn't like that. And our Principal Su is even less so. Lu Dafei, I see that you can't eat with this mouth today. Come, I'll cure you. Don't say anything, let's go to his room and fix him. He's really open-mouthed. After saying this, Xiao Ji Ba, Wang Ba Dan, and Ima by three people did not look back and lifted Lu Dafei straight to his room. Zhang Sun laughed helplessly behind him, following these few living treasures. His mind was getting more and more lively and happy. The other side is inside the room. After Li Ying followed Su Ran into the room, she still stood at the door in a well-behaved manner. Su Ran took off his jacket and said, "Sit down." Li Ying let out an oh-so-subtle sound, but still didn't move. Su Ran opened the hotel window, then boiled water and looked back to see Li Ying still standing in place. He let out a bitter laugh. "Wasn't there something you wanted to tell me?" Li Ying then reacted. Just now she followed Principal Su in and stood in his room. Her head was indeed blank, forgetting what she came in to do. "Principal Su, I don't want to leave the school just yet." Hearing this, Su Ran smiled and said, "Didn't say to let you leave I thought." Just now, Li Ying pointed to the door, looking at Su Ran's smiling expression. At this time also do not know what to say. "Su Ran, don't worry. You won't be able to go anywhere until you graduate. Feel free to study at school." "Okay, Principal Su. I will study hard and try not to let you down." Li Ying's words sounded very misunderstood, but at this moment Su Ran smiled and said, "It's fine. Go back and rest. Headmaster, so you have an early night too." Li Ying nodded and left the room. Su Ran, on the other hand, placed his legs leisurely on the table and sighed as he looked at the ceiling. It's annoying to be too good for this guy. DDT. The cell phone on the table rang at that moment. Su Ran looked at the call, found that it was his own mother's phone, instantly and melancholy. "Hey, brat, you've returned to Sky City, and you still don't know how to go home and take a look?" "My mom. I'm not the only one who's going back to Sky City this time. I have to settle this group of brats down and wait until after the prize receiving ceremony is over." "You're all about the brats. Don't you realize you're a brat yourself? That will have to wait until the ceremony is over. Don't worry, it's only 2 days. It'll be quick. I'll be back with my dad then. He can come back if he likes, as long as my son comes back." Mother and son hung up after a few more brief conversations. Saran started moving around the room again, although he was now the principal. But for the future of the military school, Su Ran had to keep this body in the best condition. But it wasn't long before the phone rang again. It was an unfamiliar number that Su Ran had no intention of answering. Instead, the push-ups were done more rhythmically to the music of the bell. However, the bell rang for half an hour, during which it stopped and started ringing again. Su Ran finally couldn't resist picking it up. "Hello, who is it? I thought Principal Su was too scared to answer my calls when he returned to Tianchang." A familiar voice came from the phone. Hearing this voice, Su Ran knew who it was. "I'm sorry, I thought it was a harassing phone call," left squad leader. "Do harassing phone calls persist for you? Can they be as attached as I am?" Squad leader Zui is indeed attentive. "I've only just arrived in Tianchang less than 3 hours ago, and you know I've arrived at the place. It can't be helped. In this position in the Vermilion Bird Military Palace, I do know a lot of friends. As long as Principal Su is out of your military school, I can know about it." Squad leader left. "You're only adding to the boredom by saying that." On the phone, Zoran was silent for a moment. "Su Ran, I don't mean anything else. I just want to talk to you. I know that you achieved good results in the military exercise this time. Consider this as my congratulations. Wait for the ordination ceremony to be over. I don't have time now." "Okay, I'll wait for you then." After hanging up the phone, Su Ran took off his clothes and walked into the bathroom. A stream of water rushed over Principal Su's head. At this time, he sighed. "Headache, really did not expect. Actually caused such a big love debt. The same headaches. And there's Lu Dafei in the next room. It hurts. Lu Dafei was pressed on the bed by the 3 living treasures, and at this time, he helplessly raised his head and screamed miserably. Shakiba and the others tortured this guy for almost half an hour without stopping. Young Hoon, who was already leaning back on the couch in the doorway to watch the drama, looked inside and smiled once again. "You," a few voice lower. "Pay attention to the impact. This is the state guest house. Live in it is either the army chief or the head of the regiment. Don't know, still think that you a few engaged in what it." Shaoqiba wiped his sweat inside and said, "Brother Sun, you don't understand. We are training. We didn't train in the school today, but we must find some bitterness in Lu Dafei, this kid. Who let this kid spit out the ivory in the dog's mouth? Hoon, help me. I'm not clean anymore. I'm being spoiled by these 3 guys." Lu Dafei pitifully lay on the edge of the bed and screamed miserably. Young Hoon, on the other hand, looked at him and said that he was helpless as well, until half an hour later. Saran knocked on the door outside and told the guys to go out for dinner. It was only then that the crowd let Lu Dafei go and started packing up his clothes to go out for dinner. What are you guys doing in your room? I'm in the next room listening to all the hot ears. Su Ran whitened Lu Dafei and helplessly said. Zhang Sun and the others didn't say anything beside them. Only the pitiful Lu Dafei followed the crowd behind. Soon, the group arrived at the dining room of the guest house. That's when I saw a whole bunch of chiefs inside. In an instant, everyone only felt the invisible pressure all running towards the Star Military School delegation. Chapter 192 Wine Table Storm. The Unfaithful Su Ran. Principal Su. I suddenly don't feel hungry anymore, Lu Dafei said in an aggravated manner, then turned his head and prepared to leave. Next to him, Shakiba and the others also wore pain masks a bit difficult. Principal Su. I don't feel hungry anymore either. Or I'd better go back to takeout. I remember the hotel sent noodles. So what? Some noodles would be nice. Su Ran blankly glanced at a few people and said, can you be a little bit outgoing? The other two girls didn't chicken out. The four people stood back awkwardly. It really wasn't timidity. It was really a bit scared. As far as the eye could see, all were various generals in military uniforms. These generals have to be at least 4-star generals in them, according to Chinese military ranks. 1-star general deputy platoon leaders and bachelor's degree graduates. 2-star full platoon leader and assistant company commander. 3-star full company commander, deputy battalion commander, etc. A 4-star is a battalion commander. The 5 stars include the head of the group, etc. 6-star division commanders and deputy army commanders. The 7 stars are the military commanders. The 8 stars are the generals who enter the first-level military houses and the military commanders of the 4 major military houses. Chief of Staff of the military house of the first class of the 9 stars, etc. 10 stars is the kind of level that Su Guotao is at, a first-class military government hand. So within the positions present, a 4-star general would be a common enough position, and all over the place. Other than that, it's the generals with the 7 stars on top. As for those above 8 stars, currently Su Ran had not seen any. After Su Ran showed up with the rookies from the Star Military Academy, the eyes of the crowd were all gathered on this side, especially the few people who fought with Su Ran. Yu Tianlong, Li Feng, and their chief of staff all had light in their eyes. These people didn't have any hatred with Su Ran. Although they were defeated by Su Ran in this military exercise, they were more in the mindset of an elder looking at a junior. Uncle Yu, you're here so early too. Su Ran looked at Yu Tianlong and Staff Sergeant Zhao, who were the first to walk over. Zhang Sun and the others behind him also saluted the 2 Yu Tianlongs. Yu Tianlong too simply returned the salute and laughed. Your kid did not call me when he left. Almost forgot the time. In the end, I directly entrusted someone to buy a plane ticket before coming. Uncle Yu is overbearing. Just rich. Su Ran smiled and gave a thumbs up. Ha ha ha. The crowd laughed. At this moment, Li Feng also walked over to greet him. Ri Feng had already met with the crowd in the afternoon, but at this time, he still greeted Li Ying alone. However, Li Ying nodded his head in a very flat manner, without even any extra words. Yu Tianlong quickly realized the clues. What does this old boy Li Feng mean? He doesn't want to bring you, the 2nd Battalion Commander, over to his Iron Lion Regiment? Su Ran bristled. Uncle Li is acting enthusiastically. I can't help it. How about it, Uncle Yu? If you give me more resources next, I will prioritize you when the time comes. You kid, didn't we all agree that night? All the good soldiers have to stay for me. My Uncle Yu, nowadays everyone is looking at interests. Although we are on good terms, I will not be able to resist in front of interests, right? Yu Tianlong smiled helplessly. He knew Su Ran was joking, but both he and Li Feng understood that battalion commanders like these current ones at the Star Military Academy, those were very tempting fruits. I'm afraid that it's not just these military districts of theirs that want it, but many military districts want it, and even the site of the 4 major military mansions will make a move. All they had to do now, that was to try to feed the insatiable little guy in front of them. After exchanging pleasantries, the crowd came to a large round table and sat down to wait for their meal. During this time, Yu Tianlong and Li Feng had their people come out to get acquainted with Su Ran as well. Of course, more than that, it was also for them to familiarize themselves with each other and the people from the Star Military Academy, to make a good relationship. Anyone who has made it this far is not normally smart in the head. For the first time that Star Military School participated in a military exercise in the name of a military school, it had gained such an achievement, which was absolutely unexpected by everyone, so their potential is even more unlimited. Now can get the relationship with these people. In the future in the military world that is like a fish out of water. Someone from the 4 major military houses has also come. How come we haven't seen Captain Liao? Su Ran looked around and asked curiously. In fact, he already had a guess in his heart. Yu Tianlong and Li Feng smiled at each other. You boys should know better yourself. You were party to what happened that night at Highland 70. We're just hearing about it now.
Hearing Yu Tianlong's words, Su Ran smiled helplessly.
So he's not even qualified to be here now?
Lai Feng nodded and said, I heard that the night he came down from the mountain, he was taken to the first-class military court-martial law office, and the Xuanwu military court only came with that staff officer of his this time.
Come on, what really happened that night? Yu Tianlong was very curious beside him, and Lai Feng also came over at this time. However, Su Ran spread his hands and stated,
there is no comment on this matter.
In case I say it, it will be over if I am given a charge of leaking secrets. This kid is getting slicker now, not as honest as he used to be.
Yu Tianlong leaned back in his chair and commented.
Next to him, Lai Feng also nodded in agreement.
Su Ran smiled and leaned back in his chair without saying much, but greeted the crowd to start eating and moving their chopsticks.
Lai Feng was curious at this time and asked, isn't your kid from the Vermilion Bird Military Palace? How come I didn't see you and the representative of the Vermilion Bird Military Palace over there go and say hello?
Su Ran turned his head to look at Song Jie,
who was pushing his glass not far away. Song Kor? Oh, don't know him well. Not even from the same regiment.
Yu Tianlong left the world in chaos said, and Song Jie is not familiar.
And the next one is very familiar. Su Ran looked one more time and happened to see Zuolan also standing over at the Vermilion Bird Army Mansion. At this time, Zuolan also looked toward Su Ran.
This scene made a few rookies from the Star Military Academy not far away notice it as well.
After all,
the crowd could clearly remember that Zuolan had gone to the school cafeteria with their principal Su at that time.
Don't be ridiculous. We don't know each other well either.
Su Ran finished giving Yu Tianlong and Li Feng both started pouring wine. The three of them were just about to drink on this side,
but they saw that not far away,
Zuolan had already walked over to this side with a wine glass.
You kids still say you don't recognize it. People are looking for it. Go old you.
It's not appropriate for the two of us to be here.
The two of them, Yu Tianlong and Li Feng,
were ready to retreat when they finished speaking.
Su Ran at this time have already cried and laughed. These two people are a big age still so good at messing things up.
The two staff officers sitting at the same table, as well as the other people from the Star Military Academy,
all left the table with a brush. The scene was soon stunned by the amazing scene. However, Zuolan didn't care about anything and came directly to Su Ran. You can't avoid me this time, can you? Su Ran smiled. Left squad leader overthinks. I didn't hide. Whether it's hiding or not,
I hope you don't think too much about it.
This time I came over to toast on behalf of the Vermilion Bird Military House, and Chief Song would like to get to know you. Chapter 193, All Stars, the overbearing Chief Su. Su Ran looked back at Song Jie who was not far away. Your leader Song knows me, and you still need to be introduced. Zuolan awkwardly did not say anything beside her. In fact, just now Song Jie did not instruct her to come over. The scene between the two was also somewhat silent for a moment. Just at this time, a figure also slowly appeared next to him. Senior Su, haven't seen you in years. Hearing this voice, Su Ran slowly raised his head and after seeing the visitor, a very teasing smile appeared on his face. So it's school brother Feng. No, I should call you head Feng. Years of not seeing you.
I didn't expect to already be the head of the White Tiger Military House. Feng Lingyun was also slightly stunned. He did not expect Su Ran to be so cheerful.
The Su Ran in his memories can be completely different from now.
Thank you Senior Su for the compliment. I also have to thank you for helping me at school back then. I'll toast to you.
After saying this,
Feng Lingyun directly drank the wine in his cup in one gulp.
Su Ran, on the other hand, looked at the wine glass on the table indifferently.
I'm not feeling well enough to drink lately.
Sorry schoolboy.
Feng Lingyun's face did not change, but his heart was incomparably angry at this time.
Originally, he didn't like Su Ran's overbearing behavior,
and now he didn't expect Su Ran to give him a hard time in front of so many people.
Feng Lingyun wiped the overflowing white wine from the corner of his mouth,
then laughed. Senior Su performed very well in this military exercise, but unfortunately just didn't have a fight with our White Tiger Military House.
It's really too bad. If I can have the honor of sparring with Senior, I, as a junior, will also be lucky to have the honor of being a junior.
Don't worry, there are plenty of chances. Don't say I didn't let you be a senior when the time comes.
At this time, Su Ran also did not give Feng Lingyun steps at all.
Sitting in the chair the whole time was cloudy, but his aura became incomparably prevalent.
Next to him, Zuolan also stood out. Captain Feng,
although your White Tiger Military House is powerful, but if you lose at the hands of the Star Military Academy when the time comes,
it will be the shame of your life.
Feng Lingyun smiled faintly.
Is that so? Do you think I will lose? Just then, a group of people once again walked inside the restaurant. The leader was surprisingly the head of the Iron Wolf Regiment. That is, Su Ran's old man, Su Xiaotian.
Around him were some of the veteran generals of the Heavenly City first-grade military palace.
Although Su Shaotian was the head of the Iron Wolf Regiment,
it was not as imposing as the 4 major military mansions,
but people's last name was Su,
and that alone was enough to make more people look up to them.
Of course, the SU president's side is actually very much looked up to. Other than that, this time into the restaurant,
there are several waves of people want to come over to make friends. The 7th anniversary of the High Vermilion Bird Military House of Songjijia is one.
Other people would like to come over,
but there is no Vermilion Bird Military House this kind of relationship.
Everyone knew that once upon a time,
Principal Su was also a member of the Vermilion Bird Military House.
Ran. Ha, haven't seen you in how many years?
Yes, it's been years.
I didn't expect to see you again, but it's at a military drill and medal ceremony. I've been watching this kid since he was a kid. Look at me. I don't have a problem with my vision, do I?
Bringing students out of the military academy.
Even defeated his old man,
and also beat a Xuanwu military mansion.
Who would dare to believe this when it is rumored? This is talent.
The military school that started it all managed to beat our regular army. It really puts us old guys to shame.
For a moment,
those first-grade military generals who were with Su Shaotian all came to Su Ran for various compliments. Straight away, Feng Lingyun next to him was furious and red in the face, because many of the people in front of him he tried to reach out and befriend in the past. However, one can't get it together no matter how hard one tries.
But on the contrary, Su Ran, people didn't even bother to befriend these people,
and they were simply indifferent.
Sometimes it's just the people who are worse than the people. At this time, Su Ran really didn't have much heart to befriend these people, but there's no way around it. It's a family and polite necessity.
The old him certainly wouldn't have done that,
but not anymore. After all,
more contacts are needed to start a military school.
Thanks for the compliments, uncles and uncles.
Su Ran briefly saluted the crowd. The rookies from the Star Military Academy in the back looked at this scene and were inwardly shocked.
Lu Dafei, boy, what exactly is the identity of our principal? I've always felt that Army Commander Yu and Army Commander Lai didn't talk right with our principal.
I didn't realize that our principal Su had such a big background.
Hey, we've never thought about it. Headmaster Su and Principal Su, shouldn't the two of them be?
Zhang Sun's few people all wore surprised expressions at this time.
Only Zhang Quan, who had been silent next to him, smiled smugly, because only this guy knew clearly what kind of relationship Su Ran had with Iron Wolf Regiment leader Su Shaotian. When he was in the forest that day, he had witnessed the duel between Su Ran and Su Shaotian, and in the end,
the two of them sat down to chat very quietly again. Although he did not hear the content too clearly
but Zhang Quan also already knew that Su Ran is Su Shaotian's son. At this moment,
combined with the enthusiasm of these generals,
Zhang Quan confirmed this even more. What's your boy's fun? Do you know something? Batten Wong poked him in the side. However, Zhang Quan immediately shook his head. No, I don't know anything. This kid definitely knows something.
You tell him to wait. After eating back in a while we'll let him taste Lu Dafei's torture as well. A couple of rookies over here are chattering away. The other side, Su Ran also greeted several generals.
General Zhou,
you guys go over first. I'll just sit with my son. Seeing that Su Ran didn't really want to take care of these people, Su Xiaoyi opened his mouth to relieve himself. Only then did the generals surrounding Su Ran bid farewell to Su Ran.
Zuolan also came out to greet Su Shaotian at this time. Uncle Su, what's your name again? Xiao Zuo, right?
Su Shaotian chuckled.
Zuolan hurriedly nodded. Yes, Uncle Su. Su Ran and I are friends. Oh, that's quite all right. Go about your business then. I'll have a chat with my son.
Zuolan knew that this Su military commander was giving himself an expulsion order, and at this time, he could only nod his head and leave. Captain Feng still wants to sit down and have a drink?
Su Shaotian stared at Feng Lingyun,
who hadn't said anything and was maintaining a red warm state next to him,
and said. At this moment, Feng Lingyun shook his head and forced a smile. No, I'm just saying hello to Senior Su,
so I won't bother you father and son meeting for dinner.
Sergeant Su, watching Feng Lingyun leave,
Su Shaotian smiled contemptuously.
Su Ran, on the other hand, leaned back in his chair and said, My dad, your aura is too intimidating. Look at how it scared the other Feng leader. If he's a smart man, he'll keep quiet and develop on his own in the future, and don't come to mess with you, or else I'll see that he'll be worse off than anyone else in the future.
Getting such a comment from his dad,
Su Ran couldn't help but laugh as well, knowing the son is not like the father. It seems that Su Shaotian had already seen his son's dissatisfaction with Feng Lingyun,